This kid risked his life to protect his beautiful sister, but he got beaten to a pulp, and his leader was tossed off a bottomless cliff. The boy watched on in total helplessness, blaming himself for being too weak. In the end, the villain hung him from a tree to be torn apart by wild beasts. Just then, an old man saved his life and took him as a disciple. After enduring hellish agony, he finally transformed into an invincible war. God, blood debts must be paid in blood. The story begins in Gungra village. Thien Savu had lived there with his father since he was 10, but after his father passed away, everyone turned on him, bullying and driving him out because of rumors that his dad was a deserter. Since then, he's been homeless, barely surviving in the woods for years. Suddenly, one day, the big sister from the village came to call Savu back. It turned out it was her coming-of-age ceremony, and she'd gotten permission from the village chief for him to come eat. Savu listened immediately, because since his father died, those two siblings had always taken care of him like family. When they returned to Gungra village, everyone was whispering and cursing Savu behind his back. But he didn't give a damn, just treating it like dogs barking in the wind. Suddenly, someone blocked their path. The guy, acting tough because he was the village chief's grandson, grabbed Savu by the collar and started trash-talking. Right then, a large hand grabbed the jerk by the neck like he was nothing but a frog. It was the younger brother of the sister, Gung Koi-sun, who had just returned from a hunt. The sister saw this and told her brother to drop him, not wanting any trouble with the chief. Koi-sun casually tossed the guy aside, and he went rolling, landing flat on his face, screaming in pain. The old village chief saw her precious grandson in such a pathetic state and flew into a rage, swinging her cane at Koi-sun, but it felt like nothing more than a light scratch, completely useless. At that moment, Koi-sun produced a letter from the magistrate, then left with his sister and Savu. The village chief read the letter and her face turned pale as she looked for the trio, but they were already gone. Meanwhile, at the Lu Nin estate, on a field called the Blood Tear Plateau, an earth-shattering duel was underway. The Mak Dung clan used to dominate the north, but they suddenly shut their doors and went into hiding for 10 years, leaving the northern martial arts world without a leader, falling into constant chaos. Among them, the Great Strength Fortress and Dragon Immortal Villa were the strongest, so they decided to settle the leadership dispute through a duel. On the mountainside, an old beggar was drinking wine while watching the match. He was Hong Nu Kuei, an elder of the beggar sect who had traveled a long way to watch. The two on the platform were quickly trading blows with blades and swords. The Villa Master's dragon statue sword was famous sword strikes that moved like dragons and phoenixes, while the Fortress Master's fierce military blade had the beauty of an unparalleled tyrannical weapon. Hong Ngu Kuei watched and silently praised them, indeed worthy of their reputation. Just as they were locked in a fierce battle, an old man landed with his hands behind his back. He stood next to a bronze statue on the mountain peak, quietly watching the duel, seemingly ignoring the look of pure shock on Hong Nu Kuei's face as he stared at him. At that moment, Hong Nu Kuei's heart was in turmoil. He considered himself a master of martial arts with sharp senses. Although he was distracted by the fight, it wasn't until the old man got close that he noticed his presence. Suddenly, the old man frowned, pressing one palm against the bronze statue while holding his chest with the other clearly. An old wound had flared up. He gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the pain, and a powerful surge of internal energy erupted from his right palm into the statue. A moment later, the old man showed a look of frustration, his eyes filled with regret. Hong Nu Kuei was completely stunned. The old man was standing right next to him, yet he hadn't felt a shred of internal energy from him. Suddenly, the old man muttered something cryptic, "My successor will return." With that, he leaped into the air, and in the blink of an eye, he had glided over 30 meters and vanished. Hong Ngu Kuei hurriedly called out to him, wanting to ask what he meant, but the sight that met his eyes left him paralyzed. The sturdy bronze statue had been twisted into a scrap heap, and a wave of green energy was still tearing it apart. Hong Nu Kuei witnessed this and couldn't help but gasp. If that strike had landed on a person, he didn't dare imagine the consequences. As for the young man, after returning home with the two Gung siblings, Gung Koi-sun suddenly asked his sister if she had anyone in mind. When she heard that, her cheeks flushed red, saying it was a silk merchant she'd met a few times. The boy sighed, knowing that if he wasn't such a burden, with his sister's stunning beauty, suitors would have been breaking down their door. That night, after the siblings were fast asleep, the boy quietly got up and set out alone with his bow and arrows. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped out, Koi-sun called him back. The boy said he wanted to go into the mountains to find ginseng to earn a little dowry for his sister, but Koi-sun saw right through his thoughts, telling him that whether his sister gets married or not, this place would always be his home. The boy waved him off and turned to head up the mountain, while his sister inside silently opened her eyes. On Trung Bok Mountain, the boy searched all day long without finding anything. Then suddenly his eyes lit up. He had found two ginseng roots growing side by side, one large, one small. Savu shouted in joy like he'd struck gold, but in a flash, the sun sank in the west, and thick fog billowed across the mountain, making it impossible to head back down. Just as the boy was looking for a place to rest for the night, he spotted a campfire nearby. He quietly approached and saw an old man sitting cross-legged under a tree. It was the mysterious old man from the Blood Tier Plateau. Seeing an old man appear in the middle of the wild mountains, the boy couldn't help but be suspicious. The old man had already sensed him watching and said, "If you don't come out, I'll drag you out myself." The boy hurriedly scrambled out of the bushes, claiming he meant no harm and asking the old man if he could stay there for the night. The old man glanced at the boy, effectively giving his consent. Beside the fire, the boy roasted some mushrooms and offered the old man a skewer as a gesture of gratitude. The old man accepted, chewing every bite 36 times before swallowing. The boy saw this and asked if it wasn't to his liking. The old man explained that doing so allowed the body to fully absorb the nutrients from the food, so even with little to eat, he could meet his body's needs. The old and the young chatted by the fire. During the conversation, the old man asked the boy, "You're a drifter. Why are you living in Gungra village?" At this, the boy scratched his head awkwardly, saying he had promised his father he would never leave the village. The sharp-eyed old man noticed the boy was hiding something, but seeing him so uncomfortable, he didn't press further. The boy stammered a bit about his background, then asked the old man why he was out in this desolate wilderness. Surprisingly, the old man said he was looking for death. The boy, acting surprised, he tried to talk the old man out of it. "I'm sick and I don't have long to live, but before I go, I have to take out the enemy who ruined my family with my own hands. You destroyed everything I had. So, kid, don't bother trying to stop me. Death is just where I'm headed." The boy didn't know what to say. Once the old man finished, he just closed his eyes and stayed silent. The boy sighed, and they didn't speak the rest of the night. Early the next morning, he quietly got up and left, leaving a wild ginseng root by the fire. He had no idea that a group of men had been riding horses all night toward Kungra village. The leader was an envoy from the Yuan dynasty, and he had a nasty scar on his face. They were there to scout for concubines. Before leaving, Tien Savu looked back at the old man. He didn't know what the old man had been through, but he hoped the ginseng would help him survive and fulfill his final wish. Shaking off the heavy thoughts, Tien Savu headed toward the village. When he arrived, he was shocked to find it completely empty. He was caught off guard and didn't even notice someone sneaking up behind him. The next second, a thug smashed a fist into the back of his neck. The heavy hit sent him sprawling to the ground, and the guy immediately pinned him down. The villagers, who had been hiding, rushed out to surround him. The village chief bluntly announced that his sister was chosen as a concubine candidate to be handed over to the Yuan envoy. The letter from the local magistrate was just to warn the chief that the Yuan envoy was coming to Kungra. "I know how close you two are, so we had to lock you up before the envoy arrives." Realizing the truth, Tien Savu gritted his teeth and fought with everything he had, but the thug kept him pinned. In that desperate moment, Tien Savu bit down hard on the guy's finger. The thug yelled in pain and let go, but the second he did, Tien Savu nailed him in the face with an elbow. Tien Savu seized the chance, pulled out his bow, kicked the thug flying, stepped on him, and aimed an arrow at his head. The thug was trembling, begging for his life. The village chief shouted at him, saying this would bring ruin to the whole village. But Tien Savu, in a blind rage, fired an arrow that grazed the chief, scaring her to death. It thudded into her cane. The chief's face was sliced by the arrow. Tien Savu gritted his teeth, his voice cold. "I've put up with all your bullying, but don't you dare touch a single hair on my sister's head. I'm taking my sister out of Kungra right now. Anyone who tries to stop me is going to end up a lot worse than just injured." With that, Tien Savu ignored everyone and bolted for home. The thug scrambled up, shouting as he chased after him, but suddenly some war horses galloped into the village. It was the Yuan envoy there to claim his prize. With a terrifying scar on his face, he demanded to know where the girl was. Tien Savu ran like the wind to his house. His sister was happy to see him, having no clue what was going on. Tien Savu frantically told her everything. Without waiting for her to react, he grabbed her hand and ran for the mountains. On the way, into the hills, Tien Savu froze. He saw a group of men heading toward his house, led by the Yuan envoy. Just then, the envoy looked right at Tien Savu. He broke into a cold sweat under the guy's vicious stare and dragged his sister deep into the mountain forest. The envoy ordered 2 of his men to kill the boy and bring back the girl. She might just be fit to be their concubine. The 2 lackeys bowed, took the order, and leaped back on their horses. To everyone's shock, they took off after them. Before long, they caught up to the siblings. Tien Savu stayed calm, quickly drew his bow, and fired an arrow at them. Unexpectedly, one of the men pulled his sword, spun in mid-air, and sliced the arrow in 2. Tien Savu's heart skipped a beat. Before he could react, the The lackey lunged and punched him right in the face, knocking him to the ground. His sister screamed in terror, but the other thug covered her mouth. The first thug kept Thien Savu under control and raised his sword with a murderous look, aiming for his head. Just then, a massive fist slammed into the guy's face. It was Kung Koi's son, who had just been out chopping wood. Seeing his buddy get sent flying, the second lackey, holding the sister, turned pale. Once Thien Savu was saved, he quickly explained the situation to Koi's son. Realizing they were trying to kidnap his sister, Koi's son flew into a rage and grabbed his axe to take them out. He swung it and threw a 10-pound log at them, but the first guy easily sliced it in half. Just then, the thug's eyes flashed, and he quickly raised his sword to parry Koi's son's axe strike. Even though Koi's son was born with godlike strength, his combat experience was nowhere near theirs. The thug blocked the axe, used the momentum to spin, and swung his blade at Koi's son's throat. But right at that moment, a foot stepped onto Koi's son's shoulder. Thien Savu used the lift to jump, 2 arrows already locked on the enemy. Without a second of hesitation, he let both arrows fly. The thug saw this, turned white as a sheet, and scrambled to block the arrows with his sword. He didn't see Koisan's iron fist coming a massive blow that smashed right into his gut. The punch was so strong it twisted the guy's face. He went flying back like a broken kite and slammed into a huge tree before stopping. But before he could even gather his senses, another arrow was aimed right at his head. He managed to tilt his head and dodge the arrow, but then he felt a sharp pain in his right leg. It turned out the second arrow had pierced his right leg. Seeing his partner hurt, the second lackey panicked. Right then, a cold voice rang out, "Useless trash. You can't even handle 2 kids?" Both siblings were startled. It was the Yuan envoy. His eyes narrowed like a hungry tiger staring down at its prey. He was the Yuan envoy, sent to select concubines, but he was also a rare elite warrior in the army. Seeing his 2 lackeys failing, the envoy shot them a look. One of the men immediately broke into a cold sweat. The man didn't waste words, he just started striding forward. A powerful aura radiated from him, hitting the siblings like a massive wall of pressure. Thien Savu gritted his teeth, trying to fight through the pressure. But Koisan couldn't take it. He yelled and swung his axe at the man, but the envoy dodged in a flash, and in the blink of an eye, a massive hand was pressed against Koisan's chest. The envoy channeled his strength, and Koisan spat out a mouthful of blood. His heavy, mountain-like frame was sent flying into the air, soaring back like a broken kite for over 10 yards before smashing into a giant tree. Luckily, the tree stopped him, and Koisan rolled to the edge of the cliff. Seeing his brother coughed up blood from that one hit, Thien Savu was both terrified and furious. He shouted out to him, but the envoy was already closing in on Thien Savu. With lightning speed, he drew his bow and notched an arrow, the sharp tip aimed straight at his opponent's head. He fired without hesitation, but the opponent was even faster, ducking low to dodge. The arrow only pierced his hat. Unfazed, the envoy didn't stop. He swung his left hand, landing a heavy strike on Thien Savu's ribs. He was caught completely off guard, sent flying through the air, tumbling across the ground like a ball. Seeing the fur cloak getting in the way, the envoy chuckled, then glared at Thien Savu with a savage look. Just as he was about to move in to finish him off, a large hand suddenly clamped onto his ankle. The envoy turned back, locking eyes with Koisan's bloodshot gaze. Koisan roared from behind, "You bastard! If you're so tough, kill me first!" His large hand gripped tight. Gathering all his strength, he picked up a thick log and hurled it straight at him. The envoy's expression didn't even flicker. He was chillingly calm. He clenched his fist and punched, shattering the log into pieces like an egg hitting a rock. Quick as a flash, he lunged forward, kneeing Koisan and sending him flying. The brute didn't stop there. He continued to torment him. Seeing this, Savu immediately rushed at him from behind, but he couldn't do a thing. The envoy leaned aside to dodge, then punched him straight in the face like a father beating his son. He spun through the air before crashing into the ground. Their older sister watched her 2 brothers collapse, overcome with worry, but she was helpless as the henchman held her in a tight grip. As the envoy walked over to Savu to kill him, he suddenly froze. Son's hand was locked onto his leg. "You scum, even if I die, I won't let you kill my brother. Fine, I'll grant your wish and kill you first." As he spoke, the envoy smashed his fist into Koisan's face, but Koisan didn't seem to feel a thing. Struggling to pull himself up, the envoy's pupils constricted, unable to believe it. He saw Koisan's face twisted in rage, his voice icy. "You bastard, I will kill you." With that, Koisan jumped to his feet, grabbed the envoy's wrist, and drove a powerful punch into his head. Unexpectedly, the envoy yanked his arm free, in an instant, slipping behind Koisan. He reached out with his left hand, grabbed the boy's spine, and lifted him up like he was hoisting a small mountain. Koisan screamed in agony as the envoy applied pressure. The envoy didn't care. He walked slowly to the edge of the cliff, a cruel smirk playing on his lips, and then let go, throwing Koi-sun down into the abyss. Tien Sa-vu screamed in pain, struggling to lunge forward, but by the time he reached the edge, Koi-san had already fallen to the bottom. "Don't be so anxious, I'll send you down to join him soon." Tien Sa-vu didn't even hear the envoy's threat. He couldn't believe his brother had died right before his eyes. Suddenly, Tien Sa-vu flew into a berserk rage, headbutting the envoy and sending him sprawling to the ground. Then, he leaped high and delivered a powerful kick to the envoy's body. Tien Sa-vu went crazy, raining punches down on the envoy's face. The two watching henchmen couldn't believe their eyes. Although Tien Sa-vu was agile, he was certainly no match for the envoy. Suddenly, an iron-like hand gripped the boy's wrist. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't escape. The envoy gave a sinister grin, and his aura suddenly surged. Before Tien Sa-vu could even react, he felt a force so strong it felt like his body was being torn apart. Immediately after, the envoy threw him away, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. The envoy walked over slowly, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said in a cruel tone, "You've got guts. I'll make sure you die in one piece." Saying that, the envoy pulled 2 chains from his belt and threw them at Tien Sa-vu. The chains wrapped tightly around his arms, leaving him hanging from a tree. If your sister is lucky enough to be chosen as a concubine, you 2 brothers could have become royalty of the great Yuan. But now your brother is dead, and you will hang to death on this tree. You brought this on yourself. With that, the envoy ordered his 2 men to drag Tien Sa-vu's sister away, leaving him hanging on the tree in the forest. Not long after, a few hungry wolves caught the scent of blood and tracked it to Tien Sa-vu. The pack looked up at the boy hanging there, their eyes gleaming with greed. One wolf quickly climbed a low branch and leaped up to bite Tien Sa-vu. Just then, a figure slowly approached. It was the old man Tien Sa-vu had met in the woods yesterday. The old man reached out his left hand, and a wave of green energy shot out, hitting the wolf mid-air. In an instant, the wolf was torn to shreds by the powerful force. By now, the other wolves had rushed in to surround the old man. They swarmed him, teeth bared. The old man wasn't the least bit afraid. He smiled, and a massive amount of internal energy radiated from his body. Fast as lightning, he grabbed a wolf by the snout. The green energy surged into the wolf, instantly turning it into a pile of gore. Just then, another wolf quietly circled behind the old man, leaping to bite his neck. Unexpectedly, the old man had anticipated it, spun around, and delivered a palm strike that hit the wolf squarely in the back, killing it. But on the spot, the old man walked through the pack like he was strolling in a garden. In the blink of an eye, several wolves were dead. Tien Sa-vu watched this, unable to believe his eyes. He never expected the old man he'd randomly met to be this powerful. The old man looked up at the boy and spoke slowly. "Do you want to live, even if you have to endure pain far worse than death itself? My sworn brother is dead, and the sister who raised me was stolen away by those people." At this, Tien Sa-vu laughed bitterly. "Is there any pain greater than what I'm already suffering?" Hearing this, the old man didn't hesitate. He raised his hand. 2 pulses of energy shot out, the steel chains snapped, and he caught Tien Sa-vu as he fell. "You are a good kid. Even after all this suffering, you can still find the strength to smile. From today on, you are the successor of Han Nu-ba." The boy had 35 broken bones and 72 damaged muscles, but his master said his current state was actually quite good. Tien Sa-vu looked at his master in confusion, watching as he took the centennial ginseng root he had left, channeled his energy into his palm, and funneled it into the root, extracting a drop of pure ginseng essence. The master dripped essence into Tien Sa-vu's mouth and spoke slowly. "The human body has 206 bones and 639 muscles. Understand them, and you can gain perfect control over your body. Because you can't move at all right now, your nerves will be extremely tense and sensitive." After saying that, Han Nguba extended 2 fingers and tapped the pressure points on Tien Sa-vu's body in succession. Powerful energy instantly flooded the boy's body, blending with the ginseng essence and continuously flushing out the damaged meridians. Focus your mind and use your heart to feel the flow of energy. After unblocking your 36 major pressure points, you will be able to feel every single state of your body, feel how the muscles intertwine, understand how your toes control your hands, and how the joints, how your body moves and flows. And you can even hear the blood rushing through your veins. Once you truly grasp all of this, you will have mastered the essence of our school's martial arts. The agony was so intense that Tien Sa-vu couldn't help but scream. Han Nguba watched it all in silence, his expression grave. As they say, you must break before you can build. Break it all down so you can be reborn. Whether you transform or end up crippled for life, it all depends on your will. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. "Son, this is the only path for you to inherit the title of heaven-breaking martial icon. A year later, at the Myriad Immortal Cave on Diowang Mountain, two lean old men sat cross-legged, waiting in silence. A moment later, a figure glided in like a gentle breeze. It was the false venerable, the leader of the northern martial arts world. It turned out that in the north, there was a group of people whose martial prowess had reached a transcendental level, entering the realm of the carefree immortals. Among them, the three masters of the Myriad Immortal Cave, led by the false venerable, were the most powerful. At this moment, the false venerable slowly spoke, "I think we all know why I've invited you here today. In the past year, 12 of our masters who reached the carefree immortal realm in the north have been killed one after another. It turned out that about a year ago, an old man had brought a young boy to find the Earth Immortal of the Seven Lands at Thiet Lin. The Seven Lands Earth Immortal unleashed his ultimate soul-transforming technique, his inner energy churning as a storm of snow and rain struck the old man. Unexpectedly, the old man simply raised his left hand, and in his palm, it looked like thunder was rolling. With just one move, he shattered the soul-transforming technique the Seven Lands Earth Immortal was so proud of. Then, the old man kept pressing his attack. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of the Seven Lands Earth Immortal, using his hand like a blade to easily sever his meridians. Before the Earth Immortal could even react, he was struck by a palm that pierced through his chest, and he bled from all 7 orifices, dying instantly. Even more terrifying was that after his death, that violent energy continued to tear through his corpse. 2 months later, the old man led the boy to find Thiet Sun Tu. Thiet Sun Tu unleashed his mountain-sealing ultimate move, the Seven Earth Divine Art. But the old man seemed to be mocking him. Facing the boundless wall, which was supposed to be unbreakable, the old man chose to meet it head-on. With just one strike, he caused the boundless wall to crumble. Then his index finger pierced through Thiet Sun Tu's palm like a sharp blade. But what followed was the massive internal energy of the old man pouring out. "Thiet Sun Tu, you were a master of the carefree immortal realm, yet all the bones in your body were crushed into powder, and, in an instant, you exploded into nothingness." At this point, the false venerable's voice dropped. "If all 12 masters died at that old man's hands, then the situation is dire. If this continues, forget about building a new nation. I fear even our current forces will suffer heavy losses." Hai Dong's sword immortal couldn't believe it. No one in the north had ever been able to easily kill a master of the carefree immortal realm. The Diamond Venerable suspected that the royal court might have discovered their plans, but he immediately dismissed his own thought. Even the royal court would find it hard to easily wipe out a master of the carefree immortal realm. Just then, the false venerable slowly said, "Have you two forgotten about that man? 10 years ago, we joined forces with 30 masters of the carefree immortal realm to surround and kill him. But not only did we fail, we lost half our masters. That hell-bent tyrant, Han Nu-Ba, the heaven-breaking martial icon, has returned with his disciple." At the same time, in a dense forest, Tien Sa Vu wore 2 iron gloves, ready for combat. Han Nu-Ba lunged forward. Seeing his master attack like a tiger descending from the mountain, Tien Sa Vu charged in without fear. Teacher and student quickly engaged, trading blows as fast as lightning, and for a moment, it was a stalemate. Over the past year, every single day, Tien Sa Vu had worn those 80-pound iron gloves, and the heaven-breaking divine art taught by Han Ba was starting to show results. The heaven-breaking divine art had always been passed down through a single master-disciple line. Whoever masters this art is called the heaven-breaking martial icon. The heaven-breaking divine art is based on the breaking of bones and joints, using one's inner energy to strike the opponent's meridians and pressure points, thereby destroying their bones and muscles. Your movements are too slow. Speed it up. Don't use your brain to think about the techniques. Let your body move naturally. The heaven-breaking divine art has no fancy moves. It just uses all your strength to snap joints and destroy muscles. Tien Sa Vu frantically used his fingers to strike his own shoulder, using his inner energy to neutralize the raw power in his arm. Unexpectedly, his master's fingers struck first, hitting him square in the forehead, sending him flying backward. Tien Sa Vu stumbled back a few steps before finding his balance. "You're tired, but your enemies won't be tired. If dozens of people surround you, are you just going to stand there and wait to die because you're tired?" Han Nguba's voice lacked any gentleness. "Catch your breath and do it again." As he spoke, his eyes suddenly turned a ghastly shade of blue, and the next second, the old man's figure vanished. Tien Sa Vu turned pale, but before he could react, his master's right palm was pressed against his chest. Han Nguba channeled his force into his palm, and Tien Sa Vu was launched backward like an arrow. The boy gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the power his master had forced into him. The two forces clashed inside his body, shattering the stones under his feet. "I would love to teach you the easy way, but I don't have the time. Feel it for yourself and find back everything you've lost." This mountain was a martial arts sanctuary that even the royal court dared not step foot on. Yet now, 2 people, one old, one young, dared to charge in. The warrior monks guarding the mountain roared and swarmed out. The young man didn't hesitate, meeting them head-on. Tien Savu was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. He dodged and weaved with such agility that no monk could withstand a single blow. Han Nguba watched his disciple, feeling very pleased. But just then, another group of monks surrounded them from behind. The monks charged at the old man with long staves. Han Nuba kept one hand behind his back, and his right hand suddenly lashed out, firing a blast of pure energy behind him. The ancient stone bridge instantly shattered. The 1,000-pound stone slabs were sent flying by the old man, easily blocking the pursuers. Soon after, teacher and student crossed the bridge, but ahead, another group of monks stood in their way. The lead monk shouted, "Han Nuba, 10 years have passed. What more do you want?" Han Nuba didn't pay him any mind, whispering to his disciple beside him, "Savu, this is my personal vendetta. If you get involved, their hatred might become a burden you carry for the rest of your life. A teacher for a day is a father for life. Master, if they're your enemies, I'll just take them out. I'm on my own. What have I got to lose?" With that, Tien Savu channeled all his inner energy into his palms. His iron gauntlets couldn't handle the pressure and shattered into pieces. Seeing this, the lead monk immediately gave the order. Dozens of martial monks leaped off the stone platform, charging toward the master and apprentice. Tien saw. Vu gathered his internal energy, letting it radiate outward. He stepped forward, his hands finally free from the gauntlets, and unleashed 2 powerful strikes. In the blink of an eye, several monks were sent flying. Seeing his men get trashed by the kid, the lead monk grit his teeth, his heart burning with rage. He let out a roar, suddenly leaping into the air. Using the momentum, he brought his long staff down, aiming a crushing blow straight at Tien Savu. Tien Savu dodged the strike, and the solid iron staff slammed into the ground, leaving a massive crack. Still airborne, Tien Savu swung his hand to unleash a blast of energy, firing it straight at the monk's head. The monk scrambled to tilt his body and dodge, but the force of the blast hit the ground, creating a deep trench. The monk twirled his staff behind his back, gripped it tight, and launched it forward with a sudden burst of power. The long staff hissed like a venomous snake, aiming straight for Tien Savu's chest. Seeing the staff coming at him with the force of a thunderbolt, Tien Savu flashed a slight smirk and reached out his right hand. To everyone's shock, he caught the staff with his bare hands. The monk turned pale as a sheet. Just then, Tien Savu suddenly poured his strength into his hand, and the refined iron staff instantly warped and twisted like a piece of rope. The sheer torque forced the monk to let go of his weapon, but he was quick on his feet. He immediately abandoned the staff and lunged at Tien Savu. He leaped high and delivered a kick straight at Tien Savu's head. But Tien Savu was faster. He landed a palm strike directly on the monk's knee, snapping his leg instantly. The monk let out a blood-curdling scream as he tumbled off the stone platform. In a daze, he looked into the boy's eyes and realized they were a strange shade of blue. At that moment, Han Nguba looked down at the monk and said slowly, "You just lectured me about letting go of the grudges from 10 years ago. I wonder, 10 years from now, will you be able to forgive my disciple for crippling your leg? You hypocrites are always standing on your high horses. Today, I'm going to make you taste what that's like, so you can see what true mercy feels like." As soon as he finished, Han Nguba led Tien Savu straight into the Van Tien Cave. The Van Tien Cave was a realm apart from the outside world, the perfect place for martial arts training. It holds the bitch-caught pill stored by the 3 immortals, which can sustain you, and the walls are lined with dozens of night-shining pearls. You can use those for travel expenses later. Before Han Nguba could even finish his sentence, the ground suddenly shook. A massive stone door, weighing thousands of pounds, slammed shut, sealing the entrance. Han Ba chuckled coldly. "Yeah, they're always pulling these little tricks. But that's fine. Savu, once you shatter this stone door, you will officially inherit the heaven-breaking martial art." With that, the master and apprentice jumped deeper into the cave. Before long, they reached a clearing. 3 old men were sitting cross-legged on 3 stone platforms. They were the 3 legendary masters of the north who ruled Van Tien Cave. Jia Tonjia, the leader, spoke calmly. "Ba Luke Thu, it's been 10 years since we last met, hasn't it?" Hanangu Ba stood tall and replied coldly, "Jia Tonjia, I've been waiting for this day every single day." Kim Chang Thuongyan sneered. "That kid and Kok Than Fong must be your disciples, right? Looks like you don't care much about their lives. I called them here to teach him one final lesson." Finished speaking, Hanangu Ba tore off his cloak, revealing a torso covered in rippling muscles and crisscrossed with scars. The scar right over his heart looked especially gruesome. "Savu, from now on, memorize every move I make. Even the hits I have to take, it's all valuable experience for you." Tien Savu heard this and frowned. He caught the hidden meaning in his master's words. The boy was silent for a moment before saying in a trembling voice, "Yes, master. I understand. As soon as Tien Savu finished, the Haidong sword immortal made the first move. He flicked his left hand, and a 3-foot sword appeared. The cold blade, fueled by inner energy, embedded itself into the rock at the top of the cave. Immediately, tons of debris rained down, crashing onto Han Nuguba. The other two understood the signal and stood up as well. 3 peak-level masters launched a coordinated assault on Han Nuguba. Jia Tanjia flicked his left hand, unleashing a blast of powerful force. Kim Kang Thuong Nan extended 2 fingers, tapping at the air repeatedly, using his signature technique, the reincarnation Vajra point. In an instant, sword energy, palms, and finger strikes surrounded Han Nuba. While under heavy attack, Han Nuba just smiled. The old man extended his left hand, poured all his inner energy into his palm, and slammed it into the ground in front of him. A wave of powerful energy rippled out from him, cracking the entire floor under the sheer force of his palm strike. Han Uguba stood there, calm as a god walking the earth. Jia Tongjia looked at this scene in disbelief. Han Uguba then said coldly, "Even with my old injuries, killing the 3 of you would be as easy as killing a dog." It turned out that 10 years ago, the 3 masters of Vantian Cave had conspired to overthrow the royal court and tried to recruit Han Ingu Ba, but he refused. Jia Tongjia was worrying that Han Nuba would ruin their plans, so they tricked him into leaving and joined forces with 30 other masters of the Free Spirit Immortal Realm to ambush him. At the same time, Han Nuguba's wife was assassinated, dying a tragic death in their home. His only daughter and her nanny went missing in the chaos. Han Nuguba fought like a madman to kill half of the masters who ambushed him, but he was left critically wounded. Although the heaven-breaking divine art was incredibly effective at healing meridians, his heart injury could only be suppressed, not fully cured. For the past 10 years, Han Nuguba had scoured the north, but still couldn't find his daughter. It wasn't until word arrived that she had gone to the Central Plains that Han Nuguba set out to find her. But while passing through Blood Tear Valley, his old wounds flared up. He realized he didn't have much time left, so he had to return to the north to find a successor. And that is why he met Tien Savu on Changbai Mountain. Now, the enemies who destroyed his family were right in front of him. Han Nuba's eyes were filled with killing intent. He raised his hands, and streams of energy began to swirl around his arms. The Haidong sword immortal, who was standing closest, scrambled to dodge before rushing to thrust his sword at Han Nuba's head. To his surprise, Han Nuba caught his wrist with his left hand. As they brushed past each other, Han Nuba used only one move to rip the Haidong sword immortal's left arm clean off. The immortal shrieked in agony, and the other two, seeing this, rushed in to swarm him. Han Nuguba extended both hands, and 2 powerful blasts of energy shot out. As the old man clenched his fists, the energy exploded right in front of the 2 of them, and Haidong's sword. Tien was knocked, flying as he knelt on the ground. The Haidong sword immortal stabbed his sword into the dirt, skidding back several yards before coming to a stop. The 2 others scrambled to stabilize their internal energy, trying to use their own power to suppress the sheer force of Han Nuguba's aura. Han Nuguba sneered, "Is that really all 3 of the great masters of the 10,000 Immortal Cave have to offer?" Hearing this, Jia Tongjia exploded with rage, and the Vajra Master was so furious his hair practically stood on end. Haidong sword immortal, you've already lost an arm. You're clearly blinded by hatred. At this, Jia Tongjia pressed his palms together, channeling every ounce of his remaining strength. He was wounded in the heart and wouldn't last much longer. Let's rush him together and tire him out to death. With that, all 3 charged at Han Nuguba. But suddenly, Han Nuba's aura surged violently. The old man's tiger-like eyes shone with intensity. I don't have much time left. Let's decide this in one final move. Tien Savu stood to the side, quietly observing it all, when suddenly a powerful wave of energy blasted into the sky. The entire cave was leveled by Han Nuba's final strike. The 3 masters of the 10,000 Immortal Cave were torn to shreds. A moment later, Tien Savu found his master amidst the rubble. Han Nuba was already fading fast. Savu, don't be sad. I've had my revenge. I have no regrets dying now. The only thing I regret is that I never found my daughter. If she's still alive, she'd be about your age. The year she went missing, she was carrying her mother's sword manual. If, in the future, you have the chance to find her, just let her live a peaceful life if she's doing well. If she's struggling, just lend her a hand once. That's enough. 2 lines of tears streamed down Tien Savu's face. He nodded repeatedly, accepting his master's dying wish. Tien Savu leaned against the stone bed, letting out a long sigh. The image and voice of his master still echoed in his ears, as if it were only yesterday. A moment later, Tien Savu knelt down and performed the ritual of 3 kowtows and 9 bows before the body of Han Nuguba. Master, I can never repay the gift of you raising me. In these 10 years, I have never forgotten your teachings. As he said this, the young man couldn't hold back his tears. Soon after, Tien Savu slowly stood up. Master, I can finally say with pride that I am your disciple. The young man's gaze grew steely and determined. From this day on, I am the 35th successor of the Heavenly Break martial arts. At the same time, at the Fongma Temple on Diu Huang Mountain, alarm bell rang frantically. The warrior monks of the temple grabbed their long staves and raced toward the 10,000 immortal cave. Before long, hundreds of them had gathered outside the entrance, ready for battle. Suddenly, the stone door that had been sealed for decades let out a massive explosion, hitting the hearts of the warrior monks like a giant sledgehammer. They didn't dare hesitate, quickly setting up a formation. The crashing sounds from behind the stone door grew louder, and the ground shook so violently that some monks standing nearby were knocked off their feet. The one-legged monk, leading the group, shouted, "Everyone be careful! The wielder of the demonic power has revived." Just as he finished, a massive blast echoed, and the door, which weighed tens of thousands of pounds, collapsed. The rock wall, half a yard thick, was sliced in half. A bare foot appeared before their eyes, and then a young man in tattered clothes stepped out of the cave. He squinted, adjusting to the sunlight. It was Tien Savu, who had been in seclusion practicing for 10 years inside the 10,000 immortal cave. Seeing the young man, the one-legged monk was startled. 10 years ago, his right leg had been severed by Tien Savu, and the painful memory flooded his mind. Meanwhile, Tien Savu murmured, "When was a temple built here?" Just then, a monk stepped forward. "Little benefactor, this Fongma temple was built specifically to keep your master from getting out. This is the abbot of Fongma Temple, Master Vientian." The old monk stared hard at Tien Savu. "Do you also intend to bathe this place in blood just like your master?" Tien Savu smiled at this. "My master's revenge has been taken. I don't want to kill anymore." Master Vientian was a bit surprised. The young man's answer actually left him speechless. The warrior monk claimed the other was a disciple of the demonic master and couldn't be trusted, but the abbot remained silent, not ordering the disciples to attack. Seeing that warnings were useless, the one-legged monk laughed, staring at Tien Savu with a vicious look. "For 10 years I've trained day and night, just waiting for this day." The monk swung his long staff, his voice icy. "Don't think that just because you are a disciple of his that I'm afraid. Even if he were standing right in front of me, I'd still fight him." Tien Savu gave a knowing smile. 10 years have passed, and you still haven't let go of your hatred? Fine, I'll grant your wish, but please give me a moment. With that, Tien Savu turned and walked back toward the 10,000 immortal cave. He looked up at the 3 statues of the immortals at the entrance. It was obvious these monks had carved them. Tien Savu looked at the statues, his expression growing dark. The young man extended his pale right hand, and a swirling blue energy pulsed in his palm. Then, Tien Savu gently placed his hand against the cliffside. Suddenly, the energy in his body surged into his palm. A powerful force erupted into the mountain, the aura rolling from bottom to top, spreading across the entire cliff. Moments later, a ground-shaking explosion rang out, tearing through the night sky. Then, another massive blast, and the 3 immortal statues on the cliff exploded instantly. The entire 10,000 immortal cave collapsed in the blink of an eye. The one-legged monk saw the scene, and cold sweat poured down his face. Master Vientian was also shocked. He hadn't expected the other's heavenly break martial arts to reach such a level. Tien Savu turned around and calmly said, "Sorry to keep you waiting. So, do you want to come at me one by one? Or all at once?" Faced with the young man's calm tone, everyone was silent, and among all the people in the open field, no one dared to make a sound. After a while, Master Vientian tremblingly said, You said you didn't want to kill anymore, right? If I let you leave, what will you do?" Tien Savu crossed his arms over his chest, looked at the old monk, and gave a faint smile. "Well, that saves me the trouble. I'm very grateful." Master Vientian looked at the young man deeply. "Very well. The old monk thanks the little benefactor for his mercy. Please, feel free to go." The one-legged monk prepared to his object, but Master Vientian said bluntly that with only 10 years of hard training, trying to defeat the heavenly break martial artist was nothing more than a pipe dream. Tien Savu didn't want to drag this out any longer, so he turned to leave. Hundreds of people watched the young man walk away in silence. No one dared to stop him. When he walked past the one-legged monk, Tien Savu said softly, "Back then, you tried to stop my master from getting his revenge, so me cutting off your leg was unavoidable. But I still believe that our duel was fair. If you want revenge, feel free to find me, and I'll take you on." Just then, Master Vientian asked, "Little benefactor, after you descend the mountain, where do you plan to go?" The young man paused. "Naturally, to finish my master's last wish first. I'm going to the Central Plains to find his daughter. Belongs to someone else." Master Yuanzhen sighed bitterly. It seemed a major upheaval was coming to the Central Plains. Tien Savu glanced at the old monk without a word, then pushed off the ground and shot away like an arrow. Watching him go, Master Yuan Zhen muttered, "This young man has a presence beyond compare. I fear he has already surpassed his master. He might just be the most powerful martial arts prodigy to ever live." Beside a small mountain stream, Tien Savu shook out his long hair, sending droplets flying. It had been 10 years since he last bathed. After washing up, he pulled his clothes from the water, but they were in tatters and beyond repair. Several priceless, night-luminescent pearls tumbled out of his clothes, rolling onto the grass. Tien Savu picked up a jade pendant that had fallen out with the pearls. He stared at the pendant, in his hand, lost in thought. A moment later, he snapped back to reality. The most urgent thing now was to find some clothes. Just then, the aroma of food drifted to his nose. It seemed there were people nearby. With that thought, he gathered his momentum and leaped. In the blink of an eye, a figure blurred through the air. Before long, a small, simple house came into view. In the yard, a few sets of clothes were hanging on a rack. Tien Savu smiled to himself, his toes barely brushing the fallen leaves as he soared toward the little house. In the courtyard, a young girl was being called by her family to bring in the laundry. She was just grumbling as she reached for the clothes when a sudden gust of wind swept through the yard, and 2 sets of clothes were snatched away by the wind. She was still stunned, wondering where the wind came from, when she saw a young man drop from the sky and quickly put on the clothes. Tien Savu was surprised that the outfit fit so perfectly, so he tossed the girl a night-luminescent pearl worth a fortune. "I'm taking these clothes. This gem is more than enough to cover them." The girl stared at the pearl in her hand, completely dumbfounded. A moment later, she came to her senses and asked who he was, but when she looked up, the young man had already vanished. Under the sunset, Tien Savu stood atop a treetop, just as he had many years ago. It was time to head to the Central Plains and fulfill his master's dying wish. In a valley near Phoenix City, Liuning Province, a caravan carrying torches slowly moved forward. The head of the Azure Sword sect, Tu Du Qian, was scanning his surroundings cautiously. A flock of birds, startled from the cliffside, distracted him for a moment. The old man beside him spoke up to reassure him, "Sect leader Tu Du, there is no need to worry. This man is Tu Tu Min, the leader of 1,000 households in Phoenix City. In this city, who would dare go against the Azure Sword sect?" Hearing this, Tu Duqian smirked. The Azure Sword sect couldn't stay hidden in this tiny Phoenix City forever. As it turned out, the Iron Martial League's influence was rising like a storm in the martial arts world. Tu Duqian's goal was for the Azure Sword sect to join the Iron Martial League, but to achieve that, he first had to become the overlord of Liuning. After the Macdung family went into seclusion, the Great Might Fortress, one of the 3 major powers of the South, had become the ruler of Liuning. However, the Macdung family had recently started moving again. Thinking of this, Tu Duqian smiled faintly. "Our goal is all of Liuning. In terms of wealth, the Great Might Fortress is nowhere near my Azure Sword sect. As long as this mission goes smoothly, the Azure Sword sect will reach a whole new level." Behind him, countless gold bars were stacked on crates. Sect leader, defeating the Great Might Fortress to join the Iron Martial League, in my humble opinion, is not a difficult task. We will help you, as long as we cooperate. Before he could finish his sentence, an arrow pierced straight through his heart. Tu Tu Min looked at the arrow in his chest, his expression one of pure disbelief, before tumbling off his horse from the force of the impact. Tu Duqian was shocked and immediately saw dozens of figures leaping down from the cliffs. It was the notorious White Dog Bandit gang. A night passed, and the valley fell, silent once more. 2 survivors surveyed the wreckage in silence. The leader of the group spoke nonchalantly, trying to fool everyone and swallow the Imperial gold, only to be wiped out by the White Dog gang. Those Azure Sword sect fools really didn't know their place. Just then, the woman felt something was wrong, darting behind him to warn her brother that someone was watching them. Both looked up toward the cliffs and saw a dark figure holding a long spear hiding there. The figure realized he had been spotted and immediately leaped away and vanished. The woman asked her brother if they should intercept him, but the man said it wasn't necessary. "That's the Great Might Fortress's assassination squad. The Iron-Faced Judge must be nearby. We and the Great Might Fortress will have our showdown sooner or later. There's no need now. Let's go. The White Dogs have already snatched the gold. If we don't track them down quickly, it'll be hard to get it back." At the same time, at the North Min Inn in Liuning, the place was rowdy. A giant of a man was drinking amidst the cheers of the crowd. He drained a whole jug of wine. In an instant, his underlings roared and clapped incessantly. La Ha Thu, the captain of the White Dog gang, shouted, "Brothers, drink to your heart's content today." Just then, a trembling subordinate stepped forward. "Boss, it was me who provided the information about the gold. This time, my reward." La Ha Thu laughed heartily, saying he definitely wouldn't treat him unfairly. The innkeeper cowered behind the counter, shaking, looking up every now and then, praying for these bandits to leave soon. Just then, a figure swaggered into the inn. The man seemed not to notice the bandits causing a scene, and when Lahathu saw him, he was startled. The notorious cutthroat, who killed without batting an eye, cursed under his breath. Damn it, why is he here? He recognized the man as Kevo Thui, the captain of the Great Might Fortress's assassination squad. Kevo Thui found a table and sat down with an air of authority. Lahathu's underlings didn't recognize him and stepped up to say that the Northmin Inn had been booked by the White Dog gang today, but Kevo Thui acted as if he didn't hear them, suddenly shouting at the innkeeper for not bringing tea. The innkeeper, who was cowering in the corner, hurriedly brought the tea. At that moment, a voice rang out from the entrance. The iron-faced judge actually getting angry over a cup of tea? Looks like the Great Might Fortress is just talk. The newcomers were the two siblings who had followed the tracks. Seeing them, Kevo Thui was slightly surprised. The Macdung twin heroes? Could the Macdung family be getting involved in this too? Lahathu was already breaking out in a cold sweat. He hadn't expected that even the Macdung family was participating. Just then, Macdung Kwang said calmly, "This junior pays his respects to the honorable iron-faced judge of the Great Might Fortress." The White Dog bandits turned pale at those words, while Kevo Thui remained cold. The Great Might Fortress has no desire to clash with the Macdung family. Could the two of you please leave? Macdung only said coldly. If the Macdung family asks you to withdraw, would you consider agreeing? Hearing this, Kevo Thui gave a cold laugh. He didn't expect the Macdung, a high and mighty clan, crawling back out into the underworld just for a bit of gold. Kevo Thui's eyes flickered with malice. In that case, I'll just have to wipe everyone here out. Stealing gold, huh? As soon as he said that, Kevo Thui's entire aura shifted. The whole inn seemed to shudder, but the Mudung siblings weren't intimidated at all. Their faces only grew darker. Our Mudung clan has been in seclusion for 2 years, and it seems you little rats have forgotten that there's a heaven above and an earth below. Just like that, the Mudung siblings drew their weapons simultaneously. Their voices were ice cold. What kind of joke is the Daluk Bao? Right then, Lahathu suddenly barked, "These punks aren't giving up either. You bastards, do you think we white dogs are easy targets?" At that same moment, a young man muttered to himself as he walked in. "Everyone says you have to stop by the Backmin Inn." Thien Savu moved like a phantom, slipping right between the two Mudung siblings. For the first time, Kevo Thui showed a guarded expression. He couldn't even clearly track the boy's movements. Ignoring the hostile glares around him, Thien Savu just folded his arms, sauntered over to an empty spot in the inn, sat down, and ordered a bowl of noodles. The Mudung siblings stared at the guy's back, completely stunned. Just then, Kevo Thui's eyes flashed with a vicious intent. Seeing the Mudung siblings distracted, he made his move. Kevo Thui lunged with incredible speed, his gaunt left hand suddenly reaching out. The silk ribbon wrapped around his arm darted forward like a venomous snake, aiming straight for Mudung Chi's face. Mudung Kwang saw it, his eyes narrowing, and his right hand flicked. His folding fan snapped open, faster than lightning, blocking his sister and parrying Kevo Thui's ribbon attack. Kevo Thui hadn't expected his opponent to react so quickly, and he was jolted backward. Mudung Kwang channeled strength into his legs, stomped hard on the ground, and launched himself at Kevo Thui. Kevo Thui didn't dare to be reckless. He scrambled to focus his internal energy into the ribbons. Like a living thing, they coiled around his hands, forming makeshift brass knuckles. He used both hands to brace for impact, taking Mudung Kwang's thunderous strike with his own body. They clashed once before breaking apart, then immediately engaged again. In the blink of an eye, they'd already traded several moves. Suddenly, Mudung Kwang swung his fan. Kevo Thui ducked, then lightly tapped his toes on the fan, using the momentum to spring back and put some distance between them. Kevo Thui's 10 fingers dug into a pillar, hanging upside down on the wall like a giant spider. Mudung Kwang smirked. "That running away technique of yours is really something else, old man." Kevo Thui didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed back with a sarcastic tone. "Is that all the Mudung clan's martial arts amounts to?" Before he could finish, his hat was sliced clean in two and fell to the floor. Mudung Kwang's eyes went cold, radiating, killing intent. What's the Daluk Bao really worth? Just then, a soft times thud time sounded behind Kevo Thui. His head wrap had been blown away by an invisible force. The smile vanished from Kevo Thui's face, and Mudung Kwang ordered his sister, "Handle the white dogs. I'll take care of this old geezer." Hearing that, Kevo Thui's face turned even darker. The white dogs standing nearby were already terrified by the fight. Lahathu glanced toward the door, but Dung Chi was already blocking it. The girl drew her sword and said coldly, "Captain La, if you're thinking of running, you've got the wrong idea. Tell me where. You hid the stolen gold, and I might make your death quick." Lahathu was fuming. He'd been running things for years and had never been insulted like this. Whether it's the Mudung clan or the Daluk Bao, I'm killing you all today. His white dog underlings drew their blades and charged. At the same time, Ki Vo Tui screamed, "Assassination squad! On my command, kill every last one of them." Instantly, dozens of shadows broke through the windows from upstairs. Turns out, Ki Vo Tui had been lying in wait with his assassin squad all along. They swarmed the room, slashing wildly. They were the elite of Daluk Bao. Even outnumbered, they didn't flinch, shouting in unison, "The gold belongs to us, the Daluk Bao." Hearing the commotion, Tien Sa Vu, who was busy eating his noodles, blinked in surprise. He turned around murmuring curiously, "Huh?" In the inn, all three factions were in a chaotic brawl. Sa Vu just kept calmly eating his noodles while the innkeeper begged him to leave because it was too dangerous. Sa Vu replied, "I've been traveling from the north for 10 years and haven't had a proper meal yet. Hey, innkeeper, why are they fighting? I heard them talking about gold, but I'm not really sure. It seems like the Daluk Bao and the Mudung clan are fighting over the gold the white dog stole." Hearing that, Sa Vu finally understood. His master had mentioned both the Daluk Bao and the Mudung clan. They were two factions fighting for dominance over Liaoning. Mudung Chi kicked an assassin squad member, sending him crashing into the counter until he passed out. She turned to look at Sa Vu, who was still eating, and saw he was completely calm, with no trace of fear on his face. She thought to herself, he's so calm in the middle of this chaos. Could he be some kind of hidden master? Suddenly, she felt danger behind her. A Daluk Bao expert was lunging at her with a spear. Mudung Chi pivoted, swung her sword, and sliced the guy in two. After finishing the attacker off, she looked back at Sa Vu. She watched him for a moment before shaking the weird thought from her head. The kid couldn't be more than 20. How could he possibly be that restrained? She warned him coldly, "If you don't want to die, get out of here." "Thanks for heads up, miss, but I've still got 2 bites left. Once I'm done, I'll go. You just keep doing your thing, don't worry about me." Mudung Chi was taken aback, staring at him. "You've got guts, I'll give you that. Have it your way." With that, she dove back into the fight. The expert who had been knocked out earlier finally woke up, saw Sa Vu sitting at the counter, and assumed he was with the white dogs. He screamed and swung his fist at him. Seeing this, Sa Vu spun his chopsticks, channeled his inner energy into them, and flicked them straight at the guy's finger. A burst of powerful energy tore through the finger and straight into the man's meridians. The guy coughed up blood, hit the floor, and dropped dead on the spot. Sa Vu sighed. It seemed the Daluk Bao's martial arts weren't all that impressive. He looked outside to see Mudung Kwang and Kevo Tui clash fiercely, neither gaining the upper hand. Kevo Tui sneered, "Lately, you Mudung folks have been aggressively collecting gold all over Liaoning. What's your real goal?" Mudung Kwang frowned and replied coldly, "Nothing to say to you." He lunged, swinging his fan, but Kevo Thui dodged it. Laha Thu looked at the battlefield and shouted in a rage, "As tough as our white dogs are, we're no match for the Daluk Bao elites." Just then, an underling trembled as he reported, "Boss, 80% of our men are dead. What do we do? Damn these bastards. I'll take you all down with me," Laha Thu roared. He clenched his fists, channeled all his inner energy into his arms, crouched down, and slammed them into the ground, sending a shockwave of energy that sent everyone flying, even the Mudung siblings. Quang and Kevo Tui were both caught in the shockwaves of their clash. Mo Dongchi was stunned. She never expected this thief to be so powerful. Suddenly, her pupils constricted. Laha Thu charged in like a wild bull, hitting her before she could even react. Iron-faced judge, Mo Dung Duo. "I'll remember this. I swear I'll have my revenge." Laha Thu screamed as he bolted from the inn. Mo Dung Kwang cursed under his breath and took off after him. Kevo Thui, tired of dragging this out, roared, "Assassination squad," after him. The inn patrons were shocked to see the crowd burst out in pursuit of Laha Thursday. Mo Dung Kwang caught up to Laha Thu and said coldly, "Laha Thu, you really think you can outrun us with your lightfoot skill?" Kevo Thue also arrived, threatening him to hand over the gold, boasting that the Great Strength Fort would protect him. The rest of Laha Thu's men in the inn finally snapped out of it and tried to flee, but Mo Dongchi blocked their path. The girl didn't hesitate, swinging her blade and slitting a subordinate's throat. He let out a miserable shriek before crashing to the floor. Mo Dongchi didn't even flinch at the blood splattered on her face, gritting her teeth. "Laha Thu, I swear I will take your head with my own hands." With that, she tapped the ground and darted out of the inn. Inside, the northern Ming Inn had become a battlefield, with bodies piled high like a mountain. Tien Sa Vu slowly approached a dying subordinate who pleaded for his life in a weak voice. "I don't know how to save people, but I'm quite good at killing them," Sa Vu said before extending his left hand to lightly tap 2 pressure points on the man's neck. He then channeled his internal energy into the man's body. The subordinate felt his blood and chi turning inside out, writhing in agony, yet forced himself to stare at Sa Vu. What do you want? Tell me where the gold is, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. East. East Ming Mountain. Yin Melody Ridge. Inside the valley. A cave covered by vines. With that, the subordinate took his last breath. Tien Savu let go, his expression unchanging, and muttered, "Thanks, rest in peace." He wiped the man's face to let him rest. Half an hour later, at Yin Melody Ridge, 100 miles away in East Ming Mountain, Tien Savu scanned the area, confirming this was the right place. Sure enough, he found deep horse tracks and carriage ruts in the dirt. The wheels had sunk an inch deep, proving the cargo was heavy. Savu followed the tracks to a valley and found the cave hidden by vines, just as described. He pushed aside the vines, looked inside, and saw countless wooden crates stacked high, filled with nothing but gold. The whole cave was packed, yet Savu didn't seem to care at all. He stuffed a few bars into his bag, then looked around the cave, lost in thought. He knew he'd need this gold later, but how to handle it for now? After a moment, Savu left the cave. Considering the situation back at the inn, the Great Strength Fort couldn't win. The Mo Dung family would surely come, here to take the gold soon. Thinking this, Savu extended his hands, channeling all his internal energy into his palms. His master once taught him that everything in the world has an underlying structure. By disrupting those connections, the heaven-shattering divine art could destroy anything. Savu struck out with both hands, sending two powerful blasts of energy into the cliff walls on either side. The cave shook violently as the rocks collapsed, burying the entrance. Savu leaped onto a tree branch, quietly observing his handiwork. Once the dust settled, the entrance was completely sealed with stone. Savu stayed calm that way. No one could easily get their hands on the gold. Job done, Savu started planning. Currently, the Great Strength Fort in Fushun was fighting the Mo Dung family from Shenyang for control of the Liaoning territory. 10 years ago, when his master went to find his daughter, he was blocked at Bloodtear Plain. Shenyang is the most densely populated city in Liaoning. After some thought, Savu decided to head to Shenyang to scout things out. Meanwhile, Kivo Tui poured all his strength into his fist, while Mo Dung Quang funneled all his internal energy into his fan. As they clashed, roof tiles shattered and flew everywhere. Lahathu was terrified. The strength of these two was far beyond his own. Senior Kevo Thui, you know how our skills compare? Do we really have to fight to the death? A cut appeared on Kevo Thui's cheek, drawing blood. You cocky brat, you're still way out of your league. Assassination Squad, capture Lahathu now. The elite subordinates of the Great Strength Fort obeyed and rushed at Laha Thursday. Mo Dung Quang thought to himself, this is bad. While his martial arts were slightly superior, fighting so many at once was impossible. Just then, a figure flew in. It was Mo Dung Chi in pursuit. Big brother, leave Lahathu to me. Instantly, several flashes of sword light lit up the air, and 4 elite subordinates of the Great Strength Fort dropped dead on the spot. Mo Dung Chi swung her sword a few more times, sheathed it, and lunged to grab Lahathu by the throat. Before he could even react, he was pinned by the girl. Kevo Tui saw this and lunged forward, but a powerful wave of energy slammed into him, blocking his path. It was Mo Dung Quang. Kevo Tui hurriedly tried to block with both hands, but his arms were instantly injured, drawing blood. I told you to stop earlier, but you wouldn't listen. Now it's too late. Leave your life here. Lahathu, throat locked in Mo Dung Chi's grip, gasped, the gold is mine. You'll never get it. Mo Dung Chi gave a cold laugh. I'll make you tell me yourself. She channeled her internal energy into him, enveloping Laha Thursday. The technique she used was none other than the Mo Dung family's soul-reflecting art. That night, the Great Strength Fort was ablaze with lights. 7 bodies were laid out in the courtyard. Van Track Tin, the master of the Great Strength Fort, looked at the corpses, deep in thought. What a pity. So many dead. Just standing by and watching is useless. Indeed. They dared to kill our assassination squad. It shows they have no fear of all. Out war with the 40 F.Ode, Great Strength Fort. At this, Kevo Tui spoke in a low voice. This failure is due to my incompetence. I beg for your punishment, master. You did your best. Punishing, you serves no purpose. I don't understand why the Mo Dung family would re-emerge in the martial arts world over some gold. But whatever their goal, the Great Strength Fort cannot let them have their way. Van Track Tin's voice boomed like a giant bell. Everyone, listen. From today on, the Great Strength Fort and the Mo Dung family are sworn enemies. No disciple is to leave. Everyone focus on preparing for war with the Mo Dung family. The disciples of the Great Strength Fort shouted in unison, their voices echoing like thunder. Kevo Thui hung his head in shame, about to speak, when Van Track Tin said, Vo Thui, if you were truly incompetent, wouldn't that mean I misjudged you? Don't overthink it. When the final battle comes, you will lead the vanguard and redeem yourself. Kevo Tui dropped to one knee, looking moved. Van Track Tin nodded. That's better. That's how it should be. Then, he looked at one of the bodies on the mat, his eyes narrowing. There was no sword wound, meaning it wasn't external trauma. The internal organs were not damaged either, so it wasn't internal trauma. Van Trachtin placed 2 fingers on the body's pulse to examine it carefully, and suddenly, his expression, change of plans. He was killed by someone with immense internal energy who shattered his meridians. Van Trachtin turned to look at K. Votui. Votui, when you were fighting the Mu Dung duo, was there anyone else around? Ki Votui said there was a young man, about 20 years old, but he didn't act suspicious at all, nor did he look like someone with that kind of deep internal power. Van Trachtin mused. Over 20. It's hard to have that kind of power at that age. There must have been another master helping out. Thang Tien, you and Huiswang go welcome the Northern Wind Envoy. You must ensure absolute safety. After instructing his son, Van Trachtin sank into deep thought. To use internal energy to shatter meridians with such precision, even he couldn't do that. Could there be such a master hidden within the Mudung clan? Or was there another expert interfering? Even though his mind was usually as calm as a frozen lake, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. This person could very well become a new variable. At the same time, at the Mudung estate in Shenyang, Mudung Songheap hesitated in front of a door. You're late, it seems. Things didn't go as planned. Mudung Kwang's face turned pale as he said bitterly, I've let you down, brother. Let me down? I never had high expectations to begin with. Stop talking. Come in. Father is waiting. Mudung Quan Than opened the door. Inside, an old man stood with his back to them, hands behind his back, staring out at the rafters. That was Mudung Dong Tien, head of the Mudung clan. Mudung Quan Than bowed respectfully. Father, Kwang, and Chi have returned. Mudung. Dong Tien turned around, his expression cold. I heard you didn't get the gold. We used the soul-searching technique to find the location, but hearing this, Mudung Dong Tien's eyes sharpened. But what? When we arrived, there was a landslide. The entire mountain had completely collapsed. But please, Father, rest assured, give us time, and even if we have to move mountains or drain the seas, we will find that gold. After hearing Mu Dong Quang explain the whole story, Dung Dong Thien extended his left hand, curling his 5 fingers. A powerful suction force radiated from his palm. Mu Dong Quang felt his throat being crushed. Dung Chi shrieked in terror. Mu Dong Quang was pulled toward Mu Dung Dong Thien, left hovering in midair, before being grabbed by the throat. For such a botched job, what use are you to me? Mu Dong Chi tried to beg for mercy, but her older brother stopped her. Father is furious. Don't speak. At that moment, Mu Dong Thien looked like a rabid lion. Do you know why our Mu Dung clan shut our doors for 10 years? It was to join the Iron Martial Alliance and become part of the 5 Dragon Alliance. Your vision is so narrow. You see, 20 years ago, the Mudung clan was growing too fast, making the 5 great clans nervous. They feared we would threaten their status, so they used the Iron Martial Alliance to form the 5 Dragon Alliance to keep us in check. Because of that, 20 years ago, a massive turning point occurred for our clan. I, Mu Dung Dong Thien, suddenly announced our seclusion and personally killed every elder who opposed me. Do you think I did all this just to join that damned 5 Dragon Alliance? No. I want the Mudung clan to rule over the entire Iron Martial Alliance. Saying this, Mudung Dong Tien smashed his son's head into the railing, veins bulging on his forehead. Mudung Quang, look at this. Mudung Quang fought back the pain and trembled. I see the Northern Underworld Cave. Exactly, the Northern Underworld Cave. Once we possess the inheritance of the Northern Underworld Emperor, what does the 5 Dragon Alliance matter? With that gold, we can open the cave's gates and fulfill our ambition. And now, just because of your failure, the plan I've spent 20 years meticulously building is about to go down the drain. At this point, Mu Dung Quan Than gently advised, Please, Father, calm down. I believe. Quang didn't mean for this to happen. Besides, don't worry, Father. I've prepared a backup plan. In a few days, the Iron Horse escort will deliver the gold. We will certainly be able to open the Northern Underworld Cave. Hearing this, Mudung Dong Tien's anger subsided. He said to his 2 children, You 2 stay out of this from now on. There's news that the Northern Wind Envoy from the Lake Alliance is making moves. You 2 will be in charge of guarding the perimeter. Do not let any slips occur. After saying this, Mu Dung Dong Thien looked toward the Northern Underworld Cave and muttered, I've endured for 20 years. Now I'm just 1 step away. He clenched his fist, crushing the railing, a vicious expression appearing on his wrinkled face. Soon, the whole world will be under the feet of the Mudung clan. Tien Savu was admiring the full moon in the night sky when he suddenly heard a call. Savu, my sister depends on you. Savu ran like the wind, intending to help his friend up, but heard someone calling his name from behind. Savu turned his head and saw Kung Nu Ai with a pale face. Savu, save me! I don't want to be taken away. Savu tried to rush toward her, but discovered He was tied up tight. The Yuan envoy looked at him like a hungry wolf and said coldly, "You've got guts. I love breaking the will of people like you." Sa. Vu jolted awake. It was just a nightmare. He was drenched in sweat, his mind a blank. Just then, there was the sound of soft footsteps approaching. Savu turned his head cautiously and saw several figures in conical hats walking over. Two of them stepped forward, and the leader greeted him with a bow. It was Mak Bonu from the Iron Horse Escort. They were escorting goods and were looking for a place to rest, so they came to ask Savu if they could stay the night. Savu followed. The rules of the martial world, introduced himself, and said this was unclaimed land, no need to be formal. The escort team rested by the fire. Mak Bonu was a lively person and started chatting with Savu. During the conversation, Savu learned they were transporting goods to Shenyang. This area had high elevation, wide open surroundings, which was perfect for defense. That was why, whenever they passed through, they always rested here. Hearing that Savu was also on his way to Shenyang, Mak Bonu asked if he had any connection to the Mudung clan. Mak Bo Ingu suddenly stopped, his expression serious. "We cannot disclose client information," Savu hastily apologized, saying he was just heading to Shenyang and was asking casually. Mak Quan Tich, Mak Bo Nu's younger brother, quickly eased the tension by handing Savu a plate of food. Savu thanked him and changed the subject. "I want to go to Shenyang to look into some things. I wonder how you all usually gather information." Mak Bo Nu began to explain that the method of gathering information depends on the type of news. Mak Quan Tich added, "In the Central Plains, the fastest source of information is the beggar sect. Even though their social status is low, their numbers are vast, their eyes and ears are everywhere, and there is a branch of the beggar sect in Shenyang." Hearing this, Savu started to plan. Mak Bo Nu said that the situation in Shenyang was currently very complex. The Great Strength Fortress and the Mudung clan were on the brink of war. If Savu didn't have, sometimes it's best to avoid things that are too much to handle. Savu had mentioned there was something he absolutely had to do, a mysterious smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth as he insisted that, no matter what, he had to make a trip to Shenyang. Seeing Savu so composed, Mo Bo Yu thought to himself, "This young hero is definitely not your average guy. I suppose I've been talking too much." Night fell, and everyone went quiet. The next morning, Savu set off with the escort agency. Along the way, Mo Bo Yu filled him in on the martial arts world. "Young Master Thien," he began, "right now, the Iron Martial Alliance is at the height of its power. Can you believe a martial arts sect could be as big as an entire city? It's completely unheard of." Seeing Savu's blank reaction, Mo Bo Yu was surprised. "Wait, you've never heard of the Iron Martial Alliance?" Savu explained that he'd just come from the north and didn't know much about the local scene. Upon hearing that, Mo Bo Yu gave him the rundown. It turned out the Iron Martial Alliance was formed by the Nine Heavens Mansion, the Five Dragon League, and the Lion Tiger Union, gathering almost all the top masters in the Central Plains. At the top were the two saints, followed by the three lords, the four venerables, and so on. One of the two saints was the Sword Saint, Plum Blossom Cloudleaf, head of the Nine Heavens Mansion. The other was the Fifth Saint, Huangfu Junyuan, who led the Five Dragon League two powers that kept each other in check. Rumor had it that the martial arts of the two saints and the three lords had already reached the transcendent realm. Savu listened and thought, back in the north, there were people who reached the transcendent realm too, but my master wiped them all out. I wonder how these experts would stack up against him. He paused, thinking, actually, I wonder who would win if it were me versus them. Suddenly, a faint scent drifted over, cutting off his train of thought. It was a smell Savu knew all too well, the smell of fresh blood. Mo Quan Tich rode up to report, "Big brother, there are a lot of bodies up ahead. The martial arts world is a brutal place, people killing each other. It's terrifying." Hearing that there were corpses ahead, Mo Bo Yu rushed over to take a look. Seeing hundreds of bodies strewn along the roadside, Savu couldn't help but shudder. Mo Bo Yu shouted orders. "It looks like the Great Strength Fortress and the Murong clan have clashed. Everyone, pick up the pace. We need to clear the Bloody Tears Valley quickly." The escort team hurried their horses toward Shenyang. Savu sat in the carriage, lost in thought. He'd realized that almost all of the bodies were dressed in northern attire. Just then, Mo Bo Yu spoke up, breaking Savu's concentration. "Don't worry, we'll reach Shenyang today." There were rumors that the Great Strength Fortress was harboring refugees from the north. Seems the rumors were true. I guess they didn't want to exhaust their own men too early. Hearing the words refugees, Savu gave a bitter smile. If they hadn't run out of other options, who would choose to die in a foreign land? But then, a flicker of hope ignited in him. If there were so many refugees here, maybe he could find information about his master's daughter in Nguai. Suddenly, Mo Quan Tik, riding ahead, shouted, "Big brother, I see the bronze black dragon statue." Savu listened as Mo Bo Yu explained the history of the statue. Ever since the Murong clan locked their gates, the area had been plagued by war, with blood staining the earth red, which was why it was called Bloody Tears Valley. To remember the fallen, 2 bronze statues were erected here, but 10 years ago, one of them was destroyed. No one knew how a statue weighing tens of thousands of pounds had been smashed. Savu stared at the statue, frowning. Could Master have done this? Not long after, the city of Shenyang appeared before them. Once inside the city, the escort agency parted ways with Savu. Mo Kwantik bowed. The beggar gang branch is on Dongju Street. You can go there to ask around. Young Master Thien. Savu returned the bow. Thank you. Mo Bo Yu put an arm around Savu's shoulder. We have a job to finish, so we part here. If you have time later, you must come to the Iron Horse Escort Agency. We'll drink until we're wasted. I wish you luck in your martial arts journey. Savu smiled and nodded. If I get the chance, I'll definitely stop by. Watching the escort team ride off, Savu looked around. He pushed off the ground and leapt onto a rooftop. With a few bounds, he reached the highest point of the city wall. He surveyed the area and muttered, I wonder where the Murong estate is. Suddenly, Savu smiled that had to be the fortress backed up against the mountain. Just then, his eyes locked onto something. He saw 2 figures standing on the city gate, the same Murong siblings he'd met at the Northern Underworld Inn. So, he hadn't guessed wrong. That was indeed the Murong family. Following their gaze, he saw a convoy of wagons passing through the gate. Savu chuckled to himself. The Iron Horse Escort Agency's cargo was definitely for the Murong family. Suddenly, Savu heard cries for help. He turned toward the sound and saw 3 thugs beating a child. They were cursing while they struck, showing no mercy. I told you, this is beggar gang territory. Don't come back here. Savu frowned. He recognized the child's accent. He was from the north. Savu vaulted off the wall and lunged toward the kid. The child shielded his head, crying and pleading. My mom is sick. I just wanted to ask the beggar gang to help find my dad. You think the beggar gang helps just anyone? The thug raised his staff to strike. Just then, a figure flashed by like a ghost. Savu intercepted the blow in the blink of an eye, tapping his finger against the staff. A surge of powerful internal energy shattered the staff into pieces. The beggar gang members stared at Savu in shock. Savu growled coldly. 3 grown men beating a child, is this the kind of behavior the beggar gang prides itself on? With that, he flicked 2 fingers, striking the pressure points of the other 2 thugs. They were sent flying instantly. Savu had taken them down easily, but he didn't realize that the whole thing had been watched by an old beggar on the roof. It was Hong Ngu Kwai. You met your master 10 years ago, the old beggar muttered. This martial arts style. Could it be? Just then, another beggar gang member scrambled up. You little brat, who do you think you are, interfering with the beggar gang's business? He lunged forward, his hand like an eagle's claw, grabbing at Savu. Unfazed, Savu deflected the strike and poked his thumb into the Shenmen point on the man's wrist. A powerful blast of Shaoyin heart meridian energy surged from Savu into the man's body. The thug shrieked in pain and collapsed to his knees. Savu said coldly, What did this kid do wrong? Why treat him like this? I heard the beggar gang were heroes of justice. Looks like that's just a hollow reputation. At that moment, an aged voice called out. To blame the entire beggar gang over a small matter seems a bit excessive. We've turned that child away many times, but he just won't listen. I am Hong Nu Kwai, an elder of the beggar gang. May I ask your name, young hero? Savu looked at the old beggar coldly, neither arrogant nor humble. I am Thien Savu, from the north. Hong Ngu Kwai grinned. Young Master Thien, could you let him go? Even if he acted wrongly, there's no need to cripple him, is there? Savu's eyes turned icy. The only person who has the right to set terms is someone of equal standing. Saying that, Savu, suddenly, an aged voice echoed. Criticizing the whole beggar sect over a minor issue is a bit excessive, don't you think? We've turned that kid away plenty of times, but he just wouldn't listen. I am Hong Nu Kwai, an elder of the beggar sect. May I ask for the young hero's name? Savu shot the old man a cold, unimpressed glare, neither arrogant nor submissive. I am Thien Savu, from the north. Hong Nu Kwai flashed a toothy grin. Young Master Thien, could you lighten your grip a bit? Even if he's out of line, there's no need to cripple him, is there? Savu's eyes turned frigid. Only those of equal standing have the right to set terms. With that said, Savu, he gripped his hand even tighter, ignoring the beggar's pathetic screams as he said coldly, and it seems like we aren't exactly in the same league, Junior. Fair point. So, here's my deal. Your 100,000 beggar sect disciples will drop this grudge, and you'll guarantee that girl's safety. Savu understood what the old man was getting at and silently cursed the wily old fox, but let go nonetheless. The disciple clutched his injured arm and collapsed to the ground. Hong Nu Kwai chuckled. I knew you were a reasonable kid. Much obliged, young hero. Savu ignored the old man's flattery and turned to look at the little girl, standing behind him. What's your name? Are you from the north too? The girl nodded and said her name was Enjo Thangnam. You said your mother was sick? Let me take a look. With you. As Savu led the girl away, the disciple complained, bitter that the elder hadn't taught that kid a lesson. You should be thanking your lucky stars. You're still alive. If I hadn't stepped in, forget you, this entire local beggar sect branch would have been wiped out. Look at those two disciples over there. If he'd wanted to kill you, I couldn't have stopped him. Did you see his hands? Soft, smooth, even prettier than a girl's, but you have no idea the terrifying strength hidden inside them. At this, Hong Nu Kuei drifted into memory, his voice turning distant. Those hands, they looked just like the hands of an old man I met 10 years ago. They were just as delicate, but I'll never forget what happened that day. With just a single light strike, he turned a massive, solid bronze statue into scrap metal. Hung Nu Kuei's voice trembled slightly. I still remember his last words. He said his successor would return. Looks like the martial arts world is about to be turned upside down. Who would have thought someone would dare lay a hand on the Murong clan's patrol right here in Shenyang? Just then, a group of Murong clan disciples were patrolling the city when a subordinate suggested to their captain that they go grab a drink afterward, but the captain strictly refused. These are turbulent times. Even though the Great Power Fortress isn't likely to move against us in Shenyang, we can't lower our guard. Before he could even finish, a hand punched right through his chest. The captain's eyes went wide, filled with disbelief. He never imagined that Kevo Tui of the Great Power Fortress could have snuck into the inner city. Seeing their captain killed, the disciples panicked. Kevo Tui roared, "Kill them all! Leave no one alive!" His men swarmed in for the slaughter. A moment later, two figures appeared, Murong Quantan and Murong Quang. Seeing the countless bodies of their disciples strewn about, Murong Quantan asked coldly, "What's the situation in the city?" Murong Quang replied that it was still unclear. These assassinations were happening all over. The enemy was smart. It looked like they were trying to cut off their outer defenses. Right then, Murong Chi flew over. "Big brother, the Northwind envoy of the Siho Min has appeared." Both Murong Quantan and Murong Quang were stunned. "Murong," Quantan asked coldly, "Trumak Lin has come to Shenyang? Is that confirmed?" "Yes, I've verified it. It's the Northwind envoy, Trumak Lin." Murong Quang looked grave. It seemed the Siho Min was making their move. "Big brother, we have to act. The Great Power Fortress works for the Siho Min. Trumak Lin is obviously on their side, but if we act too rashly, it's essentially a declaration of war against the entire Siho Min. Tell you what, I'll go meet him and see what he's after. Quang, head to the North Ming Cave and report this to father. We might be able to finish this tonight." At the same time, in an inn, a doctor was checking a woman's pulse. After a long while, the doctor sighed. It was difficult. Her meridians were severely damaged and her energy was in chaos. The girl burst into tears. Tien Savu immediately asked, "What's the problem? Not enough? Money? Or are you just not skilled enough? I am the best doctor in Shenyang. How could I not be skilled enough? But to cure this, we need wild ginseng and other rare medicinal herbs." Before the doctor could finish, Savu slammed a gold bar onto the table. "No matter the cost or how long it takes, please, sir, do your best to save her." Seeing the heavy gold bar, the doctor gulped. "Don't worry, young hero, I will definitely cure her." With that, the doctor stood up to leave, saying he would return once he'd prepared the herbs. Knowing her mother could be saved, the girl cried out, saying she didn't know how she could ever repay Savu's kindness. Savu stepped over and gently comforted her. "Fate is cruel only to those who are helpless. Bullies only pick on the weak. Promise me, no matter how hard things get, don't shed tears so easily." The girl didn't quite understand, but she nodded anyway. "All right, now I have a few questions for you. What happened to your mother?" Back in the room, Savu sat by the window, lost in thought. Ngu Ai was taken by the Yuan envoys, which probably had nothing to do with the Murong clan. But the clues about his master's daughter, based on what the girl said, made the Murong clan very suspicious. Her mother was injured while searching for her husband. Her father was a merchant who traveled between the north and the central plains. One day, his fellow countrymen started going missing. Her father knew the Murong clan and tried to ask them for help, but was refused. That night, her father disappeared too. Rumor said he was captured by the Murong clan and taken to some mountain cave. It was said many other northerners were imprisoned there. Savu pondered for a moment, then spoke, the old beggar sleeping in the corner. "Old man, what do you make of all this?" The old beggar grinned. "How'd you know I was here? I could smell you from half a mile away." Hong Ngu Kuei ignored the jab. "I know you've been eavesdropping on the roof the whole time. Tell me, what do you think? About all these northerners going missing?" Hong Ngu Kuei said that northerners vanishing wasn't anything new. 20 years ago in Shenyang, or even all of Liuning, this happened like clockwork. Back then, the beggar sect investigated but found nothing, only feeling a vague connection to the Murong clan. But, ever since the Murong clan shut their doors, every trail went cold. "I heard the beggar sect has the fastest intelligence network in the Central Plains. Looks like that's just rumor. Young people are so impatient. 20 years ago, we didn't find anything. But in recent years, we've learned quite a bit, for instance, the location of the cave you're looking for." Hong Ngu Kwai stopped there, implying free info only went so far. Savu turned to look at him. Want to strike a deal? Hong Ngu Kwai replied seriously. That is the rule of the beggar sect. Just then, a figure appeared at the door. Both men turned. Looking up, a man in black robes, carrying a long sword, walked in slowly. It was Chu Mok Lin, famously known as the North Wind Royal Envoy. Unlike the Second Saints, Third Masters, and Fourth Lords who built their reputations long ago, there are three rising stars in the martial arts world known as the Three Heroes. Chu Mok Lin is one of them. He is a young talent from the Tiger sect. After introducing the newcomer, Hong Ngu Kwai whispered, him showing up in person means the Tiger sect takes this battle very seriously. Hearing this, Savu glanced at Chu Mok Lin a few more times. Just then, someone else walked in. Mo Dung Quan Thon bowed respectfully, humble and polite. Long time no see. It's an honor for the Mo Dung clan that the North Wind Royal Envoy has graced us with his presence. Chu Mok Lin responded coldly. It had been a long time since he last saw Mo Dung Quan Thon. Quan Thon invited him inside to talk, but Chu Mok Lin refused, saying he had an appointment. Hearing that, Mo Dung Quan Thon paused, his mind racing with guesses. Chu Mok Lin bowed. Greetings, Elder Hong. Hong Ngu Kwai laughed. You know me? I heard you've been in Shenyang for 10 years, Elder. I haven't had the chance to pay my respects until now. Hearing this, Mo Dung Quan Thon was stunned. A beggar sect, Elder had been in Shenyang for 10 years without him knowing. Chu Mok Lin noticed the shift in Quan Thon's energy. It seems the Mo Dung clan didn't know about this either. Mo Dung Quan Thon quickly regained his composure and stepped forward. I am Mo Dung Quan Thon of the Mo Dung clan. Please forgive my rudeness. Hong Ngu Kwai chuckled triumphantly, lowering his voice to brag. Well? Do you finally see how impressive I am? At that moment, Savu was drawn in by the next words from Mo Dung Quan Thon. Since you have an appointment, I'll just ask one question before I leave. If the Mo Dung clan and the Great Strength Fortress go to war, I wonder which side the North Wind Royal Envoy will stand with. Facing the direct question, Chu Mok Lin remained indifferent. The invincible Blade Master doesn't want the Mo Dung clan and the Great Strength Fortress to keep fighting. Moreover, the old man suspects someone is pulling strings behind the scenes. Mo Dung Quan Thon replied smoothly. Is the royal envoy suggesting you suspect our Mo Dung clan? You're overthinking it, Quan Thon. The old man didn't mean that. Chu Mok Lin stared straight at Mo Dung Quan Thon. I also believe that isn't the case. Mo Dung Quan Thon bowed and took his leave. But after walking a few steps, he stopped, turned back, and said with a meaningful tone, Brother Mok Lin, be careful. Shenyang isn't safe tonight. Chu Mok Lin's eyes turned sharp. No need to worry about me. As he walked out of the inn, Mo Dung Quan Thon sneered. The invincible Blade Master doesn't want to fight? Does he think the Mo Dung clan is afraid of him? His expression twisted into a cruel look, dropping all the fake politeness from before. Tonight is the night you die. Inside the inn, Chu Mok Lin and Hong Ngu Kwai were talking. Savu was still thinking about the previous exchange when Chu Mok Lin interrupted. I am Chu Mok Lin of the Tiger sect. May I ask your name, friend? Following the customs of the martial arts world to introduce himself. Chu Mok Lin was inwardly shaken. He couldn't sense any aura coming from this young man at all. Hong Ngu Kwai took the chance to ask Chu Mok Lin point blank why he came to find him. Was it to get info on the Mo Dung clan, or to ask the beggar sect to stay out of it? Chu Mok Lin spoke plainly. Hong, Ngu Kwai guessed right. The invincible Blade Master is trying to prevent the conflict from escalating. If an all-out war breaks out, the Tiger sect will surely get involved, and the Five Dragon Alliance is still lurking on the sidelines. If that happens, both sides will suffer heavy losses. Since the invincible Blade Master has spoken, I guarantee the beggar sect will not meddle in this. Speaking of which, Hong Ngu Kwai suddenly changed his tone. But if you have other motives, Elder, you're joking. How could the Tiger sect have ulterior motives? After some polite formalities, Chu Mok Lin said his goodbyes. That night, outside the Great Strength Fortress, Van Trick Tin and his children were waiting at the gate to welcome Chu Mok Lin. Chu Mok Lin recounted the day's events, and Van Thang Tien asked how the fortress should respond. Chu Mok Lin sneered. Since the battle with the Mo Dung clan was inevitable, they might as well strike first and end it quickly. Let's go. Tonight, we seize the inheritance of the Northern Darkness Emperor. On the other side, the teacher and student stood on a cliff, looking down at the quiet city of Shenyang. Hong Ngu Kwai asked if Savu planned to move tonight. Savu replied, Tonight is the perfect time to sneak in. Savu tapped his feet and leaped, hands behind his back. Let's go. Don't you want to see the show? In the secret vault of the Mo Dung clan, Mo Dung Quan Thon was reporting everything to his father. After hearing it, Mo Dung Thien immediately said, The Tiger sect is using the excuse of peace, but they really want to snatch the Northern Darkness Emperor's inheritance. The beggar sect elder, Hongmu Kui, is also in Shenyang. Even though he promised the beggar sect won't get involved, we cannot let our guard down. If the beggar sect dares to step in, we'll wipe them all out. Mo. Dong Tian looked at the two golden wheels on the stone table, his eyes burning with greed. After tonight, our Mo Dung clan won't have to hide anymore. Neither the Five Dragon Alliance nor the Iron Martial Alliance is worth worrying about. Mo Dung Tian's tone grew crazed. Once I have the shattering golden wheels, this world will be at my feet. The city was already filled with corpses. Just then, Hong Mukui's voice echoed from behind. Why are you surprised? Struggles between martial arts families are always like this. The two stepped over the scattered bodies. I'm not surprised. If they weren't like this, we couldn't easily make our move like this. Hong Mukui couldn't help but shudder. He hadn't expected such ruthless thoughts from this teenager. Soon, they reached a cave behind the mountain. A wave of cold air hit their faces. This was the Northern Darkness Cave, guarded by the Mo Dung clan for so long. Inside the Northern Darkness Cave, the Great Strength Fortress and the Mo Dung clan were fighting fiercely. Screams echoed throughout the cave. Cavo Tui charged forward, shouting, "Wipe out the Mo Dung clan!" On the other side, the Mo Dung disciples drew their swords to fight back, chanting slogans about protecting the Northern Darkness Cave. Van Thang Tien and his sister stuck close to Kivo Tui. In an instant, the siblings had killed several people. Chumak Lin drew his blade, unleashing his ultimate technique, the Lion Blade art. The flash of the blade covered the area, causing several Mo Dung disciples to die on the spot. In less than half an hour, the Great Strength Fortress had wiped out the Mo Dung disciples. Van Trick Tin frowned, looking puzzled. The Mo Dung clan spent 20 years hiding this place. How did we win so easily? Just as he finished speaking, a beam of golden light shot out from behind. Several of the Great Strength Fortress subordinates were sliced in half, dying instantly. Hearing the horrific screams, Chumak Lin was startled, a bad feeling rising in his heart. That golden light surged forward with unstoppable force, streaking straight toward Van Trich Tin. Kavo Thui cried out in a panic, "Alliance leader, watch out!" Hearing the shout and sensing the danger behind him, Van Trick Tin put everything into dodging, but the golden beam still sliced his left arm clean off. Blood sprayed everywhere, and Van Trick Tin clutched his severed arm, cold sweat breaking out across his forehead. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from the distance. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Van Trick Tin glanced over and saw a group of figures in black robes slowly approaching. The masked faces emanated pure killing intent. A deep, aged voice boomed. Even the Northern Envoy has come in person. It seems the legacy of the Northern Emperor truly is quite a prize. Turning his head at the sound, Trumak Lin saw an old man standing there, his presence imposing. Two golden circular blades hovered and spun around him. It was Mu Dung Thien, the head of the Mu Dung clan. Back to Savu, having just entered, the two found countless corpses scattered across the hallway. Savu was shocked to see many disciples of the Great Strength sect riddled with arrows. Clearly, they had fallen into traps along the way. As they cautiously moved deeper, Hongnu Kui asked, "Did you come here for the Northern Emperor's legacy too?" Savu replied, "Flatly, I have no interest in that junk." Hongnu Kui stared in disbelief. The Northern Emperor's legacy is the treasure every martial artist dreams of. If you're not interested, then why come to the Mu Dung estate? Before he could finish, the tile beneath Hongnu Kui's feet suddenly sank, triggering a mechanism built into the walls. Startled, Hongnu Kui channeled all his internal energy into his arms to brace against a stone pillar charging toward him, but the power of this trap was far beyond what he had imagined. Even with all his might, he was pinned against the wall. Just in the nick of time, a pale, slender hand appeared. Thien Savu blurred into motion, arriving before him and unleashing a strike that shattered the multi-ton stone pillar into pieces. Savu smiled. The heaven-shattering divine art has never failed in 1,000 years. Hong Ngu Kui looked at Savu, his jaw hitting the floor. After saving him, they continued deeper. Before long, they reached the exit. To their surprise, beneath the northern cave, there was an entirely different world. Hong Ngu Kui gasped at the sight, a massive frozen lake stretching hundreds of yards wide. On the surface, a crowd surrounded a group in the center. Hong Ngu Kui recognized Mu Dongdong Thien standing on a stone pedestal. Could those two golden wheels actually be the legacy of the Northern Emperor? But Savu didn't care about that so-called treasure. His gaze was fixed on a small hut in the far corner. Savu leaped toward it. Confused, Hong Ngu Kui scratched his head. Who walks away from treasure right in front of them? Savu landed as light as a feather and peered through the bars to see. Sure enough, a group of northern people held captive inside. Hong Ngu Kui followed behind and gasped in shock. Savu's eyes turned icy. He stretched out his left hand, shroud in chi, and unleashed a powerful blast of energy that crumbled the entire wall. Hearing the noise, Mu Dong Dong Tien frowned and turned to look. He saw an old man and a teenager, and recognized the old guy as Hong Nu Kuei, an elder of the beggar sect. Mu Dong Dong Tien coldly commanded, Quang, Chi, take the Black Sword Squad and kill those two. Remember, don't let anyone alive walk out of the northern cave. Mu Dong Quang and Mu Dong Chi obeyed and immediately moved out. Savu shattered each cell one by one and asked calmly, is there anyone here who is No Thang Nam's father? A man trembling in fear stood up and stepped forward, his voice shaking. I am Thang Nam's father. You know Thang Nam? How is she? Is my wife all right? Savu nodded. They, both safe. I will take you back to reunite with your family. Hearing that, the man burst into tears and collapsed to the ground. Thank you, young hero. Without you, we would have died unjustly here. He sobbed uncontrollably. Hundreds of us have already died. Mu Dong Dong Thien is truly a devil. Hong Nu Kuei choked up, unable to believe that old man was capable of such monstrous crimes. Savu's gaze turned cold. I need to see Mu Dong Dong Thien. Just then, a voice rang out. Daring to free these northern slaves on your own? You have some nerve. Hearing the word slaves, Savu's anger flared and he turned to look. It was Mu Dong, Quang and Mu Dong Chi, whom he had met earlier. Savu asked coldly, who did you call a slave? Seeing the boy's fierce demeanor, Mu Dong Chi hesitated, not daring to answer. Could this kid be a northerner too? Hong Nu Kuei felt a knot in his stomach. Rumor had it the Mu Dong clan had been training a squad of swordsmen. For 20 years, this must be the legendary Black Sword Squad. Old man, please help me look after these people. Hong Nu Kuei anxiously asked what Savu intended to do. I already said, I want to see that old man, Mu Dong Dong Thien. A black-clad swordsman nearby grew furious. You've got a lot of nerve to call the clan head by his name. The boy didn't show a hint of fear. He stepped forward and said coldly, get lost. The swordsman stepped up, channeling chi into his longsword, sending ripples of energy outward. Hong Nu Kuei was stunned. Mu Dong Dong Thien had clearly poured a lot of effort into these guys. Savu remained expressionless in the face of the swordsman's chi. He flicked his hand, and waves of energy radiated from his body. Savu laughed coldly, stepped forward, and reached out to catch the blade. Before the astonished eyes of the swordsman, his tempered steel sword snapped in two. A cold smile deepened on Savu's face. If you want to stop me, you'll have to. Put your life on the line. As he spoke, Savu's pale hand rested on the swordsman's dantian. In an instant, a flood of chi, as powerful as a torrent, surged into the man's meridians. The swordsman spat out a mouthful of blood. With his hair whipping in the wind, Savu roared, anyone who blocks me dies. Just then, a sharp, metallic sound echoed as a sword was unsheathed. Mu Dong Quang and Mu Dong Chi lunged forward, weapons in hand, to attack Savu. Savu glanced at them and said coldly, you want to die too? Then, he channeled his chi into his palm, his aura spiking suddenly. Then today, I will wipe out the entire Mu Dong clan. Suddenly, a sandal flew through the air, parrying Mu Dong Chi's blade. It was Hong Nu Kuei stepping in to help Savu. The Mu Dong siblings, everyone, attack! Knock that old geezer away! The 5 red freaks did a flip in midair and landed on the ground as light as a feather. I'm not done with you yet, geezer. Or maybe, you should just let him go and fight me instead, the 5 red freaks said, glaring at Savu. What are you still standing there for? Get out of here now! Savu offered a faint smile. No words were needed. Just then, Mo Dong Quang barked an order. Black Sword Squad, stop him! Dozens of black-clad swordsmen charged at him. Savu sneered, if they're looking to die, I'm more than happy to show them the path to the afterlife. Savu used his elbow to snap a swordsman's arm, then landed a palm strike right to his gut. The swordsman went flying backward, flying back like a kite with a snapped string. Xiaoyu lunged at another swordsman, kicked his leg until it shattered, then raised his left hand and slammed a palm strike into the guy's chin. The swordsman hit the ground, dead or alive, who knows? Just then, another swordsman charged in, his eyes flashing with lethal intent as he thrust his sword straight at Xiaoyu's heart. Xiaoyu heard the whistle of wind behind him and gave a cold smirk. The next second, the swordsman's vision blurred. The boy in front of him had vanished. Xiaoyu reappeared behind him, his left hand clamping onto his neck, his right hand gripping the swordsman's wrist, and with a quick, forceful twist, he disarmed him. The longsword flew out. Xiaoyu caught it midair, and with one swift motion, he launched the blade backward, piercing through 3 other swordsmen. Those 3 spat out blood and dropped dead on the spot. The sword didn't stop there. It kept flying until it pinned itself deep into the cave wall. The remaining swordsmen were terrified. Xiaoyu didn't let up. He channeled his internal energy into his limbs. His eyes flared with light. Have you ever heard of the Heavenly Destroyer martial statue? Today, I'll open your eyes to real power. Sha Yu roared and unleashed a palm strike. A swordsman turning around was instantly killed on the spot. Waves of powerful energy surged like a storm, tearing through the enemies. Those caught in the blast died instantly. Sha Yu was like a tiger descending from the mountain, charging left and right through the crowd. Nobody could stop him. A swordsman screamed and lunged, thrusting his sword at Sha Yu's head. Sha Yu didn't even dodge. He charged forward, and with 2 fingers, lightning fast, he blocked the sword tip. The swordsman's face drained of color. Sha Yu's gaze turned icy as he applied sudden force to his fingers. The steel sword twisted into a spiral. The surging energy forced its way into the swordsman's arm, shattering every bone inside. The sheer force sent him flying into the air before he crashed to the ground. Whether he lived or died was anyone's guess. But even more black-clad swordsmen kept swarming in, fearless of death. Facing a sea of enemies, Sha Yu didn't flinch. His eyes flashed with a cold light. He channeled energy into his legs and stomped hard on the ground. Several small rocks shot up into the air. Sha Yu focused his energy into his hands, and as the stones hovered in front of him, he swung his arms, launching the pebbles like a hail of bullets straight into the crowd. These tiny stones carried terrifying power, slamming into the mass of swordsmen. Many couldn't dodge in time. The stones exploded among them, shock waves of energy rippling outward. Screams echoed everywhere, but the Black Sword Squad was truly fierce. Many more kept rushing in, completely fearless. Sha Yu clasped one hand behind his back, raised his right hand, and his clothes began to snap and whip in the wind. The black-clad swordsmen quickly closed in, but instead of attacking immediately, they began moving around Sha Yu like ghosts. Sha Yu channeled his energy into his right hand, observing the situation with a cold, focused expression. A moment later, dozens of swordsmen moved in unison, gathering at one spot, forming a vortex of energy that surrounded Sha Yu. The vortex tightened, sealing off all his escape routes. Seeing this, Sha Yu didn't change his expression, remaining as calm as ever. Suddenly, from within the vortex, countless blades struck out. The Black Sword Squad was using the Northern Big Dipper execution array, which they had practiced for 20 years. A barrage of swords rained down on him. At that very moment, a sharp glint flickered in the boy's calm eyes. He crouched down and slammed a palm onto the ground. Sha Yu let out a faint laugh. The energy in his palm erupted, sending a massive, overwhelming shockwave outward. The sword array that had just formed was shattered. The entire North Abyss cave seemed to shake. The 3 members of the Hong 5 freaks who were fighting also had to stop and look back. They saw a massive, deep crater appear on the otherwise still lake. Murong Guang immediately shouted, "Jir, go handle those northerners. Then get back to father quickly. I'll deal with this old guy." With that, Murong Guang charged in, swinging his fan at the Hong 5 freaks. The Hong 5 freaks flipped in the air to dodge. The old beggar was clearly truly angry now. "I don't care about myself, but those northerners are innocent." He pulled a soft whip from his waist. He spun in the air, using the momentum to lash the whip toward the Murong siblings. The whip moved like a dragon striking out at sea, attacking both of them. The siblings raised their weapons to block. The Hong 5 freaks missed his opening strike and retreated a few steps, creating distance between them. The old beggar shook his whip and laughed loudly. "Today, I'll show you 2 brats, the true technique of this old man." Murong Dongtian swung his gold wheel down. Kei Wushui was sliced in 2, dying instantly. Zhu Mulin saw this, horrified and furious, and let out a roar as he lunged at Murong Dongtian. He swung his blade down from high above, but a flash of silver blocked his strike. It was Murong Juncheng, who had arrived just in time to catch the blade with a silver wheel. Zhu Mulin was stunned. He never expected Murong Juncheng to also possess such a weapon. Murong Juncheng said coldly, "Zhu Mulin, I've always been curious why you're called one of the 3 heroes." At the same time, Wan Shengxian and his sister charged up, both attacking Murong Dongtian. But before they could get close, they were sent flying by 2 golden wheels. Murong Dongtian reached out and grabbed Wan Jixing, who was nearby. Before he could even react, he was seized by the throat. Murong Dongtian lifted him into the air and said coldly, "The Murong family's great cause is almost complete, but you people are still a threat, especially since you've been calling yourselves the masters of Liaoning for 20 years. I am very displeased." Just then, a massive explosion rang out, shaking the entire North Abyss cave. Murong Dongtian was startled and hurriedly turned his head to look. He saw countless black-clad swordsmen being tossed into the air, their screams echoing everywhere. Murong Dongtian threw Wan Jixing aside and looked in that direction. He saw the corpses of his black-clad swordsmen littering the ground. Murong Dongtian was terrified, unable to believe that the elite squad he had spent 20 years training was wiped out in just an instant. Right then, a figure glided over. The boy stood with his hands behind his back, looking imposing. It was none other than Sha Yu, who had just caused quite a scene. Sha Yu stood below the stone platform, looking at Murong Dongtian, his eyes filled with killing intent. Old man, what right do you have to look down on the lives of the northerners? The strong survive and the weak perish. That's just the natural law. You may have some martial arts skills, but to stand up for those slaves, you clearly have no idea how deep the sky is. So your philosophy is that whoever is strong is right. Then fine, let's test and see who is stronger. Murong Juncheng and Zhu Mulin also noticed the situation over there. Zhu Mulin realized that the person was the Sha Yu he had met at the inn. Then, he saw the massive crater, 30 meters wide. The face of this handsome young man shifted slightly. He felt a vague sense of dread toward Sha Yu. It wasn't just because he could single-handedly wipe out hundreds of Black Sword troops aren't intimidated because he can carve out a massive crater with a single strike, but because of the intense aura radiating from Tien Savu. Cold sweat beads on Trumak Land's temples. He's terrified. Suddenly, Mo Dung Quan Than speaks up. Your opponent is me. With that, Mo Dung Quan Than charges, swinging his silver wheel down. Trumak Lan frantically raises his blade to block, but Mo Dung Quan Than's power is so overwhelming that he's sent stumbling backward several steps. Trumak Lan struggles to suppress the surging blood in his body, glaring at Mo Dung Quan Than with the ferocity of a raging lion. Mo Dung Quan Than, aren't you curious why I'm ranked among the 3 heroes? Today I'll show you if I'm worthy of that title. On the other side, Mo Dung Dong Tien scoffs at Tien Savu's words. I control this wheel of destruction like an extension of my own arm. A little brat like you, wet behind the ears, dares to act so cocky? I've mastered the legacy of the Northern Underworld Emperor. Who in this world can even challenge me? Mo Dung Dong Tien channels his internal energy into his left hand and raises it high. The golden wheel orbits him, emitting a brilliant, blinding golden light. He whips his hand forward, and the wheel streaks Tien Savu with the force of a lightning bolt. Unexpectedly, Tien Savu doesn't even dodge. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stands tall and fearless, then simply extends his left arm. On his pale arm, a shimmering green energy flows constantly. With his bare hand, he catches the incredibly sharp wheel of destruction. In an instant, the two forces collide, creating a deafening blast. Mo Dung Dung Tien laughs boisterously. I spent 20 years honing this wheel of destruction, a sacred legacy of the Northern Underworld Emperor. A brat like you trying to block it with your bare hands? You have no idea what you're up against. As the dust settles, Tien Savu's calm voice rings out, dismissing the 2 pathetic spinning wheels. You claim to be the best in the world? Old man, you must still be dreaming. Mo Dung Dung Tien's eyes widen in disbelief. As the dust clears, Tien Savu stands perfectly still and says coldly, Is this the real reason the Mo Dung clan has been hoarding gold? Mo Dung Dung Tien startles. Did you steal my son's gold? Tien Savu doesn't answer, just sighs. So much killing, all for this piece of junk? Old man, you really have too much free time. The teen sneers. I don't even want this trash. Take it back. With a flick of his palm, Tien Savu strikes the wheel. It flies back with even greater speed and force than when Mo Dung Dung Tien was controlling it. It heads straight for Mo Dung Dung Tien on his high platform. Too afraid to block it directly, he frantically tries to command the remaining wheel. Mo Dung Tien flings his right hand out to launch the second wheel. They collide in midair, emitting a screeching metallic sound like a massive bell being struck. The echo booms like thunder, sending waves of energy rippling outward, sending rubble flying from the platform. Mo Dung Dung Tien is horrified. He never expected Tien Savu's power to be this terrifying. He desperately funnels all his strength into his hands, trying to regain control, but he's clearly losing his grip. Fear fills his aged eyes. Finally, the wheel is knocked back, stopping less than 2 meters from his face. Mo Dung Dung Tien stares at his trembling hands, petrified. Tien Savu's voice cuts through the air. As the head of the Mo Dung clan, I should let you die with some dignity. Suddenly, his tone shifts. Thinking of all the people in the north who suffered such agony before they died, Tien Savu focuses his energy, and powerful shockwaves ripple around him. The teenager's hair whips in the wind, a cold, chilling smile on his face. Therefore, I won't let you die so easily. With that, Tien Savu pushes off the ground, lunging like a tiger descending from the mountains. Mo Dung Dung Tien frantically recalls both wheels of destruction. The old patriarch has never known such humiliation. He swings both hands and screams, Don't get cocky with those petty tricks. You think you can kill me? A Mo Dung Dung Tien is not that easy to take down. He then sends both wheels flying at Tien Savu. Tien Savu leaps, weaving between them like a butterfly through a garden. He lands lightly on the ground, his voice dripping with murderous intent. Old man, you call my martial arts petty tricks? Tien Savu slams his right hand into the ground, using the momentum to launch himself. Today, I'll show you if the heaven-shattering divine technique is just a petty trick. With that, the teen spins and throws a powerful kick toward Mo Dung Dung Tien. Tien Savu leaps and strikes downward. Mo Dung Dung Tien blocks with his arms, but the sheer force leaves him completely rattled. This brat is so young, yet his internal energy is this deep. Tien Savu spins again, a horizontal kick slamming into Mo Dung Dung Tien's head. The old man is sent flying. The teen's gaze is icy. Old man, watch closely. This is the heaven-shattering divine technique you called a petty trick. Tien Savu charges again. Mo Dung Dung Tien isn't one to fold, immediately controlling the wheels to attack. The wheel spins at high speed, aiming for Tien Savu's throat, but the teen ducks effortlessly. He counterattacks, slamming a palm into Mo Dung Dung Tien's stomach. The old man is sent soaring like a kite with a broken string. The relentless barrage drives Mo Dung Dung Tien into a blind, uncontrollable rage. He roars, his energy surging wildly. He pours all his internal power into his hands and swings them forward, commanding both wheels to attack Tien Savu. Their speed increases exponentially. In a heartbeat, they are right in front of Tien Savu. But he lightly glides between them, completely untouched. Mo Dung Dung Tien still isn't giving up. He clenches his fists at his sides. Both wheels fly back under his control. Seeing them keep grazing Tien Savu, Mo Dung Dung Tien gloats. "Little brat, you're digging your own grave." Before he can finish, his face pales. Tien Savu's body starts to fade. The wheel only hit an afterimage. The real Tien Savu is already in the air. Mo Dung Dung Tien looks up and sees him right above. Tien Savu raises his leg, driving his heel straight down, toward Mo Dung Dung Tien's head. The old man desperately tries to block. Tien Savu doesn't press the attack. He uses the recoil to flip back, creating distance from Mo Dong Tien. Tien Savu crossed his arms over his chest, his energy beginning to surge. His voice turned ice cold. "Old man, this is a pain you'll never, ever forget." With that, the teenager lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes at Mo Dung Dung Tien. The old man tried to counter, but Tien Savu brushed him off like it was nothing. He grabbed the old man's arm with his right hand and slammed his left into his elbow. A sickening crunch echoed out, and his left hand struck a pressure point on the old man's arm, channeling internal energy straight into his meridians. The blast of energy sent rocks flying everywhere. Mo Dung Dung Tien felt a surge of energy shoot straight to his head, and in seconds, his right eye was bleeding. Tien Savu sneered, "Old man, this is just the beginning." Elsewhere on the battlefield, Mo Dung Quan Than and Chu Mok Lan were locked in a fierce duel. Chu Mok Lan swung his blade, forcing Mo Dung Quan Than back, and coldly challenged, "Still doubting why I'm called one of the three heroes?" Mo Dung Quan Than let out a roar and charged again. But suddenly, a massive wave of energy erupted nearby, followed by a thunderous explosion. Both fighters were startled. Chu Mok Lan immediately whipped his head around toward the blast. Mo Dung Quan Than felt a cold dread sink in. He glanced over and saw the dust settle to reveal the old man standing there, trembling, completely covered in blood. It was Mo Dung Dung Tien. Seeing his father in such a pathetic state, Mo Dung Quan Than screamed out in panic, but Mo Dung Dung Tien couldn't even hear him. He was struggling to contain the energy tearing through his body, staring at his own right arm, trying to force his inner power to suppress Tien Savu's energy. Tien Savu seemed to read his mind and said, "If you want to stay alive a little longer, don't even think about it. The second you circulate your energy, you're a dead man." Hearing this, Mo Dung Dung Tien gritted his teeth, his expression turning vicious as he roared, "You arrogant brat! I've dominated these lands for a lifetime. You think you can scare me? You say I'll die if I use my energy? I don't believe your cursed threats." With that, Mo Dung Dung Tien poured his energy into his right arm. He actually managed to suppress Tien Savu's energy. Mo Dung Dung Tien let out a loud laugh. "Is that it? That little parlor trick is all you've got?" Tien Savu just watched him silently, his gaze like he was looking at a corpse. Sure enough, the moment the old man finished speaking, the situation flipped. That surge of energy he thought he'd suppressed suddenly exploded, shredding the meridians in his right arm. Blood sprayed from Mo Dung Dung Tien's nose and mouth. Terrified, he realized his internal blood flow was spinning out of control. He frantically reached out with his left hand, jabbing 2 fingers into the pressure points on his right arm, desperate to stop the energy from spreading. But as the energy rushed in, his face went even paler. The energy in his arm wasn't being suppressed, it was becoming even more violent. Mo Dung Dung Tien bit his lip to hold back a scream, but the energy in his right arm made him stumble. Tien Savu crossed his arms again and said calmly, "Blocking the meridians is a nice idea, but you don't have the internal power to pull it off. That energy is going to spread from your arm through your entire system. I told you, I'm not going to let you die that easily." Hearing this, Mo Dung Dung Tien's face twisted in rage. Gritting his teeth through the agony, he reached out with his left hand. 2 heaven-shattering golden wheels flew toward him, controlled by his will. Tien Savu leaped into the air, dodging effortlessly. "It's useless. With your current strength, you can't even scratch me." Just as he finished, Tien Savu's pupils constricted. He saw Mo Dungdung Thien use his golden wheels to hack off his own right arm. I never would have imagined that a clan leader of such high status would cut off his own limb just to survive. Seeing Mo Dungdung Thien act so decisively, Thien Savu couldn't help but look at him with a bit more respect. Cutting off your arm really did stop the energy flow. Looks like I underestimated you, Mo Dung. Dong Thien didn't care about his jab. He raised his left hand high above his head, a scorching energy rising up and engulfing the golden wheels. Under its control, the two wheels burned like miniature suns, the air around them seeming to melt. Mo Dungdung Thien's old eyes were filled with malice. You bastard, I swear I'll rip your skin and bones apart. With that, Mo Dungdung Thien's energy erupted, and the two wheels began spinning at a terrifying speed, creating a sea of fire that reached the heavens. The intense heat incinerated everything in its path. Thien Savu's expression turned serious. He watched Mo Dungdung Thien glowing like a midday sun, waves of scorching heat radiating out and engulfing the entire North Heaven cave. Even Chumak Lan and Mo Dung Quan Than in the distance felt the impact. The sudden shift forced them both to stop, staring at the high platform in complete disbelief. Kid, you dare ruin the grand plans of the Mo Dung clan? Pay the price with your life. Facing such terrifying power, Thien Savu calmly crossed his arms, not flinching for a second. If you'd used this move earlier, you wouldn't have had to cut your own arm off. He took a step back, focusing his energy into his hands. Thien Savu crouched down, hands held in front of his gut, bright blue energy swirling between his palms. The teenager's eyes went cold as, said, "Old man, like I said, I'm definitely taking your life." He pushed his hands forward, and a massive beam of energy shot out, crashing into the wall of fire Mo Dungdung Thien had created. The energy inside the teen roared like a tidal wave, pouring into his hands. The sheer power spiked, smashing through the fire surrounding the golden wheels. Thien Savu clenched his hands, and the two golden wheels shattered. Then, a series of explosions rocked the air like a lightning strike on a clear day. The consecutive blasts shook the entire North Heaven cave. Chu, Mok, Lan, and Mo Dung Quan Than in the distance had to exhaust their own power just to hold their ground. Mo Dung Quan Than screamed, "Father!" Even Van Trick Tin was caught in the blast and left badly wounded. The head of the Great Strength sect was hit so hard he started spitting blood, and his subordinates were in even worse shape, sent flying through the air before slamming into the ground. Mo Dung Thien tried to channel his remaining energy to survive, still unable to accept the truth. The Great North Heaven Empire's golden wheels had been so easily destroyed by the boy in front of him. The former regional warlord trembled as he asked, Who exactly are you?" The teenager sneered, "I am Thien Savu, the 35th successor of the heaven-shattering martial statue. 20 years ago, after discovering the North Heaven cave, I spent years planning all of this. I've poured everything, all the hard work of 20 years. I even sacrificed all the family elders who opposed this plan, and now, everything is ruined by a brat like you. What on earth is your grudge against the Murong family?" Thien Savu didn't answer, just kept walking forward. Murong Dong Thien panicked, scrambling backward. "Stay back, don't come near me." In his frenzy, the clan head once hailed as a hero his whole life collapsed to the ground, watching Thien Savu approach with murderous intent. "Murong Dong Thien, you're completely spent. I'm begging you, please don't kill me. I want to live. I'll give you whatever you want. When the northern people begged you, did you listen? They were just ants to you, worthless. But I'm different. I am the head of the Murong clan. Don't you want the legacy of the northern Ming emperor? I can give you all of it. Just don't kill me." Murong Quan Than tried to dodge, but the blade still grazed his face, and a few drops of fresh blood hit the ground. Chumak Lan had already slashed his left eye. "The eldest, young master of the Murong clan is truly something, daring to get distracted while fighting me." Chu Mok Lan. Murong Quan Than roared in anger. "You spineless coward! You dare fight dirty!" With that, he whipped his right hand, and the silver wheel flew straight toward Chumak Lan's throat. Chumak Lan swung his blade, clashing with the silver wheel. But Murong Quan Than was furious, and his brute strength sent Chumak Lan flying backward. Murong Quan Than pressed his advantage, channeling his inner energy into his fist, then lunged at Chumak Lan, landing a punch square in his gut. Chumak Lan was sent flying again. He tasted copper in his throat and bit his lip hard, but he couldn't stop a mouthful of blood from spraying out. Murong Quan Than knocked Chumak Lan back, recalled his silver wheel, and then hurled it forward. He sprinted after the wheel, heading toward the high platform. The silver wheel spun straight toward Thien Savu. Thien Savu was about to strike, but his eyes flashed. He raised his right hand and easily batted away the attack. It turned out the target of Murong Quan Than wasn't him, but saving his father. Murong Quan Than hoisted his father onto his shoulder. "I'll remember what happened today, and one day I'll have my revenge." With that, Murong Quanthan leaped with all his might. In a flash, he was already over 100 feet away, fleeing. Tien Savu knew that if you don't pull out the weeds, they'll grow back come spring. He reached out his right hand to strike, but Murong Quanthan had already made a move. He controlled the silver wheel to attack Tien Savu. You're as stupid as your father. That attack is useless. But just then, Murong Quanthan's eyes flashed. He used his left hand to force the silver wheel to change direction, aiming it behind Tien Savu. A split second later, a massive explosion rocked the area behind him. Tien Savu was startled, thinking, "That's bad." He turned around to see a massive stone pillar being severed and crashing down. A pillar weighing tens of thousands of pounds came down, but Tien Savu remained calm. "I didn't see that one coming." The massive stone pillar smashed into the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that obscured his vision. Over by the old beggar, the fight was still raging. Even though he was fighting the Murong siblings alone, the Hong Five Elders weren't losing ground. He shook the whip in his hand and laughed heartily. "Kids, let me show you the power of this old man." Before he could finish, Murong Quang lunged forward. Using his momentum to spin, he swung his fan to attack. Hong. Five Elders immediately whipped out a defense. The fan and the whip clashed in midair with a loud boom. The old beggar stepped back to create some distance. Murong Quang pressed his advantage, trying to get into close combat. Murong Chi also rushed in, her movement technique incredibly agile. In the blink of an eye, she bypassed Murong. Quang appeared behind Hong Five Elders and cut off his retreat. Murong Chi lunged with her sword at his throat, and the old man hurriedly dodged. At the same time, Murong Quang's fan came crashing down. Hong Five Elders did a backflip in the air, avoiding both their attacks. He landed on the ground with one hand and kicked out hard at the Murong siblings. They were so focused on attacking that they were caught off guard and hit by the old beggar's strike. He pressed his advantage, lashing out with his whip. Like a giant python, the whip coiled tightly around Murong Quang. Hong Five Elders pulled with all his might, hoisting Murong Quang off his feet. Trapped, Murong Quang couldn't break free. Hong Five Elders flung him toward Murong Chi, and the two collided in midair. The old beggar quickly retracted his whip, causing the Murong siblings to tumble to the ground. They scrambled to stand up, their faces ashen. Hong Five Elders sneered. "The Murong clan claims to be the best in Shenyang, and this is all you've got? Even the beggar gang wouldn't dare treat lives so callously. Who do you think you are to do something like this?" But right then, a massive explosion went off in the distance. Hearing the sound, Hong Five Elders couldn't help but look over. The entire northern Ming cave seemed to shake, and the rescued northern civilians looked on in horror. The old beggar saw this and couldn't help but worry for Tien Savu. The Murong siblings looked over and saw Murong Quanthan carrying his father as they ran toward them. Murong Quanthan shouted, "Quang, Chi, retreat now. I've activated the Great Annihilation Formation." Just then, another huge blast echoed out, and a powerful surge of energy shot into the sky, sending debris flying everywhere. Through the dust, a single pale finger flicked. Hearing the explosion, Murong Quanthan turned his head. He saw Tien Savu standing there with a stern face. A powerful blast of energy radiated from Tien Savu, shattering the massive stone pillar into dust. Murong Quanthan couldn't believe his eyes. He had never seen martial arts this powerful before. At this moment, Murong Chi screamed, "Big brother, don't activate the Great Annihilation Formation yet. Wait for me and second brother." Hearing this, Tien Savu's heart sank. High above the northern Ming cave, strange noises were beginning to ring out. Murong Chi looked worried. "Second brother, we have to go now." But Murong Quang said crazily, "I'm not leaving. Even if I die in this northern Ming cave, I'm going to settle this score with that old beggar." Murong Chi looked at her brother in disbelief. The girl was at a complete loss. "You think that with those pathetic skills, you can take me on?" Murong Quang's hair was wild, his face twisted in rage. "Shut up, you old geezer. I'm going to rip you to shreds, and then kill all these northern slaves right in front of you." But just then, a cold voice rang out. Tien Savu's eyes were cold as ice. "Relying just on you?" As soon as he finished, Tien Savu appeared right in front of Murong Quang and struck with one palm. Murong Quang flew backward like a leaf in the wind, slamming into the cliff wall over 100 feet away. The force of the blow shattered the rock face. Seeing this, Murong Chi, with a mix of nerves and pure rage, she lunged forward. Seeing Mo Dung Guang struggling to get up, Mo Dung Ji rushed to help her brother, looking worried. "Second brother, are you okay? Please, wake up." Suddenly, a mocking voice cut through the air. "Funny how you're so quick to ignore everyone else's lives, but when it comes to your own brother, you're suddenly so protective?" Mo Dungji looked at the person who spoke, her expression a mess of conflicting emotions. "Why are you so obsessed with going against our Mo Dung clan? Going against you? You've got it backwards. You're the ones messing with me. Don't play dumb. You're the one who stole the gold at Pan Creek, right? What exactly is your endgame?" I came to the Central Plains from the north, and along the way, I found two clues, both of which point straight to your Mo Dung clan. First, 10 years ago, a group of Yuan envoys headed north. They passed through Shenyang and into the Changbai Mountains, but your clan was in total lockdown at the time. Maybe that. It doesn't have anything to do with you. But the second incident happened 20 years ago. Back then, your clan was secretly holding a bunch of refugees from the north. A little girl was brought to Shenyang through the Blood Tear Valley, and then she vanished. Do you really expect me to believe this has nothing to do with your clan? An old man in the crowd heard this, and his face drained of color. Could this young hero actually be here to find that girl? The people chatting were still completely oblivious to the danger lurking nearby. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted from the top of the North Sea cave. Mo Dongji's face went pale. She never expected her older brother to trigger the Great Destruction Formation before she and her second brother could get out. Countless buried explosives went off. The deafening roar echoed through the entire North Sea cave, enough to rattle even a master like Hong Wuguai. Mo Dongji seemed to have accepted her fate. She looked at Shan Sawu with a complicated expression. When I first met you at the North Sea Inn, I knew you were something else. I never imagined you were such a hidden powerhouse. But people who love to stick their noses into other people's business in the martial arts world don't tend to live very long. Now, you're about to be buried in this cave with us. Even if you somehow survive, I will track you down and make you pay. With that, Mo Dongji hauled Mo Dung Guang onto her back and leaped up. Ignoring the explosions all around them, she scrambled toward the cave exit. A final massive blast rocked the ground, and the entire North Sea cave collapsed. Half a month later, at the Mo Dung clan estate, Mo Dung Dongtian sat drinking alone in the twilight, trying to drown his sorrows. In just 2 weeks, the old clan leader looked like he'd aged 10 years. Cold-hearted as he was, losing his son was a devastating blow. Mo Dung Dong. Tian drained his final cup and smashed it to the ground, muttering, "Guang your death was just an accident. Men of the Mo Dung clan don't fear death. I will avenge you. First, I'll wipe out the remnants of the Great Strength sect. Then I'll swallow up all the surrounding powers. One day, I'll surpass the 5 great clans. I just need a little more time. This time, no one will ruin my plans." Mo Dung Dongtian rubbed his severed arm, which was still throbbing with pain. The image of that boy haunted his every thought. The aging patriarch longed to restore his former glory. But who was that kid? It didn't matter anymore. Whatever sect he belonged to, knowing he was buried in that cave was enough. In the dead of night, the wind howled, and black clouds choked the sky. Mo Dung Dongtian opened his eyes, only to be paralyzed with terror as the boy he considered his own personal nightmare stood right before him. Shan Sawu looked down from above and said slowly, "Old man, I told you I'm coming for your life." It turned out that after the cave collapsed, Shan Sawu used his heaven-shattering divine art to blast a path out. Rocks that looked solid as stone felt like soft tofu to him. Hong Wuguai followed behind, whispering to himself that if it weren't for Shan Sawu, they'd all be dead and buried in there. Before long, they all managed to follow Shan Sawu out of the ruins. That's when the old man from the crowd suddenly asked Shan Sawu if the girl he was looking for happened to have the surname Han. Shan Sawu was surprised, nodding that yes, she was a Han girl, about 5 or 6 at the time. The old man revealed he'd been held captive in the North Sea cave 20 years ago. Back then, the Mo Dung clan had kidnapped so many people, men, women, and children. But their main goal was to mine the cave. So, they sold off the weak women and children to human traffickers. The old man said the girl's name was likely Han Xiangya. She was a very bright, clever child. Shortly after being kidnapped, she was sold off. The records from back then had to be in Mo Dung Dongtian's possession. If they could just find that ledger, they'd find a lead on her. Hearing this, Shan Sawu turned on his heel, vowing to settle this debt personally. That was the reason he had broken into the Mo Dung estate that night. Shan Sawu finished speaking, extended 2 fingers, and struck several pressure points on Mo Dung Dongtian's chest. Immediately, a violent surge of inner energy flooded the old man's body. Finished, the boy coldly stated, "I remember saying I wouldn't let you die that easily. It's time for you to pay for everything you've done." Mo Dung Dongtian stared at the boy in pure horror as a powerful blast of energy rippled through the room, taking a long time to finally dissipate. Just then, Mo Dung Juncheng's voice came from outside. "Father, as you commanded, we are getting ready to head to the Iron Martial Alliance. Jir and I will investigate everything thoroughly. We must find who framed the Great Strength sect to gain the support of the other martial arts factions. We've come to bid you farewell for the night." Mo Dung Juncheng waited, but his father never replied. He looked inside and his face turned white. He saw Mo Dung Dongtian slumped in his chair, completely unresponsive, with raw energy still coursing through the old man's body. "Mo Dung Jun, Cheng panicked. Father, what's wrong? Jir, go get a doctor, quickly. By now, Shan Sawu had already slipped away. Hearing the commotion from the room, he glanced back, his hand tightening around the notebook he had taken. Shan Sawu sprinted toward the inn where he'd been staying. As he vaulted through the window, he heard a familiar voice. Did you find what you were looking for? Shan Sawu jumped to the floor, stepped into the room, and saw Hong Wuguai waiting for him. Mo Dongdong Tian was a villain, sure, but he was also a major figure. You aren't sorry he's gone? Shan Sawu replied that he had no connection to people like that. Finding the lead on his master's daughter was all that mattered. Hong Wuguai didn't seem bothered by Shan Sawu's coldness, adding that 20 years had passed. That lead might not even help him find her anymore. Shan Sawu frowned, dropping the notebook on the table. He looked at Hong Wuguai and asked point blank, Actually, I wanted to ask. Old-timer, have you ever heard of the black market? At the mention of the black market, the old beggar's expression turned dead serious. He explained that it's also known as the Dark Trade Union, though calling it a union isn't quite right. Rumor has it that it's an alliance formed by countless merchants, but no one knows who's pulling the strings, nor how vast their operation actually is. Word on the street is that there isn't a place or a job the Dark Trade Union doesn't have its hands in, even stuff as shady as illegal slave trading, which goes against every code of the martial arts world. The only thing for sure is that the black market has deep ties to the Five Dragon League. So, the teen replied, besides knowing it's linked to the Five Dragon League, there are no other solid leads? That's right. But, if I step in, there's a chance I could sniff them out. Tien Savu stared hard at the old beggar. You have a way? But Hong Nu Kuei just said that free info only goes so far. Tien Savu smiled at that. He pulled something out and placed it in front of the old man. The luminous pearl he'd swiped from the 10,000 Immortals cave. When Hong Nu Kuei saw the pearl, he couldn't help but gulp. He had never seen a pearl so magnificent. But a moment later, he gritted his teeth and pushed it back. Tien Savu didn't get it. It was obvious he wanted it bad. Hong Nu Kuei then started telling a story from 10 years ago. Turns out, 10 years back, he ran into Han Nguba at Blood Morning Plain. Seeing the sheer power of just one of his strikes, his own faith in his martial arts was shattered. It was that final sentence Han Nguba said before leaving that kept Hong Ngu Kuei in Shenyang for 10 years, waiting for the old man's successor to show up. Through every season, rain, sun, or storm, this beggar sect elder kept watch by the Black Dragon bronze statue, waiting patiently. It wasn't until a few days ago, watching the Iron Horse escort agency's caravan pass through the Blood Morning Plain, that he spotted a young man sitting in a carriage. The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were the one I'd been waiting for, because those deep, intense eyes of yours are exactly like his. Tien Savu frowned. He never expected the old man to have met his master 10 years ago. So, you're after the heaven-breaking divine art? Exactly. That's the one thing I crave most. Like I said before, if you want information, you have to pay the price. If you agree to these terms, we can help each other out. Tien Savu thought it over for a second, then let out a big laugh. He cupped his hands and said, The heaven-breaking divine art has been a secret family legacy since forever. I'm not sure if I've mastered every bit of it, but I promise to teach you everything I know. Hong Nu Kuei grinned from ear to ear. He cupped his hands back and said solemnly, No matter who you're looking for, no matter how many people you need to find, I, Hong Nu Kuei, as an elder of the beggar sect, swear I will do everything in my power to help you. Under the moonlight, the old man and the boy shared a smile. The deal was officially sealed. One was a young prodigy just stepping into the martial arts world, the other a seasoned beggar sect elder. Two strangers, linked now by a pact to walk the path of the wanderer together. The next day, Tien Savu rose early to hit the road. According to the intel, the black market was operating out of Taiyuan, Shanxi. On the way, Hong Ngu Kuei pulled out a small notebook and handed it to Tien Savu, saying it contained a list of the big names in the Central Plains martial arts scene, and that he ought to do his homework if he wanted to survive the journey. Tien Savu opened the book and started reading intensely. Hong Nu Kuei added his own commentary on the side. The first person mentioned in the book was one of the two saints known to the underworld as the Fist Saint, Huangfu Junyuan, the head of the Five Dragon League, one of the three major forces of the Iron Martial League. Next up was the second saint, Sword Saint Plum Blossom Yun Yezi, who guards the Ninefold Mansion, a force under the Iron Martial League that keeps the Five Dragon League in check. Hong Nu Kuei noted that while these two are called the strongest in the martial arts world, the three tyrants and four revered ones aren't far behind. Next came the three heroes and three flowers. The three heroes include Iron Edge, Sanbu, Shadowless Blade, and Northwind Royal Envoy. The three flowers are Blood Plum Blossom, Snow Lotus, and Waterflower. All of them are renowned young prodigies in the world of martial arts. Hearing this, Tien Savu muttered to himself, Northwind Royal Envoy, right. The Chumu Lin we met in Shenyang is the Northwind Royal Envoy. He's from the Scholar Lake League, another power within the Iron Martial League. The Great Strength Fortress in Shun Province is also a branch of the Scholar Lake League. The invincible blade tyrant Chu Hu Sheng is said to be at the top of the three tyrants, with martial arts nearly on par with the two saints, and Chu Mu Lin is his direct disciple, the leader of the younger generation. The three heroes and three flowers are all about your age. If you get the chance, you should try to make friends with them. And so, the old man and the boy continued toward Taiyuan. At night, the two found a spot to rest on the outskirts of town. Hongnu Kuai downed a swig of strong liquor, feeling much more at ease. Thien Sa Vu was still busy studying the list. After a while, he suddenly asked, "Old-timer, according to this list, is there really no one stronger than the two saints?" Hongnu Kuei looked a bit surprised, then took a moment to think, saying there might be one person who could outclass the two saints. Thien Sa Vu's expression turned grim. "They say there's a master in the northern plains known as Heaven and Earth. This person is not only incredibly strong but also ruthless. Rumor has it that even if the three tyrants teamed up, they couldn't take him down. Right now there's no solid info on his true identity, so most people think it's just wild gossip. That's the only name I've heard like that, unless some other monster pops up like you." Thien Sa Vu brushed off the compliment. His mind was filled with the image of the person from 10 years ago. Is Lu Tiandi the name of that Yuan dynasty envoy who took the 5 children away? Hongnu Kuei snuck a look at Thien Sa Vu for a moment, and seeing him stay calm, suggested they start the training for the heaven-breaking divine art. Honestly, I don't know that much about the heaven-breaking divine art myself. My master just said it's a technique passed down for thousands of years. Attack the void when you see it, dodge the solid, follow your heart's desire, no fixed moves. If that's the case, isn't that just like a street fight? I doubt it's that simple. Of course it's not. To use the heaven-breaking divine art perfectly, you have to understand the structure of the human body, the meridians, and the pressure points. Once you grasp those, you can read the flow and direction of your opponent's power, strike at their weak spots, shatter their muscles and bones, and stop their blood and chi from circulating. My master said everything in this world has a pulse. With that, Thien Sa Vu flicked his hand, releasing a burst of internal energy. The powerful blast struck a boulder. Hongnu Kuei's eyes went wide, watching him use his internal energy to disrupt the very pulse of the Huang Fu Tuan Vien, the leader of the 5 Dragon Alliance, is one of the 3 major forces within the Iron Martial Alliance. Next is the second saint, the Sword Saint Mai Hoa Van Diep II. You defend the Ninefold Manor, a faction directly under the Iron Martial Alliance that balances the power of Huang Fu Tuan Vien's 5 Dragon Alliance. The 5 Red Freaks mentioned that although these two are hailed as the strongest martial artists in the world, the 3 Earls and 4 Venerables aren't far behind. Next, there are the 3 Heroes and 3 Flowers. The 3 Heroes include Steelblade, 3 Steps, Shadowless Saber, and the Northern Wind Envoy. The 3 Flowers consist of Bloodplum Blossom, Snow Lotus, and Water Blossom. All of them are young, legendary masters of the underworld. Hearing this, Thien Sa Vu pondered to himself, the Northern Wind Envoy. That's right, the true Mok Lan we ran into in Shenyang. He is the Northern Wind Envoy. He hails from the Master Hu Alliance, another force within the Iron Martial Alliance. The Great Power Manor in Thuan Prefecture is just a branch of Master Hu. The peerless Saber Earl True Hao Sin is known as the leader of the 3 Earls, with martial arts nearing the level of the 2 Saints. True Mok Lan is actually the disciple of the peerless Saber Earl and leads the current generation of young masters. The 3 Heroes and 3 Flowers are around your age. If you get the chance, you should try to make allies with them. An old man and a teenager continued their trek toward Tainwin Manor. By nightfall, the two found a place to rest on the outskirts. The 5 Red Freaks gulped down a mouthful of strong liquor, feeling much more at ease. Thien Sa Vu was still scanning the list of martial artists. After a while, he suddenly asked, "Old man, according to this list, is there really no one stronger than the 2 Saints?" The 5 Red Freaks looked a bit surprised, then took a moment to think. He said there might be one person who surpasses the 2 Saints. Thien Sa Vu's expression turned serious. It is said that in the northern plains, there is a master known as Heaven and Earth. This person is not only incredibly powerful but also ruthless. Rumor has it that not even the 3 Earls fighting together could defeat him. There's still no concrete info on his real identity, so most people write it off as nonsense. I only know of him, unless some other freak pops up like you. Thien Sa Vu ignored the old man's teasing. His mind was filled only with the image of that person from 10 years ago. Could Lu Heaven and Earth be the name of the Yuan envoy who took Ingu Ai away? The 5 Red Freaks snuck a look at Thien Sa Vu, and seeing he was still calm, he suggested learning the Heavenly Breaker Divine Art. The Heavenly Breaker Divine Art? Honestly, I'm not entirely sure about it myself. My master only said it's a technique passed down for 1,000 years. Strike the void, dodge the substance, follow your heart's desires. It has no fixed stances. If that's the case, isn't that just like a street brawl? I doubt it's that simple. Of course not. To use the heavenly breaker divine art perfectly, you have to understand the anatomy of the human body, the meridians, and the acupoints. Once you understand these, you can predict your opponent's flow of force and their movements, allowing you to strike their weaknesses, shatter their muscles and bones, and stop their blood flow. My master said that everything in the world has a pulse. Having said that, Tien Savu flicked his hand, releasing a burst of internal energy. The powerful blast hit a boulder. The five red freak's eyes went wide, watching him use his internal energy to cut through the pulse of, nothing is truly unbreakable, you know. Tien Savu clenched his left fist, and a surge of raw, powerful energy erupted, instantly shattering the rock and causing the ground beneath them to shake. Hong Nugu Kue, caught off guard, stumbled backward and landed hard on his butt, his face twisted in shock. Even though he'd seen it with his own eyes, he still couldn't believe it. Suddenly, the old man realized his wine jug had tipped over, and his precious booze, which he treated like liquid gold, was all gone. He angrily blamed Tien Savu for doing it on purpose. After a bit of bickering, the old man and the kid decided it was time to rest. Meanwhile, over at the Daluk fortress, two people couldn't get a wink of sleep. Van Trick Tin and True Mok Lan sat around a stone table, their expressions grim. The Mudung clan is claiming Mudung Dong Thien died of heart failure. What do you make of that? Anyone with even a lick of martial arts training knows a master like Mudung Dong Thien doesn't just die from heart failure. It was clearly Tien Savu's doing, but the Mudung clan just doesn't want to admit it. Van Trick Tin mentioned that his hunting party had run into Tien Savu at Ban He earlier, and one of his own subordinates had his meridians shattered and died. The fortress master looked regretful. I should have recruited him back then. Even if you had tried, he would have turned you down. Have you forgotten what he said when he saved us? If you hadn't paid those northern refugees properly, just the fact that you manipulated them into fighting the Mudung clan would have been enough to seal the fate of Daluk Fortress, just like that. It's a good thing Tien Savu didn't join the Five Dragon Alliance, otherwise our Tiger Alliance would have had another nightmare to deal with. Now that Mudung Dong Thien is dead, this is the perfect chance for Daluk Fortress to take over Shenyang. I have important business to attend to and can't stay long. I'll be waiting for good news from you. With that, True Mok Lan stood up and took his leave. This young hero wasn't nearly as calm as he appeared. Elsewhere, in the city of Shenyang, a man in a bamboo hat hurried into a tavern. He walked straight to a corner table on the second floor and bowed to report, but the man at the table waved him off. Quan Dao Hoan signaled his subordinate to hold on. He was reaching the important part of the conversation. He glanced at a nearby table where a few people were huddled around a man with a missing leg. This guy was vividly recounting the battle at the North Underworld cave. That kid has hands as soft as a girl's, but you wouldn't believe the terrifying power hidden inside them. Just one touch, and your muscles and bones will be twisted into knots. The whole Black Sword Squad was no match for him. He just lightly slapped the ground, and the entire frozen lake in the North Underworld cave cracked. When I woke up, my leg was broken, but I didn't feel any pain at all. Because that boy stood before me like a towering mountain, his presence so overwhelming I couldn't even move. His aura was like a god of war descending from the heavens. No one could stand against him. Hearing this, Quan Dao Hoan felt a chill run down his spine. He calmly asked, Minhui, what do you think of this story? Nyip Minhui replied, the man with the missing leg is clearly exaggerating. What kind of martial arts in this world could be that godlike? There's no smoke without fire. I need to head back to Taiyuan immediately. You go to the beggar sect and investigate the origins of this god of war. Nyip Minhui bowed and followed his orders. Now, tell me, what is the real cause of Mudung Dong Thien's death? According to the Mudung clan, it was heart failure, but it's unclear if it was sickness or external force. There are even rumors he was assassinated. Quan Dao Hoan rubbed his teacup, lost in thought. Interesting. Even the cause of their own family head's death is something they don't dare to announce. I wonder what really happened between the Mudung clan and that god of war. He narrowed his eyes and slowly said, but isn't that god of war nickname a little too arrogant? Within 3 days, the old man and the teenager made it from Shenyang to Taiyuan. Hong Nu Kuei deeply regretted not agreeing to ride a horse. He never expected Tien Savu to be able to run non-stop for 3 whole days. The two entered Taiyuan and found a tavern. While eating, Hong Nu Kuei told Tien Savu about the black merchants. Turns out, after the Yuan army was defeated and retreated north, a massive trading group called the Great Heaven Merchant Guild appeared in the Central Plains. They grew so fast that it made the black merchants nervous. Now, everywhere the Great Heaven Guild has a branch, the black merchants have one too, and the Great Heaven Guild has close ties with the beggar sect. So, Hong Ngu Kuei was confident he would find info on the black merchants. Just then, the street erupted in noise. They saw 3 guards blocking a man's path. Thien Savu looked over, his pupils shrinking. The man being blocked had a face full of murderous intent. Thien Savu could feel a terrifying aura radiating from him. Hong Ngu looked over too, and his expression turned sour. Things were looking bad. The man who had been blocked spoke up. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's the young master of the Huang family. I hear you use your father's power to throw your weight around, and dozens of girls have taken their own lives because you defiled them. As he spoke, his killing intent grew even stronger. The Yuan army was kicked out not long ago, and already, degenerates like you are starting your evil acts again. The three guards were furious and drew their blades, but a voice from behind made them freeze. Hong Yivo stepped forward, saying he was willing to pay a fortune to hire Kong Vi to work for him. Kong Vi just sneered. I guess the young master hasn't heard of my title, the Underworld Demon Blade. With that, he flicked his finger against his scabbard, and the sword at his hip flashed. My blade is meant to punish demons. Kong Vi's aura shifted instantly when the guards heard the name Underworld Demon Blade. Their faces went pale, but before they could even react, flashes of light appeared, and all three guards were dead. Hong Yivo started shaking in fear, not knowing what to do. That's when Hong Nu stood up. Are you really going to get involved in this? If what that executioner says is true, then Hong Yivo isn't worth saving. Hong Ngu replied that even if the kid was scum, his father was the leader of a righteous sect, and he couldn't just stand by and watch him die. Thien Savu scoffed. This so-called righteous path is just something they named themselves. If you want to go yourself. By now, Kong Vi had lunged forward, swinging his blade at Hong Yivo. The boy was terrified, his face turning ghostly white. Just then, Hong Nu flew in, yelling, Stop! Kong Vi only saw a flash, and Hong Nu was already in front of him, throwing a kick. Kong Vi scrambled to block, but Hong Nu missed the first move and immediately launched another. A flurry of kicks, Kang Vi parried with his twin blades, slashing back and forth. In the blink of an eye, they traded several blows, dead even. Suddenly, the red five-headed monster seized the opening and struck. Kong Vi didn't have time to dodge, taking a hit to the chest that sent him flying backward. He stumbled, hunched over, and his face turned grim. He hooked a finger into the rings of his blades and ripped them off, hurling them straight at the red five-headed monster. The blades tore through the air, aimed right at his throat. The old man scrambled upward, kicking the blades away. Seizing this moment, he shouted, Young hero, hold, off. I only want you to spare his life. But he didn't notice the silver wire attached to the blade hilts. Kong Vi said nothing, caught the returning blades, and whipped his arms out. Thin, spider silk silver wires silently snaked around the red five-headed monster. By the time the old beggar realized what was happening, it was too late. Kong Vi gave a cold smirk. Gotcha. With that, he clenched his left hand, binding him tight, completely immobilized. Kong Vi pushing off his legs and lunged at his target. Thien Savu, who had been watching closely, narrowed his eyes. He channeled his inner energy into his palms and grabbed the chopsticks from the table. With a flick of his wrist, they flew out like bullets, instantly slicing through the silver wires. The red five-headed monster frantically shook off the cords, staring at his opponent in terror. Kang Vi lost his balance and staggered back. The executioner couldn't believe it. Even a master-grade sword would struggle to cut those wires, yet a pair of chopsticks snapped them like twigs. Rage boiled inside him. Who the hell is pulling cheap shots? If you've got the guts, face me. He looked toward the direction the chopsticks came from, but the window was empty. Just then, a hand rested on his shoulder, and a calm voice echoed in his ear. Fight face to face. Oh? And does using hidden weapons count as fighting face to face? Thien Savu said, eyes unfazed. Can we just call it a day? Caught off guard by someone appearing behind him, Kang Vi whirled around, stabbing wildly with his blades. So you're dead set on fighting then? Thien Savu pivoted to dodge the blades. He used the momentum of his spin to deliver a sweeping kick. Kong Vi hadn't even registered the move before he was caught square in the face and sent flying. Before he could even hit the ground, Thien Savu caught up, left hand grabbing his wrist, right hand pinning his shoulder, and forced his arm to snap. Ignoring Kong Vi's screams, Thien Savu delivered a palm strike to his back. Kong Vi went, tumbling, rolling several times before coming to a stop. The executioner gritted his teeth, fighting the pain as he scrambled to his feet. Kong Vi felt a chill. The boy's moves were impossibly unpredictable, completely beyond his grasp. Just then, his blades came whistling back, aimed straight for his forehead. Kong Vi poured every ounce of strength into his neck, tilting his head just in time. Thien Savu smiled at this, pinching his fingers together as faint blue energy swirled around them. Thien Savu flicked his finger, and the energy clinging to the blades detonated. Kang Vi barely managed to block, but the force sent him flying back, rolling across the ground, until he stopped. The red five-headed monster looked at the silver wire, deep in thought, realizing it was forged from diamond stone. The beggar sect elder was stunned, an idea flashing through his mind. On the other side of the battlefield, Kong Vi hadn't even caught his breath before he saw the cold light in Thien Savu's eyes. A second later, the boy was right in front of him. Thien Savu pressed his palms together, channeling his full power. Kong Vi's face went ghostly pale. "I'm done for," he thought. But just then, the red five-headed monster shouted, "Young hero Thien, please show mercy." Hearing this, Thien Savu's expression flickered, but it was too late to pull back the strike. A palm hit with earth-shattering power. The wall behind Kong Vi crumbled, and a massive cloud of dust erupted. The red five-headed monster gaped in shock. Any normal person would have been pulverized, but it seemed Thien Savu had pulled back his power at the last second, leaving Kong Vi with only minor injuries. The executioner, lucky to be alive, stared at Thien Savu in horror. Thien Savu slowly said, "That's enough for today." He then changed his tone. "Or do you still want to head up to the sect to sniff out some trouble?" Kang Vi's face paled. "How long have you known?" Meanwhile, on a high tower hundreds of miles away, a man in a straw hat stood on the roof of the West Brocade Palace, holding a bow. He looked down and muttered, "To have such deep inner energy at his age, truly rare. But against my 1,000-mile god arrow, he's just a moving target." The man pulled the bowstring, aiming at the youth in the distance. "Like fish jumping to their deaths, feel free to head on your way." After saying this, he closed his eyes. A moment later, they snapped open, a flash of light within. A torrential inner energy erupted from his body, spreading in all directions. Within dozens of feet, everything was clear in his vision. He could even sense the presence of those hundreds of miles away. But right then, a voice rang out in his ear. "I suggest you stop while you can." The man in the hat jumped. "That brat can use telepathic sound transmission? Perhaps you don't get it. I've spared you once already. Don't test my patience." Hearing that, the man in the hat glared, unable to believe it, yet he refused to give up, preparing to put an arrow through the boy's head. Thien Savu turned around, glancing at him with a cold stare. Thien Savu's eyes glinted, and the air around him suddenly surged. A wave of immense power radiated outward, centered on Thien Savu. The man in the hat felt a wall of force slam into him, throwing him off balance, and he fell backward. The hat tumbled to the ground, and he struggled to stand, terror rising in his chest. A moment later, he gave a loud laugh, then cupped his hands, responding via telepathic projection. "I was too arrogant. Your martial arts are truly beyond me. I am impressed. I shall come to learn from you another day." Thien Savu watched him, saying nothing. The red five-headed monster walked over. Seeing Thien Savu staring at the distant roof with such a grave expression, the old beggar asked, "What's wrong?" Thien Savu was silent for a moment before saying, "Nothing." The red five-headed monster didn't press him further and led Thien Savu up the mountain. On the way, Thien Savu asked why the old man had told him to show mercy earlier. The red five-headed monster explained it was because of the silver wire Kong Vi used. "You don't know this, but that wire is forged from diamond stone. It's the signature weapon of the Dark Trade Union. Just by seeing it, we can learn a thing or two." That wire was made of diamond stone, the signature weapon of the Dark Merchant Association. Just by seeing it, we can at least gather some. Discussing the Black Merchant, Thien Savu mentioned that if Kong Vi and his cohorts joined forces, even he couldn't guarantee a win. The five ghosts of Hong were shocked. "He has cohorts?" "That's right. He's been tailing you ever since you made your move. If he'd stepped in back then, you'd be a dead man." The five ghosts didn't seem to care much, though. He figured with Thien Savu around, he had nothing to worry about. Guided by him, they reached a massive gate on the mountain. Standing at the base, Thien Savu looked up and noticed the sign on the gate was blank. Hong explained that this was the beggar sect's branch in Taiyuan. It was left blank because the sect believes in upholding justice, so anyone in need of shelter is welcome to stay. They headed inside to an old, dilapidated temple, where Hong pressed a brick on the wall, instantly revealing a secret stone door. Thien Savu followed him inside, where he heard the sound of clashing staffs. A group of beggar sect disciples bowed in respect, greeting Elder Hong. Hong looked at the scene, beaming with pride. Thousands of disciples were gathered in the massive square. On the surface, it was just a crumbling temple, but no one would guess it housed such a powerful force. Thien Savu never dreamed this could be a beggar sect branch. Hong led him to a secret room to brief him on the situation. It turned out the Taiyuan branch was responsible for gathering all information in the Central Plains, then verifying and reporting it to headquarters. Since the incident with the Yuan envoy kidnapping Nu Ai happened 10 years ago, all relevant intel had already been sent up. That's why Hong had sent men to the main branch to connect. The old beggar then summoned the branch leader, Truong Tunat, to ask if he'd dug up anything on the Black Merchant. Truong Tunat explained that the head of the Black Merchant's Taiyuan branch was a man named Lian Tunehia, who wasn't just a savvy businessman but a top-tier martial artist. The tricky part was that he was incredibly paranoid. He didn't even trust his closest inner circle, so Nobody knew his whereabouts. The beggar sect disciples were working hard to track him down. Are you really sure you want to go up against the Black Merchant? They have very close ties to the Five Dragon Alliance. If you burn that bridge, things are going to get rough. Thien Savu smiled. Are you worried to go straight for them? Hong said that with his personality. That sounded like exactly what he'd do. Also, that executioner you asked me to investigate? We've got info on him. It's definitely Underworld Demon Blade Kong Vai. He's locked up right now, waiting for his trial. Hearing this, Hong's expression shifted. If it really was him, this was going to be a headache. At the same time, in the dark dungeon of Taiwan, Kong Vi sat cross-legged, muttering, demonic scum must be wiped out. Not a single one spared. The veins on the Underworld Demon Blade's forehead bulged, his face growing increasingly crazed. Suddenly, Kong Vi widened his eyes and roared, demonic scum must be wiped out. As he spoke, Kong Vi's thin arms suddenly rippled with bulging muscle, his frail body swelling up to several times its size. The jailer heard the strange noise and looked over, confused. Inside the cell, Kang Vi flicked his wrist, and a silver wire shot out. The two jailers approached to check, completely missing the wire wrapped around the cell door. A second later, the door was sliced through and exploded into a hail of wooden splinters. Kong Vi continued to mutter, anyone who blocks the extermination of demons is a demon himself. The jailers were so terrified they collapsed to the ground. Kong Vi, looking like a demon crawling out of hell, said coldly, you demonic scum are all going to die. Thien Savu noticed Hong's face turn grim and asked, have you heard of him before? Yeah, he's famous in the underworld. They say Underworld Demon Blade Kang Vi stands over 7 feet tall, wielding a 5-foot-long broadsword. He's one of the 5 guests of the Five Dragon Alliance, ranked in their top 5. The real problem is his mental state. He's obsessed with justice in an extreme, twisted way. Plus, he's got his own warped definition of it. He judges good and evil based on his own subjective views and acts ruthlessly against anyone he labels as demonic scum. Kong Vi tore through the prison, killing every guard in his path. A man wearing a hat, holding a bow, stood proudly nearby. Seeing him, the Underworld Demon Blade calmed down a bit. Iron Cavalry Divine, Baoam Dao Duang said coldly. I had no choice. It's urgent. He tossed a broadsword to Kang Vi. Kang Vi caught the blade and asked, what's so urgent? Lien Tunangia wants you. Seems to be something involving the Five Dragon Alliance and the Black Merchant. Kang Vi drew his sword and coldly said, just wants me to clean up their mess again. Tell him to wait, I've got work to do. With that, Kang Vi swung his sword and left. Meanwhile, at the Hoa Tuong sect, Hong Ni-vo slammed the table, yelling, Father, your own son was almost killed, and you're just going to sit there and do nothing? Locking him up is all you can think of? Couldn't you have just said the word to have him killed? Sect leader Hong Du-chin snapped back. Isn't this all because you go around causing trouble? Do you have any idea how much headache you've caused the Hoa Tuong sect? Those useless idiots were asking for death. What does that have to do with me? Am I even your real son? Seeing his son like this, Hong Du-chin sighed and slumped into his chair. At that moment, a vicious glint flashed in Hong Ni-vo's eyes. He turned to walk out, shouting, Hear me, disciples of the Hoa Tuong sect. I am your young sect leader. That bastard dared to humiliate me, which means he humiliated the whole sect. Everyone, follow me to the dungeon. We're going to tear him to pieces. With that, Hong Ni-vo stormed out. The disciples followed, but just as he kicked open the front gate, he saw a man as massive as a pillar blocking the exit. Kang Vi grinned maliciously. Before Hong Ni-vo could even react, a flash of cold light struck. The young sect leader of Hoa Tuong was sliced in two, the lethal blade energy cutting right through and knocking everyone behind him, flying. Huang Du-chin, who was still in the main hall, was shattered with grief. He roared, drew his sword, and lunged outside to attack Kang Vi. Kang Vi gripped his blade, laughing loudly. Hong Du-chin, you're the one who spawned this thing. You're the true root of all this evil. Hong Du-chin stomped on the wooden debris, his chubby frame leaping up with surprising grace before he used that momentum to come crashing down with a fierce slash. Kang Vi didn't flinch, catching the blow with his sword. The blades collided with a shrill, metallic screech. Kang Vi laughed. I knew it. The Hoa Tuong sect is just as demonic as the rest of them. Today, I'm going to finish you off. With that, Kang Vi channeled all his strength into his hand and sent Huang Dorqing flying back. Huang Dorqing did a few flips in midair and planted his hands on the ground to steady himself, his face twisted with rage. Our Hoa Tuong sect has always acted with honor. All of Thai Nguyen knows that. Kang Vi sneered, I only trust my own judgment. Seeing this, Huang Dorqing didn't say another word. Energy began radiating from his body. Under his control, the energy condensed into blades of pure force. Kang Vi's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected this sect leader to have such a technique. Huang Dorqin brought his hands together and pointed into the air, and the energy blades swarmed toward Kang Vi like a plague of locusts. Kang Vi didn't dare let his guard down. He used his Totun backsword technique to block the blades aimed at his back while spinning around to deflect the ones heading for his face. Kang Vi stared at Huang Dorqin and said coldly, "Old man, is that all you've got? You started this, so prepare to face the consequences." Seeing more energy, blades flying at him, Kang Vi swung his sword in a blur, creating a whirlwind that blocked every single one. Watching Huang Dorqin attack relentlessly while Kang Vi remained completely unharmed, the Hua Tung sect disciples were shocked, their faces turning pale. Huang Dorqin started breaking into a cold sweat. He gritted his teeth, his mouth twitching, and then channeled all his remaining energy into his longsword. A powerful surge of energy enveloped the blade, transforming it into a massive, shimmering weapon. Kang Vi narrowed his eyes slightly. Huang Dorqin pushed off the ground and launched himself into the air, charging straight at Kang Vi. Kang Vi gave a cold laugh. That's a bit better, at least. He stepped back, crouched low, and held his longsword against his hip. The Hell Demon blade chuckled, but that's still not enough. With that, Kang Vi roared, pivoting his waist to add momentum, and swung his sword horizontally. A powerful, dominant slash of light tore through the air. Huang Dorqin, still in the air, had nowhere to dodge. The light sliced right through him, cutting him in half. The sharp energy didn't stop there, smashing through the entire building behind Huang Dorqin. A massive explosion erupted, shattering the quiet night in the city of Tainyuan. Elsewhere, at a beggar sect outpost, Thierry Savour and the Hong Five were sitting around a campfire. The old beggar was proudly introducing the beggar sect's specialty dish, while Thierry Savour frowned at the pot, his face filled with disgust. Just then, a beggar disciple approached Trung To Nyut and whispered a report. After hearing it, Trung To Nyut's expression shifted. Thierry Savour and the Hong Five noticed and asked, "What's going on?" Trung To Nyut replied with a heavy heart, "The Hua Tung sect has been wiped out by Kang Vi." Hearing this, both of their faces turned grave. At the same time, in a casino in Tainyuan, Kang Vi walked in, radiating a murderous aura. Reaching the second floor, Kang Vi glanced at the gamblers below with cold eyes. A low voice spoke up behind him. A servant bowed and said, "Master Kang, the boss is waiting for you inside." The servant led Kang Vi deep into the casino. They reached a secret room, and the servant turned a bronze statue on the table, revealing a hidden door in the wall. The servant bowed. "After you, Master Kang." An old man was sitting in a chair, waiting. Seeing Kang Vi walk in, he said slowly, "The Hell Demon blade graces us with his presence. It is truly an honor." Kang Vi looked around and muttered, "You certainly know how to pick a spot, boss." His expression then turned serious. "Speak. Why did you call me here?" Lien Tunira didn't beat around the bush. He said he wanted to ask Kang Vi for a favor. Kang Vi narrowed his eyes. "Is this an order from the Five Dragon Alliance?" Lien Tungira claimed it was a personal matter, but one that would also benefit the Five Dragon Alliance. Kang Vi understood immediately and turned to leave. "If it wasn't an order from the Five Dragon Alliance, then I don't need take your orders. Goodbye." But Lien Tungira interjected, "Master Kang, please wait. I've heard you consider it your personal mission to destroy all evil cults and demons. Right now, a group from the north is openly looting the wealth of the Central Plains. Can you really just turn a blind eye to that?" Lien Tungyir continued. "They are like demons corrupting people's hearts. As far as I know, the Great Sky Merchant Association was established by a couple from the north 10 years ago. Every year, they make tens of millions in silver in the Central Plains, which has significantly impacted the business of our black merchant faction." Hearing this, Kang Vi turned back, his face full of disbelief. "The Great Sky Merchant Association isn't a force from the Central Plains?" "That's right. And furthermore, I heard the Five Dragon Alliance is currently in negotiations with them. No matter how large the profit, we shouldn't be doing business with outsiders, right?" Hearing this, Kang Vi couldn't contain his anger any longer. He gripped his sword so tightly his knuckles cracked. The Hell Demon blade seemed to have been deeply triggered. "They are all damn demons." With that, Kang Vi turned and walked out, his voice firm. "Rest assured, the Great Sky Merchant Association will disappear from Thai Nguyen soon." Watching Kang Vi leave with that murderous intent, a smile spread across Lien Tungyir's face. A man wearing a hat also stepping out from the room. Dar Dung said with clear admiration, "As expected, it only took a few words to get him to work for us." Lien Tungyir glanced at him, looking pleased. "You flatter me. Kang Vi's parents died at the hands of the Yuan army. Ever since then, he has hated Northerners. I only provided a little motivation. That's what makes you so scary. So, will the plan proceed as scheduled?" "Of course. I intended for you to be involved from the start. Let's go." To the Red Wall. Meanwhile, at a tavern in Tainyuan, Tien Savur still couldn't get used to the preading and Hull de Tus for Dever, specialties of the beggar sect. He finally decided to head to a tavern to drink alone. Thien Savur raised his glass, his mind in total turmoil. He remembered all the information he'd just heard at the outpost, and a wave of melancholy washed over him. He wondered if he had done the right thing by sparing Kang Vi. What? You said Kang Vi wiped out the entire Huatung sect? That's right. Not a single person in the Huatung sect survived. The bodies of the sect leader, Huang Dorqing, and his son, Huang Niervu, were even hung up. The Hong Five heard this, their faces deathly pale. Even the old man couldn't understand why Kang Vi would do such a thing. Head, Trung, pick some of our best men to secretly track Kang Vi. Don't miss a single detail. Trung To Nyut bowed immediately to take the order. Thien Savur regained his composure and started thinking about the connection between these clues. According to the Hong Five, the black merchants operate in total secrecy, so his immediate goal is to track. He began to think about the connection between these clues. According to the Five Red Freaks, the dark merchants operate in total secrecy, so his immediate goal is to approach, near the Dai Thien trading house. Just then, a few figures appeared, catching Thien Savur's attention. He looked up and saw a woman and two men walking upstairs, carrying long swords. Thien Savur recognized the pattern on the men's cloaks at a single glance. He had seen it in the martial arts registry. It was the symbol of the Hua Sun sect. As for the woman, she had a graceful figure and wore a red veil. Her eyes were shimmering like water. But when Thien Savur saw the plum blossom pattern embroidered on her veil, he understood immediately. The Hua Sun sect practiced Taoism and had never accepted female disciples, but one person had made them break their rule that was the blood plum blossom, one of the three blossoms, Don Mok Tung Yen. The three of them arrived at the tavern, and seeing the second floor was packed, Don Mok Tung Yen scanned the room and spotted Thien Savur sitting alone by the window. She observed the young man, noticing his deep, calm gaze and steady demeanor. Don Mok Tung Yen walked over, saying the tavern was full, and asked if they could share his table. Thien Savur smiled and agreed. The three sat down and ordered the waiter to bring some food. While eating, Don Mok Tung Yen introduced herself and her sect to Thien Savur. The other two also introduced themselves. One was Ha Tung Yan, and the other was Tang Mok Hop. Both were second-generation disciples of the Hua Sun sect, so they were elites. Of the Hua Sun sect, nice to meet you. I am Thien Savur from the north. May I ask which sect you young heroes belong to? Thien Savur replied that he was not from the Central Plains martial arts world, and his skills were just for self-defense, not worth mentioning. Hearing this, Don Mok Tung Yen grew secretly wary. But before she could talk more, Thien Savur stood up to leave. It's getting late, if you'll excuse me. Ha Tong Yan saw this and said, a martial artist wouldn't be this calm when hearing the title of the blood plum blossom. Don Mok Tung Yen still looked calm as she replied, the pugilistic world is vast. It's normal for him to have never heard of my reputation. In the current situation, we should still be careful, who knows. He might be related to the underworld demon blade. Don Mok Tung Yen was very certain, however, believing this young man had nothing to do with the destruction of the Hoa Tuong sect. He definitely had martial arts skills, but she couldn't sense any chi times from him at all, especially those calm, deep eyes, the look of someone indifferent to the world. Tang Mok Hop had a different opinion, believing that no matter how strong the underworld demon blade was, he wouldn't dare challenge the largest faction in Tai Nguyen alone. As far as I know, Kang Vi is someone who acts on his own convictions, so he wouldn't bother, nor would he be able to collaborate with anyone else. There's no need for you two to keep guessing. Everything will be clear tomorrow after we meet the leader of the Dai Thien trading house. That night, the three stayed at an inn. The next morning, Don Mok Tung Yen was practicing her swordplay in her room when she suddenly saw Thien Savur walking down the street. Don Mok Tung Yen was slightly surprised, then looked closely and realized it was the same young man she had met at the tavern last night. Don Mok Tung Yen felt a bit uneasy. She didn't know why Thien Savur kept making her feel anxious. Thinking this, she sheathed her sword and jumped out the window. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Senior sister, we need to head to the Creighton Sixter, Dai Thien trading house today. We should leave now. After waiting a while with no answer, Tang Mok Hop and Ha Tong Yan pushed the door open. But when they entered, they found the room empty. At the same time, at another inn in Tai Nguyen, Kang Vi sat in his room muttering to himself. The gaze of the underworld demon blade grew fierce. They are all demonic heretics. They must be eradicated. After saying that, Kang Vi stood up and grabbed his long sword. Dai Thien Trading House, Kang Vi, will destroy you all. On the other side, at the Dai Thien Trading House branch in Tai Nguyen, manager Trin Fong was meticulously recording accounts. Upon hearing that they would be hosting the Tai Nguyen prefect today, the branch master's eyes flashed with cunning, and he ordered Trin Fong to prepare money from the vault. The city wall collapsed last night, We, the Dai Tian trading house, must win the contract for the repairs. Qian Dao Hoen sneered. If we're spending money, we have to go big, make the prefect fully satisfied. The manager noted every instruction from Qian Dao Hoen, then bowed and went to make arrangements. I heard Min Hui has returned from Shenyang. Call him here. Not long after, Neep Min Hui arrived at the study to report what he had investigated. As far as he knew, Mo, Dung Dong Thien died at the hands of the god of war, but for some reason, the beggar sect refused to reveal any information about him. Qian Dao Hoen heard this, furrowed his brows, and felt the beggar sect wouldn't do that without a reason. As for the black trade, there had been no movement from them yet. Qian Dao Hoen was surprised. The Dai Thian trading house and the black trade had always been in a silent rivalry, but for the past 3 months, the other side had been eerily quiet. This made Qian Dao Hoen feel uneasy. The Lien Tung Ya he knew was never one to sit still. According to information gathered by his subordinates, Kong Vi, as one of the 5 great guests of the 5 Dragon Alliance, had appeared in Tai Nguyen. Furthermore, last night, this underworld demon blade publicly committed a crime. Rumor has it he killed the young leader of the Hoa Tuong sect, then killed the leader Hongdu Qin, and then single-handedly slaughtered every single disciple of the Hoa Tuong sect, causing the total annihilation of the Hoa Tuong sect. As for the reason why he did this, it remains unclear, but his subordinates guessed that his purpose in coming to Tai Nguyen was certainly related to the 5 Dragon Alliance, and the 5 Dragon Alliance had close ties to the Black Trade, so it was very likely the Black Trade would take action in the near future. Qian Dao Hoen agreed with his subordinate's speculation, but even though he had clashed with Lien Tunangya many times, he could not guess what that old fox was plotting. If only the young miss were here. With her intelligence, she would definitely have figured out their plan. Just then, subordinate ran in from the front courtyard, panting, and said a letter had arrived from the young miss. Qian Dao Hoen was overjoyed and hurriedly ordered them to bring it in. The branch master skimmed the letter, but the more he read, the uglier his expression became. A moment later, he slammed the letter onto the table, causing the whole study to go silent. After a while, Neep Min Hui finally dared to ask about the contents of the letter. The young miss negotiated with the 5 Dragon Alliance, but it failed. They demanded that we must not take action against any other faction. Furthermore, at this point, Qian Dao Hoen's expression turned furious. They even want the young miss to marry into their ranks. The night before, the young woman and the young man had just met at the tavern. Don Mok Tung Yen followed Thien Sa Vu, keeping a safe distance. Looking at the young man's back, as he walked slowly along, Tung Yen couldn't help but wonder, what is this mysterious teen really up to? Suddenly, Thien Sa Vu turned his head, and the girl on the roof had vanished, long before he noticed. The teen glanced up at the rooftop and sighed, muttering, if you want to tag along, just say so. No need to be so sneaky about it. Don Mok Tung Yen was hiding in her corner, holding her breath. This Hua Shan sect swordswoman was feeling deeply unsettled. She had completely masked her presence. So how did he spot her? Just then, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She saw a tall man with a long sword blocking Thien Sa Vu's path. Thien Sa Vu stared at him with cold, detached eyes and said, you just wiped out the Hoa Tuong sect last night, yet you're already out roaming the streets today. Underworld Demon Blade, you've got some serious nerve. Kid, fancy meeting you here again. How about we settle our unfinished business right now? Don Mok Tung Yen was stunned. It seemed these two already knew each other. Could it be true, as Tang Mok Hop suggested, that Thien Sa Vu is also involved in the massacre of the Hoa Tuong sect? At this thought, Don Mok Tung Yen tightened her grip on her sword. Thien Sa Vu wasn't the least bit intimidated by Kong Vi's threats. He was actually curious how that broken arm of his managed to heal in just 1 day. Plus, the guy had already lost to him once, yet he still dared to pick a fight. It seems this underworld demon blade isn't just all talk. Kong Vi was deep in thought, too. He knew the kid in front of him had formidable martial arts. But since he'd stopped him from killing Huang Yivo, he must be some kind of sinister deviant. With that in mind, Kong Vi smirked and tightened his grip on his blade. Listen, kid, I know your skills aren't half bad. Kong Vi channeled his internal energy, causing his aura to surge around him. But you're nothing but a deviant, and I'm going to take you down. Just then, a figure flew in, and a woman dressed in red landed between them. Don Mok Tung Yen brandished her sword and said in a clear, crisp voice, Young Master Thien, we meet again. Her eyes were filled with grim determination. We can talk later. Right now, I have to settle things between you and this underworld demon blade. Finished. Don Mok Tung Yen stepped toward Kong Vi. Thien Sa Vu frowned. Did the Blood Plum Blossom misunderstand something? Don Mok Tung Yen spoke up. Senior Kong, it's been a long time. Tung Yen pays her respects. Seeing this, Kong Vi lowered his blade and returned the gesture, though suspicion stirred within him. Why is the Blood Plum Blossom Don Mok Tung Yen here in Tai Nguyen? Was she sent by the Nine Layers Manor? Suspecting this, Kong V asked directly, "May I ask why the esteemed lady is here?" "Obviously, I'm here because of you, senior. I heard you caused a massacre in Tai Nguyen, and I'm here to investigate." "You mean the Hoa Tuong sect? Those scumbags were nothing but demons. They deserve to die." Hearing this, Don Mok Tung Yen snapped, "Please, think about what you're saying. Do you have any idea how many innocent people those monsters harmed? Your words, do you think the victims would ever accept that? The son of a sect leader, who claims to be righteous, is acting so recklessly, with a father who indulges him without a shred of discipline. Small leaks sink ships, a tiny spark starts a forest fire." Kang V laughed, looking incredibly proud. "If you don't root out the evil while it's still in the cradle, it'll cause chaos later. Therefore, even if I have to kill 10 people, 100 people, or even wipe out an entire sect, I won't hesitate." The underworld demon blade's eyes sharpened. He raised his sword. "Even if they belong to the Iron Martial Alliance, I won't back down." Thien Savu sighed. He really doesn't know how to judge this situation at all. Don Mok Tung Yen said, "My Huashan sect serves the Nine Layers Manor, and Senior Kang belongs to the Five Dragon Alliance." Saying this, the swordswoman drew her blade, her beautiful eyes locked onto Kong Vi, refusing to back down. "If Senior Kong refuses to listen to reason and insists on being stubborn, then if we clash, it means all-out war between our factions." The tension on the street turned heavy. Killing intent filled the air. Thien Sa Vu also grew serious because he noticed a crowd gathering, countless people watching and whispering among themselves. "Isn't that the blood plum blossom of the Huashan sect? And that guy must be Kong Vi, the one who wiped out the Hoa Tuong sect. Why are they fighting?" Thien Savu thought to himself, "These people are so clueless. If they really start fighting, innocent bystanders are bound to get hurt." Just then, Tam Mok Hop and Ha Tong Yan happened to pass by, looking for their senior sister. Seeing the crowd ahead, Ha Tong Yan peeked over and saw his senior sister facing off against a man. As he looked closer, he gasped in shock. "Isn't that the underworld demon blade, Kong V?" Without thinking twice, the two of them leaped over the crowd, shouting loudly, "Senior sister, we're here to help." Don Mok Tung Yen was distracted for a split second, and in that moment, a cold, lethal light flashed in Kong V's eyes. He drew his sword, and Don Mok Tung Yen followed suit, though she was a step slower. She spun, moving as gracefully as a butterfly. Just as their swords were about to collide, a figure blurred into view. Thien Savu reached out with both hands, catching both longswords. His voice remained as calm as still water. "You two, please, stop. One of you is a famous swordswoman of the Huashan sect, and the other is one of the 5 great guests of the Five Dragon Alliance. If you two fight, all these innocent civilians will get caught in the crossfire. Why don't you stop here and set a date for a rematch later?" Kong V pursed his lips. He knew that if he let Thien Savu talk him down now, he might never get another chance to confront him. With that, the underworld demon blade roared, rooting out evil. "I'm not afraid of anything." Saying this, Kang Vi poured force into his grip. Seeing this, Thien Savu's eyes flashed with a cold light, and suddenly, a powerful blast of internal energy erupted from him. It surged, like a tidal wave, crashing into Kong V's sword-wielding arm. The man felt his internal energy turn chaotic and let out a painful groan. This was the second time Kong V had felt the breath of death so close, but just as quickly, that massive surge of energy vanished. Kong V stared in disbelief at the teen in front of him. Thien Savu let go and gave Kong V a gentle push. The man stumbled back 2 steps. No matter how arrogant the underworld demon blade was, he couldn't help but be terrified now. The 2 Huashan disciples, who were charging in, froze. They didn't expect the teen they met last night to be this strong. I want to kill any innocents either." With that, he grabbed Don Mok Tung Yen's hand and pulled her along. Startled, Don Mok Tung Yen cried out, "Thien, young Master Thien, Thien Sa." Vu didn't care and kept dragging her away, but right then, Kong V's voice rang out from behind them. "Young Master, please stop, I haven't even learned your name yet." Savu didn't care and pulled her along, but just then, Kong V's voice rang out from behind. "Young hero, please stop, I still don't know your esteemed name." "And your name, young hero?" Thien Savu turned back, calm as ever. "I am Thien Savu." With that, he pulled Don Mok Tung Yen away from the crowd. Tang Mok Hop and Ha Tong Nan hurriedly gave chase, leaving Kang Vi standing there, utterly bewildered. This guy, the underworld demon blade, was feeling absolute agony. He didn't want to give up on his conviction, but his opponent was just too strong. It looked like he needed to find some help. Meanwhile, as soon as Thien Savu left the crowd, he ran into 2 people, 2 Beggar Clan disciples, bowed respectfully, explaining that their elder had sent them to keep tabs on Kang Vi. Thien Savu glanced back at Kang Vi, noting that now, Wasn't the right time to tail him. He's completely unhinged right now. If he spots you, you'll be in serious danger. Seeing the beggar clan disciples, showing such deference to Tien Sa Vu, Don Mok Tung Yen became even more convinced of her assessment. This teenager was truly extraordinary. The two beggar clan disciples bowed to thank Tien Sa Vu, promising to be more careful. Tang Mok Hop and Ha Tong Nhan followed behind Tien Sa Vu, looking confused. After a moment, Ha Tong Nhan spoke up. Young Master Thien, please, let go. Tien Sa Vu finally realized he was still holding Don Mok Tung Yen's hand and quickly let go. My apologies. Tang Mok. Hop chimed in quickly. We should head to the Great Heaven Merchant Guild. Tien Sa Vu's interest was piqued, and he asked if he could tag along. Tang Mok. Hop happily agreed. Don Mok Tung Yen recalled the instructions her master gave her before she set out. Tung Yen, this mission is incredibly difficult, but you must succeed. Not just for the 9 levels manner, but for yourself. You must know what should and shouldn't be done. Know who to associate with, and who to stay away from. Don't worry, Master. I will certainly keep it in mind. She was certain that Tien Sa Vu and Kang Vai were connected, and on top of that he had close ties to the beggar clan. Based on what those two disciples just said, she guessed he might even know an elder of the beggar clan. In that case, he was exactly the kind of person she needed to recruit, and maybe, eventually, bring him into the 9 levels manor. Before long, the group arrived at the Taiyuan branch of the Great Heaven Merchant Guild. Standing before the gates, Tien Sa Vu looked up at the magnificent architecture and the brilliant red lacquer doors. Just a local branch, yet it was this opulent. It was clear just how wealthy the Great Heaven Merchant Guild really was. Don Mok Tung Yen took a jade pendant from her person, handed it to the guard, and said she wanted to see the branch. Master. Tien Sa Vu stood behind her, his sharp eyes catching the butterfly-shaped jade pendant in her hand. The teenager froze, reaching into his shirt to fumble for a moment. He had a butterfly jade pendant too, just a bit smaller. It was a gift from a little girl named Tu Ha, over a decade ago when he was still up north. This is my most precious treasure. I'm giving it to you. One day, I will become the wealthiest merchant in the world. When that happens, bring this and find me. Remembering the past, Tien Sa Vu smiled, wondering how that little girl was doing now that she was in the Central Plains. Thinking this, Tien Sa Vu already had a plan. Coming to the Great Heaven Merchant Guild this time, besides sniffing out info on the black market, maybe he could even find word of Tu Ha. After the guard reported, they were led inside. Soon, they reached the inner courtyard of the branch. Chief Steward Trinfong bowed in greeting. So it is the blood plum blossom, one of the 3 flowers and 7 fears. Since you possess the young lady's token, you are a guest of honor at the Great Heaven Merchant Guild. Please, come inside. With that, Trinfong led them to a small pavilion. Along the way, the buildings and gardens were arranged with such exquisite care that Tien Sa Vu couldn't help but admire it. But for some reason, a strange thought crossed his mind. Did that little girl from back then now live in a place as luxurious as this? Just then, Don Mok Tung Yen's voice cut through his train of thought. Young Master Thien, I happened to befriend someone at the Iron Martial Alliance a few days ago. That person is very close with the Great Heaven Merchant Guild, and it just so happens they have a branch here in Taiyuan, so I decided to drop by. Therefore, young master, Thien, if you want to walk the path of the martial world, you really should make more friends. Tien Sa Vu didn't quite get it, but he just nodded and followed along. A while later, they reached the reception room. Inside, Branch Master Qian Dao Hone was already waiting. Everyone took their seats. Qian Dao Hone asked bluntly, Don Mok, are you here? Because of the underworld demon blade, Kang Vai? Don Mok Tung Yen didn't beat around the bush and confirmed it. She wanted to find out everything about him. We have been tracking Kang Vai for a long time. Recently, he has been in very close contact with Lian Tungia of the black market. Tien Sa Vu thought to himself, just as I suspected. Steward Trin brought over records for the lady to inspect, detailing all information on Lian Tungia, including his business dealings, his connections with the local authorities, and even his ties to other martial sects. The only thing is, we haven't found his current location yet. This information is not supposed to be leaked, but since you have the young lady's token, we will make an exception. We aren't sure why Kang Vai came to Taiyuan, but we suspect it involves the black market, and more importantly, he is likely acting under the orders of the 5 Dragon Alliance. Don Mok Tung Yen took the booklet and read it carefully. When she reached one specific detail, she couldn't help but read it aloud. 20 years ago, they collaborated with the Mu Dung family in human trafficking. Her voice was soft, but to Tien Sa Vu, it sounded like a thunderclap. Qian Dao Hoen keenly noticed the teenager's reaction. He had been silent since entering the room, so why such a strong reaction to news about the Mu Dung family? Although Tien Sa Vu quickly regained his composure, his eyes still made the man wary. At this moment, Don Mok Tung Yen spoke up. Information is never free. I wonder what Branch Master Qian wants in exchange. Qian Dao Hoen stated bluntly that he wanted the 9 levels manor to provide protection to minimize the potential losses for the Great Heaven Merchant Guild. The Great Heaven Merchant Guild is protected by the authorities. I'm afraid you don't need our help, 9 levels manor. Don Mok, the annihilation of the Hoa Tuong sect was a martial arts grudge. It's common for authorities not to interfere. But yesterday, dozens of guards were killed, and the authorities didn't even lift a finger. I suspect the prefect of Taiyuan is in bed with the 5 Dragon Alliance. I fear that from now on, the authorities will not interfere with any of Kang V's actions. Don Mok Tung Yen replied that she didn't have the authority to mobilize the entire 9 levels manor. Qian Dao Hoan said that simply mobilizing the surrounding sects near Taiyuan would suffice. Don Mok Tung Yen considered the pros and cons and agreed. Tien Savu watched them bickering over every little advantage and thought to himself that these two were truly not just some run-of-the-mill person. Right then, Qian Dao Hoan glanced over at Tien Savu, still not knowing the name of this young brother. Such a secret conversation. And yet Lady Don Mok brought this young brother here? He's definitely not just anyone. Before Tien Savu could even answer, Don Mok Tung Yen spoke up. I asked young hero Thien to come along because I need a favor. Ever since Mo Dung Dung Thien died, the beggar sect has locked down all their intel. Not just the Ku Trong Manor, but even the Iron Martial Alliance hasn't heard a peep. Hearing Don Mok Tung Yen bring this up, Qian Dao Hoan couldn't help but take a few extra looks at Tien Savu. Young hero Tien, I know you've got some deep ties with the beggar sect. If you can help us dig up some info, the Ku Trong Manor will definitely make it worth your while. Tien Savu closed his eyes at that. So that's it. They're stalking me just because of my connection to the sect. He opened his eyes, and suddenly, the vibe around him shifted completely. Lady Don Mok, my relationship with the beggar sect isn't as close as you think, Tien Savu said coldly. I can pass the message along for you, but don't get your hopes up. Having said his piece, Tien Savu stood up, not wanting to waste any more time on their chat. See ya. Both disciples from the Huashan sect were spooked by the kid's aura. Even Qian Dao Hoan, a seasoned veteran of the pugilistic world, couldn't help but break out into a cold sweat. This kid is no pushover. Truly a hero among youth. Don Mok Tung Yen regretted being so pushy and hurriedly called out, Young hero, wait! But Tien Savu had already stepped out. Don Mok Tung Yen beat herself up over her own impulsiveness. She and Tien Savu had only met once, yet she'd already crossed the line and broken the taboos of the martial arts world. Qian Dao Hoan complained about Tien Savu being too touchy, but deep down, he took note of him. My young mistress has been searching for a certain boy for years. They say it's her childhood sweetheart. Judging by his accent, he sounds like he's from the north. And those eyes. They're exactly how the mistress described them. Could this kid be the one she's been looking for all this time? Tien Savu left the Great Thien Trading Association on his own. He already had the info on Lien Tuangia. The next step was tracking down the hideout of this black merchant. But just as he stepped outside, a beggar sect disciple came sprinting up. He claimed Elder Hong sent him to bring Tien Savu back to the sect. At the same time, on Wuzhu Mountain, a figure was moving silently through the woods. It was none other than Kang Vi, the one Tien Savu had defeated earlier. 2 beggar sect disciples tasked with trailing Kang Vi were following him from a distance. Suddenly, one of them felt a sharp sting in his heel. You keep following him? I've got a killer stomachache. I'll be back in a sec. But when the disciple returned, Kang Vi had vanished. The beggar sect guy scratched his head, completely lost. He didn't even notice a shadow closing in on him. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind him. He spun around to see Kang Vi standing there, eyes cold as ice. Looks like you're looking for me. The beggar sect disciple was so terrified by Kang Vi's sudden appearance that he collapsed to the ground. In that instant, a silver thread, thin as a hair, whipped through the air. Before he could react, the thread was wrapped around his throat. A flash of light, blood sprayed everywhere, and the disciple's body hit the dirt. Kang Vi walked toward 2 figures in the woods. The man in white didn't get why Kang Vi had to kill a beggar. Kang Vi replied that a common beggar couldn't possibly track him from such a distance. Clearly, the beggar sect had sent him to tail them. Dao Duong agreed with Kang Vi's assessment, then coldly ordered, go search the area thoroughly. Make sure there aren't any other rats left. We absolutely cannot let the location of Redwall Fortress get out. Ma Dai. Nguyen was hiding in the nearby bushes, clamping his hand over his mouth to stay quiet, tears streaming down his face. He swore to avenge his brother. Kang Vi and Dao Duong reached a mountain trail, and after crossing a ridge, a magnificent, imposing structure appeared before them. Redwall Fortress, the secret base of the Black Merchant. Inside the hall, Lien Tungia sat under the eaves looking out at the plaza. A subordinate in black knelt to report. Master, those slaves have been completely brainwashed. They will follow every single order, absolutely. In 5 days, we can deliver them to the Five Dragon Alliance. If we let them train for a few more years, their power will skyrocket. Lien Tuangia nodded, then sighed. I still feel like something is missing. The subordinate said their physical bodies had been pushed to their absolute limits. Once they started martial arts training, they would become a terrifying force. Lien Tunya shook his head. That's not what I mean. I mean their raw talent isn't good enough. He mused that 20 Sierte, years ago, there was a little girl with incredible talent. It's a shame she got away. Right then, Kong Vi and Dao Duong walked in. Kong Vi got straight to the point. He wanted Lien Tuangia's help. Dao Duong recounted the run-in with the beggar. Lien Tuangia was startled. This old fox immediately realized they might have been tracked. Kong Vi shrugged it off, saying it was just one beggar and he'd already taken care of him. Dao Duong added that he hadn't spotted anyone else, telling him not to worry. But Lien Tuangia was incredibly cautious, saying it was time to abandon Redwall Fortress. Hearing this, the other two, they were shocked. They knew Lien Tuangia had poured 20 years of effort into this place, 20 years of hard work, but if they hesitated, they'd surely bring disaster upon themselves. If the beggar sect found us once, they can find us again. Master Am, take the slaves to the Five Dragon Alliance tomorrow morning. I'll get everything else prepared. As long as the martial arts sects keep fighting each other, and as long as the Ming and the Northern Yuan are at odds, we'll never run out of business. No need to worry about a little short-term loss. Finishing that, Lien Tuangia looked at Kong Vi. So, what brings you here to find me? The demon blade of the underworld gave a cold laugh. Just need you to find something for me. That's all. Meanwhile, at the beggar sect branch, Ma Dai Nguyen was kneeling in the main hall, sobbing his heart out. The other disciples surrounded him. Hongmu Kuei listened as Ma Dai Nguyen recounted the whole story, his expression grim. The young disciple pressed his head to the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. Elder, I was useless. I just stood there and watched Li Nam get killed. Punish me according to our code. Thien Savu crossed his arms and sighed. To think that what he said the other day actually came true. Hongmu Kuei said that Li Nam's death was on Kong Vi, telling Ma Dai Nguyen not to blame himself. Meanwhile, Truong Tunat speculated that Wuzhu Mountain was indeed the hideout for Lien Tuangia. Elder, we must catch Lien Tuangia before. He's on the run. I've sent my best trackers after him, so we should have news soon. Hong the Five Ghosts nodded in agreement, never imagining that. Lien Tuangia was actually hiding in the mountains outside Taiyuan. Suddenly, a beggar gang disciple sprinted over, shouting, Elder, we've got word from Five Ancestors. Mountain, Elder, we found a secret base at Five Ancestors Mountain. Please give the order so we can avenge Brother Li Nam. Hong the Five Ghost stood up immediately, his tone cold as ice. Leader Truong, you stay here to guard the branch. Keep a close watch on the Great Heaven Trade Guild. I have a gut feeling something huge is about to go down there. Then, Hong the Five Ghosts scanned the crowd, his voice booming like thunder. Listen up, everyone. If you're ranked below the 6th grade, stay here with Leader Truong. 6th grade and above, follow me to take down this Kang Vi. The beggar gang erupted in a roar, loud as a thunderstorm. Once that was settled, Hong the Five Ghosts looked at Tien Savu, noticing he was about to leave. Are you really going alone, taking on a master like Kong Vi is a death wish? I guess you want to get there first and handle him yourself, huh? Tien Savu stayed silent, letting his silence confirm the elder's guess. Kid, you're really looking down on our beggar gang, aren't you? Let's go together. Tien Savu just smiled, saying nothing. This secret base had been hidden in the mountains for 20 years without anyone finding it. Yet here an old beggar was, showing up in the middle of the night looking for food. Hong the Five Ghost put on a masterclass in acting, playing the confused old man to grab the attention of the black trade guards. He stepped forward, begging for a scrap to eat and promising that if they ever hit hard times, they could join the beggar gang. The moment they heard beggar gang, the two guards tensed up. One drew his sword, ready to strike, but the old man blocked him. I'm just here for food. What's with the sword swinging? With a cold chuckle, Hong the Five Ghosts sent both guards flying. They slammed into the massive doors and went limp. Life or death unknown. Hong the Five Ghost roared, "Move out, brothers! Take them down!" At the command, the disciples charged like a hungry pack of wolves. Their staves whistled through the air as they swarmed in. The black trade guards drew their blades to fight back. Chaos erupted, and within seconds, the entire Red Wall estate was filled with the sounds of screaming and clashing steel. Amidst the madness, the old man and the youth moved like they were walking through an empty park. Hong the Five Ghosts looked at Tien Savu, puffed up with pride. See that? Our beggar gang isn't just good at gathering intel. Our kung fu isn't too shabby, is it? Just like he said. Within minutes, the beggar gang had the upper hand. Suddenly, a guard lunged toward them with a blade. Hong the Five Ghosts didn't flinch. He just tucked his hands behind his back and kicked the guy straight in the face. Those toes, unwashed for 30 years, poked right into the guard's nose. Hong the Five Ghosts smirked, put some muscle into his leg, and the guard went flying like a soccer ball. Up on the balcony, Lien Tunagia slammed his fist onto the railing. The black trade boss was absolutely livid. He was supposed to move his slaves out secretly tomorrow morning. How did the beggar gang catch wind of this tonight? Lien Tunya demanded to know where Kong Vi was. Am Dao Duong replied that he had already left to deal with the Great Heaven Trade Guild. Brother Am, are you just going to sit there and watch? If this beggar trash keeps slaughtering my men, the Five Dragon Alliance will suffer massive losses. I'm no match for that kid. I have to wait for the right moment. Besides, why? Didn't you prepare for this? I'm truly disappointed in you. Dao Duong set his teacup down with a cold, detached tone. And you should know your place. Whether this place gets razed to the ground or you die here, it won't affect the partnership between the Dark Trade Guild and the Five Dragon Alliance. Everything happening here is on you and you alone. Lien Tunanhia gritted his teeth, his blood boiling with rage. He knew Dao Duong was washing his hands of the mess. Once the human trafficking was exposed, the righteous sects would descend on them, and he would be the sacrificial lamb. He knew Dao Duong was washing his hands of the mess. Once the human trafficking was exposed, the righteous sects would descend on them, and he would be the sacrificial lamb. He stepped forward, glaring at Hong the Five Ghost and Thien Savu. Lien, Tungia tried to play it cool. The beggar gang acts so high and mighty, yet you're sneaking into private property in the middle of the night? If word gets out, people are gonna laugh you right out of the martial arts world. Lien Tungia, one of our disciples died here, and I'm here for justice. Thien Savu looked up. Today, he was finally meeting this mysterious black trade boss face to face. 20 years ago, this was the man who kidnapped his master's daughter. You say. You killed my disciple? Where's your proof? Looks to me like you're just a bunch of bullies. Hong the Five Ghost countered that they had witnesses, and if he was so innocent, he should let them search the place. So, the beggar gang is officially declaring war on me then? Hong, the Five Ghost's eyes turned ice cold. You killed our brother, why wouldn't I come for you? Lien Tuangia gave a sinister laugh and pulled a short whistle from his robes. A shrill, eerie sound pierced the air. Immediately, heavy thuds echoed from all sides as a crowd swarmed in, surrounding the beggar gang. These people were dressed in rags, their expressions completely vacant. They were the slaves Lien Tungia had brainwashed for the Five Dragon Alliance. The disciples froze, horrified. A moment later, one disciple charged forward, his staff whistling toward the head of a slave. But the slave didn't even blink. He didn't dodge or feel a thing. The disciple was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. The staff struck home, knocking the hood off the slave. Beneath the hood was the innocent face of a child. Thien Savu and Hong the Five Ghost were both shaken. Then, Lien Tungia's maniacal laughter broke the silence. Don't be so surprised. They've been trained to feel absolutely nothing, no pain, no fear. Doesn't your precious righteous sect pride itself on kindness? Let's see if you can actually strike these kids down. Thien Savu's bloodlust skyrocketed. This old monster deserved to die. Dao Duong finally spoke up. Lien Tungia, you've broken our deal. Using these slaves as human shields isn't exactly playing by the rules, is it? When death is knocking on the door, who cares about the rules? If you don't want all these slaves to end up dead, then get out there and fight. Unless you want to explain to the Five Dragon Alliance why you failed, Dao Duong darkened, his jaw twitching. After a long, heavy silence, he finally muttered, "Bloodsword guest, take the field." In a blur of motion, a figure appeared like a phantom, the Bloodsword guest, the elite weapon of the Five Dragon Alliance. At the command, he lunged forward. With a sudden flash of light, the Blood Swordmaster drew his blade and leaped down from the second floor. Several other swordsmen appeared from all sides, giving chase. Thien Savu watched closely, noting there were only 12 of them, yet their presence was as overwhelming as an entire army. The 12 blood swordsmen quickly joined the fray. The leader jumped up, slashing his sword down. A beggar sect disciple was sliced in two, blood spraying from the wound and dripping off the longsword. The other beggar sect disciples couldn't help but recoil. Blood splattered onto the swordsman's white cloak, making his face look even more terrifying. The lead blood swordmaster coldly ordered, "Kill them all." His subordinates swarmed forward at his command, and the battle, which had been tipping in favor of the beggar sect, suddenly shifted. A moment later, Thien Savu realized something was wrong. These kids were still young, but their builds were identical to full-grown adults. Clearly, someone had used some special technique to force their muscle and bone development. Not only that, but their minds had also been controlled by some dark art. No matter how terrified they were, they didn't dare move without an order. Furthermore, this state was clearly irreversible. If this continued, these kids likely wouldn't live past 20. At that thought, Thien Savu's heart filled with rage. Had the master's daughter been harmed the same way? Hong Nukui saw the murderous intent in Thien Savu's eyes and hurriedly placed a hand on his shoulder. The old beggar's voice was incredibly grave. "Savu, calm down. Those guys in white are from the Five Dragon Alliance. If you intervene, there's no turning back." "Thien, Savu coldly replied, "You're a beggar sect elder, yet you watch your own disciples get slaughtered and do nothing?" Hong Ngukwai sighed and said, "The beggar sect and the Five Dragon Alliance are currently in a delicate balance. Northern Yuan hasn't been completely wiped out, so we sects in the martial arts world have an unspoken understanding. We might eventually have to compromise. That's the martial arts world for you. Everyone talks about honor. But when their own interests are at stake, who actually remembers it? But you're different. You aren't part of the Central Plains martial arts world, nor do you belong to any sect. If you intervene, the Five Dragon Alliance won't let you off the hook." Thien Savu sneered. "Elder, do you hear the cries of these children? They're scared to death, yet they don't dare retreat. Do you hear the screams of the beggar sect disciples? They were already here. Why must they come and bleed for nothing? I started training at 14, just 12 years ago. You've been training longer than that, right?" At this, Thien Savu shouted in anger, "If you've trained your whole life but don't dare to act, then tell me, Elder, what was the point of practicing the heaven-shattering divine skill?" Thien Savu's words shook Hong Nu Kuei to his core. Since becoming an elder, he had always been cautious, weighing the pros and cons, but now he felt his own state of mind wasn't even as strong as this. Teenagers, his disciples were fighting for their lives, yet he was still hesitating. With that thought, Hong Nu Kuei drew his whip. The beggar sect elder laughed aloud. "Well," said, "kid, you've got guts. You go catch Lian Tungia. I'll deal with these blood swordsmen." Finished, Hong Nu Kuei channeled his internal energy, his whip flying out like a dragon heading for the sea, lunging forward. Instantly, the whip wrapped tightly around the arm of one of the blood swordsmen. Hong Nu Kuei put his strength into both hands and pulled hard, his entire body flying forward, using the momentum to kick the blood swordsman square in the face. The man let out a pathetic scream, dropping his longsword, and a cold glint flashed in the elder's eyes. He kicked the hilt of the sword, sending the 3-foot blade flying, piercing right through the blood swordsman's chest. The force of the kick sent the man flying over a dozen yards, and the longsword continued its flight, pinning him to a pillar. The blood swordsman was nailed to the pillar and died on the spot. Seeing this, the lead blood swordmaster's expression changed. He loudly warned his subordinates to be more careful. Hong Ngu Kuei stood with his hands on his hips and laughed. "Brothers, let's go all out today. The beggar sect has been quiet for way too long. It's time we show them the strength of us beggars." As soon as he finished, the beggar sect disciples cheered and swarmed forward, surrounding the remaining blood swordsmen. Hong Nu Kuei charged ahead, whipping his weapon. The whip carried the power of a thunderclap, forcing the blood swordsman to dodge rather than take the hit directly. With one move, Hong Nu Kuei broke the enemy's formation and ordered the dog-beating array. Hearing this, the lead blood swordsman panicked and hurriedly signaled his men to retreat, forming a defensive circle. But he got distracted for a second and was ambushed from behind by a beggar sect disciple. The blood swordmaster clutched his back, turning to counterattack, but was struck in the face by that same disciple. He fought through the pain and backed away to create distance, but the disciple pursued him, keeping up assault. The blood swordsman jumped up, using his feet to kick the tip of his opponent's staff, borrowing the momentum to vault away, hoping to attack their beggar sect disciples on the outer ring. He no longer wanted to fight. He only wanted to escape the encirclement, but it was clearly too late. A beggar sect disciple jumped onto his comrade's shoulder, and like an arrow leaving a bow, he dove down. He swung his staff, striking the lead blood swordmaster in the back of the neck. The other blood swordsmen were also defeated. By now, the beggar sect's dog-beating array was fully set. Thien Savu watched the scene, silently praising them, then looked up at the balcony where Lian Tunangia was standing. The Black Mountain sect leader was gritting his teeth, his rage burning hot. He couldn't believe that the elites of the Five Dragon Alliance couldn't handle a bunch of beggars. At that moment, Thien Savu's eyes turned sharp. He pushed off the ground and leaped up. Thien Savu rushed toward the balcony, attacking Lian Tungia. Lian Tungia was too busy cursing to see it coming, suddenly feeling a powerful gust of wind. The next second, Thien Savu appeared right in front of him. Lian Tungia was terrified, collapsing onto the floor. Thien Savu extended his left hand, his internal energy coating it. The teenager's voice was cold as ice. "Lian Tungia, 20 years ago, how many children did you buy from the Murong family, and where did you take them? I don't have much patience left. Where is he right now?" For the first time, the Black Mountain sect leader felt the breath of death so close. He tried to open his mouth to speak, but couldn't make a sound. Just then, a voice called out, "Young hero, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Am Dao?" Duong slowly drew his sun-shattering bow, a cold smile appearing on the face of the master of the Iron Cavalry divine skill. This time, it's not certain who will win and who will lose. Duong slowly pulled back his sun-shattering bow, a cold smile appearing on the face of the Iron Cavalry divine art master. This time, it's not clear who will win or lose. And just like that, an arrow was fired at terrifying speed. A flow of golden energy condensed around the tip. From 10 yards away, the arrow was on him almost instantly. Even with his guard up, Tien Savu didn't expect the enemy to strike so fast. He only saw a golden flash lunging straight toward his chest. The young man was immediately sent flying back by the immense force. Tien Savu landed gracefully, the arrow still lodged in his chest. He frowned and spat out a mouthful of blood. Mdao Duong poured all his strength into that shot, then leaned against the wooden railing to watch. Lien Tu Wai thought Mdao Duong had succeeded and started cheering him on, but Mdao Duong frowned after looking closely. Tien Savu was slowly getting up, his right hand gripping the sea arrow, with less than 3 inches of the shaft sticking out past his palm. Clearly, the young man had managed to grab the lethal arrow at the very last second. Tien Savu stared at the arrow in his hand, still shaken. If he hadn't quickly stepped back to create distance, he likely would have been shot through the chest. The young man tossed the arrow aside and said coldly, "You've got great timing, but it's a pity the only chance you had to kill me. You blew it." Having failed his first move, Mdao Duong immediately activated his golden eye vision technique to observe him minutely. In a flash, all the energy flowing around Tien Savu's body became clear to his eyes. He saw a powerful, hidden force coiled within the young man's dantian. Wisps of energy rose from the crown of his head. Mdao Duong gulped, unable to believe that a teenager could possess such pure, internal power. A moment later, he tried to steel himself, pulled out another arrow, stomped his foot, and leaped off the wooden railing. Mdao Duong glided through the air, drew his bow, and fired, a golden wave of energy surging on the arrow, speeding straight toward Tien Savu. The latter stepped back lightly, dodging it with ease. Tien Savu frowned, full of suspicion. The guy specializes in archery, why abandon his range advantage to charge in? Just then, Mdao Duong surged forward behind the arrow, his iron cavalry master's eyes burning bright, his internal energy swirling constantly. Mdao Duong raised his hands, his movements sharp and decisive. This time, he unleashed a volley of 10 arrows. Tien Savu moved like a blur, dodging constantly, his speed leaving nothing but after-images behind. Mdao Duong still kept his 10-yard distance, his hands never resting. In an instant, the bow roared like thunder, arrows flying thick and fast, even piercing through a stone wall, a foot thick. Up on the balcony, Lien Tu Wai stared at the situation below. Even though Mdao Duong is one of the 5 great guests of the 5 Dragon League, he seemed unable to do a thing against the young man. The Black Mountain Gang leader thought to himself, "This place isn't safe anymore. Better get out of here." Tien Savu kept dodging the arrows, knowing that if this kept up, he'd be a sitting duck. Seeing a large flag nearby, Tien Savu reached out and grabbed the flagpole. He was already running at breakneck speed, and once he caught the pole, his body pivoted sharply, and the next second, he was like a cannonball, using the momentum to launch himself straight at Mdao Duong. Seeing this, Mdao Duong quickly stepped back. Tien Savu missed, landed solidly, then pushed off the ground with his toes, his body soaring upward. Seeing the young man shift instantly from defense to offense, Mdao Duong panicked, his hands working, feverishly, firing another 10 arrows in a row. Tien Savu moved like a phantom, in and out of sight, dodging every single one. The two chased each other, and before they knew it, they reached a small building. Mdao Duong didn't hesitate to fly inside. Tien Savu wouldn't let him go and chased right in. Just then, Mdao Duong suddenly thrust out his right hand, silver wires shooting from his wrists, forming a dense spiderweb trap inside the house in the blink of an eye. The young man didn't see it coming and charged right into the trap. Tien Savu thought, "Not good," and quickly planted his right foot to steady himself. "You brat, now that you've realized it, it's too late." As he spoke, Mdao Duong jerked his right hand, and the silver wires tightened instantly, wrapping around Tien Savu. To his surprise, the young man was even faster, immediately retreating toward the door, though a few stray hairs were still sliced off by the razor-sharp wires. "When you got close to me, I already felt something was off. So this was all just to lure me here. It started out as something fun, but now that you've figured it out, it's boring." Tien Savu's eyes went cold. "You find this amusing, do you?" The young man held up 2 fingers, concentrating massive force into their tips, then flicked hard against a silver wire nearby. A wave of powerful, arrogant force rippled along the wire. In a flash, dozens of silver wires couldn't take the pressure and snapped, with wood chips flying in the air. The young man's voice echoed. "Those children looked like they were only 13 or 14, yet you tortured them into that state." Mdao Duong witnessed the scene, absolutely horrified. These silver wires were forged from diamond stone. You can't just snap them with basic internal power. He never expected a teenager to have such exquisite control over his internal energy. A murderous look flashed in Tien Savu's eyes as he continued, "Fighting people like you makes me sick." No sooner had he finished speaking than the young man's figure vanished. Mdao Duong was terrified and scrambled backward. Tien Savu stuck close, in hot pursuit. The young man kicked off a corridor pillar, but just as he turned the corner, he saw his opponent aiming right at him. Tien Savu's gaze turned icy. His right hand shot up, and he slammed a powerful palm strike against the corridor pillar next to him, along with the fierce force from his palm. A massive burst of energy exploded outward, and in an instant, the entire building collapsed. Amidst the rubble, Amdao Duong's eyes widened. He couldn't believe the destructive power of that single palm strike. Through the swirling dust, Amdao Duong flew out of the small building. The master of the iron cavalry technique was almost buried in the wreckage. Before he could even find his footing, a shadow was already hot on his heels. Seeing this, Amdao Duong let out a bitter, self-deprecating laugh. He is one of the 5 great guests of the 5 Dragon League, yet he's been driven to this point by some nameless kid. Thinking this, Amdao Duong slowly spoke up. "We're fighting to the death, yet we don't even know each other's names. I am Amdao Duong, known as the Iron Cavalry Master. I am Tien Savu, from the northern frontier, and today, I'm definitely taking your pathetic life." Mdao Duong smiled coldly and said nothing else, his hand reaching for 10 more arrows from his quiver. The Iron Cavalry Master stepped forward with his left foot, his eyes returning to normal before flashing with a sharp light. With the 10 arrows under his control, a strange, menacing pressure hung in the air before him. The archer channeled his inner power into every arrow, making them spin relentlessly. Driven by his inner energy, this master archer unleashed a flurry of shots, smooth as flowing water. Then, in a blink, 10 arrows merged into one, carrying the Pruplen power of a thunderous gale, hurtling straight toward the young man. Tien Savu didn't flinch. He thrust his left hand out, releasing a massive, surging wave of energy from his palm. In an instant, his power engulfed the arrows, shattering their momentum and tearing the projectile energy to pieces. A deafening blast shook the ground, and the force of their clash sent debris flying everywhere. Before the dust could even settle, Tien Savu lunged forward. His hand, white as snow, descended like Mount Tai, aiming straight for the archer's skull. Seeing the young man strike, the archer was paralyzed with terror. A master of his craft, he refused to just sit there and die, desperately funneling every last drop of his energy into one final shot. The distance between them was less than 10 feet. It was impossible to dodge. The arrow whistled like a shooting star toward Tien Savu's head. Seeing the arrow come straight for his face, Tien Savu tightened his core, twisting his body mid-air. He reached out with his pale hand, his overwhelming power catching the arrow dead in its tracks. He gripped the shaft, then dove forward. In a flash, they blurred past each other. A heartbeat later, the arrow was buried deep between the archer's eyes. Landing on the ground, Tien Savu coldly remarked, "I told you I'd take your pathetic life today. Rest in peace." As the words left his lips, the archer collapsed, dead on the spot. Hong Nu Kuei watched, stunned, but quickly regained his composure. This battle was going to turn the 5 Dragon Alliance upside down. Thinking this, he scanned the area, looking to consult Lien Tu Wai, only to realize the boss of the Black Mountain Gang had vanished into thin air. No one knew that, at that very moment, a horse was galloping wildly toward the Taiyuan estate. On its back, Lian Tu was terrified. It's like a stray dog. He knew for a fact that the gang must have blocked every exit. He had to reach the Great Heaven Trade Union to find Kang Vi. Only she could escort him safely out of Taiyuan. Meanwhile, at the Great Heaven Trade Union, Kang Vi wore a cruel smile as the main gates were smashed to pieces. Then came the blood-curdling screams from within the estate. Tam Mok Hoa and Don Mok Tung Yen were mid-discussion when they jumped in alarm. Just then, the head steward, Trin Fong, came sprinting in, breathless. "Steward, Kang Vi has attacked the front gates. The guards are fighting for their lives, but they can't hold him. You need to retreat, sir. Shut your mouth. If I leave, this branch is finished. Our young lady is still at the 5 Dragon Alliance, and she'll be in mortal danger." Tam Mok Hoa and Don Mok Tung Yen were bewildered. Even if Kang Vi was a martial arts powerhouse, why would he suddenly attack the Great Heaven Trade Union? Don Mok Tung Yen suddenly realized. The 5 Dragon Alliance must have figured out the partnership failed, so they chose this low-down tactic to cut off the trade union from its allies. They rushed to the courtyard to find a chaotic scene where guards were facing off against Kang Vi. A guard screamed, charging at him. Kang Vi remained unfazed, his long sword ready. He moved like a butterfly dancing through a forest, appearing and disappearing. Under the moonlight, limbs were severed and blood splattered everywhere as he slaughtered the guards. The demonic blade laughed loudly. "You demonic outsiders deserve to die." Just then, another guard attacked from behind. Kang Vi glanced back, sneered. and with a flick of his wrist, his sword pierced the guard's chest. Seeing their comrades cut down, two more rushed in, but before they could even get close, Kong V ended them with a single stroke. Despite the guards fighting with everything they had, the gap in power was just too wide. Each of Kong V's strikes claimed another life. This demonic blade was a grim reaper in human form. None of the guards could even withstand a single move. Captain Neep Min Hui ground his teeth in rage. With a burst of strength, he launched himself into the air, flying straight at Kang Vi. "You lunatic, I'll end you today." Kong V chuckled coldly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Is that all you've got?" He lunged, aiming directly for Neep Min Hui. Neep Min Hui used his downward momentum to swing his sword, but Kang Vi parried with a fierce technique. They clashed instantly, flashes of blades filling the air. Kang Vi's sword style was aggressive, decisive, and every strike was lethal. Neep Min Hui struggled to hold his ground, slowly being pushed into a losing position. After 10 moves, Kang Vi knocked him back and coldly muttered, "You're pathetic. I don't have time to play with you." As he spoke, the aura around the demonic blade surged violently, and he hurled his scabbard at Neep Min Hui. As the scabbard flew, Neep Min Hui raised his sword to block. But in that split second, Kang Vi was already there. Neep Min Hui's eyes widened. He knew he'd messed up. Before he could react, Kang Vi slashed horizontally. A streak of blood sprayed from the captain's waist. He was sliced in two. Seeing this, the Union leader turned pale, unable to believe his eyes. Neep Min Hui was his most trusted man, yet he died so cruelly. Neep Min Hui spat out his final words. "Kang Vi, you won't die peacefully." "Oh, I'm sure of it," the demonic blade replied, "but only after I kill you first." With that, he flew toward the stunned Union leader. Mid-air, Kang Vi laughed. "Die, you demonic scum." He swung his sword at the leader's head, but when the blade was just a foot away, it couldn't move any further. It turned out Tam Mak Hoa and another had blocked his lethal strike. "Kang Vi, don't go too far. The Manhwa sect won't just stand by and watch." Kang Vi, furious, pushed harder. Sparks flew from where their weapons collided, but he still couldn't break through. Just then, a figure landed on the edge of his blade. Don Mak Tung Nyen, her expression cold as ice, shouted, "You really think you can touch her?" She launched herself forward, her sword thrusting straight for Kang V's throat. He leaned back to dodge, pulling his sword back to block. Seeing this, Tam Mak Hoa and the other man attacked Kang V's lower half, but he effortlessly retreated, evading them easily. Pushed back, Kang Vi hissed, "Your sect threw the first punch. You'll have to deal with the consequences. You're a disgrace to the title of a gentleman. Don't waste your breath on him, senior brother. Let's just finish him off." With that, all three charged at Kang Wei. Duan Musong Yuan seized the opening and lunged forward with her sword. Kang Wei parried with the blade of his own longsword, but the sheer force behind the strike knocked him back several yards, slamming him into a wall behind him. Kang Wei narrowed his eyes, his expression turning grave. So, the rumors about the blood-plum, bone-melting flying wolf weren't just talk. Suddenly, the demonic swordsman's eyes bulged, and his muscles swelled to massive proportions. Driven by his internal energy, thick veins popped out, making his physique look like an ancient demon god. This sudden transformation left Tang Muhua and the others terrified. Even Duan Musong Yuan stared in disbelief. A moment later, a massive wave of power erupted, sending all three of them flying backward. Duan Musong Yuan lightly tapped her toes against a piece of debris, gracefully gliding through the air like a phoenix in flight. The swordswoman twisted in mid-air to disperse the incoming force before landing safely. It turned out she had used the Huashan sect's signature movement technique, the dark fragrance drift. Meanwhile, Tang, Muhua, and the other disciple had a much harder time, forced back several yards before they could regain their footing. Standing at a distance, all three remained on high alert. Kang Wei sneered. "So that was the dark fragrance drift?" Truly exquisite, but the trio wasn't focused on Kang Wei's martial arts anymore. They had heard their master speak of a forbidden technique, a way to force bone and muscle growth to gain immense strength. Seeing it in person was still shocking. Kang Wei laughed coldly. "What's wrong? Scared just by seeing me like this? If you knew the Five Dragon Alliance's true plan, wouldn't you just faint from terror?" After knocking them back, Kang Wei said coldly, "That's all I'm telling you. Say another word, and the Alliance leader will kill me before you do." Quan Duxun, listening from afar, felt a chill. Could the plan Kang Wei mentioned really be the work of Huangfu Junyue himself? But even Kang Wei wasn't as calm as he looked. He had just gotten a taste of Duan Musongyuan's skill, and the two other Huashan disciples were no pushovers. If this dragged on, the outcome was anyone's guess. Thinking this, Kang Wei switched his sword to his right hand, stepped forward with his left, and lowered his stance, ready to strike. Duan Musongyuan frowned. Kang Wei had been fighting with his left hand the whole time. She hadn't expected the demonic swordsman to be right-handed. Meanwhile, inside the Wuzu Mountain Temple, the few surviving bloodsword warriors were preparing to make a desperate final stand. Hong Wuguai, his face expressionless, flicked his long whip. It hissed through the air like a viper, instantly wrapping around a warrior's neck. With a powerful tug of his arm, he launched himself like a bolt from a crossbow, delivering a brutal knee strike directly to the warrior's face. Following that, the old beggar moved with the fluidity of a dragon. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 3 warriors fell one after another. One of them was still struggling on the ground, so Hong Wuguai didn't hesitate. He stomped down hard. The warrior's skull shattered, and he died instantly. By the time Shan Sawu finished up and approached, Yin Daoyang was already there. Hong Wuguai mentioned that Lian Xi had escaped. Shan Sawu didn't seem too worried. Aren't these bloodsword warriors still here? We can just interrogate them to find out where she's hiding. Hong Wuguai shook his head, saying these were the elite of the 5-Dragon Alliance, strictly trained. No matter what methods they used, it might be impossible to crack them. Shan Sao's expression darkened, but he said calmly, "Don't worry, they will tell me everything." The beggar clan disciples tied up the surviving warriors out of 12. Only 6 were left. Hong Wuguai's attention then drifted to the children nearby. The old man thought to himself, if they could catch Lian Xi, the beggar clan would have leverage against the 5-Dragon Alliance, and if they could help these enslaved kids recover their minds, they would be direct witnesses to the human trafficking crimes. Hong Wuguai patted a child on the shoulder. "Little one, the beggar clan will protect you until you fully recover, both in body and spirit." But to his surprise, this simple gesture terrified the child. The young slave reflexively drew a hidden dagger, the blade glinting with a cold light. Hong Wuguai's expression shifted as the blade flashed near his face. He leaned back just in time to dodge the strike, then nimbly retreated to create some distance. The other enslaved children seemed triggered by the movement, all charging madly at Hong Wuguai in a wild frenzy. Shan Sawu stepped forward, shielding the old man. The youth's eyes were calm, his voice steady. "Let me handle this. It seems they misunderstood your good intentions." Hong Wuguai was startled. "Young hero Shan, they're just kids. Please, don't be too hard on them." Without a word, Shan Sawu channeled his energy and stomped hard on the ground. A 3-foot-long flagstone cracked beneath his feet. He extended his left hand, wrapped in an overbearing, brutal force, and tapped the stone with one finger. Suddenly, the entire flagstone exploded, sending a barrage of debris flying. The stone shards rained down, hitting the pressure points of the enslaved children. Over 100 of them were instantly paralyzed, unable to move. The beggar clan disciples whispered to each other in awe, never expecting the youth, their elder, brought along to have such incredible skill. Shan Sawu walked over slowly and scooped up one of the frozen children just as Han Wuba had saved him all those years ago. "From now on, no one will control you ever again. You are free." The child didn't know if they understood, but tears were already streaming down their face. Hong Wuguai dragged the remaining warriors over. After securing the children, Shan Sawu turned to them and asked, "Speak. Where did Lian Xi go?" The warrior sneered. "Don't even dream of it. I won't say a word." Shan Sawu's eyes flashed with cold intent, and he struck 3 pressure points on the man's chest in a lightning-fast motion. The man's arm began moving against his will. Shan Sawu forced a dagger into his hand, and the blade slowly drifted toward the warrior's own throat. The man was horrified, trying to stop himself from committing suicide. "A bloodsword warrior? You'd rather die than betray your own?" Shan Sawu mused. "Fine. If you want to play the hero, I'll grant you your wish." With a slight flick of his fingers, the man's arm shifted, and the blade plunged straight into. "You want to be a hero? I'll grant your wish." The teenager curled his 2 fingers slightly, and the swordsman's 2 arms shifted direction on their own, stabbing straight into the henchman beside him. That swordsman was absolutely terrified, struggling to grip his own wrist, but his hand wouldn't obey him. The blade just kept piercing inch by inch into his comrade's throat. His eyes wide with pure fear, he screamed, "Stop it!" Tien Savu just smirked, completely ignoring his desperate pleas. "Didn't you say your comrade's life mattered more than your own? Fine, then I'll let you kill them one by one yourself." Hong Vu-Koi watched the scene unfold, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. These bloodsword warriors were trained with iron-willed resolve, refusing to betray their brother was a creed carved into their minds since childhood. Tien Savu's methods were brutal, but they shattered the mental defenses of these elite killers instantly. Sure enough, seeing his comrade about to die by his own hand, the swordsman couldn't take the pressure anymore and yelled, "Stop, I'll talk." Lien Tu Yi definitely ran toward the Dai Tian Trading Guild. Tien Savu remained cold and expressionless. "Are you sure? Better not be lying." He had previously asked Kong Ui to wipe out the Dai Tian Trading Guild, and Kong Ui had agreed to his request. Hong Vu Koi asked the young man what he planned to do. Tien Savu said grimly, I have to head to the Thien Trading Guild. I have to catch Lien Tu Yi. I'll leave this place to you, elder. With that, Thien Savu channeled power into his legs, stomped hard on the ground, and launched himself into the air, vanishing. Instantly, the blue stone floor shattered, debris flying everywhere, and the sheer force created a gale that forced everyone to squint. In the blink of an eye, Thien Savu was already over 100 paces away. He knew that even with 3 Mount Hua disciples guarding it, the Thien Trading Guild would struggle to hold off Kang Wei. If he was late, Lien Tu Wei would definitely escape, and the clues about his master's daughter would be severed once again. Thinking of this, Thien Savu gave his all in unleashing his Lightfoot technique. Beneath the moonlight, only a blur could be seen racing toward Tai Nguyen City. This place was once the most luxurious estate in all of Tai Nguyen. Now, because of one man's arrival, it lay in ruins. Quyen Dao Hoen watched the situation, thinking to himself that his life now depended on the 3 Mount Hua disciples. Even if the trading guild had traps capable of leveling the entire estate, he wouldn't regret sacrificing his life, but he refused to let the young lady come to any harm. Manager Tran Fong advised his master to run for it while he had the chance, but Quyen Dao Hoen ignored his subordinate's advice. Seeing the 3 disciples from Mount Hua fighting a desperate battle against Kang Ui, the fragile guildmaster spoke slowly. Since we formed an alliance with Don Mok Tung Nam, I cannot betray my allies, not even if it costs me my life. Merchants may value profit, but honor matters even more. Gritting his teeth, Quyen Dao Hoan muttered, "Forgive me, young lady. It seems I can't serve you any longer, but I will never break my blood oath." At that moment, Kang Ui let out a thunderous roar and leaped into the air. Don Mok Tung Nam quickly warned her 2 junior brothers to be careful. The demon swordsman was radiating, killing intent, gathering all his power into his blade, then swung it down, sending several arcs of sword energy flying. Don Mok Tung Nam's face turned serious. The Mount Hua swordswoman stood on her toes, stepped back, and channeled all her internal energy into her sword. She soared into the air like a plum blossom in the freezing snow. In an instant, sword energy swirled around her, incredibly powerful. Then, she concentrated all that energy and slashed out. It was like a plum blossom in full bloom. The 2 fighters with long swords clashed violently in a heartbeat. Tang Mok and the other disciple quickly scrambled to the sides. The 2 beams of sword light collided, causing a shockwave to blast outward, scattering immense power in every direction. Kang Ui sneered. The Snow Plum Blossom title is truly well earned. Then, the demon swordsman's eyes glinted with malice. "But thinking you can stop me with just this? You're daydreaming," Kang Wei roared, stabbing both swords into the ground. Suddenly, his aura surged, and he poured massive amounts of force into his blades. The hard ground beneath them began to crack and shatter piece by piece. The move he used was his famous masterpiece, Heaven-Splitting Strike. In a flash, a violent wave of sword light, churning with debris, surged toward them. Don Mok Tung Nam's eyes widened in disbelief. The sword light was like a rising tide, charging at them with earth-shattering power. Ha Tong-nan and the other disciple desperately tried to defend, but the pressure was like Mount Tai pressing down on them. Their skill levels were too low. They were about to collapse. Realizing she couldn't stop this strike alone, the Snow Plum Blossom made a quick decision, calling her brothers over. Tong Nhan, Mok Hoa, form the Tri-Talent Sword Formation. Back me up. The 2 Mount Hoa disciples immediately understood and quickly retreated toward Don Mok Tung Nham. The 3 of them instantly formed the sword formation, their auras linking together. As they channeled their energy, they unleashed a wave of sword light, and the 2 forces collided violently in midair. The entire estate seemed to tremble. As the dust settled, Kang Ui stumbled back a step. The demon swordsman leaned over with his hands on his hips, gasping for air. A moment later, he wiped his nose, took a deep breath, and a stream of bright red blood trickled down. The demon had clearly suffered internal injuries from the clash, but the 3 others were in worse shape. Tang Mok and the other disciple were bleeding from their orifices and had stopped breathing. They slumped to the ground, lifeless. Don Mok Tungnam's clothes were shredded and tattered. The Snow Plum Blossom braced herself with her sword, struggling to stand. Kang Ui gave a cold, mocking smirk. "Don Mok Tungnam, don't blame me for bullying the weak." His eyes glinted with cruelty. "You brought this on yourself." Meanwhile, on a street not far from the Thien Trading Guild, a group of beggar sect disciples armed with bamboo staves were patrolling everywhere. They were following Hongvu Koi's orders to blockade the key routes of Tai Nguyen. Their unusual behavior made passers-by turn and stare. Division leader Truong Tanat was listening to his subordinates' reports when suddenly a massive explosion erupted in the distance. Truong Tanat jumped in shock. He realized it was coming from the direction of the Thien Trading Guild. Right then, the sound of rapid hoofbeats approached from behind. Truong Tanat and his men couldn't help but look back. They saw someone riding a horse at full gallop through the crowded street. It was Lien Tu Wai, frantically trying to escape to the Daitian Trading Guild. A beggar sect disciple shouted, "Don't let him get away, that's Lien Tuwai." By then, Lien Tuwai had already ridden off into the distance. Truong Tanat hurried to order his men to give chase. The beggar sect disciples immediately raced toward the Daithian Trading Guild, but little did they know, the guild had already turned into. On the battlefield, Kang Ui slowly stalked toward Donmak Tung Nam. His face was twisted, and the demon blade's grin grew even more sinister. He spat out, "So, the Huashan sect is now in bed with these northern traders, colluding to plunder the wealth of the Central Plains? Donmak Tung Nam, it seems the Huashan sect has truly fallen to the dark side." Gritting her teeth, Donmak Tung Nam hissed, "Don't you dare insult my school." With that, she screamed, forcing herself up to strike back. But Kang Ui was faster, swinging his blade. She had no choice but to desperately raise her sword to parry. Already, exhausted, she was sent flying by the force of his blow, crashing to the ground as the butterfly-shaped jade pendant around her neck tumbled out. Kang Ui rested his sword on his shoulder, strolled over, and sneered, "Little brat, you really don't know your place. So what if I insult your sect? In the martial arts world, strength is everything. Whoever holds the sharper blade determines what is just." Seeing Donmak Tung Nam sprawled on the ground, powerless, Kang Ui squinted and glanced behind him. His goal for this mission was to wipe out the Great Sky Trading Company. Taking down the fighter Hoenn was the top priority. Thinking this, he turned and headed toward the two masters not far away. Donmak Tung Nam tried to stand, desperate to stop him, but she had nothing left in the tank. Tran Fong, the manager, stood firmly in front of his master. No matter how much she tried to pull him back, he refused to move an inch. Kang Ui raised his sword, coldly saying, "Stop struggling. Both master and servant can head to the afterlife together." Just then, a frantic voice shouted from behind. Lien Tu-Wai rode up, trembling as he spoke. "Great hero Kung, we have to get out of here now." Kang Ui paused, asking what on earth had happened. The beggars' sect led a boy to attack the Red Thunder Wall. Great hero Doan is holding them off, but I doubt he can last long. We're out of time, we must retreat immediately. Kang Ui's gaze darkened as he muttered, "It's too late to leave now. He's already here." Seeing Kang Ui's grim expression as he looked back, Lien Tu-Wai turned his head and went pale with terror. A figure stood silently atop the rubble, the long-haired youth standing tall under the moonlight. Terrified as if seeing a ghost, Lien Tu-Wai screamed and collapsed to the ground. He couldn't wrap his head around how this nightmare of a warrior had caught up so fast. Tien Savu looked at the bodies in the distance, including those of Tang Mok and the others people who were laughing and talking with him just that morning. Now, they were cold and lifeless. At that thought, the youth let out a sigh. He had arrived one step too late. Suddenly, his eyes caught the butterfly pendant on the ground. The youth leaped down, gliding into the courtyard. In 2 bounds, he was in front of Don Mok Tung Nam. Tien Savu leaned down to pick up the pendant, inspecting it closely to find the 2 characters' little tiger carved into it. A smile touched the corner of his mouth. Just as he suspected, it was indeed Little Tiger's jade. Tien Savu walked slowly toward Don Mok Tung Nam, took her hand, and pressed the pendant into her palm before taking off his long coat to drape over her shoulders, covering her. The youth's tone was slightly reproachful. "Your clothes are torn to pieces. Kang Ui is no small fry. You really went all out for this, didn't you?" Softening his voice, Tien Savu leaned in closer. "Still, thank you for risking your life to keep your promise. The owner of this jade will definitely be moved." The scent of the man washing over her made Don Mok Tung Nam blush, leaving the famous snow plum of the martial world stumbling for words, unsure how to respond. The youth stood up. "Rest and recover your energy. Leave Kang Ui to me." Hearing this, Don Mok Tung Nam cried out in panic, "You have to go. You're no match for him." Tien Savu ignored her warnings. The youth looked at the ruined trading hall and said coldly, "He will pay for what he's done today." With that, he slowly stepped toward Kang Ui and faced him. "You did all this just because the Great Sky Trading Company was founded by Northerners?" "That's right. Everything in the Central Plains belongs to the Central Plains. We just drove the Yuan army out. I won't stand by and watch outsiders come here to plunder our wealth. The death of the fighter, Hoenn, is just the beginning. That brat from the north will be punished too." Hearing this, Tien Savu's internal energy began to churn. Wisps of power radiated from his body. His eyes filled with ice. "Fine, that reason is enough for me to kill you." Facing the youth's suffocating killing intent, Kang Ui's face went pale. The demon blade hurriedly tried to intervene. "Wait, don't rush." Having sustained internal injuries in the previous fight, he knew if he fought Tien Savu now, he would surely die. It seemed he had to use that times item to survive. This brings us back to a hidden detail from episode 30. Back then, Kang Ui had asked Lien Tu-Wai for a favor at the Red Thunder Wall. "Lien Tu-Wai, I know you're holding a divine pill, right? A normal person who eats it gains longevity, and a martial artist who eats it gets a massive power boost. Give it to me. Great hero Kang, you're joking. If I had something like that, wouldn't I already be a top-tier master? Years ago, the Tone Thang sect lost one. 20 people died over it, and you were one of the suspects. The case eventually went cold, but I happen to know a few details. If I reported this to Tone Thang, Lien Tui's expression darkened. Are you threatening me? Not at all. I just want you to live a peaceful life. Lien Tui stared at Kang Wei for a moment, then said, "Follow me." The other grinned, silently agreeing to keep the secret. Little did they know, Don Dao Duong had overheard and warned that Kang Wei was playing with fire and would likely lose his life. Kang, just let out a cold laugh, not caring at all. If the secret of the pill is revealed, I might die. But if I face that youth, with my current strength, I'm definitely dead. Between the two, I choose the lesser evil. I have no other choice. Soon after, Lien Tui led Kang Wei to a secret room where a pill lay quietly in a silk-lined box, the very divine pill that Tone Thang had lost years ago. I'm giving it to you now. This has nothing to do with me anymore. But I'll warn you, this pill is from an early period. Its effects are not stable. Consider this matter finished as far as I'm concerned. But I'll warn you, this pill is from the early days. Its medicinal effect isn't stable. I'm determined. Kang Wei snatched the pill from Tui's hand. Don't worry, I'll take care of your business properly. I'm heading to the Dythian trading group right now. Kang Wei stared at the spirit pill in his palm as if it were his lover. He was ready to pay any price to take that kid down. Seeing Kang Wei pull the black pill from his chest, Tien Savu looked a bit confused for a second. Kang Wei didn't hesitate to swallow the divine pill. As he gulped it down, Kang Wei felt a surge of raw power rushing straight to his head. The demon blade waved his arms, tilted his head back, and let out a long maniacal laugh. A massive silver aura instantly spread across Tutri. Seeing this, Tien Savu frowned. He could feel his opponent's internal energy multiplying in the blink of an eye. Kang Wei casually swung the long sword in his hand, unleashing a fierce blade of light. Tien Savu, if I don't kill you today, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. The boy faced this sudden power-up without flinching, saying, "Cut the chatter. Just make your move." Kang Wei smirked, then let out a roar, twisting his body to borrow momentum for a horizontal slash. The overwhelming force from the sword surged forward, sending debris flying everywhere in its wake. Tien Savu stepped back slightly, just managing to dodge the powerful strike. Kang Wei stepped forward, bringing down a massive splitting Mount Hua blow. Instantly, a heavy wave of swordlight crashed straight down toward the boy. To his surprise, the attack was intercepted, like a raging river hitting a giant mountain and getting split into two smaller streams. Kang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. He saw a pale hand stopping his blade cold. The boy's icy voice echoed in his ears. "Kang Wei, you're definitely dying today." With that, Tien Savu surged forward, attacking straight at the center. The boy unleashed a palm strike, hitting Kang Wei's sword arm with a brutal, crushing internal force that ripped right through him. He screamed in agony as the power traveled from his arm into the sword, causing the 5-foot blade to crack piece by piece. Ignoring Kang Yu's pathetic screams, Tien Savu struck his elbow with another palm. A crisp sound of breaking bones followed, and a flash of cruelty lit up Tien Savu's eyes. "So you're the demon blade, huh? Today, I'm sending you to meet the king of hell." After saying that, Tien Savu gripped Kang Wei's wrist, pivoted, and used his own momentum to toss the big guy flying. Kang Wei tried to stabilize himself in mid-air, but he realized his internal energy was in total chaos, and he couldn't control his chi. Just then, a shadow rushed at him. Kang Wei turned pale. After launching Kang Wei, Tien Savu followed him up. The boy channeled his brutal Chu Yen energy into his palm and slammed a strike into Kang Wei's lower abdomen. Kang Wei shrieked in pain and flew backward like a withered leaf, caught in the wind. Tien Savu didn't let up. The boy leaped into the air and stomped hard on Kang Wei's left arm, driving his power into the elbow and shattering the entire arm instantly. Tien Savu unleashed 2 more strikes, his body moving non-stop like a ghost. He glided in close, both hands thrusting forward in a powerful dual palm strike against Kang Wei's spine. The guy was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, his bones shattered from head to toe, and his muscles completely shredded. Seeing Kang Wei drop to the ground like a heap of meat, Tien Savu pulled back, suppressed the surging power in his body, and slowly walked up to him, saying coldly, "Now that you're in the underworld, go ahead and be a demon. A blade there." The boy turned to leave, but suddenly, the situation took a wild turn. Kang Wei, who seemed finished, began to rise slowly. His entire body remained in a twisted, grotesque shape, along with the sickening sound of bones crunching inside his body. The demon blade laughed crazily. "Do you know why they call me the demon blade? Even if every bone in my body is crushed, and every muscle fiber is severed by your power. At this point, he stood up like a spring. I am an immortal being returned from hell. I will annihilate all the evil in this world. With those words, waves of energy rose up, and his broken hand snapped back to normal in a flash. Tien Savu stood not far away, watching it all with a cold expression. The boy's eyes were calm, his face unchanged. The heaven-breaking divine technique is based on dismantling joints and bones. It's designed to force my energy into your body to sever your muscles, bones, and circulation. Saying this, Tien Savu smirked, then raised his right hand, curling his fingers. At first, I intended to leave you with a corpse, but it seems I gave you too much credit. With a snap, the power hidden inside Tien Savu's palm flared, triggering the internal force already planted inside Kangui, which exploded instantly. If you're an immortal being, then I'll make sure you don't keep your body at all. Under the intense pressure, Kangui's screams grew weaker and weaker, finally vanishing into a wisp of green smoke, leaving no bones behind. Lien Tuyi's eyes bulged in absolute disbelief. The legendary demon blade, he had been obliterated into nothingness by this boy. Seeing Tien Savu glare at him with icy eyes, the human trafficker couldn't stop trembling. Lien Tuyi, now we have time to talk. Right then, rapid footsteps approached. The beggar sect disciples had arrived late. By this time, the Dai Thien trading group had finally quieted down. 2 days later, in the study of Qian Dao Hoen, manager Tran Fong was reporting the damages of the Dai Thien trading group to Qian Dao Hoan. The latter ordered him to take good care of the families of the guards who died in the battle, then asked about the state of Don Mok Tungyum. Tran Fong replied that the heroine had not eaten or drank for 2 days, just sitting silently in the small building beside her 2 disciples' bodies. Hearing this, Qian Dao Hoan held his forehead, feeling a headache. After this battle, the Dai Thien trading group owed a huge debt to the Kutrong estate. Even though both sides reached an agreement, he was still worried that Kutrong estate would use this chance to demand more conditions. Thinking of this, Qian Dao Hoan leaned back against his chair, sighed, and felt guilty toward the young lady for failing her expectations. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth. Where is Hero Thien right now? Tran Fong answered directly that Tien Savu had taken Lien Tuyi down to the dungeon and wouldn't let anyone get near. At the same time, in the dungeon of the Dai Thien trading group, Lien Tuyi was panicking and screaming, "Is anyone there? What are you trying to do?" Just then, a voice came from the dungeon door. Lien Tuyi, it would be best. You'd better pray you remember what happened 20 years ago. As Tien Savu slowly pulled up a chair, Lien Tuyi scrambled backward in a panic. Ever since witnessing how ruthless Tien Savu was that night, this human trafficker was scared out of his mind. Tien Savu sat back comfortably, his voice cold. 20 years ago, how many children did you buy from the Mo Dung family, and where did you take them? He smirked. I don't have much patience. A moment later, agonizing screams echoed through the dungeon. One day, at the beggar gang's branch, in Tai Nguyen, a few disciples gathered, whispering to each other. Did you hear? Kang Wei was wiped out, soul gone, bones and all. Yeah, I heard. It was that so-called war god. Really? Then why is he here to see Elder Hong today? No idea. Word is he's interrogating Lien Tuyi. The screaming went on all night. Keep it down. Elder Hong's coming. Hong Vu Koi walked by, overhearing the strange gossip. Reaching a pavilion, he saw Tien Savu standing there, staring into the distance with a cold expression. The rescued children had been brought back to the branch. Right now, a few disciples were trying to help them recover and train. The 2 men, one old and one young, watched in silence for a long time. Moment later, Tien Savu spoke up. Old man, do you think they can ever be normal again? Who knows? No one can say for sure. Maybe in a year, maybe 10. Right now, they don't even remember their own names, only the numbers they were assigned. This was an extremely specific brainwashing method. It would likely take a long time to heal. I've ordered my men to keep this quiet. I'm not sure if we can hide it from the 5 Dragon Alliance. Tien Savu nodded slightly, then asked about the files he had asked Hong Vu Koi to gather. It was tough, but I managed to finish it. With that, Hong Vu Koi pulled a notebook from his robe. This is the child trafficking record from Lien Tuyi. The buying and training methods are detailed, but it still doesn't say where they were sent after being trained. Tien Savu flipped through it carefully before saying calmly, no matter. Once we storm the 5 Dragon Alliance, we'll find out. Thank you for your help, old man. At first, Hong Vu Koi laughed, saying, think nothing of it, but after grasping the meaning behind Tien Savu's words, the old beggar immediately broke into a cold sweat. The elder stared into the young man's eyes, and seeing his serious expression, realized that Tien Savu's talk of storming the 5 Dragon Alliance was definitely no joke. Hong Vu Koi hesitated for a moment, but decided that since he considered Tien Savu a close friend, he would stand by him. Tien Savu stood up, Let's go. These children will be sent to the Kwandao Hoenn. Hongvu Koi was stunned and said, Is the Kwandao Hoenn even trustworthy? Is he trustworthy? I'm not sure, but I trust to Tu Ho. You know the young master of the Daithian trading group? Let's just say we're old acquaintances from when we were kids. I just hope these children won't be controlled by anyone else later on. What do you mean by that, don't you? Trust our beggar gang? I trust you, of course, but I can't say the same for your sect leader. Faced with a group of mindless killing machines, any power in the martial arts world would find it hard not to be tempted. Hongvu Koi scratched his head, not knowing what to say, then changed the subject, asking where they were headed. South, to Anhui. According to Lien Tui, my master's daughter is there. She's only 28, but she leads the entire Dai Tian trading group. Her 10 branch leaders respect and admire her completely. Today, I've gathered you all here because I have a favor to ask. If you ever meet a man from the northern frontier carrying my token, please report it to me immediately and give him your full support. This is my father's order and also my personal request. This is the highest command of the Dai Thien trading group, so please do not delay. In the guest room, Kwandao Hoenn looked at Thien Savu, who was taking his leave, as the young lady's instructions from years ago echoed in his mind. As a trusted aide to Tu Ho, he was always cautious. That night, when Thien Savu picked up the young lady's token, the subtle change in the young man's expression was still burned into his memory. As far as he knew, the young lady had only given out 3 tokens since arriving in the Central Plains, and none of them were men. Thinking of this, Kwandao Hoenn got straight to the point, asking Thien Savu if he was from the northern frontier. Thien Savu admitted it frankly, saying he was. Kwandao Hoenn sat up straight. Then, young hero Thien, do you know our young lady? Thien Savu didn't hide it either. How has Tu Ho been these past few years? Hearing this, Kwandao Hoenn's hands shook with excitement, but he cautiously asked if he had the young lady's token. Thien Savu reached into his chest and, after a moment, pulled out an exquisite butterfly-shaped jade pendant. Seeing it, Kwandao Hoenn's pupils contracted. This small pendant was the very first one the young lady had ever made. The always composed branch leader rushed forward, grabbed Thien Savu's hands, and said emotionally, Young hero Thien, we finally found you. The young lady has been looking for you all these years. Let's leave immediately. I'll take you to see her. She's currently at the Thiet Vu Alliance, and she'll be overjoyed to hear this. In truth, she's been very sad these past few years. Thien Savu looked at the emotional man, unsure of what to do. What's been going on with Tu Ho? Hearing this, Kwandao Hoenn sighed, collected himself, and told the whole story. As it turned out, the Dai Thien trading group had grown so fast that many martial arts factions wanted to bring it under their wing, especially the Five Dragon Alliance, a subordinate of the Thiet Vu Alliance, which had been eyeing them for a while, recently trying to use marriage to control them. When the marriage failed, they sent 5 top-tier experts and the Black Constant to destroy all our branch locations. Thanks to young hero Thien, our Shanxi branch escaped that disaster. But who knows what cruel methods they'll use next. Either way, the young lady will be so happy to hear you've arrived in the Central Plains. Thien Savu heard him out, already calculating his next move. I miss her too, but I have something important to attend to and must depart immediately. Kwandao Hoenn saw the seriousness on the young man's face. Since he couldn't really hold him back, he asked where Thien Savu was heading. I need to set off for Anhui immediately. Once things are settled, I'll go find Xiaohu myself. Having said that, they both stood up and bowed to each other. Watching the young man's figure fade into the distance, Kwandao Hoenn fell into deep thought. He never expected the person the young lady had been waiting for these past 10 years would be this very boy. This guy's martial arts are incredible, probably unmatched among his peers. Suddenly, a realization flashed in his mind. Thien Savu came from the north, so, to reach Shanxi, he must have passed through Liaoning. Based on the time he appeared in Shanxi, and working backward, Thien Savu was in Liaoning exactly when that god of war showed up. Plus, he's got close ties to Elder Hongvu Koi of the Beggar Sect. The Beggar Sect has always kept all information about what happened to the Mudung clan during that time under wraps. In Liaoning, the person who could crush Dai Li Bao and the Mudung clan right after stepping onto the martial arts scene was hailed as the god of war. This mysterious youth, so many clues connecting him. Kwandao Hoenn tapped his fingers against the table, lost in thought. He keenly sensed the brewing storm, the wind is blowing, the rain is coming. The Central Plains martial arts world was on the verge of chaos, and he just wasn't sure if this would be a blessing or a curse for the Daithian Trading Company. A moment later, he clenched his fist, resolute. Regardless, he had to report this to the young lady immediately. The god of war is none other than Thien Savu. At the same time, a boat was gliding across Taihu Lake. A silver-haired man stood at the bow, looking out. As the boat passed, the beauty of the 72 peaks and 48 islands came into full view. Amidst the drifting incense, the boat arrived at Thak Sun Island. By now, many small boats were already docked at the pier. Thak Sun Island is the smallest of the 48, so it doesn't get much attention. Ever since the black merchant established a secret base here, they've strictly forbidden outsiders from getting close. As the boat docked, the silver-haired man slowly stepped onto the pier. A group of subordinates knelt respectfully and bowed in unison, greeting their leader. The man put his hands behind his back and strolled off without a word. Before long, he arrived at the grand hall of the secret base. The silver-haired man sat in the master's chair, listening to the black merchant leaders from all over report their recent earnings. Thanks to everyone's efforts, our total revenue has increased by 40%. If it weren't for the Dai-Thean Trading Company stirring up trouble, we'd have made even more. The silver-haired man nodded slightly, barely satisfied with the numbers. The black merchant leaders started complaining, saying many of their business deals had been hijacked by the Dai-Thean Trading Company. The silver-haired man mused for a moment, then slowly said, "It seems we need to make a move against the Dai-Thean Trading Company." One black merchant leader pointed out that the threat didn't stop there. Many new trading companies were emerging, and the black bank's position was being severely shaken. Just then, he noticed his leader tapping his fingers on the armrest. The leader couldn't help but ask what was troubling him. The leader replied that the action against the Dai-Thean Trading Company was already underway. It might not show results in the short term, but after some time, he would definitely give everyone a satisfactory answer. Changing the subject, he asked, "Have you all heard of the title God of War recently?" Not long ago, the head of the Mu Dung clan in Liaoning was killed. A few days ago, I received word that Lian Tuwai in Shanxi has gone missing. The black merchant leaders were stunned. Lian Tuwai was always so cautious. How could he just suddenly disappear? It's said both incidents are linked to that God of War, and two top experts from the Five Dragon Alliance also died at his hands. I don't care about their deaths, but over 100 slaves that were supposed to be delivered to the Five Dragon Alliance have vanished, and that will severely damage the reputation of our black merchant group. At this, a black merchant leader stood up, bowed, and said, "I asked to go and investigate. Our Henan branch is close to Shanxi. I believe we'll have clear answers before long." At this point, the leader's eyes flashed with malice. "I will make him pay. We'll find out his identity and background. If we can recruit him, we'll do our best to win him over. If not, we eliminate him immediately." Meanwhile, at the Taiyuan mansion, Tien Savu was leaning against the city gate waiting for Hongvu Koi. A noodle stall across the street caught his eye. A sign next to it read, "The best noodles in the world." The young man rubbed his stomach, realizing he was starving. Just as Tien Savu ordered a bowl of pork leg noodles, ready for a hearty meal, a beautiful figure quietly approached behind him. The visitor was none other than one of the three flowers, Don Mok Tung Nam. She was deeply grateful for Tien Savu's heroic actions, then pulled from her chest a butterfly-shaped jade pendant and gently asked, "Tien, young hero, do you happen to recognize the owner of this pendant?" Hearing this, the youth smiled and gave a slight nod. Don Mok Tung Nam felt a stir in her heart. How does Tien, young hero, know Miss Tu? That was over 10 years ago. She probably doesn't remember you anymore. Don Mok Tung Nam replied straight away that Miss Tu hadn't forgotten, and that the head of the company said Tu Xiaohu had always been looking for him. After all, she had kept her promise and built a powerful trading empire in the Central Plains. Now, it was his turn to keep his promise. One was a god of war who had just stepped into the martial arts world, and the other was a young business prodigy who had become wealthy in her own right. No one could have guessed that these two had a connection dating back to childhood. It turned out that 10 years ago, Tien Savu was on the road to Mu Huang Mountain with his master, Han Nu Ba. As they neared the mountain, the master and disciple stopped at an inn at the base. "We'll rest here today. Tomorrow, I will teach you my final lesson." Tien Savu clenched his fists upon hearing this. He understood his master's intent, but bowed respectfully. Before long, the two finished their dinner. Right then, a figure skipped over, and a small hand slapped the dining table. A little girl, as cute as a doll, appeared before their eyes. She stared straight into Tien Savu's eyes with a surprised expression. "Big brother, why are your eyes blue? They're so pretty." The girl was very lively and immediately started chatting with Tien Savu. A moment later, Han Nugu Ba asked, "Little one, are you looking for us for something?" The girl turned to look at the old man next to her, noticed his eyes were also blue, and couldn't help but marvel. Then she smiled sweetly, saying she had come to eat and rest with her father, but the inn was full, so she was asking if they could share the table. Tien Savu looked at his master for permission. Han Nugu Ba was silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. The inn was full, so they asked if they could share a table. Tien Savu looked at his master for his take. The five red freaks stayed silent for a second, then nodded in agreement. "Dad, come on, I told you the old man would definitely say yes." She plopped down next to Tien Savu, grumbling while pounding on her tired legs. Seeing the spunky, adorable girl, Tien Savu struck up a conversation. "Hey kid, How old are you? Where are you from? The girl replied that she was 12 already, so she wasn't a kid anymore. Hey, your eyes are so pretty. What's your name? Tien Savu smiled and told her his real name. That's a nice name, just sounds a little sad. My name is Tu Ho. Let's be friends from now on. As they chatted, time flew by, and the moon climbed high. Tu Ho looked satisfied with a happy expression. She was just a little girl, yet she had to travel everywhere with her father. Tu's father couldn't help but apologize, feeling guilty. Tu Ho used her childlike voice to comfort her dad, then pouted and complained that if it weren't for that uncle's betrayal, their family wouldn't be in this mess. Her father just sighed, gently comforting her. He had no other choice after all. Who could withstand the pressure of the trade guild? Han Nuguba overheard their conversation and couldn't help but look over, feeling curious. The father explained he was a merchant from Tak Bak who suffered heavy losses after a bad business deal and was now heading to the Central Plains to start over. Han Nuba said bluntly, "The Central Plains are in chaos right now. It's hard to strike it rich there from nothing. I know that. I heard a general named Chu Nguyen Chuang is leading an uprising, and word is they've driven the Yuan army back to the north. Now is the perfect time to rebuild everything. That's why I'm planning to try my luck in the Central Plains." Hearing that the Yuan dynasty had been overthrown by the Ming, Tien Savu's expression shifted slightly. Years ago, his good brother, Kung Koi's son, fell off a cliff, his fate unknown. No Kiet was also kidnapped by Yuan envoys, and his whereabouts were still a mystery. If the Yuan had been driven back to the north, he wondered how Ngo Kiet was doing now. Although young, Tutuho was clever and quickly noticed the young man's mood shift. "Don't worry, mister. Once I become the richest merchant in the Central Plains, if you have any problems, just come find me." Seeing her confident look, Tien Savu couldn't help but freeze. Then a smile touched his lips as he instinctively reached out to pat her head. "Thanks, Tu Ho. I'll be counting on you then." This sudden intimate gesture stunned her and her cheeks turned rosy red. But right after that, Tu Ho cried out angrily, "Hey, if you pat my head, I won't grow any taller. If I can't grow up, who's going to marry me? Can you handle that responsibility?" Her bizarre logic left Tien Savu flustered. The boy raised his hands, breaking into a cold sweat. "Since you're handsome, I'll let it slide this time, but don't pat my head ever again." Even the usually stern Han Nu-ba was amused and chuckled. What a funny kid. That night, since the inn was full, the four of them had to share a room. Han Ngu-ba offered the bed to the father and daughter, while the other two leaned against the wall, sleeping like logs. Looking at the boy's handsome face, sharp brows, and bright eyes, a strange feeling stirred into Tuho's heart. Just then, her father's voice came from behind. "Tuho, your eyes are going to burn a hole in that young man's face." Embarrassed and angry, Tuho started playfully fighting with her father. "Savu, let's go. Who knew you were so popular with the ladies?" Tien Savu felt awkward, then stood up to leave with his master. Tuho chased after them to the door and asked, "Where are you going?" Tien Savu explained that they had to continue their journey and said goodbye. Hearing that, her heart felt sour, and her diamond-bright eyes suddenly welled up with tears. The master and apprentice traveled all night toward the Huang Temple. Just then, a voice called out from behind. It was Tu Ho running after them alone. She tried to smile as she handed Tien Savu a butterfly-shaped jade pendant. "Savu, this is my most precious treasure, and it matches the color of your eyes. I'm giving it to you now. One day I'll definitely become the richest merchant in the Central Plains." She said this very solemnly. "You must promise to come find me later." Looking at her serious face, Tien Savu smiled gently. "All right, I promise. When that time comes, I will definitely come find you." Watching the two figures disappear into the night, the father, who had followed, couldn't help but ask, "Isn't that your most prized possession? Why give it to that boy?" "I'm not wrong about people, Dad. He and that old man aren't ordinary. They carry a special aura. I'm sure that big brother Vu will be a great hero one day. This is the first investment I've ever made." "Just an investment? I don't think it's that simple, so don't meddle too much in my business." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Han Nuba suddenly smiled. That girl has a great look, thick brows, bright eyes, like stars, a sign of someone smarter than most, a broad, flat forehead, a full crown, the face of prosperity. Plus, those full lips show she values loyalty. "Savu, you must cherish this connection." The boy looked at the butterfly jade in his hand and softly replied. Tien Savu shook off the memory, muttering, "Tuho, just wait a little longer. I will definitely come find you." Meanwhile, at Tiet Vu Min, Tu Ho was walking toward her room, with a subordinate trailing behind, nagging. "Miss, you were too rash. Turning down the Ingu Long Min like that really isn't wise." "Oh? And what do you think is wise? Should I have really married into that place?" The subordinate was speechless, trying to gather his thoughts to persuade her again. But Tu Ho walked straight into her room and told Bitch Knock not to let anyone disturb her. The subordinate stood at the door, wanting to say something else, but Bitch Ngok shut the door. Tu Ho leaned against the window, looking saddened. A moment later, she whispered, "Any news from Uncle Quyen yet?" Bitch Ngok respectfully replied that the president hadn't sent word. Tu Ho frowned slightly. That day, she had given the token to Don Mok Tung Nyum to propose a partnership. The Tyne Win branch should have sent word by now. Could something have happened along the way? Just then, a voice reported from outside. "Miss Hong Fu Van Shien and Nam Kung Tu Kyo from Ungu Long Min are here to see you." Tu Ho frowned and ordered coldly, "Invite them to the front hall. I'll be there shortly." Upon hearing they were there to visit, Tu Ho immediately went to the front hall. Huang Fu, Van Shuyan showered her with praise, but Tu Ho remained indifferent. After they were seated, she asked the reason for their visit. Nam Kung Tu Kyu said bluntly, "We're here to borrow 100,000 taels of gold from the Daitian Trade Guild." Tu Ho frowned, then sat up straight, and her beautiful face turned serious. "Miss Nam Kung, you just asked to borrow 100,000 gold taels. The least you could do is tell me what you're planning to use it for, right? That's just basic business etiquette." Nam Kung Tu Kyu couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. This female warrior, who leads the Three Flowers, spoke with an air of pure arrogance. "I'll only tell you this much. That money is going toward establishing a new organization within the Iron Martial Alliance." At this, Nam Kung Tu Kyu's eyes turned sharp. "Besides, what makes you think we're even working together? No matter how big the Great Heaven Trade Group is, at the end of the day, you're just merchants. Look, even if the Great Heaven Trade Group refuses to hand over the money, it doesn't really change anything for us. So, Miss Tu, please don't flatter yourself." The biting sarcasm made Tu Ho tremble with anger. Bitch Nok, standing nearby, looked at her mistress with a pained expression. A moment later, Tu Ho forced herself to suppress her rage. Her voice remained calm and dignified. "I appreciate your offer, Miss Nam Kung, but I still cannot lend you this money. After all, 100,000 gold taels is no small amount. I've only just finished negotiating with the Five Dragon Alliance, and I want to wait until I've settled things with the Nine Heavens Manor and the Lion Alliance before I make a final decision." Hongfu Van Shuyen watched the two women sparring, but his mind was completely elsewhere. One was a member of the Nam Kung family's Three Flowers, the other, the top female merchant of the Great Heaven Trade Group. The second young master of the Tone Thang faction was busy with his own delusions. Could these two beauties be fighting over his attention? Tu Ho's airtight response left Nam Kung Tu Kyu at a loss. After a few more pleasantries, she had no choice but to stand up and take her leave. Before she walked away, "This, blood lotuses," offered a pointed warning. Miss Tu should think carefully and not miss a good opportunity. Tu Ho replied that she would certainly give it some thought. Hong Fu Ven Shu Yen grabbed Tu Ho's hand, acting all reluctant to part. Facing such a forward move from the second young master, Tu Ho didn't show anger. Instead, she skillfully pulled her hand back and politely said her goodbyes. Once they left, a cold, icy expression immediately washed over Nam Kung Tu Kyo's face. Tu Ho mentioning the Nine Heavens Manor and the Lion Alliance was definitely intentional. Thinking of this, the Blood Lotus felt a surge of hatred. She secretly vowed that one day she would make that woman kneel and beg for mercy. In the next room, Tu Ho rubbed her throbbing temples and let out a long sigh. She knew Nam Kung Tu Kyu was right about one thing. No matter how much money you have, you can't overcome raw military power. But luckily, the Iron Martial Alliance was currently split into 3 factions, and they were all evenly matched. It was precisely because they all wanted to control the Great Heaven Trade Group that she was able to navigate between them. Suddenly, in her mind, the image of someone from 10 years ago surfaced, and this business genius cracked a sweet smile. At the same time, at the gates of Taiyuan City, Shanxi, Thien Savu and Qian Dao Hoan were saying their goodbyes. As the young man's silhouette faded into the distance, everyone had their own private thoughts. Qian Dao Hoan ordered manager Tran Fong to send letters to all branches. Whenever Thien Savu needed help, they were to give it their all. Meanwhile, Don Mok Tungnam felt a mix of complex emotions. She had previously suggested traveling with Thien Savu, only to be politely rejected. "I know you approached me for a purpose. If I travel with you, I'll always have to keep my guard up. That would just be a burden for me." This snow plum flower secretly regretted it. That boy would only ever open up to those who treated him with genuine sincerity. As for Thien Savu, the two were headed south. When he learned their destination was Hefe, the old beggar said that was a dangerous hotspot. "I'm only going there to verify some intel. I have no intention of picking a fight with them. But the tree wants to be still, yet the wind will not cease. Just because you don't look for trouble doesn't mean it won't find you." As evening fell, they found a place to camp in the woods. Hong Vu Koi chewed on some dried meat and said, with deep meaning, "You brat, tell me, how many people have you offended since you arrived in the Central Plains?" After that, The old beggar looked toward the back of the woods, his eyes sharp. In the blink of an eye, he heard strange noises coming from the trees. A group of men in black were charging toward them. Thien Savu said calmly, "I didn't want to, but maybe it's just fate." Hongvu Koi finished off a swig of strong liquor, observing. Their movement, the people coming this time were all masters. Thien Savu gave a slight nod. 18 of them, all armed with swords. Looks like tonight won't be a quiet one. Good way to stretch out after a meal. Not long after, a group of assassins silently ambushed them. They exchanged a look, and one assassin leapt from the trees. A cold glint flashed in the assassin's eyes. Like an arrow, he pushed off the ground and lunged, his sword stabbing straight at the boy's head. Thien Savu held up 2 fingers and gave a light flick, instantly bending the refined steel sword out of shape. The assassin was terrified. He felt an incredibly powerful force blast back from the sword, and the next second, he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. After spinning in the air, he crashed hard to the ground. The arm he used to hold the sword had been twisted like a rope by the boy's internal energy. The other assassins saw their comrade get taken out and jumped down, but Hongvu Koi just downed another swig of liquor. The old beggar puffed out his chest and let out a roar like a tiger, then spat out a mouthful of liquor mixed with bones, the power behind it spraying out like a spray of bullets. It was like a torrential downpour, raining down on the assassins. They shrieked in agony as they fell from the air. Just then, a cold glint flashed in Thien Savu's eyes. The boy stomped, hard on the ground, instantly snuffing out the campfire. The burning logs shot out like sharp arrows, easily piercing through the bodies of the assassins. Some were hit in fatal spots and died on the spot, while others were burned alive by the liquor on them. The leader of the assassins saw this and was seized by pure terror. In the blink of an eye, they had lost half their men. The leader immediately gave the order. The ambush failed. Kill that brat now. As soon as he finished, he saw the dirt in front of him suddenly erupt. A sword thrust up from the ground, aiming straight for the boy's throat. The boy extended his right hand, his 5 fingers curling into a claw. A domineering internal energy surged within his palm, and the sword in the assassin's hand couldn't move an inch further. Thien Savu remained expressionless, saying coldly, "You think you can kill me with skills like this?" Seeing this, a flash of light crossed Thien Savu's eyes. He instantly thrust his right hand forward, gathering an overwhelming force in his palm, and shattered that razor-sharp blade like it was made of paper. Shan Wu then struck the assassin with a palm blast. The force didn't let up at all, and the ground for several yards around cracked wide open, sending debris flying everywhere. That assassin was killed instantly, without a bone left intact. But right then, several more assassins charged in. Facing the swarm, the young man didn't flinch. With one palm strike, he hit the lead assassin square in the head. Then, Shan Wu's movements became as fluid as a dragon. In a split second, he darted through the group, and with every strike, another assassin was dead on the spot. Seeing this, the leader was terrified and turned to run. Shan Wu raised his left hand, channeling immense internal energy into his palm, and unleashed another blast. A powerful surge of energy shot out, hitting the guy right in the back. He let out a yell, feeling like he'd been slammed by a sledgehammer, then collapsed and tumbled a dozen feet away. The leader felt his blood boiling, his throat burning, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. But he gritted his teeth, forced himself up, and bolted into the woods. Hongwu Koi started to give chase, but Shan Wu stopped him. "Just let him go. They're just hired guns. Even if we catch him, we won't get anything out of him." "Who do you think sent them?" "I'm not sure, but I'd guess it's the Black Cliff Trade Group." After a night of rest, the odd pair, old and young, hit the road again. The assassins killed last night left no clues, and the ones who survived all committed suicide with poison. The Morong family is currently a mess, so the 5 Dragon Alliance won't be looking at you for a while. If they really were sent by the Black Trade Group like you suspected, then it means their top brass has their eyes on you. Hongwu Kui's face grew grave. They might have figured out you're the war god. A few days later, the two arrived in Jiyuan, Henan. Jiyuan is famous for being the source of the Ji River, backed by the Taihang Mountains to the north and the Yellow River to the south, known as the gateway to northwestern Henan. Once inside the city, Hongwu Kui said he had business to attend to and left Shan Wu at a tavern. The boy sat by the window, looking out, when he saw 3 people, 1 master and 2 servants, slowly walk into the tavern. It was noon, and the place was packed. The 3 walked upstairs, circled around, and stood in front of Shan Wu. The leader introduced himself as Zheng Yu, the boss of the Hongye escort agency, and asked if he could share the table with the young man, since he was alone. An older guard introduced himself as Sui Xiao. Just as another guard was about to introduce himself, he suddenly grabbed his chest, looking like he was in agony. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he tried his best to keep from making a sound. Shan Wu noticed and glanced over, catching a faint, pale green energy flickering on his chest. The boy gave a mysterious smile and then cheerfully invited them to sit. While they chatted, Shan Wu remarked that the three didn't look like master and servants. Zheng Yu replied bluntly, "We may be master and servants in name, but we're as close as brothers. Are you still drinking that watered-down stuff? Here, try this Dukang wine I brought from Yicheng. It's excellent." With that, Zheng Yu handed Shan Wu a flask. The boy, without a hint of suspicion, poured a cup right away. All the while, the two guards kept their eyes glued to his every move, their faces showing genuine concern. But Zheng Yu squinted, a flash of smugness in his eyes. Shan Wu sniffed the wine and praised it. "Smells great, really unique." Then, he threw his head back and downed the whole cup. Seeing him drink, the guard named Shui Xiao curled his lips slightly. Just then, Shan Wu's ears twitched. He heard the faint sound of footsteps on the tiles above him. On the roof of the tavern, a group of assassins had been waiting, dressed exactly like the ones who attacked him days ago. Shan Wu finished his wine, looked at them casually, and said, "Now, care to tell me why you're really here? You three walked around the floor, but your eyes stayed glued to my table. Now that I've given you the seat and drank the wine, just spit it out." Zheng Yu's expression darkened. "You noticed something was wrong and still drank it? I don't know if you've got a death wish or if you're just stupid. Since we're here, I don't mind telling you. There was poison in that wine called 100 break powder. Once it hits your gut, it drains all the internal energy in your body. Anyone poisoned can't use Lightfoot techniques. Without an antidote, you'll suffer from internal energy deviation and die in 3 days." Shan Wu swayed as he stood up. "So, the assassins from before, were they sent by you guys too?" Zheng Yu stood up and circled behind the boy, sighing. 18 experts and only one survived. We had no choice but to use poison. Now, you have 2 choices. Answer my question, or wait 3 days to die from the poison." Shan Wu gritted his teeth as he glared at them. "You're from the 5 Dragon Alliance." Zheng, you kept a stone-cold face. "I'm the one asking questions here. Just answer." He tapped the boy's shoulder. "If I'm not mistaken, you're the war god, aren't you?" Hearing that, Shan Wu had his suspicions confirmed and asked if they were from the Black Trade Group. As soon as he finished, that guard suddenly drew his sword, shouting about avenging his comrades. He slashed at Shan Wu, but was stopped by a roar from Zheng Yu. "Stop, I still have questions. Now, tell me, where are those kids hidden? I suggest you talk, or I'll make you wish you were dead." Hearing this, Shan Wu became even more certain. The aura around the boy suddenly shifted. He said coldly, "You think you times can make me wish I was dead?" The moment he spoke, the guard with the sword turned pale. A massive surge of internal energy exploded inside him. The other 2 were stunned, completely lost as to how that happened. It turns out, that guard was the very assassin Shan Wu had let go the other day. When Shan Wu hit him in the back with that palm strike, his energy had surged into the man's body. That's why, when he saw him clutching his chest, he knew something was off. He was just playing along to find out who they really were. As for that 100 break powder, it had already been neutralized by his heavenly ruined divine art. Suddenly, the guard named Shu Xiao roared, "What are you waiting for? Attack!" Right then, a loud shout came from the roof, and a swarm of black-clad assassins leaped down into the tavern, weapons drawn. A straight sword lunged toward Tien Savu. The young man's eyes flashed with icy intent. He pushed his hands out, striking 2 assassins directly in the chest. They let out a faint gasp and dropped dead on the spot. Tiet Q, the guard, saw the situation going south and immediately tried to flee. Tien Savu smirked. "Close like brothers, you say? How ridiculous." An assassin barked, "You've got a lot of nerve, daring to show disrespect to the guild leader." With that, he drove his sword straight for Tien Savu's head, but the boy dodged it with ease. Using that momentum to twist his waist, Tien Savu landed a powerful kick. The assassin couldn't react in time and took the blow square in the head. The final assassin turned pale at the sight. Just then, Tien Savu lunged forward, grabbing the man's head with his right hand. He channeled his internal energy into his palm, and the assassin's head slammed into the pillar, sending stone rubble raining down. Having wiped out the assassins in the blink of an eye, Tien Savu turned back, his gaze cold. "That guy named 2Q is your real leader, isn't he?" Watching the young man slowly approach, Trin Hu stammered in fear, "Don't count on it, I won't say a word." Tien Savu chuckled. Lien Tuwai started out just as stubborn, but the human body doesn't know how to lie. A moment later, nothing but agonizing screams echoed through the building. It was midsummer, the sun beating down, but this man felt like he had been tossed into a frozen cellar, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Tien Savu channeled a stream of internal energy into Trin Hu's body. Ignoring his screams, the boy spoke coldly. "I've already sealed the meridians that regulate your blood flow. If your circulation stops, your yang energy will fade. Give it another minute, and your limbs will begin to turn into ice." His eyes turned icy as he asked, "Who exactly is that 2Q guy who ran away?" Trin finally couldn't handle the bone-chilling cold anymore and cried out, "I'm just a manager. He is the true owner of the Hong Geep Escort Agency and the branch leader of the Black Merchant Guild in Henan. Please, I beg you, spare me." Hearing this, Tien Savu furrowed his brows, finally understanding the situation. As for 2Q, he had run straight back to the Hong Geep Escort Agency. His subordinates suggested gathering all their forces to save Manager Trin. 2Q dismissed the idea, stating that sacrificing their entire force for one man like Trin wasn't worth it. The Black Merchant Guild branch leader put his mask back on and said coldly, "That brat's martial arts are exceptional. We need to plan for the long term." With that, 2Q gave the order to abandon the Hong Geep Escort Agency and retreat entirely. An hour later, Tien Savu and Hong Vu Koi arrived at the agency, only to find the place completely empty. Hong Vu Koi said they shouldn't get tangled up in this any longer and suggested they head for Anhui immediately. Tien Savu gave a slight nod. "You know, the trail has gone cold. Staying here is useless. There's a horse market nearby, let's get moving. By the way, what were you busy with this morning?" "I went to the Henan branch and picked up some news." "Want to guess what I found out? Quit playing coy if you have something to say. Just say it. It's about that Yuan dynasty envoy from 10 years ago." Hearing this, Tien Savu paused, and instantly, his entire body radiated an overwhelming aura of murder. "Don't get worked up. The news hasn't been confirmed yet. The beggar sect disciples are working hard to track them down. I'm sure we'll have solid intel soon." Tien Savu slowly closed his eyes, forcing himself to calm down. A moment later, the boy regained his composure and said softly, "Thanks." At the same time, on a ferry dock along the Yellow River, a crowd of people gathered, sighing. A heavy rain was pouring down, the river rising high. The Yellow River churned like an enraged lion, roaring violently. Just then, a ferryman stared at the water in disbelief. He couldn't imagine anyone daring to cross the river in such weather, but there, drifting freely on the turbulent waters, was a small boat. On that small boat, a man stood with his arms crossed, standing tall between heaven and earth. A massive aura of internal energy surrounded him, preventing the rain from touching him. The man had deep, piercing eyes and muttered, "Sooner or later, I will reclaim the lost lands of the Central Plains." Just then, a wave 3 stories high rose from the river and crashed toward the small boat. The man snapped back to reality, a sharp glint in his eyes. "You think a little turbulence is enough to block my path?" With that, he dropped his center of gravity, channeling his chi into his lower abdomen. With a single move, he stabilized the boat in the middle of the raging water. Then, he pushed his hands out, channeling immense internal power. Suddenly, the man's hair stood on end, and he roared, "In heaven and on earth, I alone am supreme." As he spoke, his inner strength suddenly erupted, a powerful wave of energy radiating from him as the center. Everywhere it passed, trees flattened and giant waves were shattered. Within a radius of several dozen yards around the boat, the wind died down and the water went still. Even the dark clouds in the sky were dispersed by this energy. Sunlight broke through the clouds, shining onto the man's resolute face, highlighting his overbearing presence. The boat headed north toward a dock in Taiyuan, where a man in a red cloak was already waiting respectfully. Seeing the man on the boat approach, Ma Tongdao bowed respectfully. "Greetings, master." Hahlian Daikuk gave a slight nod. "Get up, Tongdao. Long time no see." The two walked toward the horse market, nearby. On the way, Hachlian Daikuk asked about the situation at Blackblood City over the past 2 years. "Master, while you were away, the young master's martial arts improved by leaps and bounds these past 2 years. Even the 7 great demon lords praised his strength. I'm afraid he might have even surpassed you, master." Hachlian Daikuk heard this and only gave a cold laugh, saying nothing. Then his expression turned serious as he asked, "How is that girl? She's been the same for 2 years, though she is a bit closer to the young master." Hachlian Daikuk was silent for a while before walking faster toward the horse market. "Let's go. It's time to head back." Meanwhile, at the nearby horse market, Hong Vu Hoi was choosing 2 horses. The old beggar was sharing his expertise on picking horses with Tien Savu, but after waiting and not getting a reply, he turned around to see the boy buying something at a small stall. A moment later, Tien Savu walked over holding a rusty, butterfly-shaped bronze trinket. The boy said, "You haven't seen Su Tiu Ho for many years. When you reunite, you should prepare a small gift." Hong Vu Koi scoffed at Tien Savu's foolish move, saying bluntly that even a beggar wouldn't give a girl such a rusty piece of copper. But then, he saw Tien Savu channel internal energy into his palm, and the rust on the bronze trinket began to flake off. The young man's display left the beggar sect elder full of admiration. But just then, Tien Savu felt an immense, overwhelming pressure suddenly coming from behind. The boy quickly stopped what he was doing. He glanced back and saw two figures standing quietly not far behind him. One of them was a man in a black cloak, his presence soaring to the heavens. He keenly sensed that the man's power was on par with, or perhaps even greater than, his own master. Thinking this, the young man couldn't help but clench his fists, letting his own overwhelming presence flare out to clash with the black-clad man. Helian Daji saw this and was inwardly shocked, then laughed loudly and asked Ma Zongdao behind him, "Zongdao, does the Central Plains martial arts world really have such a master now?" Ma Zongdao was also feeling suffocated by the pressure coming from Helian Daji. He stared intently at the young man, but the boy just looked back at them. Without a trace of fear, the invincible blood demon reached out with his left hand, curling his fingers like an eagle's talons. That kid was definitely a dangerous character. Just as he was about to strike first to gain the upper hand, Helian Daji suddenly spoke up to stop him. "Zongdao, you're no match for him. Don't act rashly." Ma Zongdao felt awkward and bowed his head in apology, while Hong Wukui was absolutely stunned. The beggar elder gulped, his throat bone dry. The power the opponent was displaying even surpassed Huangfu Junyue of Quanqing. It was truly the legendary realm of heaven and man as one. Seeing Helian Daji display the heaven and man as one martial arts realm, Hong Wukui lost his footing and fell to the ground. Helian Daji stared at the youth, taking a step forward to assert his dominance. Shan Sawu still showed no fear, his expression calm as he also stepped forward to face him. The drizzling rain seemed to be pushed back by the sheer pressure between the two. Suddenly, energy burst forth from Shan Sawu, and Helian Daji instantly channeled his full power as well. The youth poured domineering force into his fist, while the man channeled immense internal energy into his palm. Both struck out with all their might. Suddenly, Shan Sawu's pupils constricted. His mind reeling his full-force punch had hit nothing but air. Shan Sawu stood there dazed, looking around, feeling as if he had fallen into a wine cellar, surrounded by endless darkness. Just then, a surge of energy suddenly struck at him. Shan Sawu instinctively tilted his head to dodge. The force grazed his cheek and roared past, flattening the entire street. Shan Sawu's mind suddenly returned to reality. It turned out they had only clashed for a split second, and a bead of cold sweat uncontrollably rolled down the youth's face. Just then, the man's deep, resonant voice rang out. "You've got a good item in your hands." Shan Sawu looked down and saw that the rust on the butterfly-shaped jade pendant had been shaken off by their clash, revealing its original form. Even more miraculously, after Shan Sawu channeled his energy into it, 6 small characters appeared on the wings. This was something Zheng Hanzi had left behind. He had used a secret technique to carve them onto the wings. It's just a pity that few in this world recognize what it is. I've been traveling the Central Plains for 2 years and have never met a master like you. Hearing this, Helian Daji chuckled. "May I ask for the hero's name? I am Shan Sawu, and I only arrived in the Central Plains not long ago." Helian Daji was initially stunned, then tilted his head back and let out a hearty laugh. The sound was like rolling thunder, with waves of sonic force tearing through the area. Hong Wukui hurriedly covered his ears, trying to hold his ground. Ma Zongdao also had to channel his energy just to stay balanced. A moment later, Helian Daji calmed down and slowly said, "True, heroes, arise from youth. It is I who was narrow-minded. I am Helian Daji. Meeting you today is a stroke of great fortune." Shan Sawu smiled, showing no particular reaction to Helian Daji's praise. At this moment, Ma Zongdao led over a horse as black as ink. Helian Daji stroked the horse's mane, praising it endlessly, then handed the reins to Shan Sawu. "Meeting is fate. I gift this horse to you." Shan Sawu replied that he did not deserve such a gift, politely declining his kindness. Helian Daji didn't press the issue, mounted his horse, and said he still had to continue heading north. Shan Sawu said he would also be heading north before long. "That's wonderful. Once you arrive in the north, you can come find me at Feishu City." Saying this, Helian Daji looked at the youth deeply. "If you come, we at Blackblood City will certainly treat you as an honored guest. Goodbye." With that, Helian Daji spurred his horse. The steed let out a long neigh, and they galloped away. Ma Zongdao hurriedly followed. The invincible blood demon secretly thought to himself that letting this kid go would surely be a huge disaster later. But Helian Daji seemed to see right through his thoughts. "Zongdao, don't do anything stupid. I don't want to lose my right-hand man just yet." Ma Zongdao was startled. "City Lord, is he really that strong?" From the very first glance, I knew he was the only one in the martial arts world today who could hold his own in a fight against me. Just now, he and I clashed in that brief moment. You can't imagine how terrifying his strength is. I'm confident I can block one of his full-force punches, but I'm certain that if I took that hit directly, I'd lose an arm. It was an incredibly powerful and overbearing force. In that youth's eyes, there seemed to be nothing that couldn't be shattered. Helian Daji rubbed his shoulder. The city lord was extremely lucky that his arm was still, intact. If we want to conquer the Central Plains one day, that kid will likely be our biggest obstacle. Healy and Daji smirked, feeling a bit excited for that day to come. The two said nothing more and rode north. Meanwhile, Hong Wukui let out a long sigh. The beggar sect elder felt embarrassed by his performance earlier. Seeing Shan Sawu standing there blankly, Hong Wukui asked if it was because the residual poison in his body hadn't been cleared. Shan Sawu said the 100 knowledge powder had been completely neutralized. The youth slowly clenched the butterfly jade pendant and explained softly, "In the 5 years since I learned the heavenly destruction divine art, Helian Daji is the first person to make me feel this kind of tension." Hong Wukui advised Shan Sawu not to overthink it. The rain was coming, and they should get back on the road. At the same time, at the Chiwu Alliance, a carrier pigeon flew into the courtyard. The man in green opened the scroll, hurried to the front hall, and soon stood before Su Xiaohu. Seeing her subordinate's anxious expression, Su Xiaohu asked, "What happened? My lady, this is a secret letter from the Shanxi branch." Su Xiaohu opened the scroll, scanned the contents, and saw the lady's beautiful face. She tightened her grip, and the maid asked worriedly what happened, but Su Xiaohu just smiled, her voice clear as a songbird, full of joy. "Brother Xiaoyu, he's reached the Central Plains." Meanwhile, over on the other side, Namgong Su Chao's expression turned incredibly grim after reading the secret report in her hand. The young lady of the Namgong clan furrowed her brows, her eyes blazing with fury. Jiang Shan, seeing this, couldn't help but ask, "So, both the Ghostblade and the Iron Cavalry Master are dead?" The latter heard this, and was stunned in disbelief. It was said to be the work of someone called the War God. Kang Wei didn't even leave a body behind. It was unclear when Taiyuan had produced such a powerhouse, but he was certain the guy didn't belong to the Nine Heavens mansion. Either way, the 5 Dragon League had suffered heavy losses because of him. Namgong Suchao put down the report and coldly ordered, "I've never heard of this War God title. You need to investigate it immediately." Jiang Shan replied that investigating wasn't the hard part, but if the opponent could defeat 2 top-tier masters of the 5 Dragon League, he was afraid he himself would be no match for him. Namgong Suchao said bluntly that they could ask the Wugang Yin family for help. Jiang Shan nodded lightly. If they were willing to act, there would surely be news. But there's one thing you must pay attention to. The 5 Dragon League is currently in need of people. If the guy is smart, we can recruit him. If not, Jiang Shan understood her meaning and said coldly, "I understand. If he refuses, we kill him without leaving a trace." At this moment, Jiang Shan brought up another piece of news. He had just received word that the Black Trade scouts were in Henan, setting an ambush to kill someone. Namgong Suchao, clever and sharp-witted, immediately guessed that the Black Trade was likely also hunting the War God. Exactly. Given the current situation, that's highly likely. Plus, this was an order from the Black Trade's higher-ups, but they suffered a crushing defeat and have all gone into hiding. Exactly. Given the current situation, that's highly likely. Plus, this was an order from the Black Trade's higher-ups, but they suffered a crushing defeat and have all gone into hiding. Speaking of this, Jiang Shan suddenly changed the subject. "Miss Namgong, there's a matter I need you to confirm for me. I heard the North Wind Protector of the Lion League died last night. I believe everything stems from the incident in Liuning. The North Wind Protector must have known the truth of the matter. I hope you can step in and inquire little what exactly happened in Liuning." Namgong Suchao nodded in agreement on the surface, but her mind was filled with her own agenda. She knew Murong Dongtian and Huangfu Junyue had a secret pact. Now that Murong Dongtian was dead, only Quan Sheng knew the details of that pact. And as far as she knew, before he was assassinated, Murong Dongtian had handed something to a small escort agency to deliver to Quan Sheng. Because of that, she had detained the people from that agency. After assigning the tasks, Jiang Shan stood up to leave. The expert from the 5 Dragon League was lost in deep thought. Namgong Suchao had talent, but she lacked patience. And then there was that Wugang Yin family, a clan of assassins notorious in the underworld. The whole family of several hundred people were highly skilled assassins. Was it worth using this force for a war god of unknown origin? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but mock himself. Without the protection of the 5 Dragon League, the Wugang Yin family would have long ago become enemies of the entire martial arts world. Besides, this was their dirty work anyway. The expert from the 5 Dragon League looked up at the sky and sighed softly. "War God, you are like a meteor falling into the underworld. In the end, you will disappear just like a meteor." Meanwhile, Namgong Suchao in her pavilion was not concerned with the war god at all. The swordswoman, hailed as one of the 3 flowers, stared intently at a room, her gaze cold. That little brat Su Xiaohu was too cunning. How was she supposed to take over the Great Heaven Trade Group? After thinking for a long time without result, the swordswoman angrily muttered to herself, "You should consider yourself lucky you weren't born into a martial arts family. Otherwise, you would have died by my hand long ago." At the same time, on the outskirts of Luzhou City, two people, one old, one young, reined in their horses. So, you came here to find one of the three flowers, Han Xiangya. That's right. According to Lian Zongyi, she is very likely my master's daughter. Waterflower Han Xiangya was the daughter of Han Zhengwu, the head of the Han family. Rumor had it her strength had already surpassed the other two of the three flowers and the three heroes, and some even said she had one foot in the realm of an immortal swordmaster. The Han family was once a major clan in the martial arts world, but it had gradually declined since the rise of the Namgong family. The two entered the city and stayed at the beggar sect's branch. Hung Wukui seriously examined the intelligence reports arriving from everywhere, but still couldn't find any information regarding the Yuan dynasty envoy. The old beggar looked at the youth with a bit of embarrassment, saying that perhaps he needed more time to let Shan Sayu rest. Shan Sayu replied that he had things to do, telling Hong Wukui not to worry about him. Hearing this, the old beggar's expression turned grave, advising Shan Sayu to be careful, as this was Namgong territory. The youth smiled and said he would try not to cause any trouble. Night fell. In the main hall of the Namgong estate, flickering candles illuminated the entire room. In the middle of the hall was a century-old catalpa tree, meticulously arranged. A large part of its bark had been stripped away, and 4 gold-plated words were carved into it. Use the staff, wield the sword, help the world. A white-haired old man asked, how is Su Qiao's interrogation of the person from the Iron Feather League going? They are still questioning him. I believe they will get a lead soon. Namgong Wu Qiang frowned. Hurry up, if we miss this opportunity, there will be no hope of catching up to the Huangfu family later. Namgong Tietjiang replied in a low voice. Rest. Assured, older brother, we won't let Su Qiao's efforts go to waste. At the same time, in the gloomy dungeon of the Namgong estate, the sound of chains clanking rang out. A man was hung up, gasping for breath, his body covered in wounds. The burly man conducting the interrogation shouted, what did Murong Dongtian give to Huangfu? Junyu? The man's eyes were as firm as iron. This man is Mo, the head of the Iron Horse Escort Agency. Back in the main hall, Namgong Tietjiang stood up to take his leave, saying he had to go to the Han family to discuss the marriage arrangement. That old geezer Han Zhengwu is always hesitating. If it weren't for his daughter, I wouldn't even bother marrying into his family. Don't worry, brother. I've been restraining myself for a while now, but tonight he has to give me a clear answer. The moon climbed high. Under the cover of night, a figure glided through the city like a ghost. The youth landed lightly on a roof, looking into the distance, only to see, not far away, a magnificent grand mansion, the world-famous Namgong estate. Shan Sayu turned his eyes away and looked at the dilapidated house in front of him. This was the Han family home he intended to visit tonight. He saw dozens of disciples guarding the entrance, and the youth felt a bit puzzled. According to Hong Wukui, the Han family's strength was not what it used to be. Could these people be disciples from another sect? Shrugging off the doubt in his mind, Shan Sayu slipped inside. He landed on the roof as softly as a cat. The young man carefully lifted a roof tile and peeked through the gap, only to see 2 people talking inside. Master Han, an alliance between our 2 families would only benefit the Han household, not hurt it. I don't see why you're still hesitating. That may be so, but Xiangya is currently at the Iron Martial Alliance. This is a matter of marriage. How can I decide that for her on my own? Does Master Han perhaps think my eldest son isn't good enough for your daughter? Of course not. Many families are hoping to marry into your house. It's our Han family that is too lowly to be a match for you. Nangong Qigong seemed to lose his patience. Just tell me straight. Master Han, are you looking down on the Nangong clan? Han? Zheng Wu tried to suppress a coughing fit and explained with a trembling voice. Of course not. If that's the case, then this marriage is settled. It's late. I shouldn't keep you any longer. Goodbye. With that, Nangong Qigong stood up and walked out of the Han estate. Han Zhengwu chased after him, saying it couldn't be decided so hastily. If this alliance between our houses succeeds, the Nangong clan will use all our strength to help the Han family restore its reputation. Han Zhengwu seemed a bit moved, but still insisted he had to let his daughter decide for herself. Parents decide, children obey. Since when does a child get to make their own decisions? It's settled. I'll come tomorrow to discuss the specific arrangements for the wedding. After saying that, Nangong Qigong mounted his horse and left, followed by a group of his disciples. Shan Sawu heard every word of their conversation clearly. Han Xiangya is currently at the Iron Martial Alliance. Could it be that coming here tonight was all for nothing? Han Zhengwu returned to his room and sighed. He never expected the Nangong clan to be so pushy. Thinking about his daughter having to sacrifice herself for the family's interests, the frail family head coughed violently, almost fainting. A moment later, he caught his breath. Regardless, this marriage would chain his daughter down. Just then, a voice rang out beside him. There's no need to suffer like this. Just talk to your daughter directly. Han Zhengwu was startled. He reached out a skinny left hand, pulling a long sword that was 30 feet away toward him. The Han master intended to draw his sword to fight back, but the youth moved like lightning and was in front of him in a flash. Han Zhengwu was terrified, his pupils contracting, as the youth's pale hand gripped the hilt. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull the sword out. A moment later, realizing the vast difference in their strength, he let go and helplessly asked who the intruder was. Shan Sawu apologized gently, stated his identity, and said he was here because of Han Xiangya. Han Zhengwu sat back on the bed and asked what kind of relationship Shan Sawu had with his daughter. Shan Sawu walked over to a portrait on the wall and said slowly, "As far as I know, Miss Han isn't your biological daughter, is she? 20 years ago, you met Han Xiangya in Shaanxi and adopted her." Hearing this, Han Zhengwu was stunned, as if struck by lightning. He trembled as he asked where the other party had learned this. "I traveled from the north to the Central Plains specifically because her biological father asked me to find her." Upon hearing this, Han Zhengwu suddenly realized her biological father is still alive. Remembering his master's final words, Shan Sawu continued, "My master, it has passed away, but before he died, he told me that if I found his daughter and she wasn't living a good life, I should help her once. That's why I hope you can tell me about Miss Han's current situation." Han Zhengwu pondered for a moment and slowly recounted everything. 20 years ago, Han Xiangya was sold by the Murong family to the Four Arts and was trained intensely at the Red Thunderwall in Shanxi. Xiangya was exceptionally smart and managed to escape. At that time, I happened to be passing by, saved her, and brought her home. For years, I've been looking for her biological parents, but Xiangya has suffered so much, she lost all her previous memories. Then why did the Nangong clan come to force a marriage tonight? They don't value Xiangya at all. They only want to exploit her martial arts skills. That is the reason I have always opposed this marriage. But Xiangya is currently at the Iron Martial Alliance 800 miles away, and the Nangong clan is powerful. If what you say is true, young hero, please help her gain her freedom." Shan Sawu sped away, catching up to the Nangong group. He followed behind the last disciple, feeling only a light breeze. Suddenly, his mouth and nose were covered by a hand, and he felt himself lifted off the ground, light as a feather. The whole thing happened in an instant. None of the other disciples noticed. Shan Sawu pressed the disciple's pressure points, then stripped him of his clothes and put them on. The youth looked at the Nangong compound, silently resolving to investigate exactly why the Nangong clan wanted Han Xiangya so badly. A group of Nangong disciples walked into the courtyard. One felt a bit dizzy, and when he turned back, he saw a figure suddenly appear beside him. Seeing the youth's unfamiliar face, he immediately demanded to know who he was. Unexpectedly, Shan Sawu reached out his right hand, shooting streams of internal energy from his fingertips, which instantly pierced the necks of the disciples behind him. These men couldn't even cry out. In an instant, they became stiff as boards, walking forward mechanically. This technique was the human puppet secret, art, derived from the heaven-shattering divine skill. "Master, what is this human puppet secret art you mentioned?" The heaven-shattering divine skill has been passed down for thousands of years. Generations of predecessors have fought countless experts, learning from their opponents' skills and making them their own. The so-called human puppet secret art is one of those. Simply put, it uses one's own internal energy to control an opponent. But the terrifying part of the human puppet secret art lies in its ability to not only control an opponent's physical actions, but also their consciousness at will. If you can master this technique, infiltration and assassination will be a piece of cake. Shan Sawu followed the group into the inner courtyard, unaware that a black-clad swordsman had already snuck in earlier. While Shan Sawu was surveying the surroundings, the black-clad swordsman was also secretly calculating his next move. The Nangong clan was heavily guarded. If he charged straight into the inner courtyard, he would surely be spotted. Just then, Nangong Qigong asked his subordinate how things were going at the dungeon. The subordinate said the third master was still interrogating her. Nangong Qigong was secretly shocked. He didn't expect anyone to be able to endure so long under his third brother. With that thought, Nangong Qigong ordered them to the dungeon. The whole group passed by a rockery and soon arrived. They headed to the back courtyard, down through an entrance, and into the dungeon. The smell of mold and blood made Thien Savu frown slightly. He followed quietly behind Nam Kung Thiet Quang through the dark tunnel until they reached a cell at the very end. Nam Kung Thiet Quang asked his brother how things were going. Nam Kung Du Quang replied that he'd already used 22 different types of torture, but the guy still wouldn't crack. Nam Kung Thiet Quang frowned at this. He stepped up, grabbed Mac Batingu's face, and said coldly, "If you don't want to die, start talking." What did Mo Dung Dong Thien give to Hoang Fu Quan and Guyet that Mac Batinu was gagged and couldn't say a word? If he spoke, his entire family would be wiped out, so he'd rather die than say a thing. Nam Kung Thiet Quang, losing his temper, snatched the longsword from his brother's hand and drove it into Macbat Nu's shoulder. The man let out a blood-curdling scream. I don't have much patience. Do you think I won't kill you? If you don't talk, I'll slaughter your whole family. When Tien Savu heard the words Thiet Ma Escort Agency, he was shocked. He looked at the man in the cell and recognized him. It was Macbat Nu, someone he used to travel with. Tien Savu stopped high and stepped into the cell. His imposing aura left the two brothers stunned. Nam Kung Thiet Quang was shocked and secretly furious. Ever since he left the Han family, he'd felt like someone was following him. He thought he was just being paranoid, so he didn't investigate. But now, Thien Sa Vu flicked his fingers, firing 2 blasts of energy that struck the iron chains. The chains, thick as a child's arm, snapped instantly. Macbat Nu slumped to the floor. Thien Sa Vu smiled and threw his outer robe over Macbat Nu. The Nam Kung brothers finally snapped back to reality. Nam Kung Duke Quang blocked the boy's path and demanded to know who he was. Thien Sa Vu said coldly, "Move." Under the boy's icy glare, this third master of the Nam Kung clan faltered, but then Thien Sa Vu suddenly unleashed his energy. I said, "Move." In an instant, the two brothers were sent flying, crashing into a wall several yards away. Back in the main hall, Nam Kung Vu Quang was reading a secret report sent by Nam Kung Tu Q. The head of the Nam Kung clan had a grim look on his face. The report said that the so-called war god was heading south. Nam Kung Vu Quang was about to order his men to find war god's location when a loud explosion rocked the building. He rushed to the window and looked out, seeing 2 figures flying through the air like broken kites, from the direction of the dungeon. Seeing his 2 brothers sent flying like that, Nam Kung Vu Quang was terrified. The 2 brothers managed to steady themselves after being knocked back over 10 yards. Both were horrified. They never expected the boy's martial arts to be this powerful. Seeing the guy walking toward them slowly while carrying Macbat Nu, Nam Kung Thiet Quang shouted angrily, demanding to know who he was. Thien Sa Vu walked with every step, his aura churning, each footfall carrying immense pressure. I am Thien Sa Vu from Tak Bak. You may not have heard the name, but there is a title someone gave me before that you might be more familiar with. The boy's eyes flashed. They call me the War God. At those words, the entire hall went dead silent. Nam Kung Vu Quang looked at the boy coldly and said, "So the War God has graced us with his presence. If there's some misunderstanding, why not come inside and talk?" He whispered to his subordinate, "Go get things ready. We need to receive this honored guest properly." A little while later, Thien Sa Vu was invited into the main hall. Seeing the golden plaque that read "Wielding swords to help the world," the boy smirked in contempt. Nam Kung Vu Quang sat on the main throne, his tone dripping with arrogance. Those 4 words represent the 100-year legacy of our Nam Kung clan. The clan head's tone shifted. "I've heard of you. Mo Dung Dung Thien died by your hand, and the black merchants of Shanxi also tasted defeat against you." Nam Kung Vu Quang's gaze sharpened. "What is your purpose in coming to our Nam Kung clan? Is it just to save the man on your back?" Thien Sa Vu replied that he and Macbat Ngu were old acquaintances. Seeing him in trouble, he naturally had to step in. Hearing this, Nam Kung Vu Quang stood up, stroked the long sword in his hand, and said coldly, "This sword is named the King's Blade, and I have used it to take many lives." Nam Kung Vu Quang glared at Thien Sa Vu, his eyes cold. In the martial arts world, there is no such thing as righteousness. Only the survivor is righteous. The clan head pointed his sword at Thien Sa Vu and continued, "Since you know what we did to Macbat Nu, for the sake of the Nam Kung clan's honor, I have to keep you here." On his command, 11 black-clad swordsmen rushed out from all sides, swords drawn as they lunged at Thien Sa Vu. The boy leaned aside and kicked one swordsman in the face. The man screamed, his sword went flying, and then he spun in the air and slammed into the ground. After that one strike, the aura around Thien Sa Vu shifted entirely. The boy sneered, his voice is cold. "As eternal frost, you think you can keep me here with just this?" With that, Thien Sa Vu launched his attack. He unleashed a palm strike, released a blast of energy like a rainbow piercing the sun, shooting straight forward. In an instant, several swordsmen were pierced through and killed on the spot. The Nam Kung brothers were terrified. The 2 grabbed their swords, ready to join the fight, but just then, a secret message was transmitted. Into their minds, it was their older brother, Nam Kung Vu Quang. "Fools, do you still not understand the point of surrounding him? Mo Dung Dung Thien was a major player in Liaoning, yet he died silently at the hands of this war god. Either his internal energy is enough to crush Mo Dung Dung Thien, or his martial arts have something unique. He's so young, how much internal energy can he have? Surely his techniques are what make him special. The 2 of you just need to observe carefully, wait for the right moment, and strike when you see an opening." Seeing the 3 brothers standing still, Thien Sa Vu thought for a moment, and guessed their plan. He channeled energy into his legs, stomped hard on the ground, and launched himself into the air like a kite. Tien Savu gathered his overwhelming energy into his palm. If you want to watch, I'll give you a show. He unleashed a palm strike, the raw power cascading like a waterfall down onto the black-clad swordsmen below. In an instant, they were engulfed by his energy. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Nam Kung Vu Kwang's eyes. He had, sensing the perfect opening just as the Tien Savu's internal energy ebbed and a new surge hadn't yet formed, the head of the Nam Kung clan roared. Now's the time! Strike! Nam Kung Thiet Kwang lunged forward, unleashing his sky-piercing sword technique. Nam Kung Du Kwang charged out as well, wielding his thundering 13 sword style. The three brothers attacked the teenager simultaneously from three different directions. Nam Kung Vu Kwang's sword struck out like a shooting star, aiming straight for Tien Savu's back. But the kid seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. His fair, slender hand caught Nam Kung Vu Kwang's wrist with casual speed. The sword, which had seemed destined to land a lethal blow, suddenly jerked off course, plunging straight into the chest of Nam Kung Thiet Kwang as he charged in. Tien Savu moved just like before, striking Nam Kung Thiet Kwang under the arm with a palm blast, using that force to shove the runaway sword further off balance, sending it straight into the chest of Nam Kung Du Kwang. The boy didn't stop there. He tapped two fingers against Nam Kung Du Kwang's shoulder, and that same sword twisted again, stabbing toward his own eldest brother. In a heartbeat, the three Nam Kung brothers had impaled each other. Nam Kung Thiet Kwang took a sword through the heart and died on the spot. Nam Kung Du Kwang was also run through the heart and stopped breathing. Only Nam Kung Vu Kwang lucked out by narrowly dodging a fatal spot, though he still had an arm slashed off. Watching Tien Savu carry the unconscious Macbatangu away, the Nam Kung clan head stood frozen in shock. Even after a lifetime of turbulent battles, he couldn't grasp what he had just witnessed. Suddenly, Nam Kung Vu Kwang reached out with his right hand, snatching back the Thon Day Imperial sword that he had pulled toward him. The Nam Kung head caught his breath for a moment, then funneled every last drop of his remaining internal energy into the blade. Tien Savu heard a strange noise behind him and couldn't help but stop and look back, only to see Nam Kung Vu Kwang lunging toward him with everything he had left. The teenager furrowed his brow. He hadn't expected the old man to be this reckless. Seeing the man swing his sword with enough force to seemingly split a river in two, Tien Savu quickly dodged. Nam Kung Vu Kwang roared in pure rage. You little brat, today, I'm taking you down no matter what. With that, he leaped into the air, thrusting his sword straight at the boy. Suddenly, a flash of icy coldness crossed Tien Savu's eyes. The boy held out his hands, twisting them slightly in front of his chest, and the very next second, the sword plunged straight into the chest of Nam Kung Vu Kwang himself. Nam Kung Vu Kwang cursed, his voice raspy. You've completely crossed the Five-Dragon Alliance today. You'll never live to see another day, Tien Savu said coldly. Don't you worry about that. With that, the boy pressed his right hand against the hilt and shoved with all his might, and the sword shot out, pinning Nam Kung Vu Kwang into the ground. The blade went over 2 feet deep, the shockwave so powerful it cracked the ground and sent debris flying. The sitting head of the Nam Kung clan was literally nailed in place. Tien Savu looked up at the 4 gilded characters hanging in the grand hall. The boy raised his left hand, channeling a domineering force into his palm, and released a blast of pure energy. Then, Tien Savu balled his hand into a fist and punched out. A massive tree that had stood for hundreds of years instantly exploded. Tien Savu's eyes were cold as ice, and he said flatly, "These 4 words, your Nam Kung clan doesn't deserve them." This small house was built on a cliff edge 1,000 feet high, yet it was feared by the martial arts world as a forbidden zone, because this was the home of one of the 2 saints, the supreme monarch Hongfu Quan Yet. Under the pavilion, Hongfu Quan Yet sat alone at a table, while a subordinate knelt 10 yards away, respectfully reporting, "That war god first wreaked havoc at the Mo Dung clan in Liaoning, and just a few days ago, he single-handedly stormed the Nam Kung clan, slaughtering everyone in his path. The casualties are uncountable. The 3rd master, Nam Kung Du Kwang, died on the spot. The 2nd master, Nam Kung Thiet Kwang, has also met his maker. And the clan head, Nam Kung Vu Kwang, was nailed to death in his own hall. I heard that before the head died, he witnessed a nightmare. The war god destroying the plaque the family had guarded for generations. The war god's reputation in the martial arts world was now skyrocketing. Many newcomers admired his sudden rise, though more than a few veteran masters were worried he would threaten their status. Plus, news has it that Black Spear has also moved against the war god. Hearing this, Hongfu Quanningyet's movements paused. The leader of the supreme faction spoke with a voice as calm as a lake. Black Spear is involved too, huh? Yes. From the Henan branch, Black Spear himself led his men, intending to ambush the war god in Henan, but they failed miserably. Huangfu Quan Niet stopped what he was doing, looked up at the sky, and after a moment said in a deep voice, "Send word to Tekyu. I want to see her." Meanwhile, over at the Thiat Vu League, Nam Kung Takyo was reading a letter sent from 800 miles away. The leader of the Three Flowers suddenly had her pupils contract. Then she angrily crumpled the letter on the table. Nam Kung Takyo gritted her teeth. Damn you, war god, I am going to tear you to pieces. At the same time, in a room at the Thiat Vu League, Tu Ho also heard news that the Nam Kung clan had been wiped out. She was both shocked and worried for Thien Savu. The Nam Kung clan had been crippled. The Five Dragon Alliance definitely wouldn't let this go. Thinking of this, she immediately ordered Bitch Noak and Bitch Lian. Right now, send word to every branch of the Great Heaven Merchant Guild. Order them to spread the news of the war god destroying the Nam Kung clan. Make sure to emphasize that the Nam Kung clan was holding innocent people hostage and that the war god was acting in righteous defense. This will keep Brother Savu from becoming an enemy of the martial arts world while showing off his incredible skill, forcing those in the world to think twice before messing with him. Also, send a letter to the Nine Heavens Mansion and the Lion League immediately. Tell them I need to meet them to discuss something urgent. The three powers of Thiat Vu League may be enemies in the shadows, but we are allies on the surface. I can't let them team up against Brother Savu. After giving her orders, Tu Ho thought for a moment and added, and one more thing. Have someone tail Nam Kung to Q. I know for sure she's going to do whatever it takes to eliminate Brother Savu. With that, Tu Ho's face hardened. We have to move fast. That night, Jiang Son received a letter from Nam Kung Tu Kyo. He had been ordered to go to Henan to assassinate the war god. To be safe, he hadn't just moved the Vu Quang shadow guards, he had also hired assassins from the Than Duong Gate. After receiving Nam Kung Tu Q's letter, he realized he'd made a mistake. The war god had gone to Luchao province and destroyed the Nam Kung clan. In the letter, Nam Kung Tu Q had laid everything out. Hoang, Fu Quan and Guyet had locked up Mac Bat Nu's family to keep things quiet. If this got out, it would definitely ruin his reputation, and the Nam Kung. The clan secretly rescued Mo Buyu. If Quan Thang finds out, he'll definitely be furious with the Nongong clan. That's why the top priority now is to kill Mo Buyu to silence him. He absolutely cannot be allowed to spill the secrets of the Nongong clan. If the god of war arrives at Tiwu League to rescue Mo Buyu's family, then he and Huangfu Junyue will definitely clash, and that will be the perfect moment to take him out. After finishing the letter, Jiang Shan couldn't help but admire this female warrior. Even though she just faced a huge family crisis, she remains calm and calculated. The head of the Yin family asked what happened. Jiang Shan stated flatly that the god of war isn't in Henan, he's already in Luzhou, so their mission has shifted to prioritizing the assassination of Mo Buyu. Suddenly, Jiang Shan sensed someone quietly approaching. The expert from the Five Dragon League was just about to draw his sword when he heard a cold, low voice. You've made us waste so much time. The person who arrived was Yin Du Yuan of the Wugang Yin family. Just then, another woman walked up and said they should be careful. Right. Now, they know nothing about this god of war. This job wasn't even very profitable to begin with, and now you've even hired assassins from Qingyang sect to join in. Speaking of which, Yin Muzhen let out a cold smirk. But if it means killing Mo Buyu, it's not a total loss. Elsewhere, a carriage was racing toward Tiwu League. Hong Wukui was grumbling while driving. He just took his eyes off things for a second, and Shan Sawu had already caused such a massive scene. Hong Wukui saw no one in the carriage was talking, so he lifted the curtain to look, only to see Shan Sawu channeling internal energy in his palms. He was refining every drop of human essence, dripping it into Mo Buyu's mouth. Seeing this, Hong Wukui whispered and asked about his condition. I've done everything I can. The rest is up to his own fate. Besides, his meridians are severed. Even if he survives, he'll never be able to fight again. Hearing this, Hong Wukui felt deeply moved, yet he remained curious about the secret of Huangfu Junyu. A moment later, Mo Buyu woke up, incredibly grateful that Shan Sawu had saved him. Shan Sawu asked Mo Buyu what exactly he was escorting that would make Quan Thang go so far as to hold his family hostage. Mo Buyu recounted the whole story. Turns out that day, they received a new mission from the Murong clan and managed to escape just before Dali Bao stormed the Murong estate. But the Iron Horse Escort Agency always follows underworld rules, only transport the goods, never ask about the client's secrets. He only knew it seemed to be a red-painted coffin, wrapped in iron chains and charms. According to people from the Murong clan, that coffin was found when the Daobei Mountains were disturbed, and rumor has it that whoever masters it can rule the world and be invincible in the martial arts realm. At this, Mo Buyu suddenly became agitated. Young hero Shan, my family is still at Tiwu League. I must go save them. We're on our way to Tiwu League. Just focus on healing and don't worry too much. Hong Wukui frowned at this. He knew perfectly well that once Shan Sawu made up his mind, you couldn't stop him even with 9 oxen, but their beggar sect always stayed out of underworld feuds. If they got involved, it would surely drag the sect into it. Then, the beggar sect would be in big trouble. So, he silently decided he had to report this to the sect leader. Just then, Shan Sawu's question interrupted his thoughts. Elder, what is the rope in the carriage for? That, it is a lifeline, used to anchor boats or save people who fall into the water. If it's in your way, just toss it. Shan Sawu nodded slightly, having understood. He'd keep it. You never know when it might come in handy. Hong Wukui scolded Shan Sawu for being reckless, then continued driving the carriage, racing toward Tiwu League. But they didn't know that danger was already closing in. Nearby, a group of people was lying in ambush in the woods. Jiang Shan and the others had guessed that Shan Sawu's destination was Tiwu League, so they had come to this road last night to set their trap. Yin Muzhen looked back at the ghostly figure behind them. Sect Master of Qingyang. Who goes first later? The Qingyang Sect Master stood with his arms crossed, looking indifferent and relaxed. Just don't get in the way of our Qingyang sect. Yin Yi, Zhao was annoyed by the Sect Master's arrogant attitude, but Yin Muzhen reminded her that the guy was over 60 and not someone to mess with, saying there was no telling when he might stab them in the back. Just then, the sky suddenly opened up with a torrential downpour. Yin Muzhen sneered. Heaven is helping us. Time to strike. In the carriage, Shan Sawu's pupils suddenly constricted. He seemed to hear the sound of people moving through the rain. The teenager tilted his head to listen for a moment, becoming more certain a group of people was indeed closing in on them rapidly. With a sudden rumble of thunder, dozens of assassins in black lunged out from the forest, rushing straight at them. These assassins moved without a single sound, definitely not your average thugs. Just then, there was a noise on the carriage. The lead assassin had jumped onto the roof. But immediately, Shan Sawu burst through the window and landed a kick straight on the assassin's chin. The teen succeeded in his strike, looking around to see several assassins already on top of the carriage. Shan Sawu braced his hands on the carriage box, spun his body sharply, and in a flash, he looked like a spinning top, his legs kicking out in rapid succession. The assassins were instantly struck in the head, their bones shattering. After the exchange, Shan Sawu was even more shocked. These assassins coordinated perfectly, moving in sync, a far cry from the assassins he had faced before. Just then, Hong Wukui recognized who they were. They were all using daggers strapped to their forearms, the signature hidden weapon of the Wugang Yin family, a clan of assassins. Hong Wukui whipped the horses hard, and the carriage flew forward, but the assassins still clung to their heels. The teenager poured tyrannical power into his hands, and under the siege of the assassins, he didn't waver once. Shan Sawu defended himself with palms flying, and with every strike, an assassin was sent flying off the carriage. Those hit lightly suffered internal injuries and broken bones, while those hit heavily had their meridians severed and died on the spot. But right then, two figures suddenly appeared in front of the carriage. Hong Wukui was startled. He saw these two wearing green robes, their bodies radiating intense bloodlust. The old beggar shouted, "Sawu, watch out. The Qingyang sect is here too, two clans of assassins attacking at once." Hearing this, the teenager's eyes remained calm as water. Shan Sawu opened his eyes, flicked a finger, and a wave of tyrannical force shot out, hitting the chests of both men. The two assassins were blasted away as if hit by a sledgehammer. Unexpectedly, a figure plummeted from the sky right at that moment, one of them. The assassin trampled over his comrades' corpses, using their bodies as a springboard to launch himself at Tien Savu. The latter remained calm, his left hand striking out lightning fast to grab the opponent by the throat. Tien Savu hoisted the assassin into the air with one hand, his young voice as calm as an ancient, undisturbed well. "Regardless of whether you're from the Five Dragon League or the Namkung family, tell your masters to come here themselves." But unexpectedly, just then, the restrained assassin's eyes suddenly flared with fire, a massive surge of power erupting from within him. Tien Savu saw this, his pupils constricting, and immediately after, that Qingyang Gate assassin exploded. A massive shockwave blasted into the sky. Its terrifying power felt even by people in Tingyuan half a mile away. Ammo Trin crossed his arms and laughed loudly. The Qingyang Gate's technique, the Hellfire detonation, truly lives up to its reputation. The Qingyang Gate master, however, didn't care in the slightest about Ammo Trin's flattery. The assassin flashed once and vanished from the spot. Am Duvien asked if they should attack as planned. "Duvien, you come with me. Ko Jiao stays here with Mr. Zhang. Mobat and Gu must die. But if we can kill the war god as well, that would be even better. Ko Jiao, whether our Yin family can make a name for itself depends on you. Savu becoming a heavenly demolition martial general means he must walk over the corpses of others. Although the heavenly demolition divine art is known as the strongest in the world, heaven has its eyes. Every martial art has a way to be countered. For thousands of years, the path walked by the heavenly demolition martial general has been paved with the lives of over 500 people. Whether you want it or not, From the moment you became a heavenly demolition martial general, you stepped onto this path of blood. This fear is the fate of the heavenly demolition martial general. Are you prepared for this? The youth didn't answer immediately but asked, then, Master, how did you overcome this fear? Han Guba laughed arrogantly and spoke loudly. Facing 10,000 armies, I remained free and easy, moving through them as if taking a stroll. A loud explosion echoed. Half the carriage was destroyed while Mo Batanu gritted his teeth, ignoring the wood debris falling on him. Hong Vu Koi struggled to hold the reins, keeping the carriage moving. The old beggar turned his head in anxiety, shouting, War God, are you all right? When the dust settled, Tien Savu could be seen with tattered clothes, a piece of shattered bone piercing through his shoulder. The youth's face remained calm. Don't worry, I'm fine. Having said that, Tien Savu pulled out the bone fragment, then channeled his energy to control his muscles, quickly sealing the wound. Tien Savu grabbed the lifeline cord on the carriage, launched himself into the air, and poured his massive internal energy into the rope. The rope snapped out like a dragon emerging from the sea, instantly shooting toward the assassins in pursuit. His domineering internal force pierced into their bodies, and the assassins dropped dead on the spot. Tien Savu flicked his wrist, and the rope coiled around another assassin's neck. The youth yanked hard, and the man's head was severed clean off. Meanwhile, other Qingyang Gate assassins tried the same old trick, hoping to use the Hellfire detonation to attack Tien Savu, but the latter used the rope skillfully, keeping them at bay. However, the assassins recklessly charged in. The youth swung the rope hard, and in an instant, it pierced through the chests of the assassins like a long spear. 3 assassins were left hanging in midair like kites with broken strings, but right then, 4 more jumped toward him. These 4 didn't attack Tien Savu, but grabbed onto the rope instead. The 4 of them crouched down, putting their weight into their legs, and the rope went taut, causing even the powerful Tien Savu to stagger. At that moment, a Qingyang Gate assassin leapt onto the rope. The youth immediately realized their plan. He extended his right index finger and tapped the rope hard. A powerful burst of energy surged along the rope. The force traveled from the assassin's bubbling spring acupoint into his body, launching him into the air before he was ripped in half. The Hellfire detonation he had prepared was triggered prematurely, instantly blasting several of the Yin family's assassins. A Yin family assassin fell from the sky, his dagger stabbing straight toward Mo Batingu's throat. Have you ever heard of a sword technique that falls from the sky? Seeing the Yin family assassin charging at Mo Batingu, Tien Savu's calm face finally changed. The rope in his hand lashed out, instantly slicing the man in two. But he didn't know that Ko Jiao, hiding in the woods, had suddenly screamed, her right eye, originally alluring, turning blood red. She was using the Yin family's secret blood pupil curse, which could share her vision with other clan members. At the same time, Mo Trin, ambushing nearby, was using the breath control technique. His heartbeat and breathing nearly ceased, as if he were a hibernating snake. Suddenly, the Yin family head's eyes also turned blood red, clearly having received the secret message from Ko Jiao. Every move Tien Savu made was under his surveillance. By now, the carriage horse was drenched in sweat, clearly exhausted from the long, high-speed run. The assassins kept pursuing like a swarm of ants. Hong Vu Koi whipped the horse hard, and the carriage surged forward. Tien Savu continued to whip the rope around, trying to hold them back. Both sides, you chase and I run, both giving it our all. Along the way, explosions and screams echoed incessantly. Hong Vu Koi turned, asking anxiously, Savu, are you all right? Tien Savu gave a sharp tug on the rope to show he was fine, but his heavy breathing betrayed his exhaustion. Hong Vu Koi's expression was grave. Driving in the heavy rain was difficult enough, and with Tien Savu having to fend off so many assassins, it was even harder. If this kept up, no matter how skilled the youth was, he would eventually die from exhaustion. Savu, hang in there a little longer. We're almost out of the forest. Just then, the old beggar's face changed. Ahead was not the exit of the forest, but a 100-foot-deep abyss. Hong Vu Koi was terrified and yanked the reins. Seeing the carriage about to plunge, Tien Savu channeled his energy into his dantian and whipped the rope out with all his might. The rope shot out, wrapping around a massive tree. The force was so immense that the tree's bark split and sawdust flew everywhere. Tien Savu gritted his teeth and pulled with both hands. The carriage screeched to a halt right at the edge of the cliff. Hong Vu Koi looked grave. Driving the carriage through the heavy rain was already exhausting enough, and with Tien Savu having to fend off the mob of assassins, it was even harder. If this keeps up, no matter how good the kid's martial arts are, he'll collapse and die. Savu, hang in there a little longer. We're almost out of this forest. Just then, the old beggar's face changed. Ahead, it wasn't the exit of the forest, but a 100-foot cliff. Hong Vu Koi panicked and yanked hard on the reins. Seeing the carriage about to plunge, Tien Savu gathered his energy in his lower dantian and whipped the rope in his hand. The rope instantly shot out, wrapping around a massive ancient tree. The force was so great that the tree bark cracked and sawdust flew everywhere. Thien Savu gritted his teeth, pulling with all his might. The carriage stopped right at the edge of the cliff and kept racing forward. At that moment, a few assassins managed to catch up, but only saw. Thien Savu channeled his energy into his palms and uprooted that massive, ancient tree in one go. The vine attached to the trunk swept sideways, and those assassins were immediately blown away. At the same time, an assassin from the Qingyang sect unleashed the hellish explosive technique, snapping the lifeline that had been holding on to over 100 people who couldn't take it anymore, causing it to break in two. Suddenly, Thien Savu realized the pursuing assassins had vanished. "Savu, did those scumbags stop chasing us?" The young man didn't answer the old beggar. Instead, he turned to look deep into the forest. He kept feeling like a pair of eyes was locked onto him. The blood-red eyes of the assassin grew increasingly vivid. This master of secret assassination techniques whispered to himself, "God of War, this is only the beginning." Sure enough, a moment later, Thien Savu's pupils constricted. A figure, tall as an iron tower, appeared on the path. When he caught a clear look at the man, Hong Vu Koi's expression changed. He recognized him as Am Du Vien of the Wu Yang Am family. Am Du Vien hunched over and roared, "God of War, your life ends here." With that, he slammed a fist of iron down onto the head of the racing horse. Hong Vu Koi felt as if their carriage had slammed into a small mountain. The old beggar desperately tilted his head, barely dodging the incoming blast of energy. Meanwhile, Thien Savu quickly pulled Macbat Nu into his arms. Just as the opponent's mountain-crushing punch was about to connect, the young man soared into the air to avoid it. Seeing this, Am Du Vien barked, trying to run. Then, the muscles in his legs rippled, and his massive body launched forward like a bomb. Thien Savu hadn't expected someone so large to have such incredible lightness skills. Seeing Am Du Vien pouring immense power into his fist, the young man had to channel his energy to prepare for the impact. Up in the sky, a bolt of lightning tore through the clouds. The two were about to engage in a real battle. But right then, a gloomy voice suddenly echoed above Thien Savu. It was Mo Trin, who had been lying in ambush there the whole time. He used the breath-holding technique to minimize his presence, so no matter how sharp Thien Savu's senses were, couldn't detect his existence. "God of War, I've been waiting here for a long time." With that, strands of energy shot from his sleeves, controlled by his internal power to form a blade of chi. The blade aimed straight for Thien Savu's back. Thien Savu and Nin Jiao spun around, swinging their palms in unison, just barely deflecting the pincer attack from front and back. Am Du Vien's punch struck the steel cable. Am Mok Tran had already rigged countless threads here. Thien Savu had to rely on the rebound force, combined with his lightness skills, to barely keep his balance. Seeing they had pushed their opponent into a corner, both Am Mok Tran and his partner sneered and lunged straight at Thien Savu. In the blink of an eye, they traded several blows in mid-air, with Thien Savu constantly in danger as he was double-teamed. Am Du Vien's punch technique was powerful, decisive, and truly vicious. Am Mok Tran's strikes were insidious, with crafty attack angles, and both were coating their arms and weapons in true chi, clearly having figured out the secret of the Heaven Soul Divine. Technique. The young man steeled himself, determined to use a killer move to win with one strike. Hong Vu Koi watched the three of them fighting in mid-air for a long time, neither side gaining the upper hand. The beggar sect elder was terrified. He hadn't expected the Wu Yangam family to have such fearsome strength. Since meeting Thien Savu, he had never seen the young man struggle like this. At this exact moment, Thien Savu, who had been purely on the defensive, suddenly flashed a look in his eyes. The young man reached out his left hand, curling his 5 fingers into a claw. The overbearing, fierce energy in his palm swirled like waves. Unexpectedly, without him noticing, thin gold threads had quietly latched onto the young man's arm. Thien Savu turned his head, feeling a sudden jolt of alarm. The moment he was distracted, even more gold threads wrapped around him. Suddenly, countless threads tightened, instantly binding Thien Savu so he couldn't move an inch. High in the air, Am Mok Tran stepped onto the gold threads, standing tall. This is the common flaw of those new to the Jianghu, always thinking that relying on their own high-level martial arts is enough to dominate the world. Saying this, Am Mok Tran laughed, his voice dripping with arrogance. Little do you know, in the Jianghu, it's not about who's better, it's about who lives and who dies. With that, the head of the Am family lunged forward, the gold threads in his hand turning into 9 strands, stabbing toward Thien Savu. Unexpectedly, right at that moment, a faint smile appeared on the young man's lips. The hard chi around Thien Savu suddenly erupted outward, and the gold threads that could withstand 10,000 pounds of force snapped one by one. Am Mok Tran's eyes widened in horror, unable to believe it. As he watched the silver chi around the young man swirl, condensing into an awe-inspiring green dragon that looked down upon the world. The massive dragon carried the power of wind and thunder, in an instant striking toward the Am family head. Amduvian saw this and let out a loud roar, charging forward, wanting to use his own powerful fist energy to save his older brother. But how could fireflies compare to the glow of the full moon? Amduvian had barely gotten close before he was swept into the overbearing energy. There was a thunderous explosion that tore through the sky, and both brothers were sent flying by the massive force. Amduvian was knocked back over 30 meters, his fate unknown, while Mok Tran was tossed into the air, his eyes blank. As he fell, he looked at Thien Savu standing on the silk threads, and a wild thought flashed through his mind. The martial arts cultivation of this young man before him might already rival the two saints. Right now, Thien Savu's feet, standing on threads, sank slightly. It turned out he had reached out and grabbed the falling Mok Tran. Thien Savu gripped the man's throat and said coldly, "Perhaps you still don't know. For 1,000 years, the Heaven Soul Martial General has never been defeated." Unexpectedly, before he could finish his words, he felt a chill in his chest. A long sword had quietly pierced his body. It turned out the Qingyang sect leader had appeared behind Mok Tran like a ghost. One sword pierced through Mok Tran and then stabbed into Thien Savu's chest. Mok Tran struggled and looked behind him, wanting to curse, but he couldn't make a sound. Mok Tran, you once said I was the type to stab people in the back. With such a perfect opportunity, how could I pass it up? Go on your way with the god of war and peace. And of course, with that puppet he's carrying on his back too. Saying this, the Qingyang sect leader used both hands to drive the sword in further. The tip of the sword embedded in the young man couldn't advance even an inch. It was clearly being clamped tight by the opponent's muscles. Mok Tran used his remaining strength to utter one sentence, "You idiot. Why didn't you cut off his head from the start?" At this moment, Thien Savu's eyebrows slightly. With a squint, the young man's lips curled into a cold, chilling smirk. Decapitation sounds like a great idea. As soon as he finished, the face of the Qingyang sect leader changed drastically, and a powerful surge of energy burst from Zhan Sawu's palm. In an instant, Yin Muzhen's head went flying into the sky. Zhan Sawu's right hand remained locked in a throat-choking position, while Yin Muzhen's headless body hit the ground, along with the head of the Qingyang leader, 2 kills in one go. The young man's silhouette flashed and vanished. He shot toward the ground like an arrow released from a bow. Zhan Sawu landed gracefully in front of Hong Wugui and said gently, "Elder, please take care of Master Mo for me." The beggar elder checked on the young man's injuries, but Zhan Sawu told him he was fine. Suddenly, he snapped his head toward the deep forest. "Elder, wait here. I'll be back in a second." Deep in the woods, Jiang Shan and Yin Jijiao saw the young man's cold gaze and felt their hearts tremble. Suddenly, Zhan Sawu stomped his foot against the ground, launching himself forward like a tiger leaping down from a mountain, heading straight for where the two were hiding. Trying to suppress his mounting terror, the guest of the 5 Dragon League threw a few thunderfire bombs, but Zhan Sawu's aura intercepted them mid-air. The young man's movement was lightning fast. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of them. Seeing this, Yin Jijiao's face went pale and he scrambled to run. Jiang Shan didn't dare fight back either and chose to flee. Both of them watched as Zhan Sawu's right hand suddenly shot up, slamming a palm strike into the massive tree they had just been standing by. The giant tree, which would take 3 men to wrap their arms around, was severed by the young man's single strike. Jiang Shan bolted in the opposite direction of Yin Jijiao. Zhan Sawu's terrifying power left him with no nerve to even fight back. With 2 top-tier assassins from 2 major clans already dead at the kid's hands, he could only pray the boy would chase Yin Jijiao and not him. To his horror, the footsteps behind him grew louder and closer, sounding as heavy and rhythmic as a great temple bell, making Jiang Shan's heart race with dread. He could even feel the killing intent behind him piercing through his back. Beads of sweat trickled down Jiang Shan's forehead. He pushed his agility techniques to the absolute limit. But no matter how he cycled his internal energy, those death knell footsteps kept getting closer. Between life and death, a twisted plan formed in his mind. A brown porcelain bottle slid from his sleeve into his palm, containing a toxin known as Ghost King Snake. This stuff was harvested from the most intense solar energy points in the desert. Sprinkle it on someone, and it would drain every drop of water from their body, turning them into a dried-up corpse regardless of who they were. Jiang Shan listened to the footsteps getting closer, let out a loud shout, stopped, and spun around to strike, but he realized there wasn't even a shadow of Zhan Sawu behind him. Holding the Ghost King Snake in his hand, Jiang Shan stood stunned, not realizing that Zhan Sawu had leaped into the air and was now landing softly right behind his back. As Jiang Shan turned around in a panic, intending to throw the bottle, the young man had already predicted his every move. Zhan Sawu unleashed a punch, slamming hard into Jiang Shan's left arm. then immediately reached out with his left hand to grip his arm. Overcome with pain, Jiang Shan let out a gut-wrenching scream. John Sawu tightened his grip, forced the porcelain bottle into his mouth, and with his target subdued, asked coldly, "So, you're the mastermind behind this assassination attempt. Who exactly sent you?" Seeing the man refuse to answer, the young man's face darkened even further. "If you won't talk, don't blame me for being ruthless." Meanwhile, at the Lion League, under the Iron Feather League, Su Xiaohu arrived to pay her respects to the unrivaled Blade Lord, Che Haosheng. She tried to stay calm as she stated her request, to invite the Lion League to step in and crush the Five Dragon League. Che Haosheng sized up Su Xiaohu, settled into his chair, and said loudly, "A little girl, the young mistress of a small trading company, dares to make such a request? Do you even know what you're asking for?" "I know, and my visit late at night is also for the sake of the Lion League." Hearing this, Che Haosheng paused his teacup mid-air. "Little girl, you can't fool me. You're actually doing this because of that man called the War God, aren't you?" At the mention of that, Che Haosheng's eyes flashed. War God. That nickname is just too arrogant. The League Master already knows of the War God, so you must have heard of his many feats. He is currently at the center of the martial arts world storm. Forming an alliance with such a young talent wouldn't be a bad thing. Just because he defeated the Murong and Nangong clans, our Lion League must form an alliance with him? Little girl, aren't you underestimating me a bit? I've roamed the world for decades. Even the twin saints of the martial arts world couldn't do anything to me. And you want me to pander to a kid who's still wet behind the ears? How ridiculous. The unrivaled Blade Lord's skills are world-renowned, as everyone knows. Joining forces with the War God is clearly a 100% win for the Lion League. Our three factions are aligned with the Iron Feather League. Striking at the Five Dragon League will definitely trigger a massive war. So how could you say it's all gain and no risk? As far as I know, you, Senior, have achieved divine mastery of your blade, but your plans are deep, and you are already over 70. As soon as she said this, Che Haosheng's expression soured instantly. Su Xiaohu acted as if she didn't notice and continued, In this world, no one is immortal. If, one day, you were to pass on, what would become of the Lion League?" Hearing this, Che Haosheng's hair bristled with rage. "Little girl, you are very bold." Hearing such blasphemous words, the aura around Che Haosheng shifted, and a cold, oppressive force surged directly toward Su Xiaohu. Facing the unrivaled Blade Lord's furious glare, Su Xiaohu gripped her dress tightly, but still tried to keep her composure. The quick-witted young girl knew her words had struck a chord. She immediately bowed and said gently, "Please, League Master, calm down. I am only speaking the truth. Whether you are willing to admit it now or not, the Five Dragon League and the Lion League will eventually clash. Everyone has seen the War God's strength. If you help him now, the Lion League is bound to benefit later." By now, every word from Su Xiaohu was sharp and deliberate. If the League Master is willing to assist, the Great Heaven Trading Company will fully support the Lion League. Hearing the girl break down the pros and cons, Che Haosheng suddenly broke into a grin. "So, you think he's really that valuable, huh?" Feeling the pressure of... With their opponent vanishing in the blink of an eye, Su Xiaohu couldn't help but be a bit stunned. The Great Heaven Trading Group has never backed down from a business deal. Yet here you are, willing to make concessions for the God of War. It seems you hold him in high regard. I am a merchant, and merchants don't do things that lack value. The value of the God of War far exceeds the League leader's imagination. As soon as those words were spoken, the Great Hall fell into silence. After a long moment, Ti Haosheng slowly said, "According to the rules of the Iron Feather League, as long as the Five Dragon League doesn't threaten the Lion League, we won't intervene." At this point, the invincible Blade Overlord changed his tone. "However, we have no obligation to cooperate with the Five Dragon League to deal with the God of War either. Do you understand what this old man means?" That was enough for Su Xiaohu. Once she finished, the young lady stood up to take her leave. But unexpectedly, the voice of Tai Haosheng echoed from behind. "Little girl, are you married yet? If not, this old man has someone suitable to introduce to you. Thank you for your kindness, League Leader. But Xiaohu has no intention of discussing marriage right now, let alone political alliances." Having said that, Su Xiaohu walked straight out of the hall to bid farewell. Hearing the footsteps retreating in the hall, the invincible Blade Overlord sighed and said slowly, "Mu Ling, this young lady isn't bad, but it seems she already has someone in her heart." Mu Ling neither denied nor confirmed his father's teasing. Instead, he expressed gratitude for his father agreeing to his request. "Actually, even if you hadn't advised against it, I had no intention of moving against the God of War. That young lady didn't come here to ask us to punish the Five Dragon League. Her true purpose was to prevent us from getting involved. What a sharp girl. Not only does she have extraordinary courage, but her insight is far beyond her years. Actually, the more chaotic things get between the Five Dragon League and the God of War, the better. We don't need to step into this muddy water." Right. After that, Ti Haosheng told his son that Wan Jiantang of the Great Strength Fort had also sent a letter recently. In the letter, the fortress master wrote with earnest words, stating that if the Lion League confronted the god of war, they would certainly suffer heavy losses. Ti Muling said bluntly that both he and Wan Jiantang had seen the god of war's methods with their own eyes, and what he feared most was the attitude of the beggar sect elder, Hong Wugui, toward the god of war. Hong Wugui had stayed in Shenyang, living in seclusion for 10 years just to wait for him, and even spared no effort to help the god of war. Hearing this, Tai Haosheng sighed slightly. The beggar sect is always lone wolf types, never involved in these disputes, yet he could make a beggar sect elder change his usual way of doing things. It seems this god of war is truly not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, at the Five Dragon League, the saintly imperial governor Huangfu Junyue summoned a woman to meet him in the middle of the night. Su Chao, do you know what kind of flowers I've planted in this garden? These are called vengeance grass. It's said that when women in southern Jiang wait for their husbands to return from hunting, they would bite one of these. Once a woman discovers that her husband has had a change of heart or betrayed the tribe, they will quietly make the men drink the juice of the vengeance grass. Those who drink it won't die immediately, but their meridians will snap and their whole body will fester. Only after 3 days and 3 nights of extreme agony will they finally stop breathing. Huangfu, Yungshuan stood behind him, dropping his playful expression. He knew his father was genuinely furious, while Nangong Suchao was breaking out in a cold sweat. She understood that the saintly governor was implying she should hand over the puppet. Thinking of this, she immediately admitted her fault. This subordinate was wrong. Please forgive me, League leader. Unexpectedly, Huangfu, Junyue tilted his head, his tone suspicious. Su Chao, why would you say that? The moment he finished, Nangong Suchao froze on the spot, unable to guess what this League leader was thinking, only to hear Huangfu Junyue's tone suddenly become stern. Didn't your father already atone for his sins with his death? Or is there something else you're hiding from me? Facing the suddenly intensified pressure from Huangfu Junyue, Nangong Suchao felt like she was being crushed until she couldn't breathe. Only then did she realize that even if the god of war didn't strike, this saintly governor would have eliminated the Nangong family himself. Just then, Huangfu Junyue suddenly pointed. A burst of energy shot out, engulfing Nangong Suchao. In an instant, this warrior woman was lifted into the air by that force. Huangfu Yungshuan saw this scene, his heart trembling. Could his father have already reached the realm of a half-step martial saint? After Nangong, Su Chao landed safely. Huangfu Junyue said slowly, "Get up. Only a fool dwells on the past." This saintly governor turned around, his hands behind his back. Su Chao, if you wanted the puppet, you should have just asked me. Why play all these games? Do you distrust me that much? At that moment, Huangfu Yungshuan spoke up to defend her. Su Chao has been doing her best to handle it. She won't embarrass the Five Dragon League. You guys deal with it yourselves. I'm getting old, too lazy to manage these trivial matters. Having said that, Huangfu Junyue turned and left, returning to the main hall. The saintly governor sat cross-legged and said coldly, "How much has been investigated regarding that god of war's intelligence?" As soon as he finished, a figure appeared silently. The subordinate knelt on one knee and respectfully reported, "The person. Real name is John Sawu. No sect or school. Tracking his movements, it seems he comes from beyond the borders." Huangfu Junyue heard this and mentally calculated that although the Nangong family was severely wounded, there were still remnants. If he could eliminate the god of war, it would prove the opponent still had some value. If they were destroyed by the god of war completely, it would count as removing a worry. Thinking of this, the corner of the saintly governor's mouth curled into a cold smile. Huangfu Yun. Zhuan saw Nangong Suchao down the mountain, and the second young master said, "The Wu Yang Yin family hasn't heard a word since. They must have failed." Nangong Suchao said she had received news that the god of war was on his way to the Yangtze River, and she had entrusted this matter to forces near the Yangtze River to handle. Huangfu Yun. Swan returned to his carefree demeanor and said bluntly, "If Nangong Suchao finds it difficult, I can do it for her and take out the god of war." Nangong Suchao turned to look at him and said, "The god of war's strength is immense. He cannot be underestimated." Hearing this, Huangfu Yungshuan's eyes flashed. Could his martial arts be even higher than mine? Nangong Suchao looked solemn and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Huangfu Yungshuan suddenly grinned. The second young master, who was always joking, was now brimming with fighting spirit. Meanwhile, upstream on the Yangtze River, in the Greenwater Stronghold, one of the 18 strongholds on the Yangtze, the master, Du Guqing, was discussing the secret order sent by the main stronghold with his subordinates. The subordinate said the god of war's strength was unpredictable, and although the main stronghold master promised a generous reward, but it might very well put Lu Shui's stronghold in danger. At this point, Pham Chet advised the leader to think carefully before making a move. The man with the commanding appearance, Duang Hong, listened in silence. The pair of iron balls in his hands never stopped spinning. betraying the hesitation in his heart. Although the war god's martial arts skills were formidable, usually even half of that strength couldn't be brought to bear when fighting in the water. Besides, if we can take him out, the reputation of Lu Shui stronghold among the 18 strongholds of the Yangtze River will definitely skyrocket. Finishing his thought, Dak Ko Kin gave a cold laugh. This arrogant guy is determined to intercept and kill the war god. The young man had risked his life to save his friend, not expecting that upon waking up, his friend would reproach him. War hero, you were dragged into this and got hurt. I feel terrible about it. You really should have just left me behind back there. Saying this, Mak Konangu looked at the young man and asked, why did you save me? You were in prison, refusing to open your mouth even at the cost of your life to protect your family. I respect you as a real man, and besides, we know each other. We're both people of the Jianghu. No need to be so polite. Hearing this, Mak Konangu offered a faint smile, and the guilt in his heart eased a bit. Chien Savu told him to rest up and recover, then stood up to head outside. The young man exited the cabin and stepped onto the deck. That day, after escaping the pursuit, they had found a sub-branch of the Great Heaven Trade Union and boarded one of their passenger ships the very next day. Headed for the Iron Feather Alliance, Chien Savu leaned against the railing, gazing out into the distance. The Yangtze River was vast and foggy with rolling waves, and in the distance, mountain ranges stretched out truly a breathtaking, picturesque landscape. Suddenly, Chien Savu's eyes narrowed slightly. A figure on the deck had caught his attention. Looking closely, it was a teenager clutching a long sword. Chien Savu observed for a moment, feeling a bit taken aback. He realized that although the teenager held the sword to his chest, there wasn't a hint of killing intent, and the boy hadn't even noticed that someone was watching him. At that moment, he was still lost in memories of before he left the mountain. Han Tuk, if you really want to go down the mountain, I won't stop you. Take this with you. Even though it was an old sword, it was enough for self-defense. Han Tuk looked at the long sword his master had given him. The scabbard was mottled, looking as if it had endured many years, and the wrapping on the hilt was frayed, vaguely revealing the two characters Zhongnan. My disciple, remember this. A swordsman doesn't need a good sword, body, but a sword spirit. Han Tuk pulled himself out of his thoughts, looked up at the sky, and let out a sigh. Compared to the vast Jianghu, Zhongnan Mountain was still just too small for him. Suddenly, he felt a gaze evaluating him. Turning his head, he saw a teenager looking at him from afar. Han Tuk was stunned for a second, realizing that this person had a pair of striking blue eyes. Just then, Hong Nukui walked up behind Chien Savu and asked the young man why he was staring at the other person. Chien Savu said he was just curious. Hong Nukui slung his arm around the young man, pulling him back toward the cabin, saying, Captain Ma of the Great Heaven Trade Union has prepared a banquet and invites you to join for a drink. Han Tuk saw the old beggar pulling the teenager away and didn't think much of it, just stood up to stretch his limbs. Suddenly noticing a fishing boat casting nets near their ship, Han Tuk couldn't help but look a few more times with suspicion. This place was far too busy with traffic to be suitable for fishing. Looking closer, he could see the fishermen had bulging muscles and were radiating an aggressive aura. By the time his eyes met those of a fierce-looking fisherman, Han Tuk was even more certain that these people weren't fishermen but martial artists from the Jianghu. Not long after, the two boats slid past each other, drifting further apart as if it were just a random encounter on the river, causing no waves. That night, 3 warships from Lu Shui stronghold quietly stopped on the surface of the river. Seeing the large ship getting closer through his telescope, Dak Ko Kin asked in a low voice if they had confirmed their targets were on board. Chet said he had seen the war god and Hong Nukui on the deck with his own eyes, but wasn't sure if Mak Konu was on board. After reporting the intelligence, he still advised the stronghold leader to reconsider. If the war god was truly as the rumors claimed, their Lu Shui stronghold stood absolutely no chance. Hearing this, Dak Ko Kin flew into a rage. What are you worried about? No matter how high his martial arts are, once the ship sinks, he'll be buried at the bottom of the river. Saying that, he swung the long spear in his hand and shouted loudly, Brothers, the time has come to make a name for ourselves. The water bandits responded in unison, each wielding knives and swords, their spirits surging. On the other side, on Chien Savu's ship, inside the cabin, Hong Nukui was clinking glasses with Captain Madieu Monday. Madieu Mon said that serving 2 great heroes was the greatest honor of his 3 lifetimes. Hong Nukui replied, All of us within the 4 seas are brothers, no need to be so polite. The two drank to their heart's content, even calling Mak Konu to join in, completely unaware that danger was silently closing in. Only Han Tuk remained at the railing, lost in thought. He was still suspicious that the fishing boat from earlier was trailing them. Just then, a casual voice sounded behind him. Han Tuk turned around to find it was the teenager from earlier. You also noticed someone is trailing this ship? Chien Savu looked at the reeds on the river and said calmly, Perhaps they were water bandits, or maybe even assassins. Before he could finish his sentence, the entire large ship suddenly shook violently. The two, Hong Nu Kui, in the cabin immediately sobered up. Mak Konangu looked out the window to see a brawny man leaping up from the river, followed by several figures rushing straight toward the large ship. Seeing three water bandits leap onto the deck, Han Tuk hurriedly grabbed the hilt of his sword, preparing to draw it to fight back, but realized his arm felt like it wasn't his own. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull the blade out even an inch. Chien Savu quietly watched the teenager beside him. This was the first time he had seen a swordsman who didn't know how to use his sword. Seeing the enemy approaching, Chien Savu reached out his right hand, powerful, domineering internal energy, enveloping it, and then with a gentle slap, a massive force of energy surged forward. The three water bandits were hit in the chest and dropped dead instantly. Han Tuk saw this scene and was stunned. The young man said nonchalantly, "Friend, hesitation is the path to failure." At the same time, in the cabin, several sailors were desperately trying to plug a hole in the hull. Hong Nu Kui asked if they had hit a reef. Captain Ma said this route had no reefs. Just then, a sailor investigated the situation and came back to report that a heavy chain was stretched across the middle of the river, blocking the ship's path. Captain Ma turned pale upon hearing this and said, bluntly, "This is a signature tactic of Lu Shui stronghold." Hearing this, Hong Nu Kui realized it all. He knew the Nam Kung family and the 18 strongholds of the Yangtze River, definitely tied to the Nam Kung clan. The old beggar quickly told the captain to patch up the ship and get ready to defend against the river bandits. Hong Ungu Kui's heart sank. If the 18 camps of the Yangtze River were all attacking at once, we're talking over 1,000 people. Even a war god with peerless skills couldn't kill them all. The old beggar ran to the deck, leaped onto the mast, and looked around. He saw 3 warships turning toward them. Hong Ngui let out a breath. It seemed only the Green Water Camp was attacking tonight. Then, the old beggar jumped down beside Chien Savu. "Sa, these guys are from the Green Water Camp, part of the 18 camps of the Yangtze. Their leader, Dak Ko Kin, is ruthless and vicious. This might be the 5 Dragon Alliance playing dirty games. The 18 camps, the 5 Dragon Alliance, it doesn't matter, they're all the same to me." The moment he said that, Han Tuk felt a chill down his spine. Who on earth was this kid? Right then, the bandits swarmed the deck. Seeing them screaming and charging, Chien Savu held out his right hand, fingers curved like hooks. Internal energy surged through his palm. With cold eyes, the young man added, "I'll kill as many as show up." Chien Savu threw a single punch, and the leading bandit dropped dead instantly. The others behind him turned pale, shouting at their buddies to be careful. Han Tuk stared, eyes wide. He never expected this boy to be so ruthless. Hong Ngu Kui noticed the boy beside him, trembling in fear and seemed to understand. He started talking to him. "New to the world, so you've never seen such bloodshed, right? Don't let his sharp moves and cold-blooded strikes fool you. He hasn't even been in the martial world for 2 months, and he's only 26 this year. But whenever he fights, he never hesitates to protect what matters to him. He'd even defy the entire martial world." Hong Ngu Kui glanced significantly at the teenager beside him. "I can sense your potential. Your foundation isn't bad, so don't waste your talent." Han Tuk gripped his sword until his knuckles turned white. He was caught in a mental struggle. "Senior, I swore I would only draw my sword to save the people of this world. What a load of crap. You can't even save yourself right now, let alone the world?" Hearing that, Han Tuk felt like he'd been struck by lightning. He realized the belief he'd clung to for so long was laughable. Suddenly, a shout cut through his thoughts. Dak Ko Kin yelled from afar, "Archers!" In a flash, the bandits drew their bows and fired, a hail of flaming arrows descending like locusts. The sails were hit and burst into flames. Several sailors were skewered by the arrows and died instantly. The wooden deck began to burn too. Hong Nu Kui's expression shifted. The Green Water Camp clearly wanted them burned alive. As for Han Tuk, he dodged left and right, but the dense rain of fire didn't touch him. Just then, a cold smirk played on Chien Savu's lips. He channeled his incredibly brutal internal energy and slammed a punch toward the water. The calm river suddenly erupted into a wave 30 feet high, forming a wall of water between the ships. The flaming arrows hit the water wall and were extinguished, losing all their momentum as they fell. Then, the water wall crashed down like a waterfall, dousing the fires on the big ship. The bandits on the deck didn't even have time to react before being swept into the river. Hong Nu Kui was stunned by the boy's thunderous display. It was the voice of Chien Savu that brought him back. "Elder, give me a hand. Throw me onto the Green Water Camp's ship." Hong Nu Kui caught on, pulled the whip from his waist, and Chien Savu jumped, stepping onto the whip. "Senior, wait here. I'll be right back." Hong Nu Kui whipped his arm, sending the long lash out, and Chien Savu shot off like a cannonball, heading straight for the Green Water warship, over 100 feet away. Seeing the teen, Diving down like a meteor, the green water bandits screamed and braced for battle. Unexpectedly, Chien Sa-vu stomped hard on the deck. The bandits were sent flying by the sheer force. The teen smiled, raised both hands, channeled his intense energy into his palms, and then slammed them down onto the deck. The sturdy wooden planks exploded, and every bandit on board was blasted off. The large warship was snapped in two by his single blow. Chien Sa-vu lightly landed on a piece of debris, looked around, and kicked off the wood to soar away again. The remaining two ships were sliced through in a blink, and bandits wailed as they fell into the river. Chien Sa-vu ignored the desperate cries and locked his gaze on the final warship in the distance. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile, and he muttered, "One last one." With that, Chien Sa-vu stepped on the water and moved forward. On the other side, Han Tuk was completely dumbfounded. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed such human strength existed. Hong Nu Kui shouted while fighting off the bandits, "Stop spacing out and help me." Surprisingly, Han Tuk seemed like a different person. "Senior, please help me get to that ship." Hong Nu Kui was shocked but whipped his long lash out. Han Tuk followed suit, leaped onto the whip, and Hong Nu Kui threw him with all his might. The boy flew like an arrow from a bow. The old beggar shielded his eyes, looking into the distance. Could this kid have finally figured it out? Back on the last Greenwater warship, Doc Ko-kin was frozen in shock, his hands trembling as he gripped his trident. Pham Triet stood behind him, saying they should retreat immediately, but before he could finish, a figure came sprinting across the water. When they saw who it was, Doc Ko-kin at the bow turned deathly pale, while Pham Triet looked up and shouted, "Leader, watch out! Above!" Seeing the teen with the sword diving down from the sky, Doc Ko-kin thrust his trident forward, but to his surprise, Chien Sa-vu unleashed a thunderous punch. A powerful surge of energy slammed into the bow and the sturdy warship. With a single punch, everything was smashed to pieces. In the heat of the moment, the camp leader, Doc Ko-kin, let out a furious roar, channeling all his inner energy into his ivory trident. The leader swung it, wildly, unleashing his entire lifelong martial arts repertoire to settle the score with the god of war. Pham Chet drew the longsword from his waist, ready to intercept the teenager in midair for his boss. Doc Ko-kin charged straight at Chien Sa-vu with his trident, while Pham Chet leaped up, swinging his blade toward Han Tuk. Just then, Han Tuk closed his eyes, the advice from Chien Sa-vu echoing in his ears. Hesitation leads to failure. Suddenly, a sharp ringing sound erupted, like a dragon's roar piercing through the nine heavens. Han Tuk snapped his eyes open, burning with intensity. His longsword, engraved with the characters for Red Heart, flashed into view. As the two crossed paths in midair, Pham Chet's sword-wielding right arm was severed in a clean sweep. On the other side, Chien Sa-vu's expression turned icy. He unleashed a single palm strike. Doc Ko-kin's trident shattered instantly, and the force of the blow didn't stop, slamming directly into his chest. Doc Ko-kin felt a tidal wave of raw energy surging through his body, and in the next heartbeat, Chien Sa-vu's strike pierced right through him. The unstoppable force didn't fade, sweeping through the water bandits behind him, launching them into the air and killing them instantly. The entire warship was torn apart by the impact, eventually dissolving into a floating pile of debris on the Dan River. After taking down Doc Ko-kin with one strike, Chien Sa-vu turned to look at Han Tuk. Though the young man's swordsmanship was still a bit raw, the sound the sword made when drawn proved he had reached the realm of sword and man unity. Pham Chet, now missing an arm, knelt on the deck, teeth gritted, as he spat out, "Nice sword work, but your experience in the world is still far too green." With that, he grabbed his longsword and launched a surprise attack, a stream of sword light whipping toward Han Tuk's head like a silk ribbon. Caught off guard, Han Tuk tried to dodge, but the tip of the blade still sliced his hat in two. Han Tuk stumbled back in a panic to create some distance, but Pham Chet lunged forward, swinging his blade down toward him again. In that perilous moment, a burst of energy shot from Chien Sa-vu's fingertip, instantly piercing Pham Chet's body and paralyzing him. This was the human puppet secret technique, derived from the Heaven Soul Divine skill. Pham Chet tried to look back, only to realize he couldn't even turn his head. Then, he felt his neck tighten. A hand had clamped firmly onto his throat. Chien Sa-vu hoisted Pham Chet into the air with one hand. The bandit screamed, "Let me go! Kill me if you dare, but the Yangtze 18 camps will never let you off the hook." Chien Sa-vu just scoffed. "We'll see who doesn't let who off the hook." With a flick, the young man sent a pulse of energy into Pham Chet's neck and tossed him aside like a dead dog. Chien Sa-vu asked if Han Tuk was all right. After receiving a firm confirmation, he looked at Pham Chet. "I've infused a burst of energy into your Dantian. If your camp leader can neutralize it, you might live. If not, your Dantian will explode and you'll be finished. Remember, you have 2 days." Hearing this, Pham Chet was terrified. While the demonic young man continued calmly, Also, tell your leader if he's still hell-bent on this, have him come find me. I'll be waiting." The surviving bandits acted as if they'd been granted a pardon, scrambling to jump into the river, desperate to get away, wishing they had more legs to run faster. Han Tuk stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect. "I am Han Tuk, the head disciple of the Jongnan sword sect. My deepest thanks for saving my life, young hero. No need for formalities, Han. Actually, I should be thanking you for your righteous actions. I am Chien Savu." Immediately after, the two headed back, promising to drink until they passed out tonight. Only Hong Nu Kui remained, still fighting off the stragglers on the deck. Elsewhere, at the Iron Martial Alliance located on the Dongting Lake Islands, an old man stood leaning against the railing, staring into the distance with a troubled look. He had received news of the Louis Tui camp's defeat. What he didn't expect was that ever since that night, no one from the Yangtze 18 camps would dare move a muscle. Nam, Kung Thuong Win believed they should deal with the god of war themselves instead of outsourcing it to the Wu Yang Yin family and the Yangtze 18 camps. Both the Wu Yang Yin family and the Than Duong sect had fallen to the god of war. Huang Sun had turned into a dried-up corpse, his mouth stuffed with Ghost King sand evidently forced down his throat by the god of war. After a long silence, Nam Kung So Kim sighed. Just who in the world is this god of war? Takyu said she had drawn up a new plan, hoping for better results this time. She hoped so. At least this kid, barely a novice in the martial world, was turning out to be such a headache. At the same time, at a dock by Dongting Lake, many martial artists, hearing that the god of war was coming, swarmed the area, desperate to see him in person. Huangfu Van Shuyan advised her, "Such cheap tricks will never kill the god of war. I suggest you reconsider." Nam Kung Takyu insisted on doing it her way, claiming that even if they couldn't kill the god of war, they would at least make those around him suffer. Hong Fu Van Shuyan gave her a deep look and said nothing more. On the vast expanse of Dongting Lake, a large ship cut through the wind and waves with its sails hoisted. After the previous night's battle, the sailors had repaired the boat. Hongvu Koi pushed Mak Kok and Gu out of the cabin in his wheelchair. A gentle river breeze blew, and the sunlight was warm. The old beggar slumped onto the deck, looking quite relaxed, while Mak Kok and Gu looked miserable, his brow furrowed in constant worry. Along the way, even though the Yangtze 18 camps hadn't attacked again, he knew for a fact that the Five Dragon Alliance wouldn't let this go easily. Hong Vu Koi told him not to worry, joking that if the Five Dragon Alliance didn't follow the rules of martial world, he would order 10,000 beggar sect disciples to go to the Five Dragon Alliance and beg for food. Surprisingly, the old beggar's attempt at humor didn't work. "I owe this young hero too much. If it weren't for me and my family, he wouldn't have had to face the Five Dragon Alliance. Don't overthink it." He caused an uproar at the Mo Dung family and disrupted the black market traders' business. Even without you, he still would have crossed the Five Dragon Alliance. The kid just does what he thinks is right, so you don't need to feel so guilty. Just then, Han Tuk hesitated and walked up behind Chien Sa Vu. The young man stared at the other's back, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. He already knew the glorious feats of this god of war. First, crushing the Mo Dung family in Liaoning, defeating the patriarch Mo Dung Dung Thien, then wiping out the black market syndicate in Shanxi, and successively slaying the Iron Cavalry God Palace and the Underworld Demon Blade. Nin defeated the first-generation head Mo Dung Dung Thien, then took down the Dark Merchants in Shanxi, and successively killed the Iron Cavalry Divine Archer and the Underworld Demon Blade. After he went on a rampage at the Namgung estate to save Mo Guyu and nailed the clan leader, Namgung Wujin, right on the spot, Han Su had been harboring serious admiration. He thought, nothing would be better than fighting side by side with a guy like that. Seeing the other man standing silently behind him, Shan Sa Wu took the initiative to break the silence. Looks like Hero Han still hasn't come down from the adrenaline of his first real battle. Unexpectedly, Han Su suddenly cupped his hands and bowed. "I truly can't stop shaking just from witnessing brother's exquisite martial arts firsthand." Hearing this, Shan Sa Wu turned back, confused, only to see Han Su bowing respectfully and saying, "I, Han, am untalented, but I wish to pledge myself as your sworn brother and serve by your side from now on." Hong Wukui and Mo Guyu were stunned right on the spot, while Han Su insisted with total sincerity. Shan Sawu reluctantly turned back and smiled. "We can just call each other brothers. There's no need for such formalities." Seeing this, Hong Wukui laughed out loud. "Sawu, why don't I just call you Big Brother too?" At that, even a gloomy Mo Guyu managed to smile. With a large flag appearing on the horizon, Shan Sawu and his group finally arrived at Tiwu Alliance safely. Meanwhile, in a quiet room, the fist Saint Huangfu Junyue was admiring a strange potted plant, noting that 5 flowers grew from the same stem, yet each was a different color. The leader of the Five Dragons Alliance asked his subordinate behind him, "If one flower is diseased, won't the roots rot?" If I cut it off, this strange plant won't be strange anymore, but if I keep it, all 5 flowers will die. So, what should I do? Seeing his subordinate afraid to answer, Huangfu Junyue didn't press him. Let's go. Walk with me a bit to clear my head. I'm feeling a bit restless. Right after that, the two walked out of the courtyard one after the other. As they walked, the Fifth Saint asked, I heard that War God has entered the Hunan region. That's right. His boat has reached the Fifth Tiwu Alliance and is about to dock. Should we take action? Huangfu Junyue stated that the Five Dragons Alliance's reputation had plummeted since they hadn't used strong measures to eliminate him early on. Attacking now would only invite criticism. As he spoke, a cold, icy gleam flashed in his eyes. It's all because I trusted that girl, Suchao, too much. In the end, she's still young and narrow-minded. Huangfu Junyue stood on the cliff, looking out at the river, watching a large ship parting the waves, sailing closer from afar. The Fifth Saint narrowed his eyes, his voice unreadable. He's finally here. The most powerful force in the martial arts world, the Tiwu Alliance, had put on quite a display just to welcome a teenager who had barely stepped into the Jianghu. The man in charge was an old man with a mocking smile on his lips. This was Jie Zhenghe, who handled the dock operations for the Tiwu Alliance. He couldn't understand why they had to make such a grand gesture for a total newcomer. Seeing the ship slowly docking, Ge Zhenghe shouted, We are here to meet you. War God, please come ashore and speak. Shan Sawu slowly stepped off the gangplank. Ge Zhenghe, who had been full of disdain, suddenly changed his expression. He saw the war god with half-closed eyes, threads of internal energy shimmering around his body, his brow exuding a handsome, natural air of arrogance. Shan Sawu suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. The busy dock fell completely silent. Hong Wukui and the others hadn't expected the Tiwu Alliance to stage such a scene and were momentarily rattled. But Shan Sawu spoke softly to reassure them. These people aren't worth worrying about. For now, we only need to keep an eye on one person. Saying that, the young man looked toward a distant cliff where he saw Huangfu Junyue staring right back with a sharp gaze. Separated by over 100 yards, the two locked eyes. He said quietly, War God. Fist Saint, a pleasure. At this moment, Huangfu Yongxuan was interested in sizing up the war god, while Namgung Suchao, seeing her father's killer, was gnashing her teeth. Seeing a man in purple robes approach, Huangfu Yongxuan asked quietly, Ghostblade, what do you think? This kid looks relaxed on the surface, but he's incredibly guarded inside. His energy is circulating throughout his whole body. Even surrounded by enemies, he remains steady. This war god is definitely a top-tier master. Hearing this, Kim Guyu smirked and continued, Miss Namgung, I don't know what you're plotting, but I advise you to. Be careful. He isn't the type of guy you can take out with a couple of assassins. Huangfu Yongxuan chimed in. Did you hear that, Suchao? Be careful. Back at the dock, Shan Sawu stepped off the boat. Ge Zhenghe stepped forward to introduce himself as a regional leader for the Tiwu Alliance. A pleasure to meet you, Leader Ji. I am Shan Sawu. I honestly thought there would be a fierce battle once I docked, but it seems I worried for nothing. Hero, the past grievances between you and the Five Dragons Alliance have nothing to do with the entire Tiwu Alliance. We aren't as small-minded as you think. As long as Hero Shan doesn't break our rules, no one here will make things difficult for you. But I must remind you that the Tiwu Alliance has 3 independent zones managed separately outside the public area. Whatever happens in those zones, the other 2 sides won't interfere. Just like this dock, which I manage if I weren't from the Lion Alliance, but rather a subordinate of the Five Dragons Alliance. You and I would likely be fighting right now. As he said this, the leader's eyes turned sharp. Finally, I'll give you a piece of advice. Survival is what matters here. If Mo Guyu was truly wronged, he needs to stay alive to have any chance of proving it. Shan Sawu sneered at this. The ones committing crimes could act blatantly, while the victims had to be careful every step of the way. It seemed the Tiwu Alliance was no different from anywhere else. Just then, a voice as clear as an oriole rang out from behind them. Big Brother Sawu, I'm here to help you. I'll help Hero Mo clear his name. As soon as she finished, the crowd broke into an uproar. No one expected the young mistress of the Great Heaven Merchant Guild to publicly support the war god. Even the seasoned Hong Wukui was taken aback. Shan Sawu walked slowly to To Tioho. The young man looked at the beautiful girl before him and said tenderly, Tioho, is it really you? It's been a long time. Saying this, Shan Sawu reached out and gently ruffled her hair, just like they did when they first met as kids. Huangfu Yongxuan, who had been watching the show, was stunned. Could Miss To have rejected him because of this war god? Thinking of this, the Fifth Saint's second young master gritted his teeth and said, Suchao, I don't care what your plan is, just make sure you make this war god's life a living hell, and do it now. Don't worry, young Master Huangfu. I will make his life a living hell. With that done, she glanced toward a guy in black hiding in the crowd. It was Yen Lien Hoa who gave a silent nod. The man in black caught it, a flash of coldness in his eyes. Meanwhile, Tu Tu Ho was busy having her hair ruffled by Tien Savu, leaving the beautiful girl completely flustered. A moment later, she dropped her ladylike act, pouting as she said, "Savu, brother, stop messing with my hair. I'm never going to grow taller if you keep doing that." Hongvu Koi watched, smiling with satisfaction. It was the first time he had ever seen Tien Savu this relaxed. But no one noticed the guy in black in the crowd, gripping his sword hilt tightly. Suddenly, the assassin lunged forward. With a sharp ring of steel, he leaped into the air, sword drawn, aiming straight for Tien Savu and the girl. Her maid was absolutely terrified, frantically trying to warn her mistress. Hongvu Koi and Han Tuk were way too far away to stop it. When they realized the assassin's target was Tu Ho, Hongfu Van Shuyen panicked too. Wait, why go after Miss Tu? But the assassin had no intention of stopping. Suddenly, Tien Savu lifted his right leg and delivered a lightning-fast kick, striking the assassin right in the throat with such force it sent his head flying off. In a split second, a spray of blood erupted from the assassin's neck. Tien Savu quickly blocked to Tu Ho, shielding her from the splash. The two locked eyes, the air thick with chemistry. Tu Ho, I promised you, I wouldn't let you get hurt. Not even a little bit. But suddenly, a voice boomed out, Thien, you dare kill someone from the Five Dragon Alliance in broad daylight? Isn't that taking things a bit too far? Besides, this is the Iron Feather Alliance, not a place for you to run wild, Tien Savu replied. Everyone saw it. He attacked first. I was just defending myself. If the Five Dragon Alliance wants to get justice for him, I can head over to meet the Fist Saint myself to clear things up. But before that, the Fist Saint owes me an explanation. Saying that, Tien Savu looked up toward Hongfu Quan Nyet in the distance. Why would the Five Dragon Alliance try to assassinate the heir of the Great Heaven Chamber of Commerce, and why, as the Honorable Fist Saint, are you holding the family of Mak Kakengu hostage? Facing the young man shouting, Hongfu Quan Gayet was so angry he let out a scoff, muttering, "What an insolent brat." The martial artists on the dock started whispering to each other, with one saying, Tien Sa Vu must have a death wish, challenging the Fist Saint so openly. Others argued that if what he said was true, Hongfu Quan and Gyet's actions were truly unacceptable. Mak Kakengu was stunned. He never expected Tien Savu to stand up to the Fist Saint for his sake like that. Han Tuk looked worriedly at Hongvu Koi. Elder, isn't my brother practically declaring war on the Five Dragon Alliance by doing this? The old beggar fell silent for a long time. The situation had grown beyond his control. Hongfu Quan and Guyet definitely wouldn't admit to what Tien Savu was claiming, but if he didn't, he'd just look guilty anyway. Either way, it looked like they were heading for a fight. Meanwhile, Hoang Fu Van Shuyen wasn't thinking about that at all. The Fist Saint's second son was boiling with rage. He couldn't believe Nam Kung Tukyo had tried to kill Tutio Ho. Thinking of this, Hoang Fu Van Shuyen glared at her, lunged forward, grabbed Nam Kung Tukyo by the throat, and slammed her against a pillar. She had never seen him this angry and panicked, rushing to explain, young Master Hoang Fu, you agreed to this. I thought you wanted to kill that beggar sect elder. You knew I liked Tu Ho, and yet you still wanted to kill her? Nam Kung Tukyu, how many lives do you think you have? Just then, a hand gently rested on Hong Fu Van Shuyen's shoulder. Kim Koknok said in a deep voice, Van Shuyen, calm down. Now isn't the time for this. The war god's words had cornered the Five Dragon Alliance. If they didn't handle this well, it would be a disaster later on. Hong Fu Van Shuyen finally calmed down. Nam Kung, Tukyu, I'm going to remember this. The second son let go of her and turned to ask Kim Koknagak if he had a plan. The war god clearly wanted to drag the Five Dragon Alliance into this, so they needed to spin it as a personal feud. Having said that, Kim Koknagak pushed off the ground, leaped off the balcony, and landed in front of Tien Savu in a matter of seconds. I'm lucky to meet the war god today. I'm Kim Koknok, known in the underworld as the Bean Demon. Watching Kim Koknok jump into the arena, the others tried to step in. Brother Kim, if the Five Dragon Alliance keeps causing trouble, things will spiral out of control. Kim Koknok laughed. I see, the war god's martial arts are incredible. It's just that my hands are itching for a fight. I'm only here to trade blows with the war god. It has nothing to do with the Five Dragon Alliance. Tien Savu smiled, then saw Kim Koknagak hold his left hand out, while his right hand rested at his waist. The Bean Demon took a step forward, touched his toes to the ground, lowered his center of gravity, and entered a fighting stance, saying coldly, You and I are both martial artists. We can't let a chance to spar with an expert go to waste. Enough talk, let our skills decide. The winner. Tu Ho looked worried. Tien Savu reassured her, Don't worry, Tu Ho. Move back a little. We'll talk later. Having said that, Tien Savu hitched up his robes, stepped back, and took a stance. You're right, enough talk. Come at me. Both were overflowing with fighting spirit, and the killing intent instantly flooded the entire arena. Kim Kok-nok said slowly, "For the last few years, I've been nothing but a loyal dog, protecting Hong Fu von Shuyen." His eyes suddenly sharpened. "Let's have a real, exhilarating fight today." Before the words even left his lips, Kim Kok-and-jok charged at Thien Savu, aiming a strike straight at his chest. Thien Savu quickly blocked, but was still sent flying back by the sheer force. Kim Kok-and-gok pressed the advantage, throwing another punch. Thien Savu managed to parry, but then Kim Kok-and-gok unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast, powerful attacks. Thien Savu stayed calm, parrying every strike, moving with fluid grace, and blocking everything coming his way. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in the young man's eyes as he launched a kick straight at Kim Kok-and-jok's head. His opponent hurried to block the heavy blow. Thien Savu seized the opening to shift from defense to offense, channeling all his internal energy into his left fist, delivering a massive punch to Kim Kok-and-gok's gut. The man felt like he'd been hit with a sledgehammer. The energy surged through him, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string, staggering back several feet before regaining his balance. The turbulent energy inside Kim Kok-nok made him extremely uncomfortable as he frowned and said, "The war god truly lives up to his name. Unbeatable, huh? Look, I've already lost. I came here for justice, not to rack up a body count." Before he could finish, Kim Kok-nok let out a roar, channeling every ounce of his internal energy. "That's cute, but that level won't take me down. Keep it coming." Thien Savu grinned, his battle spirit flaring up. "My thoughts, exactly." With that, they caught their breath and clashed again. Meanwhile, on a nearby peak, an old man and a youth were quietly watching the fight. Van Diep too looked grim and muttered, "No one's ever dared to call out Hong Fu Quan Ning yet like that in public. At first, I thought he was just some reckless kid looking for clout, but his martial arts are legit." "Tang Non, is that the god of war everyone's been talking about?" "Yes, master. His name is Thien Savu, from the northern Bin Quang region. Who would have thought that freezing wasteland could produce such a hero? 10 years ago, I heard rumors of a master up there, a real legend, but because of the constant wars, I never got the chance to visit. I wonder if this god of war has any connection to him?" Up in the Sutu Min Tower, a father and son were also watching. Chiet Hao Sam gripped his two iron training balls, his voice low. "If that's the best this god of war has to offer, he's a massive disappointment. That girl from the Dai Thien Thuong group risked everything just to come beg for my help." He paused, feeling like he might be too harsh, but given the opponent was the Bean Demon, he shouldn't expect too much from the kid. Chiet Muklan asked respectfully, "So, father, you think the god of war is going to lose?" "It's too early to call it, but the Bean Demon is a handful. How much do you really know about him?" Chiet Muklan just admitted he'd heard the guy was strong, but there hadn't been any news about him in the martial arts world for years. 5 years ago, Kim Kok-and-gok appeared out of nowhere like a meteor and got nicknamed the Bean Demon. Since then, he's been traveling everywhere to challenge masters. Even the legendary swordsman, Single Sword Thuong Hai Vu Chi Kiem, was sliced in half by him during their duel. Then there was Tiet Quine Dang Thuong Hai, a boxing master from Sondong, whose meridians were shattered by a single punch from Kim Kok-and-jok. People say if he keeps this up, he'll definitely be one of the 4 venerables. But I never expected him to become Hong Fu Van Shuyan's son-in-law. Old man Hong. Fu Quan Yet still acts like he's high and mighty, thinking because he's a martial saint he can just throw money around, yet he can't even keep Nam Kung Tu, Kyo in check. Meanwhile, Hong Fu Quan Nguyet and his underling were thinking something else. "Should I make a move, sir?" The martial saint sighed. "What's the point? Chiet Hao Sam from Su Tu Min couldn't care less about us, and Van Diep Tu from Ku Trong Palace is just waiting for me to trip up." After a moment of silence, Hong Fu Quan Nguyet ordered coldly, "Go hide the people from the Tiet Ma courier service. And remember, don't leave a single trace behind." The underling bowed and vanished in a blur. The martial saint's face darkened as he muttered, "Nam Kung Tu Kyo, how should I deal with you?" Back in the arena, Thien Savu and Kim Kok-and-gok were going all out. They slammed their palms together, the shockwave cracking the ground and sending gravel flying. Thien Savu clutched his chest, backed off a few steps, and focused his breathing. Kim Kok-nok looked even worse. He'd been sent flying back 10 feet before he could steady himself. Hong Vu Koi asked anxiously, "God of War, are you okay? I've never seen you struggle like this before." Thien Savu sighed, "Forgive me, elder. It seems my aura isn't working on him. Big brother, I remember Master saying the Bean Demon was a disciple of Tien Kung Dao Nyan, the head of the 4 venerables. Master said his strength isn't just martial arts. It's that he fights like a madman who doesn't fear death. That's why so many masters have fallen to him. Also, keep this in mind. When men fight, it's all about the gut. Lose your nerve, and you've already lost half the battle." Hong Vu Koi looked at him with a playful smirk. Well, when it comes to guts, our god of war here doesn't lose to anyone. Thien Savu smiled slightly. Of course not. Just sit back and watch. By now, Kim Kok Nagok had adjusted his internal flow. The bean demon sneered. That was fun. Round two? He swung his arms, and a thick iron chain shot out from under his oversized robe. Thien Savu frowned. Dodging would be easy, but Tu Ho was standing right behind him, and the chain would definitely kill her. Thinking fast, Thien Savu channeled energy into his palms to block. Suddenly, Kim Kok Nok fired a second chain, but he'd buried this one in the ground, and it surged up right under Thien Savu's feet. The young man flipped backward to avoid it, but both chains followed him like shadows. Kim Kok and Gok seized the chance, quickly wrapping the chains around Thien Savu's limbs. Instantly, Thien Savu was dragged forward uncontrollably. The bean demon leaped into the air, putting all his power into his right leg for a direct kick to Thien Savu's head. The young man scrambled to block, but the force was way stronger than he expected. Even after doing his best to brace, he was sent flying, crashing into the ground in a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Kim Kok Nok stood firm, while Thien Savu lay sprawled on the ground, struggling for air. The crowd gasped in pure shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. Kim Kok and Jock spoke slowly. The martial saint saved my master's life, so my master ordered me to protect Hong Fu Van, Zhu Yan. God of war, I have to thank you. It's been years since I've had a fight this refreshing. Just as he finished, the tide turned. The young man suddenly slammed his hands against the dirt, using the recoil to spring up. Thanks for answering my first question. Now I just need to figure out why my aura doesn't work on you. Thien Savu's eyes sharpened. It's obvious your muscles and blood flow aren't normal. He held up 2 fingers, and faint traces of aura crackled between them. Suddenly, Kim Kok Nok felt his whole body jolt. The internal energy he'd been hiding during the fight was triggered by Thien Savu, ripping his purple robe to shreds and revealing layers of iron chains wrapped around his body. So that's it. It's iron made from millennial black steel. I was wondering where you were hiding those chains. So you wrapped it around your body. No wonder my inner energy couldn't touch you. Kim Kok Nok frowned. He hadn't expected his opponent to figure out his trick so quickly. But without missing a beat, he raised his left arm and roared, "So what if you know?" With that, this bean demon channeled a surging wave of internal power into the chains. Instantly, the black iron links ignited in a fierce blaze. Kim Kok and Gok crouched, forcing his energy into his core, and in a heartbeat, countless chains began writhing like fire snakes. He swung both arms, sending a barrage of chains flying toward Thien Savu, but the young man remained as calm as still water, softly saying, "Everything in this world has a pattern. If you cut the pattern, there is nothing that cannot be broken." As he finished, Thien Savu swung his hands continuously, and those black iron chains snapped instantly. In just seconds, Thien Savu switched from defense to offense, moving with fluid grace, shattering the chains one by one. This 1,000-year black iron, which no sharp weapon could even scratch, was being treated like tofu by the young man's hands. Thien Savu suddenly pushed off his toes, his body launching forward like a blur toward Kim Kok and Gok. His opponent was still mid-swing and couldn't pull back to defend in time. Suddenly, Thien Savu unleashed a right kick, then pivoted, using the momentum from his waist and hips to land a devastating elbow strike right into his opponent's chest. This hit was as heavy as 1,000 soldiers, with an overbearing energy piercing straight into Kim Kok and Gok's heart. The chains around his body shattered from the impact, and Thien Savu raised his left fist, channeling his internal power into it. The young man threw a massive punch right into the spot where he had just landed the elbow. The thick black iron chains no longer offered any protection and exploded, flying off in all directions. Kim Kok and Jock ignored the stabbing pain in his chest and threw a punch at Thien Savu's head. But the young man withdrew his move in a flash, raising his own fist to meet the attack. As their fists collided, the sound of metal shattering rang out, and the chains wrapped around Kim Kok and Jock's arms burst apart. The bean demon was violently thrown backward by the shockwave. Kim Kok and Jock stared at his 2 bare arms, looking completely dazed. A moment later, he calmed down and said with a quiver, "I finally understand why so many masters have fallen to you. The title of God of War is well deserved." With that, he suddenly laughed out loud. This feeling of being on the brink of death was almost nostalgic. Suddenly, the bean demon's eyes sharpened. "God of War, watch out. This is my final move." Kim Kok Nok raised his left hand high to the sky, and under his command, the chains spun upward in an instant, forming a massive, earth-shaking whirlwind of iron. This was his signature ultimate technique, the 8 Desolations Blood Wheel Strike. Seeing this, Thien Savu's expression turned serious. He realized his opponent had poured every ounce of his power into this single attack. Just then, the iron whirlwind rushed forward with terrifying force, barreling straight toward the young man. But Thien Savu calmly extended his right hand, striking the iron whirlwind with a single palm thrust. A powerful force erupted from the young man, enveloping the whirlwind. Thien Savu controlled his energy to rotate in the opposite direction, and the iron whirlwind instantly began to crumble. With a deafening boom, Kim Kok-nae stared, frozen in place. Countless broken chain links fell like rain. A strange thought flashed through his mind. The bean demon thought the sight was incredibly beautiful, yet he knew clearly that death lay behind this beauty. Suddenly, Kim Kok-nak's pupils contracted. The young man's fair hand had already pierced through his chest. Thien Savu whispered, "You are the first warrior to acknowledge me since I set foot in the Central Plains. So, I gave it my all. Is that so? Then I am truly honored. Fighting you is invigorating. It's just a shame I won't have the chance to duel you ever again. In truth, there is no deep hatred between us. It's just that this matter isn't something you can resolve. Blame Hong Fu Quan, Nguyen, the mastermind behind it all. That old man pushes all the blame onto his subordinates while standing high above, watching. If I don't punch him at least once, I won't be able to swallow this bitterness." As he spoke, Thien Savu clenched his hand into a fist, and a powerful wave of energy blasted out, aimed straight at Hoang Fu Quan, Nguyen, who was standing 100 yards away. Hoang Fu Quan Nguyen hadn't expected his opponent to dare strike directly, so the Saint of Fists hurriedly channeled his energy, releasing a burst of power. To think the Five Dragon Alliance has fallen to this, that a mere brat whose nose hasn't even been wiped dares to strike at me. Hoang Fu Quan Nguyen clenched his right fist. Seeing the powerful surge of energy closing in, the Saint of Fists planted his feet, channeled power from his hips, and threw a punch to counter the incoming force. The two waves of power collided, and the area was instantly clouded in dust. Hoang Fu Quan Nguyen let out a low shout, his internal power erupting, and the two forces clashed before dispersing to the east and west. The lingering energy from their clash hit the nearby lake, causing clouds of steam to rise into the air. Hoang Fu Quan Nguyen suppressed the surging blood in his body and slowly lowered his fist. A bit of steam still lingered on his right hand, showing that the last punch had cost him quite a bit of effort. After regulating his breath, Hoang Fu Quan Nguyen smirked, using telepathy. "Welcome to the Iron Martial Alliance, God of War. I will treat you well." Thien Savu smiled slightly. Standing tall, he coldly replied via telepathy, "I look forward to your performance, Saint of Fists, Hoang Fu Quan Nguyen." Hoang Fu Quan Nguyen flicked his sleeve and headed back to his courtyard, sitting under the eaves, staring at his right hand. Just then, a figure flew in, and a subordinate knelt on one knee, respectfully reporting that all preparations were incomplete. He only needed the Saint's order, and the Ironheart Cloud arrow would act immediately. Hoang Fu Quan Nguyen tilted his head slightly. Dang Vu Hien was a top expert of the Elder Council. Would it be a waste to send him? Dang Vu Hien's martial arts were indeed top tier, but he was too upright and righteous, frequently clashing with the other elders. The subordinate believed he would certainly hinder the growth of the Five Dragon Alliance. Most importantly, he is not from one of the five great families, so later they could pin all the blame on him without anyone questioning it. Hoang Fu Quan Nguyen closed his eyes, pondering for a moment. "Very well, execute the plan tonight." The subordinate's eyes flashed with cruelty, and he respectfully replied, "Yes." After the subordinate left, Hoang Fu Quan Nguyen looked at his right hand again. After clashing palms with the God of War, it was still slightly trembling. The Saint of Fists' expression turned even darker. That little brat. This guy is absolutely not to be underestimated. If Nam Kung Takyu hadn't kidnapped Mak Kok and Gu, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. At that thought, Kien Than's eyes sharpened. He flicked two fingers, and a blast of internal energy shot out, snapping the wilting flower in two. After doing this, Hoang Fu Quan Nguyen gave a cold laugh. Hesitation breeds disaster, and indecision is the root of all evil. Clearly, cutting that flower represented the ultimate choice of this martial sage. Seeing his personal bodyguard killed, yet his father showed absolutely no concern. Hoang Fu Van Suyen stepped forward, his expression grim. This guy dared to brazenly kill his bodyguard. He clearly didn't give a damn about the Five Dragon Alliance. Men, arrest this villain and throw him in the dungeon until the Alliance leader decides his fate. Surprisingly, Kim Kok-nagok struggled to pull himself up and spoke up in opposition. Hoang Fu Van Suyen, shut your mouth. I said it before, this was a duel I initiated. It has nothing to do with the Five Dragon Alliance. Besides, martial arts duels are a matter of life and death. I lost, and I accept it. Don't go making my death look so pathetic. As soon as he finished, the martial artists watching nearby spoke up in his support, claiming that it was a fair fight, and even the Five Dragon Alliance couldn't just use their power to bully others. The pier instantly descended into chaos, with the crowd of martial artists jeering and demanding that Hoang Fu Van Shuyen get lost. The Qian Than's second young master's face turned purple, his hatred for Thien Savu had reached its peak. Meanwhile, Thien Savu looked at Kim Koknok with a pained expression. He finally understood what it meant to be helpless in the world of martial arts. Thien, brother, you don't need to pity me. For a man like me to die in the ring, I have no regrets. But you must be careful of my master. Thien Kung Dao Nyan, my master, is a very proud man. If he finds out I died by your hand, he will definitely come for you to seek revenge. After saying that, the guy drew his last breath, leaving behind deep, heavy sighs from everyone at the pier. When night fell, at the Dothian Trading Company branch inn, the Ed Vu Min, Hong Vu Koi, and Han Tuk looked out at the pavilion in the middle of the lake, their faces heavy. Han Tuk said bluntly that this whole thing was too strange. Thien Savu didn't just kill Hoang Fu Van Shuyen's bodyguard, he had also openly disrespected the Qian Than, yet until now, the Five Dragon Alliance hadn't made a move. One reason is that Savu had defeated the guy, which made them a bit wary. The second is that they are also afraid of martial arts public opinion. Elder Hong, why aren't the big brother and Miss To worried at all? They haven't seen each other in 10 years. Just let them talk. In the pavilion on the lake, Thien Savu and Tutio Ho were catching up on everything that has happened over the last 10 years. Tutio Ho asked if Han Vu Bak had come to the Central Plains, and Thien Savu said his master had passed away 10 years ago. Tutio Ho heard this and looked saddened, gently apologizing, while Thien Savu seemed quite at ease. My master's revenge is avenged, so he can rest in peace. But having said that, the old man still had one unfinished wish. At this point, Thien Savu's expression turned serious. Tu Ho, do you know the Lo Chao Han family? The girl said that of course she did. Even though the Han family had declined, they were once a powerful martial arts family in Anhui, and furthermore, the Han family's daughter was one of the three famous young ladies, and after joining the Master II Alliance, she was highly valued by the invincible Blade Lord. Just then, the maid Kim Lian ran up to report, Miss, we have found where Thietma Escort Agency's family is being held. I heard it was Dang Vu Hien from the Five Dragon Alliance's Elder Council who detained them, and now the experts from the Five Dragon Alliance's Law Enforcement Hall have arrived, saying they want to deal with him on the spot. Thien Savu's expression changed instantly. He stood up and asked the maid where Dang Vu Hien was located. The maid pointed in a direction, and Tutio Ho immediately said she would lead the way. But before she could finish, the young man had already flown out of the pavilion. There was no more time left. Kim Lian, take good care of the young lady. Thien Savu sprinted in the direction the maid had just pointed. He didn't expect Huang Fuquan Ningyet to use such a childish excuse. Suddenly, a muffled conversation drifted into Thien Savu's ears. How could it be that I detained Mak Kokengu's family? Dang Vu Hien, you're denying it? We found evidence that you are colluding with the Northern Plains. Before you joined the Five Dragon Alliance, you were already working for the Northern Plains, and after that, you kept providing them with information. Recently, you even detained the people from the Thietma Escort Agency to frame the Five Dragon Alliance and sow discord in the Central Plains martial arts world. With such clear evidence, do you still want to deny it? In the small courtyard, Dang Vu Hien shouted loudly, Nonsense, I am a member of the Central Plains Party. How could I sell Thiet Vu Min's secret information to the Northern Plains? I know what you're thinking, so save your breath. Dang Vu Hien. You colluded with foreign powers to harm the alliance leader. Your crimes are piling up. Today, I will take your life right here to set an example for others. As soon as he finished, the law enforcement hall expert swung his sword down. Thien Savu had just landed on the courtyard wall when he saw this scene. After a moment of shock, Thien Savu smirked and muttered, Hong Fuquan Niet. This old man is truly a master of shifting the blame. One night passed without anything happening. The next morning, everyone gathered in the main hall of the Da Tien Trading Company. Thien Savu recounted what he had witnessed last night. Hong Vu Koi's expression was heavy upon hearing this. He couldn't believe the Five Dragon Alliance would frame an elder. Tu Ho said that Dang Vu Hien was an upright person. Not only was he at odds with the Council of Elders, but he also frequently stood against Hong Fuquan Nguyet, so framing him was normal behavior. I still don't understand how the Five Dragon Alliance can fake evidence of kidnapping Mac's family, but as for the evidence that Dang Vu Hien colluded with the Northern Plains, how did they manage to fake that? Tu Ho said bluntly that there was no need to investigate that matter. Thien Savu heard this and was a bit confused. Nobody cares about the process of how things happened. People only care about the result. Savu, do you believe it? Tomorrow, Dang Vu Hien will become a criminal despised by the whole world. All attention will be focused on Dang Vu Hien's collusion with the Northern Plains. After a while, no one will bother pursuing the fact that the Five Dragon Alliance kidnapped Mac's family anymore, because people won't suspect an organization like the Five Dragon Alliance. On the contrary, they will praise Hoang Fu, Quan Nguyet for being righteous and loyal, sacrificing his own family for the greater good. Hong Vu Koi had a different opinion. Miss Tu, we still have Master Mac, who is both a victim and a witness. The Five Dragon Alliance can easily manipulate this kind of thing. Since Hongfu Quan Nu Yet has dumped all the blame on Dang Vu Hien, all the evidence will surely be arranged perfectly. The word of Master Mac alone will not be enough to shake them. Thiet Vu Min is their home turf, and the Five Dragon Alliance has deep roots and vast power. Even if they suffer losses, they can recover. But we are different once we fail. There is no coming back. Because then we need a careful plan. One strike, one kill. Shan Sa Wu nodded and Xiao Hu added, right, we still don't know enough about the Iron Martial League. Su Xiaohu began to brief everyone on the situation within the Iron Martial League. First, there's the Master of the Nine Layers Mansion, the Plum Blossom Sword Saint, Yun Yezi. Word is, this guy is not to be messed with, and his swordsmanship has reached a truly legendary realm. People say he's moved past the stage of channeling chi into blades. Some even claim he's a living sword immortal. Hong Wukui just scoffed, thinking that's all just overblown hype. Then there's the Lion Alliance leader, Jay Housen. Now he's a real wild card. He built the alliance from absolutely nothing. They say his sword style is all about offense, completely ignoring defense. In the martial arts world, barely anyone can handle one strike from him. Jay Housen always said he hated overthinking things. Whether it's work or a fight, he just goes with his gut. But considering he built the Lion Alliance into a powerhouse in just 20 years, I bet there's a lot more to him than just going with his gut. But of these two, the one we really need to watch out for is the Fifth Saint of the Emperor's Mansion, Huang Fu Junyo. That old man is not only a powerhouse, and he's also incredibly cunning and ruthless. Even though the Nine Layers Mansion, the Lion Alliance, and the Five Dragons League don't get along, as long as they have shared interests, they won't turn on each other. Huang Fu Junyue knows this perfectly well, so he couldn't care less what people say about him behind his back. Hearing this, Mo Guyu's face darkened. If Huang Fu Junyue is really as cold as Su Xiaohu describes, then his younger brother and his family might have already been murdered. Seeing Mo Guyu and clench his fists, the sharp-minded Su Xiaohu guessed what he was thinking. Master Mo, don't worry. Your family is definitely still alive. Huang Fu Junyue is so quick to pin the blame on Deng Yuxian, which only proves that he's actually scared. He never expected things to spiral out of control like this, all because the appearance of the war god was completely outside their plans. As long as Brother Sawu is still in the Iron Martial League, they wouldn't dare touch your family. They're holding them as last ace in the hole. Shan Sawu nodded after hearing Su Xiaohu's analysis. He understood that the battle had already begun, hidden in the shadows. At the same time, in Huang Fu Junyue's private quarters, a subordinate was reporting that since the War God's duel with the Bean Ghost, many young members of the Iron Martial League have been feeling restless. 10 years ago, after Chao Yuan was driven back to the north, the Iron Martial League was plagued by constant power struggles. A lot of high-level martial artists held important positions, but didn't actually do their jobs. The arrival of the War God has really ignited the passion of the younger generation. Huang Fu Junyue remained calm, claiming this kind of thing happens in the Nine Layers Mansion and the Lion Alliance too. As long as they stay out of it, the Five Dragons League has no reason to intervene, but the subordinate expressed his concern. If the Five Dragons League keeps ignoring the War God, once he teams up with the Nine Layers Mansion or the Lion Alliance, the consequences will be unimaginable. Hearing this, Huang Fu Junyue let out a cold laugh. Relax, they won't team up. The War God openly provoked me, so both of those sides are definitely going to try to recruit him. But that War God is an arrogant guy. He's bound to turn them down. It'll be a miracle if they don't start fighting each other, let alone working together. The subordinate fell silent. Huang Fu Junyue then asked, "You really want to get rid of the War God that badly?" "I'm just worried that the War God will become an uncontrollable variable, just like the Iron Horse Escort Agency." Huang Fu Junyue pondered for a moment and said, "What if we hand him over to Nangong Suchao? She has a blood feud with the War God. Let's push her to the front and pretend to help her. If she manages to take him out, then everything will go smoothly. If there's a slip-up, we handle her just like we did with Deng Yuxian. And if Nangong Suchao dies by the War God's hand, even better. Then we just say the War God wanted to wipe out the entire Nangong clan, and all the heat will be on that kid." Huang Fu Junyue smirked. His plan was going to work perfectly. Shan Sa-Wu, meanwhile, had no idea he was being plotted against. Walking down the corridor, the young man and woman were chatting side by side. Xiao Hu predicted that the Nine Layers Mansion and the Lion Alliance would definitely try to recruit Shan Sa-Wu. The young man asked her what she thought he should do and who he should side with. She frowned in thought, saying it was too early to tell who would benefit him, and it's best not to get too close to anyone for now. Shan Sa-Wu nodded to remember her advice, then asked Su Xiaohu if she wanted to go for a stroll. She was thrilled. "Just me and Brother Sa-Wu? Okay, let me go get ready and change my clothes. I'll be right out." Shan Sa-woo was just about to agree when he saw someone, Han Su, practicing his sword in the distance. He asked what was up and found out the guy was just frustrated and venting through practice. Shan Sa-woo invited him along. Hey, Xiao Hu and I are heading out for a walk around the league, and since you're bored, come join us. Then, Shan Sa-woo turned to the girl for her opinion. Even though Su Xiaohu was annoyed that he was so oblivious, she couldn't exactly say no. Han Su was excited and agreed immediately. Su Xiaohu clenched her fist, thinking to herself, typical sworn brothers, neither of them can read the room at all. Xiaohu, didn't you say you were going to change clothes? Never mind, let's just walk around here. Meanwhile, in another part of the Five Dragons League, Nangang, Su Chao was tossing and turning, feeling incredibly uneasy. She had sensed Huang Fujunya's dissatisfaction with her. The Fist Saint would never forgive a subordinate who failed twice. She had tried and failed to assassinate the war god multiple times. Huang Fujunyue keeping her around was probably just out of pity for the Nangang clan. Nangang Su Chao slowly pushed open the door to a quiet room where 3 bodies lay. She stood there for a long time before making up her mind. She had to make herself more valuable to Huang Fujunyu. That was the only way she and the Nangang clan would survive. Just then, a subordinate stepped forward to bow, and she immediately asked if he'd found anything. He explained that after examining the bodies, he'd gained some insight into the war god's martial arts. The subordinate walked over to a cold jade bed, pulled back a white sheet, and revealed a body that hadn't yet decomposed. This was the assassin from the Wu Yang family who had died at the war god's hands. Nangang Su Chao looked closely and asked what he had found. My lady, look at these 3 bodies. They all have one thing in common. The meridians throughout their bodies are shattered, but the fatal wounds were all caused by their hearts bursting. Nangang Su Chao realized, you mean they all died from the war god's internal energy? Exactly, which means if you fight the war god, you must never make direct contact with him. Tu furrowed her brows in thought. A moment later, Nam Kung Tu returned to the main hall and relayed the conclusion to Nam Kung So Kim and Nam Kung Thuong Win. Nam Kung So Kim said he had never heard of such a martial arts technique. Nam Kung Thuong Win nodded in agreement, his expression somber. If they wanted to deal with the war god, they had to attack from a distance. If they fought up close, they might have to try sealing his pressure points, though it was unclear if that would even work. Nam Kung So Kim fell silent for a long time before slowly saying, it seems we must find an elite expert who specializes in long-range weaponry, and they must be the best. Nam Kung Thuong Win quickly asked his father if he had anyone in mind. I am thinking of one person, but I don't know if I can convince them. After saying this, Nam Kung So Kim slammed his sword onto the ground. No matter what, we have to try. I will go invite them. You two continue examining those bodies. His eyes flashed with a cold, sharp light. This time, they had to kill the war god. At the same time, at the 9th layer mansion, Don Mok Tung Yen was walking toward the main hall with a restless expression, only to find her master, Van Diep II, standing with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance. Tang Non, I hear you are quite close to the young master of the Great Heaven Trading Guild, and that you have met the war god in Tai Nguyen Prefecture. Don Mok Tung Yen said she and Tu Tu Ho were good sisters, and in Tai Nguyen Prefecture, they were. Saved by Thien Savu. Very good. You must make a trip to the Great Heaven Trading Guild and tell them I want to meet the war god. Master, Thien Savu is currently at the center of the storm. Should we wait a while longer? Van Diep II placed a hand on his chest and slowly replied, I would like to wait too, but I don't have much time left. On the bustling streets of the Iron Martial Alliance, Tu Tu Ho walked in front, with Thien Savu and Han Tuk strolling leisurely behind. Tu Ho, you don't look so good. Are you feeling all right? The girl turned back and forced a smile, saying she was fine, but immediately afterward, she took her frustration out on Han Tuk. Brother Han, the Central South Sword Sect is a subordinate of the 9th Layer Mansion. You came to the Iron Martial Alliance. Why haven't you paid your respects to the elders? Han Tuk was caught off guard, his face turning beet red, seemingly hiding something difficult to say. Just then, someone nearby spoke up mockingly. I was wondering the same thing. A disciple of the Central South Sword Sect comes to the Iron Martial Alliance without paying respects to me, an elder, and instead just wanders the streets? Han Tuk, do you have any respect for our sect? Seeing a group approaching, Han Tuk's expression shifted. The man in the lead was Thoch Van Hai, an elder of the Central South Sword Sect. Han Tuk hurriedly stepped forward to bow, but Thoch Van Hai did not. Stop berating him. Thien Savu frowned, finally understanding why his younger brother didn't want to come to the 9th Layer Mansion. Tu Tu Ho whispered to Thien Savu about the man's status, saying that ever since the sect leader went into seclusion, all external affairs of the Central South Sword Sect were handled by him. To make matters worse, one of the disciples dared to insult Han Tuk's late master. Brother, are you using swordplay to pick up girls now? Don't be as pathetic as your master. No woman likes a man like that. Han Tuk heard this and was so furious his face turned bright red. He was about to retort, but Thatch Van High continued the mockery. A kid who only knows how to bury his head in reviving a lost sword style like master, like student. Han Tuk could take no more and shouted, "The 36 Heavenly Spears sword art is the supreme technique of the Central South Sword Sect. What is wrong with my master working hard to restore it?" At that moment, a calm voice drifted in. "Are you all picking on him?" Thatch Van High turned his head to look, then widened his eyes in shock. The young man in green was standing less than a meter from Han Tuk. Yet he hadn't even noticed the guy's presence. The young man seemed to blend perfectly with his surroundings. He was clearly no ordinary person. As for Trien, he didn't think much of it and stepped forward, eyeing the stranger provocatively. "Hey kid, if you want to stick your nose in other people's business, you better state your name. You aren't qualified to know my name. Get lost." Trien was enraged, stepping back and readying his sword, but he was immediately stopped by Thatch Van High. Trien, stop. You are no match for him." After speaking, Thatch Van High looked at the young man and said in a deep voice, "I am Thatch Van High, an elder of the Central South Sword Sect. May I ask your name?" "I am Thien Savu from the north, and I am Han Tuk's sworn brother. Han Tuk and I met on the Yangtze River. We hit it off immediately, so I've been keeping him by my side these last few days. It is my fault that Han Tuk didn't come to the ninth layer mansion to pay respects to the elders, so please, Elder Thatch, do not punish him too harshly." Hearing this, Thatch Van High began digging through his memory. He felt the name Thien Savu sounded familiar. When he recalled the earth-shattering battle at the docks yesterday, the elders' pupils constricted, and he gasped, You are the war god who defeated the bean demon and challenged the sword saint?" As soon as he said this, the crowd around them immediately swarmed in. The fame of the war god had spread throughout the Iron Martial Alliance overnight. Trien was dripping in cold sweat, terrified. Thatch Van High was secretly horrified as well. Yesterday, the Sword Saint had ordered that no force under the ninth layer mansion was to clash with the war god. Thinking of this, Thach Van High quickly said, "Since the war god has spoken, I will let him go for now. But, Han Tuk, the order within the sect cannot be broken. Come pay your respects later." Thien Savu nodded to him in gratitude. Han Tuk furrowed his brows and respectfully replied, "Yes." As the two groups passed each other, Thach Van High whispered, "Don't think that just because the war god is backing you, I'm afraid of you." Trien also threatened under his breath, "Brother, I'll be testing your skills later." Just as the Central South Sword Sect group was about to leave, Thien Savu suddenly spoke up, "Elder Thach, please wait." Thatch Van High started and stopped in his tracks. Trien looked back in terror, afraid the killer would lose his temper, but he only saw Thien Savu's serious expression as he loudly declared, "Perhaps you look down on Han Tuk's martial arts now, but there is a wise saying, never look down on a poor young man for his future. Achievements are not something you can compare to." Thach Van High gritted his teeth, but thinking of the man's power and the Sword Saint's orders, the elder had to swallow his anger and lead his group away. "Big brother, I know you did that to stand up for me, but that last part was really over the top." Thien Savu patted Han Tuk on the shoulder and said gently, "Since arriving in the Central Plains, I have met countless experts. Because of the situation and the Sword Saint's order, the elder had to swallow his pride, bid them farewell, and lead his men away. Big brother, I know you did that and back me up, but that last sentence really wasn't right." Thien Savu patted Han Tuk's shoulder and said gently, "After arriving in the Central Plains, I've met countless masters. Plenty of people here use swords, but none of them have a heart as pure as yours. I wasn't just saying that for fun." Han Tuk felt deeply moved, wanting to say something but finding himself speechless. A moment later, he said, "Big brother, I'll head out first." Watching Han Tuk's retreating figure, Tuho murmured, "He should have just said it all. Han Thuheep is great in every way, but he's just too shy. That's exactly why he can't live up to his full potential. If he could just get over that, I doubt there'd be anyone in the martial arts world who could stand against him." Seeing Tutyoho go quiet, Thien Savu asked what she was thinking about. Tutyoho replied that she's a merchant, so naturally, she's thinking about profit. Thien Savu understood. "You want to invest in Han Tuk?" The girl smiled, her voice clear like a songbird. "Why wouldn't I? Savu brother, you think highly of him too, so wouldn't it be a huge waste to let such a talent slip away?" After Han Tuk left, Tutuho turned back and smiled, saying, "It's still early, we could take a walk." Thien Savu, must it be such a pity? After Han Tuk left, Tutuho turned back and smiled, saying, "The day is still young, we can go for a walk a bit longer." Thien Savu was taken by surprise when her soft hand grabbed his, simply let Tutuho lead him on a stroll around Thiet Vu Min. Happy times always fly by, fast, and before they knew it, the sun was dipping below the horizon. Seeing the streets getting empty, they prepared to head back. Just then, the sound of a carriage rushing up came from behind. Tien Savu and Tu Tio Ho turned to look, only to see a carriage speeding toward them. Tien Savu quickly pulled Tu Tio Ho behind him, and once the carriage stopped, a beautiful figure stepped down. It was Nam Kung Tu. Miss Tu, long time no see. Tu Tio Ho, still a bit scared, greeted her. Oh, so it's Miss Nam Kung. Tien Savu's heart skipped a beat. So this was one of the 3 most famous young ladies in the world. Nam Kung Kyo approached, intending to talk business with Miss Tu like last time, but it seems I've come at a bad time. After saying that, she looked over at Tien Savu. This must be the famous god of war. It's a pleasure, Miss Nam Kung. No need for the formalities. Between us, there's nothing pleasurable to talk about. Faced with the young man's cold words, Nam Kung Kyu remained unfazed. We're all people of the pugilistic world. We should still observe social niceties. She reached out to shake Tien Savu's hand, but suddenly remembered her subordinate's warning from earlier. Everyone had their meridians severed, dying from heart rupture. When fighting the god of war, you must absolutely not make direct contact. Thinking of this, Nam Kung Kyu hurriedly pulled her hand back and clenched it, terrified. The young man's cold voice rang out, "You'd better not try anything, whether it's..." He quickly pulled his hand back, clutching it tight, his heart filled with fear. At that moment, the young man's cold voice rang out, "You'd better not try anything, whether it's kidnapping Tu Ho like last time or trying to run her down with a carriage like just now. I only struck back in self-defense before, but from here on out, if you pull any more shady moves, I will kill you." With that, Tien Savu told to Tu Ho they were leaving. As they brushed past each other, Nam Kung Kyu was left standing there in a daze. She gritted her teeth, her face twisted in rage. "God of war, I swear we are mortal enemies." Meanwhile, at the Lion Alliance's main hall, the unrivaled blade Ba Thiet Hao Sam sat solemnly. "Muklan, I need to see the god of war. Do you have any way to make that happen?" Chiat Muklan thought for a moment and replied, "I have a way. Leave this to me." Soon, the moon rose high. Tien Savu and Tu Ho were chatting as they returned to the great Heavenly Merchant Group's residence. Along the way, Tu Ho analyzed the current situation again. Tien Savu couldn't help but admire that Tu Ho was truly more intelligent than anyone else. "You handle the schemes and the politics. Leave the fighting to me. If you're ever in trouble, just tell me. Maybe I can help." Tu Ho thought for a moment and said there was indeed a thorny issue. The 5 Dragon Alliance had reached out to her about a partnership, but right now, the black market merchants were squeezing the Great Heavenly Merchant Group from all sides. To ensure cash flow, she hadn't given an answer yet. "I have some silver, about 100,000 gold taels. Would that be enough?" Tu Ho's eyes lit up, but she immediately asked in disbelief, "And how Tien Savu got so much money?" Tien Savu then recounted what had happened, how he played the fisherman benefiting from the fighting factions, and how he managed to snag that gold. "I hid that gold on East Bright Mountain, 100 miles from Ban Ki, at a place called Winged Beak Ridge. Go ahead and take whatever you need." Tu Ho was incredibly moved and said she would pay back every bit of gold, but before she could finish, Tien Savu gently tapped her forehead. He called her a silly girl, saying she didn't need to pay him back. Just being able to help her was enough. The two laughed and talked as they walked. At the gate, they met Kim Lian, the maid, who was hurrying toward them. Kim Lian bowed and reported that Chiat Mak Lin, the leader of the Northern Peak Defense, wanted to see Tien Savu. Tien Savu remained calm, but Tu Ho looked a bit uneasy. When they reached the main hall, Chiat Mak Lin was standing there. He greeted, "Tien Tu Heap, long time no see." Tien Savu cupped his hands in return. "Apologies for keeping the Chiat young master waiting." Tien Savu was calculating in his head. Everything was just as Tu Ho predicted, but he didn't expect the Lion Alliance to move so quickly. After the pleasantries, Chiat Mak Lin got straight to the point. He said the wealth lord of the Great Power Vault was deeply grateful for Tien Savu's chivalrous help and wanted to invite him over to express his thanks. Hong Nu Kui, standing nearby, asked, "So, an invitation from the Winged Eagle Group?" Tien Savu was a bit confused. Chiat Mak Lin explained that the Winged Eagle Group was a small unit within the Lion Alliance, gathering the most talented young people of the Alliance, and the wealth lord, Van Troc Tuong, was the one in charge of it. Hearing the phrase talented young people, Tien Savu mused for a moment before asking, "I heard the Ice Flower, Han, Huang Na, is also at the Lion Alliance. I wonder if Miss Han is in the Winged Eagle Group." Tu Ho shot a look at Tien Savu, and Chiat Mak Lin went stern, his mind racing. Earlier he'd seemed distracted, but now he was asking about the Han family's young lady. Thinking that, Chiat Mak Lin smiled, feeling like he'd grasped the key. "Of course, Miss Han is a member of the Winged Eagle Group, and she is highly regarded by my father. In a few days, the Winged Eagle Group is having a gathering. If Tian Tu Heap honors us with your presence, you'll certainly see Miss Han. In that case, I accept. See you then. Just then, the maid quietly approached to Tu Ho and whispered that Miss Don Mok wanted to see her. Tu Ho told the maid to lead Don Mok Tung Yen in. Go to the guest lounge, and I'll be there in a bit. Hearing the servants whispering, Chiet Mok Lin furrowed his brow, surprised that the Ku Trong manor was moving so fast. To avoid an awkward run-in, he quickly stood up to take his leave. Walking out of the estate, Chiet Mok Lin looked back, thinking to himself that right now, every faction is eyeing the Dai Thien Merchant Guild and the War God, especially the Engu Long Alliance, which has already sent out several elite experts. Yet, Thien Savu isn't worried at all, meeting both him and Don Mok Tung Yen, as if he couldn't care less about being watched by Hong Fu Quan Nyak. The young master of the Su Tu Alliance felt a spark of anticipation. He couldn't wait to see what kind of chaos this war god was about to stir up. During the day, Tu Ho was all smiles with her man, but back home she was pouting. That's because Thien Savu had just accepted Chiet Mok Lin's invite but turned down her best friend, Don Mok Tung Yen. This made Tu Ho feel like she'd lost face. Seeing her mope, Thien Savu had to explain. He didn't accept Chiet Mok Lin's invite because of the Su Tu Alliance, and he didn't refuse Don Mok Tung Yen because of the Ku Trong manor. Chiet Mok Lin only invited him to meet the young fighters of the Duke Ung group, not to see the invincible Blade Lord, whereas Don Mok Tung Yen wanted him to meet the Sword Saint. Tu Ho stared at him for a moment, then smiled and said, Brother Savu, by going to the Duke Ung group, aren't you secretly supporting the Su Tu Alliance? You should either agree to both or reject both. Thien Savu heard this and immediately saw the problem. Just like the saying goes, if you don't stay neutral, people will get restless and unhappy, and the martial arts world is no different. He knew he had to pay a visit to the Duke Ung group. Right away, he asked Tu Ho if there was a way to handle both. She told him there absolutely was. It turns out the Thiet Vo Alliance was originally formed to fight against the Yuan dynasty. Because of that, they secretly built an underground fortress in case the Yuan forces breached them and wiped out the entire army. Tu Ho pulled out an ancient map and spread it across the table. This is the original architectural blueprint I spent a fortune to acquire. After the Yuan fell, that underground fortress was abandoned. Now, hardly anyone even knows it exists. Tu Ho suggested they could secretly meet the Sword Saint there, avoiding the snub to the Duke Ung group, while also not offending the Ku Trong manor. The next night, Thien Savu followed the map to the entrance of the secret passage. Looking up, he saw the ruins in decay. It really was the scene of a place abandoned for many years. Thien Savu walked into the passage with his hands behind his back. After a while, a massive boulder blocked his path. Last night, Tu Ho had warned him that the guards had sealed the passage when they retreated. Seeing this, Thien Savu reached out, and his palm was surging with endless internal energy. He struck out with a powerful palm, and the 10,000-pound rock began to crack from the center. Suddenly, Thien Savu's eyes widened. He felt a familiar ripple of energy, thin wisps of power radiating from behind the rock, just like the feeling when he and his master raided the Van Tien cave all those years ago. In a flash, he realized this was the work of the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. This martial arts powerhouse was showing off his strength without holding back, his energy flowing endlessly. Almost as if he was questioning Thien Savu. Young man, have you ever seen my true power? Seeing this, Thien Savu smiled slightly and stomped hard on the ground. His aura suddenly exploded, surging in all directions. The young man thought to himself, I want to ask you, Plum Blossom Sword Saint, do you have the qualifications to meet the heaven-breaking war god? The two currents of energy collided and then vanished, and the secret passage fell silent again. Thien Savu walked on with his hands behind his back. In the pitch-black passage, a blinding light suddenly appeared. Thien Savu looked up and saw a long sword floating in mid-air. He realized this wasn't a real blade, but a spirit sword. A spirit sword is made from energy directed by the mind, where the intent goes, the sword follows, and it is incredibly sharp. Just then, the spirit sword began to dissipate, turning into countless plum blossom petals falling to the ground. In an instant, a plum tree sprouted from the floor, growing sky-high in the blink of an eye, with petals raining down constantly. A moment later, a whole plum forest had grown around them. Thien Savu stood in the middle of the forest, unable to help but admire it. These petals were all packed with immense power. If they all attacked at once, even he would have a hard time defending. Thinking this, the young man blurted out, the Plum Blossom Sword Saint truly lives up to his name. You deserve to be the sword immortal of the continent. A hoarse voice suddenly echoed. To be praised by the war god, this old man is truly honored. I wonder, is the war god interested in taking a move from me? No sooner had he finished speaking than Von Dieptu's eyes bulged, turning a strange, deep red. A massive wind suddenly kicked up in the plum forest, with waves of energy and countless petals swirling to attack the young man. Tien Savu remained calm and nonchalantly asked, "Is this the reason you wanted to meet me?" Seeing the storm of petals rushing toward him, Tien Savu stood perfectly still. Moments later, the petals fell like rain. The young man stood in the middle of the flower storm, completely unscathed. Van Diep too asked in a deep voice, "Young man, why? Didn't you fight back?" The Sword Saint's technique is beautiful, but it holds no killing intent, so why would I need to resist? Truly, a hero comes from the youth. I am Van Diep too, the master of Ku Trong Manor. It's a pleasure to meet the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. I am Tien Savu. Saying this, the young man walked up to Van Diep too, and Tien Savu sat cross-legged, silently waiting for the Sword Saint to continue. Van Diep too slowly said, "I have a question. If I hadn't retracted my move at the very last second, what would you have done? Or are you that confident that you could have blocked my full-force strike?" Tien Savu replied, "I'm not that talented, but the martial arts I practice are a bit unique. I can see through an opponent's aura, so I can tell whether the Sword Saint's attack has killing intent or not. Of course, if I misjudged, death would be unavoidable. But I figured that since you went through the trouble of coming here to meet me, you certainly didn't come to kill me." Van Diep too was slightly taken aback. He had never heard of such a martial art in the world. Then, in your eyes, how is this old man's aura right now? Your internal energy is hidden rather than exposed. You have clearly reached the realm of returning to nature. But there is one thing I don't understand. Tien Savu's eyes sharpened as he continued, "I can feel that the energy in your heart meridian is scattered. If you'll forgive my bluntness, have you been poisoned?" Van Diep too stared at the young man in front of him, saying nothing for a long while. At the same time, at the Daitian Merchant Guild, Kim Lian was tidying the room and muttering to herself, saying how strange it was that the Sword Saint would take the initiative to invite the war god to a meeting. And as for Tatu, Tiger's still obsessing over why Shan Sawu wants to join the Winged Eagle sect. It's obviously because of Han Xiangya that he agreed to the Deadwood Ridge deal. Kim Lian says that Ice Flower Han Xiangya is known for her cold personality, so maybe the young hero just wants to meet her to see what she's all about. Tu Xiaohu isn't buying any of it though. All she can think about now is the relationship between the two of them. Could it be that Brother Sawu didn't come to Luzhou for the Nangong family after all, but for that ice flower, Han Xiangya? Unable to figure it out, Tu Xiaohu immediately orders Kim Lian to send word to the Anhui branch to dig up every single detail on Shan Sawu and Luzhou. "Miss, the Anhui branch has already reported everything there is to know about the young hero. Why don't you just ask him yourself?" Tu Xiaohu feels like crying but has no tears. "What? If Brother Sawu really is looking for that, Miss Han? Stop talking so much. Get that message to the Anhui branch, and look into every other place Brother Sawu has been before. Don't miss a single detail. Do you hear me?" Back in the secret tunnel, Yun Diezi ponders for a moment before speaking slowly. "Have you ever heard of the ice quill parasite?" Shan Sawu shakes his head slightly, indicating he hasn't. "I had to dig through piles of ancient texts just to find a record of it. This parasite is as small as a grain of rice, unlike most parasites that grow in the southern border or other hot, humid regions. This one only lives in the frozen wastes of the North Sea. In low temperatures, they go into hibernation, but once they enter a human body, they feed on the host's internal energy. As you can see, I've been infected with this, and it has already consumed about 30% of my internal power." Shan Sawu is horrified. He can't believe anyone could actually ambush the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. "It's shameful, but even I don't know when or where I was poisoned. I'm currently using my chi to protect my heart and veins, but it only slows the erosion. It doesn't cure it. If my energy runs dry, I'll be frozen solid into ice." Shan Sawu asks if he can use his internal energy to burn the parasite away. Yun Diezi replies, "The ice quill parasite feeds on chi. Even if you've mastered the Purple Cloud Divine skill to its peak, using your energy to burn it would be like throwing gasoline on a fire." Shan Sawu understands and asks, "I'm curious, why is the Sword Saint telling such a secret to an outsider like me?" Surprisingly, Yun Diezi turns the question around, asking the young man what he thinks of the current Iron Martial Alliance. Shan Sawu bluntly states, "The Iron Martial Alliance is in total chaos right now. You're not wrong. On the surface, it looks peaceful, but underneath, factions are constantly clashing. Especially in the last few months, dozens of top-tier experts have gone missing without a trace." Yun Diezi analyzes that everything ties back to his own poisoning, and the culprit is very likely from the 9-layered pavilion. At this, Yun Diezi drops a bombshell. "Will you agree to help me uncover the shady dealings within the Iron Martial Alliance? I sense a massive, hidden threat spreading. You don't belong to any faction, so you're the most suitable person to handle this. Plus, your martial arts are exceptional, and many young people in the Alliance look up to you. I hope you can take on the responsibility of saving the martial arts world." Surprisingly, Shan Sawu isn't moved by the flattery and firmly rejects the request from the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. Yun Diezi frowns and asks why. The young man says flatly that he doesn't want to get involved in martial arts politics. Besides, the 9-layered pavilion has tons of followers and experts. Even if there are people with bad intentions, they are more than capable of handling it themselves. If an outsider like me starts investigating now, I won't solve anything. I'll just create more conflict. Yoon Diezi listens, stands up, and carefully explains the logic behind it. After a while, he sighs and says, "Very well, but once the internal conflict in the alliance erupts, I'd like to ask you to lend the 9-layered pavilion a hand." He looks at Shan Sawu with a meaningful gaze. "That's a small favor, right? As long as it doesn't go against my conscience, I can consider it. But my point remains, I don't want to get mixed up in these underworld disputes." Finished. Shan Sawu stands up to take his leave. Before they part ways, Yoon Diezi warns him to be careful of Quan Sheng. And for heaven's sake, never underestimate Huangfu Junyue to this day. No one has seen his true full power. With that, Yoon Diezi takes flight using the Huashan sect's legendary flowering steps. He glides through the air as if floating, then soars upward, leaving only a gust of wind sweeping through the tunnel. "The future of the martial arts world will certainly have a place for you, young man." Shan Sawu watches the sword saint fade into the distance, secretly admiring the elegance of the Huashan movement techniques. But immediately after, he thinks about how even a legendary sword saint could be ambushed. The Iron Martial Alliance really isn't a great place to be. Clearing his head, he tries to copy Yoon Diezi by stepping on the air, but after a few failed attempts, he decides to just walk out of the tunnel. Cut to Dongku County, 400 miles away from the Iron Martial Alliance. 2 beggar sect disciples are walking around with a portrait, asking everyone questions. The portrait depicts an imperial official. The beggar sect received intelligence that an official named Xia Nusi had followed a diplomatic mission to the north years ago and was currently living in Dongku County. After searching along the way, they finally find a villager who says Xia Nusi lives in a house on the hillside. The 2 disciples thank him profusely and head off. Finding this man should lead them to clues about that official. However, they don't notice that a burly man is watching their every move from the roadside. The man's face is covered by a rag, but you can still see a long, gruesome scar on his face. Meanwhile, 2 other beggar sect disciples lead someone over. It's Zhang Chengze, the leader of the Dongku branch. He's the only beggar in Dongku County, so he was named the leader by default. The 4-bag disciple in charge says they've tracked down Xia Nusi and orders Zhang Cheng's to lead the way. The group heads straight for the schoolhouse on the hill. Zhang Cheng says Xia Nusi came here 10 years ago and has been making a living by teaching. Just as they reach the school, an old man walks out. Xia Nusi and Zhang Chengzie have known each other for a long time. Seeing him show up today with a bunch of beggars, the old man looks surprised. Zhang Cheng's bows and introduces them. These are disciples of the beggar sect, and they're here to ask about Xia Nusi's time in the north years ago. Hearing this, the old man freezes, cold sweat beating on his forehead. The lead 4-bag disciple bows and says, "We heard, sir, that 10 years ago, by teaching." Everyone arrived at the school just as an old man was walking out. Hano Tu and Truong Tuatak had known each other for a long time. Seeing that he had once again brought a few beggars along, the old man was a bit surprised. Truong Tuatak bowed and introduced them. "These are disciples from the beggar sect, here to inquire about Ha. No Tu went to the northern lands all those years ago." Hearing that, the old man jolted, cold sweat beating on his forehead. The lead disciple with the 4-bag emblem cupped his hands and said, "I hear the elder has been back when he followed the Yuan dynasty envoy to the northern lands. Someone wanted to track down the girl who was kidnapped all those years ago." Hearing this, Ha No Tu froze, silent. For a long time, the old man said with a tremble, "I'll go with you. Let me just pack my bags." The beggar sect disciples watched the old man head inside, one worried, and he might try to bolt, but the other reassured him that even though the old man used to work for the Yuan dynasty, he'd already turned a new leaf. Just then, a deep, gruff voice echoed from behind. "A traitor is always a traitor." The beggar sect disciples spun around, barking at whoever dared to speak. The man continued in a cold tone. 10 years ago, he betrayed his people, and now he's betrayed the Yuan dynasty. At this, the brawny man's eyes turned icy. I shouldn't have let him live back then. Seeing the wicked scar on the man's face, the lead 4-bag disciple narrowed his eyes. "Isn't this the Yuan dynasty Imperial Guard from the wanted poster?" Thinking this, he shouted, "Don't let him get away! He's the one Elder Hong has been looking for." The other beggar sect disciples turned pale, let out a roar, and swarmed to surround the man. A bolt of lightning tore through the night sky. The disciples lunged at the man, but he didn't even flinch, clenching his fists as if they were nothing. Inside the house, Hano-tu braced himself against the table, trying to stay steady. He seemed to age 10 years in an instant. Even if people called him a Yuan dynasty lapdog, he didn't care. But the events of 10 years ago weighed on his heart like a mountain. Every night, He could still hear the young girl's hopeless, tragic cries. Ha! No two, trembling, stepped out of the school. He thought he could finally be free today, but the moment he stepped out, his eyes widened in terror. Truong Tuatak was lying on the ground with his neck snapped, and the other disciples had been taken out too. The brawny man looked at Hano Tu coldly. I was going to let you live out your days in peace, but you just don't know when to quit. With that, he tossed the corpse aside and walked toward the old man. Hano Tu was so terrified his limbs turned to jelly, and he collapsed to the ground. The man stared at him with a vicious glint. The black-blooded nobility does not allow betrayal. Then he raised his massive, muscular arm. Hano Tu stared in utter despair. 2 hours later, at the Iron Martial Alliance, a disciple reported everything that happened. In Dongkao County to Hongnu Kui, Hongnu Kui's face darkened upon hearing the news. The lead they'd worked so hard to find was gone again. Furthermore, the attacker struck right after the beggar sect found Hano Tu. Clearly, it was to silence him. This means that for the past 10 years, they've likely been watching every move the beggar sect made. Honggu Kui immediately decided to report this to Thien Sa Vu. At the same time, at the Nam Kung estate, a special guest appeared. A woman in black emerged like a ghost. She asked straight up where the war god was. Nam Kung Tukyu replied that he was with the great Thien Thuong group and mentioned she had already prepared a new identity and lodging for her to help her get close and observe the war god, making it easier to strike. At this, she gave the woman a meaningful look. After you finish this mission, you will die too. Surprisingly, the woman didn't care at all as long as she could kill him. What did her life matter? With that, her figure flickered and vanished. Just then, footsteps sounded from behind. Nam Kung. So Kim watched the direction the woman disappeared and whispered, I thought she'd been scared out of her wits by the war god. I didn't expect you to convince her to go after him again. Nam Kung Tukyu said she would definitely finish the job, then asked how the recruitment by their uncle was going. Nam Kung So Kim said that inviting help was going very smoothly. I just told him his disciple died at the war god's hands, and he agreed to strike immediately. However, his reaction to the news of his disciple's death was strangely calm, just saying useless in a flat tone, but that was enough to prove he was truly furious. He wasn't a man of words. He just acted. Now, they just had to wait for Thuong Win to finish what he was doing, and the preparations would be complete. Nam Kungto, Q asked, Brother, how much longer? I believe it will be very soon. Haste makes waste. To Q, if we fail this time, the Nam Kung estate will cease to exist. Don't worry, uncle, we will succeed this time. Just then, the eldest son of the Mo Dung estate, seeking revenge for his father, joined the Dragon Gate to serve under Hong Fu Quanling Yet, only to be tormented by her until he wished he were dead. A moment later, Hong Fu Quanling Yet prepared to leave. The old monk respectfully saw them off. Before parting, the old monk made 2 requests of Hong Fu Quan Nu Yet. The old monk said bluntly that his disciples were exhausted, so he asked the leader to allow them a few days of rest. Knowing that breaking the seal was incredibly draining, Hoang Fu Quan and Guyet immediately nodded in agreement. Then, with a gloomy expression, the old monk made his second request. I humbly ask the alliance leader to let me go out for a few days. Hong Fu Quan and Guyet narrowed her eyes, asking what he intended to do. I wish to find a perfect vessel to refine the final corpse demon. Hong Fu Quan and Guyet understood. Master, you don't need my help? You must already have someone suitable in mind, right? The old monk smiled implicitly, confirming the suspicion. Fine, but this is the last time. People are already getting suspicious. These tantric monks had a pact with Hong Fu Quan and Yet from the beginning. They would help her break the seal of the 7 extreme cold yin spirits and use them to help Hong Fu Quan and Yet refine an immortal corpse demon in exchange for the 5 Dragon Gate protecting them and leaving them 1 corpse demon to revive their sect. Hearing the words immortal corpse demon, the subordinate felt a spark of interest and asked if it was like Kang Wei before. Hong Fu Quan Nuyet didn't hide anything from her new subordinate, stating bluntly that Kang Wei couldn't even compare. It turned out the immortal corpse demon was a forbidden technique recorded in ancient texts. Normal corpse refinement uses a dead body as a base, but the immortal corpse demon uses a living person as a sacrifice. The method is incredibly difficult. The slightest mistake would cause the victim's soul to scatter and vanish completely. Until 500 years ago, a tantric monk created the extreme cold yin spirit, using powerful yin energy to neutralize the victim's natural yang energy, and then used a secret mantra to bind the victim's soul, making the creation of an immortal corpse demon possible. The immortal corpse demon still retains its consciousness, so it doesn't forget its martial arts, but its body is far stronger than any ordinary person. The most terrifying thing is that they can still think for themselves, but they've lost their basic humanity. Once they lose control, they won't hesitate to kill their own kin. Essentially, they are demons born for slaughter, and there's an old story about them. 500 years ago, a branch of the esoteric sect fled to Shenyang. They secretly crafted supreme cold yin essence inside this mountain while preparing to forge the immortal corpse demon to reclaim the western regions. However, the Northern Ridge Great Emperor, the top master of the North at the time, discovered their clues. Fearing that the appearance of the immortal corpse demon would bring disaster upon all living beings, he went there alone to wipe out the entire group of esoteric monks. After securing the 7 pieces of the already forged Supreme Cold Yin essence, the Northern Ridge Great Emperor realized this object contained world-destroying power, so he tried to use his peerless cultivation to destroy it. To his surprise, the object was incredibly sinister. No matter how deep the Great Emperor's internal energy was, he couldn't make a dent in it. Under the constant assault of his massive internal energy, the intense cold yin aura within the essence erupted, instantly spreading throughout the cave. The cave turned into a deep freeze. The Northern Ridge Great Emperor, being a master of peerless martial arts, managed to survive, but he became even more convinced that once this thing appeared, the world would surely fall into chaos. Thus, he spent the rest of his life inside that cave guarding it. The cave was then named Northern Ridge Cave. 500 years passed in the blink of an eye. 20 years ago, Mu Rong Dong Tian accidentally discovered the Northern Ridge Cave. At this point, the Northern Ridge Great Emperor had died, but his body had not decomposed. Mu Rong Dong Tian realized the person before him was the Northern Ridge Great Emperor, and those 7 boxes were still suspended behind the corpse. Furthermore, Mu Rong Dong Tian inherited the Great Emperor's martial arts along with the secret method for crafting the gold wheels, but he didn't tell a soul. It wasn't until he realized he couldn't open those boxes that he sent a letter to Quan Sheng, a man who had always been obsessed with the Northern Ridge Great Emperor. In the letter, he offered to hand over the body of the Great Emperor and the 7 boxes. In exchange, Huang Fujun Yue had to agree to let the Mu Rong family join the 5 Dragon Gate and reward them with 10,000 taels of gold. Huang Fujun Yue knew the true value of those 7 boxes, so he agreed without a moment's hesitation. That's how the Tima escort agency ended up transporting the 2 carts of goods later on. After finishing this story, Huang Fujun Yue triumphantly remarked, "A single immortal corpse demon is enough to match the strength of the 3 great sects, let alone 7 of them." At this point, Quan Sheng flashed a cold smile. The Snow Feather Gate wouldn't be around much longer. At the same time, at the Great Heaven Trade Union, Shan Sa-woo was leaning against the railing, gazing at the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Hong Woo-gui curiously followed the young man's gaze and saw Mo Gu-yu frowning in the pavilion. The old beggar immediately understood what Shan Sa-woo was thinking and tried to comfort him. "We've done everything we could, but right now there really is no other way." Shan Sa-woo didn't answer, but instead asked why he hadn't seen Han Su for the past few days. Hong Woo-gui said that Han Su had visited the Zhongnan sect a few days ago and had been cooped up in his room ever since he got back. "I suspect the kid went through something over there, but then again, I'm not a psychic. How could I know everything?" Shan Sa-woo sensed the old beggar had more to say, so he told him to just speak his mind. Hong Woo-gui scratched his head awkwardly and finally decided to tell the truth. "It's about the Yuan dynasty envoy. We finally found a lead. A few days ago, we found a man named Xianu Si who had followed the Yuan envoy to the north 10 years ago." Hearing this, Shan Sa-woo said he wanted to go see this man. "He's gone missing. No sign of him living or dead. The beggar gang has already lost 4 disciples. It doesn't look good." The young man, hearing this, opened his eyes wide, unable to process it for a moment. "He was in Dongko County, 400 miles away. I thought it was close enough, so I planned to bring him to you as a surprise, but I'm sorry." Shan Sa-woo gripped the railing with both hands, unable to speak for a long time. 400 miles at his speed, he could probably get there in less than a day. If he just had 1 day, he could have found out the whereabouts of Sister Wu-ai. Thinking of this, the young man felt his world spinning. Hong Woo-gui said that he hadn't expected it to end like this either. The enemy had let Xianu Si live for 10 years, yet the moment the beggar gang found him, he was killed. A moment later, Shan So-woo calmed down and said slowly, "Elder Hong, this isn't your fault." Seeing the young man's cold gaze, Hong Woo-gui felt his heart tremble. He could feel the rage hidden beneath the other's calm tone. Shan Sa-woo turned his head, his voice sincere. "It's because I was distracted by other matters and neglected this." Then the two began to analyze the situation. Hong Woo-gui didn't understand why the enemy didn't just kill him from the start. Instead of waiting until the beggar gang found him to silence him, Shan Sa-woo reasoned that the enemy was likely watching in the shadows all along, trying to use Xianu Si to lead them to the people investigating them. Hong Woo-gui looked puzzled. "A group that's secretive. Surely they'd leave tracks when they act? Do you mean they'd leave tracks just to investigate them back?" Shan Sa-woo grabbed an umbrella and said he had to make a trip to the Lion Alliance, as he had an appointment with the trade delegation to meet today. Hong Woo-gui distractedly told him to be careful, while mentally calculating how to send people to investigate this thoroughly. Once he finished speaking, the young man turned and stepped into the rain, heading toward the Lion Alliance. Suddenly, his footsteps halted. A few big, burly men were blocking his path. They identified themselves as the Guo Dashan faction from Ziqi, one of the 17 divisions of the Iron Martial Gate. Shan Sawu frowned and asked what they wanted. Guo Dashan took off his hat and said coldly, "I saw your fight against Dukun. You're only worthy of me using my full strength." As he spoke, Guo Da. Shan threw his hat aside and took a fighting stance. "Kid, you dare fight me? The great force godfist of Guo Dashan?" Before he could finish his sentence, he felt his vision blur, and Shan Sawu had already slipped behind him. This Ziqi master was stunned for a second, but then the corner of his mouth curled into a cold grin. "Fine, if that's how you want it, don't blame me." With a loud roar, Guo Dashan spun around, crouched down, and threw a powerful punch toward the young man's back. But immediately after, a piercing scream echoed through the street. Back to Zhe Muling, who was waiting at the gate of the Lion Alliance. He had an appointment to meet Shan Sawu at the hour of the rooster, but by the hour of the rooster, 15 minutes passed, the other hadn't appeared. Suddenly, he saw a figure walking toward him through the rain. Zhe Muling hurried forward to greet him and bowed. Shan Sawu said he was delayed by some business on the way and offered a sincere apology. Zhe Muling looked at him. The tear in his umbrella gave him a pretty good hunch about what was going on. He led the way personally, and a moment later, he brought Thien Savu to the main hall. Dozens of people were already waiting inside the elite young talents of the Phi Huang Corps. Chiat Mok Lin took the initiative to introduce them, saying that these young people were the best of the best from the forces under the Lion Alliance. They hadn't just mastered their own sect's martial arts, their fathers had also passed on the Lion Alliance's techniques to them. It's no exaggeration to say they're the future of the Lion Alliance, which is why his father poured his heart and soul into training them. Thien Savu glanced over the members of the Fiung Corps, and in one look, he spotted a woman in snow-white robes. He had seen the portrait of the ice flower from Han Jia Luchao, and he recognized her instantly. This was the Han Huangya he had been searching for all this time. In the young man's mind, his master's words from years ago still echoed clearly in his ears. "Savu, if the girl isn't doing well, help her out once. But if she's living a good life, just leave her be." Thien Savu looked at the girl and thought to himself, "Master, the woman you always cared for is right here before my eyes. She's living a good life now, so you can finally rest in peace." No one noticed that this scene was being watched by Chiat Mok Lin. The young master of the Lion Alliance smiled. The way the other man looked at the ice flower was far from ordinary. It seemed everything was going exactly as he had predicted. Thinking of this, Chiat Mok Lin spoke up, "Young hero Thien, let me introduce you. This person is one of the 3 most famous beauties in the world. The eldest daughter of the Han family of Lu Chao, Han Huangya. She's also currently the vice commander of the Phi Ung Corps, and my father thinks very highly of her." Han Huangya spoke in a cold yet gentle tone. "It is an honor to meet the god of war today." Thien Savu responded politely, when suddenly, a heavy set of footsteps approached. Thien Savu and Han Huangya turned to look, only to see an old man as sturdy as a tower striding toward them, accompanied by a booming, thunderous laugh. The old man walked up to Thien Savu and said in a deep voice, "You must be the young hero they call the god of war. I am Van Duke Jiang, the supreme elder of the Great Strength Fortress." Before he could finish, Van Duke Jiang reached out with arms as thick as tree trunks and without a word, pulled Thien Savu into a bear hug. "I really owe you, kid. I heard you were coming today and I was so excited. I couldn't sleep a wink all night. Thanks to you, our fortress survived that disaster in Tham Duong. I don't know how I could ever repay such a huge favor." As he spoke, Van Duke Jiang hoisted Thien Savu up and spun him around, leaving the members of the Fiung Corps watching with their jaws on the floor. "Hey, have you ever seen Elder Van treat anyone that kindly before?" "Never. Only the Alliance leader gets that kind of treatment." Chiat Mok Lin was also shocked to see this. Meanwhile, Van Duke Jiang ignored everyone's stares and pulled Thien Savu aside, saying they absolutely had to have a good chat today. Thien Savu couldn't help but steal another glance at Han Huangya, wondering if it was okay to just ignore the elite members of the Fiung Corps like that. Van Duke Jiang quickly noticed the direction of his gaze. This Lion Alliance elder thought to himself, could it be true, just like Chiat Mok Lin guessed? Has the god of war fallen for the ice flower Han Huangya? Thinking this, Van Duke Jiang chuckled. "Don't worry, let those kids do their own thing. Let's you and I have a talk." But right after that, he turned to give an instruction to Han Huangya. "Huangya, girl." She replied respectfully and waited quietly. "After today's gathering ends, stay behind for a bit. I have something to tell you." Han Huangya kept her expression blank, gave a slight nod, and the two walked to the back hall to take their seats. Van Duke Jiang expressed his gratitude once again. The Lion Alliance elder kept singing Thien Savu's praises, saying that the presence of the god of war had set every warrior's heart on fire. Thien Savu replied calmly, "Senior, you're too kind. I don't deserve such praise." Van Duke Jiang laughed loudly. "You're too humble, kid." Everything I said is true. So many young warriors look up to you. At this point, the elder's tone shifted. Actually, these titles like the Two Saints, Three Lords, Four Venerables have existed for way too long. They've been famous for decades, and even now, the Thiet Vu Gate is still their playground. Do you think that makes sense? The Thiet Vu Gate owes its success to their hard work, but their failure to progress is also their fault. They're old, yet they refuse to hand over power to the younger generation. The Yuan dynasty is weak now. Retreating to the north, the Thiet Vu Gate should have dissolved by now. Hearing this, Thien Sa Vu asked, confused, "Are you saying, Senior, that you want the Thiet Vu Gate to dissolve?" Van Duke Jiang stared hard at the young man. "Of course not. I just have high expectations for you. You might not realize it yet, but you've become a storm that's starting to shake the very foundations of the Thiet Vu Gate." The rain outside showed no signs of stopping. In the downpour, a monk in a cloak stood perched on a single thread. The old monk watched the Lion Alliance entrance like a night owl, looking toward the main hall where the Fiyoung Corps members were gathered, muttering to himself, "To have talent like that and not train them into immortal corpses. What a waste. Iceflower Han Huangya, you were born to be eternal." At this, the old monk's expression grew even more manic. "Tonight, I will turn you into the most beautiful thing in the world." This old man went so far as to lower himself, personally hosting a banquet for a teenager and even pouring his wine to show false closeness. Thien Sa Vu took the cup from Van Duke Jiang and gave it a sniff. A rich, elegant aroma wafted up. Van Duke Jiang proudly introduced the wine, calling it Dragonflower, a rare and legendary vintage. When the wine had started to take effect, the elder suddenly laughed. "Young hero Tien, what do you think of the girl, Huang Ya?" Thien Sa Vu said that since today was their first meeting, he didn't feel anything special. Van Duke Jiang's expression turned serious, but the way you looked at her, young hero, was very unique. A hero loves a beauty. That's been true since the dawn of time, especially since she has such incredible martial arts. Her only flaw is that she's a bit cold-hearted. But that doesn't matter. As long as you're willing, I can play matchmaker for the two of you. Thien Sa Vu kept a steady gaze. "I appreciate the offer, elder, but that's not what I'm looking for." Seeing the young man's firm refusal, Van Duke Jiang laughed heartily. "I just thought you two were a perfect match. Don't take it to heart. Come on, let's drink." Out in the hallway, Chiat Mok Lin was a mess of nerves. Elder Van and Thien Sa Vu had been talking for a solid 2 hours, thinking, but it's fine. As long as the young hero is willing, I can act as the matchmaker for the two of you. Thien Sa Vu kept his composure, looking at the other man. "I appreciate the elder's kindness, but I have no such intentions." Seeing how firm the young man was, Van Duke Jiang laughed heartily. "I just thought the two of you were a perfect match. I hope the young hero won't take it to heart. Come, let's drink." Outside in the corridor, Thiet Mok Lin was a mess of emotions. Elder Van and Thien Sa Vu had been talking for 2 full hours. Thinking about as the young master watched, he unconsciously clenched his fists. They'd been talking for a while now. Could there be some sort of secret between them? Just then, a beautiful figure glided over. Chiat Mok Lin asked Han Huangya what she was doing there. She replied that she was acting on the league leader's orders to escort him. Chiat Mok Lin frowned slightly. He'd originally planned to see Thien Sa Vu off personally, but it looked like he'd have to say goodbye now instead. Without another word, he asked Han Huang Na to follow him to the back hall. To his surprise, the moment they stepped inside, Chiat Mok Lin's expression shifted. Van Duke Jiang was already dead drunk. The elder never used to touch the bottle. "Young Master Thien, it seems the old man really likes you." Thien Sa Vu just smiled, staying silent. A moment later, he turned his interest toward Chiat Mok Lin and asked if he wanted to share a few drinks. Chiat Mok Lin politely declined, claiming he had urgent matters to attend to and couldn't see him off properly, hoping he'd forgive him. Unexpectedly, Van Duke Jiang slurred out, "The Lion League can't be rude. Let little Huang Ya see the guest out." Han Huang Ya obeyed instantly, then walked up to Thien Sa Vu, gesturing for him to follow. Watching their retreating figures, a drunken Van Duke Jiang mumbled, "The god of war and the ice flower. What a match made in heaven." Chiat Mok Lin whispered, "Elder, are you trying to play matchmaker? As long as that girl remains in the martial arts world, marriage is inevitable. Besides, she comes from the Han family, a house on the decline. If young Master Thien has any feelings for her, even a little, then a marriage wouldn't be a bad thing. If they were to become a couple, not only the Flying Eagle Corps, but the entire Lion League would gain a powerful ally." The elder let out a scoff. If both of them refused, there was nothing to lose. Chiat Mok Lin said his goodbyes to Van Duke Jiang and walked out of the back hall alone. The elder's words had his mind racing. The natural talent of Han Huangya far exceeded his own. Surpassing him in martial arts was only a matter of time, but because of her roots in the fading Han family, she was stuck as the deputy commander of the Flying Eagle Corps. Perhaps marrying the god of war really was the best option. The young master of the Lion League watched the two disappear into the distance, his thoughts spinning, struggling to keep his cool. The god of war was about his age, yet he'd only entered the martial arts world less than 3 months ago, and yet he'd already built such a legendary reputation. First, he defeated Mo Dung Dung Thien, head of the Mo Dung family in Tham Duong. Then he drove back 2 guest masters of the 5 Dragon Gate in Tai Nguyen, before charging into the Nam Kung estate in An Hui all by himself, forcing Nam Kung Vu Tin to his death, followed by crushing the 2 great assassin clans, the New Duong Am family and the Than Duong sect. On his way south, he even had the 18 camps of the Yangtze River trembling, and even Dao Khan, a disciple of the Heaven Vault Taoist, died a tragic death at his hands. Chiet Mok Lin wondered, if he tried to walk that same path, he'd likely end up losing more than he gained. Fortunately, his father was a man of great ambition. Though his father hadn't made a move yet, he knew he was. Definitely waiting for the right moment. Just like the old foxes at the 5 Dragon Gate and the 9 Heavens Mansion, all 3 forces knew that whoever secured the god of war would see their power skyrocket, and the other 2 would surely unite against them. Yesterday's enemies could become today's allies. That was just how the martial arts world worked. That's why no one had dared to openly recruit the god of war yet. Watching the 2 vanish into the bustling crowd, the young master pulled back his thoughts and muttered, "God of war, you really are a headache." As for Thien Savu, he walked quietly behind Han Huangya, her cold personality reminding him of his master. At that thought, the young man took the initiative to strike up a conversation, mentioning bluntly that she didn't look like her father. Han Huangya looked back, surprised. "You know my father?" Thien Savu said he'd visited the Han family home in Luchao once. Han Huangya's face immediately froze back into an icy mask, asking about her father's health. "He's doing well, just very worried about you." The girl looked at Thien Savu with a cryptic gaze. "Since you've met my father, you must know. I'm his adopted daughter, which is why we don't look alike. Even though I'm adopted, he's always treated me like his own." Thien Savu was taken aback by her blunt answer. He thought for a moment and said he had one more question to ask, but before he could, Han Huangna shut him down. She said she wouldn't answer any more questions. Watching her walk away, Thien Savu suddenly felt like he was seeing his master again. From the icy demeanor and the straightforward way of speaking to her gait, they were so alike, but he let out a bitter laugh. Her father was the current head of the Han family and clearly cared for her deeply. Plus, looking at her now, she seemed to be doing just fine. Was he supposed to tell her everything about his master? Or should he just let her live like this? Suddenly, Thien Savu's pupils constricted several pale blue. Prayer beads were floating around him in a strange way. In that instant, everything around them seemed to freeze. The young man felt as if even time itself had stopped. Just then, a dark, eerie voice echoed from behind him. "The commoners are all bewitched by her beauty, unable to free themselves. Only, I can see the talent hidden beneath that facade. Han Huangya, I will refine you into the most perfect undead corpse demon ever created." As he spoke, the old monk pulled a talisman from his sleeve, accompanied by a bizarre incantation, and the charm burst into flames on its own. As it burned, the smoke rose up, transforming into a blast of spiritual energy under the monk's control, shooting straight toward Han Huangna. Just as that energy was about to touch her, a cold voice rang out. Thien Savu turned, frowning. "What do you think you're doing?" The young man's shout caused the surge of spiritual energy to halt in midair. In reality, it was the monk's divine sense manifested through a secret esoteric technique meant to harvest souls, commonly used in combat. But today, the old monk didn't expect the young man in front of him to be immune to his technique. Thien Savu's eyes flashed with a chilling light. A domineering energy born of his own divine sense exploded outward, and the prayer beads shattered in unison. Thien Savu then raised his left hand, channeling immense internal energy into his palm, his 5 fingers curling into a claw, snatching the spiritual energy out of the air. The monk panicked, dodging, his figure flickering in and out of sight as he glided behind the young man. A killing intent flared in the monk's heart. He realized this kid was destined to. He's a major threat, and absolutely cannot be left alive. But he didn't know that Thien Savu Luyan is actually the heavenly destruction divine art, which is characterized by those moves that flow naturally with the mind, erupting on their own. The young man whirled around like a savage tiger and delivered a palm strike straight to his opponent's chest. The sheer force instantly shattered that psychic energy. Thien Savu struck with one hand while the other rested behind his back, standing tall and proud. Meanwhile, the psychic energy turned into green smoke and slowly dissolved, leaving only a torn talisman that fluttered to the ground in 3 pieces. Thien Savu turned back to see the old monk, suffering from the backlash, blood pouring from his nose and mouth. The young man's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The monk, upon meeting his gaze, immediately turned pale, but then shot him a hateful glare and spat out a cruel vow. I will never give up on that woman. No sooner had he finished speaking than the old monk vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a tattered umbrella on the ground as everything returned to normal. Han Huangya was confused and asked what had just happened. Tien Savu looked at her with a complicated expression. If I hadn't studied the heavenly destruction divine art under my master, I'm afraid Han Huangya would have been in danger just now. You see, this art has been passed down for over 1,000 years. Generations of heavenly destruction warriors have fought countless times against all sorts of people, many of whom used bizarre, devious tactics. Because of this, our predecessors have constantly refined and perfected the technique. Once you master the art of channeling your energy throughout your body, you can see through an opponent's fluctuations. That's why Tien Savu wasn't controlled by the monk's dark arts earlier and could even strike the psychic energy created by his spirit. Tien Savu fell into deep thought, wondering if, as his master said, Han Huangya could inherit the Moon Soul sword style from the master's wife. Maybe once she mastered it, she would achieve similar results. It's just that, judging by today, her cultivation level isn't quite there yet, which is why she couldn't see through the monk's tricks. Suddenly, Tien Savu turned his head back. He was certain he could no longer sense the monk's presence, yet for some reason, he still felt like someone was lurking in the shadows, watching them. After a quick scan revealed nothing, he answered Han Huangya's question, "It's nothing, let's go." Turning back, he saw the girl looking at him with a strange expression. Tien Savu remained calm and asked slowly, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Her voice was cold and laced with helplessness. "Then why did you follow me?" The young man replied that his umbrella had been stolen, and then, before she knew it, Tien Savu grabbed her hand, ignoring her surprise. "No need to buy another one. We're not even half a mile from home. Just let me hold the umbrella." Seeing the young man's faint smile, Han Huangya froze. The young man in front of her gave her a sense of familiarity. Seeing her act so, out of character, Tien Savu checked on her. Han Huangya smiled lightly and said, "It's nothing. I just felt like that smile of yours was so familiar. It was someone I don't know, but your smile is just like his. He often appears in my dreams, but I can never remember who he is. His gaze is very scary, yet he often smiles at me so warmly. Perhaps it was the warmth and familiarity of that smile that finally allowed this icy flower of a woman to open up." It turned out she couldn't remember anything before the age of 8. She only remembered her name, Han Huangya, and the place where she had suffered hellish torment. Han Huangya closed her eyes, seemingly unwilling to relive those memories. "Maybe it's because of the head injury I suffered back then. Besides that, I don't remember a thing. I don't even know why I'm telling you all this. I've never told anyone else." As she said this, Han Huangya turned to look at him. "Maybe it's because your eyes and smile are so similar to that man from my dreams." Speaking of a roadside tavern, a woman in black watched from afar as the two walked into a small alley. She had witnessed the war god's terror firsthand, so for the past few days, she hadn't dared to get close, nor had she dared to even look at him for more than 2 breaths at a time. Since her family, the Ingu Duong Am clan, was wiped out, she had been living like a stray dog. Until Nam Kung Tukyu found her and promised to help her get revenge, she accepted the mission to spy on the war god and find his weaknesses without hesitation. Am Ko Jiao had been trailing for him for 3 days. The only conclusion she had reached was that the war god had no weaknesses, until today, when she witnessed the scene unfold. She saw the war god's umbrella torn to shreds, and judging by his movements, it seemed as if he were fighting the air. It looked bizarre, but Am Ko Jiao was sure of one thing. The war god was protecting that icy flower, Han Huangya. That cold woman was the war god's weakness. Just then, a beautiful figure approached it. Was Nam Kung Tukyu. "So, you've given her the mission? Am Ko Jiao, you're still as good at charming men as ever. Ever since my family was destroyed, I haven't considered myself a woman anymore, nor do I care for the gazes of those men." Nam Kung Tukyo didn't dwell on the subject. She sat down across from Am Ko Jiao and said that everything was ready. All they had to do was lure the war god into the trap. Am Ko Jiao shivered at the thought and stayed silent. A moment later, she lifted her veil, looked intently at the other woman, and then parted. Her red lips, her voice filled with mania. "Don't worry, I just found the perfect way to trap him." Upon hearing this, a look of insane joy spread across Nam Kung Tukyu's face. The next morning, at the Dai Thien merchant group, Tu Ho watched Thien Savu with a strange smile all morning, while he began to sweat coldly. "Tu Ho, is there something you want to tell me? Why are you looking at me like that? Brother Savu, shouldn't you be the one telling me something? For instance, what happened yesterday?" Thien Savu felt a guilty jolt in his heart. What could have happened yesterday? Tu Ho didn't. "Let it go. It's fine. Take your time thinking. I'm not in a rush. There's really nothing to tell. Yesterday I just went drinking with Elder Van, that's all." Tu Ho looked at him with a meaningful gaze. Was that really all? Tien Savu insisted firmly, that's really all. What else could there be? Who knows? It rained all night yesterday. Who knows? Maybe Brother Savu was taking a stroll in the rain with that icy flower, or perhaps even sharing an umbrella. Tien Savu froze. This kid had guessed every single detail. Thinking of this, he hurriedly changed the subject. Tio Ho, do you remember my master? To Tio Ho. Seeing the other person was being serious, she didn't press him further and said, of course, she remembered. That silver-haired old man from back then, though he seemed stern, treated her with such kindness and warmth. He was one of her most cherished memories, just like Tien Savu. Then she asked him why he'd changed the subject from the ice flower to the old master. Tien Savu said straight out that Han Huangya was his master's daughter. When he said those words, it was like a bolt of lightning out of the blue, and Tu Ho couldn't believe it for a second. Tien Savu said it was a long story that started 10 years ago. An hour later, Tu Ho had heard the whole thing. At that, her almond eyes welled up with tears. She couldn't imagine the kind of hardships Han Huangya had endured. Eavesdropping nearby, Hong Nu Kui felt heartbroken too, and asked Tien Savu if he planned to tell the ice flower the truth. Tien Savu said he was hesitant and looked at Tu Ho to ask for her opinion. Before Tu Ho could even speak, the old beggar gave his take. I think you should tell her everything. After all, she has the right to know the truth about who she is. Whether she accepts it or not, let her decide for herself. Tu Ho nodded slightly. You're the old master's only successor. Only you can tell her the truth. Plus, the Five Dragon Gate is brewing something. It really shouldn't be delayed any longer. Tien Savu frowned. What's the Five Dragon Gate up to now? Apparently there had been new movements from them recently. Tien Savu couldn't help but furrow his brows. As Tu Ho explained, he finally understood why. It turned out that in the last few days, the Five Dragon Gate supply shipments had increased significantly, with medicinal herbs and weapons being stockpiled far beyond their usual amounts. Tu Ho guessed that the Five Dragon Gate was about to make a major move. Not only that, but the number of spies around the Iron Marshal Gate had spiked like crazy. But these spies were tailing everyone in the Iron Marshal Gate, not picking and choosing. So, Tu Ho figured most of these spies were sent by the Sword Saint. The Lion Alliance hadn't made a move yet, but with the personality of the invincible Blade Baron, he definitely wouldn't sit around and wait for death. The common enemy of all three factions, the Nguyen family, had retreated to the north, and the collapse of the Iron Marshal Gate was just a matter of time. If that day comes, Han Huangya and the group would surely stand with the Lion Alliance. Tien Savu cleared his thoughts. He didn't want to get tangled up in faction wars, but he couldn't just leave Han Huangya's safety to chance. He had originally planned to find his master's daughter and then go look for his fifth sworn sister, but now it seemed the situation was much more complicated than he'd thought. Just then, a loud shout echoed in his ears. Tien Savu looked up and saw someone training with their sword in the courtyard. This was Han Tuk, who had locked himself in his room for days. The top disciple of the Zhongnan sect, who was now drenched in sweat. Seeing this, Tien Savu silently praised his younger brother for having such a steady heart for the way of the sword. At the same time, at the bustling docks of the Iron Marshal Gate, a tea house packed with people was deathly silent. Martial artists were hanging on every word of a burly man. Quach Dai Sun was going on and on about how he had fought the god of war, claiming they traded 800 blows before his arm was broken. But now I've got his moves figured out. Next time I'll definitely make him kneel and beg for mercy. With that, Quach Dai Sun waved his arms and shouted about the 17 dynasties. The crowd cheered back, but a lone swordsman in the corner was quietly watching it all. Nam Van Hao held his longsword, lost in thought. He knew Quach Dai Sun's martial arts well. If he could last against the god of war and only break an arm, then the god of war wasn't all that special. Thinking this, Nam Van Hao smirked and said loudly, Master Quach is truly brave. I am in awe. Quach Dai Sun heard the voice and found it familiar, so he couldn't help but turn to look toward the sound. He saw Nam Van Hao approaching with his head held high, continuing, but the people of our 17 factions are being bullied by that god of war, and I can't swallow this insult. Master Quach, let's go find him together. If the masters of our 17 factions all strike at once, no matter how good he is, he won't stand a chance. Quach Dai Sun heard this, and cold sweat started pouring down. He was terrified, but he couldn't back down. Back at the Great Sky Trade Delegation, Han Tuk regulated his breathing and went back to practicing his sword. The blade's air current sent the fallen leaves in the courtyard flying. The rebuke from Elder Thatch Van High that day still echoed in his ears. Do you want to follow in your master's footsteps and fail? Han Tuk squeezed his eyes shut, trying to banish that voice, but it lingered, like a shadow. How long do you intend to keep practicing that useless sword style? Look at yourself now. You're exactly like your useless master. Trying to restore the Heaven Origin 36 swords is nothing but a pipe dream. Suddenly, Han Tuk shouted, Shut up! and the sword move in his hand became even more powerful. Sharp and decisive, it was the Heaven Origin 36 swords. It was the ultimate technique of the Jongnan sect, and restoring it was his master's lifelong dream. Han Tuk moved his sword like a dancing dragon, his form flickering in and out of sight, sword energy raging in all directions. I won't let my master's decades of hard work go to waste, and I won't let anyone smear the Heaven Origin 36 swords. Han Tuk sheathed his sword and used the tip of the blade to catch a falling leaf. The young man frowned, his eyes determined, muttering, "Even if it takes my whole life, I have to complete this sword style." As soon as he finished, the young man started training from the beginning again. His master had only restored the first 24 moves. For the last 12, he only had the sword chance but no actual moves. Han Tuk wanted to perfect those final 12 moves through endless practice. Just as he was about to start over again, he saw Tien Sa Vu glide over to him and say quietly, "It seems your sword heart is even steadier than I thought." Han Tuk was slightly stunned and asked, "Is something wrong?" Tien Sa Vu didn't answer, but reached out to grab a long sword from the weapon rack. He spun the hilt, using the momentum to flick the scabbard off. As he drew the sword, he said loudly, "Nothing's wrong, I just saw you training and my hands got itchy. Let's spar a few rounds, brother." Han Tuk was overjoyed and asked, "Big brother, you know swordplay too?" Martial arts lead to the same destination. There have been people who attained peerless sword techniques by just watching the Yangtze River for this very reason. After that, neither of them said anything else. The courtyard was dead silent. Han Tuk focused on every move Tien Sa Vu made. Just as a leaf fell in front of the two of them, Tien Sa Vu's figure suddenly vanished. Han Tuk's expression shifted. His big brother's footwork was truly lightning fast. In the blink of an eye, Tien Sa Vu jumped up. In midair, a sword slashed down toward Han Tuk's shoulder. Han Tuk tilted his blade to parry, then tapped his toes lightly against the ground, retreating to diffuse the force. After creating some distance, Han Tuk poured energy into his legs, charged forward with both hands on his sword, and used his core to power a downward swing. But Tien Sa Vu just twisted his wrist, raising his blade to block. The two swords collided, producing a piercing clang. Strangely, Han Tuk felt zero force from his opponent's blade, like swinging it at thin air, yet his own hands went numb, and his sword felt like it was about to slip from his grip. He realized Tien Sa Vu was intentionally holding back his internal energy to avoid breaking the sword his master had left him, while also teaching him sword techniques at the same time. Han Tuk felt deeply grateful and even more determined not to let his big brother down. Suddenly, Han Tuk unleashed a sword strike with heaven-shattering power. Even Tien Sa Vu didn't dare block it head-on, leaping away to dodge instead. Right after, a sharp ripple of sword aura smashed the stone tiles on the ground. Tien Sa Vu spun through the air like a swallow, then landed gracefully, standing firmly behind Han Tuk. Meanwhile, Han Tuk's eyes went wide, unable to believe he had just used the 25th move, Thunder Dance. The young man felt like he was dreaming, muttering, "I did it. I actually did it." A moment later, he snapped back to reality, overjoyed. "Big brother, thanks to you, I've finally found the path to improvement." Tien Sa Vu just smiled and said softly, "I should be the one thanking you for letting me witness such an incredible sword technique." Hong Nagu Kui, watching from upstairs, was a beggar sect elder who felt deeply bitter toward Tien Sa Vu. He could clearly see that it was only due to Tien Sa Vu's guidance that Han Tuk managed to pull off that final move. Just then, a commotion caught his attention. The old beggar looked back and saw a crowd heading toward the main gate. These people looked fierce as demons, led by a master from the Blue Flag, Nam Van Hao. Seeing them marching aggressively toward the Dai Tien Trading Company, Han Ngu Kui didn't understand what was happening, while Quach Dai Sun turned pale, shouting that he wasn't healed yet and they should pick another day to fight. Hearing the chaotic footsteps approaching, Tien Sa Vu and Han Tuk curiously turned around to see a group of men aggressively charging in, filled with killing intent. One person was holding up a large flag with the number 17 written on it. As the group stormed the courtyard, Nam Hao shouted from the front, "War, God, today, 17 is here to put an end to your undefeated legend." Hong Nu Kui stepped to Tien Sa Vu's side and whispered to introduce the group. It turned out that 17 was a league of minor sects that always acted independently within the Iron Martial Gate. Even the three great powers couldn't make them listen. Han Tuk saw them coming and asked, "Is there some kind of misunderstanding?" Nam Van Hao sneered and shouted, "Yesterday, the war god fought Quach Dai, son of the Purple Flag, for 1,000 rounds and even chopped off one of his arms. We 17 stand together. We're here today to demand justice for him." Tien Sa Vu was confused, while Quach Dai Son ignored his allies' attempts to stop him and loudly explained, "I did bleed yesterday. Calling it a bloody battle isn't an exaggeration, but I wasn't seriously hurt. Can't we just let this go?" Looking at Quach Dai Son's face, Tien Sa Vu suddenly remembered, "I remember you now. You're the one who broke my umbrella yesterday." Nam Van Hao jumped in front, cutting them off. Enough with the nonsense. Word is going around that you're powerful beyond belief. Some even say you're on par with the two sages and three Arhats. With that, the blue flag master drew his sword, swished it through the air, and continued. But after hearing Master Kwok's description, I think the rumors are a bit exaggerated. These rumors about you, all over the Iron Marshal Gate, are going to cause trouble sooner or later. He swung his sword down, trying to show off his exquisite skill. Thien Savu just looked at him like he was an idiot and didn't move an inch. Angered, Nam Van Hao pointed his sword at the young man. We at 17 are a neutral force of the Iron Marshal Gate. It is our duty to expose these ridiculous rumors that are stirring up trouble. Thien Savu calmly asked. Even if it costs you your lives, 17 of you have died in the fight against the Yuan dynasty, so what if you die? Is that really so scary? Thien Savu's expression remained unchanged. He nodded slightly, then suddenly raised his right fist, blue energy swirling endlessly around it. The young man then took a step forward, closed the distance, and punched Nam Van Hao's sword with immense power. The sword, forged from fine steel, shattered into pieces, leaving only the hilt in his hand. Thien Savu slowly walked past Nam Van Hao and said calmly, I'm glad to meet someone who cares about the future of the Iron Marshal Gate like you. I respect you as a man, so I'll spare your life today. Nam Van Hao felt deeply insulted. He screamed, intending to toss his sword and fight barehanded, but the moment he tensed his muscles, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. The rest of the 17 stared in confusion as Nam Van Hao dropped to his knees with a thud, clutching his sword arm and wailing in agony. Thien Savu walked in front of the crowd and declared, 17, I admire your courage in fighting the Yuan, so I didn't want to use lethal force. Since you still doubt my abilities, why don't you all come at me together? I'll take you all on. A large man among them got angry and yelled, 17 never fights in packs. I'm the weakest martial artist in 17, and I'm from the Black Flag. But before he could finish, Thien Savu knocked him flying with a single palm strike. Then another, large man with a long sword charged up. But before he could introduce himself, the young man sent him flying with another strike. I'm from the Silver Flag. I'm from the White Flag. Thien Savu's movement was agile as a rabbit, darting around fluidly. His hands moved in constant patterns, striking like he was painting, and in a flash, he knocked down several members of 17. Quach Dai-san could only weep. He never expected his little joke would lead to such a mess. 5 days had passed, and news of 17's constant challenges to the war god had spread everywhere. Hong Fu Quan Nyak received the report and was stunned. Why were they getting involved with the war god? The subordinate explained that at first, only one person blocked the road to challenge him, but for some reason, the 17 had all gone to the Dai Thien Trading Company together, taking turns challenging the war god every day for 5 days straight. Leader, the problem is that after fighting, as for the god of war, they felt they'd gained a lot of insight. If this keeps up, I'm afraid that kid's influence is only going to grow. Huang Fu Junya heard this and gave a cold laugh. I've been too lenient with him. It's time to knock him off his pedestal. After reporting the intel, his subordinate left the mountain, feeling unsettled. Right now, it's not just the warriors from the 17 faction gathered at the Dacian Trading Company. Fighters from plenty of other factions have come to watch too. The god of war hasn't turned down a single challenger, taking them all on one by one. Everyone who's fought him says they've learned a ton. He never expected that the god of war would become such a huge sensation in less than half a month at the Iron Marshal Alliance, nipping right at the heels of the two great saints. Meanwhile, at the Dacian Trading Company, 2 warriors from the 17 faction let out a loud shout and charged at Shan Sawu. He just stared coldly and said calmly, You guys are way too slow. Before the words even left his mouth, the teenager threw a kick, slamming into one of their shoulders. In a flash, he was already behind them. Shan Sawu threw a powerful punch, hitting the other guy right in the chest. Both warriors from the 17 were sent flying. The fight was clean and decisive, and the entire hall erupted in cheers. The teen didn't even break a sweat, with a stone cold face, he said calmly. Next. Guo Deshan watched the fight in total shock. Only now did he realize the god of war's true strength. Right after, he turned to Nan Wenhao, who was covered in casts, and started nagging him. I told you we shouldn't have come, but you wouldn't listen. Now look at us. Everyone's either got a broken arm or a broken leg. Nan Wenhao got ticked off immediately, pointed at his broken arm, and demanded to know who gave him the wrong intel on the enemy. The Dacian Trading Company is buzzing with energy every day now. Su Xiaohu even arranged for Jin Lian to provide lunch for all these warriors. Just then, Jin Lian was handing out food behind Guo Deshan and the other guy, and happened to overhear them muttering, Who's this golden guest hanging out with the god of war? Word is he's a disciple of the Zhongnan sect, and the god of war's sworn brother. Man, I'm so jealous. The god of war looks like he's 26 or 27. 5 years older than me. Should I just ask him to be my big brother? Hearing this, Jin Lian couldn't help but scold them. Look at you guys, you're clearly not any younger than Shan Shaoxia. Guo Deshan and the other guy turned around, looking all hurt, and saying she shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Jin Lian asked why the 17 keep coming to challenge the god of war anyway. As soon as she said it, both guys, who were mid-bite into their buns, froze. You guys obviously know you're no match for the god of war. I'm just curious why you keep coming back to fight him every single day. Guo Dashan stared at his broken arm, thought for a moment and said slowly, I don't know. Honestly, I don't feel any hate toward him. Our guys have really enjoyed this whole process over the last few days. Maybe this place has given us some kind of meaning. Jin Lian pointed out bluntly that it was actually a sense of belonging. Once she said it, she turned and left to keep handing out food, leaving Guo Deshan and the other guy standing there, staring at each other in a daze. She said we found a sense of belonging. Here. What do you think? Is it even possible to get beaten up and still feel a sense of belonging? Both guys couldn't help but shiver. The idea was just too crazy. Just then, a burly guy with a long spear charged in. He stomped hard on the ground, leaped into the air, and flew straight at Shan Sa Wu in the middle of the arena. Seeing another 17 warrior coming at him, Shan Sa Wu crouched down and said coldly, Your footwork is fast, but your spear technique is way too weak. As soon as he finished, the teen stepped back lightly, perfectly dodging the guy's downward thrust. The warrior missed his strike, used the recoil to leap up again, and swung his spear with the force of a mountain, aiming straight for Shan Sa Wu's head. But the kid just threw a kick and snapped the spear shaft in two. The teen's calm voice echoed again, Don't ever let your opponent read your moves. Before he could finish, he just felt a powerful force hit him in the face. In a heartbeat, the warrior was kicked away, flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Up on the balcony, the two Feng Yuquei watched as the warrior crashed into the cafeteria. The crowd around them erupted in thunderous cheers. Su Xiaohu asked the old beggar, did he know why Shan Sa Wu was doing all this? Not only was he sparring with the 17 warriors every day, but he was also going out of his way to point out the flaws in each of their styles. Sa Wu said he was trying to catch a sly fox. Su Xiaohu was a little stunned when she heard that. Even though she was sharper than anyone, she didn't get what he meant. It turned out that a few days ago, Hong Yu Kui had asked Shan Sa Wu the same thing. Instead of answering directly, he said he was fox hunting. Foxes are naturally cautious, so you can't give them a chance to escape. You have to lure the enemy out and land one decisive blow. That's the fox hunting method my father taught me. Hong Yu Kui heard this and was shocked. Could the old fox you're talking about be Huangfu Junyue? Su Xiaohu heard the explanation and instantly turned red with anger. Her own name had the word hu, tiger, in it, so she was clearly annoyed that Shan Sa Wu was comparing the two. But right after, her joking mood vanished, and she looked worried. In her eyes, Huangfu Junyue was not someone you could easily deal with. Hong Yu Kui, however, stayed pretty calm. He knew Shan Sa Wu had to have his reasons for doing this. Right then, a little girl ran over to them. Su Xiaohu asked her gently why she had come. The girl innocently handed over a letter, saying a woman in white with silver hair had told her to bring it. Su Xiaohu heard this. Her mind raced, and in an instant, a person came to mind. She immediately ordered the fight to stop and handed the letter to Shan Sa Wu. The 17 warriors, seeing the young master of the Dacian Trading Company for the first time, all started praising Su Xiaohu. Shan Sa Wu looked confused and asked, Did Miss Han send this? Su Xiaohu said there was no name on the letter, but based on the little girl's description, the sender sounded just like an ice flower blooming on the snow plains. Shan Sa Wu opened the letter skeptically. He didn't understand why. Han Xiangya would send a letter now. Han Su greeted her big brother, looking serious as she asked what was going on. Shan Sa Wu said Han Xiangya had asked to meet him tonight, at Fuyue Island. Su Xiaohu was a little stunned when she heard that. Fuyue Island was 200 miles away and had always been desolate. She didn't understand why the ice flower would want to meet there. She asked me to meet her there, so she must have her reasons. We'll find out tonight. Xiaohu, I'm leaving this place in your hands. With that, Shan Sa Wu pushed off his feet and leaped away, his body like an arrow leaving a bow, vanishing into the distance. It was the first time Hansu had ever seen her big brother in such a rush, so she immediately shouted toward Shan Sa Wu's retreating back, Big brother, are you really planning to leave Miss Xiaohu behind just to go see the ice flower? With her secret exposed in front of everyone, Su blushing, she hurriedly stepped in to stop him. While Han Tu had no clue why she was acting like that, she knew better than anyone. Since Han Huaxiang was the daughter of Master Thien Sa Vu, he would lose his cool if he got too worried he really had no other choice. Down by the corridor, Hong Wu Kui watched the young man leave in silence. For some reason, a bad feeling suddenly rose in his heart. With his deep experience in the martial arts world, he always felt that letter was suspicious. The old beggar hesitated, unsure whether he should stop Thien Savu from leaving. Seeing the god of war rushing off, Kwok Dai Sun and his companion stood there, confused. Nam Van Hao immediately barked, "God of war, are you planning to leave us all behind?" Unexpectedly, a soft voice cut in. "Savu brother has urgent business and must leave a step ahead." Right after that, Tutuho stepped out in front of everyone and announced that, since everyone had been fighting hard these past few days, the Great Heaven Merchant Group would host a banquet to treat all the martial artists present. The crowd cheered, showering Tutuho with praise for her generous hospitality. "Hey, are we going to the banquet?" Obviously. It'd be rude not to accept Miss Toe's kindness. Soon the sun dipped below the west and a bright moon rose quietly, hanging high in the night sky. On a lake 2 miles away from the Great Heaven Merchant Group, the youth tapped his feet lightly on the water, barely letting it dampen his shoes. As he glided past, the ripples shattered the moon's reflection. Tien Savu was as fast as lightning, clearly running across the water's surface. A moment later, the youth narrowed his eyes. A small island appeared not far ahead. Tien Savu took a deep breath, leaped into mid-air, and landed gently on a branch, scanning the area. The island ahead looked as if it had been split in two by a giant axe, forming a natural gorge in the middle. This had to be the Fu Nguyen Island that Han Huoxiang mentioned. He then spotted a small house tucked inside the crevice. The house backed against a cliff with water on 3 sides. If surrounded, there was absolutely no way out. A beautiful figure in snow-white robes sat quietly under the eaves. Tien Savu wore a solemn expression, thinking to himself, "The person I wanted to see most has appeared in the most suspicious place." A moment later, the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smirk. "Let's see what kind of game you're playing." With that, the youth jumped from the branch and dropped down to the house, and at the bottom of the gorge. The ravine was deeper than he had imagined. Tien Savu stood with his hands behind his back and greeted Han Huoxiang. But to his surprise, she seemed quite startled, asking why he had come. Tien Savu frowned, his tone skeptical. "Didn't you write the letter asking to meet me here?" Han Huoxiang stood up from the table, walked over to meet him, and firmly denied it. She stated plainly that she had never sent a letter and was only there on a mission for the Flying Eagle Group, awaiting her next orders. Tien Savu's face remained impassive, but he grew instantly alert. He noticed that the woman in front of him walked differently than Han Huoxiang. Thinking this through, he calmly replied that perhaps someone had used her name to lure him here. While speaking, his eyes darted to the table, and he spotted a second red flag. This woman had carelessly tossed her sword aside. A swordswoman on a mission would absolutely never make such a mistake. It could only mean that the Ming Qing sword wasn't her preferred weapon. Just then, Han Huoxiang spoke coldly. "Thien, hero, who do you think brought us here, and what is their goal?" Unexpectedly, Tien Savu dropped a bombshell. "I don't care about their goals right now. I care more about why you are impersonating Han Huoxiang. Who are you, really?" Han Huoxiang's eyes widened, her pupils contracting. At the same time, several figures were rushing toward the gorge. The two in the lead were Nangong Suo Jin and his son. Before long, everyone had reached the edge of the cliff, and both sides of the gorge were filled with experts from the Nangong family. Nangong Suo Jin stood on a tree branch, arms crossed over his chest. The old man looked down at the small house from above, his expression murderous. Nangong Shangyuan also frowned, looking vicious. In the group, one burly man wearing a bamboo hat stood perfectly still. The dark wind blew, and the veil hanging from his hat shifted, revealing a long, jagged scar over his left eye. A few days earlier, the youth had been sharing an umbrella with the girl. Hearing Tien Savu's question, Han Huoxiang tried to keep her cool, saying she had no idea what he was talking about. The youth said nothing more and suddenly raised his left hand. Seeing the true qi gathering in his palm, Han Huoxiang was scared pale. Immediately, a powerful blast of energy struck right at her forehead. Han Huoxiang let out a cry, instinctively covering her face as she slumped down, and the hat on her head was blown away by the force. She glared at the youth in the distance with a look of deep hatred. Beneath her fair skin, a different face emerged. "Since you've seen through it, I don't need to pretend anymore." With that, she ripped off the human skin mask from her face. Tien Savu saw her true appearance and asked suspiciously who she really was. Yin Jijiao looked at the youth with a look of pure vengeance and said coldly, "You wiped out my whole family that day. Of the 5 sons Yin clan, I am the only one left." "What? Have you forgotten so quickly? In that forest, you killed 92 of my family members. My big brother, Yin Muzhen, had his skull crushed by your palm strike. My second brother, Yin Tuyuan, still hasn't had his body found." Hearing this, Tien Savu finally remembered that she was the woman who had escaped that day. It turned out that ever since then, Yin Jijiao had discovered the special bond between the two of them. She had started observing every move Han Huoxiang made. She never expected she would still be caught by him. After learning the whole story, Tien Savu spoke softly. "You set the ambush that day. I was forced to retaliate. I acknowledge your need to avenge your family, so I'll spare your life. The Ensavu turned to leave, but unexpectedly, Yinji Jiao's voice rang out from behind. To disguise yourself as someone else, the best way is to use a human skin mask, but Han Huaxiang's hair is as white as snow. It's impossible to find someone suitable. Aren't you curious whose face this mask was made from? As soon as she said that, Tien Savu stopped in his tracks and said coldly, "What did you do to her?" Yinji Jiao stomped, hard on the human skin mask, her face full of the thrill of revenge, her voice frantic and hysterical. "I peeled her skin off, piece by piece. God of War, you're the one who killed her." Hearing this, Tien Savu's eyebrows shot up, his eyes wide. Killing you would be too easy. Before Tien Sa, just as Amko Jiao was about to strike with a handful of throwing knives, a metal chain suddenly whipped out of nowhere, intercepting every single one of them. With a sharp metallic clang, the knives were knocked aside. The chain was then instantly pulled back, curling around the man's arm like a trained snake. The man retracted the chain and said in a deep voice, "Amko Jiao, I get how you feel, but you shouldn't break your promise. You two made me two promises before I agreed to deal with the war god. First, that I get to fight him one-on-one, and second, that you wouldn't interfere in our battle." Tien Savu stared into the newcomer's eyes and noticed they were a strange, eerie white. The man stepped out from the shadows and continued, "War god, today you and I will have a fair fight. We'll decide who's better, and one of us won't be walking away. I don't know who you are, and I don't care. I still have unfinished business with that woman, so step aside." The man didn't budge, refusing to clear the path. "My name is Van Mok Vai, master of the fighting demon, Kim Kok Nagok." Tien Savu frowned. Just as Kim Kok Nagok had predicted, his master had come for revenge. The youth calmly replied, "I'll fight you, but only after I'm done dealing with Amko Jiao." Van Mok Vai's expression darkened. "I guess it's been too long since I've been out in the martial arts world if a brat like you thinks he can look down on me." As he spoke, the eyes of this Thien Kung Taoist suddenly grew sharp. He raised his left fist, and a powerful wind began to swirl around him. He gathered his inner energy and threw a massive punch, sending a shockwave of force straight at Tien Savu. The boy crouched, arms raised to block, forcing himself to take the full impact of the blow. Surprisingly, the shockwave didn't stop there. Even after Tien Savu blocked it, the force continued to ripple outward, shattering nearly half the small house. As the dust settled, Van Mok Vai stood proudly. "Can we start for real now?" Tien Savu looked more serious than ever. "Before we fight, I have to ask. The fighting demon said you owe Hong Fu Kuan-yak a favor." Van Mok Vai said that many people were curious about that, but he didn't want to bring up those painful memories again. The youth nodded slightly. "If that's the case, then please, show me what you've got." Tien Savu channeled his energy, took a step back, and crouched into a fighting stance. A surge of raw power radiated from his body, making his robes whip violently in the wind. Van Mok Vai smiled. "So this is the sky-breaking divine art? Let's see what makes it so special." Tien Savu suddenly stomped his foot, sending a sharp burst of energy surging through the ground. It instantly raced up Van Mok Vai's body and burrowed deep inside. Van Mok Vai felt his muscles and bones ache with a dull, throbbing pain, with some of that energy even piercing his internal organs. He was terrified. If Nam Kung Tekyu hadn't warned him earlier, he would have ended up just like Nam Kung Vu Tien. The Tien Kung Taoist didn't dare to be careless anymore. He unleashed all his inner power, forcing the foreign energy out of his body. Tien Savu looked stunned, unable to believe it. Van Mok Vai crossed his arms and said coldly, "The sky-breaking divine art? Is that all it is?" With that, he kicked off the ground and lunged forward, slamming a double palm strike into Tien Savu's chest, sending the boy flying like a kite with a broken string. Van Mok Vai followed up, grabbing Tien Savu's ankle and slamming him hard into the ground. Tien Savu gritted his teeth as blood surged within him. His own energy felt useless against his opponent. It was clear the man had prepared for this. As if reading his mind, Van Mok Vai chuckled. Too late to be surprised now. He spun on his right foot, using the momentum to throw the youth away again. Seeing that he was about to crash into a pillar, Tien Savu struggled to suppress the roiling blood in his chest. He took a deep breath, braced his core, and performed a mid-air maneuver. He kicked off the pillar, finally neutralizing the force, and landed gracefully on his feet. Van Mok Vai sneered. "You think you can run wild in the martial arts world after just a few years of training? Don't think your sky-breaking divine art is invincible." His tone turned sorrowful. "Koknuk, that child had so much talent. If he had only mastered the silver spirit technique, how could he have died by your hands?" Van Mok Vai raised both hands, his energy flowing endlessly as several iron chains danced to his command, instantly shielding his limbs. He took a stance like a fully drawn bow. "Today, I'm going to break your divine art and avenge my dead disciple." Tien Savu suddenly flashed a wide grin. His fighting spirit ignited, and he shouted, "You clearly don't know that the 5 postures of the sky-breaking art haven't failed in 1,000 years." Just as Tien Savu channeled his energy to strike, Van Mak Vai beat him to the punch with a lightning-fast palm strike. The youth barely managed to block, then countered with a powerful punch toward the man's head, only for Van Mak Vai to intercept it. The two moved through the house in a blur, trading blows at full force, their movements explosive. Within seconds, their energy tore through the small house, sending wooden planks flying in every direction. Nam Kung So and his son watched from afar, stunned by the ferocity of the battle. After a moment, Nam Kung So asked, "Hasn't the spy near Bang Hoa sent word yet? If she finds out about this, it's going to be a nightmare to deal with." Nam Kung Thuong Wen asked his father, "If we're so afraid of Bang Hoa, why not just kill her once and for all?" "Bang Hoa herself isn't the problem," his father replied. "I'm worried about the Flying Eagle Corps behind her. If they get involved, the Lion League won't sit idly by, and who knows, the Ninth Layer Mansion might join in too. This battle is about the survival of the Nam Kung family. We can't afford to be careless." Meanwhile, at the Iron Martial Alliance, Bang Hoa was lost in thought. She had been with the Flying Eagle Corps for a while now, and it turned out the organization was just as she had imagined, full of elites and masters. Enter. "Today's battle involves the survival of the Nam Kung clan. We cannot be careless." At the same time, at Thiet Vo Min, the frozen flowers and elegant scents, they were deep in thought. She had joined the Fiyoung group a while ago, and the truth proved that this organization was just as she had imagined, filled with talented experts like, and the Lion Alliance is also fully supporting the Flying Eagle Corps. With a little more time, the Flying Eagle Corps will definitely rival the 3 great powers. But that's not what she's focused on. She joined the Flying Eagle Corps for one reason only: to fully master the Moon Soul Sword technique. That's why she accepted the position of vice commander, so she could get direct guidance from the peerless Blade Master. Han Huangya draped her cloak over her shoulders and picked up the long sword from the tea table. The young girl walked to the window, gazing up at the night sky, feeling restless and uneasy. Han Huangya tapped her feet lightly against the ground and leaped out the window. She saw the ice flower draw her sword, already practicing the sword technique in her mind. It's called a sword technique, but it's more like a sword intent, because the entire Moon Soul sword technique has no specific moves, but rather focuses on honing that intent. Once you master this sword intent, you can integrate it into any complex move. What bothered her was that such a powerful set of sword techniques, she didn't even know how she learned them. The Moon Soul sword technique seemed to have been born with her, already inside her mind. She had once headache-inducingly asked her adoptive father about it. The head of the Han family said her biological parents might have taught her, but whenever she asked about her real parents, her adoptive father always dodged the question. Suddenly, the image of a young man flashed in her mind. Han Huangya pulled back her stance, stood still, and sighed. She didn't know why she was thinking of that old man from her dreams. It's been 20 years, and she still couldn't see his face clearly. Yet she felt like he was someone she knew so well. This feeling left her restless and annoyed. Suddenly, she looked into the distance, her eyes sharp, and said coldly, "Why bother me right when I'm already feeling troubled? Ever. Since that day I took the kind-hearted hero, you've been following me." A murderous aura rose in the girl's eyes. "How much longer do you plan on following me?" The spy in black, 100 meters away, shuddered. He didn't expect her to spot him from such a great distance. With no time to think, the spy immediately leaped up, planning to bolt. He prided himself on his movement skills being top tier within the Iron Martial Alliance. Even now that he'd been spotted, he was confident he wouldn't be caught by Han Huangya. Just as he landed and prepared to jump again, he suddenly felt his calves go numb with cold. Both his calves had been severed by a wave of sword energy. The wound was freezing to the bone, and the fresh blood instantly froze. Solid. The spy let out a harrowing scream and collapsed. At that moment, a beautiful figure landed lightly on the ground, her robes fluttering. It was the ice flower, Han Huangya, who had caught up. The spy grit his teeth against the pain, stunned. There were rumors that Han Huangya had the potential to become the first female sword immortal. Looking at this now, it clearly wasn't just idle chatter in the martial arts world. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he resolved to report the news that his cover had been blown to the Alliance Master. He quickly pulled a heaven-piercing arrow from his chest. Once fired, it would mean his mission had failed. But the next moment, he felt his arms go cold too. He watched as his own severed arms flew away. Han Huangna sheathed her sword, turned around, and headed back. Only her fluttering robes showed she had just been in action. The girl's voice remained as calm as ever. "Now, tell me everything, and I'll consider giving you a quick death." Meanwhile, near Moon Floating Island, a small boat was slowly making its way toward the island. He knew he shouldn't interfere with his big brother's love life, but his sister-in-law, Little Tiger, was really a good person. To confirm his brother wasn't off chasing girls, he went to Moon Floating Island alone. During this, Hantu kept urging the boatman, Duong Bum, to speed up. The boatman said the wind was blowing sideways, and Duong Bum was only making the boat slower. Hantu, helpless, had to let the boatman row forward. Suddenly, the boat sank slightly. He looked up and saw a beautiful figure standing on the mast. The woman was dressed in white as snow, with hair as white as bone, her whole presence like an ice flower blooming on a snowy field. Han Wang-na tried to regulate her breathing, looking into the distance, and saw the small island, seemingly sliced by a blade, not far ahead. That had to be Moon Floating Island, where Thien Sa-vu was. Moments later, the ice flower took a deep breath, leaped, and shot forward like an arrow from a bow. Han too watched the scene, feeling suspicious and uncertain, but the boatman's next words confirmed his disbelief. I actually got to see the ice flower, Han Huang-nya. This trip is worth it. Han too was struck dumb in amazement. If the ice flower had an appointment with his big brother, why would she be rushing there like this now? Thinking of this, Han too suddenly took a step forward, wanting to leap and chase after her, but remembering his movement skills were nowhere near hers, he could only anxiously urge the boatman to go faster. Meanwhile, at the summit of the Iron Martial Alliance, Hong Fu Quan Yak stood silently, looking into the distance. A subordinate approached from behind and asked why the Alliance Master hadn't rested yet. Van Mok Vi has made his move. The kid, to Q, has really made a big mess of things. The subordinate knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "So you already knew. The two of them are fighting on Moon Floating Island right now." To say I knew, I should say I could sense the powerful vibration of their energy. Only those two could cause such a massive commotion. It really is eye-catching. The subordinate curiously asked Huang Fu Quan Nak, "Who will win between them?" The latter closed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and said slowly, "Perhaps Van Mok V has a higher chance of winning. After all, he was lucky enough to survive that person's hands." The subordinate was shocked. "Alliance Master, you think the god of war will lose?" Hong Fu Quan Yak opened his eyes and looked at his left hand. The scene of his duel with the boy that day remained clear in his mind. The corners of this, Saint of Fist's mouth curled into an enigmatic smile. It seems the god of war isn't very old, but who knows if that punch that day was his full strength. Let's wait and see who is truly stronger. Back on Moon Floating Island, the two were in a fierce battle. Thien Sa-vu threw a kick, hitting Van Mok Vi in the face. The latter grunted and flew backward. But this Heaven Sky Taoist was extremely brave. Mid-air, he twisted his body and, using the momentum, landed a sweeping kick aimed at the boy's head. Even though Thien Sa-vu raised his arms to block, he was sent flying by the immense force. Van Mok Vi landed steadily, then tapped his toes hard against the ground and lunged forward, throwing a vicious knee strike at Thien Sa-vu's head. The latter hurriedly crossed his arms in front of his forehead and managed to block it, but the powerful knee strike still left the boy staggering. Van Mok Vi used the rebound force to spin and jump to, trailing his opponent. This Taoist from Heavenly Vault seized the moment, suddenly flicking his left hand to fire off an iron chain. Before Thien Sa-vu could even react, the chain had already coiled tightly around his throat. Van Mok Vi yanked his left hand back, and the chain cinched shut. Luckily, Thien Sa-vu reacted quickly, using one arm to block it. Just then, Van Mok Vi closed the distance, reaching out with his right hand to grab the other end of the chain. Without missing a beat, he used both hands to hoist the teen up into mid-air. Under the cover of night, Han Huang-ya glided across the water as if it were solid ground, and before long, she reached Fuyet in Guyet Island nearby. A massive surge of energy erupting from a nearby crevice caught her off guard. Clearly, two top-tier fighters were locked in a fierce battle. Her icy eyes narrowed slightly as she spotted two figures perched on the branches by the cliffside. She recognized one of them as an elder of the Nam Kung clan, known throughout the martial arts world as the Thunderbolt Sword, Nam Kung So Tien, while the other was Nam Kung, Q's cousin, Nam Kung Thuong Win. Seeing them, Han Wang-ya's expression shifted. Could the mastermind behind all of this be the Nam Kung clan, or the Five Dragon Alliance pulling the strings from the shadows? Before she could dwell on it, another figure caught her attention. A man in a conical hat stood draped in green robes, buffeted by the wind, radiating a terrifying, bone-chilling aura. She had once felt a similar presence coming from the netherworld demon blade, Kang Ui. Suddenly, the man seemed to realize he was being watched, and his blood-red eyes darted toward her. Han Huang-ya's heart skipped a beat. With a flicker of movement, she vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a single ice flower drifting in the breeze. The man let out a cold laugh. Looks like the Nam Kung clan still couldn't stop Han Huang-ya. Hiding behind a massive tree, Han Huang-ya was lost in deep thought. She could feel that the man's aura was even more powerful than Kang Ui's. A master of this caliber definitely didn't come from the Nam Kung clan. Could he be one of the 5 new guest masters of the Five Dragon Alliance? Before she could think it through, a faint groan reached her ears. Han Huang, Nya looked toward the small cottage by the lake with a worried expression. She recognized that moan as belonging to Tien Savu. Inside the cottage, the thick arms of Van Mak Vai were tightening their grip on the chains, leaving Tien Savu's neck constricted as he hung suspended in the air. Even though the boy was using one hand to brace against the chain, he was struggling to breathe under the massive weight of his opponent. Tien Savu tried to channel his internal energy, hoping to snap the chains, but the Heavenly Vault Taoist saw it coming. Van Mak Vai suddenly launched a kick into the boy's back, then funneled his internal energy into the chains. Tien Savu felt his internal energy becoming blocked, and the chain around his neck grew even tighter. The suffocating pressure began to cloud his consciousness. This sensation of nearing death felt just like it did 10 years ago, but he was no longer that helpless kid waiting to be slaughtered. Tien Savu suddenly let out a cold laugh, and his internal energy began to circulate through his body like a roaring river. Van Mak Vai was shocked. He hadn't expected the boy, who looked so frail a moment ago, to possess such profound internal power. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the mysterious iron chain shattered, and a violent burst of force sent Van Mak Vai flying back. Before the Heavenly Vault Taoist could even recover, Tien Savu lunged forward like lightning. The boy tightened his grip into a fist, veins bulging on his arm. Tien Savu poured all his ruthless force into that punch, a sharp glint flashing in his deep blue eyes. With the strength to move mountains, he slammed his fist directly into his opponent's chest. The man quickly crossed his arms to block, but it felt like he'd been struck by a giant sledgehammer, sending him reeling backward. Van Mak Vai channeled energy into his dantian, slamming his feet into the ground to steady himself, but he still had to slide back several yards before he could barely stand his ground. The Heavenly Vault Taoist brushed the remaining energy off the iron chains and said in a low voice, "A hero in his youth, indeed. But this little bit of strength isn't enough." Before he could even finish, his expression suddenly shifted. He saw the boy standing proudly in the distance, his aura suddenly surging upward. Tien Savu raised his left hand, internal energy swirling ceaselessly in his palm. With a cold look in his eyes, the boy said, "I told you, the heaven-shattering 5 phases never fail." With that, the boy struck out with a palm, moving as gracefully as an immortal dusting off his robes. His strike enveloped Van Mak Vai, making the man's pupils constrict. In an instant, he felt like he was falling into a hallucination. In his younger years, he had traveled everywhere to challenge masters. In the far reaches of the north, he had met a mysterious fighter. That man had seemed like the embodiment of death itself. When he delivered that palm strike, Van Mak Vai hadn't been able to resist at all. It was like being plunged into endless darkness. Although the man had spared his life in the end, having experienced that absolute void, his eyes had never been able to see light the same way again. From then on, that man became his lifelong nightmare. And this palm strike from Tien Savu was identical to that man's. In a flash, that ruthless force crashed down. Van Mak Vai felt as though Mount Tai was pressing down on him. Immediately after, a thunderous boom erupted from the crevice, and the entire cottage was completely pulverized by the force of the strike. A moment later, a figure slowly stepped out from the dust and smoke. Van Mak Vai was covered in a protective aura and was completely unharmed. The Heavenly Vault Taoist walked up to Tien Savu and said in a low voice, "I thought I'd never have to experience that feeling again." Saying this, Van Mak V's eyes widened. Today, he had finally broken free from that nightmare. Tien Savu gave a cold, mocking smile and said, "If that's the case, then let's keep fighting." Van Mak Vai grunted in agreement and let out a soft shout, his left hand suddenly rising to strike right at Tien Savu's face. The boy hurriedly tilted his head to dodge, trying to block. Unexpectedly, another iron chain whipped toward him. Tien Savu could only raise his elbow to parry the chain aimed at his head. With 2 of Van Mak Vai's iron chains under his control, combined with his powerful palm techniques, the boy was finding it hard to keep up. Tien Savu suddenly retreated, trying to put some distance between them, but the 2 chains followed him like a shadow, refusing to let go. Noticing the boy leaping into the air, Van Mak Vai gave a short shout, swinging both hands. The 2 chains lashed out like twin dragons rising from the sea, striking directly at Tien Savu. The boy unleashed a flurry of strikes, hitting the chains hard. For a moment, nothing could be heard but the sound of metal clashing as he drove both chains deep into the cliffside, but Van Mak Vai kept pouring massive amounts of internal energy into the chains, then yanked his hands down hard. He rips a massive boulder from the cliffside and hurls it at the teenager. Tien Savu turns his head to look, but his expression doesn't change at all. The teen suddenly lands a palm strike on the boulder, the force piercing through it in an instant, creating a pillar of stone over a yard wide. The rest of the boulder continues to fall, slamming straight toward Van Mak V. Does he see it coming? He doesn't dodge or evade, just gathers his strength and leaps. Van Mach V also flies through that hole, launching himself into the air to attack Thien Savu. Seeing this, he immediately swings his right arm, and the 1,000-pound stone pillar rockets forward, smashing toward Van Mach Vi. After throwing the pillar, the teenager kicks out one more time. Van Mach Vi raises both hands to block, struggling to hold his ground, but he's hovering in midair with nothing to push off of. In that desperate moment, he hurriedly tosses out 2 black iron chains, using both hands to channel his energy and split the pillar in 2. Thien Savu can't help but secretly admire the guy's extensive experience. Right after that, Van Mach Vi lets out a loud roar, swings both hands, and the 2 halves of the pillar come flying back at the teenager. Thien Savu pushes out with both palms, and the stone shatters instantly, rubble raining down. Van Mach Vi taps the tip of his foot on a piece of debris, using the rebound force to launch himself up, then throws a punch at Thien Savu. The teen raises his right leg, using his knee to block the powerful blow, then twists his body to land a punch on his opponent's face. The latter, caught off guard, falls instantly. The teen doesn't let up, delivering a kick to Van Mach V's side, sending the man plummeting like a shooting star. Unexpectedly, Van Mach Vi suddenly throws out a chain, wrapping it tight around the teenager's left arm before he can even react. Thien Savu's heart skips a beat. The guy is clearly trying to take him down with him. Van Mach Vi lets out a shout, channeling strength into his arm, and pulls himself back up to grapple with the teen. The 2 float mid-air, using each other's force to trade blows. After a few moves, they both crash back to the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust instantly. When the dust settles, the 2 are seen locked in hand-to-hand combat, the surging power on their fists erupting violently. Suddenly, Van Mach Vi feels his heart stop beating, and the next second, Thien Savu's internal energy surges upward, knocking him flying before he can even react. Van Mach Vi feels his blood boiling uncontrollably. Even regulating his breath feels harder than climbing to heaven. Desperate, he has to rely on the black iron chain just to stay standing. After steadying himself, Van Mach Vi feels a burning sensation in his chest, and a mouthful of fresh blood pours out of his nose and mouth. Looking at the handsome teenager standing as still as a mountain in the distance, this Taoist priest of the heavenly vault realizes he's been backed into a corner, but he has nowhere left to retreat. Thinking this, he takes a deep breath, circulating his internal energy to his limbs. Suddenly, the chains wrapped around him burst into raging flames. This was supposed to be the ultimate move he perfected for that person. But the strength of the kid in front of him is too terrifying. He has to kill him before he grows even stronger. Van Mach V's whole body is glowing red like fire, clearly pushing his internal energy to the absolute limit. Next, he's completely enveloped by a roaring blaze. Thien Savu's expression shifts slightly. He didn't expect the guy to be able to pull off a move like this while so heavily injured. At this point, countless chains are spinning around Van Mach Vi at breakneck speed, scorching energy constantly pouring into his raised left hand. Hantu arrives, just in time to see this scene from afar, and the head disciple of the Chungnam sect breaks into a cold sweat in an instant. Seeing that the person fighting his big brother is Van Mach Vi, and knowing from his master that Van Mach Vi has an ultimate technique called the finger that breaks the heavens, this must be that very move. He goes to draw his sword to help his brother, but a hand as cold as ice grabs the hilt. Hantu turns his head and sees the ice flower Han Huangya. Hantu says bluntly that Thien Savu's life is in danger, so how can he just stand there? Han Huangya admires the teen's sense of justice, but tells him frankly that going over there now would only be a hindrance. Meanwhile, the Nam Kung father and son, who have been watching the fight, decide to act. Nam Kung Tuong Win is shocked to see his father draw his sword, and hears Nam Kung So Tien say in a low voice, "Today concerns the survival of the Nam Kung family. Everyone, give it your all. Whatever the consequences, I will take responsibility myself." Mo Dung Quan Than hears this and asks sarcastically, "Why didn't you all attack together earlier? Shut up. This isn't the place for you to talk." Uncle Van Mach Vi wanted a one-on-one duel with the god of war, so he obviously couldn't go against his wishes. Saying this, Nam Kung Tuong Win turns in his head back. Mo Dung Quan Than, I know you're here to keep an eye on us. Feel free to go back and report. We don't need your interference here. Mo Dung Quan Than smirks but doesn't argue. Nobody knows what this young master of the Mo Dung family is planning. Back on the battlefield, Van Mach Vi lets out a roar, and the chain starts spinning even faster. Massive energy surges, sending debris flying everywhere as large rocks fall, as if intentionally blocking Thien Savu's escape route. As the intense energy gathers in Van Mach Vi's hand, many of the chain can't withstand the pressure and snap with a loud bang. Van Mach Vi extends a single finger, focusing all his energy into that fingertip. Thien Savu sees this and his pupils contract. He stretches out his left hand, gathering energy in his palm before clenching it into a fist, pouring all his strength into the strike. Since his opponent has used his strongest move, he prepares to use the ultimate technique passed down by his master. Tien Savu's internal energy circulates endlessly, condensing into 9 dragons of energy around his fist. Just then, Van Mok Vi points his finger, and a powerful surge of energy strikes like a lightning bolt. As Tien Savu punches to meet it, the 9 dragons merge into one, creating a deafening boom. Van Mok Vi widens his eyes, in disbelief. His eyes, which had been blind for decades, can actually see the light. At this very moment, his sight has returned to normal, but right after that, the energy dragon crashes down on him like a 10,000-pound hammer. A moment later, Van Mok Vi manages to open his eyes, and sure enough, he sees the bright moon in the night sky. The Taoist mutters, "I never expected to see the moon before I died." Tien Savu says softly, "You truly live up to your title as one of the 4 revered ones." Van Mok Vi smiles and replies, "Just an empty title. I lost this fight fair and square, and I have no regrets in death. Kid, what's the name of your final move? It's called 9 Dragons Roar at the Heavens. My master said this move can slay the immortals in the sky." After that, Tien Savu asked the question that had been bugging him. "Wan Mu Wei, you're such a powerful martial artist. Why do you take orders from Huang Fu Jun Yue?" Back then, when I was traveling in the north, I was nearly beaten to death by a martial arts master, and these eyes of mine were ruined. Did Huang Fu Jun Yue save my life? I don't know why he appeared there, and I don't know if he ever fought that master. At this point, Wan Mu Wei's breath grew weak. That person spared my life, but he took my eyes. You helped me see the light, only to take my life away. In the distance, Yin Jijiao stood frozen like a wooden statue. She never expected Wan Mu Wei to die at the hands of the war god. Suddenly, she seemed to lose her mind, let out a shrill laugh, then drew 2 sabers and charged straight at Tien Savu. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Namkung Sotien ordered from the cliffside, and several experts from the Namkung clan immediately drew their bows, unleashing a rain of arrows straight at Tien Savu. Seeing Wan Mu Wei's limbs severed and his breath fading, Yin Jijiao let out a scream and lunged toward Tien Savu. But suddenly, a twist occurred. Many experts from the Namkung clan fired in unison. One arrow pierced through her head, and in an instant, countless arrows rained down, turning her into a human pincushion. Tien Savu was shielded by her, so he was unscathed. Yin Jijiao's eyes widened, as if she couldn't believe it. Tien Savu spoke coldly. "You planned all of this. Did you expect it to end this way?" Yin Jijiao looked at the young man with a venomous glare, saying she never intended to leave this place alive. "They say a dying person speaks the truth. Now, tell me what you did." To Han Huangna, "The more curious you are, the less I'll tell you. Plus, you should be worried about yourself." Hearing this, Tien Savu's expression changed drastically. He heard strange sounds coming from the arrows. It was the sound of burning gunpowder. "These are thunder arrows, specially prepared for you. War. God. Let's go to hell together." As soon as Yin Jijiao finished speaking, a thunderous explosion rang out, and she and Wan Mu Wei were instantly blown to dust. Tien Savu reacted quickly, leaping back several yards to escape death. But before he could even recover from the blast, Nam Kung So Tien jumped down from the sky, slashing at the boy with his sword. The latter couldn't react in time to dodge, so he could only channel his internal energy into his hands, crossing them in front of his chest and block the strike with his own body. Though his arms weren't severed, the massive force still sent the boy stumbling. Nam Kung So Tien's aged eyes were filled with murderous intent. He quickly extended 2 fingers to form a sword seal, channeling pure energy into the blade. Nam Kung So Tien flicked his left hand, and the force on the sword transformed into sword chi, firing toward him. Tien Savu tried to dodge, but was still knocked back several yards. By the time he stood his ground and looked at his palms, he saw his skin had been slashed open. His eyes sharpened as he glared at his opponent, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "You're already here, and you're still resorting to sneak attacks? Only a fool talks about martial honor." Nam Kung So Tien swung his sword into a stance and replied coldly, "In the martial world, survival is the only truth." Tien Savu's face grew grim. Without another word, he moved his hands, hurling several large boulders at Nam Kung So Tien. The latter didn't take it lightly, repeatedly slashing his sword to release waves of ki, shattering the boulders like they were made of tofu. Then, Nam Kung So Tien stomped hard on the ground, shot forward, and thrusted his sword straight at Tien Savu. The boy rubbed his hands together, grinding the opponent's sword chi to nothing, but was still knocked back by the massive force. Having landed a hit, Nam Kung So Tien continued his assault, spinning in midair to leverage his momentum for a downward slash. This was his signature technique, the 9-turn thunder sword. But he never dreamed that a twist would happen now. Suddenly, a bulky figure descended from the sky, delivering a punch with the power of a mountain collapse right to his head. Tien Savu looked coldly at the scene, seeing the giant's iron fist covered in blood and gore. Mo Dong Quan Than casually wiped the blood off his hand and laughed loudly. War god, I've missed you to death. It turned out that as the two fought, the Nam Kung clan experts had been aiming small arrows at both of them. This was the plan Nam Kung So Tien had devised. He would keep Thien Savu distracted, then have his men fire the thunder arrows to kill them both. But Nam Kung Thuong Ween couldn't bring himself to kill his own father, so he hadn't given the order to fire. Mo Dong Quan Than kept urging him not to miss the opportunity. Nam Kung Thuong Ween scolded him to shut up, saying he was waiting for the perfect moment. Who would have guessed that this hesitation would lead Mo Dong Quan Than, the one seeking revenge, to strike first, thrusting his palm right through the guy's chest. The Nam Kung clan experts were terrified, but Mo Dong Quan Than's expression remained unchanged as he said coldly, "If you guys don't act now, I'll send you to join Nam Kung Thuong Win. If you obey, I'll ensure you live in luxury within the 5 Dragon League." The minions exchanged looks and shouted, "We swear our lives to the Nam Kung clan," and aimed their bows at Mo Dong Quan Than. Mo Dong Quan Than clapped his hands forcefully, sending out bursts of energy that killed the minions on the spot. After finishing everything, Mo Dong Quan Than smiled, then jumped down from the tree by the cliff. But his target wasn't the war god, it was Nam Kung So Tien, which explained the brutal scene earlier. Thien Savu stared for a long time but still didn't recognize who the other guy was. Mo Dong Quan Than couldn't help but sneer. "It was because of you that I ended up like this, yet you don't even remember me." As he spoke, he suddenly flew into a rage and unleashed a palm strike, a surge of heavy force slamming straight at Thien Savu's head. The latter hurriedly raised his hands to block. He managed to deflect it, but was still knocked back like a kite with a broken string. By the time Thien Savu steadied himself, a trail of bright red blood was leaking from the corner of his mouth. The boy wiped the blood from his lips, then slowly walked up to Mo Dong Quan Than and stood still. He let out a soft shout, his full power erupting, and waves of internal energy surged outward, swirling with countless debris. Seeing this, Mo Dong Quan Than said with a sneer, "I didn't expect you to have so much fight left after battling 2 people." Thien Savu replied calmly, "The heaven-shattering 5 phases never retreat when facing an enemy." Meanwhile, at the peak of the 5 Dragon League, Huangfu Jun Yue stood with his hands behind his back, looking toward Funiet Island. He listened for a moment, but only heard a huge explosion, and this fist saint could finally wait no longer. He let out a long sigh. His subordinate noticed this and couldn't help but ask, "Alliance Master, why the sigh?" Nangong Suojin's plan had undoubtedly failed. The subordinate heard this and looked on in disbelief. The war god was actually able to defeat 2 top-tier masters back-to-back. No need to worry about him anymore. Now, what is the situation with the Juzhong Manor and the Lion Alliance? Those 2 old fogies must have also noticed the events on Funingyiet Island. The subordinate said that the sword saint, Mai Hoa, had received word from Don Mok Tung Yen, but Van Diep too still hadn't given any orders to act, while the invincible blade tyrant seemed to be weighing the entire situation. Right now, my men haven't been able to scout any specific info on the Lion Alliance, but the weird thing is that Han Huangya ran off to Funingyiet Island without any orders. Perhaps Chiat Haotham is also confused by the chaos right now. Huang Fu Quanyak heard his subordinate's report and said in a low, gravelly voice, "Maybe now is the perfect time. It's time to change the landscape of the Iron Martial Alliance. Spread the word immediately. Tell everyone that I, Huang Fu Quanyak, am calling for a heroes' assembly." On the mountaintop, Huang Fu Quanyak commanded, "The time is ripe. Send the message. I am calling a heroes' assembly." After a moment of silence, the fist saint added, "Hold on. One more thing. Dispatch all forces to the Nangong family estate to protect Nangong Tikyu." The subordinate looked confused. "Alliance Master, do you really think the war god will win?" Huang Fu Quanyak's face turned serious. If it were a perfect immortal demon corpse, the war god would definitely lose. But Mu Dong Quan Than is just like Kang Wei, only a prototype. Even though the war god has won 2 fights in a row and must be exhausted by now, his martial arts are bizarre. I'm worried that Mu Dong Quan Than won't be a match for him. He sighed, "But if Mu Dong Quan Than dies, that's fine too. The next immortal demon corpse will be even more perfect. Go take care of everything. We still have a lot of work to do." Over on Funingyiet Island, Mu Dong Quan Than narrowed his eyes, watching the surging aura around Thien Savu, then shouted and lunged forward, driving his elbow into Thien Savu's face. Thien Savu raised his hand to block, but was pushed back into a boulder by Mu Dong Quan Than. With bloodshot eyes, Mu Dong Quan Than roared, "My father's tragic death is on you. My little brother's tragic death is on you. War god, the fact that I'm living a life worse than death is also on you." Mu Yung Guanteng hammered down with his fists. Thien Savu deflected, but the sheer force shattered the rock behind him. The young man's eyes flashed as he spotted an opening. Thien Savu clenched his right fist, channeling his overwhelming force into his punch, and struck, colliding with his opponent's fist. The The two massive surges of energy crashed together, creating a thunderous explosion. Mudong Quanthan was startled. He felt a fierce surge of energy drill into his arm. His right arm was twisted, but he didn't feel a thing and just laughed coldly. Is that all you've got? As soon as the words left his lips, his twitching arm quickly recovered to normal. Mudong Quanthan laughed loudly and threw a punch downward. Tien Savu shattered the boulder and was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. The young man hit the ground and rolled several times. Mudong Quanthan's arrogant laughter echoed. I know your martial arts are incredible, but they're useless against the immortal demon corpse. No matter how much this body gets hurt, it can heal immediately. Tien Savu struggled to stand up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his long phoenix eyes calm and unmoving. In the crevice, Han To and Han Huangya were watching from afar when they heard a loud explosion from the battlefield. Han Tu called out to his big brother in worry. Han Huangya's expression also changed, her mouth agape, as she saw two figures darting out of the dust cloud. Tien Savu led the way, with Mudong Quanthan chasing after him, radiating killing intent. The young man dodged while thinking. The netherworld demon blade also came from the Five Dragon Alliance, and both had the ability to heal and possessed extraordinary physiques. Thinking of this, Tien Savu couldn't help but mutter, what exactly is that old man? Hoang Fu Quan Nak? Planning? Before he could think further, Mudong Quanthan attacked even more fiercely. The two figures streaked through the crevice. Tien Savu seized the opportunity, slid behind his opponent, and kicked the back of Mudong Quanthan's knee, but in less than a single breath, his leg healed back to normal. Mudong Quanthan spun around and threw a punch, hitting Tien Savu in the face and sending him flying back. Suddenly, the young man sensed danger from behind. In the nick of time, Tien Savu unleashed a white horse technique, kicking Mudong Quanthan away. Finally clear, the young man landed safely. Mudong Quanthan also steadied himself a few yards away. Tien Savu had never been this serious. The heaven-breaking divine skill relied on cutting off the circulation of blood and energy, but the opponent has a powerful self-healing ability. The most difficult part is that the opponent's blood and energy flow unimpeded, and inner energy injected into his meridians has absolutely no effect. At this moment, Mudong Quanthan shouted and raised his right hand. Tien Savu didn't hold back either, raising his left hand. Their palms collided, the powerful blast sending debris flying everywhere. In the heat of the clash, Tien Savu thought quickly, is the immortal demon corpse truly invincible? Mudong Quanthan felt terrified inside. He didn't expect the war god to still be this strong after so many battles. With that in mind, he recklessly gambled on victory, pressing his left hand hard into the Tianfu point on his right arm. Mudong Quanthan's palm force suddenly surged. Tien Savu didn't hold back anymore, unleashing all his inner energy. The young man's expression remained as cold as ever, but in his mind, he recalled a conversation from 10 years ago. Master, you say the slaying the immortal technique of the heaven-breaking divine skill can kill even immortals. But aren't immortals supposed to be immortal? Ordinary people think immortals are eternal, but in this world, nothing is truly indestructible. Take the three immortals of the Myriad Immortal Cave as an example. Their lifespan has indeed exceeded that of ordinary people. The virtue Venerable, for instance, is said to have lived for 3 cycles. But Savu, you must remember, there is nothing in this world that is truly immortal. You can use many ways to approach mortality, but that's only delaying death, especially in the face of the heaven-breaking divine skill. Recalling this, Tien Savu gave a cold laugh, his inner energy surging, and he said in a low voice, especially in the face of the heaven-breaking divine skill, immortality is just a joke. Finishing his sentence, Tien Savu extended his 2 right fingers, domineering energy, swirling around his fingertips. Immediately after, a powerful force shot out like a rainbow, piercing the sun, imprinting itself onto Mudong Quanthan's chest. The man screamed in excruciating pain, like his insides were being torn apart. His body was thrown back like a kite with a broken string, stumbling several yards before he could steady himself. The domineering energy invaded Mudong Quanthan's chest, and no matter how he endured it, he couldn't stand the pain. Tien Savu's calm voice rang out. Didn't you say you didn't feel any pain? Why are you screaming so loud now? Mudong Quanthan just laughed out loud. Can't you see? The wound on my chest has already healed, war. I told you that you couldn't hurt me. Tien Savu sneered. The heaven-breaking divine art cannot be broken. Seeing the other's confidence, Mudong Quanthan felt a flash of panic. Just then, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he stared down at his dantian in disbelief. And right after that, he felt the chi in his body erupt. Even as an undying demon corpse, he was shaken enough to cough up blood. Mudong Quanthan gritted his teeth and hissed, Damn it, I am an immortal demon corpse. I am indestructible. This little internal injury will heal in no time. Tien Savu chuckled. If it heals, then stop yapping and keep fighting. Although Mo Dongquan Than talked tough, he was actually shocked to his core. Ever since he became an immortal demon corpse, this was the first time he had felt pain. Could this kid's martial arts really be that different? Thinking this, he knew he couldn't drag this out, so he rushed forward and threw a palm strike toward Tien Sa-vu. The young man just reached out with his left hand to meet it. Tien Sa-vu had his hands behind his back, standing perfectly still, looking elegant. The young man's eyes were as calm as water as he coolly said, "I already told you, the 5 heavenly generals never know the meaning of defeat." No sooner had he finished than the chi in Tien Sa-vu's hand surged, the force as powerful as a waterfall crashing down. Mo Dung Quan Than let out a miserable shriek and was sent flying backward. By now, the young clan leader of the Mo Dung family was no longer so arrogant. His bloodshot eyes were filled with disbelief. He looked at his mangled arm, terrified that the wound was not healing like it usually did. Before he could recover, his dantian was shaken again. Mo Dung Quan Than spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and trembled as he asked, "What did you do to my body?" The heaven-breaking divine art is based on cutting off the flow of chi and blood. Your ability to heal yourself is strong, which truly gave me a headache. But my immortal slaying technique is a law unto itself. Once that chi invades your body, it won't follow your meridians. Saying this, the killing intent in Tien Sa-vu's eyes flared up as it occupied a spot, never to leave until you're dead. Finished speaking, Tien Sa-vu's chi surged endlessly as he said coldly, "Mo Dung, Quan Than, you are a dead man." Hearing this, Mo Dung Quan Than's expression changed instantly. "God of War, I'll fight you to the death." The young clan leader of the Mo Dung family charged forward and swung a palm down, but Tien Sa-vu dodged it with ease. Unexpectedly, Mo Dung Quan Than's move was just a feint. Right after that, he took the chance to pull out his blade and bolt. Tien Sa-vu couldn't help but laugh at the sight. The young man raised his right hand, swirling with overpowering chi. With a cold gaze, he whispered, "If you want to die that badly, I'll grant you your wish." Mo Dung Quan Than glanced back, terrified. He looked toward the cliff, and his eyes suddenly lit up. It turned out there were still many unused lightning arrows left there. The quick-witted young clan leader turned around, pointed a finger, and a burst of energy shot out, detonating the lightning arrows. In an instant, explosions echoed across Foong Gayet Island. The cliff faces on both sides cracked and exploded, and boulder came crashing down. Tien Sa-vu found this all too familiar and muttered, "Every time I run into the Mo Dung family, the game is always about destruction." Han To and Han Huangya dodged the falling rocks, and the usually calm girl's expression changed. Compared to Han Huangya, Han Tu was even more worried, watching the massive boulders slamming down on top of Tien Sa-vu. Han Tu screamed, "Big brother, look out!" A while later, when things in the ravine finally settled down, the two of them kept calling out for Tien Sa-vu. Just then, a familiar voice rang out, "I'm here." The two followed the sound and saw Tien Sa-vu holding up a massive boulder, standing tall and proud. The young man sighed. His cultivation wasn't quite high enough yet. Then he raised his hand and tossed the 1,000-pound rock away. Tien Sa-vu looked around, but the figure of Mo Dung Quan Than had already vanished. The young man felt a pang of regret. If he didn't kill him, he would become a major threat later. Just then, Han To and the others approached. "Big brother, I knew you'd be okay." Tien Sa-vu nodded, saying he was fine, then looked at Han Huangya. The young man's pupils constricted in disbelief. Didn't Amko Jiao say that Han Huangya was already dead? Immediately after, Han Huangya felt a rush of wind, and before she could even react, she was pulled into Tien Sa-vu's arms. The girl was stunned, completely lost. "Young hero Tien, what is the meaning of this?" "Nothing. I'm just happy to see you safe and sound." Han Tu watched this and his jaw hit the floor. The young man made a silent vow that Miss Tu must never find out about this. Then, Tien Sa-vu's voice suddenly turned cold, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he said, "I swear I won't let anyone who tried to hurt you get away with it." Having said that, Tien Sa-vu gently pushed Han Huangya away, then looked at Han To and instructed, "Han To, take Miss Han back to the Fion group first." Han Tu did understand and said, "If we go together." Han Huangya also advised him to return together to plan their next move, as the commotion tonight was too big and would likely draw the attention of the major factions. Tien Sa-vu ignored their advice. He had already killed so many people, he wouldn't mind killing one more. At the same time, at Nam Kung family residence within the Tiet Vo Min, Nam Kung Kyo was nervously biting her nails. This blood lotus was no longer the calm person she once was. She was like an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in the room. Every quarter of an hour, she asked if there was any news. The guards of the Nagu Longmin advised her not to worry, because even if the God of War didn't die on Foong Guyet Island, the 100 elite fighters who died by his hand were enough for him to face the consequences. Before he could finish, someone outside started yelling, "Who is it? Stop him, now!" Nam Kung Tu felt like she was falling into an abyss, while the guard captain just gave a cold laugh and drew his sword. Miss Nam Kung, don't worry, I'll be right back. Unexpectedly, before the guard captain could even step out the door, it was smashed to pieces, and a blast of powerful energy slammed straight into his chest. The guard captain was sent flying backward and died on the spot. Under the moonlight, a young man in ragged clothing stepped into the room. Outside, the bodies of over 100 Ngulong Min elites were piled up, and the young man's clothes were soaked in blood. Thien Savu slowly walked forward and said softly, Nam Kung Tu. I remember telling you, if you pull another stunt, I will kill you. Seeing the cold gaze of the young man, Nam Kung Tu knew he really intended to kill her, and she broke into a cold sweat, trembling as she said, if you kill me, you are making an enemy of the Ngu, Long Min. Thien Savu sneered, filled with disdain. Even if it means taking on the entire Tiet Vo Min, I, one of the 5 heavenly generals, am not afraid. Just then, a figure flew toward them, and the god of war stopped. Thien Savu frowned slightly. This person could approach him silently, proving their strength was no joke. Could it be royal reinforcements? Huangfu Junyue sent you? The man in the bamboo hat noticed his silence and continued. Regardless, the Nangong clan is part of the 5 Dragon Alliance. Even if Nangong Suqiao committed a crime, it should be handled by the 5 Dragon Alliance, not you. Nangong Suqiao, like a drowning person grabbing a lifeline, screamed, Chief Lian, I know the Alliance leader won't abandon me. The man in the hat glanced at her, saying nothing. This was the chief of the 5 Dragon Alliance, Lian Bue. He drew his Than Truong sword and said in a low voice, the Nangong clan has already been wiped out by you. If you go any further, the 5 Dragon Alliance will not just stand by. The Alliance leader doesn't want the fighting to spread, so I advise you to stop now. There are 100 elite masters from our enforcement division outside. If you have a death wish, don't blame me for not warning you. Hearing the 3 words, enforcement division, Zhan Sawu laughed coldly. I remember now. Back when you were trying to dodge the responsibility of kidnapping Master Mo's family, it was also your enforcement division that stepped up to frame Deng Wuxi. Looking at the cold eyes of his opponent, Lian Bue said, God of War, that matter has already been concluded. Don't go around spreading lies, or don't blame us for being ruthless. Nangong Suqiao, hearing this, felt a surge of joy. From their dialogue, she had gathered some information. Huangfu Junyue was also deeply dissatisfied with the God of War. This bloody lotus laughed hysterically, almost losing her mind. God of War, you've slaughtered hundreds of Nangong clan warriors. The 5 Dragon Alliance might turn a blind eye, but if you kill me someone officially holding a position within the 5 Dragon Alliance that is nothing short of declaring war on us. Zhan Sawu made a mocking noise, then, without warning, pointed a finger. Lian Bue's expression shifted. He hurriedly tried to warn Nangong Suqiao to get out of the way, but a powerful wave of energy shattered her arm. The woman's shrill screams echoed throughout the great hall. Lian Bue roared, God of War, are you really being this unreasonable? Only now do you want to talk reason with me? When you kidnapped Mogu's family, did you talk reason? When you framed Deng Wuxi, did you talk reason? At this, Zhan Sawu's eyes became piercing. Since we can't reason with each other, let's just be straightforward. Seeing the beast-like intensity in his eyes, Lian Bue had no doubt about the God of War's determination to slaughter everyone. He recalled the instructions Huangfu Junyue gave him before he left. Those small fry definitely aren't the God of War's match. If he is still alive, he will definitely go to kill Nangong Suqiao. When that happens, relay my words to him and try to convince him to stop. If, after knowing the Alliance leader's intent, he still refuses to stop, should you kill him on the spot? Huangfu Junyue sighed and said slowly, even if you join forces with the enforcement division, you won't be able to kill him. At that point, sacrificing the Nangong clan is worth it. If he truly refuses to back down, you must withdraw immediately. Until the hero assembly begins, don't provoke him any further. Speaking of which, Huangfu Junwei smiled slightly. But from the moment he killed Nangong Suqiao, he has completely fallen into my trap. Zhan Sawu focused his energy into his eyes, his internal power continuously rising. Those closest to him, including Lian Bue, felt blood beginning to trickle from their noses and mouths. A moment later, the chief did not draw his sword but turned to leave. Before departing, he said viciously, you brought this on yourself. If you want to be an enemy of the 5 Dragon Alliance, bear the consequences. Zhan Sawu scoffed without looking back, calmly replying, you people are always like this. Do whatever you want if you like. Lian Bue said nothing more and vanished in a flash of movement. Nangong Suqiao felt like she had fallen into an abyss. No matter how much she screamed, no one answered. Zhan Sawu raised his right hand, his chi churning in his palm. Watching the man slowly approaching, Nangong Suqiao, trembling, begged, wait, God of War, let's talk this through calmly. I can understand you using every method to kill me, but you dare to touch my master's daughter? This I cannot accept. Right after that, Nangong Suchao's pupils contracted, followed by a scream that tore through the night. A few days later, in the secret underground base of the Iron Martial Alliance, Huangfu Junyue arrived alone. The god of war's appearance had completely changed the landscape of the Iron Martial Alliance. Although he had lost a powerful asset in the Nangong clan, it actually fit his plans perfectly. As he reached the end of the tunnel, this saint of fists smirked. How did you find this secret place? No sooner had he finished speaking, a figure descended from above. Yun Deezy stood with his hands behind his back, as graceful as an immortal, and replied softly, I owe it to a friend for helping me find this place. Huangfu Junyue smiled, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Plum Blossom Sword Saint, it's been a while. It really has been a long time since I've spoken face-to-face with Alliance leader Huangfu. The two found a space to sit and greet each other. Huangfu Junyue placed a jar of wine and 2 cups on the table, but immediately, a wave of energy struck, knocking the wine cups away. The man a few yards away channeled power into his hand, pulling the wine jar toward him. Xie Haochen tilted his head back and drank the entire thing, provocatively saying, Since I've arrived, Alliance leader Huangfu, you shouldn't have only prepared 2 cups, should you? Huangfu Junyue didn't get angry but laughed, calmly saying, Still as ill-mannered as ever, it's truly repulsive. The champion saber master glanced sideways at his opponent. Mountains and rivers are easy to change, but a man's nature is hard to alter. People like us only change when we die. Seeing the two were about to argue, Yun Diezi quickly changed the subject. Did Alliance leader Huangfu call us here for the hero assembly by any chance? That's right. I want to discuss this matter with you two. Xie Haochen also dropped his mocking expression and asked seriously, Do you really want to disband the Iron Martial Alliance? It was 10 years ago that the Central Plains martial arts world organized a hero assembly. The masters agreed to form the Iron Martial Alliance to stand together against the Yuan dynasty. Now that the Yuan have retreated to the grasslands and the situation is settled, according to the initial agreement, if we are to disband the Iron Martial Alliance, we must also hold a hero assembly. Xie Haochen narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. For 10 years, we've all achieved what we wanted. It's time to go our separate ways. If you two have already decided, then I have no reason to object. Let's hold the hero assembly in 1 month to decide. Today, I invited you both here for a second matter we need to discuss. I'm sure you've heard that the god of war wiped out the Nangong clan. Everyone knows the Nangong clan was a prestigious family of the Central Plains martial world, with great contributions in resisting the Yuan dynasty. Zhang Sawu not only slaughtered the Nangong clan on Fuyue Island, but also killed Nangong Suchao, the only survivor. This act is truly cruel and excessive, unforgivable by heaven and earth. As the alliance leader of the Five Dragon Alliance, I certainly cannot. Standing with his arms crossed inside the iron cage, Tien Savu opened his eyes and stared at this so-called power saint. Old man, so this was your scheme all along. Flashback to a few days ago, at Tiantu Mountain, 500 miles north of Dongdin Lake, an old man in white robes stood with his hands behind his back and said in a low voice, The twin freaks of Heaven's Gate. It's been a while, hasn't it? You two have grown quite bold. The gray-robed old man replied, his tone filled with malice. Old freak Nai Van, you dared to take the life of my disciple, and yet you still dare to spout such arrogance? Wei Van Hien Dao kept his eyes closed, showing no fear. Your disciple was devoid of humanity and righteousness. I killed him. What is wrong with that? The green-robed old man let out a cold snort and retorted, protecting an accomplice. She was just a woman. Why be so cruel? Cut the chatter. Even if you are one of the 3 tyrants, we, the twin freaks of Heaven's Gate, aren't afraid of you. Then come at me. Nui Van Hien Dao stretched out his bony hand and curled it into a claw. As he channeled his inner energy to his fingertips, his knuckles popped like crackling beans. He then crouched into a fighting stance as bright red energy radiated from his body. Ni Van Hien Dao's gaze sharpened, and he said coldly, Are you really unaware that my very body is a weapon? The gray-robed old man laughed loudly, shouted, Good, 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 and kicked hard off the ground, launching himself at his opponent. The green-robed man shouted, Follow me, brother. As they were in mid-air, the two connected their short spears together, instantly turning them into a strange, deadly weapon. Nui Van Hien Dao's figure flashed, his hands suddenly parted, and in the blink of an eye, he had appeared behind the twin freaks. Following that, 2 agonizing screams rang out in the air. The twin freaks were now the 4 pieces of Heaven's Gate as their 4 body parts fell like autumn leaves into the deep abyss. Nui Van Hien Dao let out a sigh and said softly, Come out, stop hiding like a coward. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared behind him. Ling, from the Lion Alliance, pays respects to Senior Nui Van. The old man turned his head to glance at the newcomer. It was the young master of Chiet Hao, Tham, what business do you have with me? A few days ago, the war god went on a killing spree on Funangayat Island. Not only did he defeat Van Mok Vai, one of the four venerables, but he also wiped out the entire Namkung family of the Five Dragon Alliance. My father hopes you will intervene, senior. Nui Van Hien Dao thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "Go back and tell your father that I have no desire to get involved. Although I have some history with Chief Chiet, it isn't enough for me to risk my life for him, let alone get involved in the war god's affairs. Why should I meddle? What if we use the blood jade as a condition? Would you be willing to take action then, senior?" Hearing this, Nui Van Hien Dao's expression shifted slightly. He stared intensely at Chiet Mo Lin, asking himself, "Is this for real? Your father is personally promising that if I step in, the blood jade will be my reward? In that case, I will go meet this war god. I'm curious to see what kind of person he is that forced you all to hire an outsider like me." The old man, known as the Iron Tyrant, muttered to himself, truly finding the prospect worth the wait. This was the Iron Martial Alliance, the largest martial arts organization in the Central Plains, yet it was being mocked by this white-robed old man for no longer having its former glory. Nai Van Hien Dao followed Chiet Mo Lin across the lake to the Iron Martial Alliance, and as soon as he reached the shore, the members of the Lion Alliance bowed respectfully to greet him. The one welcoming him was the harbor master, Kat Trung Hoa, a complete contrast to his attitude when he met Thien Sa Vu. This man, known as Soul-Snatching Shadow, was clearly acting much more humble today. "Senior Nui Van, thank you for the long journey. Please, head to your quarters. My father will hold a banquet in your honor tonight. I will personally come to escort you then." Hearing this, the Iron Tyrant smiled. If someone didn't know better, they'd think I was here for a vacation. No, you need for a room, and I don't need any banquets. I know where the Great Heaven Trading Guild is. You don't need to follow me. After saying that, Nui Van Hien Dao waved his hand and walked straight toward the Great Heaven Trading Guild alone. At the same time, at the guild, the 10 branch heads were all gathered. They were debating fiercely over which side the guild should stand on. Since Thien Sa Vu arrived at the Iron Martial Alliance, his reputation had exploded. Some admired the overwhelming martial art of the war god, while others resented him because of the Five Dragon Alliance. After he defeated Van Mok Vai, the situation shifted. The war god's strength, which surpassed the four venerables, commanded even more respect. But after the news of Nam Kung Tu Q's death spread, public opinion turned against war god. Rumors of him being a ruthless, cold-blooded killer began to rise sharply. This time, it wasn't just the Five Dragon Alliance wanting to punish him. Even the Nine Heavens Mansion and the Lion Alliance were chiming in. As a result, the Great Heaven Trading Guild, where Thien Sa Vu was staying, became a target for everyone. Countless eyes were silently watching their every move. Inside the guild, they were split into two factions. One, led by Han Sun, advocated for severing ties with the war god to protect the guild's interests. The other, led by Tone Dao Hon, supported him, arguing that Tu Tu Ho had spent so much effort searching for Thien Sa Vu over the years. Everyone could see that, and he had previously helped the guild in Tien Wen. Cutting him off now would be the ultimate act of betrayal by the young mistress. Acting president, we are merchants. Prioritizing profit is our basic principle. Hesitation only brings trouble to the guild. Head Han, business requires integrity. If we cut off ties with our own benefactor, who will dare to partner with us in the future? Tu Tu Ho tapped her fingers lightly on the armrest. The brilliant woman was lost in deep thought. A moment later, Tu Tu Ho spoke in a soft, gentle voice. "Uncle Han is right. A merchant can never ignore profit." Han Sun was thrilled to hear this, while Tone Dao Hoen looked dejected. But Uncle also said something true. If a merchant abandons their integrity, they are only digging their own grave. Tu Tu Ho's face hardened, her tone leaving no room for doubt. "I have made my decision. The Great Heaven Trading Guild will stand with the war god." Upon hearing this, Han Sun excitedly called out to her, while Tone Dao Hoen smiled as if he had already predicted the outcome. "Uncle Han, I've decided. No more need for talk. I hope everyone will trust my judgment. This situation will not last long." With that, Tu Tu Ho turned and left. Just then, Kim Lien rushed in, reporting what she had just overheard to her mistress. Tu Tu Ho went pale as she heard the news and cried out, "Impossible! Why would the Lion Alliance do this?" She then rushed to the backyard, desperate to break the news to Thien Sa Vu. She had previously met with Chiet Hao Tham personally and reached an agreement. Even the Invincible Blade Tyrant had promised not to intervene. And yet, the Lion Alliance had broken their word, leaving Tu Tu Ho in a state of chaos. I must have let something slip. Could the Five Dragon Alliance have done something to force the Lion Alliance to change their stance? What? Hong Vu Hu was standing guard outside the back courtyard living room when she saw Tu Tu Ho rushing over, and she couldn't help but be surprised. As the girl bolted straight inside, the elder of the beggar sect hurriedly said, "We have a guest inside." But before he could even finish, Tu Tu Ho threw the door open and charged in. Big brother, we're in trouble. The young lady of the Lion Alliance, in a panic, rushed into the living room. Seeing the scene inside, her words died in her throat. She realized this old man was none other than the Iron Tyrant, Ni Van Hien Dao. To Tuho's face went deathly pale, her heart dropping into the abyss. She never expected the Iron Tyrant to be able to recruit this man. Thien Savu remained as calm as ever, saying that Senior Nai Van had come to visit this morning, and seeing that Tuho was busy, he had hosted him first. At that moment, Nui Van Hien Dao spoke up. Tuho, you really hold the reins of the Great Heaven Trading Group. In just 10 short years, you've turned it into the #1 trading guild. People outside even call you a woman of unparalleled wit and talent. Having said this, the Iron Tyrant suddenly exuded a terrifying aura. He hadn't expected to meet a girl who didn't understand proper etiquette. A frightening pressure slammed into Tu-Ho. The girl's face turned ghostly white instantly. The pressure from this man was on par with the Blade Tyrant. Just then, a soft laugh rang out. Senior, just because I stepped in to host you on behalf of my master doesn't mean you can throw your weight around. As soon as he finished, Thien Savu flicked a finger, and a tyrannical burst of energy instantly shattered the pressure. Nui Van Hien Dao's pupils constricted slightly. Tu-Ho felt the suffocation in her chest vanish. She took a few deep breaths, finally coming back to her senses after a moment, and gently apologized. Tu-Ho didn't know the Iron Tyrant had arrived. I was a bit rude just now. I hope Senior will forgive me. Senior Nui Van, Tu-Ho has already apologized. So please just let this matter go. Ni Van Hien Dao gave a cold snort, showing no emotion, but this single move was enough to prove the rumors outside weren't fake. These words are quite strange. If we're talking about etiquette, Senior wasn't entirely in the right earlier either. Judging a person by only seeing one side of them is bound to be one-sided. Judging the big picture based on a small detail is bound to be biased. Rebutted so sharply yet calmly, Vu Van Hien Dao frowned slightly. Are you lecturing me on how to do things? Little one, I didn't come here at the crack of dawn to argue. Recently, there have been a lot of rumors about me within the Iron Martial Alliance, and I suspect you came here as an agent of the Iron Martial Alliance. Why don't you just say it straight? What exactly is your business here? Good kid, very refreshing. I won't beat around the bush. I'm here today because I want to take you in for the Iron Martial Alliance. Thien Savu looked at his opponent with a sharp gaze and smiled. Senior, do you think that's even possible? It seems a bit difficult, true, but not impossible. On the surface, this Iron Tyrant acted confident, but in his heart he was actually rattled. The person before him was a war god, less than 30 years old, yet he'd managed to defeat Wan Mukvai, one of the 4 great honored ones. This proved his strength was on par with his own. The scariest part was that while this war god possessed unparalleled combat power, he appeared perfectly calm. Those indifferent eyes clearly had been through countless dangerous realms. Even if he fought with his life on the line, Vu Van Hien Dao believed the odds of victory were only 50-50. The Iron Tyrant suddenly cracked a faint, cynical smile. Before meeting you, I was just curious about you. Now, it looks like you really are an opponent worth looking forward to. Thien Savu calmly watched him, waiting for his next words, only to see him slump back into his chair and sigh. It's just a shame I don't have the time to tangle with you, nor do I have the certainty to defeat you. Hearing this, Tu-Ho suddenly had an idea and whispered, from what I know, Senior Vu Van is always arrogant and indifferent to worldly affairs. I don't understand why you'd get involved in this. Is there some other hidden agenda? As soon as she finished, Vu Van Hien Dao narrowed his eyes. There are many things in this world that are hard to understand. Isn't the affair of the Iron Horse Agency the same? Senior also thinks the methods of the 5 Dragon Alliance are absurd. Yet you still intervened in this matter to make things difficult for my brother. If I'm not mistaken, it's because of your grandson, right? Hearing this, the aged eyes of Vu Van Hien Dao locked onto the girl. Tu-Ho showed no fear and continued. From what I know, your grandson suffers from a terminal illness called the 8 Extremes Soul-Severing Pulse. Those with this condition find that their meridians cannot supply chi and blood to the body. In this world only, blood jade can treat this ailment. The Alliance leader must have promised to give you the blood jade once the job is done. I wonder if I guessed, right? Vu Van Hien Dao gave a bitter laugh, his tone full of respect. Miss Tu is indeed as knowledgeable as they say. It commands respect. Immediately after, his eyes flashed with a sharp light and his tone turned cold. So, what do you want to say? I understand your pain, Senior, but it's clear the 5 Dragon Alliance is pulling the strings from behind. At the Great Heaven Trading Group, we will do everything in our power to find the blood jade. I hope you can show some mercy. Vu Van Hien Dao shook his head. Compared to the blood jade, right in front of me, your approach has too many variables, and I don't have time to wait for you to search for it. Even though I am very dissatisfied with the actions of the Five Dragon Alliance, for the sake of my beloved grandson, I have no other choice. Just then, Tien Savu suddenly asked, "Is there no way to have the best of both worlds?" Vu Van Hiendao glanced at him, implying there wasn't. "If I am captured by you and handed over to the Iron Martial Alliance, how will they handle me? You will be detained in the underground dungeon of the Iron Martial Alliance, which is currently guarded by the Five Dragon Alliance. After 1 month, they will hold a heroes' assembly to conduct a public trial." Tien Savu smiled upon hearing this. "That's fine. Senior, go ahead and make your move." To Tu Ho and Hong Nu Kuei were both terrified, and both tried desperately to convince Tien Savu to think it over. The latter stood up, his voice calm. After all, killing is killing, and facing their judgment is only reasonable. Although I don't trust the Five Dragon Alliance to handle this fairly, I do believe Senior Vu Van would not assist the wicked. So, I ask you both to trust me. Hearing this, Vu Van Hiendao laughed out loud. "This kid has guts. Hearing you say that makes me feel much more at ease. It seems you are very confident that you can come out unscathed, but I must warn you. The technique I use to suppress you is called the Asura Heaven Sealing Finger. It uses 2 opposing currents of energy to pin your acupuncture points. I can roughly guess your thoughts, but I advise you not to. Try and force your way out. Otherwise, the backlash of blood and chi will leave you a cripple. If the Heroes Assembly finds you innocent, I will personally come to unseal your points and offer an apology." Tien Savu smiled. "Don't worry about it. I only have one request. During the month I'm held in the underground dungeon. Underground. I hope you'll consider staying with our Great Heaven Trading Group. Yang Ni of the Nangong family is still out there, and those scumbags from the Five Dragon Alliance are all stirring up trouble. Please, Senior, help us keep this place safe for the time being." Wu and Xiandao agreed without the slightest hesitation. Immediately after, 2 fiery red fingers suddenly struck out toward Shan Sawu. The technique he used was his signature finishing move, the Asura Forbidden Heaven Finger. The underground prison of the Iron Martial Alliance is called the Thunder Dungeon, located hundreds of fathoms deep beneath the earth. Initially, the Thunder Dungeon was built to imprison legendary martial arts masters from the Yuan Dynasty era, but ever since the Iron Martial Alliance was founded, the number of masters locked up here could be counted on one hand. Ever since the Yuan forces retreated north, the Thunder Dungeon has basically existed in name only until today, when it finally holds a prisoner worthy of being kept here. The guy, Huangfu Junyue, smirked. "God of War, the first time I met you, you were so majestic and imposing. Everyone rumored you had a pair of glowing blue eyes. Now that Tiba has suppressed your vital energy points, your eyes look no different from an ordinary person's." As he said this Tone Thang guy let out a sinister, cold laugh. "Did you ever think there would come a day where you and I would meet like this?" Shan Sawu heard him, and the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. "Well, that depends on how I end up living here for the next half-month." Seeing Huangfu Junya rambling on endlessly, being extremely sarcastic, Shan Sawu smiled with a look of utter disdain. "Old man, is this really your master plan?" Huangfu Junyue laughed coldly. "Keeping you here was suggested by Alliance Master Tai. You did such ruthless things to the Nangong family, as the Alliance Master of the Five Dragon Alliance. I obviously couldn't just stand by and watch." Saying that, he leaned in, his tone icy. "But the current situation is absolutely not what I wanted. What I really wanted was to crush your skull right now. You should be thanking Alliance Master Tai. Because of his suggestion, I've let you live for another month. This Thunder Dungeon is built entirely of solid granite from top to bottom, and it's located deep under the lake. Even if you manage to break through these sturdy prison walls, the lake water will flood in, and you won't stand a chance. So, my advice? Don't go looking for an early grave." Finished, Huangfu. Junyue turned to leave. "The Heroes' Assembly will be held in a month. During this time, I'll be sure to stop by and visit often." The Five Dragon Alliance Master smirked. "Oh, and I have to remind you of one more thing." As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand and flicked a finger into the air, a blast of internal energy shooting out to slam the prison door shut. "There's only one guard here, and he doesn't have the best temper. If you were your old self, you might not need to worry about him, but now that your pressure points are sealed, it's best you try to get on his good side." Without another word, Huangfu Junyue turned and left. Shan Sawu quietly repeated Huangfu Junyue's words. The God of War didn't seem worried at all, muttering to himself. 1 month is enough. At the same time, at the Great Heaven Trading/Li Prashan Group, after hearing the news that the God of War was being held in the Thunder Dungeon, everyone furrowed their brows. Hong Wuguai blamed Shan Sawu for being too impulsive, while Gu Yu felt deeply guilty inside if it hadn't been for trying to demand justice for him. Shan Sa wouldn't be in this situation now. Hansu saw this, and advised Moguyu not to be too hard on himself, saying that with the Five Dragon Alliance's way of doing things, the big brother would have clashed with them sooner or later. The kid is right, he added. Instead of feeling guilty, they should be coming up with a plan. Hansu said the Heroes' Assembly was just for show. The Five Dragon Alliance would definitely frame the big brother to strike at him viciously. Hearing this, the old beggar angrily complained, I really don't know what the God of War is thinking. If he had a plan, he should have said something beforehand. At this point, he looked at Su Xiaohu and asked in a low voice, Little girl Su, do you know why the God of War willingly accepted defeat? Seeing the other girl remain silent, the old beggar wisely kept his mouth shut. It seemed Su Xiaohu didn't know the reason either. Just as everyone felt helpless, Su Xiaohu spoke slowly. Perhaps all of this is part of my brother's plan. From the moment he stepped into the Iron Martial Alliance, he had already anticipated this. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. I'm not worried about my brother's safety. It's just that I've heard the Asura Forbidden Heaven Finger is an incredibly advanced sealing technique. If it's not undone by the person who cast it, a normal person relying on their own strength simply cannot break it. Saying this, Su Xiaohu sighed, hoping that this was also part of her brother's plan. Everyone fell into a long, heavy silence. Hong Wuguai doubted Su Xiaohu's speculation. Even if this was truly the God of War's plan, he couldn't have expected that the person sealing his energy would be Tiba. But now, they could only trust in the God of War. There was no other way. Hansu scratched his head and voiced his own doubts. I heard Huangfu Junyue is holding the Heroes' Assembly to dissolve the Iron Martial Alliance, so why didn't he wait until after it was dissolved to deal with the Big Brother? And what about the Nine Heavens Mansion and the Lion Gate? They had no grudge with the Big Brother, so why are they treating him this way now? As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a bolt of lightning hitting Su Xiaohu's head. She had never understood why the Lion Gate would break their word, but she had overlooked one extremely important thing. There was only 1 month left until the Iron Martial Alliance dissolved. At that point, the three factions would definitely be busy fighting for their own interests. Now, the God of War's destruction of the Nangong family had infuriated the five great families. Huangfu Junyue is the head of the Five Dragon Alliance. If he could take care of Shan Sawu now, the alliance would surely be even more secure. And the proposal to imprison the God of War now was equivalent to cooling down the situation. Tone Thang wanted to use this opportunity to consolidate his position within the Five Dragon Alliance, and those plans have now gone up in smoke. Understanding the underlying stakes, the clever girl whispered, Elder Hong, there's something I need your help with. S.U. Xiaohu leaned into the old beggar's ear and gave instructions in a low voice. Hong Wuguai's expression turned to one of shock after hearing it, as if he couldn't believe it. Little girl, are you serious? Su Xiaohu nodded solemnly. I'm leaving this to you, and it must be kept a secret. Immediately after, she left in a hurry, calling out to the Green Maiden, Kim Lian, I'm writing a letter. You are to deliver it to Uncle Jiang immediately. After that, I want to see Tie Ba for a moment. Go and invite the old man to the guest hall. Hearing the girl's precise orders, one after another, Han Su and Kim Lian felt their heads spinning. Half an hour later, the Lion Gate welcomed a guest of honor. It was Tiba, Wuan Xiandao, coming to collect his reward. The guy generously offered the blood jade as promised. Wuan Xiandao, welcoming an honored guest, none other than Thietba Wu Van Hien Dao, who had come to collect his pay. The wealthy host generously presented the blood jade as promised. Wu Van Hien, the master carefully examined it and let out a sigh of relief. He then said he would only be staying at the Iron Martial Alliance for a month and wanted Jet Houchin to deliver the blood jade to his grandson. The other man agreed happily and then invited him to sit and chat for a while. During their conversation, Jet Houchin suggested that Wu and Xiandao stay at the Lion Gate. The latter cleverly declined, citing that he had already agreed to the war god's request. Continuing from above. Following that, the two spoke about the heroes' gathering scheduled to take place in a month. Wu and Xiandao glanced at Jet Houchin and asked in a low voice, I heard this was proposed by Alliance leader Huangfu. I wonder what Alliance leader Jet thinks. Ever since he proposed the heroes' gathering, it doesn't matter what I think anymore. Wu and Xiandao stared at him, enunciating every word. Then, let me ask you something else. Are you angry at the war god? Jet Houchin narrowed his eyes at this. He and I don't even know each other, so why would I be angry? Tone Thang and the Sword Saint are constantly debating this issue. Huangfu Junyue said, The war god slaughtered the Nangong family. I propose we execute him immediately. Van Diep, too, argued that this matter wasn't clear yet and insisted it must be investigated thoroughly before a decision is made. Seeing them arguing endlessly, I offered a middle ground. Find a master from outside the Iron Martial Alliance to suppress the war god and wait until the heroes' gathering to judge and sentence him. Wu and Xiandao let out a cold laugh. I see, so you've been using me. You previously said you wouldn't get involved in this, so why go back on your word? It seems that the young lady from the Great Heaven Trading Group told you something. I don't know why she considers those words a promise. A promise is something between Central Plains people and other Central Plains people, but words spoken to a northern barbarian cannot be considered a promise. Saying this, the Blade Master laughed dismissively. The War God and that girl are both northerners. I cannot just stand by and watch them run wild in the Central Plains. A moment later, Wu Xiandao took his leave, feeling deeply conflicted. Continuing from above. Only now did he believe that Su Xiaohu hadn't lied to him, and that he had been played like a fiddle by Tone Thang and the Blade Master all along. Even though people respect him as the Iron Tyrant, he had completely become a laughingstock. Wu Xiandao gritted his teeth. Despite having the blood jade, he felt no joy and quietly looked back at the Lion Gate. He had just noticed a golden dragon carved on the hall pillar. Could that Blade Master have the ambition to be emperor? A moment later, Wu Xiandao muttered, Jet Haochen, don't think that everything is going according to your plan just yet. We'll have to wait and see what happens later on. At this point, the Iron Tyrant's eyes grew even colder. Humiliation. Today, I will definitely make you pay. Speaking of, Han Xiangya, she was sitting in meditation in a quiet place, but her heart was in turmoil. That image kept appearing in her mind, over and over, stirring her soul. She wanted to know more than once who that person actually was and why they felt so familiar. That feeling was exactly like the old man, who often appeared in her dreams. She couldn't suppress these wandering thoughts. She decided to give up meditation and paced around while trying to remember, but the more she thought, the more her head felt like it was splitting. Every time she saw Thien Savu, she remembered that old man. But when she tried to remember that old man, she would suffer a splitting headache. Han Xiangya gritted her teeth, trying to contain the intense pain. Just then, she heard some whispering and gossip. Did you hear? The War God is being held in the Thunder Prison of the Five Dragon Alliance. Really? That's impossible. It's 100% true. They say he was suppressed by a guy named Wu Xiandao. I can't believe there's someone outside of the two saints who can actually suppress the War God. Hearing the crowd, Han Xiangya slightly narrowed her eyes. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. It was Zet Mulin, a status equal to the Alliance leader. The young sword saint had arrived, and everyone hurried to bow. Zet Mulin had a stern expression and spoke coldly. This matter was decided by the Alliance leader and the two saints. From now on, do not mention it again. As soon as he finished, another cold voice spoke up. Han Xiangya stepped forward, face expressionless. May I ask the Alliance leader why such a decision was made? Jet Mulin led Han Xiangya to a balcony, his tone indifferent. For the deputy leader of the royal music group to be so worried about the War God. This is beyond my expectations. At this point, his eyes flashed. Why does deputy leader Han care so much about him? Han Xiangya said nothing, just calmly looking at him, waiting for an answer. Finally, Jet Mulin gave in, sighed, and turned away. Not long ago, the two saints and my father met in secret and reached an agreement. Honestly, I don't know why my father did that, and I don't understand. He suddenly changed his stance, but now that it's done, it doesn't matter whether we understand it or not. The young master's expression was very grim. He knew that doing this was equivalent to the Lion Gate betraying the War God. Watching Wu Xiandao slowly leaving in the distance, Jet Mulin felt even more anxious. He knew that his father's actions had likely pushed this Iron Tyrant to the opposing side. Sensing someone was watching him, Wu Xiandao looked back and saw Zet Mulin on the balcony. A guess formed in his mind. Zet Haochen is treating the War God this way. Could it be because of his son? Then he noticed Han Xiangya beside Jet Mulin. He had heard of the Ice Flower for a long time. Quite a few people even considered her a future sword fairy. Carefully observing her for a moment, Wu Xiandao smiled. He could feel that this Ice Flower was about to break through her limits. A moment later, the Iron Tyrant withdrew his gaze and turned to leave. Before coming here, he had heard that the Iron Martial Alliance was full of talent, but currently, only the Ice Flower lived up to his expectations. As it turned out, just as Wu Xiandao left the Lion Gate and was on his way back to the Great Heaven Trading Group, he arrived at the main gate and saw a crowd surrounding the outside. They were shouting abuse, demanding that the Great Heaven Trading Group get out of the Central Plains, and many were agitated, screaming to charge in and avenge the Nangong family. Wu Xiandao took one glance and understood that someone was clearly pulling the strings behind this. This Iron Tyrant couldn't help but admire Thien Savu a bit more. The event really did happen exactly as he had predicted. Wu Xiandao slowly raised his left hand, channeling internal energy into his palm. The Iron Tyrant unleashed a palm strike. A powerful surge of energy hit, instantly sending the crowd tumbling over. By the time these martial artists fell to the ground, they discovered a deep trench had appeared in the earth before them. Wu Xiandao walked away with his hands behind his back. Facing the main gate, he said slowly, "The War God voluntarily entered this prison because he trusts me, but that doesn't mean you all can just go around insulting him." These words also go for the Great Heaven Trade Union. Causing such a scene here means you have zero respect for this old man. In recent years, Vu Van Hien Dao has rarely appeared in the martial arts world, so most people don't recognize him and just start trash-talking. Seeing this, the aura around this Iron Master suddenly shifted, and a fierce, sharp pressure burst forth. Regardless of which sect you belong to, if you dare to cross this line, don't blame me for being unkind. I, Vu Van Hien Dao, always keep my word. Upon hearing the name Vu Van Hien Dao, everyone froze in their tracks. They never expected the person in front of them to be one of the three Iron Masters. As for Vu Van Hien Dao, he stopped paying them any mind and turned to walk up the steps one by one. Finally, someone gathered the courage to loudly challenge him. Iron Master, are you shielding these northern barbarians? Are you betraying the Central Plains? Hearing this, the Iron Master's frame stiffened slightly. Vu Van Hien Dao cast a sideways glance at the guy and gave a cold laugh. Barbarians? I don't see any. But as for these self-righteous righteous sect members, I've certainly seen plenty. Finished, he ignored their suspicious stares and walked straight into the Great Heaven Trade Union. He hadn't gone far when his eyes flickered. It was Tu Tiu Ho leading Kim Lian quickly forward to meet him. The young girl got straight to the point, asking if he knew the three leaders of the Iron Martial Alliance. The man replied that he had known the three of them for a long time, but as for being very close, that wasn't exactly the case. May I ask, Uncle Vu Van, how much do you know about Alliance leader Hong Fu? Hearing this, Vu Van Hien Dao's eyebrows furrowed slightly. In the martial arts world, someone who truly understands Hong Fu Quan Yak basically doesn't exist. He seems to be covered in countless secrets. No one has ever truly seen through him. Even though this old man has known him for many years, I don't really understand him either. Saying this, he stared intently at Tu Tiu Ho. Stop beating around the bush. What exactly do you want to know? Tu Tiu Ho pursed her lips, as if contemplating. A moment later, she mustered the resolve to ask, I want to know about Alliance leader Hong Fu when he was younger. Back at the Five Dragons Alliance, in a secret underground room, Hong Fu Quan Yak gently swirled his teacup and said slowly, the storm of the Iron Martial Alliance started with the War God, but after the Hero Assembly ends, he won't be able to do a single thing anymore. By then, I will finish him with my own hands. As time passes, no one will even remember he existed. Speaking of this, he looked at the man in front of him with a solemn tone. From this day forward, your Mudung family will replace the Nam Kung family and become members of the Five Dragons Alliance to witness the arrival of a new era together. Mudung Quan Than was not swayed by Hong Fu Quan Yak's sweet talk. Alliance leader Hong Fu, you promised me invincible strength. Mudung. Quan Than narrowed his blood-red eyes. This eldest son of the Mudung family spoke every word with intensity. You gave me your word. Hong Fu Quan Yak crossed his arms, looking as calm as ever. The fact that you were able to escape the war god's clutches unscathed says a lot. At the very least, it proves his martial arts aren't invincible under heaven. You promised me that you would give me invincible power. Stop changing the subject, facing Mudung Quan Than's roar. Tone Thang remained as indifferent as if nothing had happened. The power you gained from the tantric monks is already peerless. If we just add one more person with your same level of power, what's so difficult about killing the war god at the Hero Assembly? Right now, you need to quickly recover your body. When the time comes, you'll naturally have the chance to take your revenge. Mudung Quan Than heard this and fell silent for a moment, then quietly asked, do you really intend to let him live until the Hero Assembly? For the sake of a grand finale, I will naturally let him live, but before the Hero Assembly, he will have to suffer every type of torture imaginable. Come, I'll take you somewhere. At that same time, at the Thunder Prison of the Iron Martial Alliance, a few uninvited guests appeared before Thien Savu. The person leading them was a young man in a purple robe. He gave a cold snort and spoke icy words. I hear you're pretty famous on the outside, but in this prison, fame means absolutely nothing. I am the one who decides whether you live or die. If you're so fond of deciding who lives and dies, maybe you should take a trip to Hell and negotiate with the King of Hell to see if you can take over his job for a few days. As soon as the words left his mouth, his two lackeys immediately revealed vicious looks. Boss, let me cut off this kid's limbs first, just to see if he still dares to talk so tough. Since the outcome is already set anyway, why not just cut his tongue out and see if he can still speak so eloquently? Satyanui pulled out a long needle and held it between his fingers. I'd like to do that too, but Master doesn't allow it. But using a few minor tricks is still fine. Don't worry, I'll make sure you still look in one piece from the outside. Let's start with your face first. Rumor has it that the war god has a handsome face. Saying this, he reached out and pinched Thien Savu's cheek. Truth proves that it's best not to believe rumors. Finished, Satyen Ui slapped Thien Savu across the face, then his gaze drifted to Thien Savu's fair, delicate hands. Comparing the two, the prison guard gave a constant cold laugh. They're actually smoother than a woman's. Then let's start with your hands. As soon as he finished, he gave a light flick, and the long needle immediately pierced the back of Tien Savu's hand. The latter narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at his left hand. He saw his originally fair, smooth hand suddenly swell up, and immediately after, a surge of power traveled along his meridians up his arm, swelling the entire arm so much that it tore through his clothes. A sharp, stinging pain shot through his left arm, but Tien Savu gritted his teeth, not letting out a single sound. Sa Tianui saw this and smiled. As expected of the war god, even with his inner strength suppressed, he can still endure this kind of pain. Speaking of this, the prison guard excitedly smacked his lips, but this is only the beginning. Immediately after, he waved both hands, and long needles shot out like lightning toward Tien Savu. Sa Tianyu's words were filled with cruelty. I'm going to seal off every single one of your meridians, making your life a living hell. In less than 1 month, you will be completely submissive to me. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the secret underground room of the Five Dragons Alliance, Hong Fu Quan Yak led Mu Dong Quan Than deeper inside. Mu Dong Quan Than learned that there were 5 undying form bodies being refined here, plus himself made 6 enough to resist the entire Iron Martial Alliance. This eldest son of the Mu Dong family narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice, "Aren't you afraid that these undying forms will betray you?" Hong Fu Quan Yak's sharp gaze flashed. "Is that what you're planning?" Mu Dong Quan Than smirked, stating bluntly that even he didn't know the future. "What will happen next?" Huang Fu Junyue said calmly. "Actually, there's nothing for me to worry about. You probably still don't realize that it's impossible for these immortal constructs to betray me. During the refining process, I used a secret technique to extract their souls and lock them away in a place under my control, so they will absolutely obey every order I give. But as you've seen, including you, I have never forced any of you to do anything, as long as you don't ruin my plans." Just then, a tantric monk walked up, and Huang Fu Junyue asked why Master Zhongjung wasn't there. The monk replied, "Master Zhongjung has finished all his tasks and is now pouring all his energy into refining the materials for the final immortal construct. We are doing our absolute best to finish the last phase. Please rest assured, sect leader, your plan will not have a single error." Huang Fu Junyue nodded slightly. His wounds haven't fully healed yet, and he wondered what kind of material could possibly be worth all this attention. Right now, the old monk, Zhongjung, was standing outside the door. He stared at Han Xiangya, who was rubbing her forehead upstairs, his murky eyes filled with lust. "If that war god hadn't interfered, you would have already become the most beautiful woman in the world," the old monk muttered, his eyes crazed. "Now, he's finally no longer by your side. This is truly a gift from the heavens." Saying this, the wicked monk laughed maniacally. "Hand over your body and soul to me, and I will refine you into the most perfect immortal construct." Time flew by, and there were only 15 days left until the hero gathering. Shan Sawu had been in the Thunder Prison for half a month. A cruel smile curled on Sa Tianwei's lips. "I want to see how much more you can take." As soon as he finished speaking, the master of the Thunder Prison flicked his fingers, and several golden needles shot out, piercing Shan Sawu's right arm. The slender arm immediately swelled up as if it had been inflated. A subordinate watching this laughed loudly. Watching others suffer was their only entertainment here. Shan Sawu's energy surged in reverse, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. For the past half-month, he hadn't uttered a single word, his gaze remaining cold. "Your name is Sa Tianwei, right? I've committed that to memory." The man didn't panic at all, instead pulling out a long needle between his fingers. Sa Tianwei raised his hand, and the golden needle shot out, a needle as thin as a hair piercing straight into Shan Sawu's forehead. A surge of internal energy instantly flooded into his meridian vessels. Finally, Shan Sawu couldn't bear the excruciating pain anymore. His body went limp, and he passed out. A subordinate stepped forward to catch him, saying coldly, "Boss, he's passed out. What should we do now?" This is the first time he's made a sound in the last half-month, which proves his willpower is about to break. Wake him up. Today we are going to completely shatter his psychological defenses. Just then, a series of rushed footsteps approached from a distance. Another subordinate blocked the way, reporting respectfully, "Boss, the sect leader is here. It seems he's come to check on this brat. Boss, maybe we should stop for today? If the sect leader sees he's been hurt this badly, he might punish us." Although Sa Tianwei was unwilling, he didn't dare to defy Huang Fu Junyue, so he immediately ordered his subordinates to drag Shan Sawu back to his cell. A moment later, Huang Fu Junyue strolled in, speaking slowly. "These guys, I told them to go easy on you." Seeing the other man's eyes still tightly shut, the tyrant sneered, "I know you can hear me. Stop pretending." As soon as he finished, Shan Sawu opened his eyes. He looked at Huang Fu Junyue, his voice calm. "Did you come here to see how I'm being tortured?" Seeing the calm, lake-like gaze of the other man, Huangfu Junyue was slightly startled. The man's willpower was much stronger than he had anticipated. After a moment of silence, the tyrant sneered, "I came here because I almost forgot one thing." As he said this, he suddenly raised his hand. Two fingers, pressed together like a sword, and rays of internal energy gathered at his fingertips. Even though the Shura heaven-forbidden finger of Wu Xiandao is a top-tier martial art in the world, I still have to be cautious just to be safe. Saying that, Huangfu Junyue lunged forward, pressing a finger against the center of Shan Sawu's forehead. Turbulent energy instantly surged into his 8 extraordinary meridians, sealing all his acupoints. Huangfu Junyue curled his lips into a smile. "Although I don't know why you were so obedient about being captured, it means no matter what you're planning, you can only wait until the day of the hero gathering to be at the mercy of others." Having said that, the tyrant flipped his hand and struck Shan Sawu in the face. The latter felt as if he had been hit by a sledgehammer, letting out a groan as he fell backward. The powerful force of the strike didn't diminish at all, causing the entire iron cage to rattle violently. The energy scattered in all directions, and even the surrounding cages swayed as if they were about to collapse. As he left, Huangfu Junyue ordered Sa Tianwei, "For the next half-month, let him rest. Don't give him any food, and don't let anyone get near him. But sect leader, it's only a little more and I could have destroyed his will. Please give me a bit more time. He has 2 layers of restrictions on him, one from Wu Xiandao and one from me. He can't mobilize a shred of internal power. If he can't withstand your torture and dies here, we'll have big trouble." There was a note of anxiety in Sa Tianwei's words. "My subordinate always knows his limits. If we just let him off like this, I really won't have any face left." There was a note of anxiety in Sa Tianwei's words. "My subordinate always knows his limits. If we just let him off like this, I really won't have any face left." As soon as he finished speaking, Huangfu Junyue's figure suddenly froze. Sa Tianwei immediately realized he had slipped up. Sure enough, the tyrant turned his head, his eyes cold as he looked at him. "You want to ruin my plan just for the sake of your pride?" The next second, the aura around Huangfu Junyue suddenly shifted. "Sa Tianwei, it seems I've let you live too comfortably in this thunder prison." The terrifying pressure made Sa Tianwei tremble all over. The master of the thunder prison immediately knelt to the ground. "Please forgive me, sect leader. I won't dare to do it again." Huangfu Junyue smiled and ordered, "From now on, you are not allowed to go near the war god, either. If you violate this, don't blame me for being ruthless." Sa Tianwei kowtowed repeatedly, stammering yes, while no one noticed the deep resentment in his eyes. In the iron cage, Shan Sawu slowly regained consciousness. He carefully sensed his condition and realized his internal injuries were severe. The acupoints throughout his body had been sealed by Huangfu Junyue, and his blood flow had been blocked for so long that his internal organs were beginning to fail. Even if he could survive until the hero gathering, it would be hard to stay alive. Just now, he had heard the conversation between Huangfu Junyue and Sa Tianwei. It seemed that the overly cautious tyrant had finally completely dropped his guard today. Thinking of this, he stopped hiding and immediately channeled the heaven-shattering divine art, beginning to break the restrictions within his body, had also completely let his guard down. Thinking of this, he stopped hiding it and immediately channeled his heaven-breaking divine skill, beginning to shatter the seals inside his body. Breaking the flow of internal energy is the ultimate specialty of the heaven-shattering divine technique. Sealing pressure points? That's like trying to teach a master how to fish. It didn't take long, and for Thien Savu to unblock half of his pressure points in the darkness. A smirk spread across his face as he muttered, "I wanted this last 2 weeks, Hongfu Quan Yak. You're going to regret not killing me on the spot today." With that, Thien Savu focused on clearing the rest of his points. The process was agonizing, but honestly, this was a blessing in disguise. For the past 2 weeks, Sathian Ui's constant torture was just like the training method for the heaven-shattering divine technique. Not only did it temper the muscles and meridians that usually never get a workout, but as his internal energy flooded his dantian, he realized his energy ocean had expanded significantly. Thien Savu calmed his mind and focused everything on his hearing. He intentionally let himself get captured precisely to find out where Mak Kongu was being held. After listening intently, he first detected a high-level master. That guy had deep internal energy and was being held 20 levels below him. Thien Savu swallowed his curiosity and probed deeper into the lightning prison. A moment later, he finally heard a conversation, quiet as a whisper. "We have to trust Ko Ingu. He will definitely come to save us." Thien Savu let out a relieved smile. Looks like his guess was right. On Dongdin Lake, a young man stood at the bow of the boat, his eyes deep and thoughtful. Just then, an old voice came from behind him. "You look pretty gloomy, not like yourself. Something bothering you?" The young man didn't turn around, simply saying, "It's not bothering me, it's just baffling. I can't figure out why he wants to host this hero assembly." He turned his head and said nonchalantly, It's not that I'm worried, I'm just baffled. I can't figure out why he wants to host this hero assembly. On. Nobody in this world can guess what Huang Fuquan Nak is thinking. Anyway, he's dead set on dissolving the Iron Martial Alliance. I don't see how that benefits him at all. We'll know in half a month. The large boat cut through the waves and soon arrived at the Iron Martial Alliance pier. Both men shook off their thoughts and stepped onto the dock. Seeing the hustle and bustle all around, the hunchbacked old man chuckled. Looks like things are really heating up. The young man didn't say much and escorted the old man straight into the city. Along the way, they heard everyone gossiping about the hero assembly. It was clear the entire Iron Martial Alliance was counting down the days. The old man gave a helpless, bitter smile and looked at the young man behind him. I wonder how they've been living here. It's been so long I've actually missed them. The young man kept his tone calm as usual. Let's hope they haven't run into any trouble. Not long after, they reached the inner city of the Iron Martial Alliance, only to find the gates blocked off. The person in charge of the dock, Cat Trung Hack, had a voice like a booming bell. I'll say it again. From now until the hero assembly ends, only martial artists from recognized sects are allowed in. Everyone else stays out. Listen again. From now until the hero assembly ends, only martial artists from the various sects are allowed to enter the inner city. Everyone else? The two men looked at the scene before them, silent. It seemed this hero assembly had truly captured everyone's attention. As expected, when they got closer, they were stopped for an inspection. Cat Trung Hack demanded to know their identities and their business. The hunchbacked old man raised an eyebrow and said his name was Huyen Vu Tian. The young man narrowed his eyes and bluntly stated his name was Tu Van Yu. They were heading to the 9-layer palace inside the city. Cat Trung Hack mumbled the names to himself, stunned. He felt like those names were familiar. Seeing the guards struggling to remember, the old man kindly prompted, perhaps the title Sword Immortal is better known. As soon as those words left his lips, it was like a lightning strike for Cat Trung Hack. He immediately realized who they were. The man named Tu Van Ui was known as the Zhongnan Dragon and was the direct disciple of the Zhongnan Sword Sect master. Legend has it he entered the sect at age 5, a sword genius so rare, his reputation even eclipsed the 3 heroes and 3 flowers. The Trung Nam Sword Sect, a rare genius in swordsmanship, with a reputation even more legendary than the 3 heroes and 3 flowers. As for the old man, he is the sect leader's martial uncle. He was the sect master's martial uncle, revered by the entire martial arts world as the Sword Immortal. Realizing their status, Cat Trung Hack scrambled to bow and scrape. He offered to send word to the Zhongnan Sword Sect to come welcome them. Huyen Vu Thien and Tu Van Ui told him it wasn't necessary to go to such trouble. They gave a polite, sorry for the trouble, and walked right past him. Watching their backs, a subordinate asked, Elder, are we not going to verify their identities? Cat Trung Hack let out a long sigh. In this martial arts world, no one would dare impersonate these two, especially that Sword Immortal. Rumor had it that his strength might have already surpassed even the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. Although Cat Trung Hack's voice wasn't loud, it traveled clearly to Huyen Vu Tien, who was already some distance away. Van Wee, you should really get out and travel the pugilistic world more often. Your reputation doesn't even hold a candle to this old man's. Martial Uncle is teasing me, this junior is still far behind. As they laughed and walked toward the Zhongnan Sword Sect quarters, Huyen Vu Tien's eyes suddenly froze. He looked at a figure in red in the distance and spoke with a tone of admiration. I'd heard the Iron Martial Alliance was full of talent, but I didn't expect to run into one so soon. Sensing someone watching her, Han Huangya turned her head. Their gazes met, then passed. Huyen Vu Tien clicked his tongue in approval. Van Ui, this girl's talent is no less than yours. Plus, she has a pure sword heart. Her future is limitless. Hearing his martial uncle praise someone else like that, Tu Van Ui remained as calm as ever. He had met Han Huangya once before and told Huyen Vu Tien who she was one of the 3 flowers. The Sword Immortal sighed softly. It seemed the martial world would soon have a female Sword Immortal in its ranks. Just as he finished sighing, he suddenly sensed an icy, sinister aura. Huyen Vu Tien couldn't believe it. He opened his eyes wide and looked behind him, but to his shock, there was nothing there. Even this legendary Sword Immortal was so tense that his throat tightened. That wicked, chilling aura reminded him of someone, but he was certain that demonic monk had died long ago. Huyen Vu Tien closed his eyes, trying to sense it again carefully. He was confident that no one in the martial arts world could outmaneuver his senses. A moment later, he still felt nothing. Could I have been mistaken? Thinking this, he finally brushed the doubt aside and continued toward the Zhongnan Sword Sect with Tu Van Ui. Inside the Zhongnan Sword Sect's Great Hall at the Iron Martial Alliance, Huyen Vu Tien sat at the head of the table, meticulously examining some documents. Elder Thak Van Hai stood by respectfully, and his disciple, Tran Chao Trien Thi, was kneeling on the ground. The Sword Immortal stared at them for nearly half an hour, slowly spoke up. Every word is familiar, yet when put together, I don't understand a thing. Thach Van Hai, can I really trust you? Van Hai hurriedly clasped his hands and bowed, his expression solemn. This junior wouldn't dare deceive the Grand Marshal uncle. Ever since coming to the Iron Martial Alliance, I have always been devoted, with all my might. Just then, Tron Chao Trian looked at his master and complained in a low voice, Master, I can't take much more of this. How much longer? Shut your mouth. Do you have any idea who is sitting? Up there? That is the most senior ancestor of our Zhongnin sword sect. Hearing the two whispering, Huyen Vutian calmly said, He has never met me at Zhongnan Mountain, so it's only natural he doesn't recognize me. Don't blame him. Having said that, the sword immortal looked toward Thach Van Hai and changed his tone. You've done a good job with your work, but why aren't any of the disciples in the sect? Thach Van Hai respectfully replied, The Heroes' Assembly is coming up. There is a lot to do, so the disciples have all been mobilized by the Nine Heavens Mansion. Tu Van Ui, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly asked, Was Han Tuk also sent to the Nine Heavens Mansion? Are you talking about the student of the 11th? Yes. He is the only successor of Senior Uncle Su. Mentioning Han Tuk's master, the sword immortal sighed, That kid, the 11th, is truly a tragedy. The Zhongnan sword sect rarely has disciples with a sword heart as pure as his. If he's still alive, he might actually be able to restore the master's 36 heaven constellation swords. Han Tuk is his disciple, so he must have something special. I want to see that kid. Where is he right now? Hearing this, Thach Van Hai immediately broke into a cold sweat. If the Grand Marshal uncle found out he'd been giving Han Tuk such a hard time, he'd definitely be punished. Tran Chao Trian didn't realize the gravity of the situation and said, Han Tuk is currently at the Dai Tian Trading Group. Tu Van Ui frowned upon hearing this and said coldly, Why is a disciple of the Trung Nam sword sect at the Dai Tian Trading Group? Thach Van Hai cursed his stupid disciple under his breath but had to follow up. That kid insists on staying there. Now that the war god has become a target for everyone and is locked away in the Thunder Prison, he still refuses to draw a line with the other side. By staying at the Dai Tian Trading Group, his arrogant stupidity has already tarnished the reputation of our sect to some extent. Hearing this, Tu Van Ui narrowed his eyes. You say junior brother Han Tuk is arrogantly stupid? His sharp gaze made Thach Van Hai tremble slightly. Before he could continue, this Trung Nam dragon had glided closer, staring intensely at Thach Van Hai with a chilling voice. Junior brother Han has followed our martial uncle's teachings since he was small. His character is pure and kind. And now you're telling me he's arrogantly stupid and dragging down the sect? What did you do to him? By the time he said this, Tu Van Ui's entire presence suddenly changed and sharp sword aura radiated from him. Facing such power, Thach Van Hai clenched his fists, struggling hard not to collapse on the spot. The elder's face turned panicked, his voice trembling. What? What nonsense are you spouting? What could I possibly have done to him? At this moment, Huyen Vutian, who had been watching coldly, spoke up calmly. Van Ui, what are you doing? Why are you questioning an elder of our Trung Nam sword sect? Saying this, the sword immortal had his own agenda. I trust Thach Van Hai wouldn't lie to me. Tu Van Ui heard this, and the corner of his mouth curled slightly. The Grand Marshal uncle is right. Since an elder is pointing out the child's issues, it surely won't be a false accusation. Please, Grand Marshal uncle, allow me to go see junior brother Han personally. You handle the rest. Hearing the two of them talk, Thach Van Hai was stunned in place. He never expected Tu Van Ui to keep digging into this, and Tran Chao Trian was also sweating bullets. If the other side discovered they had been mistreating Han Tuk and deceiving the Grand Marshal uncle, it would be a major crime. Huyen Vu Thien added with hidden meaning, If Han Tuk really wants to leave the Trung Nam sword sect, just let him go. Tu Van Ui said nothing, just gave a slight nod. Immediately after, this Trung Nam dragon strode out of the Great Hall. As he passed Tran Chao Trian, he said coldly, What are you standing there for? Take me to see Han Tuk. The latter looked for help at Thach Van Hai, who was frozen in place. The Trung Nam sword sect elder had a dark look in his eyes and gave a slow nod. Tran Chao Trian immediately led Tu Van Ui out the door. At the same time, at the Dai Tian Trading Group, Tu Tu Ho stood by the window and whispered, Has Uncle Truong sent the letter back yet? The beautiful maiden Kim Lien said, Chairman Truong has replied, saying he will soon send the full results of the investigation back. After that, she reported the recent situation at the Thiat Vu Min, saying that many invited martial arts experts had arrived one after another, including those from the Trung Nam sword sect, Han Tuk included. Tu Tu Ho looked toward the training courtyard in the distance and thought, The strength of the Trung Nam sword sect cannot be underestimated. If we cross paths, we mustn't be rude. Han Tuk has been training with Elder Thach's men for these past few days. He probably doesn't know this news yet. Find an opportunity to tell him. Han Tuk was sparring with Nam Kung Hao, both evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, Han Tuk pivoted, leaped high into the air, and thrust his sword within his body, pushing his opponent back several yards. Nam Kung Hao regained his footing and lunged to attack again. This kid? He's improving fast. A group of that's men were shouting nearby. Some were cheering for Nam Kung Hao, others were rooting for Han Tuk. But Han Tuk had no idea that at this moment, a pair of eyes was watching him from afar. From the window of a tavern in the distance, Tu Van Uy stood tall, watching the training courtyard of the Dai Tian trading group. In his mind, Han Tuk was always afraid of fighting others, partly because of his timid nature, but mostly due to the environment Han Tuk grew up in. Since Han Tuk's master passed away, he had been drifting alone in the Trung Nam sword sect. That's also why he was chosen to be sent to the Thiet Vu Min, the 36 heaven constellation. Swords are finally being brought to life by your hands. Your senior brother is truly happy for you. Tran Chao Trian, standing to the side, was stunned, not expecting this kid Han Tuk to be so powerful in martial arts. Right then, Han Tuk on the field suddenly shouted, and the long sword in his hand traced a large circle in front of him. Sword aura surged like a waterfall flowing backward. Shooting into the sky, it was the heavenly river pouring down technique from the 36 heaven constellation swords. Nam Kung Hao was immediately blasted away, then fell into the small pond with a splash. After struggling for a while, he surfaced to see Han Tuk crouching on the bank, reaching out to him, clearly wanting to pull him up. Nam Kung Hao grinned wickedly. Before Han Tuk could react, he grabbed his wrist and suddenly used his strength to drag him down. Water. You little brat, get down here with me. Han Tuk was caught off guard and dragged into the lake, swallowing a few mouthfuls of water. Nam Kung Hao just burst into laughter, looking smug. Since we're friends, how could I let myself be the only one looking like a drowned rat? Hearing the word friends, Han Tuk was stunned for a second. Then he burst out laughing too. Watching this, Tu Van Uy gave a quiet sigh. In the Jungnan sword sect, he'd never seen Han Su this happy. A moment later, the middle-aged dragon-like man turned around. Let's go. We're heading back. Send word to all disciples at the Juzhong mansion to return to the sect immediately. Tran Chao Trian looked stunned, his voice trembling as he asked, Brother, why are we suddenly recalling them? A cold glint flashed in Tu Van Uy's eyes as he spoke icily. To test their cultivation, obviously. I want to see what kind of qualifications they have to bully junior brother Han. Time flew by, and only 11 days remained until the heroic assembly. Because of the warning from Huangpu Jun Yue, the prison guards hadn't continued torturing Thien Sa Vu. Just as two guards were grumbling about the order, a faint clink echoed from deep within the Thunder prison, like the sound of a metal chain snapping. The two guards froze, rushing to check on the situation, but they were completely horrified by what they saw. There was Tien Sa Vu, floating in midair with his hands behind his back. His eyes were glowing with a warrior's intensity. He had clearly recovered his cultivation. Tien Sa Vu raised his left hand and flicked two fingers. Before the guards could even react, two bursts of energy shot out and pierced their bodies. It was the same mind control technique he'd used before. As previously mentioned, this secret art didn't just control the opponent's movements, it also allowed the user to impose their own will to dominate the enemy's consciousness. Once they were under control, Tien Sa Vu slowly stepped forward and coldly asked, Where is Satien Uy? The boss is in his room, at the end of this hallway. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Tien Sa Vu left immediately. After walking a bit further, his voice drifted back. You two stay here, nice and quiet, and wait for the heroic assembly to start. With a snap of his fingers, the guards, still under his control, slowly moved toward the edge of the cliff. Tien Sa Vu pushed open the door, only to find Satien Uy wasn't there. Though he desperately wanted to kill him on the spot, the whole point of this dangerous mission was to rescue Mat Konangu's family. Thinking of that, Tien Sa Vu suppressed his rage and carefully studied the map of the Thunder prison on the table. He'd been held on the first floor, but the voices of Mat Konangu's family seemed to be coming from the fourth floor. Looking at the map, the prison's layout was like a labyrinth. If he went down floor by floor through the tunnels, he'd almost certainly be spotted. Realizing this, Tien Sa Vu raised his left hand, true energy churning in his palm. Suddenly, he crouched down and slammed a palm into the solid floor. A torrent of power, like a crashing waterfall, burst forth, piercing through 3 levels of the prison in an instant. The sheer force filled the third-floor cell with dust. As the haze cleared, Tien Sa Vu landed, but no sooner had he found his footing than a voice spoke up. It's been a long time since anyone came down here. Tien Sa Vu kept his face stoic and asked, Who are you? He felt strangely familiar with the man's aura. Facing the question, the old man didn't answer directly, but kindly warned, If you keep trying to go down like that, you might cause a catastrophe. The lower cells are carved out of natural stone. One wrong move and this whole prison will collapse. Tien Sa Vu ignored the advice and looked at the wall behind the man. Did you write all this with your own blood? He noticed the man's fingers were practically mangled. He must have been carrying a bone-deep grudge to do something like that. I've lost track of how long it's been since I've seen another soul, but I always believed that one day, someone would see these words just like you did today. Would you like to hear my story now? Thien Savu looked at the blood-stained writing on the wall, his voice calm. I am all ears. It turned out the old man's real name was Trin Han Tu, a hidden weapon craftsman for the Tang sect. Because of his peerless skill, he was recruited into the elite workshop. The sect leader thought highly of him and bestowed upon him the name Tang Thon Kai, and he did not disappoint. Though his martial arts were mediocre, he was brilliant at his craft, recreating many long-lost Tang sect weapons with his own hands. Before long, he became an indispensable figure in the Tang sect. It was during this time that he met a woman. She was a gentle soul who loved butterflies. They met, fell in love, and decided to spend the rest of their lives together. But as expected, tragedy struck. His fiancée was found hanged from a tree. The Tang sect claimed it was suicide. He didn't believe it and begged the sect leader to investigate. Instead of listening, the leader punished him severely. It wasn't until he saw the bloodthirsty glint in the eyes of the leader's disciple, Tang Van Cone, that he realized the truth. Tang Van Cone had long lusted after his fiancée. After violating her, she had taken her own life in despair. A few days later, the sect leader found an excuse to kick him out of the sect. He planned to return home to open a small forge, but he was ambushed on the road. By some miracle, he fell down a cliff and hid in the bushes, barely surviving. Once he came to, he swore he wouldn't rest until he had his revenge. Instead of going home, he hid deep in the mountains. Although his martial arts were weak, his craftsmanship was unmatched. He knew every single secret method of the Tang sect. He set out to forge a weapon capable of countering every single technique the Tang sect possessed. He trained in the deep wilderness for decades. Fueled by hatred, he poured every memory and ounce of effort into creating a pair of legendary artifacts, the life and death butterflies. With these in hand, he was absolutely certain he could dismantle the Tang sect's 10,000 flower petals technique. But he didn't know the Tang sect had been tracking him for decades, just waiting for him to finish the weapons so they could steal them. Facing his enemies, he had no choice but to run. Because his inner strength was so weak, he couldn't even use the weapons. But the Tang sect scouts weren't amateurs. They threw a dagger that pierced his calf. Writhing in pain, he fell to the ground. The life and death butterflies tumbled from his chest. The death butterfly fell into the abyss, lost forever. Desperate to save his life's work, Trin Han Tu hurriedly swallowed the life butterfly. Stomach. After that, he was subdued and locked away in the Thunder Dungeon, but he never gave up hope for revenge. If Duong Van Cone found out he'd been captured, he would surely come to see him to learn how to forge magical artifacts. When that time came, he could use the remaining life butterfly to take out a bunch of them. After being locked up in the dungeon, he practiced his internal energy day and night, but years went by and no one ever came looking for him. It wasn't until the day he realized he was dying that he left those bloody words on the wall. The story ended there, and Trin Han Tu's breathing grew increasingly shallow. Thien Savu listened to his story, unable to help but sigh. He could tell the man was at the end of his rope, holding on now only by his very last breath. Thien Savu let out a soft sigh and asked in a low voice, "Old man, is the Duong sect also a force under the Five Dragon Alliance?" "That's right. If you have a grudge against the Five Dragon Alliance, then do me a favor and kill that scum, Duong Van Cone." Thien Savu nodded in agreement and turned to leave, but he heard Trin Han Tu's voice calling out from behind, "Young hero, although the death butterfly is gone, and you're already strong enough to rule the world on your own, please take the life butterfly inside my body. Consider it a small token of my gratitude." Thien Savu turned back to look and saw that Trin Han Tu's body had already turned to dust. Beneath his tattered cloak, an object was glowing brilliantly. It must have been the life butterfly he had just mentioned. Thien Savu slowly stepped forward to take a look, and to his surprise, the life butterfly seemed to have a soul of its own. It floated into the air. He reached out to catch it, feeling a sense of familiarity, and suddenly remembered he actually had a piece of jewelry just like it. He'd bought it at a roadside stall back then to give to Tu Tu Ho. Hochley and Dai Kush had said it was a good item, and made it clear at the time that it was crafted by Trin Han Tu using secret methods. Thien Savu sighed, his expression grim. "Old man, rest in peace. I will take on this debt of vengeance." On the 7th day, before the Heroes' Assembly was held, martial arts experts from all over the land began arriving at Thiet Vu Fortress. Hoang Fu Quan Nyak glanced at the man behind him, his voice low and cold. "It's been many years. You holding up all right?" The man knew the Five Dragon Alliance leader was just making empty small talk, so he replied, "Everything is prepared. Please, rest assured." Although the man spoke with such certainty, Hong Fu Quan Yak was still uneasy. He emphasized that the plan this time could not have any mistakes. Hearing this, the man was silent for a moment before slowly speaking up. "If that's the case, your subordinate has one question. I don't understand. Why didn't you eliminate the war god before the Heroes' Assembly? Keeping him alive is still a major threat." Huang Fu Quanyak smiled, as if he already had it all figured out. "You don't need to worry about that. I have my own reasons for keeping him around. At that, the leader's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the prayer beads on the man's wrist and asked, "Have you converted to Buddhism now? Or are you atoning for someone else?" Hearing the words, atoning for sins, the man paused, a mocking smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. What's the point of atoning for the dead? Duong Van Cone seemed to remember something from the past and let out a sinister, chilling laugh. Besides, a loser who couldn't even protect his own woman, why would he be worth me atoning for anything? At the same time, on the other side, inside the Thunder Dungeon, Tien Sa Vu snuck into the deepest part of the prison, searching everywhere, but he couldn't find Mat Konagu's family. Just as he was feeling puzzled, his eyes flickered. Tien Sa Vu crouched down and looked toward the corner below, only to see two guards standing watch in front of a heavy door, looking very alert. Just then, a snippet of conversation reached his ears. "The food's here. Take it into him. I don't know what the leader is thinking. It's obvious he's a dying man, yet we still have to bring him food every single day. Stop complaining. If the leader hears you, you better watch your own neck." Hearing this, Tien Sa Vu's mind raced, and he couldn't help but be curious about the person locked behind that heavy door. Thinking of this, Tien Sa Vu's lips curled into a smirk. Since I've stumbled upon this, I might as well go in and see. Right after that, he gathered his momentum and lunged forward, his body moving like a bullet. The guards heard the noise and hurriedly turned around. In the blink of an eye, Tien Sa Vu was already there, kicking one guard in the throat. The guard let out a miserable shriek, flew backward, and died on the spot, the food tray in his hands falling to the ground. Tien Sa Vu reached out with his right hand to catch the tray, then landed softly on the ground, leaving the rest of the guards in shock. He had been imprisoned here for half a month without food, and upon tasting a bite of the prison meal, he immediately made a face like a judge on a junior cooking competition show. Now, the rest of the guards finally snapped back to reality. One guard yelled in anger and lunged straight at him with a spear. Tien Sa Vu tilted his head slightly, easily dodging the sharp spear, but the food tray didn't fare as well and was pierced by the guard's weapon. Tien Sa Vu looked at the food he'd just barely tasted being scattered everywhere, his eyes suddenly flashing with killing intent. His voice went cold. "The crime of wasting food is unforgivable." The guard scoffed, his spear thrusting straight at him, but Tien Sa Vu used a technique to leap high into the air, then spun around, using the rotational force to deliver a heavy kick to the guard's head. The guard was sent flying like a ball several meters away. This guy is no ordinary person. Everyone, attack at once. As soon as the order was given, the guards rushed him all at once, weapons in hand. Seeing this, Tien Sa Vu didn't show the slightest hint of panic. Wisps of internal energy swirled around his fingertips. Tien Sa Vu raised his hands and spoke calmly. "I only recently recovered my internal power, so my control is a bit clunky. You guys are on your own." A few breaths later, cries of agony echoed everywhere. Tien Sa Vu looked at the guard in front of him and coldly asked, "Who is the one locked behind that door? Even if I told you, you couldn't do anything about it. This door is made of black iron and requires 4 keys to be turned at the same time to open it." Hearing this, Tien Sa Vu scoffed and turned toward the heavy door. "Who says you need a key to open a door?" As he spoke, he swung both arms, focusing his energy into his palms, then suddenly crouched down and let out a roar. A tyrannical force erupted from his palms, 2 waves of pressure slamming into the heavy door. A heaven-shaking explosion rang out. The black iron door, which was 3 inches thick and massive, was dented by the impact, though it didn't shatter. Tien Sa Vu was not surprised at all, the force in his palms. His intensity surged. A few breaths later, the war god's eyes flashed, and he clenched his fists tight. His raw power instantly twisted the mysterious iron door, crushing it into a metal ball. With a flick of Tien Sa Vu's wrist, he hurled it aside. The guard who had been watching stood there, jaw dropped, completely stunned. He couldn't believe this guy had turned a 3-inch thick iron door into a ball of scrap like it was nothing. Suddenly, looking at Tien Sa Vu's back, a dark thought struck him. The guy was pouring all his energy into his attack, leaving his back wide open. Seizing the moment, the guard pulled a dagger from his belt and lunged, aiming straight for Tien Sa Vu's spine. But the next second, he felt a massive force smash into his face. It was Tien Sa Vu, who had used that 1,000-pound iron door to flatten him into a bloody pulp. Looking at the mangled mess of metal, Tien Sa Vu sighed. "Compared to my master, I've still got a long way to go." Shaking it off, he turned his attention to the tunnel entrance. He was dying to know who was being held in this so-called devil ceiling cave. Without hesitation, Tien Sa Vu stepped inside. At first, he didn't feel anything strange, but halfway through, a terrifying pressure slammed into him. Tien Sa Vu stiffened. This aura was at least as strong as Van Dieptu. The person locked in here was likely even stronger than the 3 overlords. Realizing this, he stopped playing around and got into a defensive stance. Just then, a raspy voice echoed from the depths. sounding like a demon from hell, dripping with pure hatred. Vunyak, is that you? You finally came back. As the voice faded, a bone-chilling maniacal laugh filled the cave. Thiensa Vu felt a massive gravitational pull latch onto him. He stepped forward, trying to dig his heels in and fight it, but the suction was far stronger than he expected, dragging him helpless deeper into the cave. Mid-air, Thiensa Vu's eyes flashed. He channeled his inner energy like a rushing river into his feet, using the heavenly weight technique, slamming onto the ground to stabilize himself. The sheer force sent rocks flying everywhere. He shouted, "Open your ears! I'm not this Vu Nok person you're talking about." The monster hanging in the darkness sneered. "You think you can fool me just by changing your voice? I lost everything because I trusted you once before. Don't think just because you gouged out my eyes, I wouldn't recognize you." Thiensa Vu noticed the empty, bloodied sockets of the prisoner he had been blinded. Just then, the monster let out a roar that sounded like a dying beast. Thiensa Vu felt his mind spinning. It was the lion's roar technique. The sound wave hit him like a tsunami, launching Thiensa Vu backward until he slammed into the cave wall. The war god felt his blood boiling. He gritted his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, as the recoil from the wall sent him flying a dozen feet back. Thiensa Vu scrambled to one knee, steadying himself, wiping the blood from his lip while scanning the monster. His face was a ruin. Eyes gone, he looked pathetic, but the more Thiensa Vu looked, the more horrified he became. A heavy chain ran straight through the monster's Tianju acupuncture point, and his Gongsun point, the intersection of the 8 meridians, was all locked down by chains. Not only were his hands severed, but chains also pierced through his Zekai's points at his elbows. It was clear his enemy was terrified of him, having sealed every single meridian in his body. Yet, despite all that, he still possessed such monstrous strength. It was enough to shake Thiensa Vu to his core. His pupils contracted. Just then, the monster let out another spine-tingling, twisted laugh. "Vu Nok, I've been waiting for your return. Even if you've sealed my meridians, killing a rat like you is still as easy as breathing." Before he could even respond, the monster unleashed the lion's roar again. The sound waves hit like a tidal wave. Thiensa Vu covered his ears, but his head felt like it was being split by an axe. This guy was clearly insane. If this kept up, he was going to die in here. Suddenly, he glanced at the walls around him and realized the truth. This wasn't a normal stone cave. It was lined with iron plates. The captor must have gone to great lengths to ensure he couldn't escape, but the monster was using the walls to reflect and amplify the sound waves, boosting the power of his roar. Understanding the trick, Thiensa Vu let go of his ears, blood immediately pouring out. The war god's fighting spirit ignited. He crouched low, gathering his energy into his dantian. A brutal, overwhelming power was pumped into his right palm. Thiensa Vu roared, thrusting his palm forward, sending a massive shockwave straight at the monster. The monster smirked, ready to laugh it off, but then sensed the palm strike suddenly shift direction, hitting the very chains that pierced his body, clearly aiming to disrupt his internal energy flow. The monster gave a cold, dismissive laugh. "Vunyak, you really think a little trick like that can fool me?" With that, he spat, unleashing the lion's roar one more time, the sonic boom shattering the incoming strike. Watching this, Thiensa Vu was inwardly impressed. If this guy were in his prime, the outcome of this fight would be anyone's guess. But this was life, or death. He couldn't afford to be soft. Thiensa Vu pointed his left finger, channeling the correct heaven-breaking finger technique he learned from Van Mok Phi. A blast of energy, sharp as lightning, shot straight at the monster. The monster tried to use the lion's roar to block it, but it was too late. The energy blast pierced straight through his chest. The chaotic power tore through his body, and even those heavy chains binding him snapped one by one. The monster let out a blood-curdling scream that made the hair stand up on his neck. After a long while, the room finally went quiet. The monster lay on the floor, gasping his last breath, his face etched with regret. He couldn't believe he'd die without avenging Vunag yet. Thiensa Vu couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. He whispered, "I am not Vunak. Who are you, and why did that Vunak treat you this way?" Right as he was dying, the monster miraculously regained his sanity and whispered his name to Thiensa Vu. But the moment Thiensa Vu heard it, he felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Until that freak took his last breath, Thiensa Vu just stood there, stunned. He studied the freak's face closely and realized he really did look like that other guy. Even after all he'd been through, he didn't know what to do. If what the freak said was true, then the entire martial arts world was about to fall into total chaos. Meanwhile, Huyen Vu Tien and Tu Van Ui arrived at the Jucheng mansion, staring at the plaque written by Van Diep Tu himself. Huyen Vu Tien sighed, noting that using a sword to uphold justice, that's what makes Van Diep Tu a true swordsman. If my granduncle spent more time out in the martial arts world, he'd be just as famous as he is. Huyen Vu Tien shot him a meaningful look. You little brat, you really want me to be famous? Granduncle, you're overthinking it. I'm not sticking by your side just for the fame. As the young and old pair chatted, Vutien's eyes suddenly turned serious. I thought you were too busy with the heroes gathering to come greet this old man. No matter how busy things get, when a friend and rival of several decades comes to visit, I can't be rude. The person who came out to greet them personally was Van Diep II, the master of the Juchong mansion. The two old friends stared at each other for a long moment before Van Diep II sighed. Vutien, it's been a long time. You're as dependable as ever. Huyen, Vutien replied with a cryptic edge. I'm the same as always, but you've changed. Tuvan Ui quickly cupped his hands in respect, saying it was a great honor to meet the Plum Blossom Sword Saint, but his heart wasn't as calm as he pretended, because this Sword Saint felt completely different from his own granduncle, like a razor-sharp blade unsheathed. With his current skill level, he couldn't see through the man at all. Thinking about that, Tuvan Ui couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly. He clearly still had a long way to go. Van Diep II looked him over and offered some praise, asking if this was the person who would lead the Zhongnan sword sect in the future. He lived up to the title Soaring Dragon. Huyen Vutien modestly brushed it off, saying the disciple Van Diep II brought along was even more impressive. That disciple was Van Diep II's top student, Lang Kan Van, known throughout the martial arts world as Three-Step Iron Sword and the leader of the three heroes. The name Three-Step Iron Sword meant he could kill an enemy within 3 steps. This reputation had made Lang Kan Van famous the moment he entered the martial arts scene. Young people who get famous too early usually have a pretty arrogant streak. My disciple is no exception. How far he goes in the future depends on his own fate. Huyen Vutien didn't argue, just told Tu Vanu to stay and chat with Lang Kan Van while he headed into the main hall with Van Diep II. Watching the two seniors walk away, Lang Kan Van stepped forward to strike up a conversation with Tu Van Ui. This soaring dragon of Zhongnan was currently more famous than the three heroes and the three flowers. Although Lang Kan Van's words were polite, his eyes clearly showed he wasn't convinced. The top disciple of the Manhwa sect said slowly, I've been wanting to meet you for a long time, Brother Tu. As for Van Diep II, he was currently filling in the situation. The mansion master said with concern, the Iron Martial Alliance has dissolved, and the world is split in 3. Northern Yuan might take this opportunity to rise up. Huyen Vutien agreed with his old friend's worries, but he had his own thoughts, suggesting that the Iron Martial Alliance had been crumbling for a long time, better to break it and build something new. If the Northern Yuan strikes south, they should form a new anti-Yuan alliance. At this point, the Sword Immortal's eyes flashed, and he changed his tone. At this stage, you're still hiding things from me? It looks like you've been poisoned. Hearing this, Van Diep II broke into a cold sweat. He had fooled everyone else, but he couldn't hide it from his old friend, so he had to admit he was poisoned at Weapon Forest Valley. Huyen Vutien sighed upon hearing it, convinced it was Huangfu Junyue's dirty work. He used to be such a kind kid who always joked that he looked like a monkey. How did he become someone who uses such underhanded tactics? Van Diep II agreed with a regretful tone. The man really had changed. Ever since he killed the Tang clan master, the Huangfu Junyue we knew has vanished. He's hosting this heroes gathering, and there's no telling what kind of scheme he's hiding that we can't see yet. I just hope he doesn't drag the Central Plains to its doom. Compared to the calm conversation between the two old friends, the exchange between the two juniors reeked of gunpowder. Lang Kan Van stared at Tuvan Ui's back, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I heard you weren't interested in martial arts world drama, but I guess that's not true. Tuvan Ui glanced at him sideways and retorted, Young Master Lang lives a secluded life on Mount Hua. But you're here to join the fun too, aren't you? I'm going to lead the Juchong mansion in the future, so naturally, I have to take this chance to get to know the seniors. Tu Van Ui smirked. Mansion Master Van hasn't even stepped down yet. Isn't it a bit early for you to be talking like that, young Master Lang? Lang Kan Van put on a deep expression, saying that time waits for no one. Then he shifted the conversation to Han Tuk. Han Tuk is a disciple of the Zhongnan sword sect, yet he's hanging out with that murderous god of war. Don't you care, Brother Tu? Unexpectedly, Tu Van Wee's attitude was surprisingly firm. As for the god of war, I've only heard rumors. I don't know what's true or false. But that kid Han Tuk, I've watched him grow up. He's kind-hearted, and the person he values surely isn't some evil monster. Tu Van Ui emphasized every word. No matter what, disciples of the Zhongnan sword sect aren't for outsiders to gossip about. Once he said that, Lang Kan Van was left speechless, only able to angrily retort that they'd see at the heroes' gathering. At the same time, 2 people arrived at the Iron Martial Alliance. Standing on the crowded street, the old monk sighed. With the heroes gathering approaching, the Iron Martial Alliance is definitely a lot more lively. The burly man beside him laughed loudly. Master, don't get too excited. We're just here to meet someone. The old monk, Ingiemni, was stunned and asked who. The burly man chuckled and whispered, "Just meeting an old friend." The two reached the city gate to find the guards on high alert. Commoners were struggling with all sorts of excuses just to get in. You, the captain, you're in charge of guarding the gate, yet you're so cold and indifferent, still causing a scene with people at the entrance. The elder of the lion sect got angry, drawing his sword 3 inches, instantly making the guy shut his mouth. After chasing him off, the captain was about to lecture his subordinates when he suddenly heard the clinking of iron chains, made the other guy shut up instantly. After sending him off, the attendant was just about to lecture his men when he suddenly heard the clanking of iron chains. The atmosphere was heavy. Ka Trung Hak and his men turned toward the sound, only to see a massive, hulking man with chained ankles slowly approaching. This man was built like a literal iron tower. His face was wrapped tightly in a cloth, hiding his features, and his bulging muscles were covered in scars. It was terrifying. But even more shocking was that this brute was dragging a coffin behind him with iron chains. The man walked straight up to Ka Trung Hak and stared down at him, causing even this senior elder of the Lion Gate to break out in a cold sweat. Just then, an aged voice echoed in his ear, "Amitabha." Only then did Ka Trung Hak snap out of his trance and look at a small, elderly monk wearing a cassia. It was clearly a Buddhist monk. Not daring to delay, Ka Trung Hak hurriedly asked for his Dharma name. "This humble monk comes from the western regions. My Dharma name is Dat Dat. I heard an old friend of mine is here, so I came to pay a visit. I hope you can assist me, donor." Hearing this, Ka Trung Hak felt slightly at ease and asked if he had an invitation to the Heroes' Assembly. Monk Dat Dat said he was only here to visit a friend and didn't have one. Upon hearing this, Ca Trung Hak frowned, thought for a moment, and quickly refused. The Iron Feather Alliance's Heroes' Assembly is about to begin. Those without invitations cannot enter the city. I hope the Great Master understands. The old monk nodded gently, appearing to understand, and asked Ca Trung Hak to pass along his greetings. "May I ask, who is the friend you wish to see, Great Master?" "My friend's name is Huyen Vu Tien, the Supreme Elder of the Zhongnan Sword Sect." Hearing that, Ca Trung Hak stood frozen, in shock. He never expected the monk's friend to be that legendary sword immortal of Zhongnan. He quickly ordered his subordinates to notify the Zhongnan Sword Sect, then respectfully invited Monk Dat Dat to wait. Throughout this, he kept apologizing, claiming he was just doing his duty and asking the master to forgive him, though his eyes couldn't help but keep glancing at the hulking man. Even though the man's face was covered, those rippling muscles made it obvious he possessed terrifying strength. Ka Trung Hak couldn't help but swallow hard, certain that this was someone he absolutely could not afford to offend. The old monk seemed to sense what was on Ca Trung Hak's mind and spoke up to reassure him, telling him not to worry about the hulking man. Ca Trung Hak was surprised that the old monk, even with his eyes closed, was so perceptive. He then asked if the hulking man was Monk Dat Dat's disciple. The old monk thought for a moment, then slowly replied, "He is not my disciple. We merely share a bit of fate, which is why we are traveling the same path." Ka Trung Hak could not hide his surprise and asked how they knew each other. Monk Dat Dat sighed and said, "That is a story from 10 years ago." Having said that, he recited a Buddhist chant and offered no further explanation. Meanwhile, over at the Ninefold Mansion, Van Diep II had finished his conversation with Huyen Vu Tien. The Sword Saint had just seen Huyen Vu Tien off and was asking his head disciple how his talk with Tu Van Uy went. Langkin Van said the man had many points worth learning from, but deep down, he harbored other thoughts. This Zhongnan Azure Dragon might appear humble on the surface, but he hid a sharp edge within, with a will too firm to be easily manipulated by anyone. This Tu Van Uy of the Zhongnan Sword Sect was definitely not someone to be taken lightly. Then he thought back to the less than friendly conversation they had earlier, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. "When the Heroes' Assembly comes, I hope you won't regret the words you said today." As if sensing Lang Kin Van's gaze, Tu Van Uy stopped in his tracks, turned back to look at the Iron Sword Trio member, and said, "You have grand ambitions these days, so you should be more careful in the future." Huyen Vu Tien glanced at his martial nephew with a meaningful look. "Van Uy, your state of mind is disturbed. Is something the matter?" The Zhongnan Azure Dragon offered a gentle smile, saying everything was normal. "Your martial great-uncle looks even more troubled than I am. Do you have something on your mind?" Huyen Vu Tien did not answer, but instead said with a serious tone, "Van Uy, worldly affairs are like the two sides of a hand. They look similar on the surface, but are actually completely different." Linking this to what Long Kin Van said earlier, Tu Van Uy calmly asked, "Does martial great-uncle mean the upcoming Heroes' Assembly?" "It is not just the Heroes' Assembly. Everything in this world has two sides. I once had a friend." Before Huyen Vu Tien could finish his sentence, a disciple of the Zhongnan Sword Sect came sprinting toward them. Once the man caught his breath, the sword immortal asked what was so urgent. Tran Chao Trian hurriedly recounted the scene at the city gate. Hearing that an old friend had come to visit, Huyen Vu Thien was initially stunned, then asked for the visitor's name. When he learned who it was, Huyen Vu, Thien's expression changed instantly, and a drop of cold sweat involuntarily rolled down his temple. Meanwhile, back at the city gate, even though the iron tower-like man stood silently beside the old monk, the sheer pressure radiating from him could not be hidden, making the Iron Feather Alliance guards feel as if they had thorns pricking their backs. They whispered complaints that C.A. Trung Hak was making a mountain out of a molehill and should have just let them in. Unexpectedly, the man heard them and was given a stern scolding. Monk Dat Dat stood by and sighed. "This humble monk has caused you all trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, his ears twitched slightly as if he heard someone rushing toward them from afar. The one arriving was none other than the Zhongnan sword immortal he had been waiting for. The old monk muttered to himself, then slowly stood up. Why be in such a hurry? Slow and steady is fine. Seeing the old monk suddenly stand up, Ka Trung Hak looked confused and said, the Zhongnan sword sect was quite far away and would require more time. Monk Dat Dat thanked him repeatedly, saying his old friend had already arrived. With that, he turned toward the city, looked up at the sky, and saw Huyen Vu Tian flying above the city gate, hovering mid-air thanks to his immense internal energy. The Zhongnan sword immortal's expression was full of shock. After a long silence, he finally asked, "It has been over 10 years since we last met, hasn't it?" Monk Dat Dat nodded in greeting. "That is correct." Huyen Vu Tian's figure flickered like a hawk diving down, landing nearby. Once he stood firm. "The sword immortal," said in a teasing tone, "Didn't you always hate bustling, crowded places? Why come here to find me? After decades with no word, appearing so suddenly is truly surprising. In recent years, this monk has been wandering everywhere. I heard the heroes' assembly was being held here, and I guessed. You would certainly be here, so I wanted to see you before I die." Hearing that, Huyen Vu Tian smiled. "With your cultivation, living another few decades is no problem at all. So why talk about dying?" The old monk replied that worldly affairs are impermanent, and no one can predict the future. Huyen Vu Tian, "Problem, so why are you talking about dying?" The old monk replied that life is unpredictable, and no one can say what the future holds. Huyen Vu Tian, he let out a long sigh, sounding deeply emotional, but then the sword immortal's gaze sharpened, his tone turning cold. "You couldn't possibly be here looking for a death wish, right? Do you still consider me your only friend?" Upon hearing this, Monk Dada was taken aback and asked, "Why would you say that? You can fool others, but not me. The one behind you isn't human, it's an immortal construct." Hearing this, Xuan Wu Tian's temples throbbed, with veins, his hair standing on end. "Back then, I promised you I'd never draw my sword again, yet you've broken your word, and even brought an immortal construct before me. It seems you're begging to die by my hand." As the sword immortal's energy surged around him like a legendary blade, he added, "If that's the case, I'll grant your wish and finish you off, myself." The tension on the field shifted abruptly, leaving the Zhang guards stunned. The brawny man, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly gave a cold snort. With a powerful stomp, he lunged forward, let out a massive roar, and actually threw the 100-pound coffin straight at Xuan Wu Tian. The guards finally snapped out of their shock, remembering their duties. The elder from the lion sect waved his arms, shouting orders to arrest anyone causing trouble. No sooner were the words out than the sound of rapid footsteps echoed from all around. Guards who had been lying in wait swarmed the area. Drawing bows and notching arrows, they shouted warnings while aiming at the city gate. If the Zhonghe guards gave the word, they would cut down the troublemakers. Monk Dada sighed softly at the sight. "Old friend, you're blinded by misunderstanding and murder, and this child sensed your killing intent, which is why he lost control." As he spoke, the blindfold over the old monk's eyes suddenly fell away. In an instant, the air around them seemed to freeze. Everyone held their positions with bows drawn, yet they stood as still as wooden statues. Xuan Wu Tian looked around, shaken to the core, feeling as though the space around them had been sealed off as if it were a world apart from reality. After restraining the two, Monk Dada said calmly, "This technique is called Shatna Quang Kun, a way to slow the flow of time to its absolute limit. Time is heartless, though. Who can truly stop it? Just consider it a little game of mine." The moment he finished, it reminded Xuan Wu Tian of all the years gone by. The Zhongnan sword immortal flew into a rage, shouting, "You were the one leading the charge against those demonic monks back then. How can you be using their dark arts now? Old friend, you've misunderstood me. This isn't a dark art, and I haven't been corrupted by it. The founder created this for cultivation. Who would have thought that 1,000 years later, those wicked disciples would use it for evil?" Xuan Wu Tian's expression softened upon hearing this, but he still gave a cold grunt. Now, is not the time for you to be practicing, old man. Monk Dada sighed again as his eyes began to glow with intense inner energy, which soon condensed into two lifelike hands. Within this realm, the caster can control time and even create creatures that shouldn't exist. I used this forbidden technique out of necessity because this child isn't like you. He has no life force. He is clearly an immortal construct. Da. Don't think I can't break your shot, Chiang-kun. The old monk's eyes shone bright. While maintaining the seal, he said calmly, if Huangfu Junyue were here, he might actually be trapped by me. But your heart is kind and your sword heart is pure. A little trick like this could never truly hold you. In fact, with your skill, you realized what this child was long ago. If you had just seen him use the Taiyi divine sword earlier, he would have been dead by your blade before he could even react. But you chose not to strike, opting instead to stand before him and project your overwhelming killing intent. You saw that there was something different about this boy compared to a typical immortal construct, didn't you? After the old monk's flattering words, the Zhongnan sword immortal's anger faded, and he asked who the brawny man really was. Monk Da. Da then recounted his journey. Over 10 years ago, after parting ways with Xuan Wutian, he had been wandering in the east. On a cliffside, in the frigid north, he found this burly man. At that time, his body was shattered, his meridians broken. He had clearly been beaten to the brink of death before falling off the mountain. Sensing the man was still clinging to life, Monk Dada was stunned, his heart filled with pity. He assumed the man was a goner, but as he finished chanting his prayers and prepared to leave, he felt a tug at his cassock. Monk Dada startled and turned around, only to see the man struggling to lift his head. The look in that child's eyes back then seemed to say that no matter how much pain he had to endure, he was going to survive. Xuan Wutian finally understood. So you turned him into an immortal construct to save his life? No, this child is not an immortal construct. I only used the reversed corpse technique on him. Before Monk Dada could finish, there was a loud crash. The brawny man, who had been frozen in place, suddenly roared. Xuan Wutian retorted immediately. Didn't you say this technique could even control someone like Huangfu Junyue? This child is naturally gifted. Unlike ordinary people, my technique can only suppress him temporarily. As he spoke, Monk Dada channeled his energy into his right hand, glided over to the man, and gently patted his face. Poor child. There is no one here who threatens your existence. As the old monk offered comfort, the man's violent aura gradually dissipated, and he calmed down. Seeing this, Xuan Wu Tian finally understood that his old friend had been using this forbidden technique to keep the man under control. Once Monk Dada had calmed, the brawny man, the Jiangnan sword immortal, asked what the reversed corpse technique was. This art was originally meant to preserve the bodies of high monks after their passing thousands of years. As we gained a deeper understanding of human anatomy, it evolved into a way to save the dying. At the time, was just experimenting. The fact that he survived was due to his own iron will. There must still be something in this world he clings to, but a side effect of the technique is that his mind has been left shattered. Now, he doesn't even remember who he is. As he finished, Monk Dada's aura, old friend, I've already made it clear. Can we call off this technique now? Even I'm struggling to keep this up for much longer. Xuan Wutian let out a cold huff, basically accepting the deal. The monk Dada, whose arm was formed by condensed internal energy, flicked his finger. Following a loud clink, the surrounding mental energy dissipated, and time and space began to return to normal. Ge Zhong, he shouted from the side, just about to order his men to attack, when Monk Dada bluntly stated that the misunderstanding was settled and there was no need to fight. Seeing Jie Zhong, he's still standing there like a statue. Xuan Wutian poked his head out. The old man and I haven't seen each other in years. We were just joking around. Everyone, disperse. The crowd couldn't help but exchange looks, thinking to themselves, you're the sword immortal, whatever you say goes. Just as Monk Dada stopped Xuan Wutian from attacking burly man, Wu Wen Xiandao, who was standing next to Su Xiaohu, suddenly sensed two killing auras rising from the city gate. He was very familiar with one of them. It was that Jiangnan sword immortal. But the other aura left the Iron Tyrant completely baffled. It was a kind of presence that belonged neither to the living nor the dead. After racking his brain, the Iron Tyrant's brows slowly knit together. He knew the Jiangnan sword immortal had once sworn never to draw his sword again. The fact that someone could make Xuan Wutian nearly break that vow meant the opponent was no ordinary person. Su Xiaohu, standing nearby, didn't know a thing about martial arts. If she got dragged into this, she'd be lucky to make it out alive. Thinking of this, Wu Wen Xiandao quietly advised, Miss Su, the Great Heaven Merchant Group is being watched right now. Making such a grand appearance is probably not a good idea. We should head back. Su Xiaohu remained calm and explained her reasoning, saying that precisely because the Great Heaven Merchant Group was in trouble, she, as the young mistress, needed to appear in public more often to reassure her anxious subordinates. At this, the wealthy young lady smiled. Just consider it as taking a stroll with this junior, senior. Facing her sweet smile, Wu Wenxiandao let out a helpless sigh, regretting how easily he'd agreed to help the god of war earlier. Senior, don't look so miserable. To show my gratitude, let me treat you to some fine Junshan Yinzhen tea. The two headed to a quiet tea house. While listening to Su Xiaohu rattle on about the tea, Wu Wenxiandao couldn't help but feel a bit of respect for the girl before him. The god of war had been captured, which undoubtedly pushed the Great Heaven Merchant Group into a dangerous spot, but this young mistress wasn't panicking at all. Instead, she was taking the initiative to show her face in the city to calm her people down. Her graceful composure in the face of imminent disaster was truly admirable. At the same time, he realized that Su Xiaohu was being so friendly toward him mostly to get information about Huangfu Junyou out of him. He just hoped she'd get what she needed and hurry back to the Great Heaven Merchant Group. Just then, the whispering of two people drinking tea nearby made him frown. The gossip about an old man and young mistress started to stir up the Iron Tyrant's killing intent. Noticing his unusual behavior, Su Xiaohu gently asked, "Is something wrong?" Wu Wenxiandao spoke bluntly. "Miss Su, if you want to know about Huangfu Junyue, just ask. The Great Heaven Merchant Group's intelligence gathering is second only to the beggar sect. Anything I know, I'm sure you've already known for a long time." Seeing his directness, Su Xiaohu stopped beating around the bush. She admitted that she had gathered a fair amount of info, but most of it was common knowledge. She wanted details that few people knew, like his personality or personal habits. Wu Wenxiandao mused over this for a moment before speaking slowly. "The Huangfu Jun Yue I knew back then was actually quite gentle and kind-hearted." Hearing this, Su Xiaohu's expression froze, her beautiful eyes full of shock. Wu Wenxiandao sighed, his tone heavy with hidden meaning. "I know. It's hard to believe, but it's the truth. The Huangfu clan was full of talent back then, and Huangfu Junyue was the brightest star. He was not only a martial arts master, but also incredibly righteous. During the war against the Yuan dynasty, he made many contributions. So, during the first Hero Assembly, the 72 masters unanimously nominated him as one of the leaders of the Iron Martial Alliance. Even the Nine Layers Pavilion and the Lion Sect did object." At this point, Wu Wenxiandao set down his teacup and paused, but for some reason, he suddenly disappeared for a while, and after he returned, his personality changed completely. According to Wu Wenxiandao, Huangfu Junyue's disappearance was very sudden. Rumors even spread across the martial world that he had died, while others said he had gone alone to the north. No one knew the specific reason, but Huangfu Junyue's disappearance sent the Five Dragon Alliance into chaos. At that exact time, the Sichuan Tang clan and the Murong clan were both asking to join the Five Dragon Alliance. So, the Nangong clan stood up to gather other factions like the Juge clan and the Peng family of Hebei. On the surface, they were discussing which faction would fill the final spot in the Five Dragon Alliance, but in reality, they were using this opportunity to overthrow Huangfu Junyue as alliance leader and then band together to oust the Huangfu clan from the alliance. During the meeting, the head of the Tang clan was the first to stir up trouble, criticizing Huangfu Junyue for being weak during his tenure, which caused the Five Dragon Alliance to be constantly bullied by the Nine Layers Pavilion and the Lion Sect. After a passionate speech, the sect leader changed his tune and publicly supported Nangong Wu Jing as the new leader. Nangong Wu Jing, having already made a backroom deal, pretended to decline for a moment before saying that, for the growth and strength of the Five Dragon Alliance, he would reluctantly accept the responsibility. But they didn't know that Huangfu Junyue had returned to the Central Plains at that very moment and had even found the location of their secret meeting. Just as Nangong Wujing suggested removing the Huangfu clan, that peerless master was already standing quietly outside the door. Hearing the discussion inside, Huangfu Junyue let out a cold laugh, then channeled his internal energy into his palm and blasted the door open. The master's face was dark, and he coldly said, "Everyone, why are you trying to get rid of me?" The Tang clan leader immediately broke into a cold sweat and looked toward Nangong Wujing. The head of the Nangong clan didn't flinch at all. He slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, first criticizing Huangfu Junyue for leaving without a word, causing the Five Dragon Alliance to fall into disarray, and then blaming him for accomplishing nothing during his time as leader, turning the Five Dragon Alliance into the weakest of the three major powers finally dared to publicly insult Huangfu Junyue, calling him narrow-minded. "You claim to be benevolent and righteous, yet you'd easily forgive even an assassin trying to take your life? What kind of respect do you have for the Five Dragon Alliance?" Seeing someone backing him up, the Tang sect leader immediately felt a surge of false courage, stepping forward to point his finger at Huangfu Junyue and hurling insults. "Our new Five Dragon Alliance has no room for a coward like you. If you know what's good for you, get lost." Before he could even finish his sentence, his head exploded. It turned out Huangfu Junyue had made his move, killing him on the spot with a single palm strike. That, man, Tone Thang, smirked coldly. You're right, Huangfu Junyue really is a piece of trash. After saying that, he attacked directly without holding back. None of the other masters were a match for him, and in an instant, the place was reduced to rubble. Huangfu Junyue stood amidst the ruins, looked at those still gasping for breath, and said coldly, "From now on, I will continue to hold the position of alliance leader. I've said my piece who supports this, and who objects." Hearing that Huangfu Junyue had once killed a Tang sect leader with a single strike, even the usually calm Su Xiaohu had to slam the table and stand up. The Great Heaven Merchant Guild's intelligence gathering was second only to the Beggar sect, but she had never heard a word about the death of the Tang sect leader. As if reading the doubt in Su Xiaohu's heart, Wu Wen Xiandao gave an enigmatic explanation. Those who went through that incident years ago kept silent, and even Tang Wangquan, the current Tang sect leader, never mentioned his father's death. Su Xiaohu's jaw dropped in shock, but she still found it hard to believe. A father's murder is an unforgivable grudge. Even if Tang Wangquan feared Tone Thang's power, if the truth had come out, he could have leveraged the strength of the Nine Heavens Mansion and the Lion Gate to suppress Huangfu Junyue. Wu Wen Xiandao kept a calm face and said casually, "Miss Su, do you really think the Nine Heavens Mansion and the Lion Gate didn't know about this?" At this, the Iron Tyrant's eyes turned deep and cryptic. This is the pugilistic world for the sake of personal gain. Forget about morality. Even a biological father can be discarded. It turns out that day, after Huangfu Junyue used iron-fisted tactics to suppress everyone, his first target was the Nangong family, those who intended to usurp his seat. This alliance leader stood in the rubble like a god of war, ordering Nangong Wujing never to set foot in the Iron Martial Alliance again. Nangong Wujing, you're not young anymore. Stay out of the pugilistic world from now on. Go home to Anhui and enjoy your retirement, and I'll pretend today never happened. If you still refuse to give up your schemes, I won't mind. Wiping out your entire Nangong family." This thinly veiled threat made Nangong Wujing tremble. He clenched his fists but didn't dare to talk back. Unexpectedly, Huangfu Junyue laughed loudly and said, "If even half a word of today's events gets out, it will be the end of the Nangong family." Faced with this preposterous demand, Nangong Wujing swallowed hard but dared not say a word. His thin frame shook with anger and humiliation. In the end, this old fox had to endure it and respectfully agreed to Huangfu Junyue's outrageous terms. But Tang Wangquan, who had witnessed his father brutally murdered, refused to let it go, saying that as long as he was alive, he would expose what happened today and have the Nine Heavens Mansion and the Lion Gate join together to serve justice. Huangfu Junyue smiled, not even angry. "If I recall correctly, you are the next generation of the Tang sect leader, right?" Hearing this, Tang Wangquan was startled, and a light bulb went off in his head. "If you submit to me, not only will I help you secure your position as sect leader, but I will also allow the Tang sect to join the Five Dragon Alliance. Later, you will manage all of the Five Dragon Alliance's pugilistic influence in Sichuan. If you insist on avenging your father, then I can only send you on your way. Weigh the pros and cons yourself." This combination of threats and bribery shook Tang Wangquan to his core. On one side was the blood debt of his own flesh and blood, and on the other was a lifetime of wealth and luxury. Tang Wangquan slowly walked over and picked up the prayer beads from his father's hands. Suddenly, he wasn't angry anymore, and he smirked, revealing his white teeth. His father was already dead. Was it worth sacrificing his own life for a dead man? Seeing the frantic look on the other's face, Huangfu Junyue smiled, triumphantly. That man, Tone Thang, didn't say anything else and turned to leave. Behind him, Tang Wangquan obsequiously shouted, "Long live the alliance leader," while Nangong Wujing watched his retreating figure with eyes full of hatred. This clan head vowed in his heart that he would pay back this humiliation 100 times over. After understanding the whole situation, Su Xiaohu's mind raced, connecting the previous information together, and she finally understood. Huangfu Junyue had once suddenly disappeared and gone to the north, while the Heaven Canopy Taoist, Wan Muwei, had been defeated by a mysterious master in the north, barely surviving, only to be saved by Huangfu Junyue right at that moment. These three events seemed unrelated, but the time and location matched perfectly. Combined with the information the Red Five Oddities had gathered about the Huangfu family, Su Xiaohu had a bold guess. But this was a grave matter. Without concrete evidence, she feared she might invite disaster upon herself. Seeing the girl's expression shifting, Wu Wenxiandao couldn't help but ask. Su Xiaohu shook her head solemnly and said, "There's an urgent matter to handle. I need to return to the Great Heaven Merchant Guild immediately." Upon hearing this, Wu Wenxiandao let out a sigh of relief. His persuasion hadn't been in vain. Su Xiaohu went downstairs with a heavy heart, and Wu Wenxiandao followed closely behind her. On the way, the Iron Tyrant's eyes suddenly stopped the life and death double. Butterflies on Su Xiaohu's waist had caught his attention. At first glance, The object looked ordinary, but upon closer inspection, he noticed some clues. If one were to pour inner energy into it, it would become a formidable self-defense weapon. Facing such a sophisticated treasure, even a man as cold as this, Iron Tyrant couldn't help but ask about its origin. Su Xiaohu, still oblivious to this secret, only said it was a gift from Thien Sa Vu. Just as she finished speaking, the girl turned to walk out of the tea house, only to be blocked at the door by a man as tall as a tower. Being blocked by a man nearly 2 meters tall, even the normally calm Su Xiaohu couldn't help but have her expression change. Although she was born in the north and was quite tall herself, she looked as small as a child in front of this man. Monk Dat Dat, who was accompanying her, hurriedly spoke up to comfort her. "Young lady, don't be afraid. We aren't bad people." Xuan Wu Tian, standing nearby, began to nag, saying they really should have listened to him and taken the long way around. Wu Wen Xian Dao followed close behind. Su Xiaohu let out a cold huff. "I was wondering why I smelled that stinky old Taoist, so it's the supreme elder of the Zhongnan sword sect." Xuan Wu Tian retorted without missing a beat. "I was wondering who it was." "It's you, Wu Wen Xian Dao, you stubborn old geezer." Hearing their exchange, Su Xiaohu was stunned. She never expected this seemingly ordinary old man to be the legendary Zhongnan sword immortal, and the fact that Wu Wen Xian Dao, her bodyguard, seemed so familiar with him was even more surprising. One was a free-spirited rogue, and the other was a prestigious sword immortal on par with the sword saint himself. Su Xiaohu hadn't imagined these two polar opposites were actually old friends. After a bit of bickering, Wu Wen Xiandao turned his gaze toward the burly man. The Iron Tyrant's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had realized something. "I was wondering why the old Taoist was so worked up. So, it's because of this guy." With that, he looked at the monk. Da, his tone turning cold. Even if the old Taoist has lost his mind, he wouldn't pull something like this. "You're behind this, aren't you?" The Iron Tyrant frowned. A tantric monk hanging out with a Taoist from the Zhongnan sword sect? Truly an eye-opener. Monk Dada didn't get angry. He simply chanted a Buddhist mantra. Meeting the Iron Tyrant is a blessing. This humble monk comes from the western regions, hoping only to reunite with an old friend. At the mention of the tantric sect, Su Xiaohu's pupils dilated. The western region's tantric sect once rivaled the Shaolin of the Central Plains. Although they had weakened after past conflicts, their old ambitions to invade the Central Plains remained a taboo subject that few dared to whisper about. A cold smile curled on Wu Wen Xiandao's lips. "You bring such a neither living nor dead thing into the Iron Martial Alliance? And just before the Heroes' Assembly, using the excuse of visiting an old friend? I don't buy it." Sensing the tension rising, Xuan Wutian quickly intervened, claiming that Monk Dada had severed ties with the Tantric sect over a decade ago and was only here to see him. "Fine, let's hope so. But if he tries to cause trouble with that corpse, he'll have to get through me first." Seeing that the other side wouldn't let it go, Xuan Wutian changed the subject. He asked why a big shot like the Iron Tyrant was acting as a bodyguard for a young lady. Wu Wen Xiandao, still annoyed, just huffed and didn't answer. Su Xiaohu quickly stepped in to smooth things over, introducing herself and offering a polite bow to Xuan Wutian and the others. Seeing how well-mannered the young girl was, Xuan Wutian secretly praised her and dropped his dismissive attitude. The Zhongnan Sword Immortal wasn't naturally arrogant, and Su Xiaohu was sharp and witty. After a few minutes of conversation, they were getting along famously. Xuan Wutian even joked about whether she wanted to swap bodyguards for a real Sword Immortal, which she gracefully declined. Sensing the mood, Su Xiaohu took the hint and offered to take her leave. Wu Wen Xiandao mentioned he wouldn't be long and would be back soon. Watching her silhouette fade into the distance, Xuan Wutian sighed. What a fine girl. No wonder that stubborn old Iron Tyrant is willing to act as her bodyguard. Suddenly, the Sword Immortal changed his tone. "Is this young lady betrothed yet? If not, I happen to have someone in mind. That boy, Xu Wenwei, he may be cold, but he'd be a perfect match for her." Wu Wen Xiandao glanced at his old friend and mocked him. "Are you talking about that Zhongnan dragon? If you don't want the future sect leader of the Zhongnan sword sect to end up in pieces, I suggest you drop that idea. That girl is with the god of war." Xuan Wutian's eyes widened in shock. "With the god of war? Then, she's the young mistress of the Great Heaven Trade Group?" "Exactly. Look at the butterfly ornament on her waist. That's a gift from the god of war himself. It's incredibly refined, even more so than the Sichuan Tang sect's 10,000 flowers reign. For the god of war to give her such a precious item for protection shows just how important she is to him." Xuan Wutian looked confused. "If she has that level of protection, why do you need to be there in person?" Wu Wen Xiandao went silent. The truth was, beyond his promise to the god of war, there was a more important reason. He had made a deal with Shan Sha Wu, Sr., You know the blood jade cannot cure the 8 extremities soul-severing pulse. I may be untalented, but the heaven-breaking divine technique I practice can reconnect severed meridians. After the hero's assembly, bring your grandson to me, and I can cure him completely. Wu Wenxiandao looked at the young man, skeptical. How certain are you? Shan Shawu's gaze remained calm, filled with confidence. The heaven-breaking technique has never failed in 1,000 years, whether it's for killing or for saving lives. Remembering this, the Iron Tyrant smirked and gave Xuan Wu Tian a vague answer. Then, Wu Wenxiandao leaped into the air, hands behind his back, and drifted away gracefully. Late at night, under the bright moon, a deep, aching longing settled in. Su Xiaohu stood dazed in the main hall, lost in thought. Before leaving, Shan Xiaowu had given her that butterfly trinket, and his voice kept echoing in her ears. If I get locked in the Thunder Prison, the Five Dragon Alliance might target the Great Heaven Trade Group. Even though Wu Wen Xiandao promised to protect you, I'm still worried. The young man had smiled as gently as a spring breeze. Keep this with you. If danger arises, maybe it can keep you safe. Hearing those gentle words, Su Xiaohu felt a sweetness in her heart, her beautiful eyes reflecting only his image. The young mistress of the Great Heaven Trade Group looked up at the moon and whispered, "Brother, are you okay? I miss you so much." Deep in the dark, suffocating depths of the Dongting Lake underground prison, an old man and a young man talked through the iron bars. The old man moved his scarred hands and sighed, "To be caught in such a disaster, I don't think we'll last much longer." The young man, despite being brutally tortured, was still full of hope. "This is Mo Jungsi, a relative of Mo Guyu from the Iron Horse Escort Agency." The old man tried to open his cloudy eyes and sighed, her beautiful eyes shining, now filled only with his reflection. The young mistress of the Great Heaven Trading Guild looked up at the bright moon, muttering, "Big brother, are you still doing well? I miss you so much." Deep in the dark, cavernous depths hundreds of feet under the ground of Dongdin Lake, an old man and a young man were talking through iron bars. The old man moved his scarred hands and sighed, "To be caught in such crossfire, I'm afraid we won't last much longer." The young man had been cruelly tortured, yet he was still filled with hope. "This guy is Mac Quan Tich, from the Mac Ko Nu family. He's one of the Iron Horse Escort Agency men." The old man struggled to open his cloudy eyes and sighed, "Look, we're just here to move cargo. Why is the Five Dragon Alliance making life so hard for a tiny little outfit like ours? I'm sure it's all just a big misunderstanding. Once they clear it up, they'll let us go. It's just, I have no idea how our boss is doing. He was dragged off so long ago, and we haven't heard a peep." Before Mo Junji could even finish his sentence, a massive boom times echoed through the room. A wave of raw, overpowering force shattered the stone wall and ripped through the prison. As the dust began to settle, a figure stepped out from behind the rubble. Mo Junji's eyes went wide, and his voice trembled as he realized who it was. Sir Shan, what are you doing here?" Just moments ago, 2 guards had been complaining. "They're searching every corner of this hellhole. Why go through all the trouble of faking this hero's gathering just to kill the kid anyway? Keep your voice down, will you? We've only got 5 days left. Just do your job and follow orders." As they were chatting, a shadowy figure came stumbling down the hallway, swaying with every step. The guards squinted in the dim light. It was none other than the warden of the Thunder Prison, Sa Tianwei. He was clutching a bottle of booze, stumbling around with a face as red as a tomato. It was obvious the guy was hammered. As he staggered toward Shan Sawu's cell, the guards rushed over. "Warden, what are you doing? What does it look like? I'm going to have a little chat with our war god here." One guard tried to stop him, reminding him that the alliance leader, Huangfu Junye, had strictly forbidden anyone from getting near Shan Sawu. Sa Tianwei didn't care. He marched straight to the cell door only to find it wide open, the cell completely empty. The drunken haze instantly vanished from the warden's eyes, replaced by a cold, sharp focus that made his blood run hot with rage. The 2 guards hadn't realized what was happening yet. One of them even patted Sa Tianwei on the shoulder. "Boss, it's the alliance leader's order. Our hands are tied, so please just walk away and don't make this hard for us." Veins were bulging on Sa Tianwei's forehead, his eyes fixed on them like a starving wolf. "Is this how you carry out the alliance leader's orders? If you're so useless, don't bother doing it at all." In a flash, he snatched the guard by the throat, hoisting him into the air, and growled, "Tell me, where is that war god right now?" The guard, gasping for air, managed to choke out, "Boss, are you drunk? Isn't the war god supposed to be in his cell?" Before he could finish, Sa Tianwei smashed the wine bottle over the guard's head in one swift motion. The guy dropped like a sack of potatoes, and the other guard rushed to catch him, shouting, "Boss, can't we talk about this? What is the meaning of this?" Sa Tianwei planted his hands on his hips and pointed his chin at the cell. "See for yourselves. That's your war god under strict guard." The guard who'd been hit was still dazed, but when he looked and saw the empty cell, he froze dead in his tracks. Then, beads of sweat mixed with blood began to pour down his face. The other guard was equally shocked. Since the Thunder Prison was built, nobody had ever escaped. Satyanwei's roar snapped them out of their trance. "What are you idiots standing around for? Lock down the entire prison. Hunt him down." Seeing his partner scramble to obey, the injured guard stammered, "Boss, the war god might have already gotten out. Should we report this to the Alliance leader? Are you stupid? If we catch him ourselves, we might survive. If we report this to the boss, we're as good as dead." A sinister smirk crossed the warden's face. There was only one way out of the Thunder Prison, and the path to it was crawling with traps. The war god had his meridians sealed by T-Ba and the Alliance leader. There's no way he could have made it out easily. He's definitely still in here, and I'm gonna tear him to pieces. Meanwhile, in the deepest level of the prison, Shan Sawu was slowly helping a badly wounded Mo Junji along, with the injured old man following close behind. Now that Mo Junji knew Mo Guyu was safe, he asked Shan Sawu if he'd seen anyone else from the Iron Horse Escort Agency. Shan Sawu admitted that on the way here, he hadn't seen anyone alive. "We have to get you both out of this prison first, then I'll figure out a way to come back for the others." Saying this, he turned to look at the old man. "Sir, if you're having trouble moving, you can wait here. I'll get Mo Junji out first and come back for you. How about that?" The old man flatly refused, saying he'd rather die than spend another second in this place. He added that if Shan Sawu really intended to take down the Five Dragon Alliance leader, his old bones would still be useful. Seeing the sincerity in the old man's words, it was clear he'd been tortured heavily in here. Shan Sawu didn't argue further, just gave a small nod. Before long, the three of them exited the hallway and reached a massive courtyard. Mo Junji caught a whiff of something acrid and quickly covered his nose. Shan Sawu took a breath, his heart sinking. He recognized the smell of burning corpses. Passing by a deep pit, he looked down and saw a pile of remains that had been scorched beyond recognition. The war god's brow furrowed. It looked like he didn't need to keep searching for the rest of the Iron Horse Escort Agency. Just then, his ears twitched. A distant bell rang out, followed by panicked shouting echoing through the depths of the prison. "Quick, report to the warden. The guard at the magic ceiling cave are all dead, and the high-security prisoner we were told to watch is gone too. We can't find the war god anywhere." Hearing the news, Satyanwei immediately made a call and led his men straight toward the deepest level of the Thunder Prison, right below the magic ceiling cave. Hearing the chaotic footsteps getting closer, Shan Sawu stopped and let out a sigh. "Looks like we've been found. Sir Shan, don't worry about us. Just go." Shan Sawu remained calm and shook his head. This place was completely locked down. He'd hoped to slip past them unnoticed for a few days, but it seemed a quiet exit wasn't in the cards. Before he could finish, a loud shout came from behind them. "War God, the Alliance leader put so much effort into keeping you here. You're the first one to ever successfully escape the Thunder Prison in history." Satyanwei gritted his teeth, his voice ice cold. "But so what? You're still going to die by my hand." Shan Sawu smiled faintly, looking completely at ease. "You bastard. I was just looking for you." A guard suddenly felt a wave of unease and trembled. "Boss, I have a bad feeling." He managed to sneak out of his cell, and the guards at the magic ceiling cave and that special prisoner are all dead. Could he have actually recovered his power? Although Satyanwei was feeling nervous too, he kept his composure. Impossible, he thought. That's impossible. T-Ba and the Alliance leader both placed 2 layers of restrictions on him. No one can undo the acupoints sealed by those 2 masters. Even though our boss sounds so confident, I'm still a bit worried. The guy didn't show an ounce of fear despite being surrounded by so many people, and that calm look on his face didn't seem like he was faking it. Seeing his subordinate still hesitating, Satyanwei lost his patience and said slowly, if he had truly recovered his martial arts, why would he endure our torture for this long? Even though rumors say his martial arts are peerless, he's just fronting right now. The prison master gritted his teeth and said arrogantly, anyone who ends up in this dungeon is just fish on a cutting board waiting for us to slice them up. Are you really afraid of a fish? The 2 men let out a shout and charged straight at Thien. Savu with their blades drawn. Satyanwei stood his ground, a sudden smirk forming on his face. His goal was to have these 2 subordinates distract the god of war. At this moment, he held a foot-long golden needle between his fingers, waiting for Thien Savu to get tied up by his men so he could launch a surprise attack, using his soul-severing needle to strike the opponent's fatal acupoint. The 2 subordinates pounced on Thien Savu like hawks on a rabbit. Their blades suddenly crossed in mid-air, forming an X, and with a screeching sound of metal against metal, a sharp blade aura erupted from them. The 2 subordinates had veins popping on their foreheads, clearly giving it everything they had. This was the combo technique they had spent years perfecting, the dual blade strike. Just then, Satyanwei saw his opening. The prison master lunged forward, the foot-long golden needle in his hand flashing with a cold, deadly light, the famous soul-severing needle of Satyanwei. But Tien Savu stood completely still, not moving an inch, except for two blue flames that seemed to be burning in his eyes. The god of war looked cold and spoke slowly. Satien Ui, you're digging your own grave. Hearing this, the prison master's pupils contracted. He felt a vague sense of unease, but couldn't pinpoint where the danger was coming from. By now, the two subordinates had blocked Tien Savu from his view. Even if the god of war realized he was about to strike, he was confident he could hit him before and he could react. But Satyanui didn't know that his two men had secretly undergone a change. Even though they were still screaming and trying to hack Tien Savu to pieces, two wisps of energy as thin as silk had quietly entered their minds. Suddenly, without any warning, the two subordinates turned around and swung their blades back. Their target was none other than Satien Ui standing behind them. This sudden turn of events left the prison master gaping in shock. Before he could defend himself, he was struck in the chest by their combined attack. The sharp blade aura hit like a tidal wave, sending Satien Ui flying back several yards. The prison master let out a miserable shriek as blood sprayed from his chest, splashing like rain onto his terror-stricken face. Finally, he realized that he was probably going to die today. As he faced his end, he heard chaotic footsteps fast approaching, along with the shouts of the prison guards. Satien Ui leaned weakly against the wall, gasping for air. Only then did he realize he wasn't dead yet. The prison master stared at Tien Savu, his expression bewildered. God of war, why did you save me? I still have a few things to ask you, so I can only spare your life for now. Once I've finished asking, it won't be too late to die. Satien Ui gave a bitter laugh and asked, why did those two suddenly attack me? My sect has a secret technique called the human puppet art. As I mentioned before, this technique doesn't just control a person's actions, but also their consciousness. Right now, in the eyes of those two, everyone except themselves and me looks like the god of war. Once they've killed everyone, I'll have them commit suicide, saving me the trouble. Hearing this, Satien Ui sneered. The rumors about the god of war's ruthless methods were true after all. Tien Savu replied calmly, compared to what you did to the Tima escort agency, I'm still far behind. But enough talk. Just tell me where the remaining members of the Tima escort agency are. Once I find them, I promise you a quick death. Satien Ui chuckled. I don't care. I'm dying anyway. Why would I listen to you? Besides, you should be worried about yourself. This dungeon has 27 levels and 5 grand formations. These mechanisms aren't just something you can brute force your way through with martial arts. Only the Alliance leader and I know how to break them. Once I'm dead, you'll just have to stay here and keep me company. Unexpectedly, Tien Savu remained unfazed. That's fine. You'll tell me the way out yourself. Satien Ui looked at him like he was an idiot. You really think I'll tell you? Tien Savu didn't answer, but slowly raised his left hand, wisps of internal energy dancing around his fingertips. I'm sure you will. Didn't you just ask me what the human puppet art is? Now, I'll let you experience it for yourself. With that, a surge of energy shot out before Satien Ui's terrified eyes. While Tien Savu was wreaking havoc in the dungeon, a figure quietly approached a secret tunnel in the dark. This person was the evil monk of the western regions, Tong Chin, who worked for Hong Fu Quan Nyak. He and Hong Fu Quan Nyak had secretly agreed to help him break the seals on the 7 extreme cold yin crystals to refine 7 immortal models. In exchange, Hong Fu Quan Nyak had to provide them with a hideout and leave one of the completed immortal models for Tong Chin to restore his sect. Tong Chin built another secret tunnel just in case Hong Fu Quan Nyak betrayed him. So, after kidnapping Han Hong Ya with sleeping gas, earlier he didn't take her back to the 5 Dragon Alliance's tunnel but secretly brought her here. The monk had succeeded. Tong Chin looked at Han Huang Ya, who was lying motionless on the stone bed, feeling extremely satisfied. In 5 days, this ice flower would become the perfect immortal model. A moment later, Tong Chin tried to suppress his excitement and walked over to the bedside. This hideous evil monk smirked and said coldly, I've already successfully refined 6 immortal models. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer at all. As soon as he finished speaking, his bony, stick-like hand slowly reached out. Suppressing the agitation in his heart, he walked to the bedside. This sinister-looking demon monk smirked and said coldly, I've successfully forged 6 undead puppets. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer any pain at all. Just as he finished speaking, the monk's thin, stick-like hand slowly reached out. Guided by his internal energy, Han Huangya's limp body sat upright. This time, instead of attaching the glacial essence to her chest like before, he prepared to embed it directly into her brain, ensuring it would fuse perfectly with her body, turning Han Huangya into a mindless machine that would only obey his commands. But he knew that penetrating the consciousness of this ice flower wouldn't be easy. To completely erase her memories, he had to find the remaining fragments of her past. With that, the sect leader unleashed a forbidden technique, his consciousness creeping into Han Huangya's mind. In her stupor, the girl furrowed her brows, and cold sweat beaded on her forehead. A moment later, the sect leader stumbled upon a secret memory. It was the long sword, with bright red blood dripping from the blade. Surrounding the little girl were corpses strewn about, clearly killed by her sword. She seemed to sense someone sneaking a peek at her, and as she turned her head, her tiny face was filled with icy coldness. Tong Chin was both shocked and overjoyed. The expressionless gaze of Han Huangya made him even more certain that this ice-cold beauty was the perfect candidate to be forged into a flawless, undead puppet. At that moment in a memory, a man in luxurious robes was shouting loudly, "You useless idiots! Grab that girl! This is top tier! Merchandise to be offered to the Five Dragon Alliance. Do not hurt her. You must capture her alive." Years ago, young Han Huangya didn't panic at all. She tossed her, soared to the ground, took a running leap, and with a few bounds, she vanished into the night. Seeing this, Tong Chin hesitated. This memory was secret, but he knew it wasn't the earliest memory Han Huangya had lost. Plus, his current cultivation level couldn't maintain this memory-searching mystic art for too long. Otherwise, both he and Han Huangya would be in danger. After a moment of thought, the old monk decided to take the risk. To forge the perfect undead puppet, he had to keep searching. Thinking this, Tong Chin didn't hesitate and unleashed the mystic art once more. The monk's consciousness, like a night owl, relentlessly probed deep into Han Huangya's mind. A moment later, Tong Chin suddenly let out a bizarre, loud laugh. He had finally found the reason why Han Huangya lost her memory. At the foot of the snow-capped mountains, a little girl stood before a plum tree. Back then, Han Huangya still had black hair and was standing under the snow-white apricot blossoms drifted down, looking absolutely adorable. Tong Jung frowned at the scene before him. He couldn't believe what could have possibly changed Han Xiangya's personality, but honestly, that didn't matter anymore. He was absolutely certain that this was the reason why Han Xiangya lost her memories. Thinking this, the old monk didn't hesitate any longer. The final extreme cold yin essence appeared in his hand. Just as Tong Jung let out a roar, ready to lunge at Han Xiangya, when a gentle voice drifted over. "Xiangya, why did you run all the way here?" Hearing that, the old monk's pupils constricted. An overwhelming surge of pressure forced him to stop in his tracks. He slowly turned his head, only to see an old man with silver hair who had appeared behind him out of nowhere. The person who arrived was Han Yu, the master of Shan Sawu, the previous generation's heaven-breaking martial general. That legendary martial artist stood with his white hair and robes fluttering in the wind. The sheer aura radiating from him was terrifying. Facing such power, Tong Jung's pupils shrank in fear. He was absolutely certain that the man in front of him could easily wipe out his spiritual consciousness. Just as he was stunned, the situation on the field suddenly changed. A massive surge of inner energy erupted from deep within Han Xiangya's mind, effortlessly blasting Tong Jung right out of her body. That wicked tantric monk stared at the scene in disbelief, stumbling back several steps before finally steadying himself. Tong Jung clutched his numb wrist, the shock, making his entire arm tremble uncontrollably. The tantric monk narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing since he perfected his forbidden immortality arts. Han Xiangya was clearly still in a state of suspended animation, so where on earth did that powerful blast of force that threw him out of her body come from? Before he could even process it, Tong Jung suddenly tasted something sweet in his throat. He gritted his teeth hard, but blood still gushed from his nose. It was clear that the blow had caused him some serious internal injuries. The tantric monk slowly reached up to wipe away the blood dripping down his face. After steadying his turbulent energy, he pulled out the extreme cold yin essence once again. A perfect immortality vessel was right in front of him, and Tong Jung wasn't about to give up so easily. He immediately channeled his energy, ready to try again from the start. But then, his eyes widened in utter shock. This time, no matter what secret techniques he used, he couldn't penetrate Han Xiangya's mind anymore, and the extreme cold yin essence in his hand suddenly went out of control. Instead of sealing Han Xiangya's soul as he had planned, it drifted toward her crown point and slipped into her body, slowly, being completely absorbed by her. At the same time, lost in her trance, the girl felt as if she were falling into an endless darkness. A raspy voice echoed in her ears like a devil's whisper. "Forget the past. From this day forward, your soul belongs to me." In the darkness, Han Xiangya helplessly hugged her knees. She wanted to listen to that voice and forget her past, but she couldn't even remember it in the first place, so how could she forget? Just then, a ray of light suddenly tore through the night. The girl looked vaguely toward the light and saw a couple standing under the apricot tree. Han Xiangya suddenly shivered the scene. She had seen this image in her dreams more than once. The man's gaze was majestic, yet held a hint of indulgence. The woman's eyes were gentle, filled with an infinite, boundless love. Han Huangya instinctively reached out toward the couple, and her lost memories came flooding back like a tidal wave. These were her parents. Mom, Dad, it's been so many years. I've missed you both so much. Tears fell silently down Han Huangya's cold, stoic face. In this moment, she finally remembered everything. And Tong. Just then, his pupils constricted, just like Lam Dai ditches. A surge of energy erupted from within Han Huangya like a tsunami. This power carried an invincible force, as if it wanted to crush everything in its path. It stunned the tantric monk, yet it also felt strangely familiar. It was exactly like the war god, who had defeated him once before. Tong Zheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that Bing Hua and the war god are connected? Before he could even think, and then, that surge of force crashed down. The sect leader couldn't pull his hand back in time. His right arm was instantly crushed. Right after that, his whole body was sent flying like a kite with a snapped string, soaring several yards away. The Western region's evil monk clutched his severed arm, letting out a gut-wrenching, agonizing scream. Meanwhile, Han Xiangya, who had been unconscious, stood up. This ice-cold beauty just glanced at her opponent and said coldly, "I'll spare your life today." Seeing the look of terror in the sect leader's eyes, Han Xiangya uncharacteristically explained with patience, saying that although the sect leader deserved to die, it was thanks to him that she had recovered her memories of her parents, so she would spare his life. But this Western monk didn't know when to quit. He insisted on taking Han Xiangya's head to recover the extreme yin energy. Having said that, the sect leader formed a hand seal, unleashing the blood demon killing arts. Several streaks of blood energy, like venomous snakes, lunged toward Han Xiangya. This technique was also a forbidden art of the secret sect. If anyone even grazed that blood energy, they'd be drained of all their blood and turn into a dried-up husk. But Han Xiangya wasn't rattled at all. She casually plucked a strand of white hair from her head. Immediately after, she channeled all her sword intent into that hair, using the moon soul sword technique her mother had created. That soft strand of hair became razor-sharp, like moonlight piercing through the night, shooting straight toward the sect leader's head. In the blink of an eye, a crescent-shaped scar appeared on the monk's forehead, and then a spray of blood erupted from the back of his neck, splattering everywhere. The sect leader's legs started trembling. He couldn't stand. Immediately after, the old monk's body collapsed to the ground. That Western evil monk finally died in disbelief and confusion. The man hadn't slept or rested, riding his horse at full gallop for 3 days and 3 nights, but he still felt time was running out and didn't dare to let his guard down. The man's name was Zhang Xiaqiu, and he was the head of the Huaizhou branch of the Datian Trading Company. Su Xiaohu had started to grow suspicious of Huang Fujun Yue, so she teamed up with a beggar sect elder, Hong Wu Guai, to secretly investigate Quan Thung's past from every angle. Now, the final investigation results were in Zhang Xiaqi's hands, and he had to reach the dock before sunrise to send the information out. Because of this intelligence, more than 20 of his subordinates had been wiped out. Zhang Xiaqiu knew this was incredibly important. Even if he had to risk his life, he had to get this intel to the young master. Just then, a faint sound of air being torn reached his ears. Zhang Xiaqiu was startled. A bad feeling welled up inside him. Clearly, the newcomer's movement technique was top tier, to be able to catch up to a horse galloping at full speed on foot. A white-clad figure glided through the forest like a ghost, catching up to the galloping Zhang Xiaqiu in a flash. Under the moonlight, Zhang Xiaqiu clearly saw who it was. It was none other than the Blood Sword guest who had appeared for the Five Dragon Alliance. The Blood Sword guest was Huang Fujun Yue's bodyguard, and his appearance now to kill him proved that this intelligence had touched a nerve with Quan Thung. Just as the Blood Sword guest prepared to leap up and swing his sword down, another figure lunged out from the forest. The newcomer flew into the air and struck the Blood Sword guest's head hard with a staff. The latter had to hurriedly change his stance to block with his sword, but the immense force still sent him flying several yards away. The Blood Sword guest was shocked, realizing the newcomer was no ordinary person. After the beggar blocked the Blood Sword guest, he turned and shouted to Zhang Xiaqiu, "Get out of here fast! Leave this guy to me!" Zhang Xiaqiu was only following orders to investigate Huang Fujun Yue's past, and he didn't know the young master had secretly asked the beggar sect to protect him. Though, and he didn't understand why this beggar was helping him, he promised that he would definitely repay this great debt of gratitude later. The beggar chuckled and said, "Once you meet your mistress, you'll understand. The boat is still waiting for you at the dock. If we meet again later, just treat me to a good meal, and that'll be enough." Zhang Xiaqiu knew this wasn't the time to linger, so he immediately turned his horse and kept sprinting forward. The Bloodsword guest saw this and sneered, with a tone of contempt. "You beggar sect folks are truly pathetic, selling your lives for just a meal? Besides, do you really think you can stop me alone?" To his surprise, the beggar smiled. "Who said I came alone?" The moment he finished speaking, footsteps were heard all around. It turned out that over a dozen beggar sect disciples armed with wooden staves had them surrounded. The lead beggar rested his staff on his shoulder and laughed coldly. Back in Taiyuan, we used our staff techniques to beat several bloodsword guests to death. Today won't be any different. It's just adding a few more dead dogs to the pile. Before his words had even faded, another white-clad figure appeared. The newcomer wore a bamboo hat, his voice chilling. I've heard about that incident. If that was your doing, then today I'll send you on your way. Seeing the newcomer's aggressive aura as he approached, the beggar stepped back a bit while trying to probe the opponent's identity. My real name? I don't remember it anymore. Later, the alliance leader bestowed the name Bai Long Cao upon me. Remember that name well, so you'll know who to blame in the afterlife. Seeing the masked man's golden mask, the beggar's expression changed. The name Bai Long Cao terrified him. The beggar sect was the largest sect under heaven, with an intelligence network spreading across the entire martial world. They knew about the Bloodsword guests of the Five Dragon Alliance. The Bloodsword guests were the most ruthless group in the Five Dragon Alliance. They weren't just Huang Fujin bodyguards, but were also responsible for investigations and assassinations. Once they determined someone was acting against the Five Dragon Alliance, the Bloodsword guests didn't need to report to the Alliance leader and could strike directly. And the founder of the Bloodsword guests was this very Bai Long Cao. He was known as the Iron Guard. Rumor in the martial arts world said that no one who had ever seen him draw his sword had survived. In a split second, this leader of the Bloodsword guests drew his blade, and instantly, sharp sword energy filled the air. Next, all that could be seen were waves of sharp sword energy crashing down like the ocean. This was Bai Long Cao's signature technique, blood-piercing cloud sea. The beggar sect disciples were instantly torn apart by the sword energy, blood and gore splattering everywhere. The area turned into a living hell in an instant, severed limbs, blood everywhere, and agonizing screams echoing all around. A moment later, Bai Long Cao led two subordinates to the dock, but Zhang Xiaqiu had already boarded the boat and was quickly moving away. Seeing that the boat was already miles offshore, a subordinate suggested using water-gliding movement techniques to give chase. But Bai Long Cao shook his head. Instead, he turned to tell his subordinates about the background of Zhang Xiaqiu. The Datian Trading Company had built its fortune from nothing in just 10 short years and could now rival the Black Trading Guild. People only. People know their young master, Su Xiaohu, is sharp as a tack, but they don't realize that Trung Har Thu is the real powerhouse behind the scenes. Don't let his title as a small chapter president of the Huai Prefecture branch fool you. His intelligence network is easily on par with the beggar sect. Some even say that if you control him, you basically have the entire Central Plains in the palm of your hand. For a guy like that to be quietly investigating our alliance leader, whoever's behind this is a major threat to our Five Dragons alliance. Taking him out would be a piece of cake for me, but what I really need to know is who is actually looking for this intel. Meanwhile, at the Great Heaven Trading Group within the Iron Martial Alliance, Su Xiaohu stares at the girl who arrived late at night, shocked. The tone of Han Xiangya's voice isn't as icy as it usually is. She says she's sorry for the late-night intrusion and asks Su Xiaohu to forgive her. Hearing that, Su Xiaohu gets even more suspicious. Even though she and this ice flower have never met, seeing her in person feels completely different from the rumors. After a moment, Su Xiaohu voices her doubts, asking if Han Xiangya is here because of Shan Sawu. The other girl looks straight at Su Xiaohu, not flinching at all, and admits it frankly. But he's locked up in the lightning prison right now. He isn't here. I've heard about that, but I just couldn't stop myself from coming. Here. Su Xiaohu falls silent for a second, then asks in a low voice, may I ask why? I want to hear what you think of him. You've inherited the martial arts of my father, the person you trust most. What kind of man is he really? Su Xiaohu is startled. Shan Sawu once told her that Han Xiangya lost her childhood memories. Could she have regained them now? She tells her maid she might be talking with Miss Han for a long time, and not to be disturbed unless it's an emergency. Then, she gestures for Han Xiangya to follow. Miss Han, it's a bit stuffy in here. Let's go talk in the back garden. Before they even reach the garden, Han Xiangya hesitates for a second and asks, Miss Su, do you know when Master Shan will be back? Probably not until the heroes' assembly ends. My brother is always like this. He's always late. Han Xiangya murmurs. We have to wait. That long? Su Xiaohu looks up at the moon, her pretty face calm. I'll wait for him, no matter how long it takes. I waited 10 years just to meet him once. Waiting for him has become a habit by now. Hearing that, Han Xiangya doesn't falter. She just nods gently. Then I'll wait here for him too. As they head to the garden, Wu Wenshin whispers, You've been at the Great Heaven Trading Group this whole time, and now you can't sit still anymore. The moment Han Xiangya stepped into the building, he felt her powerful aura, but he didn't rush to show himself. First, she wasn't hiding her tracks, so she clearly didn't have bad intentions. Second, the aura felt familiar. This Taiba quietly steps out of his room, looking into the distance, as the two girls' conversation in the lakeside pavilion faintly drifts to his ears. The two girls have hit it off, and finding out they're both from the north makes them even closer. They decide to become sworn sisters. Since Han Xiangya is older, Su Xiaohu treats her like a big sister. Just as Su Xiaohu enthusiastically invites her to have some tea, Han Xiangya's footsteps suddenly stop. The ice flower turns her head toward the distance, a sharp sword aura erupting as if she's ready to strike. She's clearly spotted Taiba, lurking nearby. Wu Wenxian frowns. He didn't expect this girl to have such sharp instincts. Back when he went to the Lion Gate to get the blood jade, he'd met her once. Back then, he thought she had potential, but her power wasn't enough for him to pay her any mind. Yet, in less than a month, in terms of pure internal energy, she's already on his level. Becoming the next female sword immortal is just a matter of time. Thinking of this, Wu Wenxian can't help but be shocked. It isn't just about what lucky encounter she had, it's the speed at which Shan Sawu is gathering talent around him. First, there's Su Xiaohu, sharp-witted and far-sighted. Plus, she's the young master of the Great Heaven Trading Group. Her resources are insane. Then there's that kid, Han Su, from the Jiangnan Sword Sect. Even though he's new to the martial world and lacks combat experience, his 36 Heavenly Stars sword technique is truly impressive. His potential for growth can't be ignored. Then there's Shishi, representing the younger generation of the Iron Martial Alliance. These kids don't fear power and are filled with passion. After being coached by Shan Sawu and pampered by Su Xiaohu, they've become very close to the war god and his crew. Now, add Han Xiangya, an ice flower, whose strength has skyrocketed the war. God's power has silently grown to this level. Wu Wenxian shivers. If Shan Sawu can make it through the Heroes' Assembly unscathed, fine. But if someone actually tries to take his life, it's going to turn into a bloodbath. If the Iron Martial Alliance dissolves, the factions will no longer be bound by their pact, and the Central Plains will surely fall into plains. Chaos. Thinking of this, a thought flashes through Tiba's mind. Is this actually the outcome Huangfu Junyue wanted? A night passes, and with only 3 days left until the Heroes' Assembly, more and more martial artists are flooding into the Iron Martial Alliance. At a roadside tavern in the city, two diners sit across from each other, whispering. One of them is the beggar sect's great elder, Hong Wukuai. What did the sect leader finally decide? I'm sure Elder Hong already guessed that the beggar sect is staying out of this assembly, so this is the last time I'm helping you. Besides, the sect leader and the other elders told me to pass on a message. Don't let your friendship with the war god drag the beggar sect into trouble. Hong Wukui hears this, his heart going cold, and drops of cold sweat roll down his face. Even though he knew that staying out of power struggles was the iron law of the beggar sect, so when the Iron Martial Alliance was founded, they stayed out of it. Even though the beggar sect contributed so much during the war against the Yuan, getting involved now really isn't wise. Thus, the sect leader's decision wasn't a surprise. What makes him cold inside is the message. Thinking it over, the warning is obvious. It's clearly because of the pressure from Huangfu Junyue. After a long silence, the beggar sect elder slowly opens his mouth. Please pass on. Tell the beggar sect leader that I've heard his side of things loud and clear. The hulking man didn't waste another second and quickly moved on to something else. Hong Vu Koi asked for a favor earlier. I sent a group of elites to support Truong Ha Thu, but by the time they reached the Huizhou branch, the place had already been burned to the ground. The whole branch was massacred, and there wasn't a trace of Truong Ha Thu's body. I sent Cao Kiat Kai to track him down and keep him safe, but now, even Cao Kiat Kai has vanished. According to the only survivor from the Huizhou branch, he only saw someone wearing a golden skull mask, someone with god-tier martial arts and a ruthless touch. Hearing about the golden skull mask, Hong Vu Koi felt a chill down his spine. If that legendary white dragon grass himself was involved, Cao Kiat Kai was almost certainly a dead man. Meanwhile, on the misty Yangtze River, a speedboat was heading downstream, toward the Iron Martial Alliance. On the bank, 3 horses were galloping in hot pursuit. It was White Dragongrass and 2 of his underlings. Watching the boat's trajectory, White Dragongrass already guessed the truth. The one backing Truong Ha Thu had to be the young master of the Great Heaven Merchant Guild, so he ordered his men to immediately send a carrier pigeon to the Blood Sword Guest, who was already at the Iron Martial Alliance, to surround the Merchant Guild. As for him, he'd board the boat to keep an eye on Truong Ha Thu, just in case his hunch was off. His subordinate took the order and asked if he needed to report this to the Alliance leader. White Dragongrass replied, "Once it's all over, I'll report it myself." With that, he yanked on the reins, leaped from his horse, and his body shot toward the river like a meteor. As he touched the water, White Dragongrass used his lightness skill to sprint across the surface. Under the moonlight, he looked like a white shadow riding the waves, catching up to the speedboat in the blink of an eye. Getting within a few yards, White Dragongrass gathered his internal energy and launched himself onto the deck like a hawk. The leader of the Bloodsword guests landed softly, stood perfectly still, then spun around, shedding his flashy robe and ripping off that terrifying golden skull mask, revealing a plain, slightly cold face underneath. White Dragongrass had made up his mind. If he found anyone making contact with Truong Ha-Thu, even if he couldn't find the mastermind behind it all later, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them on the spot to keep things quiet. With that, the Bloodsword guest leader grabbed a cargo crate, disguised himself as a deckhand, and casually walked toward Truong Ha Thursday. But Truong Ha Thu had no idea he was on the brink of death. Days of constant running had left the messenger exhausted, but he didn't dare stop for even a second. At first, the young miss had ordered him to secretly investigate Hong Fu Quan Yak. He just thought the young master was being bored and curious, just messing around. Hong Fu Quan Yak was the eldest son of the Hong Fu clan, and his status and background were known to everyone in the martial arts world. But after seeing so many of his men wiped out, he realized this intel must have touched a raw nerve with Hong Fu Quan Yak. Still, Truong Ha-Thu wasn't afraid. Even if he had to die, he had to get this info to the young miss. It was the only way to repay her for trusting and promoting him. There was only one day left until the Heroes' Assembly. Meanwhile, at the Five Dragon Alliance guest house, it was late, but Hong Fu Quan Yak couldn't sleep. He ran the plan through his head over and over. Sure, there wasn't a single hole in it. Even though the disappearance of the evil monk Tong Chin was unexpected, the undead demon corpse was already completed, so it didn't mess up the big picture. He had contingency plans for every variable. Even the biggest one was locked up in his dungeon, but for some reason, he still felt a sense of unease. Inside the dungeon, Thien Savu and the others finally reached the exit. He'd used puppet arts to control Satien Ui, bypassing the traps along the way without a scratch, and even made 2 guards carry the body of that mysterious master out. Satien Ui's mind was completely under control, and with a blank face, he explained the secrets of the final barrier. The massive door in front of them had no lock and could be pushed open easily. But if you didn't trigger the hidden mechanisms in the right order, the moment you pushed the door, the whole tunnel would collapse. Completely. Mak Kwan Tik looked at Thien Savu in terror, but the man had no expression on his face. He was deep and unreadable. By his calculations, tomorrow was the Heroes' Assembly. Thinking of this, Thien Savu's eyes turned cold, and he muttered to himself, Hong Fu Quan Yak, after tomorrow, one of us has to die. The Heroes' Assembly, planned for the last 8 months, had finally officially begun. Martial arts masters from all over the country gathered at the Iron Martial Alliance today. The inner city gates were buzzing. It was packed like an anthill, people jostling and pushing, even those without invitation trying their luck, hoping to sneak in and witness this grand event with their own eyes. After all, any of the 72 heroes invited were big names in the world of martial arts. Standing on the gate tower, Hong Vu Koi looked at the swelling crowd and sighed to himself, thinking that calling these warriors the pillars of the Central Plains martial arts world wasn't an exaggeration at all. Suddenly, a clear sound of a golden chime rang out, and Hong Vu Koi's cup froze mid-sip. He knew a top-tier master had arrived. He looked up and saw that the newcomer was one of the 72 heroes known to the world as the Divine Dragon of the Frontier, Van Trung's son. Not only was his cultivation deep, but the martial arts of his disciples were incredibly strong too. They say the strength of his sect out on the frontier had almost no rivals. Next to appear was another famous master, the sect leader of the South Sea Sword Sect, Tran Maovi. Relying on his exquisite swordsmanship, this man had conquered all the heroes of the South Sea and had held the throne of the South Sea's #1 swordsman for 30 years. Hongvu Koi watched the excited crowd and sighed. If only I could be like them. Without a care in the world, that would be nice. Before he could finish, a figure suddenly appeared and calmly said, if you want, you can enjoy this hero's assembly just like them. Why is a beggar sect elder looking so gloomy? Seeing a familiar face, Hongvu Koi joked, so it's Master Triet Dai. I haven't heard much from you these past few years. I thought you retired from the martial arts world. Master Triet Dai smiled and replied, well, I've heard plenty of news about Elder Hong over these years. I heard you spent 10 years waiting miserably in Shenyang for some mysterious old guy, then ended up becoming buddies with that war god. Hongvu Koi's face stiffened a little. Looks like Master Triet Dai was interested in the war god, but that was attention he really didn't want. The other man glanced sideways at Hongvu Koi. With a mocking tone, you're stating the obvious. Of course, I'm concerned about the god of war. There aren't many people in the martial arts world who care about him anyway, so on that point, you can rest easy. Master Jidai didn't bother hiding the truth, which left the beggar sect elder feeling insulted, but before he could even open his mouth to retort, the hermit laughed, his voice turning gentle. It's been 10 years since we last had a pleasant chat, old friend. I truly find this refreshing. Elder Hong, it's been a while. Hong Wukui couldn't keep up with the man's erratic train of thought. This was exactly why he had known Master Jiedai for so long, yet always avoided running into him. The Taoist would be talking to him seriously one moment, then suddenly make a joke that hit a nerve, only to snap back to his normal self, leaving Hong Wukui unable to argue back. He never managed to get the upper hand. Hong Wukui gritted his teeth and said, "Weren't you supposed to be presiding over the hero assembly? Go get ready. I've been inside since dawn, but the hall was just too suffocating, so I came out for some fresh air. It just so happened I saw you here, so I figured I'd stop by for a few words." Dingjunzheng is located on a hillside, within the city walls, originally built as an arena for martial artists to spar. It wasn't until Huangfu Junyue suddenly announced the hero assembly that this hall was built, in just 10 days. As the two were talking, another man approached. It was the current sect leader of the Sichuan Tang clan, known throughout the martial arts world as the Invincible Blood Hand, Tang Wenquan. Unlike the two masters who had entered the city earlier, this sect leader made no effort to conceal his sharp, aggressive aura, emanating from his entire body, rolling forward like a provocation. His target was none other than Master Ji Dai. Seeing this, the master's expression remained calm, though his eyes narrowed. Hong Wukui watched in shock and hurried to say, "Is this kid crazy? Does he actually dare to attack you?" Master Jidai let out a scoff, and his internal energy suddenly erupted. A powerful, swirling force instantly shattered Tang Wenquan's incoming pressure. The Taoist priest barely moved his lips, using secret voice transmission. "I don't care to bicker with a junior like you. You'd best know your place." With that, Master Jidai flicked his horsetail whisk effortlessly, sending a powerful wave of energy like a tidal surge, instantly batting away the poison needles Tang Wenquan had hidden within his energy. Seeing this, the other man gave a cold laugh and replied via transmission, as expected of Master Jidai. "It's not easy to detect the hidden mechanisms in that, but that's what makes it interesting. If it were that easy to kill you, it would be far too boring. The hero assembly has only just begun, and there are plenty of opportunities ahead." After saying this, the Tang clan leader acted as if nothing had happened and continued strolling toward the hall. Witnessing the whole thing, Hong Wukui asked suspiciously if Master Jidai had some sort of grudge against him. "Not exactly a grudge, it's just that being in the same region, Sichuan, the Tang clan always wants to keep the Mount Qingcheng sect under their thumb. This is why I rarely go out. Trouble has a way of finding me wherever there are crowds." Hong Wukui smiled. "Look at you, it's been so many years, and your temper has mellowed out quite a bit. You wouldn't have let such a provocation slide in the past. Don't you want to show the younger generation what the true, terrifying face of the martial arts world looks like?" To his surprise, no sooner had he said this than Master Jiedai flew into a rage. "Fine, I'll go take care of that brat. Since he's so ignorant, I'll personally send him to his next life today." Seeing this, Hong Wukui's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly tried to talk him down. "Wait, aren't you supposed to be presiding over the hero assembly? If you want to fight, at least wait until the event concludes successfully." Surprisingly, Master Jidai calmed down again just as quickly and spoke slowly. "With that look in your eyes, Elder Hong, do you really think this hero assembly will end smoothly? As it stands, the number of people supporting the dissolution and those opposing it are evenly matched. No matter which side wins, a bloodbath is inevitable." Just then, a rapid drumbeat echoed, signaling that the hero assembly had officially begun. The organizers and guards shouted loudly, inviting all the martial artists to hurry into the venue. A young acolyte also came to urge Master Jidai to return quickly. The master bid farewell to Hong Wukui, and with a flash of movement, he vanished. Watching the man lead his excited disciples toward the hall, Hong Wukui didn't follow immediately, but stood there in deep thought. He knew everything Master Jidai said was true. Blood would be spilled today no matter what. The problem was that the enemy seemed very well prepared, while his own trump card still felt uncertain. If things continued this way, he feared he couldn't even guarantee the safety of the god of war. Meanwhile, at a house on the outskirts of the Iron Martial Alliance, Zhang Xiaoshu had just arrived and was led by his subordinates into a secret tunnel. This tunnel led straight to the inner courtyard of the Great Heaven Trade Association. Back when Nangong Su Qiao was always giving Su Xiaohu a hard time, she had this tunnel secretly dug. It was intended as an escape route in case of danger within the Iron Martial Alliance. She never expected it would actually come in handy today. Before leaving, Zhang Xiaoshu didn't forget to instruct his subordinate. "Although I didn't spot anyone following us, just to be absolutely safe, seal the tunnel behind you and find somewhere to hide." Finished, he grabbed an oil lamp and quickly ran toward the end of the tunnel. Unexpectedly, he hadn't been gone long before a figure appeared at the doorway like a ghost. The person didn't speak loudly, but to the subordinate, it sounded like a thunderclap. It really was Su Xiaohu, from the Great Heaven Trade Association, playing games. The subordinate turned his head in a panic to see who was at the door, only to be met with a terrifying golden skull mask. It was the leader of the Bloodsword guests, White Dragon Grass. who had been tailing him the entire way. Recognizing his enemy, the subordinate drew his blade and shouted, "I will avenge the brothers who died by your hand." But before he could finish his sentence, he saw a flash of cold light. Immediately after, white dragongrass was standing behind him, sheathing his sword with such speed that even a fired arrow couldn't keep up. The leader of the Bloodsword guests stared coldly and said, "Puniance, what? Right, do you have to talk about revenge?" 10 years had passed, and the hero assembly was being held once again. Dozens of martial arts masters gathered at the Iron Martial Alliance, in an incredibly grand spectacle. As martial artists swarmed toward the venue to witness this monumental event, two Bloodsword guests were lurking and keeping watch outside the Great Heaven Trade Association. Knowing that Tai La and Wen Xiandao were still guarding the association, the two only dared to observe from afar on the rooftop, outside the Great Heaven Alliance. They knew that Thiet La and On Hiandao were always protecting the Great Heaven Alliance, so the two only dared to watch from a distance, up on the rooftops. Suddenly, a figure appeared and said in a deep voice, "I sent orders for everyone to surround the Great Heaven Merchant Guild. Why are only the two of you here?" The person who arrived was none other than the leader of the Bloodsword guest, Bai Long Thao. Seeing their leader, the two subordinates quickly explained that Huang Fu Junyue had personally ordered all Bloodsword guests to secretly surround the hero's hall. They were only staying here because they were following the leader's orders. As they were talking, another figure appeared in their line of sight. It was Zhang Xiaqiu, the intelligence specialist who had escaped through the tunnel. Previously, seeing that the opponent had appeared at the Great Heaven Merchant Guild, Bai Long Thao thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "Wen Xiandao has arrived at the hero's hall, so there's no need to worry. You two should also follow the League Master's orders and head there quickly. Once things are finished here, I will meet up with you." The two subordinates obeyed in unison, their figures flickering and vanishing, leaving only Bai Long Thao standing there clutching his sword with a cold laugh. The god of war is locked in prison, and the old beggar and Tila are currently at the hero's hall. I'd like to see who can protect your young guildmaster now. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaqiu ran all the way to the inner courtyard and finally spotted his young mistress in the gazebo at the back. Not daring to delay, Zhang Xiaqiu immediately ran into the gazebo. Su Xiaohu was surprised to see him come in person. She knew that people from the Five Dragon League were always secretly monitoring the guild, so for her subordinate's safety, she always sent pigeons. Suppressing the doubt in her heart, Su Xiaohu hurried forward to support exhausted Zhang Xiaqiu, asking with concern, "Uncle Zhang, why are you here? Catch your breath before you speak." Zhang Xiaqiu couldn't even pause to rest, urgently pressing her, "Young mistress, there's no time left. You have to leave this place immediately. They're about to catch up." Hearing this, Su Xiaohu's pupils constricted. The situation had taken a sudden turn, and she almost understood the issue. Seeing his young mistress stunned, Zhang Xiaqiu became even more anxious. "Young mistress, we can't delay any longer. It's Bai Long Thao of the Five Dragon League. We don't know when he'll arrive." Before he could finish his sentence, a cold voice rang out behind them. "I'm already here. Where else do you think you're going?" Zhang Xiaqiu turned back in terror, knowing they were no match for him, but still resolutely blocked the way in front of Su Xiaohu. Upon seeing the newcomer's attire, Su Xiaohu's expression also changed. The Bloodsword leader, Bai Long Tao, had appeared in person, which meant Huang Fu Junyue had realized her secret actions. Today, he wasn't just here for her, but to silence everyone in the Great Heaven Merchant Guild. Su Xiaohu's first reaction was to stall for time. She said calmly, "Since the founding of the Tai Wu League, there has been a rule. Merchant guilds are neutral forces, and no martial arts faction is allowed to bully them." Saying this, Su Xiaohu frowned and shouted, "You are a Bloodsword leader, yet you dare to disregard the League's rules? Aren't you afraid of the Five Dragon League becoming a target for everyone?" Zhang Xiaqiu secretly praised his young mistress for truly having the demeanor of a great general, but Bai Long Thao couldn't help but laugh coldly. Everyone outside praised Su Xiaohu for her unmatched wisdom, but it seems she's just a loudmouth little girl. The Tai Wu League does have a rule that guilds are neutral, but that assumes the guild doesn't interfere in power struggles. The Great Heaven Merchant Guild has played so many dirty tricks in secret, you know that in your heart. Otherwise, why would the god of war have invited Tila to protect this place? Furthermore, ever since the Quan Yuan were driven back to the north 10 years ago, League Master Huang Fu has wanted to rebuild the Order of the Central Plains martial arts. You northern barbarians not only pillaged the wealth of the Central Plains, but even dared to secretly investigate the League Master. Intending to sabotage the League Master's grand plan, truly, heaven and earth cannot tolerate you. Su Xiaohu smiled lightly. "So, it turns out that because we come from humble beginnings, you can rely on the Five Dragon League to throw your weight around and bully others? Shut it, little brat. Don't make excuses. I am striking at you today because you betrayed the Tai Wu League." Su Xiaohu smirked, feigning surprise. "Oh, so investigating Huang Fu Junyue's secrets is considered betraying the Tai Wu League?" It seems you've already decided that Huangfu Junyue is the one in power at the Tai Wu League. That being the case, I understand his purpose for calling this heroic assembly. Big sister, what do you think? The next second, Han Xiangya's cold voice echoed behind Bai Long Thao. Sounds about right. The sudden voice startled Bai Long Thao. He hadn't even realized someone had gotten that close. The blood sword leader hurried to turn and draw his sword to attack, but before he could even touch the hilt, Bai Long Thao felt a cold chill at his waist. The eyes behind the leader's mask widened in shock, standing like a stone statue in place. It took a long while for him to recover. Bai Long Thao looked at his belt, which was still vibrating violently, and felt a surge of terror. The belt had been cut in two, proving that what he felt wasn't an illusion, but that her sword energy had missed by only half an inch. Han Xiangya walked past him nonchalantly, her voice cold and indifferent. Next time you draw your sword, be careful. Otherwise, it might be the last time you ever hold one. Bai Long Tao, not knowing when to quit, said bitterly, "You little brat, how many years have you been holding a sword? Do you think you're qualified to lecture me?" Han Xiangya glanced at him indifferently, looking helpless. "I am also a member of the Tai Wu League, and I never wanted to make enemies with the Five Dragon League." Having said that, Binghua turned around, taking an attacking stance, her eyes like a hawk's staring at Bai Long Thao. "But if you insist on seeking death, I don't mind sending you on your way." Bai Long Thao laughed angrily upon hearing this. "A mere little girl, how dare you be so arrogant? Today, I want to see exactly who dies first." After saying that, the blood sword leader drew his sword from its scabbard, letting out a loud shout, intending to unleash his masterpiece technique, blood piercing the clouds. Seeing this, Han Xiangya arched her brow and said softly, "Truly you have no idea of your own limits." Having said that, without Binghua making any visible movement, the 3-foot sword leaped from its scabbard, guided by her internal energy. Han Xiangya reached out, gently grasping the hilt, and thrust the tip forward. It seemed as though there were the sound of whistling wind and thunder. In an instant, the sword energy converged into a single point like a ribbon of silk. The stroke was like moonlight piercing the night, instantly passing through the center of Bai Long Thao's brow. The man's body swayed twice before collapsing to the ground with a thud. You, the blood sword leader, who wielded a sword for decades, in the end, could not escape the fate of dying by the blade. 72 martial arts legends had gathered at the Hall of Heroes. Huangfu Junyue, the man who called for this assembly, walked into the hall with a measured pace. This was the path he'd been paving for 10 years. Today, he'd finally see his hard work pay off. As he reached the entrance, he saw two familiar faces waiting for him, the Sword Saint Yunyezi and the invincible blade Zhe Haochen. They looked annoyed that Huangfu was late. Seeing these two bitter rivals standing there, a smirk played on Huangfu's lips. Once today was over, his Five-Dragon Alliance would dominate the martial arts world. He couldn't care less about their petty bickering. He walked into the main hall with them. Soon after, the assembly officially kicked off. The event host, Master Death, greeted everyone before flicking his horsetail whisk, getting straight to the point. As you all know, 10 years ago, we warriors united to form the Iron Alliance to push back the Yuan dynasty. Now, the Yuan forces have retreated north, and our people live in peace. Alliance leader Huangfu has questioned the need for the Iron Alliance, which is why we're holding this hero assembly. It's up to you to decide. The Nine Heavens Mansion and the Lion Alliance agree with this motion. From what I've heard, there's plenty of support both for and against dissolving the Iron Alliance. So, we'll follow the original charter. Everyone will get their turn to speak. After hearing all the arguments, cast your votes. Now, I invite the representative for the pro-alliance side, Supreme Elder of the Zhongnan Sword Sect, Xuanwu Tian, to take the floor. The mention of the Zhongnan Sword Immortal caused a stir in the hall. Everyone watched as the old man slowly stepped onto the platform. Xuanwu Tian argued that the Iron Alliance's achievements over the last decade were plain to see. Even though the Yuan forces had left the Central Plains, that didn't mean they wouldn't come back. If they dissolved the alliance now, the sects would inevitably turn on each other again. When that happened, Northern Yuan would surely swoop in, and the people would suffer, displaced, and starving once more. In short, the Sword Immortal believed dissolving the alliance now would do more harm than good, and would likely flush 10 years of hard work down the drain. Hansu watched his master going on, his heart a storm of conflicting emotions. As a student of the Zhongnan Sword Sect, he should have stood with them, but with his current level of power, he didn't even dare to get close. At that thought, the young sword apprentice tightly clenched his fists, swearing to himself that one day he would return to the sect with his head held high. A moment later, Hansu snapped back to reality, quietly complaining that the assembly felt rushed. Other than the 72 heroes, everyone else didn't even have a seat. Hong Wukui shook his head, his face stern. Huangfu Junyue set this up on purpose. Look closely at the seating arrangement, down there. The pro-dissolution faction, the Five Dragon Alliance, is right in the center, splitting the neutral Lion Alliance from the Nine Heavens Mansion, who oppose the dissolution. Not giving seats to the others lets them move around freely, which makes it easier for the Five Dragon Alliance to lobby behind closed doors. Their goal is to avoid offending the neutrals, and while isolating the Nine Heavens Mansion completely. Look at the Sword Saint's gloomy face. He's probably figured it out. I wonder how he'll play this. Meanwhile, Zhe Haochen didn't seem to care about the fate of the Iron Alliance at all. He was more focused on taking out the war god. Han Su's heart sank at that. Before leaving, Su Xiaohu had predicted this assembly would be chaotic and warned him to be ready for trouble. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Shi and the others on the other side of the hall. If things went south, these passionate brothers were all he had. Sensing the look, Guo Dashin gave him a reassuring nod. Just then, Zhe Haochen let out a long yawn. The invincible blade didn't care who heard him, calling the whole thing boring. Yun Yezi shot him a glare and said coldly, "Leader Zhe, this concerns the future of the martial arts world. Show some respect." Zhe Haochen sighed, his tone dripping with irony. "Palace Master Yun, do you actually believe anyone can be convinced by words? Most people had already made up their minds. Even if they knew they were wrong, they wouldn't change their tune now. Even a kid knows that. Why is such a renowned sword saint so stubborn?" Huangfu Junyue glanced at Zhe Haochen and chimed in, "Leader Zhe is blunt, but he's right. This hero assembly we've all been waiting for shouldn't be this boring." With that, the saint closed his eyes and used telepathy. "Lian Boe, take the Bloodsword disciples to the dungeon and bring the war god here." Lian Boe, who was lurking outside the Hall of Heroes, was caught off guard. According to the plan, they weren't supposed to rush the interrogation. Before he could even process it, Huangfu's voice echoed again. "And remember, don't let the heroes see any signs of torture." Lian Boe didn't dare to delay. He quickly sent back a mental understood, then took his crew of Bloodsword disciples and vanished into the shadows, bolting toward the dungeon. Less than a tea break later, they reached the dungeon door. Lian Boe channeled his energy and shouted, "By order of the Alliance leader, bring the war god to the Hall of Heroes. Open the door." Inside, a voice replied, "Understood," sounding perfectly normal. And then the heavy stone door groaned open. Then, a voice Lian Boe didn't expect at all. Stepping out, calm as can be, was the 35th generation Heavenly Marshal General, Shan Shawu, right in the middle of the Iron Alliance's big meeting. Shan Shawu had found a fresh set of clothes from somewhere and was dressed to the nines. The war god adjusted his collar, explaining, "After all, I'm meeting the leader of the Five Dragon Alliance. Can't show up looking like a prisoner, that'd be rude." Mo Jungzi and the others he'd saved looked on, terrified, urging him to get ready to run while he had the chance. Shan Shawu just smiled. "Don't worry about it. After today, the Iron Alliance will probably be history anyway. I've been meaning to settle the score with that old man Huangfu. Junyue, no point in wasting any more time." Just then, Lian Boe's voice rang out from outside, ordering the door open. "Shan," Shawu chuckled. "Right on time. You two just wait here for a bit. I'll be back soon." Meanwhile, Lian Boe was busy, warning his men, even though the Alliance leader has sealed the war god's powers, don't let your guard down. He didn't even get to finish his sentence before the stone door, and was shoved out. The first person to catch his eye was Tien Savu. Lian Bakvi's eyes went wide with pure terror. That stone door weighed over 1,000 pounds. Could the guy have actually recovered his full cultivation? Before he could even wrap his head around it, Tien Savu extended his left hand. A fair, slender palm rapidly filled his vision. Bursts of energy surged from the palm clearly. Tien Savu was using the puppet technique. Seeing this, Lian Bakvi snapped back to reality. Though it was bizarre that the guy had broken through the Ming leader's seal, he was now absolutely certain. The war god had fully regained his internal power. Realizing this, Lian Bakvi choked down his shock and roared, drawing his sword from his hip in a flash. Seeing Tien Savu's energy blast closing in, the Five Dragons Alliance chief steward frantically leaped into the air. He spun like a top while slashing his blade, the razor-sharp energy of his sword instantly shattering the incoming energy blasts. Tien Savu smiled in admiration. As expected of the Five Dragons Alliance chief steward, that swordsmanship is truly dazzling. But tell me, are all your subordinates this disposable? With a casual flick of his wrist, more energy pulses shot out. The Bloodsword warriors didn't even see it coming. The blast struck them right between the eyes, drilling into their brains. In a split second, they were under Tien Savu's total control, seeing Lian Bakvi right next to them as the war god himself. They all let out a blood-curdling scream and charged at their own boss. Lian Bakvi caught on immediately. Knowing exactly what the puppet technique did, he didn't hesitate for a second to draw his blades and take a defensive stance. Before his men could even get close, he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Streaks of sword light whipped through the air, cutting down the Bloodsword warriors where they stood. Tien Savu watched the carnage with a hint of respect, silently thinking, he's definitely Huang Fu Quanyak's most capable lapdog, cold-blooded, sure, but calm and decisive. Lien Bak Vi fought to keep his body from shaking. These bloodsword warriors were the elite soldiers he'd handpicked himself, and Tien Savu had forced him to slaughter them with his own 2 hands. The chief steward's eyes burned red with rage. War God, today I'm taking your head to avenge my brothers. With that, he launched himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, flying straight at Tien Savu. Facing such a vicious opponent, Tien Savu remained chillingly calm. Steward Lien, I just complimented you on being calm and decisive. Why the sudden tantrum? Lien Bak Vi roared, shut up. As he closed to within 10 feet of Tien Savu, he flickered and vanished into thin air. A smirk touched the corner of Tien Savu's mouth. Want a race? Fine, let's play. With that, the war god flickered and disappeared from the spot too. Their speed was so insane that even the author couldn't catch a glimpse of them. A moment later, they barely managed to see Lien Bak Vi swinging his sword down. Tien Savu simply braced his internal energy and took the hit head-on. The two of them immediately clashed, trading blows so fast they looked like a pair of hawks fighting in midair. A few breaths later, they broke apart. Lien Bak Vi landed first, crouching low to steady himself, while Tien Savu hung in the air, a split second behind. Lien Bak Vi wasn't about to pass up this opening. He seized the chance and shot back up. In midair, he flickered, and strangely, his figure split into 2. Following that, his body kept shifting until, in the blink of an eye, 10 shadows were attacking Tien Savu at once. Lien Bak Vi laughed. War God, can you tell which of these 10 shadows is the real one? But before he could finish, a fair, slender hand clamped onto his face. Tien Savu's cold, chilling voice echoed in his ear, noisy. In an instant, the war god blurred across 30 yards, slamming Lien Bak Vi's head directly into the rock wall. The steward coughed up a spray of blood, his eyes bulging. In his final moments, he heard the war god say with utter indifference, I've seen through the sword saints thousands of flower petals before. Do you really think you can pull these cheap parlor tricks with 10 measly shadows in front of me? Looking into those ice-cold eyes, Lien Bak Vi was a mess of emotions. Back when he had tried to stop Tien Savu from killing Nam Kung to Q, it was those exact same eyes that had made him flinch. He tried to shove the fear down and sneak a look at his left hand. He was close enough to touch Tien Savu now. If he landed a sneak attack, even the war god would have a hard time defending against it. With that thought, a short sword quietly slipped into his grip. Lien Bak Vi suddenly lunged, roaring, War god, today I'm making you pay for the humiliation you put me through all those years ago. But before the words left his lips, a punch slammed into his left shoulder. The force of the blow didn't let up, slamming him into the stone wall so hard the entire prison dungeon shook violently, raining debris everywhere. Once the dust settled, Tien Savu's chilling voice drifted over. Pinning your hopes on such a pathetic sneak attack? You really are blind. Or have you been Hong Fu Quanyak's errand boy for so long that you actually think you're as strong as your master? Lien Bak Vi clutched his shattered arm, screaming in agony. Shut your mouth, you savage. Just kill me already. Quit humiliating me. Tien Savu raised an eyebrow, his tone mocking. You're still useful. I'm not done with you yet. He held up 2 fingers, wisps of energy dancing playfully at the tips. Under Lien Bak Vi's horrified gaze, the war god added, You're gonna stick around to watch how Hong Fu Quanyak's story ends. At the same time, as Huyen Vuthien was giving a speech to the heroes' assembly, he was suddenly interrupted. Everyone present was stunned. No one expected anyone to have the guts to be that disrespectful to the Chung Nam Sword Immortal. The man slowly stepped onto the podium, acting as if he intended to take over the hosting duties. The state of the Northern Plains, the lives of the people, this is all tired, old news. I really don't know what the Sword Immortal is rambling about. This Heroes Assembly isn't here to pat ourselves on the back for the last 10 years. It's to decide the future direction of the Central Plains martial arts world. If the Sword Immortal keeps spouting such useless nonsense, I'm afraid everyone here will be as bored as I am. I have a suggestion. Why don't you and I have a little debate right here? It might actually make this dull assembly a bit more interesting. The man who had crashed the stage was the current master of the Sichuan Tang clan, known throughout the underworld as the Invincible Bloodhand, Duong Van Cone. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd gasped in shock, even though they had heard rumors about Duong Van Cone's reputation. Hua! At the same time, Huyen Vuthien was giving a speech at the Heroes' Hall when he was suddenly interrupted. Everyone present was stunned. They didn't expect anyone to be so disrespectful to the Central South Sword Immortal. The person slowly stepped onto the podium, acting as if they wanted to take over the hosting duties. The Northern Plains, the people's livelihoods. That's all old news. I don't know why the Sword Immortal keeps rambling on about it. This Heroes Assembly isn't here to sing praises of the past 10 years, but to decide the future direction of the Central Plains martial arts world. If the Sword Immortal keeps talking about such useless things, I'm afraid Everyone here will be yawning just like me. I have a proposal. Why don't I debate with the Honorable Sword Immortal right here and now? It might make this boring assembly a little more interesting. The person who crashed the stage was none other than the current head of the Sichuan Tang sect, known in the martial arts world as the Invincible Bloody Hand, Tang Van Cone. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone gasped in shock. Although they had heard about Tang Van Cone's behavior, man, this guy really relies on his connection to Huangfu Junya. He's always been arrogant and reckless, but to think he'd actually dare to challenge the Zhengnan Sword Immortal like this? Tang Wenquan completely ignored the strange looks from the crowd and kept stirring the pot. Behind him, plenty of young martial artists didn't even have a place to sit. Tell me, everyone, do you want to keep listening to the Sword Immortal drone on by himself? Or should we all join in the discussion? Hearing this, quite a few independent martial artists cheered him on, though most were still intimidated by the Sword Immortal's reputation. Don't look away yet. Wan Dejiang, the supreme elder of the Lion Alliance, couldn't take it anymore and shouted, his voice booming like a temple bell. Old man Z, how long are you going to let this little punk run his mouth? Wen Xiandao, standing beside him, frowned and whispered a complaint. Old man, keep your voice down, he can hear you. In the corner, the monk Thap Thap heard the noisy gossip and let out a soft sigh. The secret sect master asked the Tao brothers next to him, who is that young man running his mouth? He's making this serious heroes assembly descend into total chaos. Master, you've probably heard of him. That's Tang Wenquan, infamous in the underworld for his 10,000 flowers rain technique. He's the current sect leader of the Sichuan Tang clan. Just then, the burly man who had been silent all this time suddenly turned fierce. For some reason, he started growling incessantly toward the stage. The Tao brothers saw this and scrambled in a panic, looking at Monk Thap Thap. Master, I only let you in here because I respect the Sword Immortal. If this big guy causes trouble, it's going to be a huge mess. Monk Thap Thap recited a Buddhist mantra, signaling that the guy had no ill intent. Don't worry, elders. He only reacted like that because he sensed killing intent. After saying that, he stared intently at Tang Wenquan on the stage through his veil, saying nothing more. Although the sect leader was trying his best to hold back, the killing intent radiating from him was still suffocating. What terrified the old monk even more was that the aura Tang Wenquan was giving off. It didn't feel human. If it wasn't the Tang clan's poison arts, there was only one other explanation. Thinking this, Monk Thap sighed to himself, wondering if his coming to the Iron Martial Alliance this time was fate. Back on the stage, Xuan Wutian stared down Tang Wenquan. The Zhongnan Sword Immortal frowned and said pointedly, Sect Leader Tang, is this how you act? Are you doubting me? No matter what you're plotting, at least wait for me to finish before you come up here. Tang Wenquan gave a wry smile, pretending to be scared. Oh boy, the Sword Immortal is looking at me like that? You almost scared me to death. I'm just stating facts. Wouldn't you agree? Or is the great Sword Immortal actually afraid to debate with me? Xuan Wutian held back his anger and said coldly, I don't want to get physical with a junior like you. You can step down now. As the two were locking horns, a figure suddenly jumped onto the stage. Elder J kept his face neutral and said sternly, Sect Leader Tang, the Heroes Assembly has its rules. Step down first. It won't be too late to come back up and debate once the Sword Immortal is done. As soon as he finished speaking, another voice flared up. Although I didn't attend the Heroes Assembly 10 years ago, I've never heard of these so-called rules of Elder J. Everyone saw a middle-aged man slowly walk onto the stage and continue, since there was never a rule banning heckling from the start. Why are you trying to make us follow these made-up rules 10 years later? Elder J glanced at the newcomer, his expression turning grave. Even Shen Xuanzi, the coward who hates trouble, is stepping up. It seems the mastermind behind this has big plans. Juge, Yonghui bowed with his hands clasped and laughed. I didn't mean to offend you, Elder Z. Our Juge clan is just a small family, so by all rights, we shouldn't have a say in the major affairs of the underworld. But this Heroes Assembly affects the future path of the Central Plains martial arts world. I believe listening to Sect Leader Tang's opinion, a young talent like him is very important. After all, the future of the underworld belongs to the younger generation. Huangfu Yongshuan, watching from below, laughed out loud. As expected of the famous Iron Tongue, a few words, and he already has the Sword Immortal and Elder Z in a tight spot. After speaking, the young master of the Quan Sheng faction whispered to the person behind him. Their tongues are sharp. Looks like our goal isn't going to be that hard to reach, don't you think? Murong Juncheng's expression was dark, his voice raspy. I just want to kill Zhan Shawu. Hearing the killing intent in his words, Huangfu Yongxuan smiled and comforted him. After all, my father is the current head of the Iron Martial Alliance. We can't cause a scene over just one little god of war. But don't worry, you'll have your chance to strike soon enough. He then glanced at the man in blue beside him. The air felt like it was already at a breaking point. Time for the young master of the Feng family to speak up. The man in blue gave a sinister smile and nodded. This guy was Feng Qian, the young master of the Hebei Feng family, and his clan was one of the 5 dragons of the 5-Dragon Alliance. Feng Qian didn't go up on stage, but instead shouted, "I completely agree with what Elder Zhuge just said. We are the younger generation, and we are the backbone of the martial arts world. If we can't express our views today, we'll never have a chance to make our voices heard." Once those words were out, it was like striking a match in a powder keg. Many young martial artists were instantly triggered. Young Master Feng is right. The Iron Martial Alliance has always been holding us down, all of us young folks trying to climb the ladder. The ones calling the shots are always those same old geezers. Yeah, the Iron Martial Alliance isn't for martial artists anymore. It's full of hypocrites. At this rate, how are they any different from the Imperial Court? Exactly. We young people deserve a voice too. Why does everything have to go their way? We are the future of this underworld. The situation, already tense as a bowstring, spiraled out of control in an instant. Hundreds of people began shouting in unison, demanding that the young martial artists be given a chance to speak. As things escalated, the actual issue, which was supposed to be the survival of the Iron Martial Alliance, was completely forgotten. The martial artists started attacking the 3 leaders. Although Su Xiao, who had predicted there would be trouble at the assembly, Han Su hadn't expected it to happen so fast. Beyond his expectations, Elder Hong, is this also a plot by Sti, that old man Huangfu Junyue? Hong Wukui pondered for a moment and said uncertainly, "Regardless of whether this is a plot by the Quansheng faction or not, I feel like something is wrong with these people. Anyone qualified to attend today, no matter the size of their sect, is at least a leader of their own. Sect leaders, how can you let yourselves get so worked up over such shallow talk?" Huangfu Junyue stood on the platform, arms crossed, face cold as ice, as if he were struggling to contain the rage simmering beneath the surface. After a long, heavy silence, the saint slowly addressed the 2 men beside him. The heroic assembly was peaceful, until it turned into a place for people to point fingers at us. How do you 2 suggest we handle this? Yun Diezi insisted that since the assembly had been called, it should proceed as originally planned. The focus of this gathering is to discuss the survival of the Iron Martial Alliance and how to deal with the God of War, the man who wiped out the Nangong clan. As for the young warriors' grievances, they can find another time to voice them. Jay Haoshan chuckled, flatly stating that the Sword Saint was wrong. They're only dissatisfied because we made decisions without consulting them first. Does the Sword Saint really think they'll just agree to let the meeting go on? He shot the saint a knowing look and continued, "I say let them talk. As for how to handle it, let the one who called the assembly decide." Lin Shuyun watched the scene in shock, expecting the debut of the 72 heroes, not a sudden chaotic turn of events. The Sword Saint's head disciple whispered to Shu Wenwei, "What do you think?" The latter shook his head, saying, "I can't predict how this will play out." Shu Wenyi stared at the 3 men on the stage, brow furrowed. The Sword Saint wants to keep the Iron Martial Alliance intact and clearly hopes the assembly continues. While the Saint wants it disbanded, he won't miss this chance. Once their opinions clash, it will all come down to what the Blade Overlord thinks. Although he acts neutral, he'll ultimately side with Alliance leader Huangfu. It's better for his own interests. Thinking this, the Jiangnan Shenglong's expression darkened. He looked toward Xuan Wutian on the podium, wondering, my martial uncle must have anticipated this outcome, so why did he insist on taking the stage? Could he be trying to probe the Saint's hidden agenda? Meanwhile, Xuan Wutian was staring at Huangfu Junyue on the platform. The Saint had his eyes closed, lost in thought, pretending to be troubled. But that act couldn't fool this Zhongnan sword immortal. Cut the act, old man. The Sichuan Tang sect, the Zhuge clan, the Hebei Feng family, aren't they all forces under your 5-Dragon Alliance? This was obviously orchestrated. I want to see exactly what you're up to. A moment later, Huangfu Junyue snapped his eyes open, a cold, piercing light flashing through them. He stood up, took 2 steps forward, and his crushing aura silenced the entire hall. Huangfu Junyue's voice boomed like a brass bell. Everything has its rules. If we keep acting like this, how are we any better than northern barbarians? I called this assembly. If everyone has a problem, it should be directed at me. He scanned the hall with a razor-sharp gaze. The topic of this assembly remains unchanged: the fate of the Iron Martial Alliance and the punishment of the God of War. As for your grievances, I will give you all an answer. Huangfu Junyue's presence suddenly shifted, his voice echoing with authority. The dissatisfaction with the Iron Martial Alliance didn't happen overnight. As the leader, I take full responsibility. I promise all of you here, in this Hall of Heroes, that whether or not the Alliance remains after today, I will step down and hand over the leadership to someone more capable and virtuous. I will also step down as leader of the 5-Dragon Alliance. From this day forward, I, Huangfu Junyu, retire from the martial arts world. Silence filled the hall. You could hear a pin drop. Huangfu Junyue sighed and continued. Sect leader Tang, clan leader Jug. It's understandable you want to express your thoughts, but you should at least show respect to the Sword Immortal. Apologize to him now. That is my final order as the leader of the Five Dragon Alliance." With that, he turned and walked back to his seat. His words left the great Master Jie frozen in place. He never expected Huangfu to just walk away from it all. The Taoist stared at the saint's back, his mind racing. "Huangfu Junyue, what exactly is your scheme in holding this assembly?" Tang Wenquan, the one who started the trouble, wasn't surprised at all. He bowed to Xuan Wutian with a respectful attitude. As the alliance leader said, "This junior was reckless. I apologize to the Zhongnan Sword Immortal and hope you can forgive my rudeness." Zhuge Yonghui didn't want to be outdone and followed suit, bowing and apologizing profusely. This reaction made Xuan Wutian even more uneasy. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't figure out Huangfu's endgame. At the same time, Shan Shawu, under the guard of Lian Bowie, was on his way to the Hall of Heroes. Thanks to the puppet technique, the guards along the way didn't notice a thing. Looking at the distant hall, Shawu recalled Su Xiaohu's assessment of the three leaders. The Sword Saint, Yun Diezi, was the classic type, soft on the outside but hard inside, gentle but hiding sharp sword intent. The Blade Overlord, Jie Haoshan, looked brash but was actually incredibly sharp, seemingly open-hearted, but secretly meticulous. He had a talent for reading the situation and finding an advantage in any scenario. But the Saint, Huangfu Junyue, was the most terrifying of them all. He was not only a master strategist but incredibly patient. He didn't act often, but when he did, it was world-shaking. He was always planning far in advance. Nobody knows how many tricks he still has up his sleeve. "You must be careful at the assembly, big brother." Recalling his sister's warning, Shawu broke into a wide grin. He felt a strange sense of anticipation. His twisted smile stunned the guards. Everyone knew the god of war was surely going to die today, but who on earth smiles like that while being led to their execution? As Shawu was brought to the hall, the debate inside was still raging. Because of the interference from Tang Wenquan and the others, Xuan Wutian had been forced to cut his speech short. Watching it all, Hong Yukui's expression grew grave. Even though Huangfu Junyue had stepped in to settle things, leading the Zhongnan. From afar, Thien Savu recalled what Tutu Ho had said about the three leaders of the Iron Martial Alliance. Sword Saint Maihoa Van Diep II was the classic type, soft on the outside but hard on the inside, gentle in appearance but hiding a sharp sword aura. The invincible Blade Overlord, Hao Tham, might seem rough, but he was actually quite delicate. He looked bold and uninhibited, but in reality, he was meticulous and detail-oriented. Moreover, he seemed to have a talent for seeing through the overall situation, keeping the upper hand in any scenario. As for the Saint Emperor, Hoang Fu Quan Yak, he was much more terrifying than the other two. He was not only good at plotting but also very patient. He wouldn't make a move until the time was right, and when he did, it would be earth-shattering. If he didn't act, it was because he was silently preparing, planning for the long game. How many more tricks he had up his sleeve, no one knew. At the Heroes' Assembly, you must be careful, brother. Remembering his little sister's warning, Thien Savu suddenly grinned. His mood was strangely expectant. This odd smile left the guards along the road stunned. Everyone knew the war god would surely die today, but who in their right mind goes to their death while smiling? Just as Thien Savu was being escorted to the Heroes' Hall, inside, death. But what kind of normal person would be smiling while being led to their execution? Just as Thien Savu was being escorted to the Hall of Heroes, inside the hall, the argument continued non-stop. Because of the disruption by Tang Van Koen and others, Huyen Vu Tian had no choice but to rush through the end of his speech. Witnessing all this, Hong Vu Koi's expression grew heavy. Even though Hong Fu Quanyak eventually stepped in to mediate, causing the Central South, the Sword Immortal didn't lose too much face there, but in reality, Tang Wenquan and Zhu Yonghui had already achieved their goal. Quite a few young martial artists were agitated, whispering that the Tai Wu League had become useless. Chen Maowei turned his head and gave his disciple a cold glare. The younger man immediately shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. In contrast, Xuan Wutian stood on the platform with a gloomy expression. He felt like he'd been played for a fool this time, while Che Mulin down below was getting more and more confused by the situation. The Northern Wind Jade Hand, one of the three heroes, couldn't help but transmit his voice to ask, "Father, I don't quite understand the intentions of Huangfu Junyu. Given his character and nature, he would never be willing to give up the power in his hands, but having made a promise in front of everyone, he can't go back on his word either." Che Haoshan narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. "I have a hunch that perhaps Huangfu Junyue's goal isn't just to dissolve the Tai Wu League." Che Mulin was startled and couldn't help but press for more. Then why is he in such a rush to convene this heroic assembly? Che Haoshan glanced at Quan Sheng beside him dismissively. Who knows what that cunning old fox is thinking? Just wait and see. Before the assembly ends, there will definitely be an outcome. After saying this, Che Haoshan stole a glance at the sword saint in the distance, feeling sorry for his old rival. Yun. Yezi is a pure martial artist who isn't great with words, everyone knows that. His way of doing things is always upright and rule-abiding. Perhaps he also knew he couldn't get the upper hand in this assembly, so he asked Xuan Wutian, who also came from a Taoist background, to speak for him, only for it to be ruined by two people planted by Huangfu Junyue. When it comes to schemes and tricks, the Juchong Mansion really is no match for the Five Dragon League. Thinking of this, Che Haoshan let out an unreadable smile. Dissolving the Taiwu League might not be such a bad result after all. Huangfu Junyue spoke up, and the assembly proceedings continued. This time it was the representative of the pro-dissolution faction, Zhu Yonghui, who took the floor. I still remember 10 years ago, we were just a ragtag bunch, lucky enough to be called together by league leader, Huangfu, to establish the Taiwu League. Under Quan Sheng's leadership, our Central Plains martial arts world stood united, and it took only 10 years to drive the Northern Yuan back to the north. But times have changed, the people are living in peace, and the martial arts world should return to its true purpose. After a long-winded speech, the master of ceremonies announced the start of the debate. The first one to step onto the stage was Chen Maowei, the sect leader of the Nanhai Sword School. I believe that since hearts are drifting apart, going our separate ways isn't out of the question, but isn't dissolving the Taiwu League a bit rushed? As the Zhongnan Sword Immortal said, we currently have no idea what the Northern Yuan is up to. May I make so bold as to ask League Leader Huangfu one question? Why the rush, Chen? Maowei had barely finished speaking before Tang Wenquan cut him off. Does the great hero Chen's question really require the League Leader to answer personally? This junior can handle it. The Tang sect leader cupped his hands toward the Sword Immortal and explained. Usually, this question should be answered by the Five Dragon League's general manager, Wen Xiandao, but Lian Beisheng isn't here, so please allow me to answer on his behalf. He opened his fan and countered, May I ask Great Hero Chen, when exactly would it be appropriate to dissolve the Taiwu League? If the Northern Yuan never appears, must the Taiwu League last forever? The Taiwu League is no longer what it used to be, and forcing everyone to stay together will only backfire. At this point, his tone shifted, dripping with sarcasm. Of course, some people want to cling to the Juchong Mansion just to ride the coattails of power and scrape up some benefits. If the Taiwu League dissolves, those perks will naturally disappear. That's why they jump out to oppose it. I can understand that. But isn't acting like that a bit ugly? This sharp-tongued remark immediately enraged Wan Dezheng. Seeing his old friend mocked by Junior, this supreme elder of the Lion League flew into a rage. A stream of cursing followed, with more swear words than one could count. Wen Xiandao, standing nearby, looked embarrassed and kept urging him to maintain his composure, but Chen Maowei appeared quite calm. The Nanhai First Sword said calmly, his words showing no sign of backing down. Indeed, a gentleman is open and honest, while a petty man is always anxious. It's no surprise that the sect leader judges a gentleman's heart with the mindset of a petty man. Aren't you just riding on League Leader Huangfu's coattails, acting like a fox borrowing a tiger's authority? Everyone here knows how many dirty deeds the Tang sect has been involved in over the years, not to mention all the underhanded things the Five Dragon League has been doing behind your back. Although Tang Wenquan kept smiling, his voice grew steadily colder. Great Hero Chen, you can eat anything, but you can't say just anything. It's one thing to slander my Tang sect, but how can you accuse the Five Dragon League without any proof? I'm not just talking nonsense. I have grounds. The most recent incident involving the War God is making quite a stir. Do you dare to say the Five Dragon League did nothing wrong in this matter? As far as I know, the Five Dragon League was the one to capture the people from the Iron Horse Escort Agency first. The War God only clashed with the Five Dragon League to save his friends and retrieve his family. The Nangong family was ordered to wipe them out to cover up the truth, only to run into a brick wall and have their entire family wiped out. This war of words finally made Tang Wenquan drop his mask. We are currently discussing the survival of the Taiwu League. What is the point of suddenly dragging the War God into this? Besides, the Five Dragon League has already investigated this thoroughly and announced the truth to everyone. Detaining Mo Yuyu's family was a rogue decision made by Elder Deng Yuxian of the Elder Council. The Five Dragon League's law enforcement hall has already executed him to make an example of him. At this point, the Tang sect leader narrowed his eyes, and ripples of internal energy began to radiate from his body. A moment later, Tang Wenquan opened his eyes, his gaze sharp, every word clear. The matter is so obvious, yet you keep nagging away, even taking the opportunity to smear League Leader Huangfu. What exactly is your true motive? Having said that, Tang Wenquan's entire body erupted with a powerful wave of internal energy, swirling like the Yangtze River flowing eastward, surging straight toward his opponent. Everyone present turned pale. No one expected this sect leader to actually make a move in front of everyone. What shocked them even more was that this wave of energy, filled with murderous intent, was actually hiding countless tiny insects, as small as grains of rice. Looking closely, one could see these were the ice spirit poison insects that the sword saint had been struck with. Among those present, only the monk Tata noticed the anomaly. The high monk from the tantric sect hurriedly used voice transmission to warn his stunned friend, "Old friend, there is something colorless and odorless inside that energy wave. I don't know what it is yet. You must be careful." Hearing this internal energy was saturated with killing intent and hidden with countless tiny insects, as small as grains of rice. A closer look would reveal these were the ice spirit goo toxins that the sword saint must have used. Among those present, only the monk Thap noticed this anomaly. This high-ranking tantric monk quickly used telepathy to warn his old friend, who was lost in thought. "Old friend, there's something colorless and odorless in that energy flow. I don't know what it is yet. You must be careful." Hearing that, following Thap's telepathic message, Huyen Vuthien's expression shifted, but that momentary lapse was all it took for him to be exposed to a trace of it. Meanwhile, Hoang Fu Quan Nok broke into a smile. This complete saint suddenly roared, "I unleash the lion's roar," ostensibly to stop Duong Van Cone from acting rudely, but in reality, it's to blast that internal energy into every nook and cranny. Lower-level martial artists were immediately rattled, forced to cover their ears, reeling from dizziness and blurred vision, completely unaware they'd been hit by poisonous energy. Experts like On Hien Dao seemed composed, though the author isn't certain if he truly detected anything amiss. Tran Mao Vi, standing at the forefront, definitely didn't sense anything strange, only inwardly cursing Huang Fu Quan Yak for acting so overbearing. As for whether Huyen Vu Tian fell for it, the author can't be sure either. The sword immortal was still silently pondering. In terms of pure internal strength, Huang Fu Quan Yak truly deserves to be the top powerhouse in the Central Plains. After a while, everyone finally recovered from the lion's roar. Huang Fu Quan Yak folded his arms and spoke loudly. "First, I must apologize to you all. This entire matter stems from the Five Dragon Alliance. It seems for this assembly to proceed smoothly, the issues between the Five Dragon Alliance and the God of War need to be clarified first. There are many rumors about the God of War in the martial arts world, but rumors are far from the truth. So, it's better to let you all verify it yourselves. Let the God of War answer directly, and surely no one will have any doubts left." As he finished speaking, the grand doors of the Martial Heroes Hall slowly creaked open. Everyone turned in curiosity, only to see Thien Savu being escorted in by Lian Bak Vi. The eyes of this heaven-shattering martial general were completely void of emotion. The moment Thien Savu entered the hall, all eyes locked onto him. Han Tu shouted excitedly from a distance, "Big brother, are you okay?" Although Hong Vu Koi wasn't as frantic as Han Tu, his aged face clearly showed deep concern. Thien Savu turned his head slightly, giving Hong Vu Koi a silent, meaningful glance. Hong Vu Koi realized that Thien Savu had already recovered in his internal energy, and the beggar sect elder felt a wave of relief. Just then, Thien Savu suddenly sensed a powerful aura emanating from a corner. The God of War pulled back his gaze and glanced stealthily toward the corner, seeing a Western region monk standing quietly, his eyes covered by a cloth strip. The monk's face was serene, his energy internalized, yet he felt like a towering mountain, immovable as stone, yet ready to strike like lightning. This feeling was one he had only ever experienced with his late master. Thien Savu quickly judged that the man's strength was in the top 3 of any master he had ever met. Once everything here was finished, he absolutely had to find a chance to get to know him. Unintentionally, his gaze brushed past the muscular man standing next to the monk Thap, and he was shocked to find the man's aura felt like that of a dead person. Thien Savu frowned, his calm heart, previously unruffled, suddenly stirred with waves of doubt. He was certain he had met the man for the first time, yet this muscular guy gave him an inexplicably familiar feeling. It unsettled him, and he wanted to get to the bottom of it, but with the decisive battle approaching, he had to force himself to suppress agitation. To avoid tipping off Hong Fu Quan Yak, he dimmed the light in his eyes again, pretending his internal energy was completely drained. He didn't know that the monk Thap was also quietly observing him. The reputation of the God of War, the old monk had heard of it while wandering the martial world. Now that he saw him, just looking at the man's presence proved the rumors weren't exaggerated, but he also noticed the haze in Thien Savu's eyes. It seemed the rumors about the God of War's martial arts being sealed weren't false after all. Suppressing his thoughts, he telepathically asked his old friend, have you found the strange thing hidden in Duong Van Cone's energy yet?" Huyen Vu Tien, while inhaling the ice spirit goo poison into his body, replied telepathically. "Not yet. Just now, I thought I felt something, but Hong Fu Quan Yak's lion's roar made that sensation vanish instantly." The sword immortal looked at Hong Fu Quan Yak in the distance with a grim expression. He had no idea he had already fallen into the trap, while Hong Fu Quan Yak gloated internally that his plan had succeeded. The ice spirit goo poison was not only colorless and odorless but as fine as dust. Currently, it seemed no one had discovered the anomaly. The complete saint pretended nothing had happened on the surface, but secretly used telepathy to praise Duong Van Cone. You've worked hard. The methods of the Duong clan are truly brilliant. Duong Van Cone replied with a sycophantic smile. The alliance leader is too kind. As the head of the Duong clan, if I couldn't even poison someone without being discovered, I might as well kill myself. Hong Fu Kuan-yak's eyes flashed with a cold warning. It's not over yet. Don't get complacent. I have never doubted your competence. But this isn't the first time you've let your emotions ruin the mission. Hong Fu Kuan-yak shifted his gaze to the center of the hall. When he saw two subordinates carrying a stretcher, the complete saint couldn't help but frown. Looking closer, he realized it appeared to be a corpse. This unexpected development made Hong Fu Kuan-yak's face darken. He telepathically demanded, "Manager Lian, who gave you permission to act on your own?" At this moment, he still didn't know that Lien Bak Vi had been hit by the puppet technique, becoming a mere puppet in Thien Savu's hands. Thien Savu never expected that a heaven-shattering martial general from the modern era would be this gifted. The puppet technique he created was so advanced that even the telepathic sounds of the controlled person could be eavesdropped upon. Hoang Fu Quan Nok's questioning had been heard loud and clear. Thien Savu quickly thought on his feet, using Lien Bak Vi to reply telepathically. Reporting to the alliance leader, this soldier was killed while the god of war was trying to escape and launched a sneak attack. Your subordinate has checked his acupoints repeatedly. He remains fully sealed, with not a shred of internal energy. Your subordinate thought this corpse would better prove the brutality of the god of war, so I brought him here. May the alliance leader forgive me. With success almost within reach, Hong Fu Kuan-yak's mind was clouded. The complete saint didn't even harbor any suspicion, and instead wore a satisfied smile. He replied, telepathically, "You've done well. Continue with the plan." Then, he announced to everyone present, "The god of war is here, though I know not why he was injured while in the dungeon. He may have difficulty communicating, so I hope you all understand." Before he could even finish, a figure leaped onto the platform. On Hien, Dao stared fixedly at Hong Fu Kuan-yak, coldly refuting, "That is pure nonsense. Why would he be injured for no reason? Initially, it was I who used the Shura." Dao stared at Hong Fu Kuan-yak and coldly retorted, "That's ridiculous. Why would he be injured for no reason? At first, I used my Shura. The Shura finger seal has blocked his acupoints. Before handing him over to you, aside from his inner energy being sealed, the war god was perfectly fine." At this, Tiela stared coldly at Wang Fu Junyue. "According to the alliance leader, are you implying that you tortured him in the dungeon?" Before Huang Fu Junyue could retort, Tang Wenquan jumped in. "Senior Wen, please, watch your tongue. The Tiwu Alliance has always strictly forbidden torture. As our leader, how could he possibly know about such a rule and choose to break it? You're a respected senior in the martial arts world. How can you slander people without a shred of proof? Furthermore, you've never cared about the affairs of the Jianghu, so why are you standing up for that demon today? Is this just an excuse to smear our respected alliance leader? What exactly are you plotting?" Before he could finish, Wen Xiandao's internal energy erupted, surging like a tsunami. Tyla narrowed his eyes, enunciating every word. "Listen, kid. I'm not as patient as Juan Wutian. I've hated those shifty, triangle-shaped eyes of yours from the start. You've been blocking the heroic assembly at every turn. If I hear one more word out of you, I'll rip your tongue out and feed it to the dogs." With that, Wen Xiandao ignored the Tang sect leader completely, turning his gaze back to press the issue. "Huang Fu Junyue, I'm asking you, why is the war god so badly injured that he can't even speak?" The repetition of this question made Tang Wenquan's face change instantly, his energy gathering in his palms. Suddenly, the Tang sect leader let out a cold laugh. Huang Fu Junyue's previous warning was forgotten in his fit of rage. "You old dog, you're going to die anyway. Might as well let me kill you now." Suddenly, Huang Fu Junyue's voice echoed in Tang Wenquan's mind. "Stop." The latter looked at the stage unwillingly, replying via telepathy, "Alliance leader, this old man is doomed anyway. Why not finish him off? Everything must be done legit. Otherwise, why would I have gone through the trouble of preparing this heroic assembly? We're at a critical moment. Don't act on your own. Just follow the plan and frame the war god. Everything else will fall into place. If you ruin my plans, don't blame me for being heartless. I've made up my mind. Stand down." Tang Wenquan narrowed, his eyes, a flicker of resentment vanishing as quickly as it appeared. A moment later, he replied respectfully, via telepathy, "I will obey your orders, Alliance leader." After dismissing Tang Wenquan, Huang Fu Junyue spoke aloud. "As far as I know, the Shura finger seal is Tila's unique technique. Tell me, Tila, could the war god have broken your seal on his own? Nothing in this world is absolute. I wouldn't dare guarantee he couldn't break it. But if he could break the Shura finger seal, his cultivation would have to surpass both yours and mine. If that were the case, why would he ever let himself be captured?" Huangfu Junyue tapped his fingers on the armrest, countering the question. Suppose his cultivation wasn't enough, but he forced his acupoints open anyway. What would the consequence be? Naturally, his energy would backfire. Best case, he'd damage his meridians. Worst case, he'd lose his life. Once the words left his mouth, Wen Xiandao realized the trap. The man had his answer prepared. Huangfu Junyue's schemes were truly bottomless. Sure enough, the saint saw his chance to steer the narrative. Exactly as Tyla said, your Shura finger seal is famous throughout the Jianghu. Even I wouldn't be sure if I could break it. The war god is only 30 years old. No matter how high his cultivation is, he can't have surpassed the half-step martial saint level. Everyone knows that forcing open blocked points will definitely lead to a backlash. Becoming a cripple is common. It's only natural his gums are bleeding. Seeing Wen Jiandao frown, with doubt, Huangfu Junyue continued. Look at him, he's calm. Besides, the war god is standing right here. At the very least, from what I can see, there isn't a single mark of torture on him. If Tyla still doesn't believe it, feel free to examine him yourself. Wen Xiandao was speechless. Shen Xiaowu really looked like he hadn't been injured at all. Huangfu Junyue smiled, still acting magnanimous, and suggested that if Tyla wasn't satisfied, he could just ask the man directly. Even if he can't speak, he can nod or shake his head. This remark put them in a position where any move was a trap. If Wen Xiandao really asked, it would look unseemly. Besides, even if he found a weakness, they surely had a countermeasure prepared. Without complete certainty, it was better to stand down and watch the situation. Thinking this, Tyla cupped his hands. I was a bit hot-headed just now, and I hope the alliance leader and everyone here will forgive me. Hearing this, Tang Wenquan immediately mocked him. I thought Senior Tyla would say something profound, but you asked such a childish question. I wonder who's really disrupting the heroic assembly. When Xiandao glanced at him and said coldly, Kid, keep running your mouth. Sooner or later, you'll regret it. Tang Wenquan laughed loudly, without a hint of fear, continuing to provoke. Didn't Senior Tila want to rip my tongue out? Naturally, I should take advantage of the fact that it's still attached while I can. After this brief interlude, the heroic assembly continued. Tang Wenquan began to rattle off a list of crimes against Shen Xiaowu. As everyone knows, the war god first appeared in Shenyang a few months ago, and the moment he moved, he wiped out the Murong family. The reason was ridiculous. He just happened to run into the Murong family's second young master at an inn. They had some petty disagreement, and he held a grudge. You all know the result. The second master, Murong Guang, was brutally murdered. The third miss, Murong Ji, is missing. And the head of the house, Murong Dongtian, was killed right at home. The Jianghu has a rule about not involving families. For the war god to act this way is truly unforgivable. Before Tang Wenquan finished his sentence, another person jumped onto the stage, shouting, That's a pack of lies. The person who arrived was Wan Dejiang, the father of Wan Zexiang, former leader of the Dali Gang, and current supreme elder of the Lion Alliance. At that time, the Murong family had obtained the inheritance of the Northridge Emperor and wanted to destroy our Dali Gang to take control of Liuning, but they somehow angered the war god and faced his retribution. I can testify for the war god. At that time, wait, isn't Elder Wan currently staying at the Iron Feather League? Since you weren't actually there, how can you even act as a witness? Listen here, kid. You gave me 2 days in Liuning. Every martial artist knows what happened that day. The Hero Assembly's theme was announced a whole month ago. Why hasn't Elder Wan managed to find a witness until now? Are you just trying to drag some random person up here to lie for you? Wanda Jiang's eyes bulged with rage as he barked back. Why didn't you bring a witness? Do you just want to find some random person to be a fake witness now? Van Duke Jiang was so angry his eyes bulged, and he shouted, Fine, then I'll find someone right here. The Northern Jade Hand, Jay Moulin, was there to see it all himself. Surely his testimony is beyond reproach, right? Jay Moulin, standing below the stage, looked incredibly conflicted. He'd already argued with his father about this last night. Father, I don't understand. If we announce that the Murong clan colluded with the Black Merchants, the Five Dragon Alliance's reputation is going to take a massive hit. Plus, Elder Wan is our own supreme elder. We can't just stand by and watch this happen. The Great Strength Gang suffered heavy losses back then. Elder Wan is definitely going to bring this up at the Hero Assembly. I'll go handle him. You just need to remember to stay out of it. I've already reached an agreement with Huangfu Junyue. He won't pursue your involvement in the massacre of the Murong clan. I won't interfere with his plan to take out the god of war. If you jump in tomorrow, it means I've broken my word, and the Lion Alliance and the Five Dragon Alliance will be headed for an all-out war. That wouldn't be good for our growth in the long run. Remembering his father's warning, Jay Moulin felt his heart tearing. If he just stood by and did nothing, it wouldn't just tear the Great Strength Gang apart. It would also leave Zhang Xiaowu, the man who saved his life, in a desperate situation. The Northern Jade Hand clenched his eyes shut, his teeth gritting so hard they ached. After a long moment, He finally opened his eyes, his gaze hardening. Jay Mulan said coldly, Elder Wan, you must be mistaken. When that happened, I wasn't in Shenyang, I was at the Iron Feather League. I honestly don't know much about what went down. The moment he finished, Wan Dejiang gnashed his teeth in fury. Ji Mulin, do you even have a spine? Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of abuse, Ji Haochen's voice echoed in his mind. Elder Wan, that's enough. Let it end here. Wan Dejiang looked toward the distant, invincible saber overlord and messaged back. Does the Alliance Master not realize how much our great strength gang lost that day? Jay Haochen's gaze turned icy, his tone growing stern. The priority right now is the future of the Lion Alliance. Do not let petty matters impact the big picture. I guarantee I will compensate the great strength gang's losses twofold later. Hearing that, Wan Dejiang fell silent, unable to speak for a long while. He understood perfectly. The Lion Alliance had completely discarded the god of war. Watching this, Hong Wukui couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He'd known all along that Jay Haochen would do something like this for the sake of his own interests, but he hadn't expected him to sacrifice Jay Mulin, too. After all, if Zhang Xiaowu hadn't stepped in back then, all of them would have been buried in the North Ridge Cave. But on second thought, this beggar sect elder realized that Zhang Xiaowu's reputation and cultivation among the younger generation were far too exceptional. Now that there was a chance to remove this obstacle in his son's path, it was only natural that someone with Jay Haochen's personality wouldn't let the opportunity slide. Regardless of the reason, after today, these two young heroes would undoubtedly become bitter enemies. Thinking of this, the beggar sect elder couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, when it came to interests, so-called righteousness wasn't worth a dime. At this moment, Tang Wenquan spoke up from the stage, looking smug. Since Elder Wan couldn't find a witness, I've brought someone who survived the Murong clan. Let him tell you all exactly how ruthless the god of war really is. Right then, a figure slowly stepped onto the stage, the eldest son of the Murong clan, Murong Juncheng. Let's stop wasting time and get straight to the point. Just as Murong Juncheng started his accusations against Zhang Xiaowu, two beauties were rushing toward the hero's hall. Due to the urgency, Han Xiangya carried Su Xiaohu, using her lightfoot skills to dash across the rooftops. This ice flower, usually so calm, couldn't hide her anxiety. Xiaohu, if we do this, we're going head-to-head with Huangfu Junyue. Are you sure about this? Big Sister Han, this isn't something we can take lightly. We have to get this news to my brother immediately. With this in our hands, we can shake Huangfu Junyue's position in the Iron Feather League. This is the turning point we need to flip the script. Hearing that, Han Xiangya said nothing more, her feet moving even faster as she carried Su Xiaohu through the air. Back inside the hero's hall, Murong Juncheng was busy spinning his tail, though the story had been twisted almost beyond recognition. My fellow friends, the god of war heard rumors from somewhere about the vast gold hidden in the North Ridge Cave behind our Murong estate. He colluded with the Great Strength Gang, wanting to claim Liuning all for himself. They ambushed our North Ridge Cave and slaughtered everyone they saw. What's even more infuriating is that this animal, driven by lust, actually tried to humiliate my third sister. As he said this, Murong Juncheng glanced at Zhang Xiaowu, a wave of dark glee rising in his heart. Even if he couldn't take the god of war's life right now, he was going to destroy his reputation once and for all. Zhang Xiaowu, conversely, just frowned. He hadn't expected Murong Juncheng to be this low to frame him. The man was even willing to sacrifice his own sister's honor. At that thought, Zhang Xiaowu narrowed his eyes. The icy coldness in his gaze was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. He wanted to see what other pathetic tricks this trash had up his sleeve. Unexpectedly, Murong Juncheng caught that sharp look. The young master of the Murong clan suddenly felt like he'd fallen into an ice cellar. The man was clearly stripped of his cultivation. Yet that oppressive aura made him feel like he was suffocating, as if Mount Tai were crushing his chest. Murong Juncheng instinctively clutched his heart. For a second, it felt like a giant hand was squeezing it. A wild, crazy thought suddenly crossed his mind. Had the god of war's cultivation actually recovered? Seeing Murong Juncheng's strange reaction, Huangfu Junyue frowned. The first thing he thought of was the after effects of the immortal demon corpse. The sovereign quietly messaged him. Juncheng, do you feel anything unusual in your body? Murong Juncheng gritted his teeth, finally shaking off the pressure after a moment. He let out a sigh of relief, messaged back that he was fine, and then continued his story. My second brother, Murong Guang, tried to protect our sister's honor and fought that beast to the death. He died a tragic death at his hands. He even slashed me across the face. Though I managed to survive, I've been permanently disfigured. Murong Juncheng cupped his hands, his face twisted in performative grief. My father, can you not? Mak Dung Quanthan gritted his teeth, and only after a while did he manage to suppress that feeling of oppression. He let out a sigh of relief, used telepathy to say he was fine. and then continued his tale. My second brother, Mak Dung Kwang, in order to protect our third sister's honor, fought to the death against this beast and eventually died tragically at his hands. I was also slashed in the face by him. Though I was lucky to survive, I was disfigured. At this, Mak Dung Kwan Than cupped his hands, his face full of grief. My father, after finding out, he wanted to call on the martial arts world to seek justice, but he never expected the war god to sneak into his manor that night and brutally murder everyone. This guy is so wicked, with such ruthless tactics, I haven't seen anything like it in 10 years. I beg the three seniors here to demand justice for the over 100 people of our Ma Dung family who died so unjustly. Today, we must kill this murderous demon, Thien Savu. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire Hall of Heroes was in an uproar. Is what Master Madung said true? How could it be false? Who would use their own sister's reputation to frame someone else? I don't think it's for sure. You can't just listen to one side of the story. Exactly. At least we should hear what the war god has to say first. Feng Ke Van, standing in the crowd and hearing the surrounding whispers, was secretly happy. It seems the impression these martial artists have of the war god has changed drastically. It's just a shame there's no concrete evidence yet. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold sneer. So what if there's no solid proof? As long as he keeps pouring fuel on the fire, that's enough. The young master of the Feng family suddenly spoke up. My friends, don't forget that the war god comes from the northern barbarians. It's only natural for those savages to act this way. In their eyes, us people of the central plains are nothing more than pigs and dogs. As soon as he said this, Hong Vu Koi was shocked. So that was Huang Fu Quan Yak's master stroke. The Tuyet Vu Min has been at war with the Northern Dynasty for 10 years. There's no need to mention the deep-seated hatred there. If Thien Savu's background is linked to the Northern Plains, once this idea is successfully established, Thien Savu will be as good as dead today. Sure enough, after Feng Ke Van added his own spice to the story, the martial artists in the Hall of Heroes were immediately enraged. Plus, because Thien Savu has a close relationship with the Great Thien Merchant Guild, who also come from the north, many people started taking out their anger on the Great Thien Merchant Guild as well. Seeing that the timing was perfect, Ma Dung Kwan Than hurriedly shouted, "Our Ma Dung family and the Nam Kung family gave everything in the war against the northern tribes, and now our families have been destroyed. I beg Alliance Master Hong Fu, exterminate the war god and the Great Thien Merchant Guild." Hong Fu Quan, Nak pretended to ponder for a moment, then slowly stood up and coldly said, "This matter truly needs a satisfactory answer for the two great families. We cannot let our friends in the martial arts world be disappointed." Van Diep too, standing nearby, heard this tone and felt something was off. He thought the Alliance Master, Hoang Fu, was about to offer some advice, but never expected Hoang Fu Quan Yak to completely ignore it and continue. "I know many people still have doubts about this, but it cannot be denied that the war god has wiped out two of our great martial arts families in the Central Plains. A northern barbarian dares to be this arrogant in the Central Plains. For this alone, he must die today. Otherwise, wouldn't the northern barbarians think that the Central Plains martial arts world is easy to bully?" At this point, this saintly figure suddenly raised his voice and shouted, "The war god framed the two great families. The evidence is clear, no need to say more. Lien Bak Vi, execute him on the spot immediately." The crowd saw Thien Savu admire the tactics of this saintly man, twisting concepts and downplaying the truth he was doing a great job. Even so, he had to retaliate a little. Thinking that, he used a puppet technique, slightly moving his lips to say 4 words through Lien Bak Vi. "Huang Fu Vu Nyak." It's too noisy in the hall. Huang Fu Quan Yak didn't hear clearly for a moment. "Lien Bak Vi, what did you say?" Right after that, the chief steward said, word by word, "If it is an order from the martial arts supreme, Hong Fu Quan Yak, I must obey. But you, Hong Fu Vu Nyak, by what right do you issue orders for Hong Fu Quan Yak?" As soon as the words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap in Hong Fu Quan Yak's ears. The pupils of this saintly man constricted, his expression shocked as long-buried memories flooded his heart. "Vunyak, why are you here? Vunyak, what are you trying to do? Help, big brother, just stay here and be at peace." Cold sweat ran down Hong Fu Quan Yak's forehead. The saint gritted his teeth, the anger in his heart reaching its boiling point. Veins popped out on his forehead, his face twisted as he trembled and said, "Lien Bak Vi." Before he finished, the saint suddenly reached out his left hand, his 5 fingers curling like claws, and made a circular motion in the air. A wave of invisible inner energy shot out, choking Lien Bak Vi, so he couldn't speak another word. Immediately after, without a moment's hesitation, he clenched his hand into a fist and struck with all his might. Lien Bak Vi's head was instantly knocked flying like a ball. Hong Fu Quan Yak roared in anger. You bastard, what nonsense are you spewing? Seeing a head being ripped off right in front of him, Thien Savu didn't change his expression at all, his eyes calm, as if all of this was within his calculations. The war god sneered, "Oh, he's getting impatient." Seeing Lian Bakvi's head rolling on the floor, everyone present turned pale. Everyone could see, clearly, that Hong Fu Quan Nyak was just killing to silence him because he was furious. In an instant, the whole hall was in an uproar, buzzing with gossip. Alliance Master Hoang Fu, what do you mean by this? Could it be that what Steward Lian said was true? That's right, Alliance Master Hoang Fu. You were in such a rush to kill him. Are you feeling guilty? Facing the criticism and suspicion of many martial artists, Hoang Fu Quan Yak was so angry that the veins on his forehead pulsed. He never expected the secret he'd buried for so long to be exposed right here. At this moment, Thien Savu stopped pretending. His eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Old man, killing someone to silence them in front of everyone. This kind of amateur mistake is not something someone like you should make. Looking into Thien Savu's eyes, the pupils of Hoang Fu Quan Yak contracted. The saint gritted his teeth and slowly said, "So you've broken the seal." Thien Savu snorted coldly, his ruthless inner energy instantly surging through his whole body. With a crisp cracking sound, he had actually used his internal power to shatter the shackles made of black iron. The war god raised an eyebrow, his tone mocking. "I heard that the Thiet Vu Min was the most righteous and open group in the Central Plains. Today, it seems, that's all there is to it. Distorting the truth, framing people, you guys really are good at this. If I hadn't prepared in advance, how could I have stood here and watched you run it rampant?" Duong Van Hoa looked at the person in front of him, grinding his teeth in anger, but he still tried to stay calm, coldly saying, "You wicked creature, don't you dare spout your filth. The Thiet Vu Min has always acted with integrity. You say you were wronged, then provide the evidence. You guys really are twisting black into white. To kill me, all you need is the 4 words, Northern Barbarian, to convict me. Now you're asking me to provide evidence to prove I'm innocent. Fine then. Today, a Northern Barbarian like me is going to show you all the proof." Thien Savu turned to the crowd and announced loudly, "Let's start with the Mo Dung family. They spent 10 years plotting to take over the Liaoning region, and then they deliberately leaked rumors about the North Ridge cave to lure the Great Strength Gang there. The North Ridge cave holds the legacy of the North Ridge Emperor. Whoever obtains it can multiply their power tenfold. Even though the Great Strength Gang knew it might be a trap, they had no choice but to go. As for me, I got involved because I found out that hundreds of displaced northern civilians had been captured and enslaved by the Mo Dung family. To rescue these innocent people, I joined Elder Hong of the Beggar sect to storm the North Ridge Cave. While rescuing these refugees, I was forced to engage with the Mo Dung family. It's true, I killed Mo Dung Quang and Mo Dung Dong Thien with my own hands. But if we're talking about right and wrong..." At this point, Thien Savu paused, glancing at Chiat Mook Lam. Among everyone here, some know the truth, but he refuses to speak up, claiming he knows nothing. That's fine. The survivors of the Great Strength Gang can testify for me. As soon as he finished, Chiat Mook Lam's face turned pale, then flushed. He stammered for a long time, only managing to say he would investigate it himself later. Jia Cat Vin Hu, standing nearby, saw this and immediately seized the chance to stir up trouble. "These northern barbarians are truly uncouth. Are you accusing the Young Alliance leader of intentionally hiding the facts? As young master of the Lion Alliance, how could he let you slander him? Furthermore, the crimes you've committed aren't limited to just the Mo Dung family. You claim the 5 Dragon Alliance imprisoned the family members of the Iron Horse Escort Agency and used that as an excuse to destroy the Nam Kung family? Are you trying to shift the blame onto the Nam Kung family? You're right about one thing. At that time, Hoang Fu Quan Yak did imprison everyone from the Iron Horse Escort Agency. Nam Kung Vu Tin wanted to compete for the position of alliance leader with Hoang Fu Quan Nak, so he ordered Nam Kung to Q to secretly move the Konu to the Nam Kung family. After the incident was exposed, the 5 Dragon Alliance dumped all the responsibility on Dang Vu Hien. Who is right and who is wrong? You all can be the judges. Just as Jia Cat Vin Hu claimed Thien Savu had no proof, someone in the crowd suddenly took off their hat. Mak Quan Tish gathered all his strength and shouted, "I can testify for Hero Thien. I am Mo Quan Tish, an escort from the Iron Horse Escort Agency, and my older brother is the chief escort, Mo Konung. All 37 of us from the Iron Horse Escort Agency were imprisoned by the 5 Dragon Alliance. Except for my brother and me, everyone else was tortured to death by Sa Tien Ui, the prison warden. I would bet my life that everything Hero Tien has said today is the absolute truth." Seeing Mak Quan Tich come forward, combined with the rumors from before, about 70 or 80% of the crowd believed him, and many felt deep sympathy for the wrongful death of Dang Vu Hien. An Hien Dao, realizing he had been used, asked angrily, "Hoang Fu Quan Yak, is it true that you were the one pulling the strings behind all of this?" Tien Savu looked at Hongfu Quanyak and continued, Alliance leader Hongfu doesn't need to answer. I'm sure you've already cooked up some excuse. Tien Savu reached out, pulled the white cloth off the stretcher, and continued, I only want to know one thing. Does Alliance leader Hongfu still recognize this person? Tien Savu gave a flick of his hand, pulling the cloth away completely. The body on this stretcher is the strange person from the prison. Hoang Fuquanyak's lips trembled. He tried to speak up and deny it, but found himself unable to find the words. Not getting an answer from the opponent, Tien Savu didn't care. He continued recounting what he went through in the prison. I met this strange man in a cell in the deepest part of the prison. Not only were his limbs severed, but his entire body was bound by 36 iron chains. As you all can see, his eyes were gouged out, and his entire face had been skinned. When I found him, he had completely lost his mind, constantly muttering that Vunyak had ruined him. I didn't know who this Vunyak was, so I didn't pay much attention, until he was on the verge of death and regained his senses to say this. I am the real Hongfu Quanyak. My own brother, Hongfu Vunyak, made me look like this. At that moment, I thought, if this man is the real Hongfu Quanyak, then who is the alliance leader Hongfu standing in front of us? In this world, unless they are twins, it is almost impossible for two people to have identical faces. That was until I remembered the guy, Ung Kich Du, who tried to assassinate me earlier. He had used a mask to disguise himself as Han, Huang Nya. Furthermore, he boasted that human skin masks are the best. The Vo Duangam family is affiliated with the Five Dragon Alliance. For Alliance leader Hong Fu to order them to make a human skin mask wouldn't be difficult at all. Saying this, Tien Savu's gaze turned icy as he spoke every word clearly. Am I right? You, his younger brother, Hoangfu Vunyak. Hongfu Quanyak stood on the platform, his expression shifting rapidly. Duong Van Kone, his loyal dog, was the first one to jump out, laughing loudly. Friends, I think this war god has gone insane. How could that ugly corpse be Alliance leader Hoang Fu? And all that talk about peeling off people's faces for masks? That's utter nonsense. As soon as he finished, an old voice rang out. I can testify that this corpse is the real Hongfu Quannak. The person who spoke was the old man Tien Savu had rescued from the prison. The old man also took off his hat, loudly, declaring, I am Thuong Quan Shuyen, the personal guard of Hongfu Quanyak, known in the underworld as the Iron-Faced Judge. It's been 10 years. I wonder if anyone still remembers this name? Hongvu Koi, in the crowd, nodded slightly. Although 10 years had passed, the man's features were still 80% similar to what he remembered. The great teacher frowned slightly. He had heard the name Thuong Quan Shuyen before. He was said to be a genius martial arts master whom Hongfu Quan Nak held in high regard, keeping him close for training. But then he suddenly disappeared for no reason 10 years ago. Thuong Quan Shuyen held his head high and continued, I can prove that the man standing on the platform is Hongfu Vunyak. 10 years ago, I saw with my own eyes him ambushing Alliance leader Hong Fu. This guy was afraid that killing me directly would make others suspicious, so he crippled my martial arts and locked me in the dungeon for 10 years. I swear to the heavens, he is the younger brother of Alliance leader Hongfu Quanyak, Hongfu Vunyak. As soon as Thuong Quan Shuyen finished, a woman's voice rang out, I have proof that he is Hongfu Vunyak. Right after that, a white figure leaped across the crowd's shoulders and glided into the center of the courtyard. It was the ice flower Han Huang Nya, bringing Tu Tu Ho along. Han Tu saw this, his eyes widening in shock, while Hong Vu Koi remained calm as usual, as if he had already expected it. Xiao Hu looked at Tien Savu and said tenderly, Brother Savu, long time no see. He smiled in response, signaling her to focus on the task at hand. Seeing this, Huang Na was lost in thought. Since regaining her memories, she'd felt something indescribable toward this successor of her father. Feelings can wait. 2. Xiao Hu stepped forward and spoke loudly. Huangfu Junyue has a twin brother named Huangfu Yuyue. But because Huangfu Junyue was so prominent, few people knew Huangfu Yuyue existed. 10 years ago, the brothers traveled north together, but only Junyue returned, while Yuyue went missing without a trace. Fortunately, along the way, we had many logistics bureaus and trading guilds under our Great Heaven Merchant Guild, and after investigating, we uncovered what really happened back then. Tien Savu smiled, taking the opportunity to add, Huangfu Yuyue, what do you have to say for yourself now? Chi Hao Tam, standing to the side, gritted his teeth. Alliance leader Huangfu, you need to explain this clearly. Van Diep Tu's face also darkened. Could it be, as they claimed, that you've been playing the entire martial arts world for a fool? Huangfu Yuyue closed his eyes tightly, remaining silent. At that moment, he finally understood why Tien Savu had said those words. Old man, will you regret not killing me yourself today? Huang Fu Yuyue suddenly sneered. As he finished speaking, this saint-level expert abruptly swung his arm and threw a punch. A rolling wave of power surged outward, instantly filling the hall with dust and debris, with rocks flying everywhere. The heroic assembly, which had dragged on for 6 months, finally had some real action. The saint-level expert sneered and said slowly, "I spent 10 years of blood and sweat planning this, only to have ruined by a brat." Chi Hao Tham was stunned. "Are you really Huang Fu Yuyue?" Before Huang Fu Yuyue could answer, Duong Van Kone, his loyal lapdog, jumped out. The Tang sect leader had a vicious look on his face as he coldly said, "Alliance leader, there's no other way. Now, we might as well just wipe them all out and be done with it." Huang Fu Yuyue moved his lips slightly and spoke 2 cold words. "Do it." Duong Van Kone respectfully followed the order. Immediately, he began chanting the incantation to activate his poison arts. Van Diep too, who had just recovered from the shock, tried to speak up to stop him, but the next moment, he felt a stabbing pain in his chest. Van Diep too let out a pained cry, nearly collapsing. The eyes of this plum blossom sword saint narrowed, and a look of disbelief appeared on his aged face. The ice spirit ancient poison, which he had been suppressing for months, had suddenly flared up, violently draining his inner energy. Chi Hao Tham, standing beside him, also widened his eyes in utter terror. This invincible blade overlord felt his inner force gushing out like a breached levee, flowing away endlessly. Within just a few breaths, Chi Hao Tham couldn't stand, clutching his chest as he fell to his knees. Huang Fu Yuyue narrowed his eyes, speaking coldly, as expected of the plum blossom sword saint. "It seems you discovered the ice spirit ancient poison in your body long ago." Van Diep too frowned, his gaze sharp. "So you were the one pulling the strings." Huang Fu Yuyue smirked and looked back, his tone mocking. "And as for you, Chi Hao Tham, you didn't even know you were poisoned with the ice spirit ancient poison? With such low ability, how are you worthy of being called one of the 3 overlords?" Chi Hao Tham had been famous for a long time. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? But trapped by the situation, he could only harbor hatred inside, not daring to speak out. By now, the other martial artists in the hall were also succumbing to the poison, including Van Trung's son and the foreign-born godly dragon. Among the 72 heroes, no one escaped. Tran Mao V, known as the Southern Sea's first sword, tried to circulate his energy to suppress the poison, but ended up vomiting a mouthful of blood. The Southern Sea Sword Sect leader's eyes turned bloodshot as he shouted angrily, "Huang Fu Yu, what have you done? I just used a few minor tricks. I've long been sick of looking at you bunch of ragtag misfits," he sneered. "The Ninefold Mansion calls itself an upright school, looking down on everyone. And there's the pathetic Lion Alliance, clueless about how big the world is. I've wanted to trample these people under my feet for a long time. The Central Plains martial arts world doesn't need so many sects. My 5-Dragon Alliance is all that's needed." Huyen Vuthien leaned on his cane, struggling to stay upright. This Central South Sword immortal was extremely worried. He could feel his inner energy vanishing at an alarming rate. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before everyone here died from energy deviation. The other martial artists clearly hadn't realized their danger yet, criticizing Huang Fu Yuyue for daring to use such underhanded tactics. The latter laughed loudly. "Go ahead and try to stop me if you want, but I guarantee none of you will make it past 7 steps. Just then, a voice rang out. "Old man, you've already lost. Are you still resorting to cowardly, underhanded sneak attacks?" Hearing this familiar voice, Huang Fu Yuyue turned pale. Back when he faced his sneak attack, even his own brother couldn't escape it. But this god of war was speaking with such immense vigor. It was clear that the previous blow hadn't caused him any injury at all. Before he could think, a powerful wave of true energy rushed toward him, the overbearing energy roaring like a tidal wave crashing into the shore. Huang Fu Yuyue hurriedly crouched down, pushing his hands out to barely block it. The saint-level expert felt his heart fill with terror the moment he touched that energy. He felt the opponent's true energy sweep through like a hurricane, unrivaled in power, the aggressive force inside making his blood boil, impossible to control. Huang Fu Yuyue shouted in horror, "God of War, are you crazy? For a few nobodies from the Iron Horse Logistics Bureau, why go so far as to risk your life against me?" "Finished," the saint-level expert roared, his hands suddenly flipping upward, pouring his total energy into directing that wave of power above his head. The overbearing energy surged like a waterfall in reverse, slamming into the roof of the heroic hall. With just a thunderous explosion, the entire great hall, which had taken over a month to build, was leveled. Tien Savu stood with his hands behind his back, calmly saying, "Great heroes fight for the nation and the people. Lesser heroes fight for friends and justice. Big or small, today I will kill you with my own hands, you old villain." Immediately after, he whispered to Tu Xiaohu to take the poisoned martial artist to safety. She nodded in agreement. "Lady Han, please handle the remnants of the 5-Dragon Alliance. Don't be so polite between us, just leave it to me. Just then, two more figures appeared, followed by a clear, crisp voice. Han Tu, with a sword at his waist, spoke loudly. Big brother, how could you forget about me at a time like this? You're breaking my heart. Hong Vu Koi crossed his arms and added, you just focus on fighting. I'll take care of the old geezer's funeral arrangements. Huang Fu Yue gritted his teeth in anger, saying, since when did this martial arts world start spawning such? You actually have the nerve to talk big in front of me? Tang Wenquan, acting like a leashed dog, hurriedly chimed in. Exactly. How could this trash ever be a match for the Alliance leader? The head of the Tang clan snapped his fan shut and let out a crazed laugh. Honestly, the Alliance leader shouldn't even have to lift a finger against this war god. Just leave it to me, Tang Wenquan, to send him on his way today. With that, Tang Wenquan began channeling the Tang clan's secret arts. Swirls of poisonous smoke instantly engulfed him. The Tang clan leader, looking smug, shouted, War god, my ice soul goo poison has no color or scent, and it leaves absolutely no trace to track. Plus, I've got the 7-step soul-chasing powder. Even though before Tang Wenquan could finish his sentence, a massive foot slammed down right in front of his face. Shan Sawu stepped on Tang Wenquan's face, then used the momentum to leap into the air. Like a hawk, he lunged straight toward Huang Fu Weiyue, who was standing on the high platform. Immediately after, the war god threw a punch that struck like a shooting meteor, landing square on his opponent's face. Shan Sawu smirked and said arrogantly, the first heaven-breaking martial general title has been undefeated for 1,000 years. It'll stay that way through my generation. But suddenly, Shan Sawu's expression shifted. He realized that the impact of his punch didn't feel soft like he expected. Instead, it felt like hitting a wall of solid iron. Clearly, Huang Fu Weiyue's protective divine arts had blocked the blow. The All-Saint sneered and said coldly, so this is what you call a war god? If that's the extent of your power, I'm truly disappointed. With that, Huang Fu Weiyue raised his right fist, channeling his immense internal energy into the strike. Shan Sawu was startled, but he was in midair with nothing to push off of. Before he could react, Huang Fu Weiyue's mountain-splitting punch slammed straight into Shan Sawu's dantian. The All-Saint's pupils contracted, his face showing genuine shock. Shan Sawu had managed to raise his right hand just in time, his internal energy erupting from his palm. His defensive ability was in no way inferior to the All-Saint's protective arts. Using the force of the collision, Shan Sawu twisted in the air, then swung his right leg down in a lightning-fast kick aimed at the top of Huang Fu Weiyue's head. Huang Fu Weiyue didn't dare to delay. He quickly lowered his stance, channeled energy into his arms, and blocked the blow. This heaven and earth smashing strike from Shan Sawu was no joke. Huang Fu Weiyue felt his arms going numb. If he hadn't focused his energy there, he probably would have shattered his bones. Enraged, the All-Saint threw another punch, using his signature technique, the 3 strikes of the Heavenly King. Before Shan Sawu could even land, Huang Fu Weiyue's powerful fist was already upon him. The war god couldn't block it, so he had to channel his energy again. In a split second, he leaned to the side and dodged the punch. However, the sheer wind pressure from the strike still rattled his internal organs. Yet, the war god wasn't angry. He actually laughed out loud. Shan Sawu's eyes were filled with battle spirit as he shouted, as expected of an all-saint, your reputation is well-deserved. Again, Huang Fu Weiyue laughed heartily, his tone appreciative. The moment you blocked my punch, I knew you were worthy of being my opponent. Finished speaking, the All-Saint let out a thunderous shout and charged toward Shan Sawu. At the same time, Huang Fu Weiyue's only son, Huang Fu Yunchuan, issued a cold command. The pugilistic world is a place where the strong prey on the weak. Blood swordsmen, follow orders, wipe out all the martial artists in the hall. The blood swordsmen, who had been lying in wait, heard the command and immediately drew their swords, charging into the great hall. Most of the martial artists inside were already poisoned. They were no match for these elite soldiers of the Five Dragon Alliance. The hall was filled with agonizing screams. Hong Wukui saw this, his expression turning grim. He muttered to himself, this unfilial bastard, Huang Fu Yunchuan, he'd even conspire with the enemy to kill his own father just for power. Truly wicked, a disgrace to heaven and earth. As soon as he finished, a light laugh echoed from afar. Whether he's unfilial or not isn't something for an old beggar like you to worry about. Feng Qian stepped forward, smiling as he continued. I was really looking forward to this hero conference, hoping to spar with some real experts. I didn't expect to just run into an old beggar and some young brat from the Zhongnan sword sect. No sooner had he finished than a powerful voice boomed out. How can the young master of the Feng family be so rude? It seems the Five Dragon Alliance is just a den of snakes. The person who arrived was one of the Shi brothers, who had previously met Shan Sawu. The one who spoke was Guo Deshan. Nan Wenhao also stepped up to make his stance clear. You, Feng, if you want to lay a finger on Han Su, you'll have to see if we agree to it first. Feng Qian laughed angrily and said coldly, so, it's just a bunch of misfits. Meanwhile, Shan Sawu and Huangfu Weiyue were locked in a fierce battle. The two fought one-on-one, their internal energy churning and stirring up the surroundings, sending debris flying everywhere. Tang Wenquan watched from the sidelines, feeling utterly stunned. He never imagined that Shan Sawu could actually go toe-to-toe with Huangfu Weiyue. After a while, the Tang clan head narrowed his eyes. If he took this chance to help Huangfu Weiyue kill his opponent, the alliance leader would definitely reward him handsomely. Thinking this, Tang Wenquan prepared to unleash his poisonous arts to ambush Shan Sawu. Unexpectedly, a cold gaze locked onto him. In a flash, a streak of cold light shot straight toward the back of his neck. Tang Wenquan heard the whistling wind behind him and was startled. The Tang clan head hurriedly opened his fan and spun around. A crisp clang times rang out. He had used his fan to block the incoming longsword. Immediately after, a white-clad figure flew in, caught the longsword, and landed lightly on the ground. Han Xiangya didn't change her expression at all, saying coldly, "To be the head of a sect and yet act so despicably." Tang Wenquan had blocked Han Xiangya's sword, but his blood was boiling, and it took him a moment to regulate his breathing. He couldn't help but be shocked. Her reputation was well-deserved. If this ice flower could lead the three flowers, her strength was truly extraordinary. Still, he stubbornly sneered. "A sword strike from the ice flower is nothing special. You couldn't even take off my head." Han Xiangya raised an eyebrow, lifted her sword, and said, "Then watch closely and see if this next strike can take your head off." Surprisingly, Tang Wenquan just sneered. "You can't even see the situation around you, and you want to kill me? How ridiculous." As soon as he finished, Han Xiangya felt a surge of internal energy coming from behind. It was a sneak attack from Zhu Yingwei, a horizontal kick, accompanied by a whistling wind, aimed straight for her waist. Han Xiangya immediately turned, used her arm to block the vicious kick, then used the momentum to counterattack, leaping backward to create distance. As soon as he finished, Han Huangya felt a surge of energy coming from behind. It was a sneak attack from Jia Cat Vin Hu, a sweeping kick, accompanied by a whistling wind, aimed right at her waist. Han Huangya immediately spun, using her arm to block the vicious kick, then used that force to counterattack, leaping backward to keeping his distance. Failing his sneak attack, Zhuge Yonghui crouched down, bracing for a fight. Out of nowhere, his two judges' pens were already in his hands. This head of the Zhuge clan flashed a sinister grin, his eyes filled with malice. As expected of the ice flower, Han Xiangya, you're expected to become the next sword immortal. Today, I, Zhuge Yonghui, would like to test your skills. Han Xiangya stared silently at him, but a sharp, biting sword aura began to rise. The hero's assembly, once a place of prestige, had turned into a living hell. Seeing the blood sword warriors of the Five Dragon Alliance charging in, Shi Wenhai immediately ordered his Chungnam sword sect disciples to regroup, Chung Jun included. Since the Chungnam disciples were seated far from the stage, they hadn't been poisoned, but witnessing the carnage in the Great Hall left them terrified. Only Xu Wenyu remained composed. After repelling an attack from the blood sword warriors, he carefully protected his grandmaster. Meanwhile, Xuan Wutian was sitting cross-legged, channeling his energy to purge the poison. Wisps of white steam rose from his head. You could tell this Chungnam sword immortal had deep inner strength, but after a moment, a mouthful of blood uncontrollably spilled from his lips. Seeing this, Xu Wenyu's face turned grim. He asked softly, "Grandmaster, how are you feeling?" Xuan Wutian gritted his teeth, trembling as he replied, "This ancient poison is strange. The more I try to purge it with my inner energy, the faster it drains away. I've always called myself the greatest master of sword Dao, never thinking I'd be helpless against a cheap shot like this. Wenyu, it's all up to you and the others now. Until I finish purging this poison, you must hold them off." Just then, a blood sword leader roared, "Blood sword warriors, on my command! The people of Nine Layers Mansion and the Lion League haven't fought in ages. They're no match for you. Attack with everything you've got, leave no one standing." As he spoke, he suddenly noticed Xie Haochen in the distance. The invincible Blade Lord was currently channeling his own energy to purge the poison, distracted from everything else. The blood sword leader realized this was a golden opportunity. Thinking this, he didn't hesitate and lunged straight for Xie Haochen. Just as he thought his sneak attack had succeeded, a cold flash of light streaked by severing his head. Xiemulin had returned just in time, cutting down the warrior with his blade. The Northwind Jade Hand looked at his father with a worried expression. "Father, how are you holding up?" Xie Haochen, his nose and mouth covered in blood, slowly opened his eyes. The invincible Blade Lord didn't answer his son. Instead, he looked at the two fighting fiercely in the distance with a complex expression. Whether it was Huangfu Weiyue, Shan Sawu, the strength they displayed now surpassed his own. This realization felt even more crushing than being poisoned. Returning to the fight, Huangfu Weiyue, after dodging a strike from Shan Sawu, praised him. "To have such cultivation at only 30 years old, you aren't called the god of war for nothing. If you weren't a northern barbarian, You might actually be worthy of contending for the world with me. Shan Sawu raised an eyebrow, his expression calm. Old man, if you have something to say, just say it. Stop beating around the bush. Huangfu Wuyue spoke while reaching out with his right hand, clawing at Shan Sawu's face like an eagle. Shan Sawu dodged nimbly, seizing the chance to slip into his opponent's center. Instead of pulling back to defend, Huangfu Wuyue continued. I only mean that if I can't kill you today, you will surely become a grave threat to me in the future. With that, the saint clenched his fist. The air around him seemed to warp as a powerful surge of internal energy converged rapidly on his knuckles. Shan Sawu's eyes narrowed. His intuition screamed at him to retreat immediately. Sure enough, a moment later, Huangfu Wuyue let out a thunderous roar. A violent blast of energy surged from his right fist, rolling forward like a tide. But Shan Sawu had already unleashed his strange python turn technique in neutralizing the force while using the momentum to spin. He planted his left hand on the ground to pivot, swung his body, and unleashed a horizontal kick. His left leg whipped out like a lash, slamming into Huangfu Wuyue's knee. A surge of domineering energy took the chance to burrow into the saint's body. Huangfu Wuyue's expression shifted. He knew he couldn't let his opponent's energy invade him. The saint hurriedly lowered his center of gravity, grounding his energy to dissipate Shan Sawu's force. The solid ground beneath him cracked and shattered, and Shan Sa was knocked back by the rebound. The god of war was shocked while trying to steady himself. His heaven-breaking divine art had never failed him since he stepped into the martial world, but against Huangfu Wuyu, he was hitting a wall. The main reason was the man's massive inner strength. His protective aura alone was 3 inches thick. Shan Sawu's techniques couldn't break through that defense. If Sword Saint, Manhwa specialized in using softness to overcome hardness, Huangfu Wuyu was sheer, world-shattering force, relying entirely on raw power to suppress his opponents. Before he could think further, Huangfu Wuyue clenched both hands, surging with energy. Then, the saint crouched and struck out with both fists at once. Shan Sawu desperately threw up his hands to block, but was still sent flying by the sheer force. This was the first move of the Heavenly King's 3 fists. Heavenly King cleaves the mountain. As Shan Sawu was sent airborne, Huangfu Wuyue's second strike, Heavenly King fills the river, arrived. The roaring wind of his punch actually split the high platform in 2. Caught in midair with nowhere to dodge, Shan Sawu had no choice but to push out with both hands to block the hit. The god of war felt his blood boiling. Even as he gritted his teeth, struggling to keep it together, he couldn't stop a mouthful of fresh blood from erupting. Shan Sawu lamented inwardly, Master, are you seeing this? The world's heroes are truly endless. Forget the unfathomable strength of that guy Helion. Even this saint right in front of me is someone I have to exhaust everything to defeat. If Master were still alive and saw her beloved pupil flying away like a kite with a broken string. Su Xiaohu turned pale, anxiously calling out to her brother. Wen Xiandao, standing nearby, bit his lip, his expression dark. Although he could barely keep the poison suppressed, he had no strength left to help, forced to watch as Shan Sawu fought for his life against Huangfu Wuyu. Tai Luo clenched his fists. He considered his own cultivation to be decent, yet now he had to rely on a young junior to protect them. This left Wen Xiandao feeling both grateful and ashamed. Back to the fight. Shan Sawu spun repeatedly in the air to neutralize the force, already forming a rough assessment of the saint's martial arts in his mind. The move. The opponent didn't even use any fancy moves. He just leaned into his raw internal power to steamroll the competition, especially that third strike of the Heavenly King's fist he just unleashed. The wind from his punch was like a full-blown hurricane, relentless and crushing. Tien Savu could tell Huangpu Vunyak was still holding back, as if reading the battle god's mind. Huangpu Vunyak stopped winding up his next punch and boasted, his tone dripping with pride. The Heavenly King's divine fist is the ancestral technique of the Huangpu clan. It's been refined over hundreds of years, getting better with every generation. There are 9 moves in total. Huangpu Quan Yak is considered a martial arts genius, but even he only mastered 6. But me, I've mastered all 9, and my cultivation has already reached the carefree realm. With that, the saint smirked, his voice laced with mockery. I've been sharpening this punch for 40 years. Think you can handle it? Tien Savu listened to the taunting in silence, his expression unmoving. A moment later, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, slowly crouched down, and pressed both palms against the ground. The battle god suddenly let out a cold, sharp laugh, his tone full of disdain. The carefree realm, so what? I specialize in taking down guys like you, saying that he channeled power through his whole body, his fingers digging half an inch deep into the solid earth. Following that, a surge of energy erupted from his palms, and the hard ground beneath him instantly shattered. Tien Savu pounced like a starving tiger, his body moving like a lightning bolt straight toward Huangpu Vunyak, who was standing 30 yards away. Huangpu Vunyak didn't expect his opponent to charge head-on like that. He was both surprised and weirdly excited. The saint stood his ground, channeling energy into his right arm until the veins popped and his muscles bulged. Since I mastered the Heavenly King's divine fist, I've never gone all out. I'm curious to see just how many punches you can take. Without hesitation, Huangpu Vunyak threw a punch, the third form of his style. The Heavenly King shakes the tower. Tien Sa Vu threw a simple, ordinary punch in response, but his mind drifted back 10 years. At the base of Du Huang Mountain, teacher and student were practicing late at night, as if they didn't have a life-or-death battle waiting on the mountain the next day. After a grueling session, Han Vu Ba called it a night, and that was when Tien Sa Vu finally voiced the question weighing on his mind. Master, you said the heaven-breaking divine art has no fixed forms, that as long as your intent reaches a point, the energy will naturally follow. Doesn't that just mean the heaven-breaking divine art is just swinging wildly? Han Vu Ba raised an eyebrow at his student and scoffed. If you want to, ask something. Just ask. No need to beat around the bush. Called out on his nerves, Tien Sa Vu stammered, then carefully shared his true doubt. I noticed that when you fought Mr. That D, you used only one move to break his illusionary martial form. And in the fight against Thiet Sun Tu, you also used just one strike to break his boundless chain. It seems to contradict what you've taught me. According to you, the heaven-breaking divine art has no fixed moves, relying on adapting to the situation, breaking any move you come across. If that's true, shouldn't you have traded at least a few blows with those two carefree realm masters before winning? But why did you end them in one hit? It looked as easy as taking a walk. Seeing that his student had caught on, Han Vu Ba looked pleased. The carefree realm isn't all that impressive. You think I looked effortless because my strength is simply leagues above theirs. Everyone says 4 ounces moves 1,000 pounds, but to move 1,000 pounds you need the strength of 10,000. For thousands of years, our predecessors created countless martial arts, and most masters obsess over studying techniques. Those techniques, polished over centuries, are like a stone statue, solid and unbreakable. Having fixed moves makes a martial artist's heart calm. Once they master those forms, in battle, they just need to use the corresponding move to win. As he spoke, Han Vu Ba slowly raised his left hand, and in a split second, a domineering energy was swirling in his palm. But the heaven-breaking divine art is completely different. It doesn't focus on forms, it focuses on controlling energy. Since there are no fixed forms, there's no need to worry about your moves being broken. As long as my energy doesn't go haywire, even if a form gets countered, I can still land a lethal blow. Finishing his thought, Han Vu Ba threw a punch forward without hesitation. His target appeared to be the stone statue in front of him. At that moment, Tien Sa Vu was standing, right behind his master, listening intently, but strangely, the gust of wind from that punch brushed past his own cheek and slammed directly into the stone statue behind him. The massive statue shattered into pieces in an instant. Tien Sa Vu stood there like a statue himself, slowly turning to look behind him. He clearly saw his master throw a punch forward, but that blast of energy acted as if it were being controlled by something invisible. It wasn't an illusion. Then, Han Vu Ba turned around and said in a deep voice, "If you ever face a powerful enemy, you must stay calm. You only need to find one opening to break their fixed technique. Once their form is broken, their mind will fall into chaos. Mr. That D and Thiet Sun Tu are rare masters, but they lost to me because their composure broke. If they had kept their heads, they might have lasted a bit longer." Han Vu Ba grew serious. Do you remember why this art is called the heaven-breaking divine art? Those who practice it don't care about winning or losing, life or death. They only need courage greater than anyone else. That's right, I am a heaven-breaking martial general. As long as you have the courage, there is nothing that cannot be broken. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Huangpu Vunyak, who was preparing to clash with Tien Sa Vu, never expected a blast of wind to strike him from behind. He didn't have time to defend himself and took the hit squarely in the back. The powerful force made the saint stumble, and he had to take a step forward just to keep his balance. The saint frowned, panic rising in his chest. His opponent was attacking from the front, so why did the strike come from behind? Luckily, he had his divine body protection. Otherwise, that blow would have left him severely wounded. Just as he was distracted, Tien Sa Vu lunged forward like a ghost, aiming straight for his center. A second later, a devastating upward strike smashed right into Huangpu Vunyak. The saint let out a groan, falling backward. Without his protective energy, Tien Sa Vu's power instantly surged into his body. The wild, tyrannical energy began wreaking havoc from within. Completely caught off guard, the saint felt his head spin, and what horrified him even more was that the disguise mask on his face was starting to peel away in patches. If this kept up, his real face would be exposed in no time. Tien Sa Vu's energy immediately invaded his body. That tyrannical, violent force ravaged his internal organs. Caught off guard, the saint felt his head spinning. What terrified him even more was that the human mask on his face began to peel off in chunks. If this kept up, his face would soon. His true colors were about to be revealed. Just as he gathered his strength to counterattack, Tien Savu was already closing in. The god of war turned and delivered a swift kick straight to the head of Hong Fu Vunyak. Hong Fu Vunyak was sent flying several yards back as if struck by a giant sledgehammer. Tien Savu landed gracefully, but he had no intention of stopping. He bent low, focusing his energy, channeling his immense internal power throughout his body. Then, with a sharp shout, he pushed his hands forward, releasing a wave of raw, overbearing energy that crashed toward his opponent like a tidal wave. Hong Fu Vunyak was like a tiny wooden boat lost at sea, instantly swallowed by the surge of power. The earth-shattering force slammed him against the wall, crumbling it entirely and sending debris flying everywhere. Watching from afar, Duong Van Kone was completely stunned. He never imagined Tien Savu's power was this terrifying. Duong Van Kone shouted out, asking if his master was all right, but Hoang Fu Vunyak, buried beneath the rubble, didn't make a sound. The lackey grew furious. With a flick of his wrist, a few throwing knives appeared in his hand, which he hurled straight at Tien Savu. The god of war narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing. During the earlier argument, Tien Savu had figured out his opponent's identity. He still remembered the final words of Trin Han Tu before he died in prison. "I'm not afraid of death, I just regret that I couldn't avenge my fiancée." Tien Savu suddenly realized, muttering to himself, "Talk about stumbling upon the answer when you least expect it." With that, Tien Savu held up 3 fingers on his left hand, flickers of energy dancing on his fingertips. A moment later, several bolts of energy shot out, instantly engulfed the flying knives. Seeing his weapons on the verge of being crushed by his opponent's power, Duong Van Kone showed no signs of panic. The head of the Duong clan let out a mocking laugh and said coldly, "You northern barbarians are truly idiots. Do you really think the hidden weapons of the Duong clan are that easy to break?" As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 knives were pulverized by Tien Savu's energy, but a cloud of poisonous smoke instantly erupted in the hall, shrouding Tien Savu. It was clear the blades had been coated in poison. Duong Van Kone laughed triumphantly. The Duong clan's poison is invincible. Even the Sword Saint and the Blade Tyrant couldn't stop it. Even if you, the god of war, are immune to most poisons. My family's ancestral toxin is enough to send you straight to hell. But he didn't expect Tien Savu's voice to suddenly ring out from behind him. Even the world's most deadly poison, you just have to avoid it. I don't know which of us is the bigger fool. Hearing this, Duong Van Kone broke out in a cold sweat. He hadn't realized when his opponent had moved behind him. Pure killing intent radiated from Tien Savu. He continued, "Because you humiliated Trin Han Tu's fiancée, driving her to take her own life, and then imprisoned him until he died of grief. Duong Van Kone, today I will kill you to settle this score." Duong Van Kone wasn't the least bit afraid. Who is Trin Han Tu? I don't even remember him. And as for his fiancée taking her own life after I toyed with her, so what? He silently pulled a dagger from his sleeve. Countless women have died by my hand. He suddenly spun around, swinging the blade at Tien Savu's throat. For the sake of ambition, I wouldn't even blink if my own father died in front of me, let alone the lives of those pathetic peasants. He couldn't finish his sentence before feeling a sharp stabbing pain. Tien Savu was one step faster, kicking him square in the head. Though the god of war's expression remained calm, his voice was filled with burning rage. Killing you quickly would be an insult to the innocent souls you've wronged. Today, I'm going to make you feel every bit of the pain you've inflicted on others. With that, Tien Savu grabbed Duong Van Kone's right arm, retracted his leg, and slammed his knee into the man's elbow. The arm snapped clean off, and Duong Van Kone screamed in agony, but Tien Savu ignored it, gripping the man's wrist tightly before kicking him hard in the back. If you ever have a score to settle with the 5-Dragon Alliance, feel free to take out that animal Duong Van Kone for me. Rest in peace, old man. This debt I, Tien, will collect. Amidst the blood-curdling screams of Duong Van Kone, Tien Savu snapped out of his memory, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You didn't blink when your own father died in front of you, so why are you screaming? Like that just from losing one arm? I have no use for this. And he tossed the severed arm right back at him. Duong Van Kone scrambled to pick it up, trying to reattach it. Tien Savu frowned. Even the greatest martial arts masters couldn't regrow limbs, and he was confused by what the man was doing. But the truth slapped him in the face. The muscle and tendons at the site of the severed arm began to writhe like a living creature, instantly knitting back together. Duong Van Kone flexed his reattached arm with a smug look on his face. Tien Savu's jaw dropped in shock, an ominous feeling washed over him. This scene reminded him of that night on Funagayat Island when he fought Mac Dung Quan Than. He had used his heavenly breaking divine art to shatter the man's arms, but Mac Dung Quan Than had recovered in an instant just like this. Tien Savu's pupils contracted. So you've all been turned into immortal demon corpses. Just as Tien Savu and Duong Van Kon were locked in a life-or-death struggle, Tu Ho, who was watching from the sidelines, noticed something strange. A butterfly-shaped hairpin on her waist began to vibrate. A moment later, a blue butterfly emerged from the pin. It fluttered its wings and instantly vanished. At the same time, while Tien Savu was still stunned that Duong Van Kon was an immortal demon corpse, the Duong clan leader moved his reattached arm, wearing a smug grin. So you've heard of the immortal demon corpses? I suppose that makes sense, given you fought Mac Dung Quan Than before. But I am, not like him. My flesh and blood aren't poisonous. But you just touched my severed arm. The poison must be in your system by now. Tien Savu heard this, looked down, and sure enough, his left hand was covered in black veins from the poison. The god of war furrowed his brow, cursing under his breath. At that moment, Duong Van Kon tore off his cloak and laughed loudly, swinging it around as if he were dancing. Immediately, countless small fragments flew from the cloak. They looked like flower petals about to bloom. Duong Van Kon spun and slashed his hand, and in an instant, countless tiny fragments exploded outward. This was the Tang clan's signature technique, the myriad blossom rain. Tang Wenquan sneered with a savage look. War god, with my undying demon corpse protection and the Tang clan's peerless myriad blossom rain, you're a dead man today. But before he could even finish his sentence, his eyes caught a glimpse of green light. A blue butterfly fluttered right past his face. As the scent wafted from the butterfly, the Tang clan sect leader's pupils shrank, and cold sweat broke out all over him. The ancient texts recorded this scent as the myriad poison aroma. It was harmless to ordinary people, but it was the perfect counter for Tang clan disciples who specialized in toxins. Tang Wenquan's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. The record stated that the myriad poison aroma could only be released by the myriad poison divine orb, but that legendary treasure had been missing from the martial arts world for hundreds of years. Could that butterfly be made from the myriad poison divine orb? Just then, another change occurred in the arena. A red butterfly flew out from Tien Savu's chest. Seeing this, Tien Savu was shocked. He realized this was exactly what Trin Han Tu had given him back in the prison. The red and blue butterflies instantly flew toward each other, like long-lost lovers whispering to each other in the middle of a crowd. Immediately after, a brilliant light erupted in the arena. The two butterflies merged into one and transformed into a human figure. The figure gradually took shape, turning into a beautiful woman who whispered, "Parting in life, deathly reunion. The Tang clan falls today." Meanwhile, Tang Wenquan looked completely soul-struck. He didn't seem to hear the woman's curse. Instead, he was mesmerized by her breathtaking beauty. The Tang clan leader uncontrollably reached out his hand to grab the light, as if trying to hold on to her. But then, a sudden tragedy struck. The moment his left hand reached out, it instantly withered into dry bone. The agonizing pain jolted the Tang clan leader back to reality, but it was too late. He realized the light wasn't just draining his internal energy, it was devouring his very life force. In just a few breaths, a healthy, powerful man had withered into a skeleton. It was because his body was riddled with poison, and the life and death twin butterflies were specifically designed to neutralize every poison in the world. Once the Tang clan's guardian treasure, it had now become the instrument of Tang Wenquan's death. Just as the Tang clan leader was nearing his end, memories from the past flooded his mind. He finally remembered that the woman was Tang Than Tich's fiancé, and remembered that the genius weaponsmith Tang Than Tich was actually named Trin Han Tu before the old sect leader gave him his new name. Suddenly, in front of Tang Wenquan, a figure appeared, sitting cross-legged. The Tang clan leader asked with a tremble, "Tang Than Tich, was this all you're doing?" A haggard-looking Trin Han Tu replied with a calm expression, "I used my own spirit and energy to forge these life and death twin butterflies, hoping one day to avenge Little Butterfly. Now that my wish is fulfilled, even if my soul dissipates, I have no regrets." As he finished speaking, Trin Han Tu's clothes dissolved in the wind. Even knowing he could never be reincarnated, he felt neither resentment nor hate. Hearing this, Tang Wenquan finally fell into despair. His withered body began to disintegrate. No matter how strong the undying demon corpse power was, it couldn't stop his life force from fading away. A moment later, Tang Wenquan's remains turned to ash, revealing the supreme cold essence crystal in his chest. Having lost the protection of flesh and blood, this crystal containing the ultimate cold power fell to the ground, shattering Tang Wenquan's dreams of conquering the martial arts world into pieces. Tien Savu looked down at his left hand and saw the black marks caused by the poison had vanished, clearly sucked away by the life and death twin butterflies. Just as he was marveling at the wonder of the treasure, a gentle voice sounded from behind. Tu Ho had approached without him noticing and asked softly, "Brother, are you okay?" "Ho, this treasure can cure any poison. in the world. Quickly, take it and cure the Martial Arts Alliance leaders. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the butterflies and solemnly handed them to Tutio-ho. Just then, a loud roar echoed from afar. An iron fist burst out from the debris. In an instant, a powerful wave of pressure rose up like an erupting volcano, soaring straight into the sky. As the dust cleared, a figure stepped out from the rubble, each step cracking the ground beneath him. The energy surrounding Huangfu Vunyak surged like a tidal wave. Everything within several yards was engulfed by his aura, sending debris flying everywhere. Chiat Hao Tam, who was trying to push out the poison, was startled. He had always believed his own strength was on par with the master's, but until this moment, he realized how ridiculous that thought was. Huyen Vu Tian also gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down, as the pressure Hoang Fu Vunyak exuded felt like Mount Tai crushing down on him. Even without fighting directly, he felt suffocated. Hoang Fu Vunyak's voice boomed like thunder in everyone's ears. War God, your plans aren't bad, but curing the poison takes time. If I kill everyone here, before that girl finishes curing them, what will you do? He then ripped off his damaged mask, revealing his real face that had been hidden for years, and continued, I've been pretending to be Huangfu Quanyak for so long. I'm sick of it. Thanks to you, I don't have to keep playing that loser anymore. He was always nagging others to train, but he was actually the laziest one of all. Huangfu Vunyak gritted his teeth, and with a deep breath, his potbelly shrank away, while his thin arms suddenly bulged with massive muscles. They say in literature, there is no second place, and in martial arts, there is no number two. War God, today we'll settle the score and decide who lives and who dies. Seeing Huangfu Vunyak unleash such terrifying power, the other martial artists in the hall gasped in shock. They had only come to attend the heroes' assembly, never expecting Huangfu Vunyak to want to wipe them all out. Just then, one martial artist's eyes went wide as Huangfu Vunyak roared again. His aura exploded outward, the powerful energy instantly transforming into a sea of fire that rolled toward them. Seeing this, the martial artist scattered like birds in a panic. Just then, Tu Tu Ho, who was about to go cure the Alliance leaders, was shoved to the ground by the stampede of people trying to escape. She fell hard, crying out in pain. The life and death twin butterflies in her hand fell out. Tu Tu Ho ignored her pain and scrambled to pick them up. No. Suddenly, a figure appeared right in front of her, chuckling coldly. Well, if it isn't the beautiful young heiress of the Great Heaven Chamber of Commerce, how did you end up in this mess? The girl looked up, but no matter how strong her resolve was, her voice trembled. Are you Mu Rongjuncheng? Mu Rongjuncheng grinned, flashing his pearly white teeth. So you recognize me? If you do, then you must know about the grudge between me and the god of war, right? The eldest young master of the Mu Rong clan spat out with venomous intent. He killed my father and stole my land. We are sworn enemies. Today, I'm going to make him taste what it's like to lose someone he loves. With that, Mu Rongjuncheng let out a roar and threw a punch straight at Su Xiaohu. The girl had no martial arts training, so she could only squeeze her eyes shut and wait for death. In the nick of time, a figure lunged forward. Wu Wenxiandao intercepted with his 3-foot-long claws. He unleashed his signature technique, the Iron Blood Asura claws. You brat, how dare you hurt my people? Their fists and claws collided with a thunderous boom, and in an instant, energy rippled through the air. But suddenly, Wu Wenxiandao's expression shifted. He had been poisoned by the Lin Valley toxin, his inner energy was scattered, and he was already struggling to fight. He had hoped to suppress Mu Rongjuncheng with just 30% of his power, but the opponent's punch was unexpectedly overwhelming, making it nearly impossible to defend. In the blink of an eye, Mu Rongjuncheng stood firm without moving an inch, while Wu Wenxiandao groaned and was sent flying backward. Su Xiaohu's face went pale as she cried out, Uncle Wu Wen. He managed to stabilize himself only after being knocked back several yards, his expression extremely grim. The Iron Overlord gritted his teeth, desperate to channel more internal energy, but the moment he started, his blood began to boil. Wu Wenxiandao felt a searing heat in his chest and quickly covered his mouth, but he couldn't stop a mouthful of blood from spewing out. His pupils constricted, he vaguely understood what kind of poison he was dealing with. Before this, he had used his mild inner energy to suppress the poison, keeping his movements somewhat functional, but his energy had been constantly leaking away. However, the moment he pushed his energy through his meridians, it poured out like a broken levee, beyond saving. Not using his power was like being trapped in a well waiting to die, but using it was like pouring gasoline on a fire, accelerating his own demise. He was truly in a life-or-death situation. Just then, Mu Rongjuncheng's dark, mocking voice echoed again. How pathetic. You call yourself the Iron Overlord, yet you can't even protect a little girl, let alone live up to your title. If you're so eager to die, I don't mind sending you on your way. Before he could finish, Mu Rongjuncheng lunged, delivering a heavy blow to Wu Wen Xiandao's face. Caught off guard, the man groaned and was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing onto the ground. Su Xiaohu, pale-faced, shouted, "Uncle Wu Wen," but she didn't realize that calling out was useless. It only drew Mu Rongjuncheng's attention back to her. "You think I'll let you go off and cure them? How naive. Those warriors running away won't escape death by poison either. All right, Miss Su, let's settle our old scores." But just as he finished, he felt a fierce gust of wind behind him. Mu Rongjuncheng glanced back to see a giant coffin hurtling toward his head. He had to pour all his strength into a leap forward to barely dodge it. After landing, he stepped back to regain his footing. A melodious sound of Buddhist chanting rang in his ears. "Amitabha, Master Wu Wen, please do not use your inner energy anymore. Let me, this old monk, deal with this demon." Wu Wen Xiandao coughed incessantly, his voice weak. "Master, why are you still at the Iron Martial Alliance? I stayed behind specifically to solve this. Someone is using our secret sect's forbidden arts to forge immortal ghost corpses and commit evil. As an heir to the secret sect, it is my duty to eradicate this evil." Hearing this, Wu Wen Xiandao's brow furrowed. It was the first time he had heard of these immortal ghost corpses. Every cause has an effect. The sins our sect has committed must end today. Please, both of you, retreat to a safe place. The master sighed. The giant had stepped in to save Su Xiaohu on his own accord, not because of the monk's orders. This made him wonder, could this be destiny? That he would suddenly attack the immortal ghost corpse to save that girl? Was this truly heaven's will? Thinking this, the master spoke softly. "My son, if this is heaven's will, then show the strength you were meant to possess." Following the master's incantation to break the seal, the giant let out a roar that shook the heavens. A surge of powerful energy pierced through his body instantly, spreading outward and making him look like a legendary Vajra guardian. The sight left Mu Rongjuncheng with his jaw dropped and cold sweat pouring down. Before he could recover, the giant roared and charged, carrying the massive coffin like a tiger descending from the mountains. Mu Rongjuncheng lunged straight for him. Seeing the giant swing the coffin, using a technique called Arhat hits the center, Mu Rongjuncheng rushed to block it with his own punch. The two collided and broke apart. Mu Rongjuncheng was so shaken his body staggered. The giant used the momentum, planting his left foot as a pivot, and spun around. He swung the coffin like a heavy sledgehammer, crashing it toward Mu Rongjuncheng's head. The latter felt the immense force and didn't dare to take it head-on. He slammed his toes into the ground, trying to jump back, but the giant was fast as lightning, chasing him down and grabbing his ankle. The giant let out a roar like a lion's, and with a swing of his arm, it felt as if the weight of 10,000 soldiers came crashing down. Mu Rongjuncheng was tossed over the giant's head like a helpless chick, then smashed into the ground. The eldest young master of the Mu Rong clan let out a cry of pain, his heart sinking. The strength of the immortal ghost corpse lay in his physical resilience, which far surpassed ordinary men. But in this moment, in front of this giant, he was nothing outmatched in both inner power and raw strength. The giant didn't care. He grabbed Mu Rongjuncheng's ankle and slammed him into the ground again. The sheer power made Mu Rongjuncheng feel like his guts were going to burst. After a few slams, the giant seemed bored with this attack. With a flick of his wrist, he flung the eldest young master flying into the air. Immediately, the giant turned and threw the massive coffin out like a shot put. The iron chain, forged like a giant python, whipped around and coiled tightly around Mu Rongjuncheng as he flew through the air. With no ground to push off of, he was instantly bound to the coffin, tightly wrapped around its neck. The giant stomped down hard, launching its body forward, its fist, massive as an earthenware pot, clenched tight, packing the force of an entire army. Then, it stepped forward and slammed a punch into Mu Rongjuncheng's head. The man looked like he'd been hit by a sledgehammer and was sent flying backward, but the giant yanked the chain, dragging him right back in. With eyes gleaming with malice and an overwhelming aura, the giant unleashed another punch. Mu Rongjuncheng took it square in the face, his features contorted, and he was about to collapse backward. The giant wouldn't let up and gave the chain a violent tug. The black iron chain groaned with a metallic screech, like it was about to snap. Being yanked like that, Mu Rongjuncheng felt his throat being crushed tighter and tighter. The immense pressure made it impossible for this young master to channel any of his internal energy. Before he could think of a way to counter, the giant let out a roar, and a third punch came crashing down on his head. Mu Rongjuncheng's head finally couldn't withstand the onslaught and was knocked clean off his neck. Now, an immortal demonic corpse is usually incredibly resilient. Even if its head is severed, it can reattach itself. But the giant didn't give Murong Juncheng a chance to recover. It grabbed a massive coffin with both hands and leaped high into the air. Its target was the polar yin crystal on Murong Juncheng's chest. With a primal roar, the giant raised the coffin high, used the momentum of its descent, and slammed it down with everything it had. The polar yin crystal, the source of the demonic corpse's power, shattered into pieces. A shockwave of raw force erupted outward, sending debris flying in every direction. The martial artists who hadn't escaped the hall all gasped, while the bloodsword warriors surrounding the beggar sect were absolutely terrified. They never expected Murong Juncheng to be so weak in the face of the giant. Seeing this, although Nanhai Yijian's expression remained calm, a storm was brewing inside him. Just who is this giant to possess such unparalleled ferocity? Beside him, Shen Long and Yun Zhonghe also had grim looks on their faces, secretly thinking that this person didn't seem like they were from the Central Plains. Thankfully, it looked like they were an enemy rather than a friend. Otherwise, the Central Plains martial arts world would be in real trouble today. At that moment, the giant suddenly turned its head to look not far behind it, and the bloodsword warriors being stared at instantly felt their blood run cold. Someone screamed, "Run!" And the bloodsword warriors, who were supposedly the elite force of the Five Dragon League, began scattering in a panic. Hearing the commotion, Shen Shawu couldn't help but turn his head in curiosity, only to see the giant tearing through the bloodsword warriors like a wolf among sheep, moving as if no one were there to stop him. Not a single one of the bloodsword warriors could withstand even a single blow, and screams echoed throughout the great hall. After watching for a moment, Shen Shawu's expression suddenly changed. He noticed the giant's movements were powerful and decisive. For some reason, he saw traces of his childhood friend, the beggar known as Third Brother, in this person. A moment later, Shen Shawu sighed and muttered, "What's wrong with me? That's clearly impossible, but I can't help letting my mind wander." Just then, a sarcastic voice came from behind him. "You're truly worthy of being called the top genius among the younger generation. War God, you're actually fighting me, Huangfu Wuyue, and still having the headspace to pay attention to other things?" Shen Shawu tilted his head slightly, his face calm, and said nonchalantly, "Since it's come to this, you might as well satisfy the curiosity burning inside me. You've been plotting for so long, wanting to dismantle the Iron Martial Alliance, and putting in so much effort to destroy the Central Plains martial arts world. Why on earth are you doing all this?" Huangfu Wuyue held out his right hand and replied coldly, "Just 1 hour. 1 hour from now, I will tell you the reason, myself." With that, the Fist Saint's right hand curled slightly, and a powerful suction force instantly pulled Shen Shawu toward him. His heart skipped a beat. This move, he had experienced it before when he met Huangfu Junyue at Thunder Prison. Back then, this exact suction force had dragged him into the demon ceiling cave. Before Shen Shawu could even recover, Huangfu Wuyue's right hand had clamped around his throat. The Fist Saint lifted Shen Shawu up with one hand and said coldly, "This old man keeps his word. 1 hour from now, I will make you kneel and listen to me talk about my grand vision." With that, Huangfu Wuyue poured all his massive internal energy into his left hand. In the next second, he would show this war god what a true Fist Saint was capable of. But to his surprise, there was no fear in the younger man's eyes. "Old man, it seems you've forgotten one thing." Hearing this, Huangfu Wuyue's pupils constricted, and a bad feeling silently rose in his heart. When you're fighting the heaven-breaking martial general, you can't afford to worry about other things. Your subordinate should have reported that to you by now, right? The words were barely out of his mouth when the Fist Saint instantly felt a jolt of alarm, but it was too late to let go. Shen Shawu moved like lightning, grabbing the man's forearm, and a domineering, brutal energy surged into Huangfu Wuyue's Taiyin Lung meridian. The Fist Saint was horrified, hurriedly released his right hand, and kicked off the ground with the tip of his toe, retreating to put some distance between them. But Shen Shawu's shadow clung to him like a demon. The war god's eyes were ice cold, and he said, coldly, "This fight ends now." Just as he finished speaking, Shen Shawu pushed out with both palms, striking hard at Huangfu Wuyu's chest. But this strike, which looked like it could topple mountains, stopped 3 feet in front of the other man's chest. The next second, Shen Shawu's expression couldn't help but shift. Huangfu Wuyue reached out his left hand from several yards away, and with just one hand, he had blocked Shen Shawu's full-force blow. The Fist Saint wore a dark expression and said coldly, "Although your martial arts are incredibly bizarre, I've already grasped some of the mystery behind them. It's nothing more than using your own internal energy to transmit into someone else's body, using my own chi to disrupt my meridians." Humph, that's just child's play. With that, Huangfu Wuyue let out a soft shout and exerted his massive internal energy outward, instantly shattering the chi that Shen Shawu had transmitted into his meridians. Seeing this, the war god's pupils contracted. The opponent could see through the mystery of the heaven-breaking divine art. He wasn't surprised by that. What shocked him was that the opponent could dissolve it so easily, which proved that Huangfu Weiyue's internal energy was far superior to anyone else's. Before he could recover, Huangfu Weiyue landed a devastating punch into his stomach. Shen Shaowu grunted, instantly feeling his blood boiling within his body. A look of admiration appeared on the Fist Saint's face as he spoke slowly. To push this old man to this point at just 30 years old, you truly are a rare talent. As he finished speaking, the brutal energy on Huangfu Weiyue's fist suddenly exploded, and Shen Shaowu was sent flying into the air like a cannonball. Huangfu Weiyue immediately kicked off the ground and leaped up after him. The suddenly exploded, and Tien Savu was launched into the air like a cannonball. Hongfu Vun Yet immediately pushed off the ground, leaping up. Even though he was the one who arrived later, the Fist Saint flashed behind Tien Savu. As Hoangfu Vun Guyet spun around, he unleashed a powerful sweeping kick. Tien Savu was instantly sent flying like a kite with a broken string, smashing through the palace roof. Hoangfu Vun Yet didn't stop for a second. The Fist Saint stepped onto a piece of rubble, used it to launch himself, and caught up to Tien Savu in a heartbeat, landing another heavy punch. The younger man plummeted like a falling star, crashing through the roof with debris flying everywhere. Before Tien Savu could even hit the ground, Hoangfu Vun Yet was on him again, throwing another punch, launching him back into the air. The Fist Saint narrowed his eyes, muttering, "Time to end this." With that, Hongfu Vun Yet stomped hard, his body shooting forward like a bullet toward Tien Savu. The latter's pupils constricted, cold sweat breaking out as he saw Huangfu Vu and Guyet closing in like a bolt of lightning, moving so fast he left trails of afterimages. The Fist Saint shouted, "A punch needs to be powerful." Tien Savu gritted his teeth, channeling all his internal energy to block the blow. Seizing the opening, the god of war finally switched from defense to offense, throwing a strike straight at Hongfu Vun Guyet's face, but the old man caught it with his left hand, stopping it cold. Hongfu Vun Yet capitalized on this with a left knee to Tien Savu's stomach. The latter didn't back down and countered with a knee of his own. In an instant, they traded 3 moves, appearing perfectly matched. Right after, they began a high-speed exchange, colliding with brutal force. To the naked eye, they were just 2 blurry shadows flickering through the air, fighting from inside the Hall of Heroes all the way to the high mountain peak. Suddenly, Huangfu Vun Guyet let out a roar, gathering his energy into his fist to unleash the 6th move of the Heavenly King Divine Fist. Heavenly King Shatters. The mountain. Tien Savu sensed danger and scrambled to pull back his defense. He hadn't expected the 6th move to be this intense. Even with his guard up, he was sent flying by the overwhelming pressure. The god of war quickly used his footwork, but still slammed into the cliffside, the sheer force causing the whole mountain face to crumble. Tien Savu hadn't stopped yet. He rolled several yards across the peak before finally finding his footing. The yellow flowers growing on the peak weren't just rapeseed flowers, they were a type of deadly poison, from the southern border called the husband-scorn grass. Its sap, if ingested, would shatter one's meridians and leave the whole body rotting. But back to the main point. Hoangfu Vu Inguyet flew to the peak and said calmly, "I spent so much effort pruning this garden, and now you've gone and made a complete mess of it." Tien Savu ignored the taunt, letting out a breath before offering a faint smile. The god of war reached out with his left hand, grabbing the edge of his robe. The battle had given him a deeper understanding of the heaven, shattering divine art. He finally understood his master's teachings. Now, grabbed his own shirt. The battle just now had given him a deeper understanding of the heaven-breaking divine art. He finally understood his master's teachings. Now, he could feel the flow of every bit of energy in his body, the power of every muscle, and even the rhythm of every breath. Facing an unprecedented opponent like Hoangfu Vu Inguyet, Tien Savu felt his senses sharpened for the first time. The god of war suddenly stood up, tearing off his shredded robe. Hoangfu Vu Inguyet frowned, his expression turning serious. The next second, the energy around Tien Savu erupted, churning endlessly. The god of war's eyes burned with fervor as he coldly said, "Old man, let's keep going." But unexpectedly, Hongfu Vu Inguyet remained strangely calm. Even more surprising, the Fist Saint said something shocking. "I'm tired of fighting. Since it hasn't even been an hour yet, why don't we sit down and have some tea?" Tien Savu was stunned, at a loss for how to react. "It hasn't even been an hour yet. Why don't you sit down and have a cup of tea?" Tien Savu was stunned by this, not knowing how to react. Hoangfu Vun Yet walked straight toward his wooden shack. It took an hour just to drink tea, let alone walk there. Tien Savu stared blankly as the other man walked away, muttering, "Is the comic author trying to stall for time?" Seeing Tien Savu standing there dumbfounded, Hoangfu Vun Yet called out casually while heading toward his yard, "This is my home, called the Crouching Dragon Pavilion. A bit unexpected, isn't it? Who would have thought the leader of a major sect would live in such a dump? Tien Savu followed him to the porch and stopped, replying softly, "It's a bit rundown, sure, but the name is beautiful. It suits a martial art, as aggressive as your fire-based techniques." Hong Fu Vu Nguyet neither denied nor confirmed the polite praise. "Drink some tea. As a god of war, surely you aren't afraid that I've poisoned it?" Tien Savu raised an eyebrow, unmoved by the provocation. Fine, he'd drink the tea. Since things had come to this, he might as well ask Leader Hong Fu, why go to such lengths to organize the Hero Assembly just to dissolve the Iron Martial Alliance? As he said this, his eyes burned as he stared the man down, speaking every word clearly. Even though the factions within the Iron Martial Alliance are complicated, it's undeniable that your Five Dragons League is the strongest. If you kept things as they were, you'd always be the one leading the Central Plains martial world. The alliance is complicated, but you can't deny that your Five Dragon Alliance is the strongest. If this situation continues, you will always be the leader of the martial arts world. I truly don't understand what you're trying to do. Huang Fu Vumiet fell silent for a long time, then sighed and spoke in a low voice. Just as you said, although the Iron Martial Alliance has 3 factions keeping each other in check, my Five Dragons League is indeed stronger than the 9-layer mansion and the Lion Gate. But if you were in my shoes, would you be satisfied with just being stronger than the other 2? The Iron Martial Alliance is just an empty shell now. After the Imperial Army retreated to the north, we all had our own agendas. The dissolution of the alliance was only a matter of time. Hearing Hong Fu Vu, Niet calmly state the harsh truth, Tien Savu leaned against a wine jar, remaining silent for a long time. Throughout history, whether in the martial world or the imperial court, it was always the same. Nguyen calmly stated the cruel truth. Tien Savu leaned against the wine jar in silence for a long time. Since ancient times, whether in the martial arts world or the imperial court, it's always been like this. If they could stand united against foreign enemies, but as soon as the threat withdrew, they'd return to infighting. Seeing the other man didn't object, the Fifth Saint continued, "Honestly, I don't care if the Iron Martial Alliance dissolves or not. If this one disappears, another will be formed tomorrow. That's human nature. It never changes. What I wanted from this hero assembly was to eliminate those 72 heroes. I planned for them to be exposed to a strange poison while attending. After the Alliance dissolves today, they'll return to their own sects. In a year, when the poison inevitably takes their lives, I will wipe them out one by one. They would catch the strange poison while attending the assembly. After the Iron Martial Alliance disbanded today, they would return to their own sects. 1 year later, waiting until the poison is colorless and odorless, impossible to detect. They'll never suspect me. They'll just blame their own carelessness or complain about a cruel fate and an unjust heaven. And as for the others, you think it's my doing? They'll only blame themselves for being careless and getting ambushed, or they'll curse their unfair fate and say the heavens are blind. As for those freelance martial artists joining the tournament, I never intended to use poison on them. Once the 72 heroes are all dead, those freelancers won't be anything to worry about. My 5 Dragon Alliance's Blade Masters are more than enough to handle them. Of course, I did account for potential mishaps, which is why I went through all that trouble to craft the Immortal Demon Corpse as a backup. Even if the tides turn, with me at the helm and a monster like that at my side, I think it's enough to crush every expert in this world." At this point, Huangfu Wuyue paused, his eyes reflecting a complicated mix of emotions. "I've planned this for so long. The only variable was you, the god of war. I never dreamed in a million years you'd show up in person, and now you've ruined a plan I've spent so many years perfecting." Huangfu Wuyue sighed, his words heavy with resignation. "But maybe this is for the best. A quick end is better than a long drawn-out struggle. I should actually thank you for saving me the time and effort." Having said that, this Fifth Saint glanced at Shan Sawu and said solemnly, "A martial arts prodigy like you? I've only met one in my entire life. If you keep this up, your achievements will surely surpass mine. If you and I could just put aside our past grudges and work together, I honestly can't think of anyone in this world who could stand against us. Once the deed is done, I'm willing to share the world with you. After I pass, you would be the sole ruler of the martial world. What do you think?" Shan Sawu seemed to snap out of a trance, then replied, "Sorry, I was a bit sleepy and almost nodded off. I thought you had some heart-wrenching sob story to share, but turns out it's just this nonsense." The god of war stretched his back as he turned toward the hillside, continuing, "It's been a while since I've heard someone ramble this much. My head is spinning. My master always said not to let my guard down during a fight, and he was right. Standing around for a bit, it's getting a little chilly." With that, he turned back to look at a dark-faced Huangfu Wiyue. "What, not going to make your move yet? Whatever your plan is, that's all stuff for after you beat me. We're both martial artists. Why don't we just settle this by testing our skills?" Huangfu Wiyue couldn't help but chuckle mockingly, thinking to himself, This kid really is a sore loser if he can't have his way. The fist saint set his teacup back on the table and said coldly, "Fine, enough talk." As soon as he finished, Huangfu Wuyue's figure flickered and he flew off the balcony. The two stood facing each other on the hillside, both holding their stances. Shan Sawu crossed his arms and asked the final question on his mind. "Old man, one last thing. Once you unify the Central Plains martial world, what's your endgame? Don't tell me you want to be emperor?" Caught off guard by being called out, Huangfu Wuyue's eyes turned cold, but he immediately owned it. "So what if I do? Do you know what the current founding emperor started out as? Just a shepherd boy born in chaotic times. If a lowly nobody like him can become the king of a nation, why shouldn't a Huangfu family heir with hundreds of years of legacy take the throne?" Finished, Huangfu Wuyu suddenly dropped into a crouch, his immense internal energy surging out like a tidal wave. Shan Sawu's eyes sharpened, his brows furrowed. The god of war curled his lip, his voice cold and tinged with contempt. "If a cold-blooded monster like you actually became emperor, who knows how many innocent people would suffer?" As he finished, Shan Sawu channeled his energy, and his overbearing, violent internal force erupted, surging endlessly. The two figures vanished from where they stood and collided. A second later, a massive explosion rocked the hillside, shaking the very earth. In the distance, Han Xiangya was busy fighting and looked back at the sound, her eyes filled with worry. Suddenly, Zhuge Yonghui seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from behind. The head of the Zhuge family laughed loudly. "This little girl really doesn't know her place. You'd better worry about yourself first." Han Xiangya glanced over, her stunning beauty etched with disdain. This ice flower brought two fingers together to form a sword seal and swung them casually. A 3-foot energy blade shot out like lightning. A second later, Zhuge Yonghui groaned, his face twisted in disbelief. Han Xiangya had easily pierced his chest with her blade of energy. The sword didn't stop, carrying the head of the Zhuge family flying backward. The ice flower glanced sideways, her voice cold. "Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand." The head of the Zhuge family's eyes bulged in shock, but then he started laughing maniacally. "So, the sword that pierced my chest missed my extreme cold sound essence by an inch. Nice trick with the energy blade, but how could a mere mortal like you possibly hurt me? I have the power of the ultimate sound essence. I am immortal. You foolish girl. Today I'll show you what a true indestructible body looks like." With that, Zhuge Yonghui's body began to swell rapidly, instantly transforming into a giant over 100 feet tall. Seeing this, Han Xiangya didn't flinch. "The fool is actually you. Don't think ice flower only refers to my cold personality." Zhuge Yonghui laughed maniacally. "I heard your internal energy was a bit strange, but so what? In this world, what kind of energy could possibly be colder than the extreme cold sound essence?" Han Xiangya smirked and didn't say another word. She waved her hand, channeling the soul-guiding sword art created by her mother. The blade impaled in Zhuge Yonghui's chest, guided by her energy, immediately began to condense shards of frost that spread everywhere. At the same time, Han Xiangya performed a sword seal with both hands, unleashing another energy blade attack. Her sword, like an extension of her own arm, slashed horizontally through his chest, slicing the head of the Zhuge family in two, and even the extreme cold sound essence inside him couldn't escape. Under the onslaught of the cold energy, Zhuge Yonghui was frozen into a statue, then shattered into pieces by the sword chi. Having lost the extreme cold sound essence that allowed him to regenerate, he finally turned into a mist and vanished without a trace. Han Xiangya waved her hand to retract the sword and sheathed it. The ice flower, looking like a celestial fairy, whispered, "Living off power that doesn't belong to you, unable to break free. Dying like this is probably a blessing." The scene shifts. Let's look at another cockroach from the Five Dragon Alliance, Peng Qiwen. He is currently locked in a fierce battle with the 17. This young master of the Peng family is relying on his family's blade technique to take on 7 opponents at once, and he's actually winning. Peng Qiwen defeated Nanggong Hao with 1 strike, then mocked. "Usually, you 17 act like you fear nothing under the sun, but it looks like you're just a bunch of dead weight." Right after, he struck again, knocking back the massive, "Keep mocking me, son. With the pathetic strength you're showing, I don't even need to use my undead demon corpse power." Seeing so many of his brothers from the 17th hurt, Han, Tuk channeled his inner energy, ready to charge in and risk it all, but was stopped by Elder Hongvu Koi of the Beggar Sect. "The big fight is coming. Don't be reckless, and never let your emotions rule your head." With that, he drew the long whip from his waist, gripping it tight. Ban Ke Van's inner strength is truly deeper than expected, but his blade techniques are full of openings. I'll buy us some time to force him to slip up. You wait for the right moment, then go for the kill. Seeing Hongvu Koi charge, Ban Ke Van laughed loudly. "Old man, if you're in such a rush to reincarnate, I'll send you on your way." Hongvu Koi didn't say a word, flicking his wrist. The The long whip moved like a golden viper, lashing out from all directions to cover Ban Ki-van. Yet, the man's sword moves were powerful, and he couldn't find an opening. After a few exchanges, Hong Vu-koi spotted his chance and unleashed a move. Golden Viper coils the body. The long whip entangled the gaps in Ban Ki-van's blade work, locking him down, and then Hong Vu-koi leaped up, pulling hard. Ban Ki-van was instantly yanked off his feet, flying toward him. The old beggar raised his leg, pouring his strength into a heavy kick, but suddenly, Ban Ki-van's body swelled up. A colossal force, like a prehistoric beast, violently knocked him back. Hong Vu-koi was sent flying back several yards before he could barely steady himself. The old beggar frowned, his expression turning serious. Even though he didn't know what trick the enemy had used to change his form, this abnormality made him realize he had to end the fight quickly. In that split second, Han Tu couldn't hold back anymore, drawing his sword and charging straight at Ban Ki-van. But right then, a massive wave of sword energy descended from the sky, with the intensity of a waterfall cascading from the heavens, unstoppable. Han Tu saw this and quickly pulled back, his eyes filled with shock. He recognized this sword energy as the ultimate technique of the Zhongnan sect, the Taiyi divine sword art. The powerful energy struck the top of Ban Ki-van's head. In an instant, sharp sword, aura filled the area. Ban Ki-van relied on his tough body to hold up, but in just a moment, this young master of the Ban family was about to collapse from the impact. Only then did Han Tuk notice that, without him knowing, a figure had appeared floating in the air. His own senior martial brother, Tu Van Vi. This Zhongnan soaring dragon spoke with a mix of care and reprimand. Little Tuk, saving people is urgent, but how can you be so reckless? It turned out that when the main hall was in chaos, Tu Van Vi was guarding beside Venerable Xuan Wu to protect him, but this Zhongnan soaring dragon's eyes kept glancing toward the distance, where Ban Ki-van was battling the 17 people. This young master of the Ban family had rarely appeared in the martial world before, so Tu Van Vi didn't expect the enemy's strength to be this intense. Although his little junior brother had decent skill and was aided by beggar sect elder, the prolonged fight would inevitably lead to injuries. Just then, Venerable Xuan Wu slowly opened his eyes and whispered, "It seems you are very worried about that kid. Little Tuk was raised under my watch. While his heart is pure and his talent is exceptional, it's still too early for him to face Ban Ki-van. Besides, the enemy's inner strength is clearly a level higher. Still, with the beggar sect elder helping, it should be fine." Sensing the other man, he was hiding his anxiety, Venerable Xuan Wu advised, "Even with the beggar sect elder, it's hard to deal with him. Ban Ki-van has been turned into an undead demon corpse. You know how to suppress it. Go help him." Tu Van Vi heard this, a satisfied smile curling his lips. But this Zhongnan soaring dragon still pretended to ask, "If I leave you unprotected, Master, won't you be in danger?" Venerable Xuan Wu let out a cold huff. "You little brat, quit pretending. I am the Zhongnan sword immortal after all. You think I'll die here? Get going." Before he could finish, Tu Van Vi had already dashed off. His movement was so swift it was astonishing. The Zhongnan soaring dragon was channeling his energy in mid-air, preparing to strike, but suddenly he hesitated. "I could use my sword to kill this undead demon corpse, but if I do that, won't Little Toot gain nothing from this? No, I can only use 50% of my power." Thinking this, Tu Van Vi used his inner energy to draw the sword from its sheath. The Zhongnan soaring dragon raised his hand like an immortal blessing the world, which led to the scene from the end of the previous episode. The 3-foot sword fell like a white rainbow from the sun, piercing straight into the head of Ban Ki-van, causing this young master to instantly freeze in place, unable to move. Taking this opportunity, Tu Van Vi landed in front of the two, cupped his hands and said, "Tu Van Vi of the Zhongnan sword sect greets Elder Hong. Thank you, Senior, for always looking after junior brother Han." Han Tuk saw his senior brother come to help and was moved beyond words, too emotional to speak. Tu Van Vi saw this, his gaze softening as he said gently, "You look like you're doing all right, so I'm relieved." As for Hong Vu-koi standing by, his heart was reeling. He could confirm for certain that the strike just now was indeed the ultimate technique of the Zhongnan sect, the Taiyi divine sword art. He had heard rumors that only the candidates for sect leader were qualified to learn this martial art. Many years ago, during the battle against the Yuan army, Hong Vu-koi had been lucky enough to see Venerable Xuan Wu perform it. Only back then, the man didn't need to borrow a physical sword like Tu Van Vi did. He simply used energy to manifest a sword to shatter mountains and break rocks. One move wiped out hundreds of armored soldiers. It was truly unstoppable. But immediately after, Hong Vu-koi grew suspicious. Tu Van Vi was able to dominate the 3 heroes and 3 flowers, and was known as the Zhongnan Soaring Dragon. The Taiyi divine sword art performed by him shouldn't just be this level. Was he intentionally holding back? Just then, a strange, eerie laugh echoed behind the three. Is this the legendary Tai Divine Sword Art? Looks like it's nothing special. Ban K Van woke up, the sword still stuck in his head, laughing maniacally. They say that during the Great War against the Yuan, the Sword Immortal destroyed thousands of armored soldiers with a single strike. Now, it seems that was just empty gossip. Tu Van Vi suddenly turned around, feigning surprise. As expected of an undead demon, corpse, even at this point, you're still not dead. As soon as he finished, the Zhongnan soaring dragon waved his hand, and the sword, as if summoned, flew out of Ban K Van's body. The young master of the Ban family let out a blood-curdling scream. Tu Van Vi stood tall, holding his sword, and said coldly, "People say, undead demon corpses can't feel pain. Looks like that rumor isn't entirely true either." Ban Ki Van's eyes looked ready to spit fire, and he roared in bitter hatred. "You scum! I'm going to hack you into 100 pieces, and then I'll burn your entire Zhongnan sword sect to the ground." The other man narrowed his eyes. "Xiao Su, this guy dares to spout such nonsense right in front of us. As disciples of the Zhongnan sword sect, how should we handle someone insulting our master?" Before Han Su could even react, his senior brother urged him on. "This grudge must be settled. Today, we'll show him a taste of the Zhongnan sword sect's methods." Once the two of them took their stances, Xu Wenwei instructed, "His internal energy is profound, but don't be afraid. Your senior brother promises you this. In this world, there is nothing the Zhongnan sword sect cannot kill." With that, this Zhongnan azure dragon gave the command, and the two launched themselves at Peng Qian like dragons taking to the sea. Seeing this, he glared viciously and smirked. "Since you two want to be moths flying into a flame, today, this young master will grant your wish." As he spoke, he swung his blade to block, meeting both incoming swords head-on. The two brothers were no match and were sent flying back. Xu Wenwei, while mid-air, didn't forget to guide him. Strength is innate. Whether you're strong or weak doesn't matter. When facing a stronger opponent, there's no need to fight head-on. Just retreat and dodge. Han Su finally realized his senior brother was using this opportunity to teach him martial arts, so he nodded and said he had taken it to heart. The two landed lightly. Xu Wenwei's voice rang out again. "Don't stop your feet. Keep moving so the enemy can't pin down your position." As soon as he finished, both leaped into the air. "Your footwork must be light, and your speed must be fast," Xu Wenwei said while striking. The two brothers fluttered like butterflies around flowers, dancing around Peng Qian. In an instant, the flurry of sword shadows left the young master of the Peng clan unable to react. Seeing his junior brother grasping the technique so quickly, the Zhongnan azure dragon smiled. "You must throw many strikes, but each one must be practiced to perfection. Stop worrying about how to counter his moves, force him to follow your sword instead. Only then can you find his openings. One strike, one kill." At this moment, Peng Qian was breaking into a cold sweat. He realized with horror that not only was Han Su's footwork nimble, but the power behind every sword strike was much stronger than before. The Peng clan's young master cursed under his breath. He couldn't understand how a few simple words of advice could cause that brat to improve so rapidly. After they traded a few more blows, Xu Wenwei suddenly said in a low voice, "Xiao Su, the 36 heavenly stellar swords of our master only consists of 3 moves. It's what they call the Great Way is simple. This sword style, which turns complexity into simplicity, is the swordplay of saints. If you can integrate it into actual combat, you will surely dominate the martial arts world." The Grandmaster warned that this Peng Qian has been forged into an undead demon corpse, and his weakness lies in the polar cold yin essence within him. "Now, let me see your 36 heavenly stellar swords. I will restrict his range of movement. You must seize the opportunity and slay this monster with one strike." Xu Wenwei leapt up like a dragon ascending to the heavens, slashing his sword straight at Peng Qian's head. Seeing this, he hurriedly blocked with his blade. Han Su felt a surge of excitement. His master had spent his whole life trying to restore the school's 36 heavenly stellar swords. People in the sect mocked his master as a fool, but his senior brother was the only one who didn't, in fact. He took great care of him. Thinking of this, Han Su's eyes lit up, his brows arched. With his master's life's work and his senior brother's absolute trust, he had to make everyone witness this stunning strike today. Suddenly, a beam of cold light tore through the air. The 3-foot blade flowed like a mighty, rushing river, stabbing straight out. Its target was the polar cold yin essence on Peng Qian. This move was one of the 36 heavenly stellar swords, heavenly river draining. But immediately after, Han Su's eyes widened in shock. His sword stabbed right into the polar cold yin essence, leaving only a scratch. It couldn't destroy it outright. Peng Qian opened his mouth and smirked. "Even when given a chance, you're useless. If you can leave a scratch on this, I suppose you have some skill." As he finished, a figure flew by. Shu Wenwei stood behind Han Su, hand on the hilt of his sword, and praised him. So this is Heavenly River draining? A truly excellent move. The speed and precision were flawless. Then, the senior brother laughed, coldly. Peng Qian, you're celebrating too early. I told you, in this world, there is nothing the Zhongnan sword sect cannot kill. As he spoke, the hand on Shu Wenwei's sword hilt suddenly exerted force. Internal energy, as powerful as the surging tide of the Qiantang River, poured out. Without a hint of resistance, the sword sliced the polar cold yin essence into two halves. The powerful sword energy didn't stop, instantly piercing a massive hole through Peng Qian's chest. The young master of the Peng clan spat out a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. In the Hall of Heroes, Huangfu Yongxuan watched the tide turn. He, who had been so poised and confident of victory, was now breaking into a cold sweat. He couldn't help but regret his earlier arrogance. He never expected that once that war god made his move, the situation would collapse immediately. First, there was Tang Wenguang, who had been screaming like a madman, now dead. Then Murong Juncheng, who wanted his revenge, had also been sent to the underworld. Huangfu Yongxuan looked around furtively and gritted his teeth. And there's that Zhuge Yue underestimating the plotting opponent and dying in pieces. Plus Peng Qian, he couldn't even handle a few small fries. The young master of the Huangfu family gnashed his teeth. So much for the invincible undead demon corpse, they were all just incompetent fools. A few blood swordmen arrived, exhausted. Young Master Huangfu, the blood swordmen have suffered heavy losses. The best strategy is to escort you out of here quickly. Huangfu Yongxuan sighed, looking helpless. Where could we possibly run to at this point? If we aren't careful, we'll be captured alive or beaten to death. Thinking this, the young master of the Five Dragon Alliance suddenly looked solemn. Fine. Death is the worst that can happen. If I succeed, the whole world is mine. Huangfu Yongxuan gave the order, and the four blood swordmen rushed out like they'd been injected with adrenaline, but to his surprise, they were all sent flying by a single punch from Gongsun Ji. The 9-foot-tall brute stared blankly at Huangfu Yongxuan, who trembled and said, "Sir, can we talk this over?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Xiaohu finally began detoxifying everyone. She placed the life-death twin butterflies on Murong Xiandao's chest, and the treasure immediately began drawing the poison out of his body. Even though Wu Van Hiandao is a legend who's seen it all, he couldn't help but be impressed by the twin souls of life and death. The invisible poison from the Duong sect is usually a nightmare to clear, but at this rate, he'll be back to full strength in less than 30 minutes. Just then, a white figure swooped in. Tu Tuho's eyes lit up. "Big sister!" Han Wangna scanned the area, feeling a bit relieved. The remaining goons from the Five Dragon League and the Bloodsword faction were basically wiped out. She glanced toward Kong Ton Chi in the distance and added, "The undead ghost soldiers aren't a threat anymore, so you can stop worrying." Tu Tuho heard her, but he couldn't shake his anxiety. His gut still told him something was wrong. Han Huangya nodded, understanding. She stared toward Ngoa. Long Hien, her voice cold. "You're right to be worried. The real deciding battle is still happening over there." Back on the hillside, the grass was lush and green, but suddenly, a wind picked up, flattening everything. Two shadows, one red, one blue, moved so fast they were practically blurs. It was Hongfu Vu Ngiet, Tien Savu, locked in a brutal fight. Suddenly, the Fist Saint let out a roar, his internal energy erupting into a towering phantom manifestation. Hoang, Fu Vu Nguyet threw a punch, the Heavenly King crushes the mountain. Tien Savu scrambled back, narrowly dodging a blow that could have shattered a peak. Hong Fu Vu Nguyet stayed on him, launching a kick. Tien Savu pivoted, delivering a crushing, sweeping kick from above. They collided, and in an instant, a massive shockwave of raw power blasted outwards. The force was so intense it tore through the hillside, whipping up a gale that sent petals flying everywhere. The two locked for a second before breaking apart, each landing and steadying themselves. Hong Fu Vu Ngiet pushed off, lunging forward, only to see Tien Savu hunch down, gathering his energy and thrusting his palms out. Hong Fu Vu Ngiet frowned, knowing he couldn't take that blow head-on. The Fist Saint shifted his footing, shoulders dipping, dodging the brutal blast of energy from Tien Savu. As the legends say, this movement is called the Heavenly King Steps, a secret technique passed down through the Hong Fu family. Unlike the explosive Heavenly King Fist, these steps focus on finesse and agility, so the way they channel internal energy is the exact opposite. After dodging a flurry of palm strikes, Hoang Fu Vu Ngiet looked up and sneered. "My family has stood for 1,000 years. Many have mastered the Heavenly King Fist, but only 12 people in our history have ever mastered the Heavenly King Steps. Dying by this technique is a privilege for you." With that, he flashed toward Tien Savu and threw a punch. The man didn't expect the old guy to be that fast. He moved like a ghost. Caught off guard, Thien Savu took a Heavenly King river-crushing hit to the gut, flying backward like a withered leaf. Hong Fu Vung Gayet didn't stop there. He threw his hands out, using his own back-channel energy to pin Thien Savu from a distance. He slammed his hands down, and it felt like a giant hammer struck Thien Savu, crushing him into the ground. The god of war felt his blood boiling, stunned by the sheer depth of Hong Fu Vung Yet's power. But before he could even react, it felt like an invisible hand grabbed his ankle and yanked him hard. Thien Savu was shocked, then caught in a massive force that spun him around. Hong Fu Vung Yet used his own body as an anchor, whirling Thien Savu around like a rag doll before hurling him away. Mid-air, Thien Savu calmed his mind. He finally realized the guy wasn't just using standard internal energy. That giant phantom wasn't an illusion. It was Hong Fu Vung Guyet's energy solidified into a physical form. Usually, people use internal energy to launch projectiles, but Hong Fu Vung Guyet was using solidified energy for physical combat. The fist, Saint saw the look on Thien Savu's face and laughed. Realizing it now is way too late. Just give up and die. He gathered his energy into the giant phantom again, throwing a punch straight at Thien Savu. This was the Heavenly King Descends move. At that moment, Thien Savu finally understood his opponent's trick. The warrior spun in midair, throwing a palm strike, trying to use the wind from his attack to block the Fist Saint's massive blow. He threw two fists, using the Heavenly King splits, the void technique. The giant phantom followed his movements, two massive fists slamming toward Thien Savu like falling boulders. The crushing power instantly shredded Thien Savu's wind barrier, barreling toward him with earth-shattering force. Thien Savu's eyes narrowed, he had to admit. This old man's technique was deadly. With a thunderous boom, Thien Savu was swallowed by the impact. Hong Fu Vung Yet laughed wildly, screaming at the sky. The five phantoms? The invincible warrior? Who cares? I, Hong Fu Vung Yet, am the true champion of this world. But before he could finish, the very air above them rippled. Wisps of energy, like grass swaying in a storm, refused to break. They escaped the Fist Saint's grip, dancing in the air. Hong Fu Vung Yet's laughter died instantly. He stared in shock. And then, a massive explosion rocked the earth. A force even more brutal than the last tore through the energy field like a bright moon breaking the night. Thien Savu, his clothes tattered, floated in midair, his aura surging like a tidal wave. Hong Fu Vung Guyet's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, he muttered. He noticed Thien Savu's footing, the void steps of the sword Saint Manhwa, Van Diep too. The Fist Saint gritted his teeth, pure rage building up. That kind of technique was something even he couldn't master. But then, he grinned, sneering, "War God, are you trying to tell me you've surpassed the Sword Saint himself?" Thien Savu glared at him, silent. His internal energy roared like a rushing river. In a heartbeat, he pushed his heaven-breaking divine art to its absolute limit, power crashing down like a waterfall from the heavens. Hong Fu Vung Guyet felt like Mount Tai was crushing down on him. The Fist Saint groaned, desperately hunkering down to survive. A few seconds later, Hong Fu Vung Guyet let out a blood-curdling roar, pouring every ounce of his power into feet. His entire body shot out like a cannonball, heading straight for Thien Savu. Mid-air, a terrifying aura erupted from this legendary fistmaster. Right after, he let out a roar, throwing both hands out simultaneously as a massive, ghostly avatar took shape. Hong Fu Vung Guyet hunched over and threw a powerful punch. To his surprise, Thien Savu just gave a light flick of his hand, and his overwhelming aura condensed into a proud, roaring dragon. In a heartbeat, it shredded his avatar into pieces. The look of absolute confidence on Hong Fu Vung Guyet's face finally cracked. Refusing to give up, he condensed his avatar again and threw another punch. Thien Savu just casually pushed his hand out, and the dragon aura easily tore the ghostly avatar apart again. After the strike, the dragon aura didn't dissipate. Instead, it circled Thien Savu like a coiled dragon. At this moment, Hong Fu Vung Yet's defense was finally broken. Internal force manifestation is something his Hoang Pu clan spent hundreds of years trying to grasp. This kid is only 30, how can he do this? Thien Savu stayed silent, his eyes cold. The war god channeled his internal energy into his feet, took a step in midair, then suddenly stomped down, as if trying to crush space itself. The dragon aura sensed its master's intent and dived down. Seeing this, Hong Fu Vung Guyet threw several punches, desperate to kill his opponent. In an instant, avatars flashed across the sky, dragons roared, and colliding shockwaves made the very world tremble. A moment later, Thien Savu struck with the force of a thunderbolt. The dragon aura slammed into Hong Fu Vung Yet's avatar. The war god gritted his teeth, pouring all his power into his palms like a raging river. Hong Fu Vung Guyet roared, pouring out every ounce of his strength, desperately trying to block the downward strike from the heavens. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion tore through the air, and the massive avatar shattered instantly, cut clean in half at the waist. Tien Savu's palm struck Hong Fuvun and Yet's chest, and the two men fell like shooting stars, crashing into the peak of Magoa Long Mountain. From afar, they were moving too fast to see, but a second later, the mountainside erupted in a deafening blast. Instantly, the entire peak of Noa Long collapsed from the impact. Just as Tien Savu and Hong Fuvun Yet were battling in the sky, the chaotic brawl in the hero's hall was coming to an end. Hoang Fu Van Shuyen lay flat on the ground, helpless, his handsome face battered and bruised, yet deep down, he still felt a glimmer of luck. If he hadn't mastered the art of the undying corpse, he'd surely be dead by now. Just then, a massive foot stomped down right beside his ear. Hong Fu Van Suyen jumped in shock and let out an instinctive, pathetic shriek, but Kong Tongchi didn't care at all, raising his leg to stomp hard on his chest. With every heavy stomp from the giant, Hong Fu Van Suyen's agonizing screams echoed throughout the great hall. Hong Vu Koi, watching from afar, couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. At this point, the outcome in the hero's hall was set, but the elder of the beggar sect sighed again. The Five-Dragon Alliance was effectively wiped out, but he felt even more worried about the future of the Central Plains martial arts world. This, Heroes' Assembly had left the Iron Martial Alliance in pieces. It was a true massacre. It wouldn't be impossible for the Imperial Court to take advantage of this chaos, and with the North Plains lurking on the sidelines, the future of the Central Plains was truly precarious. Luckily, many top experts hadn't died in this battle. Relying on their influence, they might prevent things from spiraling out of control, especially with the new faction rising under the leadership of the War God. If everyone joined forces, building a stable situation in the short term wasn't impossible. But Hong Vu Koi knew these were all thoughts for another day, and everything depended on one crucial premise. Thinking this, he turned his gaze toward Ngoa, Long Mountain, and muttered, "Savu, you must survive." No sooner had he finished speaking than a massive explosion echoed through the air, and suddenly, Ngoa Long Mountain seemed to be struck by a meteorite, collapsing completely. Amidst the falling boulders and the frustrated primal roars of Hong Fu Vu Nguyet, Tien Savu remained silent, the power in his palms surging without fading. The overwhelming dragon aura crashed down like lightning from the heavens, carrying Hong Fu Vu Nguyet with it as if to drag him down to the underworld. They smashed through rock and stone, crashing deep into the hidden underground palace that Hong Fu Vu Nguyet had built. The Fist Saint was now gritting his teeth in a desperate struggle. The external wounds on his back were nothing. It was the opponent's aura wreaking havoc inside his body that was wearing him down. A moment later, Hoang Fu Vu Nguyet snarled, "I am Hong Fu Vu Nguyet, the greatest under heaven. How could I possibly lose to a brat like you?" Having said that, he ignored the danger of the aura inside him and, in a flash, poured every bit of his remaining strength into his right fist. The Fist Saint decided to go for broke, launching his Heavenly King Shakes the Mountain strike at Tien Savu. The latter took the hit square in the gut, flying back like a withered leaf toward a stone bridge. Unexpectedly, the war god twisted his body in midair, like a gecko scaling a wall, easily dispersing the impact. Right after, Tien Savu planted his feet and launched himself like a bullet, giving chase. Hoang Fu Vung Yet saw the cold look on the war god's face, and his composure finally shattered. He screamed, "You bastard! Why? Aren't you dead yet? How are you still standing after taking so many of my Heavenly King divine punches?" He went manic, pouring his remaining energy into his right hand. If one punch couldn't kill him, then he'd throw 100, 1,000. Tien Savu couldn't help but smirk, but he couldn't be bothered to answer that question. Ever since he was a teenager, he'd been training in the heavenly shattering divine technique under his master. From the moment he started, the first thing he learned was how to neutralize an opponent's force. The Heavenly King Divine Punch might be the legendary secret art of the Huang Fu clan, but compared to the aura in his master's palm, it was like comparing a firefly to the moon. Twisting around, Tien Savu threw a punch of his own. Instantly, the dragon aura condensed, cloaking him entirely. A second later, their fist winds collided with a massive boom, shockwaves erupted, and the dragon aura surged straight toward Hoang Fu's arm. Huang Fu Wu Yue lunged at him. The two locked together for a split second before breaking apart. Huang Fu Wu Yue sneered to himself. Everyone kept saying this god of war's martial arts were bizarre, but he figured he'd seen right through them. It was nothing more than channeling internal energy into an opponent's body to disrupt their meridians. He, himself, possessed immense internal power. All he had to do was condense his protective aura, and these cheap tricks would crumble instantly. But a split second later, the Saint of Fist's eyes suddenly bulged in horror. He saw streaks of energy coalescing on his own right arm, refusing to dissipate, and in the blink of an eye, his arm was shredded to pieces. Then, a massive surge of pure aura erupted from his shoulder, clean-cutting the limb right off. Huang Fu, Wu Yue couldn't suppress the blood boiling inside him and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Tien Savu seized the moment and charged in, slamming a palm straight into his opponent's dantian. Only then did the god of war coldly say, "Old man, this technique is called the god-slaying bolt. It turns you into living lightning, dominating the field, undying and indestructible." The moment he finished, the energy in Tien Savu's palm exploded, a surge of aura like a massive tidal wave crashing down, relentlessly grinding Huangfu Wuyue into dust as he was smashed through countless stone bridges, finally slamming him deep into the heart of the underground palace. The entire mountain shook violently, dust billowing everywhere. A long while later, as the dust finally settled, Tien Savu landed softly and slowly walked toward Huangfu Wuyue. By now, the Saint of Fist's dantian was shattered, and he had no life left in him. Seeing this, Tien Savu let out a sigh of relief, muttering, "This old guy's finally done for, right?" But the Saint of Fists, his heart shattered, roared, "I am the unparalleled Huangfu Wuyue. How could I possibly lose to a brat like you?" Having said that, he ignored his wounds, and like a madman, he swung in his left fist, ready for a suicide counterattack. But suddenly, Huangfu Wuyue's pupils contracted. He realized he was lost in a chaotic void, with no sign of Tien Savu anywhere. Suddenly, a beam of light shone down from above. Huangfu Wuyue looked up and saw a ferocious dragon of aura looming overhead, looking down at him as if he were nothing but a common ant. Then, the dragon roared and dove. Before Huangfu Wuyue could react, his throat was clamped shut. When the dragon finally faded away, revealing a fair hand, it turned out to be Tien Savu choking him, his brutal aura flooding into every meridian of his body. Huangfu Wuyue struggled in his final moments, trying to muster his protective aura, but in his broken state, it was all useless. With the final strike, all his bones and muscles were crushed. The Saint of Fists felt his mind go blank. Through his fading consciousness, a tall figure stepped forward, the Northern Temple expert, Ha Lian Dai Kuk. The Saint of Fists screamed in desperation, "I spent my whole life trying to follow in your footsteps, but, in the end, it was all just a hollow dream. I can't accept this." Tien Savu listened in silence to the Saint of Fists' roar. After a long while, he slowly said, "You were a hero in your own right. Rest now." With that, the god of war channeled his power into his palm, and a massive surge of aura erupted. Huangfu Wuyue's voice cut off abruptly. A terrifying hole blasted through his throat. A few seconds later, the Saint of Fists cracked a strange smile, his voice sounding like it was being squeezed from his chest. "Broken god of war. This place is called the 18 Soul Trapping Array, a brilliant formation created by a genius. Inside the array, your deepest, darkest fears manifest to shatter your mind. With every step you take, your terror will only grow until you die in despair, consumed by your own nightmares. I'm curious, what is it that the world-renowned god of war is actually afraid of?" By now, the Saint of Fists' breathing was fading. What a shame, I won't get to see it. Huangfu Wuyue lay on the ground, his eyes slowly glazing over, his mouth whispering, "I am the best in the world," but his voice grew softer and softer, until it vanished completely. Tien Savu looked at the body before him, feeling a sense of melancholy. Regardless of their rivalry, the man was a genius in both skill and spirit. It was just a pity he was blinded by the title of the best in the world. A moment later, he recalled Huangfu Wuyue's dying words. "The 18 soul trapping array creates illusions of what I fear most. What is that thing?" He glanced into the distance and noticed a figure had appeared from nowhere. The face was obscured, but the person was wearing a black cloak, tall and imposing. Tien Savu's pupils contracted. This person was a ghost from his past, but a split second later, he gave a relieved smile. The god of war stared down the figure as if challenging him and coldly said, "I'm not the man I was back then. If we meet again, it won't go like last time." He finished, swung his hand, and unleashed a palm strike. Several dragons of aura charged forward, and in an instant, swallowed the figure whole. Then, a massive explosion rocked the underground palace, the powerful aura piercing through the mountain, shooting straight into the sky. The entire Ngoa Long Fong shook once more. As for the young master Huangfu who tried to escape, he was killed in one strike by a disciple of the sword Saint Mai Hoa. That was his end. Across the vast desert, 2 horses galloped north. These 2 were Hoklian Daikuk and his subordinate, Ma Tung Dao. The great priest of the royal court spoke up, his tone unreadable. "You say Lidat Lapdak Mokni is dead?" The other man replied with a pained expression, confirming the letter they received said as much. Hearing this, Hochlien Daikuk fell silent for a long time. He had used ruthless tactics to clean up Black Blood City for the sake of that child, and then went south alone to fight the Five Poisons sect and gather information, all in the hope that one day he could lead an army south and reclaim the Central Plains. Now, with the great mission unfulfilled and the young master dead, how could the great priest not be heartbroken? After a long silence, he suppressed his grief and asked, "Then who will inherit the throne now?" Ma Tong Dao replied bluntly that it was the younger brother, Lai Dat Lat Tho Tu Dak Mok Nai. Hearing this, Hach Lien Dai, Kyuk sighed softly. He was royalty himself, but he loathed the power struggles, and in his pursuit of the pinnacle of martial arts, he had changed his name to Dungoa, Thien Ha. 10 years ago, the world was in chaos. The Yuan army retreated north. His father and brother were lost, leaving only 2 young orphans. That was when he returned to the royal. The high priest of the Black Blood City, Din, didn't build the city on the steps because he was playing favorites with his 2 nephews. It was just that. In his eyes, while Tuo Busi was smart and strong, he lacked the backbone of a true emperor. If he inherited the throne, he might not. Listen to him. All his years of planning with Li Dala could go down the drain. As they pondered this, they both pulled on their horses' reins. At the foot of the cliff stood a grand, imposing black fortress. This was the Northern Plains Royal Court, Black Blood City. It got its name because the walls were as dark as dried blood. Before long, they entered the city. Arriving at the main hall, Halian Daji sat on a stone throne and asked in a low voice, "Any news from the 7 demons in the Central Plains?" Ma Zong Dao replied, "The 7 demons sent word recently. They said the Iron Martial Alliance is just an empty shell now. One of the 3 great powers, the 5 Dragon Alliance, has collapsed. Only the 9 Heavens Mansion and the Lion Gate are left holding things together." Hearing his subordinate's report, Halian Daji's mind drifted back to that night years ago, when a man named Huang Fu Wu Yue arrived, exuding arrogance, wanting to spar. "I am Huang Fu Wu Yue. I hear you are the greatest master in the north. I've traveled thousands of miles today just to challenge you." Halian Daji didn't waste words. His internal energy suddenly erupted. The 2 of them fought amidst the falling snow. A single punch collided, and shock waves rippled through the air. After just one move, Halian Daji knew his opponent wasn't his match. But respecting his talent, he didn't kill him. He just hoped the guy would return to the Central Plains, focus on his training, and come back one day to spar again. His figure flashed and vanished. The high priest narrowed his eyes. In his memory, Huang Fu Wu Yue wasn't a man who pushed around easily. Now that the 5 Dragon Alliance was completely wiped out, someone must have killed Huang Fu Wu Yue. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. He had been waiting over a dozen years. Finally, someone worth fighting. He closed his eyes, searching his memory, but couldn't think of anyone with that kind of skill. Suddenly, a young face appeared in his mind. Halian Daji opened his eyes and muttered, "It couldn't be him. No matter how you look at him, he doesn't seem like the type to crave power. Surely he wouldn't get involved in the power struggles of the Iron Martial Alliance, stifling the chaotic emotions and damning his heart," he asked again. "Now that Huang Fu Wu Yue is dead, if we march south to attack the Iron Martial Alliance, what are the odds of victory?" Ma Zong Dao pondered for a moment and said, "With the 5 Dragon Alliance gone, our chances of victory are about 70%. Hearing this, Halian Daji nodded and said, 70% is enough. With that, he stood up, walked to the high platform, and looked down at the plaza. "Zong Dao, I trust your judgment. Get the preparations started." Seeing Halian Daji appear on the platform, many northern warriors in Black Blood City were overjoyed. It was the high priest. The high priest had returned. The news spread quickly. Many warriors gathered, standing respectfully in front of the palace square, holding their breath as they watched the warriors below automatically form ranks. Halian Daji felt a surge of excitement. The high priest channeled his energy, his voice echoing everywhere. "Brothers, the time has come for us to march south and reclaim the glory that belongs to us. Complete all preparations within 1 month, and by then, we will plant our banners on the land of the Central Plains." All the northern warriors present were fired up. Halian Daji nodded with satisfaction and turned to leave. Ma Zongdao followed hurriedly, whispering, "High priest." Halian Daji walked into the inner courtyard, his voice devoid of emotion. "For our people, if I have to go to hell, I have no regrets." Soon, the 2 reached a large tree in the courtyard. Halian Daji bowed to the beautiful figure under the tree. "Noble consort, it's been a long time." The woman, dressed in white furs, turned around, her expression indifferent. This person was the older sister who had been kidnapped by the Yuan army in the early chapters. On the large ship, Jia Yu spoke up. "Where are we now?" Elder Hong replied calmly, "I'm not sure. We've traveled about 500 li, so we must be near the capital. Once we see the people from the Iron Martial Alliance and the martial sects waiting, that's the place. Since the river narrows, we'll have to switch to smaller boats." You sure talk a lot, old man. Have you heard the news? The Invincible Blade. Master was chosen as the first alliance leader of the new Iron Martial Alliance. I didn't expect it to be him, because everyone thought the leader would be the Sword Saint. I heard the Sword Saint stepped down for him, which is why there's so much internal conflict in the Nine Heavens mansion right now. The Sword Saint had his reasons for giving up the position of First Alliance leader to the Invincible Blade Master, but those who follow the Sword Saint don't see it that way, and those followers already make up more than half of the Nine Heavens mansion. A few days ago, the Sword Saint's disciple objected fiercely. Master, this makes no sense. The Alliance leader is the supreme figure of the martial arts world, and that person should definitely be you, Master. The leader of the Lion Gate revealed serious moral flaws at the Great Heroes Conference. How could he possibly be the Grand Alliance leader of the new Iron Martial Alliance? Not just me, but the other elders of the Nine Heavens Mansion are also worried about this. He stood tall, hands clasped, calm. Everyone has a position that suits them. When it comes to defending the city, this old man is somewhat useful, but when thinking back to the struggles we faced during the revival of the Iron Martial Alliance, someone who craves challenges like Alliance Leader Tai is more suitable than me. That is the reason, the disciple retorted. But as I said before, Alliance Leader Tai's moral issues, even if what he did was for the Lion Gate, he still caused the Great Mainland to suffer severe damage because of his lies. Right now, the 6 ministries are considering withdrawing from the Lion Gate, too. Do you think someone like Alliance Leader Tai can lead the Iron Martial Alliance? Yeezy explained. Moral issues. Yes, those moral issues could be an obstacle for Alliance Leader Tai as the first Alliance leader, and they could also be an obstacle for the new Iron Martial Alliance. But I believe he will resolve everything properly. I have already made my decision, so don't say anything more. You think that me giving up the Alliance leader position to the Blade Master is because I felt disappointed in myself after the Great Heroes Conference? Perhaps the fact that we were hit by the ice spirit poison was just an excuse for me to avoid the battle. Because of that, I couldn't stop Alliance leader Huang Fu's barbaric behavior. I should have been able to stop him. For a while now, I've been wearing a suit that just doesn't fit. To be a Taoist master, yet instead of cultivating the way, I end up leading. It's such a massive organization, it's honestly embarrassing, he muttered, mocking the Sword Saint. Yun Diezi, is this really all you've got? The world is right there, within your reach. Yet you don't even have the guts to grab it. If things keep going like this, my whole plan is going to hell. Back in the present, Elder Hong recounted how the Sword Saints' disciples were always against this. After all, that place is the epicenter of power in the martial arts world, handing it over to the Lion Alliance so easily. It's just, well, Samu didn't seem interested at all. I don't care about their power struggles. I'm not even from the Central Plains anyway. The old man nodded. Yeah. He gave a faint smile. Besides, I already knew about the Alliance leader position. He told me himself. Back then, the Blade Lord had met with him privately to talk. I'm being honored as the first Alliance leader of the new Iron Martial Alliance. Samu acted friendly. Is that so? Congratulations. It seems like the one who gained the most from this Heroes Conference is you, Alliance leader. The thorns in your side Alliance leader, Huangfu, and the 5 Dragon Alliance have been cleared, and you've even become the leader of the new Iron Martial Alliance. He shot back sarcastically. Didn't you get what you wanted to? Externally, you cleared the Iron Demon's name. Personally, you defeated Huangfu Wu Yue and joined the ranks of the 9 great experts. From where I'm standing, you're the one who walked away with the most benefits. But Samu felt differently. He didn't say a word and just turned to leave. All right, if you'll excuse me. The Blade Lord was a bit confused. Why aren't you asking me anything? I know you want to ask about the Lion Alliance's stance on the Continent Ministry and the Murong clan in Shenyang, even though we did what we did for the future of the Lion Alliance. I'm sure from your perspective, it's hard to wrap your head around. But like I said before, I won't regret it, because I did this for the Lion Alliance and for my son, Tai Wulin. Samu didn't say a thing and just walked away, determined. I didn't care to begin with, so there was no point in asking. Hearing the story up to this point, Elder Hong couldn't help but burst out laughing. Who would have thought the invincible Blade Lord, whose name rings across the world, would make such pathetic excuses? He really should try to save some face. Even with all the opposition, he still became the leader of the new Iron Martial Alliance. Looks like he's gonna have to keep that hot temper of his in check for a while, huh? Anyway, enough joking around, let's get down to business. Go ahead, Elder. Elder Hong started blabbering about what happened at the mouth of the cave when I brought Lutu to the Iron Martial Alliance. After the disciples of the main headquarters and the branch leaders were assassinated by a suspicious individual, I mobilized the beggar sects informants to head north. In Gangquan, Shaanxi, they found traces of the culprit. Until that point, things were fine, but then more trouble started. Every informant who chased after him went missing, one by one. Samu frowned. Looks like he figured it out. Elder Hong didn't think so. I'm not sure. The beggar sects informants are all elite disciples with top-tier cultivation levels. Those guys are experts at tracking and hiding. It's impossible for them to be taken out that easily. Besides, for one person to fight off that many informants all at once is completely impossible. Samu was curious. So, did someone else interfere? The old man replied, if he's colluding with the Northern Plains, then it's possible. On top of that, Gangquan is territory controlled by the Northern Plains, so there's a high chance their warriors stepped in, and the person behind it all is likely the Nine Sons Great Pole. I don't know the reason, but I can't shake the feeling that the Nine Sons Great Pole and the Black Blood God have interfered in this whole affair. That's all I've managed to dig up. I won't know the specifics until we get to Gangquan. Elder Hong advised him, but while you're headed to Gangquan, you should probably go see that kid, Han Su, for a bit. We couldn't stop him from following Shu Baijiao, but regardless, the relationship between us and him isn't exactly distant. You didn't even get to say goodbye, so since it's on the way, it wouldn't hurt to stop by. Samu already knew about the situation. I heard about Han Su a bit late. Rumor has it that after getting injured in the fight against Huangfu Wuyue, he had to follow Su Baijiao of Zongnan to go into seclusion and heal his internal wounds. In Samu's mind, the sword immortal Xuan Mu Tian and the Zongnan Azure Dragon, Zi Wenyu, they were the people Hansu had viewed as his family ever since he picked up a sword. They were the most qualified people to help Hansu. In the future, Hansu will surely be much stronger than he is now. He spoke up. The reason for the stopover in Zongnan is partly to see Hansu, and partly because there are a few people there that I'm concerned about. The monk from the Imperial sect, a close friend of the Sword Immortal, and the giant man who follows him. The thing that bothers me most is that guy's eyes. For some reason, I'm strangely concerned about them. I don't even know why I care about them, but I'll figure it out as soon as I meet them. Elder Hong exhaled with a heavy sigh. Good grief, I've known you for quite a while now, yet you still manage to surprise me. You don't care about money or power, things everyone else is dying for. You ignore what everyone else values, yet you waste your time worrying about people no one even notices, even when you don't have a second to spare. Hey, since you were born a man, and you possess that kind of strength, surely you've thought about conquering the world at least once, right? Well, do you really have no intention of conquering the world? The old man was being a bit nosy, but Samu just looked exhausted. Just thinking about it is a headache. The old man looked off into the distance. Just because it's a headache, you really are impossible to understand. But hey, no matter how much of a headache it is, you've got things you need to deal with. That young lady has been waiting for you this whole time. Don't you have anything to say to her? She was just staring in this direction without saying a word. It looks terrifying. Samu looked coldly toward Bing Hua. I understand. Bing Hua watched him intently, her thoughts unreadable. Elder Hong decided to leave them some privacy. I'll be going now. You two take your time. Seeing that, Bing Hua walked over to Seimu. Are you mad that I followed you on my own? He brushed it off. No. As the vice leader of the Tucheng group, you must be very busy, right? Why go through all the trouble to come with me like this? She glanced at him and cried out, I told you, I'm going. Samu acted like he couldn't believe his ears, looking at her with a questioning gaze. At the same time, at the Iron Martial Alliance, Great Heaven Regular Group, a maid asked worriedly, Are you all right, young miss? She looked a bit sad. If I'm not, then I just have to be. The maid scolded Samu. Without saying a word, it looked so scary. Savu coldly looked toward Bang Hoa. I understand. Bang Hoa watched him closely, unsure of what she was thinking. Elder Hong Truong had to leave to give them some privacy. I'll be going now. You two take your time talking. Seeing this, Bang Hoa walked over to Savu. Are you mad because I tagged along? He brushed it off. Seriously, you're the young lady of the Tugon group, aren't you? You must be super busy. Why even bother coming with me like this? She glanced at him and snapped. I already told you. Savunu couldn't believe his ears, staring at her with total confusion. At the same time, at the Thiet Vu, Mindai Thien Thuong group, a servant asked anxiously, Are you all right, young lady? You seem a bit down, but even if you're not, you have to act like you are. The servant scolded Sa. Vu, Leader Don, you're really something else. As soon as you recovered, you just up and left. She smiled softly and replied, Brother has to keep his promise to his friends, and besides, I still have plenty to do here. You have your own matters to attend to as well. And just thinking about your gentle words, I'll be back, she said, making her believe completely in that promise. He will definitely keep his word, so he's sure to return. It has to be that way. Her maid watched on, frustrated, thinking her mistress was truly a lost cause. Now is not the time to be getting all emotional. I heard the vice leader of the Tugon group already left a while ago, and I haven't seen hide nor hair of the young miss since yesterday. Perhaps she's just being difficult, she shouted. That's why I told you earlier. You should have just shouted it out and claimed Savu as yours. She looked like she was on the verge of tears, but in that situation, the maid didn't want to hear her excuses. Even if it's dangerous, the one who attacks first is the one who wins. She hesitated, thinking, doesn't that sound a bit like a thug? Back to the story. Why did Bang Hoa resign? At the 2-2 Min group, she greeted him. Vice Leader Han, if I may ask, why did you come see me at this hour? Bang Hoa got straight to the point. I want an explanation. The leader definitely received orders from the alliance leader to go to Tham Duong to mediate the conflict between the Dai Luke department and the Mo Dung clan. But at the Great Hero Assembly, the leader denied it. I don't want to drag this out. What do you want me to say? No matter what I say, my answer won't change. That day I never went to Tham Duong. That is the official stance of the 2-2 Min. She realized calmly that it wasn't just the alliance leader's will, but the group leaders too. If that's the case, then I have no business left at 2-2 Min. She then took off her badge and said, I'd like to return this. He hadn't expected Bang Hoa to make this move. The vice leader badge of the Tuk On group. He looked straight at her and advised, I promise you, the new Thiet Vu Min, under the guidance of 2-2 Min, will definitely be different from when Hong Fu Vo Nyak was in charge. You should think carefully. Your decision today could affect Han Tin Trang's standing within the 2-2 Min, the force that will lead the new Tu Lien later. Bang Hoa didn't care, just avoiding his gaze. If the Thiet Alliance leader can't keep his word, how is he any different from Alliance leader Huang Fu? I'm resigning because I don't want to play any important role in the Thiet Vu Min under his leadership. Back to the present, Savu asked, a bit curious. You were pretty bold, young miss. Are you all right? Bang Hoa replied proudly, I'm fine. He put his hands behind his back and wondered, I actually feel worried for your father. Do you really think? Your father always respects your opinions? Elder Hong, listening from behind, felt a bit regretful. Is that it? That's the end of the conversation? What kind of conversation was that with no head or tail? Ugh, it's killing me. Elder Hong stroked his beard. Is that how a chat between a handsome man and a beautiful woman ends? Some strangers meet and talk more than they do. The War King is one thing, but even Miss Bang Hoa is just as tight-lipped. Traveling with them doesn't seem easy at all. Suddenly, the boat rocked violently. The old man cried out in alarm. What's going on? Why is it shaking so hard? Just then, something huge appeared, making him suspicious. A giant ship? The two of them stopped their chatting and looked over. Why is our boat veering off course? She asked. It must be because of that big ship. Everyone on the boat warned each other. The boat isn't steady. Everyone hold on tight, watch out, so the boat doesn't capsize. Elder Hong skeptically analyzed the situation. Usually, ships this big should know to keep their distance from other boats and travel at a reasonable speed. The Golden Dragon, could that ship belong to the Imperial Court? The people on the boat were annoyed. Are they just showing off that they have a big boat? That's true. And besides, among the Truong-Jiang Waterway Camp, who acts normally? Another person wondered. Truong-Jiang Waterway Camp, what do you mean? He replied angrily. I don't know who they are, but they've been appearing here a lot lately. I heard they're trading. With the Truong-Jiang Waterway Camp in this area, they must be acting cocky because they have someone backing them up. Elder Hong heard this and had a hunch. Are they on the same side as the Truong-Jiang Waterway Camp? Is it the Black Merchant? The red moon blocking the sun is the symbol of the Black Merchant. The character Master, carved in the middle of the red moon, represents the Merchant Lord of the Black Merchant. If the Truong-Jiang Waterway Camp just established a new branch in a new area, it seems the Black Merchant has colluded with them. But this place has very little boat traffic. The Truong-Jiang Waterway Camp has no reason to set up a new branch here. Furthermore, the terrain and geographical conditions here aren't favorable for opening a new branch. Plus, not long ago, the foothills of the Truong-Jiang Waterway Camp, the Luke Thui Camp, was just destroyed by the War King. So they couldn't possibly have the financial capacity to open a new branch. Perhaps the reason they colluded with the Black Merchant is to do something shady that needs to avoid the eyes and ears of the beggar sect. Doing this is no different than proving the beggar sect's information network has flaws. I absolutely cannot overlook this. While lost in thought, Savu called out to him repeatedly from behind. Elder Hong. He startled and turned around. Huh? Savu looked at the old man's face and judged. Why does your face look so serious? Is something wrong? Huh? Does my face look serious? The old man played dumb. As it turned out, they had already gotten off the boat and walked a few miles. We got off the boat and climbed this mountain. Such a long time ago, yet you were just lost in thought. Elder Hong hesitated for a moment and replied, I was just worried about whether we were on the right path, that's all. Savu was curious. Are you troubled by that black ship from earlier? The old man tried to hide it, speaking vaguely. Actually, I was just wondering if that ship has anything to do with the Truong-Jiang. You know me, I'm a nosy person. Don't worry, I won't do anything to affect your schedule. He asked further, are we going to Maya Village because of that too? The old man answered, no, Maya Village was our intended destination all along. This is the path that the missing beggar sect members took. I followed this path thinking I'd find some clues. It looks like we're almost there. Seeing the village ahead, he pointed. Over there, that small village is Maya Village. That's where people with the surname Ma gather to live. Savu looked it over and judged. It seems it'll be hard to get information. The old man was confused. What do you mean? Because it's a single surname village, he explained. Single surname villages usually are isolated villages, so they're bound to be hostile toward outsiders. The old man nodded in approval. You've got a sharp mind. You're right. People around here are pretty suspicious of outsiders. Plus, like I mentioned before, they're here because they couldn't take the exploitation and oppression under Yuan rule anymore. That's why they're even more on edge than other clans. But then, the old man puffed out his chest. But do you know who I am? I'm the Iron Dog of the Beggar sect. So, you can trust me. He waved goodbye, telling them to stay behind so he could head off alone. You two should keep getting to know each other. Listening to you guys talk is driving me crazy. Don't worry, I'll be back before sunset. Once he was gone, Sawu felt comfortable enough to bring up other things. Let's find a place to rest, he suggested, and Bang Hoa happily agreed. They'd only been walking for a bit when Bang Hoa noticed something off. That smell, she muttered, causing Sawu to stop and look around. She could smell the air. It smelled like something was burnt, like charred remains. Sawu didn't hesitate. It's probably close by. Let's go. Upon arriving, Sawu stared at the scene and assessed the damage. It was a house in a remote area, and only that one house had burned down. It looked like a deliberate arson. Seeing the person still clutching a child, she covered her nose, feeling a chill run down her spine. Who could have done something this cruel? Sawu pointed out the key detail. In a closed-off village, things like this happened all too often. It seems this place is no different. Bang Hoa was stunned, having heard the name Kung Clan Village before, but couldn't find the words to speak. Sawu suggested they look around to see if they could find any clues about the missing people. They split up to search in different directions. Sawu spotted some old scrolls in the debris. A maritime journal? Why would a maritime journal be hidden deep in the forest? Bang Hoa walked over, intrigued. What does it say? Wu figured it was the owner's diary. It detailed their travels, mostly small, mundane stories. He flipped through it and noticed a line. The Goryeo Maritime Records of the Mothan Year. His eyes widened. Goryeo Maritime Records? The Mothan. Year was 10 years ago. And it mentions Goryeo. He read on. During that year, on a rainy day, the Yuan embassy returned 3 months after he first arrived in Goryeo. Hearing about the Yuan embassy, Sawu couldn't hold back his emotions. He bit his lip, his eyes filling with deep, burning hatred. Sawu continued. 3 months ago, I boarded the ship with the embassy and docked in Goryeo. The whole time, we were stuck waiting for the delegation at the harbor, in the land of no hope. Finally, they returned under guard of the imperial forces. I could finally leave Goryeo. That was the day I met Times Her. Hearing this, he realized the person mentioned in the book was his sister, Vu Ai. Chapter 193. The ship I boarded had left the port in Goryeo, heading back to the mainland, the embassy. We had been stuck in Goryeo for about 3 months. The food server complained, "Damn it, that Lu guy is at it again, nowhere to be found." The grumbling didn't stop, probably hiding somewhere to drink again. Why does a first mate like me have to wait on everyone else? He had such disdain. He didn't want to talk to those people at all. When he reached the door, Nu was stopped. He froze, seething with hatred, inside. Yeah. The guard challenged him. Who are you? You're not the one assigned to food duty. Nu answered honestly, well, the guy who usually handles it is feeling a bit under the weather, so I'm filling in. The guard snarled. I'm warning you, stay away from this spot unless it's mealtime, or don't blame us if we get ugly. Nu offered the food. I know. I didn't hear anything, I didn't see anything. I'm just dropping this off and I'm out. The guard inspected the food, and Nu caught a glimpse, feeling a strange surge of suspicion. Even if the woman inside was chosen as a tribute for the emperor, the guard was being way too tight. The captive girl stared out the window. Usually, they would tribute dozens, even hundreds of women, but this time it was just one. It just got stranger the more he thought about it. Back then, he had heard her say, "Shh, son, Sawu, my poor brothers." She was speaking Goryeo, but after 3 months there, he'd picked up enough to understand at least parts of what she was saying. Nu was shocked. Shich Sun and Sawu are her little brothers? Seeing her shed tears made his heart go soft. He found himself unconsciously muttering the Goryeo words back. Nu was lost in thought, not realizing a shadow was looming behind him. You scumbag. How? Could you do that to a girl? Quan Han looked down at him. You know Goryeo? Are you Goryeo? Faced with him, Nu stammered. No, I'm a citizen of the Great Yuan. Did I just speak Goryeo? That was the biggest mistake of my life. Before Nu could finish, he was struck in the eye. Quan Han warned the man, who was now clutching his eye and cowering. A Yuan citizen speaking that trashy Goryeo tongue? You aren't worth keeping alive, DM Nu begged while clutching his bleeding eye. Please spare me. I only know it because I stayed there too long. The man got even angrier and shoved DM Nu's head down. You idiot. I told you to get the food and get back immediately. Why are you standing here blabbering and annoying Master Kuyu and Ma? Quan Han stood silently. You're the one. He pressed DM Nu's head down even further as the man begged for mercy. Sir, please, forgive this fool. I will discipline him myself. Quan Han snarled. Hollow too. The old man trembled at the sound of his name. Sir, he may look like an idiot, but he's the first mate of this ship. We need him to get back to the mainland safely. Since the guy named Lu didn't show up to serve today, he had to bring the food. The old man shook as he spoke. I'm not trying to protect his life, just making sure we can all get back home. Once we reach the mainland, I will punish him properly. I hope you understand. DM Nu was terrified. Quan Han warned him, Ha Lo too, since you've said so, I'll hand him over to you. But I never want to see that man in front of me again. Lo Tu was relieved. Understood, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your mercy. DM Nu woke up gasping for air, and immediately someone checked on him. Hey, DM Nu, you awake? DM Nu looked around, dazed. Master Hollow too? He asked, confused. What happened? Am I still? How am I even alive? The old man insisted he was definitely still among the living. He sighed, You're lucky, really. At least you only lost one eye. Lord Tu looked at Deem Nu. Seems like the Nine Nether Mad Demon is in a pretty good mood today. Thank goodness for that. Diem Mu screamed in frustration the old guy called losing an eye lucky. What kind of nonsense was he spouting? That damn Lu guy, it was all his fault. I'm going to kill him, the old man mused. Don't bother wasting your energy. He's already dead. Diem Nu was stunned. What? What are you talking about? He's dead? Lord Tu recounted in fear. Yesterday, when he was bringing food over, he accidentally bumped into him, and he got torn in two and tossed into the sea. I was shocked too. I never expected anyone in this world to be so ruthless with murder. Diem U yelled. Who the hell is he to just go around killing people like that? The old man replied fearfully. I'm not sure. Then he shared what he knew. The guy was the Nine Nether Mad Demon, Thiet Quan Harn. Apparently, he holds a very special position within the Nguyen clan. I've heard rumors that even the emperor of the Nguyen clan wouldn't dare punish him lightly. Lord Tu propped himself up. Get it now? You should count your lucky stars you're still breathing. The boat will dock soon to restock supplies. Diem Nu listened blankly to the advice. Run away, that's the only way you'll survive. If he sees you again, he'll actually kill you. And just like that, I got off the boat and ran like hell without looking back. Later, I heard she left with them for the north. Sometimes I still think about the look of tears on her face, but we don't have anything to do with each other anymore, and I never want to run into that Nine Nether Mad Demon again. A young man muttered. Big sister went north? The north. 10 years later, all I found of my sister were a few lines in a diary at a village so small it isn't even on the map. So, the Nine Nether camp was built to replace the destroyed Green Water camp? But even though this Thanjiang River is a tributary of the Yangtze, the currents are incredibly fierce, and the banks are so narrow that even veteran boatmen hate coming here. Why on earth would they build a new naval camp in a place like this? An old man was walking by leisurely. But hey, at least this gig puts a little more money in my pocket. Though every time there's work, I have to trek way out here. This place is nowhere near Ma family village. Maybe I should ask the boss to build me a place to stay here? A booming voice rang out. Ma family? The Nine Nether camp isn't even finished yet and you're already worrying about your own comforts? The teacher, Vun, walked over. Don't tell me you're already planning to build your own little setup? The village chief of Ma family village, Mathark Chow, quickly started buttering him up. My loyalty to the boss is as vast as the ocean. It's just that this place is so far from the village, I just had a few suggestions to make work more efficient, that's all. He immediately snapped back. Stop with the sweet talk. You make it sound like I just work people to the bone without paying them what they're worth. The old man laughed it off. I'm always grateful for the boss's generosity. Zhao Fun sneered, getting goosebumps. Boss? Who are you calling boss? Thark Xiao looked at the ship in front of them. It was truly magnificent. Did the boss build this himself? He fanned himself. I wish, but this belongs to a client. The old man was surprised. Which client? Zhao Vun replied smugly. A big spender. He's talking to the village chief right now. The old man gasped. Talking to the chief? I'm dying to know who that is. The two men stood on the high platform. The one in black started the discussion. Looks like construction is going very smoothly. The guy in armor replied, all thanks to the merchant's help. Because of him, we're 80% done. The man in black sighed, 80%? So we'll be done in about a month? Congratulations, the armored guy replied. Too early to celebrate. Sure, building the camp is important, but what's more important is having enough ships. He asked, how many do we have now? The other replied gloomily, 3. And we've already tested them successfully. Hearing this, he asked boldly, If I may, will I be able to meet him in a month? The other confirmed. Of course, he will be here in a month. The 9 Nether camp will become his main base, all thanks to the merchant's hard work. He waved his hand. It's an honor for me. I'm just glad I could repay a bit of my old debt. After saying that, he turned on his heel. I'll take my leave now. He left. Once he was down the stairs, the other muttered, 1 month until he appears. 9 Nether and Ma. Titquanharn smirked. When that day comes, a new sky will descend upon the Wind clan. The young man stood silent. It's fine. At least I have a lead now. Savor looked at the almost ruined book. Hudiem Ngu, even though I don't know who you are, at least thanks to you I found a clue about my sister. I'll build a grave for your son as a token of my gratitude. Bung Hoa stared at the book. There was still writing there. She hesitated, then warned him. Wait a second. She turned to him. Looks like he wrote this before he died. There's more writing right here. Bung Hoa picked up the book. When I arrived at the job site the village chief recommended, I met a man. Back then, I could only collapse on the spot. A large scar ran across his face. That's right, that's the one person I never wanted to run into again. Savor didn't turn back. Well, that's good enough. Just knowing my sister went north was a bit vague. Once I finish building the grave for Hudiem Ngu's family, I'm going to go find the village chief. At Ma Family Village, it looked like there were over 50 houses. It was a closed-off village, but this was a bit too reclusive. It looked more like a ghost town. The old man frowned. That's strange. I can understand the villagers hiding in their houses, guarding against us, but what's with that look of pure terror? He looked in another direction. And those thugs over there looked truly vicious. Some hoodlums were sitting in a corner, and they looked like they knew how to fight. He stared gloomily in one direction, saying nothing. One of the two saw him and smirked. Keep staring at the road, old man. Even if this place is locked down, a beggar like you isn't worth our time. Anyway, I can't stay here long. Let's finish up and get out of here. The old man called out. You came all the way out here? The other bowed. Since Elder Hong has arrived, I obviously have to come and greet you. Long time no see, Elder. The elder replied coldly, Ma Ba Kai, long time no see. Ma Than Veer smiled. If I remember correctly, the last time we met was decades ago in Ninghi Shung. Elder Hong, you haven't changed a bit, reminding her. Hold on a second. She turned to look at him. It seemed he had written these lines before he died, and there was more text left. Bang Hoa picked up the book. When I arrived at the place the demon village chief recommended, I met a man, and at that time all I could do was collapse on the spot. A large scar ran across his face. No mistake, that's the person I never wanted to see again. Savu didn't look back. Well, that's great then, because all I knew was that you were heading north, but it was still a bit vague. After finishing the grave for Hudiem Ngu's family, I'll go meet the village chief. Looking at Majia village, there seemed to be over 50 houses here. Even for a secluded village, this is way too hidden. It doesn't look any different from an abandoned village. The old man frowned. It was truly strange. I could understand the villagers hiding in their houses, looking at us with caution, but what's with that look of pure terror? Then he looked in another direction, and those fierce-looking guys really did look dangerous. Some thugs were sitting in the corner, and they looked like they had some martial training. He looked toward that spot with a gloomy expression, not saying a word. One of the two laughed mockingly. The old man looked toward the road, thinking, even if this place is isolated, a beggar like me wouldn't even pay it any mind. Long story short, I can't stay here long. Let's finish up and get going. The old man spoke up. You came all the way out here? The other bowed. Since Elder Hong arrived, it's only right that I come out to greet him. Long time no see, Elder. The old man replied politely. Ma Ba Kai, long time no see. Ma Than Vi smiled. As far as I can recall, the last time we met was decades ago in Ingyi Shuang. Elder Hong, you haven't changed a bit, not at all. As for me, I've become an old man. Elder Hong raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? You look the same to me. I'm just glad to see you're still doing well. He laughed at that. I suppose so. The thug was furious. Those bastards? They actually know each other? Ma Bai gestured for him to come in. Right, let's head inside quickly. The thug barked an order. Jiang Tu, round up the kids. It's rare for us to have visitors in Ma Family Village, so we need to give them a proper welcome. Jiang Tu just replied, yeah, you two go inside and chat. Weren't you a famous chef in Yixing back in the day? You even owned 3 restaurants. Back then, us beggars were helped out by you so much. That was right around the time you became a major backer for the beggar sect, wasn't it? Why are you living in such a dump now? What the hell happened? The old man sighed. That was 10 years ago. I passed the restaurants in Yixing down to my sons. Now that I'm old, I just wanted some peace, so I retired here to Ma Family Village. I don't care what people think. Everyone living here is family, after all. You must have faced a lot of hardships over the last decade that you couldn't talk about. My apologies. The two of them sat on the porch, sipping tea. I really should have checked on you more often. It's nothing, really. Ma Bai looked thoughtful. I say it's nothing, but I can see you've got something weighing on your mind. The old man looked over. Has something been happening around here lately? He hesitated for a moment before speaking. A few days ago, someone died in the village. Elder Hong looked shocked. Someone died? Tell me more. Ma Bai began his story. Actually, while the murder only happened a few days ago, it really started back in the winter a few years back. A man with the surname Shu and his son arrived here in Ma Village. The old man asked, Shu? What was someone from the Shu family doing here? Ma Bai replied, I'm not sure of the full story, only that his name was Shu Yanyu. He looked absolutely wrecked, like he could drop dead at any second. I don't know what happened to him, but he'd lost an eye. His pathetic state, combined with the child he was carrying, made the villagers feel sorry for them, so they took the father and son in. Elder Hong turned to him. The villagers? But from what I've seen, they don't seem like the type to help strangers. Ma Bai insisted, true. The folks here are very guarded against outsiders, but perhaps because of the kid, their compassion got the better of them. He continued, the problem was the village chief. After returning from a long trip, he found out the Sus were here. He screamed at them and tried to kick them out of the village, but as soon as he found out Shu Yanyu used to manage the docks, the chief's attitude did a complete 180. The old man asked, the chief changed his tune? Ma Bai confirmed it. The chief has a legendary temper, but after hearing about Shu Yanyu's old job, he suddenly became mild-mannered. He let the two of them stay, and even set them up with a house. Even if that house was just on the edge of the village, the chief even found the man work so they could scrape by. That guy saw the chief as a savior and was always respectful toward him. The chief treated him kindly, too. A few years of peace and quiet passed just like that. Until a few days ago, when the chief's attitude suddenly shifted again. After meeting someone, he went straight to their house, locked them inside, and burned it down with them in it. The villagers are all baffled by the chief's behavior. Now, everyone thinks the chief has gone crazy and they're steering clear of him. They're terrified that if they cross him, they'll end up just as dead as the Sus. Elder Hong leaned on one hand. He just snapped and burned people alive? That's bizarre. If that man really worked at the docks, his death must have something to do with the new naval base being built in this area. Ma Bai thought it over. The Yangtze River Naval Base. Now that I think about it, the villagers have been whispering that the person the chief met was connected to the Yangtze River Naval Base. The chief is away right now, apparently on some business. The old man pondered, let me organize this. First, the strange movements from the Yangtze River Naval Base and the black merchants. Second, the village chief might be linked to the base. Still, that's just a guess. But it's looking like Shu Yanyu was the key connection between the naval base and the chief. He picked up his cup, his mind racing. But why would the chief murder that Shu guy? Did he find out something he shouldn't have? This is getting serious, he said aloud. I told the Battle King I'd be back soon, but it looks like that's not going to happen. Someone pounded on the door. Ma, you in there? He got up to open it. Looks like we have company. Please wait a moment, Elder. Elder Hong replied, take your time. Ma Bai cracked the door open. Long Tu, what's going on? The man snapped. Old man, why did you take so long to open the door? He kicked him. Too busy entertaining guests? Ma Bai was sent flying by the kick. Elder Hong was startled. Ma Bai! The gang started yelling. The chief hasn't given you permission, yet you dare let an outsider in? You've got some guts, Ma Qingwei. Tired of living, huh? Ma Bai lay on the ground, coughing uncontrollably. The elder was worried. Are you all right? The gang laughed. Look at that. One light kick and he's already down? He looked down at the two of them. Treason isn't a small offense. We're gonna burn your house down just like that Shu guy. Elder Hong looked at the thugs. Ma Bai, who are these arrogant punks? Ma Bai replied, trembling. Ma Longtu and Ma Kangtu. They're the sons of the village chief, Ma Shizhou. Ma Longtu threatened. A traitor dares to speak my father's name? I'll tear your mouth off. Ma Kangtu chimed in. The elder warned Hong. Elder Hong, please be careful. That Ma Longtu is a master of the Ma family fist. You can't underestimate their martial arts. A voice rose from behind them. A master of the Ma family fist? The chief's son? The person glared at Ma Longtu. So, you must know where the chief is, right? The young man demanded. I'm asking you, where is the chief? In a moment of sheer terror, the only thing he could think was, no way. If he stood still, he was toast, so he ran for his life, gasping for air. While running, he was confused and panicked about the whole mess. What the hell is going on? I was clearly fighting those guys from the outer office. His muscles were so tense, his clothes were ripping, but he couldn't stop. As he ran in a panic, he suddenly remembered his brother. What? What the hell is going on? Kong, you still alive? Long Dao stood there, sweating buckets, haunted by guilt as he thought about his brother. Damn it! I don't even know if my brother is dead or alive, and here I am, just running away like this? He knew it was low, but when faced with danger, he felt he had no other choice. Help me, father. Meanwhile, in the distance, seeing Long Dao running away like a madman, looking desperate and confused, Qian Vuong wondered, what's wrong with him? Savu looked on coldly and explained the trial. He's trapped in a hallucination. He's seeing his worst fears could be demons, could be beasts. He pointed out what Long Dao was trying to do. He was running toward the person he trusted most, the village chief. The elder heard the explanation, surprised. Oh, so you can make people see hallucinations? That's really something. Suddenly, Elder Hong realized a potential catch. Wait, have you ever done that to me? Savu spoke up honestly, to put him at ease. Don't worry, it doesn't work on experts like you. Hearing that, the elder breathed a sigh of relief. Well, that's a relief. Elder Hong then offered his thoughts on the strange assassination case. In short, if Hollow 2, who was mentioned in that guy's diary, is the same Hollow 2 who was murdered at Dong Kao, then it's highly likely that the person who killed Hollow 2 and kidnapped your sister is one and the same. Hearing this, Savu froze, thinking of that person. Elder Hong was deep in thought, troubled. The Northern Plains envoy, the Northern Plains, the Yangtze River water camp, and then Black Merchant. Things that seemed totally unrelated. After thinking for a moment, he asked, so, are we really just waiting for that guy to go find the village chief? Savu confirmed it immediately. That's right. As he said this, his gaze and his train of thought began to shift. But we don't need to wait any longer. As he spoke, he pointed ahead. That large building over there must be the Yangtze River water camp the elder mentioned. He laid out his final plan, meaning he was done playing around. With that, Savu snapped his fingers. Long Dao screamed in agony as the hallucinatory power hit him hard. Unable to stand, he collapsed. After dealing with him, Savu turned to the others. All right, let's go. They began their long, treacherous journey through the night. Finally, they arrived at the Yangtze River water camp, the Juyu camp. Seeing such an imposing sight, someone asked, this place is huge. Is this really the Yangtze River water camp? Savu quickly described the details of their surroundings. This place looks more like a palace than just a regular water camp. Plus, they have armed guards everywhere for defense. Looks like there's at least 100 of them. Seeing how grand and heavily guarded it was, Elder Hong grew concerned. Confronting them head-on won't be easy. Qin Vuong, what do you think? Naturally, he had already found the solution. I think infiltrating them quietly is our best bet. Savu shared the full plan. Infiltrating quietly avoids total chaos, but finding someone in a place this massive will take too much time. Elder Hong probed further. So, what's your move? Savu gave a cold look he wanted them to show themselves. The guards on duty grew suspicious, noticing the strangers in the dark, and shouted, who's there? Identify yourselves. Savu stepped out of the mist, stating his business directly. I'm looking for the Ma Stone Pearl. Where is the Ma village chief? Hearing the name of the person he was after, the guard reacted violently. What? He immediately threw down his torch and drew his sword, interrogating him. You're from the Ma village? Even if you are, you have no permission to set foot here. He raised his blade, ready to kill him and issue a warning. Don't even think about leaving here alive. Without giving Savu any room, he signaled his men. What are you idiots doing? Grab these intruders. The underlings obeyed and charged at Savu's group. Yes, sir. Dozens of blades swung toward him, inches away in seconds. But Savu wasn't someone to be trifled with. He just stood there, cold, using a technique that paralyzed them before they could even get close. Just by standing still, he used his illusionary arts to send them flying back. After a moment, the guards began acting strange and started calling out. Some of them suddenly turned and looked at each other with hostility. To their shock, within seconds, they began attacking each other. The leader was even attacked by his own men, looking utterly confused. How? How is this possible? He couldn't keep his footing, trembling as he cried. What is going on here? Cough, cough. But he gripped, the signal flare in his hand, determined. I won't let it end like this. The leader slowly raised the whistle to his lips, giving everything he had to sound the alarm one last time. The shrill sound echoed, alerting everyone inside that something was dangerously wrong outside. Everyone inside immediately didn't hesitate and rushed out. Intruders! There are intruders! Get them! To their surprise, the number of enemies was so large that they completely surrounded Savu's group. Elder Hong was shocked by the sheer volume of troops. Did they really mobilize their entire force here? Bang Hoa saw the massive crowd surrounding them and started calculating, then turned to ask, is this the letting them reveal themselves strategy you mentioned, hero? Savu also watched the sea of people, expressionless, still. More than I thought. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto someone standing far away, and his eyes lit up. And as if he had finally found what he'd been searching for all this time, a person stood on the far ramparts, watching the battle about to explode. Quan Han also saw that strange gaze from afar and felt a sense of familiarity. Once he realized who it was, he gritted his teeth. What is that crowd? Meanwhile, Savu stood there, deep in thought. A moment later, his eyes were filled with a long-hidden, bitter hatred that finally broke through as he growled, 10 years, huh? It turns out there was a deep-seated grudge between the two, and since they could finally meet, it was time for some final words before the clash. I've wanted to meet you so badly I almost went insane. Savu, with a face cold as ice, was now pouring all his power into wanting to destroy the person he had been waiting to face. Ju Yu, sitting with the Ma villagers far off, let out a sigh that startled Savu. Quan Han looked at Savu's group from a distance, feeling annoyed. Where the hell did those guys come from? He had realized who it was a long time ago. Ju Yu and Ma Bang Hoa also noticed that strange gaze, following Savu's line of sight as he spoke up. That doesn't look like the village chief over there. Based on the great hero's reaction, that seems to be the person he's been hunting for. You should go, great hero. Encouraged by these words, Savu stepped forward. I'm counting on you two. This place is in your hands. He winced, muttering in his head, Sich-sun, do you recognize him? He's the one who killed you and took my sister, the one who destroyed everything we had. But as he recalled the memory of the man pushing his brother off the cliff, he felt a strange hesitation. Huh? Why? Why can't I remember Sich-sun's face, or even my sister Vu Ai's face? Savu seemed to spiral into a frenzy, his control slipping. It's been 10 years, right? How could I have spent a decade driven by the madness of revenge, only to forget what they looked like? Recalling Quan Han's satisfied, cruel expression back then, he regained his resolve. That's impossible. I still remember his face perfectly clear. A punch, fueled by a bonfire of hatred, erupted, shaking the very sky beneath it. The sheer impact sent a shockwave toward Quan Han, who was sitting far away. What the hell is that? Just seconds later, he could no longer sit still and bolted from his seat, barely able to react. Even for such a massive fortress, Savu's punch managed to cave in an entire corner, bringing it crashing down. The soldiers below stood frozen, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Seeing him take off, Elder Hong turned to Bang Hoa. That Battle King guy just dumped his work on us again. What are we supposed to do now? Take care of half of them? Bang Hoa braced herself for the fight. Roger that. When Thatch Chow arrived and saw the scene, she felt a bit worried for Savu. Oh man, the building just flew away. Is he going to be okay? Teacher Van strolled over, explaining nonchalantly, what are you worried about? The guy can practically walk on air. To even stand a chance against him, you'd need someone like the two saints of the Iron Martial Union. Why would a powerhouse like that come to this god-forsaken place? The man following him felt a bit relieved. Heh, you're right. Suddenly, he remembered something and added, but I heard the intruders claim they're from Magia village. Hearing this, Thoch Chow's gaze shifted, her tone turning sharp. They're from Magia village? No, that's impossible. They're definitely not from Magia village. They couldn't be. With that, she prepared herself to fight to the death. But no matter the reason, if they dare touch Magia village, they'll die under my Magia fist. Teacher Van immediately requested, Village Chief Ma, you handle that old beggar. I'll take care of the rest. He then rushed forward to protect the others, acting quite arrogant. That woman is mine, Missy. You don't need to be afraid. Teacher Van here is a sophisticated gentleman, one of a kind, in this world. Hearing this self-introduction was honestly grating. I might be old, and yeah, I'm a beggar, but why does that sound so annoying? Refusing to be outdone, the old man let his power explode. Let me show you the strength of this old beggar. Bang Hoa saw that everyone was ready to fight, so she started assigning roles. The great hero asked for our help, so I'll handle these soldiers. But we should probably settle these two first. Elder Hong, take care of the troops. I'll finish these two off and then come help you. Meanwhile, on the other side, Quan Han was falling from the ruins of the fortress, completely bewildered. What kind of terrifying power is this? As he struggled to regain his footing, he pondered the stranger. At first, I thought he was just some nobody like Teacher Van. I can't believe he's this strong. From that one move, I can tell his cultivation isn't inferior to any of the 9 great masters. Even as he was about to hit the ground, he kept thinking, unbelievable. While there are many hidden masters in this world, I never expected to find one in such a remote place. Once he landed safely, Quan Han didn't rest, instead plotting his next move. Plus, he looks so young. I can't underestimate this guy. I need to focus. Savu approached calmly and asked point blank, don't you remember me? The man stared at his face, finding it familiar but unable to place it. Why do you look so familiar? Have we met somewhere before? Most of the people I've met are already dead. I'm surprised anyone is still alive. Savu didn't say it outright, instead implying, my friends lost their lives. I almost lost mine. At your hands, too. Turns out, the victims remember everything, while the perpetrator remembers nothing. So, you really came for revenge. Quan Han secretly pondered, feeling puzzled. How strange. I don't recall ever fighting a master this strong. If I can't gauge the enemy's strength, I have to go all out from the start. He finally chose to fight with everything he had, threatening, "From now on, the Juyu Mad Demon, Iron Quan Han, will use his full power to face you. If you don't want to die, use every ounce of strength you have." Savu listened to this dark warning with calm composure. Full power, huh? Without letting his opponent realize it, he immediately unleashed all his power, lunging forward to punch him in the face, declaring, "Of course I'm using my full power." Quan Han took a surprise hit and went flying, but he wasn't weak. He stood his ground, rushed back in, and attacked with everything he had. Faced with this assault, Savu didn't dodge. He met him head-on, as if they were about to collide. But then, with lightning speed, he vanished, leaving Quan Han unable to predict his move, as Savu circled behind him for a sneak attack. Struck from behind, the man fell in anger, cursing, "You bastard!" Savu stood there, watching him try to get up, and mocked him. Still alive? Your body is pretty sturdy, I'll give you that." At that moment, Savu's eyes shifted, turning cold and ruthless. "But there's only one ending for you. You're dying here today." Hearing Savu's arrogant tone, Quan Han smirked in disdain and spat out, "Me? Dying? Nonsense." Without another word, he threw a thunderous punch that instantly warped Quan Han's face. Again, Savu delivered another powerful lightning-fast punch that shattered the space in front of them. The shockwave rippled out like a storm, making the giant-like Quan Han unable to stand, causing him to stagger and collapse to the ground in an instant. Suddenly, he paused, his eyes showing a flash of surprise. In front of Savu, the man let out a proud laugh, gritting out every word, "I am, after all, one of the 7 demons of the inner palace." Quan Han shouted his title, "Juyu Mad Demon, Iron Quan Han." Savu muttered sternly, "A protective internal energy barrier?" Then, unexpectedly, the man grabbed his hand and squeezed tight. Quan Han's eyes shone with unusual seriousness. "I told you I was going all out," he glared, sarcastic tone. "If that's all you've got, then get ready to die." Quan Han laughed, turned the tables, and pointed 2 fingers straight at his eyes. Savu. In a split second, a bolt of blue lightning grazed past him. Quan Han's face turned deathly, terrifyingly dark. As they rushed past each other, he spoke coldly. "Get ready to die, you said? What a joke." With a sharp, icy gaze, Jiavu spoke haughtily, "This is only just the beginning." He tightened his hand like a dragon's claw, digging deep into the guy's back. Blue electric circuits flared, spreading through Savu's fingers like a raging storm. A terrifying surge of electricity poured into Quan Han, causing him to grunt and howl in agony. His breathing grew shallow, his lips trembled, unable to form words, his eyes filled with sheer resentment. He spoke in a voice as cold as ice. "Hurting already? Is that all it takes to make you hurt? Don't bother faking it." Savu recalled everything Quan Han had done in the past, his voice choking up. The pain Sich-Son felt back then was way worse than this. The sight of Sich-Son being lifted like a trophy, and Vu-Ai's heart-wrenching screams, Savu, torn between heartache and fury, blurted out. Sister Vu-Ai's pain back then was even worse, because she had to watch her own little brother die. Hearing him mention the name Vu-Ai, Quan Han suddenly remembered. Vu-Ai, I remember now. Images of the beautiful woman with sorrowful eyes flashed by. He muttered, Vu-Ai is that Goryeo girl, the concubine. Quan Han recalled yet another brat he'd beaten to a pulp and exclaimed in shock. So, this guy is that same kid? Savu fixed him with a gaze that could devour him, leaned close to Quan Han's ear, and whispered with venom. Back then, you broke 35 of my bones, and my flesh was torn, and in 72 different places. Today, I'm paying you back for every bit of that pain. His voice was a raspy growl coming from deep within his spine. As soon as he finished, the guy's spine shattered into 100 pieces instantly. Quan Han screamed in bone-deep agony, a sound that tore through the air. The pain felt like a sharp blade slicing through his body, making him convulse as if he were being tortured in hell. A blue lightning bolt flashed, blinding and violent. Savu unleashed a shockwave, his overwhelming power throwing Quan Han away. He roared in pain, his body spinning in midair before his back slammed into the ground with a sickening heavy thud. Quan Han staggered, his body trembling, struggling to get back up, muttering in disbelief. He was clearly dead back then. Why is he still alive after being that severely injured? His body felt heavy, his eyes showing pure exhaustion. He stuttered, How? How are you even alive? With hollow eyes, he answered coldly, I don't know. Maybe I felt that dying by your hands would be too unjust, so I couldn't let myself go just yet. But that doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that I survived and found you. It's just that I felt it would be unfair to die by your hand, so I couldn't bring myself to die yet. But that's not important now. What matters is that I survived and found. Quan Han realized and clenched his fists, cursing under his breath. He's right, the problem isn't that he's still alive. He ripped off his Tuvan cloak. The real problem is, how could he find my exact location, this Juyu camp in such a vast continent? For the past 10 years, I've been so careful with security. Correcting flow, Quan Han threw off the heavy cloak, clutched his face, and warned himself, this could jeopardize his times plan. Savu's eyes were cautious now. He was genuinely surprised the guy could stand after that last blow. Impressive. He can still move? His spine was shattered, but I guess his deep inner energy and toughened flesh are the only things holding his broken bones together. Savu kept a straight face and asked, I'm asking you, why did you take Sister Vu Ai away? Quan Han sneered, what a stupid question. His eyes grew steady, his voice a gravelly rasp. My duty is to follow his time's orders at any cost. But before he could even finish, his fist, like a bolt of lightning, slammed straight into Quan Han's face, instantly mangling it and sending blood spraying everywhere. Quan Han collapsed, and Jiavu shouted from midair, I didn't ask about your duty. His eyes filled with rage, his voice sharp and threatening. I'll ask you one more time. Why did you take Sister Vu Ai? He didn't even wait for an answer. Like an eagle diving on its prey, he rushed forward, landing another devastating blow on Quan Han. The impact was like a mountain collapsing, forcing the guy's body to curl up as he flew backward amidst the whistling wind. Savu bellowed, where did you take Sister Vu Ai? Like a monster, he followed up with a brutal kick to Quan Han. The force was so immense that it sent him flying. Quan Han smashed through every pillar in his path. Losing his patience, he barked, answer me. The guy skidded across the ground, groaning in pain. Quan Han glared at Savu, cursing through gritted teeth. You bastard! His eyes burned with absolute rage. Quan Han lunged like a wild animal out of control, shouting, die! Savu's eyes were cold as ice, not a hint of fear, showing as he looked at Quan Han. Neither backed down, both unleashing their full power in a fiery clash. Savu swung his hands, and spheres of crackling blue lightning shot out, whistling as they tore through the space. Yet, Quan Han flickered in and out of sight, dodging by a hair's breadth, his movement speed leaving after images behind. He raised a fist wreathed in blue lightning, striking straight at the guy like a flash. Quan Han flew backward, spitting blood as he hit the ground hard. Quan Han was coughing blood, slipping into semi-consciousness. Savu's voice rang out, if you won't talk, that's fine. He wore a twisted smile and said, as long as Sister is in Black Blood City, I'll find her eventually. How does he know about the existence of Black Blood City? No, it's not time yet. It's not time for him or Black Blood City to be revealed. His eyes suddenly snapped wide open. Quan Han shouted, his eyes, cold as he stared at him. Jiavu guessed it. Looking at his reaction, she really is there. But a throwing knife flew and pierced his shoulder, cutting him off. Then, another one followed, stabbing into Savu's other shoulder. Savu squeezed his eyes shut, his face contorting in pain, clearly in extreme discomfort, but he refused to let out a groan. I never thought, even after 10 years, I'd feel this exact same pain again. How annoying. He slowly opened his eyes, which were sharp as blades, as he glared at Quan Han. Savu gave a faint, cold laugh, his voice raspy. You really know how to get under someone's skin, don't you? Both figures swung their arms, gathering internal energy. Even though I pushed my secret art of the flesh-tearing soul hand to its peak, I still couldn't stop my insides from shattering. It seemed the bones inside Quan Han were also cracking. My flesh-tearing soul hand. Being destroyed by a Goryeo brat like him? Quan Han's already deformed face twisted even further. Blood leaked from his nose. I have to raise my internal energy to the limit to unleash this. Even if it hurts my core essence, I have to. After securing the safety of his master in Black Blood City, Savu's lips curled into a wicked smirk, his eyes burning with malice. He lunged forward, slamming his knee into Quan Han. Did you see that, Jich-san, my brother? See that? This is the very man who killed you and took Lady Vu Ai away. Savu unleashed a burst of glowing green energy, blasting Quan Han backward. Someone as powerful as the Nine Nether Mad Demon is now being crushed. By my overwhelming power, Savu channeled his energy relentlessly, forcing Quan Han to collapse, coughing up blood. From the very beginning, Master Hoang Fu Min, the so-called supreme martial arts master, was never a match for me. Savu stared coldly at the man's miserable state. He wound up his fist, surging with internal power, and struck the man who had lost all ability to resist. How laughable. I am the strongest. There is no one in this world stronger than me. The punch made Quan Han flip over, his face caved in and mangled. There is no one in this world stronger than me. Savu's lips curled even higher, his eyes growing wilder and more ferocious. This was the first time Savu felt this arrogant since mastering the 1,000 Cannon Martial General technique, and it was also the first time he had completely let go of all restraint. Quan Han appeared, to be defeated, yet he was quietly gathering his strength. A master like him, and he still leaves such an opening? This is my only chance to kill him. Suddenly, He swung, his arms launching several steel wires towards Savu. Iron demon slaying execution, goodbye. Savu was caught completely off guard, totally unprepared. Two chains tipped with razor-sharp blades pierced straight into Savu's body. He closed his eyes, recalling the days spent listening to his master's teachings in the frozen, snow-covered lands. Master always told me to smile. That's right, even in moments of crisis, you must remain calm so you can smile and let everything pass. Tuhu seemed to hear his master's voice. Emotions are a strange thing. They can make you stronger than anyone else, but they can also make you weaker than everyone. Savu, in the past, had replied, I don't quite understand yet. Master gently explained. For example, love is an emotion that can bring joy and exhilaration, something that cannot be traded for anything, but it can also bring hatred, anger, and even sorrow and despair. It will shatter your strong will and lead you to an irredeemable end. Savu watched his master's sturdy back. The man continued, as your thousand-cannon martial general technique becomes more perfect, that very thing will draw closer to you. Savu asked, puzzled. What is it? The master's voice seemed to blur into his consciousness. Savu lowered his eyes, his gaze turning quiet. I never thought 10 years later I'd feel the pain of 10 years ago once again. He glared, channeling his energy. The green-black aura looked like jagged claws. He chuckled, you've really pissed me off. He grabbed the two steel chains. He exerted his power, yanking the massive chains toward himself, not caring that the blades were still embedded deep in his body. Quan Han's eyes went wide with terror. What? What is that terrifying amount of internal energy? My energy. It's flowing in reverse. He let out a miserable scream as his two arms, attached to the chains, were ripped clean off. With contempt, Savu swung the chains, not caring as blood sprayed everywhere. He ripped the two blades out and seized them. Before, you said you loved destroying a person while their body was still whole and their mind still clear. Back then, I thought you were just a crazed animal because no human could possibly have such cruel thoughts. But now, I really want to do the things you enjoy so much. Quan Han knelt on the ground, looking up at the shadow of Savu looming over him. He approached with the blades in hand. The pain Zichson had to endure, the pain that Lady Vu Ai had to suffer. Prepare yourself to receive all that pain. I'm going to kill you as slowly and painfully as possible. Quan Han gritted his teeth. Master, it seems this servant can no longer continue to serve you. Please forgive my disloyalty. He spoke calmly. Kill me. A martial general, even when facing a brutal battlefield or a cruel enemy, would never allow himself to be humiliated. Savu gave a cold, devilish laugh. And yet, you still want to act refined? Don't talk such nonsense. He glared cruelly. This isn't a battlefield, and you aren't a martial general. To me, you're just a piece of trash. Savu swung for the kill. Don't try to define things like that. How your story ends is for me to decide. Jiao Van, his cheeks flushed red, spoke in a vile, pathetic tone. What a beautiful woman. Don't you dare run away. He hauled his obese, waddling body, wearing a neon pink outfit, in pursuit. Stay and play with me. Luong Haiyan Fao, Dak Chow, with a lecherous look on his face, whined. Big brother, how can you have all the fun? Without me? You're making me sad. He jumped up and down, his potbelly bouncing as he followed. I'll pin that woman down, and then you can enjoy her to your heart's content. You bitch, stop right there. A strange scene in the dead of night. Thak Chow hopping around in the back, Jiao Van waddling in the middle, chasing the beautiful, white-clad figure of Bang Hoa ahead. Jiao Van shouted excitedly, Of course, I'm going to enjoy this. All right, you wench, if you want to play, I'll play with you. He threw a large white fan, which spun rapidly toward Bang Hoa. She leaned back in surprise. Trying to trick me with a fan, and his nickname is the Two Mystic Blade? Her white sword left its sheath, deflecting the dangerous fan. There are invisible silver threads on the fan, aren't there? Jiao Van manipulated the white threads with his hands and sneered, You blocked my fan? Not bad. However, the thing surrounding your body is my invisible silver thread, Bang Hoa. She stood gracefully, sword in hand, silently listening to Jiao Van's chatter. It will wrap around your body and leave you unable to move. Then, I can touch you however I want. Bang Hoa glanced at him coldly. How vulgar. Her silver sword flashed out of its sheath, cutting through the thread surrounding her. Jiao Van shrieked in shock. Impossible. Not even a steel blade can cut my invisible silver thread. Bang Hoa coldly sheathed her sword, looking at them like a celestial being gazing at disgusting insects. Did you expect to see me struggle while tied up in those threads? Think again. She held her head high. Because I have no intention of letting myself be caught up in your filthy delusions. She lunged toward the two men, sword drawn. With a face as cold as ice, she whispered, You bastards. Just thinking about sharing the same sky as you makes me sick. Die. Jiao Van and Thok Chow screamed as the sharp blade sliced through them. spraying blood in huge waves, accompanied by the piercing shrieks of the two old goat-bearded degenerates. Bang Hoa glided past them, her robes fluttering in the night breeze. The beautiful scene seemed completely unrelated to the two fat, wobbling figures collapsing to the ground. Bang Hoa stood there indifferently, not looking back. You should have hoped the ice would never melt. Her beautiful face remained perfectly still, the ones who rushed at us. My sword left its sheath, and Bang Hoa's face was as cold as ice. You bastards, just the thought of breathing the same air as you is enough to make me sick. Die already. Zhao Van and Thak Chow screamed as the sharp blade sliced through them, blood spraying in large chunks accompanied by their shrill, desperate cries. Bang Hoa glided past them, her robes fluttering in the night, the beautiful scenery seeming completely disconnected from the two bloated bodies, falling to the ground. Bang Hoa held her sword indifferently, not looking back. You should just hope that the ice never melts. Her beautiful face didn't show a hint of waves, because the moment it breaks, the final moment of your life will arrive. At the Jiangshui base camp, the Juyu camp was in absolute chaos. Elder Hong was throwing punches and kicks with endless energy, a master of the beggar's divine footwork. Before his opponents could even blink, they were getting pummeled. The old beggar was, wait, he's actually that much of a powerhouse? Elder Hong single-handedly took down waves of goons, moving with such ease that they could only scramble in desperation. Everyone, watch out, there are no pushovers. Stop attacking one by one, team up. Elder Hong narrowed his eyes and let out a cautious breath. These guys are actually decent, and there are so many of them. Looks like this is going to take longer than I thought. Suddenly, a voice echoed directly in his head. Elder Hong, jump up. Startled, he glanced at the source of the telepathic message, Miss Han. Just as Elder Hong leaped into the air, a flurry of ice flowers infused with golden internal energy struck, freezing the soldiers in their tracks. Their feet were encased in white frost, and they started to panic. What's going on? The ground is frozen. I can't move. Ice Flower glared coldly at the soldiers. She swung her sword, bending her body into a graceful, curved stance. Moon Pole Sword Soul Dance. Her icy gaze seemed to make the powerful energy radiating from her blade even colder. Wherever the energy from her technique touched, a freezing chill followed, turning everything around it into ice. The soldiers were trapped, screaming in agony. Their eyes went wide with disbelief. Ice, Sword Chi. Who the hell is that woman? Could she be one of the three flowers? Ice Flower from Mount Hua? Ice Flower looked coldly at the chaotic crowd before her. They kept screaming, starting to lose their nerve and retreat. How can we win against the next Sword Empress? Run! We're no match for her. Elder Hong stood with his hands on his hips, huffing. I had such a hard time dealing with them. He looked unhappily at the white-haired girl who had just arrived. And you, miss? You took them all out in just one move? Ice Flower sheathed her sword and looked at the grumbling Elder Hong, but it's a good thing they ran away. Ice Flower lowered her gaze and replied, We don't need to wipe them all out. We need to find Sayu first. I don't know why, but I'm so worried. Elder Hong chased after her beautiful silhouette, answering, Why are you worried about the War King? I don't know who the opponent is, but that War King did manage to take down the Alliance leader Huang Fu, so he'll be fine. We're here, Elder Hong said, stepping up to open the door. All right, let's see. He shoved the door with both hands. Ice Flower stood silent and deep in thought, her lips pressed thin. It wasn't the battle that worried her, but the fact that her opponent was someone who had stolen everything Sayu once had in the past. When you face someone like that, the battle is no longer a normal fight. Ice Flower remembered her own tattered, small self from back then. One small mistake and the hero would end up just like she was. As the door swung open, a horrific sight hit Ice Flower's eyes. Elder Hong couldn't help but gasp as he saw the scene. What the... Did the War King do this? Ice Flower stared wide-eyed at the miserable figure hanging before them. Chains were wrapped tightly around the person's body. Blood dripped down his shins. Gun hung with his head slumped, both hands severed, blood soaking everything, his body wretchedly suspended by two iron chains. Meanwhile, at the Lion Alliance, the Lion King went to pay respects to the Alliance leader. The Blade Lord's face turned serious. If you're calling me Alliance leader, what you're about to say must be official business, right? Speak. There's a slight issue with the preparations for the new Iron Martial Alliance. The prep work is already 4/10 finished, and the main people in charge have been assigned. But then the Blade Lord asked, But what? Is someone opposing this? I heard the Sword Saint went back to Mount Hua and stopped interfering. So who would dare to oppose it? The problem lies with the disciples of the Mount Hua sect leader and Lang Guyun. They, along with a few elders from Mount Hua, are currently objecting to this. The Blade Lord narrowed his eyes, frowning. I understand how they feel about losing their grip on the world, but I didn't think those who call themselves the Three Heroes would resort to such low-life tactics. No matter how fairly we handle things, in the end, they're going to nitpick every little detail. However, we can't just let this slide. Add some manpower from the Lion Alliance and the Nine Heavens Mansion to all the key positions. He crossed his arms. Can't let people think those from the Nine Heavens Mansion are being treated unfairly compared to those from the Lion Alliance. Furthermore, during the appointment process, you must convince the elders on both sides. Contact Mr. Tai Tai. He's famous for his fairness. If we have his help, the elders of the Nine Heavens Mansion will have to watch their step. Once we win them over, there's no need to worry about Langu Yun anymore. Yes, sir. The Blade Lord sat with his arms crossed, asking, let's set that aside for now. Why did the Sword Saint go back to Manhwa? He handed over all worldly matters to the sect leader and went into seclusion by himself at Holy Sword Peak on Mount Hua. The Blade Lord fell into thought. That Holy Sword Peak was where the previous Sword Saints had stayed to prepare for their final days. What is he planning to do there? At Mount Hua's Holy Sword Peak, the sect-protecting sword was chipped from top to bottom, the hilt tattered and flapping in the wind. A surge of internal energy burst out. So frustrating. Seems like my training over this past period wasn't enough. Dust billowed behind the chipped sword. Yeezy sat silently beside the sect-protecting sword. It's true. During my time in the mortal world, I exhausted all the pure energy a great master should possess. It's all a result of my own doing. Back at the Lion Alliance, after tracking the money that had been siphoned off from the Five Dragon Alliance, the subordinates finally found evidence that they had been dealing with the black merchants. The Blade Lord narrowed his eyes, his expression grave. The Black Merchants isn't that a merchant alliance that nobody knows anything about except for the name? But even if their identity is a bit shady, they're just merchants at most. Is there really a problem with the Five Dragon Alliance in dealing with a merchant group to ensure the organization's finances? If they were trading with normal merchant groups, there wouldn't be an issue. But it's different if it's the Black Merchants. There's intel suggesting that the Black Merchants are actually remnants of the Yuan dynasty, the force that betrayed our land. The Blade Lord thought of the white-haired man and the red-haired, red-bearded man, thinking, the Black Merchants are Yuan remnants? Did Alliance leader Huang Fu deal with those traitors to rule the world? He asked darkly. If what you say is true, this could shake the entire martial world. Do you have proof? These documents were recorded in the files of the Five Dragon Alliance. Of course, more investigation is needed, but I will definitely find the evidence. The Blade Lord grew serious. This was recorded in the archives of the Ngu Long Min. Of course, more investigation is needed, but I will definitely find the proof. Dao Ba quickly face. All right, that's settled. You've got the green light, take as many people and as much money as you need, and I'll back you up. He mused to himself. To pull this off, I need someone who really understands. Merchants. She's definitely the one who can help me. Deep inside the Ironcloud League's Great Sky Trading Guild, a sharp sneeze echoed. A maid, looking worried, cried out, "Milady, are you okay? Did you catch a cold?" The lovely young lady sniffled. "No, my nose just started itching out of nowhere. Is someone bad-mouthing me?" She rubbed her nose while wondering, "I hope my brother is doing okay." She stared at the bright full moon outside her window, whispering for her brother. The moon turned an eerie, demonic red, illuminating the miserable sight of being hung by iron chains, the fate of Quan Han. Savu stood there, completely shrouded in dark, gloomy blue internal energy, staring intently. Elder Hong asked nervously, "What's going on? War King? Are you all right?" Bang Hoa also frowned slightly. Savu. She looked at the aura surrounding him and thought, that chilling dark energy is his inner demon. If this continues, it's going to be dangerous. Savu suddenly spoke up, startling Bang Hoa. "Don't come any closer." He turned around, his eyes cold and sharp as a demon's, his voice impossibly grim. "Stay back. I don't want to see anyone right now." After that, they all left together. Ma Bok Kai would become the new village chief of the demon village. Through this whole ordeal, it seems the villagers have realized a thing or two. In the coming days, those rowdy youngsters and the scouts from the beggar clan will also be helping Ma Bok Kai, so everything should be fine. Ahead of them lay waters, mountains, and clouds. Bang Hoa asked out of curiosity, "But War King, how did you know the Nine Nether Fort had anything to do with Thiet Quan Han? I read through the maritime logbook you mentioned, but there wasn't a single mention that the master of Nine Nether Fort was Thiet Quan Han. They were drifting at sea." Elder Hong was rowing, looking back to give him some praise. "Your observation and analytical skills are truly sharp. You know how to observe, analyze, and then act. It's seriously impressive. Same with the situation at the Iron Cloud League. Others might have thought you committed a crime and ended up in prison." The old man's gaze grew intense, but in reality, not only did you take a step forward by saving those from the Iron Ma escort agency held captive there, but you also cleared up the whole mess regarding Hung Fu Quan Yak. Elder Hong looked toward her and the War King, continuing, "You have a way of thinking that's truly unconventional, something others wouldn't even dare to imagine. Someone like you." He trailed off, deep in thought. "Tisk, this kid," Weil saw. Vu was still staring off into the distance. What on earth is he thinking? Why does he look so serious? Is it because of that? The Heavenly Artillery General was a cruel type, mercilessly taking lives in the blink of an eye. Elder Hong recalled the scene where Savu had to witness his own close allies being brutally killed and hung at the city gates. The elder thought to himself, every time he uses that, the War King truly becomes a god of war in every sense of the word. But despite his cruelty, he still has his own rules. Yet, when the War King slaughtered that guy, he showed no fear, no hesitation, and absolutely no hint of regret. The more he thought about it, the more serious Elder Hong's expression became. I feel like that day, he broke his own rules. Could it be because the Nine Nether Bunch are his, sworn enemies? Suddenly, he called out to Elder Hong. The old man jumped. Huh? What is it? Savu continued. Has there ever been a time, Elder Hong, when you felt your memories were becoming blurred? As he spoke, Savu's eyes grew deeper, filled with memories he absolutely could not forget. Elder Hong stopped rowing and put a hand to his chin, looking thoughtful. What kind of strange question is that? That doesn't sound like you at all. Forgetting the memories that the most important? He furrowed his brows. I really don't know, because my memory has always been top-notch. I've never once thought I'd forget things like that. The boat continued to drift forward, and Elder Hong's voice echoed. As time goes by, forgetting is just natural. That's why holding on to something in your memory is always a wonderful thing. If you're forgetting something you have times to remember, perhaps holding on to it has become too painful for you. Bang Hoa pondered, the elder's words, the inability to forget. As if awakening to a realization, she glanced at his lonely silhouette. Savu, does this have anything to do with what you said? Back then, Savu's internal energy was spiraling out of control, his eyes desperate as he spoke. I thought if I killed him, I would remember. His gaze grew hollow. But even though he's dead, I still can't remember the faces of Sister Vuai and Sheech Sun. Then, drop by drop, tears of black blood began to fall. Bang Hoa thought, black tears. If he's shedding, it's highly likely that. But it's not too late. I have to talk to Savu before it's too late. She grew serious. Elder Hong flashed a toothy grin. Well, I wouldn't really know, because I've never forgotten someone important to me. You know that, right? When Elder Hong met his master, a terrifying dragon-like power radiated from him. His face was always stern, his wrinkles a testament to his years of experience. The old man spoke. I still clearly remember the face of your master when I met him 10 years ago. Savu seemed to grasp a truth. That's just common sense, isn't it? Suddenly, Savu rested his chin on his hand and sighed, startling Elder Hong. Hey, why are you sighing all of a sudden? The old man was sweating nervously. What's wrong with you? Did I say something wrong? He replied calmly, his eyes gazing into the distance. What's the big deal? Why are you so shaken up? I'm just thinking a bit more than usual. You don't need to worry about it. The wind had picked up, so the old man shouted to hide his embarrassment. There! The wind is blowing hard now. He grabbed the massive rope tight. Looks like we'll arrive sooner than I thought. Elder Hong yanked the rope to unfurl the sail. All right, let's get moving. Let me sing you a song to pass the time. The sail was up, and he began to croon a tune. Lived through 3 lifetimes, and in the end, I'm still a beggar. Is there any greater honor? Even kings and queens can't compare to me. This wind isn't as free as I am. Everything is just meaningless. The sail caught the wind, pushing the boat toward its destination. Elder Hong's singing continued. A piece of cold rice and a sip of wine is all I need. Born into this world naked, wearing rags and returning to the earth naked. So, what's the difference between a beggar, a queen, or a general? Sigh. As mountains and clouds rolled by, Elder Hong continued. Mount Zongnan lies between Guanzong and Hanzong, stretching for 500 li, bordering Gansu to the west, extending to Henan in the east, and forming a massive mountain range. Perhaps because of the mountain's influence, the martial arts of Zhongnan have a powerful, intense quality. I could see that when I looked at Hanto's swordsmanship. That's right, the 36 swords of the world he uses truly embodies the spirit of Zhongnan. We'll be meeting that kid soon enough. We're here! This is Great Hong Village, located at the entrance of Mount Zhongnan. The secular disciples of Zhongnan all gather and live in this place, standing before we reach the foot of Zhongnan Mountain's Great Red Village, the old man said. Since it's getting dark, we'll stay at Great Red Village and head up the mountain tomorrow morning. Savu sat with his arms crossed on the table at the inn when Elder Hong walked over. Where's Miss Han? Why are you sitting here all by yourself? He sat down leisurely, eyes scanning the street below. She went up to her room. She'll be down soon. Have a seat, Elder Hong. I've already ordered some food. The old man replied, I'm about to head over to the beggar sect branch now, so you and Miss Han go ahead and eat. He chuckled, clutching his stomach. Enjoy your meal and get to know each other better. Maybe strike up a bond. Wait, There's a beggar sect branch here too? I was planning to look for some important intel after I eat. I want to see what they know about the connection between the Nine Nether Mad Demon and the Great Yang Supreme of Black Blood City. The elder's expression suddenly shifted. You, he said, brow furrowing, his face turning grim. You know already? Savu continued. I only just found out after meeting the Nine Nether Mad Demon. His clothes, his walk, and his martial arts are all similar to the Great Yang Supreme. Recalling his own frantic state, Savu blurted out, So, I tried testing his reaction a bit. I figured if my sister is in Black Blood City, I'll go there to save her. He fought the fat man, making him howl in pain. Elder Hong winced in annoyance. Humph, I was planning on telling you once I was more certain. Are you mad I didn't tell you? Savu shook his head. No, I'm actually grateful. He gave a relieved smile. Finding Sister Vu Ai is my responsibility. It has nothing to do with you, Elder Hong, but you always go out of your way to help me, so I'm really appreciative. The old man calmed down a bit. It's good that you know that. Elder Hong turned to leave, waving. At him, I'm off. It might take a few days, but I'll bring good news back for you. Just wait for me. Elder Hong glanced back at Savu. But your internal energy seems a bit unstable. Are you all right? He tried to steady his mind, feeling like his worry was unnecessary, so he stopped. Shh. Why am I bothering to lecture an expert like you? You'll figure it out yourself. Savu stood there deep in thought. Unstable? No, it's just so stable, and that it's deathly quiet. His gaze was unnaturally calm. My energy fluctuates when I'm agitated, but normally it's strangely peaceful. Every bone in my body was once shattered. A strange tree, leafless, held Savu's body suspended in the air. The tree looked like a pedestal supporting the red moon behind it. It felt like his inner self. Every time I get injured after that, the worse the wound. His hand clenched tight, as if trying to suppress the power or the pain it brought. The faster my body recovers. Perhaps it's related to the spiritual essence my master passed down to me. Drops of blue-white energy flowed out. The physical limits of the body couldn't handle that terrifying power, causing side effects. He thought further, if someone else had this energy forced into them, their internal strength would clash and cause serious side effects. Savu had endured torture from the prison guards and the pain of 1,000 needles from that spiritual essence. For 10 years, I've carried two clashing like internal forces. When I was tortured in the dungeons of the Five Dragon Alliance, I felt them completely merge into my body. He felt a thrill when fighting, and his form at that moment looking no different from a demon in human skin. And the first time I discovered that power was during the battle with Hoang Fu Vo Nyok. That destructive power far exceeded the Heaven Cannon warrior type. Since then, my internal energy has started growing exponentially. Savu folded his arms across his chest. That tree. The tree acted like a pedestal for the red moon behind it. It was like his own inner world. Every time he was injured, the wound grew worse. Savu stood with his arms crossed, his eyes glowing in the darkness, pondering his past. He looked down at his palms, thinking, the problem is I still can't use it freely. If I can just control this power at will, maybe I can do it. The ultimate technique of the Heaven Cannon warrior type has existed for thousands of years. Savu stared intently at the hand holding his own fate, then clenched it with great determination. Heaven's thunder. Something I could once only imagine. He remembered the great emperor's evil grin. He thought, I only met the great Yang Supreme once, but I can never forget how powerful he was. If he really is the one behind kidnapping my sister and causing Sich's son's death. Savu's gaze turned decisive, an undercurrent rising deep within his eyes, churning. He swore to himself, with my current strength I can't do anything against him. I need to become stronger. On the mountainside, birds were flying in chaos, as if someone had intruded. This startled him. From the side of the mountain came strange sounds. Savu's eyes widened in shock. What's this? This pressure? Over in the forest, Shichson looked like a beast, having lost all reason, screaming. He stood up, hands clenched, yelling, releasing his power toward the monk and Vu Kiet. The old man cried out in horror. Unbelievable, to break the 7-star 1 origin formation this easily. He's already severely injured, blood streaming from both nostrils, struggling to warn him. Vu Kiet, I'm counting on you. You must not kill that boy. The elder raged, gritting out every word. Don't kill him? You're in this state and you can still say that? Blood was already boiling in Vu Kiet. He shouted, You heartless demon. Do you dare attack the one who raised you? I won't let you get away with this. Before he finished, Vu Kiet began channeling his magic, preparing to strike him down. Today, I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. At Zhongnan Mountain's Heaven Cloud Peak, the old monk bowed his head silently, though his mouth kept rambling about the Nine Nether Demon. The boy I brought here a short while ago lost control and attacked the great red village at the foot of the mountain. Because of that, 7 houses were completely destroyed, and over 10 villagers were injured. He cleared his throat and continued, I truly feel sorry because it's due to the child I brought that Jungnan has faced such trouble. That boy was originally revived thanks to the reversal rebirth technique. He sighed, his voice trembling. However, the fact that he survived is entirely due to his own will. I believe that a sliver of regret remaining in this world helped his body stand up again. The monk pleaded earnestly. But perhaps due to the side effects of the reversal rebirth technique, his mental state is unstable. That is why this unfortunate incident occurred. I hope Jongnan can find it in your hearts to forgive him. He can't continue living like this. At the medicinal Virtue Hall of Jungnan, there is an ancient technique called the Heavenly Immortal Soul Returning Needle. He said seriously, it can reverse a person's memories. I think if the reversal rebirth technique worked, the soul returning needle will be effective too. The second elder added with a gentle expression, the 7 elders of Jongnan will assist. And as for the Big Dipper formation, the spot left open by the 4th elder will be filled by Seo Moonik. Seo Moon bowed his head and replied, yes, sir. When Young Ryu heard that, the second elder's face darkened. He grumbled to himself, damn it, Seo Moonik. That kid is going to take the 4th elder's position? The sect leader of the Chungnam sect, the one crane of Chungnam, Kwok Sang Cheon, stood up calmly and instructed, also, send the 2nd-generation disciples down to Daehong village. We must evacuate the villagers to prepare for any unexpected situations. I am granting Swordmaster Hanso authority over the 1st-generation disciples. Remember, his word is the word of the sect leader. Hanso quickly bowed. Yes, sir. A guy standing next to him curled his lips, secretly fuming. Tch, that jerk Hanso. Woogiel, who had been leaning back in his chair, now braced his hands and stood up. He spoke in a steady, commanding tone. Everything that needs to be done is decided. Everyone, remember this. We are using the secret immortal recovery needles to restore that boy's memories. It's not just to minimize the damage he's caused. He shouted, if we don't manage to recover his memories today, the world will witness the rise of the most brutal serial killer in history. Therefore, we must succeed this time at all costs. The soldiers below responded in unison. Understood. Satisfied, Woogiel said. Then, let's begin. As the sun set, the elders gathered to discuss the plan. Everyone formed a circle around Red Mountain in the center. The sect leader, Kwok Sangcheon, spoke up. The Big Dipper formation is a secret technique of the Chungnam sect, designed to suppress ultimate masters. 7 top-tier masters must channel their internal energy into the core of the formation until the target is completely suppressed. Kwok Sangjeon sighed and continued. Originally, this formation was performed by the 7 elders of our sect, but the 4th elder has. He paused, glancing at Seo Moonik before continuing. So, Seo Moonik will fill the vacant position. Seo Moonik nodded. The 4th elder was someone I always looked up to. Even though he has passed, my respect for him remains the same. I feel honored to take on his role. Kwok Sangcheon just gave a simple grunt of acknowledgement. He stared intently at Red Mountain, who was sitting still in front of him, and whispered, perhaps because he's been receiving energy for 3 hours. His condition has stabilized. Red Mountain is much calmer now. He instructed those around him. If it keeps going like this, we can finish the treatment without any issues. Woogiel quickly chimed in. It's time. He looked at the person standing to his right and called out. Dapdal, before we begin, I have a question. Dapdal asked. What is it? Woogiel replied. Ever since I first met that child, one thing has bothered me. He pointed toward the wooden crate tied to Red Mountain, asking in confusion, is that a coffin? Why does he carry such a thing? Dapdal answered honestly, it's not a coffin, it's his past. Woogiel's eyes widened in disbelief, and he mumbled, his past? I don't get it at all. He exhaled a long breath and said calmly, but never mind, let's start. As soon as he finished, he launched his attack. Using the secret technique of the Chungnam sect, he conjured countless staves radiating golden spiritual energy, sending them flying toward Red Mountain. Woogiel poured all his strength into controlling them, and quickly, he unleashed. The next move, the secret immortal recovery needles. He maintained the technique until dawn broke and the sun rose high. Red Mountain sat there, dazed, his mind a jumbled mess, as memories from the past suddenly flooded his consciousness. Wu-Ai whispered to him gently, Red Mountain, don't overthink things, just prepare to join the army. He remembered vaguely replying to his sister, I will take good care of you before I leave this village. If that Zhao guy treats you poorly, I'll take you away immediately. His mind kept repeating only 2 names, Sister Wu-Ai, Jia Wu. The second elder saw the situation turning bad and said sternly, Sect leader, his energy is becoming unstable again. Red Mountain, surrounded by the circle of energy, muttered something unintelligible. Kwok Sangchon ordered, increase your energy. You must suppress him. As soon as he said that, Red Mountain, trapped in the circle, let out a massive roar. The energy that had been flowing into him was violently pushed outward. Seo Munich panicked, thinking, what's happening? Is the energy being deflected? He was trying to hold his ground with his sword, but it was too much for him. Seo Munich shook and said, I can't hold on much longer. Wu Gyul stood firm, channeling energy while barking orders. If he loses control again, disaster will strike. He will destroy everything around him in a frenzy, unable to distinguish friend from foe. We have to stop him, no matter what. The old monk, terrified, thought. He wasn't like this 10 years ago. Why? Dapdal's eyes went wide as he shouted at Red Mountain, "No, it's not working!" Then, Red Mountain used every ounce of his strength to break free, desperate to shatter the chains binding him. With no other choice, Dapdal activated a forbidden technique. Right there, he stepped forward into the circle binding Red Mountain and began chanting a spell. The energy quickly dispersed, and the very air seemed to warp. Red Mountain stopped screaming. Wu Jiol panted, trying to regain his strength. Seeing what happened, he looked at Dapdal in shock and said, I know this is a forbidden technique, but once the kid calms down, you can reprimand me all you want. Dapdal ignored him, quietly stepping toward Red Mountain. He spoke gently, Kid, calm down. They're trying to help you regain your memories. They don't mean you any harm, so please be good. Even if it hurts right now, it's all for your own sake. Dapdal continued to channel his magic, his hand gently reaching out to touch him, as if to soothe him. He added softly, Try to remember, when I first met you at Langlim Mountain, what happened back then? What was it that made you want to live so badly? Red Mountain seemed to hear his words. He struggled to open his eyes and replied with great difficulty, I don't want to. Dapdal paused, frowning. Kid, what did you say? As soon as he finished, Red Mountain's eyes flew open. He lost all control, let out a scream, and roared with pure fury. I don't want to die. The energy, he reflected back, instantly scorched the corner of the room where the others were performing the ritual. After Red Mountain's savage roar, everyone within the formation was blown away. Red Mountain sat still, shrieking as if enduring agony from an external attack. Wu Gyul quickly ran over to the monk who had collapsed on the ground and shouted, I can't believe it. The Big Dipper formation. He broke through it this easily, ran to where the monk was collapsing on the ground and shouted, I can't believe it. The 7-star one-circle formation could be broken so easily. Is it really that dire? Dat clutched his hand, blood dripping from his 7 orifices, pleading earnestly, Vukiet, I beg you, please, don't kill that child. Vukiet was livid, scowling as he snapped back. Don't kill him? Look at the state of things. How can you even say that? Right now, you raised him like your own son, yet he didn't hesitate to turn on you. And you still want to protect him? Meanwhile, the second elder was badly wounded, struggling to stay on his knees as he coughed. Quach Thuong, looking worried, asked quietly, It seems you've sustained internal injuries. Are you still able to continue? The second elder replied sternly, Where on earth did Bok Tru find that monster? Tay Van, watching the battle from behind with a frown, finally spoke, It looks like the 7-star formation isn't going to be enough to hold him back for long. Quach Thuong nodded. You're right. We need another plan. Tay Van quickly added, We should lock him in the heavenly blood. Cavern first. He's way too agitated right now for us to try and treat him. Quach Thuong fell silent, then grunted in agreement. Everyone has already drained so much of their internal energy, and many are hurt, so we don't have much choice. He barked orders to the group, his voice grim. Everyone, listen up. Shift the 7-star formation into the 7-star binding sword formation. We're going to suppress this monster and drag him to the heavenly blood cavern. The group responded immediately. Understood. As they began casting the suppression spell on Sheech Sun over at Dai Hong Village, Bang Hoa was walking down the stairs, lost in deep thought. Savu's current condition was genuinely worrying. When one falls into the demonic heart, internal energy stabilizes and power becomes stronger than usual. But then, the energy keeps rising until the body can't take it anymore. Eventually, the warrior will be consumed by their inner demons and go completely insane. I know this for a fact because I've been through it myself. If you handle it well and don't let the madness take over, you can reach a new state of enlightenment. I have to act fast. She glanced toward the window, spotted a figure, realized who it was, and called out, Jia, Vu! Can you hear all that commotion outside? It's so loud even in here. This is our home. What are you expecting us to do? Last time you guys turned our village into rubble, and it still hasn't been fixed. Bang Hoa hurried over to him and whispered, Jia Vu, you got a second? I need to talk to you. Savu pursed his lips and replied, Hold on a sec. Outside, the villagers were still arguing with the team sent by the higher-ups who were shouting, Everyone stay calm! These are orders from the sect master. As lay disciples, it's natural for us to obey orders. The sect master clearly said everything would be handled as soon as possible, but it's been days. How are you still letting this damage continue? Savu stood there, lips pursed, staring out the window, deep in thought. Are they fighting? Why are the Chungnam sect members and the villagers? Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. Bang Hoa said, Jiavu, are you even listening to me? Savu then leaped straight out the window, calling back to her, if it's not important, it can wait. Bang Hoa hadn't even had the chance to tell him at times was times important before he took off. She stared at his retreating back, whispering, I didn't say it wasn't important. The people outside couldn't take it anymore and started screaming. How long are you going to keep us in suspense? You're supposed to be a major sect in the pugilistic world. Can't you handle one guy? The leader of the group tried to calm them down. Everyone, please, stay calm. Savu walked slowly toward them and said, Hantu, you've had a rough time. Ha Tho turned toward the voice, and upon seeing him, shouted excitedly, Brother, when did you get here? You should have contacted me first. If I'd known, I would have come to greet you. Jiavu gave a wry smile and said softly, I didn't want to bother you. But what's going on? The villagers' reaction suggested this wasn't a small matter. Hanto clicked his tongue and replied, That's a matter for our sect, so. He didn't finish his sentence before spotting Bang Hoa walking up, and he called out happily, Big sister, you came too? Bang Hoa smiled brightly, Swordmaster, long time no see. Savu frowned, puzzled, and asked, Since when are you two so close? Hantu replied with a nervous laugh. While you were in seclusion, I had the chance to talk with her quite a bit. The guards in front suddenly realized the situation was spiraling and yelled, Hey, Hanto, stop chatting and get ready for battle. Before he could finish, he caught sight of Jich-sun appearing in the corner of his eye. He thought, terrified, Why? Why is he here? Jich-sun's roaring grew louder and more intense. Hantu looked worried and muttered, His roars are getting louder. This is turning into a serious problem. The soldier, losing his patience, clicked his tongue and said, Wouldn't it be faster to just kill him? I don't know why Bok Triu's team is wasting time healing him. Savu fell silent, then asked him, Hantu, does that intense internal energy from earlier have something to do with this? Hantu didn't hide anything and answered honestly. That sound was the roar of the giant man, taken in by the llama. According to Dat Dat, the llama said, While traveling, I found him in a dying state in the east. Although he saved him with the anti-corpse technique, it caused him to lose his sense of reason. Savu frowned and repeated, The east end? Hantu nodded and replied, Yes. A mountain somewhere at the eastern edge. It's Lang Lam Mountain in Goryeo. I heard that guy is Goryeo. Just like you. Savu's eyes went wide, unable to believe what he was hearing. Goryeo? Lang Lam Mountain in Goryeo? It couldn't be. He immediately used his Lightfoot technique and soared toward the source of the roar, giving Bang Hoa and Hantu a huge fright. She chased after him, shouting, Savu! Hantu was startled too, calling out, Senior brother, Savu, while flying, thought with conviction, It's definitely him, Lang Lam Mountain in Goryeo, and he was dying. It can't be that much of a coincidence. How? Could I not have realized it earlier? Savu struggled to close his eyes and recall Sichma's face from the past. He coughed, scolding himself. Ugh, why? Even after breaking through to this level, can't I remember Sich-san's face? He gritted his teeth and promised himself, I have to verify this in person. Jich-sun, my little brother, I'm coming, wait for me. On the other side of the mountain, Vu Kiet quickly cast a spell and shouted instructions to everyone nearby. Everyone, back off. I'm out here trying to show mercy, and this is how you repay me? I won't let a monster like you slide. Today, I'm going to show you the true power of Chungnam. Without a second thought, he started chanting, Thay at Sword! Savu was already on his way, his heart pounding out of his chest. He was so worried he screamed his name out loud. Jich-san Vu Kiet poured every ounce of his internal energy into the technique. He roared, This is the ultimate martial art of Chungnam, a technique passed down only to those who inherit the title of Sword Immortal. One strike is enough to tear the heavens apart and obliterate everything in its path. This is the Thay at Sword. At that moment, Jich-sun was restrained, left only to howl in pain. Seeing Vu Kiet's attack closing in, he reached out and grabbed that wooden crate to block it. Immediately, a massive shockwave exploded outward, throwing Jich-sun off balance and forcing him backward. A monk watching from below looked up at Vu Kiet and yelled, You're actually using the Thay at Sword? Isn't that a bit overkill? Can't you just call it off? Vu Kiet didn't even acknowledge him, falling into a tense silence, deep in thought. Dat Dat saw his expression and trembled in fear. Wait, you don't mean? You're actually planning to kill that kid? The moment the words left his mouth, Vu Kiet's attack shattered the wooden crate and headed straight for Sich-sun. Savu immediately unleashed a countermove, shouting, Heavenly Warrior Cannon! A Dragon Soul attack surged forward towards Zeech's son. Savu followed up with his next move, Dragon Burst, blocking Vu Kiet's attack before it could hit. Dat noticed the shift, seeing a blue dragon spirit heading his way, and gasped in disbelief. That technique, it actually neutralized the Tayet sword. He was shocked, stunned. How is that even possible? Did he really just destroy the Tayet sword? He looked up at the sky to see a young man standing there. Someone murmured, It's him. The second elder recognized the newcomer and replied, The War King. Vu Kiet roared in frustration. What the hell is going on here? The man hovering in the sky said nothing. The surroundings suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Vu Kiet frowned, fuming inwardly. War King, I never expected this. Savu looked like he was about to lose his mind, his eyes wide, radiating an incredibly intense aura. Quach Thuong looked up at him, assessing the situation. His power, it's terrifying. An insanely dosesti, incredibly intense aura, Elder asked in confusion. Isn't that the War King from the Iron Feather Alliance? Why is he here? Savu slowly calmed down and landed lightly on the ground where Quach Thuong and Vu Kiet were standing. Vu Kiet spoke with a stern voice. I didn't think someone revered as one of the 9 great experts, like the War King, would ever come to Cheongnam. Honestly, this is the last thing I expected. Savu didn't answer him, only listening as he continued. Judging by the look on your face, you didn't come here for a friendly visit. Tell me, if you have a valid reason, Cheongnam will be happy to cooperate. Savu remained silent, not retracting his aura, and just walked toward him. Vu Kiet frowned and shouted, But if you're interfering in Cheongnam's business for no reason, I will hold you accountable. He hadn't even finished his sentence before. Savu coldly cut him off. Shut your mouth. Vu Kiet was completely stunned, speechless for a moment. The second elder's eyes went wide, terrified, thinking, he's lost his mind. Does he not know he's talking to the sword? Immortal? Savu walked over to Sheech's son, who had collapsed on the ground, ignoring the people screaming behind him. War King, have you lost it? What is going on? He leaned in toward Sheech's son, who was hanging his head, and asked gently, Sheech's son, is that really you? He only heard Fallen Su second. Sheech's son whimpering weakly, Vu, big sis? At that moment, something clicked in Savu's mind. He gasped, thinking, I remember now. I finally remember. Sixon's face. Tears welled up in his eyes as he scolded himself. I'm such an idiot. Did I really need to see him in person to remember? Savu bit his lip and rasped. Sheech's son, you're still alive. Sheech's son, ignoring his blood-soaked body, was overjoyed. He scrambled to his feet, trying to reach him, smiling as he called out, Savu, Savu? Savu quickly answered, Yeah, it's me. Do you still remember me? As soon as he said that, the ground began to shake, causing Sheech's son to slip. Savu frowned. Watch out! Sheech's son lost his balance and could only scream his name. Savu, haunted by the past, thought with total resolve, I can't lose him like I did last time. With that, Savu threw caution to the wind and jumped off the cliff, calling his name. Sheech's son reached out to him until the very last second. They reached out to one another, Savu giving everything he had to grab him. Seeing the distance closing, he whispered, Just a little bit more. A little more. Then, he grabbed his wrist, while his other hand clawed into a protruding rock on the cliffside. In an instant, they were both dangling halfway down the cliff. Savu pulled with all his might, screaming in pain. He was breathing heavily, staring at Sheech's son, and said with relief, I've got you. He choked, back tears, adding, Sheech's son, I'm never going to lose you again. Sheech's son called out, Savu, Savu. Savu slowly caught his breath and regained his strength, happily saying, After 10 long years, I'm finally able to see you again. Hantu panicked. Why did he just... Bang Hoa rushed over to help. Savu felt his strength fading. Damn it, I'm out of juice. Bang Hoa walked over the grass, but Hantu didn't see her. He was too busy trying to save everyone. Oh my god, he's finally here. Suddenly, he went silent. Hantu yelled in excitement. Master Uncle, what was that terrifying internal energy? Hantu was sweating nervously. Even though we're standing at the same place, it feels like your soul isn't even here anymore. He whispered, What is this bizarre atmosphere? At that moment, Bang Hoa stood stunned. I don't see Savu anywhere. Suddenly, a burst of energy surged forth. Bang Hoa felt it and realized it was Savu's footwork. It was Savu pulling Sheech's son back up the cliff. Moving so fast they couldn't even see him, he shot straight into the sky. Hanto and Bang Hoa looked up, calling out to him in complete shock. Brother, Savu, Savu. He set Sheech's son down gently. Vu Kiet grew wary. the War King, a man with such an arrogant reputation. The Namkung clan was wiped out by his hand. Nguyen Vu Ui, one of the 9 great experts, is fiercely loyal to him. Even the alliance leader, Hong Fu, could barely stand a chance against him. Taevan wondered, why would a man like that show up in Cheongnam? Even Quach Thuong had to be on his guard. I have to. It's almost impossible to go up against him. Taevan wondered, why would someone like that show up in Cheongnam? Even Quach Thuong has to be on guard. I must. Stay calm. One slip-up and Cheongnam could face catastrophe. Sometimes you have to handle things with a velvet glove. But the second elder lost his cool, War King. Do you even have any idea what you've just done? Quach Thuong quickly stopped him. Second elder, don't intervene. Let me handle this. Damn it. Savu checked on him with concern. Shich-sun, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Quach Thuong stepped forward cautiously. So, you're the legendary War King. I am Quach Thuong Tien, sect leader of Cheongnam. War King, it seems you know that giant, and you're disrupting Cheongnam's grand ceremony because of him. He continued calmly. But regardless of your reasons, your actions just now went way too far. Our next move depends entirely on your response. But Savu wasn't listening. He stared at him with cold, piercing eyes. I told you to shut up, Savu said indifferently. I don't talk to the weak. He channeled his internal energy and roared, shut your mouth! The Cheongnam disciples were so overwhelmed, they could only choke out the word, monster. Taevan tried to resist, but his internal energy was terrifying. Just standing there, he was radiating such intense power. Quach Thuong also acknowledged that hearing he took down the alliance leader Hong Fu Ming was true. The second elder got shut down hard. Damn it, I knew he was strong, but I didn't think he was this strong. Vu Kiet spoke up. War King, you're looking down on Cheongnam by acting like this. His eyes widened. If that's how it is, I'll take you down myself. Today, I, the old man, will teach you a lesson. Vu Kiet's power was immense, yet Savu didn't even flinch. He smirked, looking down on Cheongnam. Savu looked at him with disdain. Does he really not know, or is he just asking? Suddenly, he was struck with realization. Savu looked at the tattered clothes on the ground, the very ones he'd bought for Sich-sun. Sich-sun groaned painfully. Yeah, Jiavu, he replied, surprised. Sich-sun. Sich-sun silently clutched the rags, weeping in despair. Savu, big sister Vu I, doesn't want to die. Savu laughed. Could it be? Sich-sun? Sich-sun kept calling his name unconsciously. Savu. It hit him. You're calling my name not because you recognize me, but because you're looking at the clothes I bought and thinking of me? Savu's eyes were full of shock. He remembered now, that was a fierce giant taken in by the Dalai Lama. They said the master found him on the brink of death, while traveling to the Far East, so he used the anti-corpse technique to save him. But the side effect was that he had lost his mental faculties. Savu finally understood. Right, Zich-sun doesn't recognize me because of your technique. Dat trembled at his aura. Benefactor, what are you saying? There must be a misunderstanding. I used that technique to save the boy's life. Savu seemed to lose his grip on reality. If you hadn't used that technique, Sich-sun would have recognized me. He didn't even understand himself anymore. What am I saying? The second elder panicked and tried to justify it. Stop talking nonsense. If we hadn't used that technique, he would have been dead a long time ago. Quach Thuong chimed in. Are you even listening? We did this to save him. Savu flew into a rage. Ridiculous. The killing intent he released terrified everyone present. It was horrific. Is this really the aura of a human? Quach Thuong was crushed by the power and nearly vomited. Ah, I can't breathe. Taevan couldn't do anything but endure it. The second elder tried to fight back. If this keeps up, I'm done for. Only Vu Kiet realized, damn it, the War King isn't doing this on purpose. He's just lost control of his emotions. He noticed Savu's unusual state. This is the first time I've seen him like this. Could he be in a state of inner demon? Dat begged, trembling. Please, benefactor, calm down. We only did it to treat the boy. But that only made Savu angrier. You people of the Central Plains. Is it a habit to destroy a person's soul when you treat them? Vu Kiet started to weaken. Savu's tears fell along with his hateful words. You are the ones who made Sich-sun like this. I will kill you. He screamed in rage. Die. Vu Kiet's face went blank. His body felt like it was being torn apart. Long Vu Kiet was flooded with fear. It can't be. Am I going to die? High in the Goryeo Mountains, among the rugged, steep peaks, joyful laughter echoed. Savu looked up at the person in front of him, his eyes wide. Not bad. Fits better than I thought. Vu I agreed. It's a perfect fit. It must have been expensive, right? The giant Sich-sun grabbed his hands happily, grinning from ear to ear. I finally feel like a person. Savu was speechless. Were you a bear until now? Sich-sun smiled. I'm too big, it's hard to find clothes that fit. I've only been able to wear what Big Sister made for me. Anyway, thanks, my friend. Savu thought about it and glanced at the person beside him meaningfully. True. The clothes she makes are a bit. His voice dragged on, clearly showing his judgment. Vu I obviously got the hint. Jia Vu, you brat. Jixon followed his lead, glancing side to side, hesitating. She made them for me, so I wore them. But honestly, it's no different than wearing rags. Vu I was even more upset. Jixon, even you? Jixon tensed his muscles. Now that he had the clothes Savu bought, he hadn't even finished his sentence, before his massive muscles strained, tearing the fabric apart with a distinct ripping sound. Jixun froze, his limbs stuck in midair. Savu shouted, his voice echoing through the space, shaking the trees and rocks. You idiot! I just bought those for you, and you already turned them into rags? Time passed, and the clear blue sky was replaced by a gloomy, snowy night. The sound of footsteps crunching in the snow broke the silence as they talked. Village Chief Jiavu asked, then let out a sneeze and a moan. It's cold, Shichsun confirmed. Yeah, I heard the people in the neighboring village are pushing for marriages to build connections with the lower village. It's all just to expand their power, isn't it? I hear they're going through with it when the weather warms up. Savu hesitated. Could Big Sister Vuai be among them? Shichsun quickly denied it. No way that would happen. Big Sister hasn't even thought about marriage. How would we know that? Marriages are arranged by the elders. The two of them, one small and one big, carrying loads of firewood on their backs, kept moving forward. Savu looked back. Are you okay? Shichsun replied, his tone flat, filled with clear disappointment. I'm fine. Since this marriage is meant to foster connections, Big Sister will be introduced to a good match. As long as she lives well, I'm happy. And most importantly, about the marriage. How would we know about that? Marriages are arranged by the elders, after all. Two people, one small and one big, with bundles of firewood on their backs, kept walking forward, matching their pace. Savu looked back. Are you okay? Shichsun replied, his voice flat, clearly conveying his disappointment. I'm fine. Since this marriage is meant to boost connections, the young lady will be introduced to a good match. If she lives well, I'm happy too. And what's important? More importantly, not letting him finish his sentence. Savu interrupted. No, I'm not asking about that. I'm asking, aren't you cold wearing that? Jichsun stood there, blankly. True enough, he was still wearing the clothes Savu had bought him, but both sleeves were completely ripped off. He replied nonchalantly, cold? Nah. Savu, hearing that, shouted, it's the middle of winter. You're wearing rags and you're not cold? Why is that the only thing you wear all year round? Shichsun calmly replied. Heh, it's precious to me, he chuckled, because you sold your herbs to buy it for me. Savu, even if I have to go to the presence battlefield, I'll wear this shirt until I die, because I'll always remember your warmth when you bought it for me. Savu looked up at Shichsun, his face flushing bright red, snot running down to his mouth. The atmosphere suddenly got pretty awkward. He kicked Shichsun's leg. You're not even a soldier yet. Why are you talking about dying? And what was that cringy speech? Gross. Immediately, Shichsun retaliated with a brutal kick, sending Savu and the basket of firewood flying several meters away. Want to mess with me? The scumbag Savu couldn't block it, choking as he coughed. Seeing that, Shichsun panicked and rushed over. Savu, are you okay? Savu, face deathly pale, groaned. This dumb bear is seriously strong. In his mind, Savu constantly regretted his actions from back then. That was what caused today's conflict. In Savu's memory, Shichsun was a figure full of rage and terrifying power. He regretted the past. If only I had recognized you sooner. If only I had realized it a little earlier. It's all my fault. Savu glared with killing intent, grinding his teeth. It's because of you people at Trungnam. Nichsun's image haunted Savu's mind like a curse, whispering, you were wrong. It's all your fault. Why didn't I recognize you back then? I was so confident that even after all this time, I'd still be able to know it was you. Savu's eyes widened, blood trickling from his eye sockets, and he declared with hatred, I'll make you all end up exactly like my friend. You are the ones who turned Jichsun into this. I will kill you all. As soon as he finished, a blinding light shot toward the man in front of him. No way. Did he actually get taken down? The light tore through him, leaving a massive gap. The scene suddenly returned to normal. The others looked at their unharmed bodies in confusion. Was that just an illusion? I thought we were all about to be crushed under the War King's killing intent, but it turns out we're all still safe. But I can't handle his bloodlust. The people around him gasped. It was too dangerous to save everyone. I'll just have to try and compromise with him. Both Vukiet and the others all spat out a mouthful of blood. A voice suddenly rang out, filled with urgency and pleading. Brother War King! Savu's footsteps faltered. He looked around for the owner of the voice. Snap out of it! Vukiet also. recognized the familiar voice. Hanto. A young man stood in front of Vu Kiet, blocking the gap between the elder and Savu. Hanto frowned, his eyes full of hesitation and conflict. One side is the sect that raised me, the other is the big brother I consider family. If they fight and one gets hurt, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Even though Savu knew who had arrived, he coldly stepped aside. Hantu furrowed his brow, he couldn't back down. He looked at Savu with determination. I have to stop you, brother. Savu's eyes turned dark. Is that so? Then I guess I have no choice. He reached out, a surge of light appearing in his hand. Hantu thought to himself, I didn't think Savu would be this ruthless. No way. Is he really going to kill me? Vu Kiet quickly reached out, calmly saying to Han, "Two, move. Get out of the way." In a flash, before Hantu could even see his master's move, Vu Kiet waved his hand. You're getting in our way. Hantu was instantly sent flying. Hantu stuttered, Grand Elder. Vu Kiet turned back to face Savu, gesturing, Hantu. This isn't a place for you. B. Quickly take the sect leader and the elders to safety. I will face this person myself. Deep down, Vu Kiet knew he didn't have much strength left to fight Savu. I'm old now. I thought preparing the seedlings was the only thing I could do. It turns out this is where I'll plant them. Vu Kiet began to act, clasping his hands together. Vu Kiet, he roared, launching the first attack. In the war against the Win family, I killed too many, so I swore I would never draw my sword again, but today I must draw it to protect Trung Nam. With those words, swung his hand, unleashing his technique. Vu Kiet drew out a long sword, glowing with crimson flames, his old but powerful hand gripping the hilt tightly. Tayat sword. I understand the weight of an oath all too well. Strange symbols appeared on the blade. Vu Kiet leaped up, his heavy footsteps cracking the ground beneath him. I will trade my life for this. Vu Kiet unleashed his strike, his internal power rivaling Savu's. The ground shattered, and Savu stood on a mound of flying earth, his arms still folded across his chest, perfectly calm. As the two masters clashed, the immense power made everything tremble violently. Vu Kiet gritted his teeth. That last attack took a lot out of me. He felt a massive surge of energy approaching. Your life alone is not enough. Savu appeared, looking utterly terrifying, his voice deep as if echoing from the depths of hell. The very existence of Trung Nam must be completely wiped from this world to be enough. Trading it for your life? Even if you die, Sheech's son won't be able to come back. Savu growled. Vu Kiet froze. What was this chilling sensation? Savu ground his teeth. I will erase Trung Nam from this world. Vu Kiet didn't back down. Savu's words had touched a nerve. Wipe out Trung Nam? You brat. Do you know who you're talking to? I am. Sword Immortal. Even if you are one of the 9 great experts or managed to defeat the Alliance leader Hoang Fu, that was only when you were in your peak state. Do you think you can beat me in your current condition? Savu fell silent. Hearing those words, he realized his body wasn't quite right. My shoulder. I was injured while saving Sheech's son. Despite the thought, Savu's hand curled into a fist, glowing with a blue light. No problem. If I'm hurt, I'll just heal it. Vu Kiet lowered his head, his sharp eyes never leaving Savu for a second, silently, marveling. He's seriously injured more than just a simple dislocation, yet he hasn't shown a single opening. I have no choice but to use just the primary techniques then. Thinking of Vu Kiet while moving, he swung his long sword, covered in strange symbols and wreathed in pink flames. The old man pushed off the ground, letting out a roar, and leaped above Savu's head. His sword strikes tore through the air. All right, old man will show you what the ultimate Tai Yi sword technique is. With a deafening boom, the surrounding rocks and dirt were shattered to pieces. Savu scoffed. Ultimate? How laughable, he sneered. Then watch this, and watch closely. At a terrifying speed, Savu countered. This is what you call ultimate. Vu Kiet couldn't keep up with Savu's speed. He just raised his sword to block by instinct. Sure enough, a foot fueled by massive, crushing power stomped down on his blade. The two immense forces collided, instantly knocking each other backward. Smoke and dust filled the air as the ground shook as if it were about to crack. Vu Kiet didn't even have time to steady himself before he had to quickly raise his sword to deflect the next attack. The two sides overwhelmed each other with invisible power. The number of strikes was minimal, but the energy unleashed was immense. Savu paused, and a massive shockwave echoed out. Vu Kiet's eyes widened in astonishment, his weathered face beaded with sweat. I had imagined it, but I never expected him to be even beyond my imagination. The force in every one of his attacks is truly terrifying. On the other side, Savu looked completely calm, as if the fight hadn't even scratched him. Vu Kiet moved quickly to launch another attack. He raised 2 fingers and pointed his long sword forward. I'm not exactly an amateur either. Suddenly, Vu Kiet's wrist became unstable. His old arm couldn't seem to hold the heavy, long sword, and it fell to the ground. Vu Kiet felt threatened. He dropped his sword. Above, Sa-vu was ready to finish his opponent. Without a second of hesitation, he struck out with his hand toward Vu Kiet. A massive pressure descended, which Vu Kiet struggled to withstand. He took the hit with his frail body. As he fell backward, Vu Kiet couldn't help but be shocked. The power is horrifying. If I had taken that hit head-on, even I wouldn't have survived. Vu Kiet glanced to the side, a clever plan forming in his mind. He raised his hand, using his fingertips to control the red flames to lift the sword, then pointed his finger. The sword shot forward at an incredible speed. Sa-vu, hurry and dodge. Vu Kiet calculated to himself, I must use flying swords to keep my distance, then wait for an opening to unleash my ultimate technique and decide the winner. Sa-vu dodged the attack with ease, casually leaning his head back without wasting much energy. Sa-vu raised his hand, and a powerful surge of light shot from his palm toward the sword. Vu Kiet's eyes went wide with shock. He clearly hadn't anticipated this. What is that? A crisp, shattering sound rang out. My sword! It's out of my control! Indeed, Vu Kiet had lost his sword while trying to command it. The moment it was taken, Vu Kiet screamed in agony. Perhaps he had suffered internal damage. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Impossible. My heart sword, created from my own internal energy, has had its control stolen? How is that even possible? This is bizarre. He darkened his expression, clenching his fist. At the moment the heart sword was snatched away, I felt as if a part of my own internal energy had been drained. Blinding rays of light appeared, with purple lightning circling something in the middle. Truly strange. Even if I were infected with the ice spirit poison, there's no way a brat like him could. Vu Kiet thought bitterly. Am I just making excuses for a battle that isn't even over yet? Thinking this, Vu Kiet continued to fight. Another sword appeared in his hand, his aura only growing more fierce rather than fading. Even though his heart was filled with doubts, he acted as if he were completely fine on the outside. He scoffed. The War King is truly astonishing. I have practiced for so long, but I have never imagined that a heart sword created from someone else's internal energy could be stolen. You've had one stolen, so how about 2 more? Vu Kiet raised both hands, and 2 swords identical to the first appeared, their spirit flame burning intensely. Surely this simple task should be easy for the War King who is famous throughout the world, right? Vu Kiet furrowed his brows tight. Sa-vu looked contemplatively at his opponent talking to himself, calmly taking every strike. Vu Kiet tilted his head, and the wind picked up, blowing dust and stones everywhere. How about 10 or 20? Not enough? He pointed his finger forward. Then how about this many? Swords appeared all at once, an uncountable number, perhaps reaching into the thousands, the 100 heart swords. Vu Kiet cracked his wrists, and all the swords flew forward at high speed. Vu Kiet roared, War King, try and steal these, I dare you. Sa-vu effortlessly destroyed all of Vu Kiet's ultimate moves. Is that really all the greatest technique in the world from the Jungnan sect has to offer? Sa-vu's blood began to boil. The greatest technique in the world, the 9-dragon explosion. He channeled the flow of energy within his body, creating a 9-dragon explosion that surrounded him. Sa-vu challenged him, if we're going to play, we do it like this. His mind gradually lost consciousness, and the fury of the 9-dragon explosion erupted everywhere. It covered the entire area, and Vu Kiet's rain-like techniques were no longer effective. He was still desperately trying to resist. Impossible. My Tai Yi sword is being blocked by his aura because he couldn't overpower Sa-vu's strength. Vu Kiet was forced to suffer as Sa-vu's 9-dragon explosion invaded his body. His internal organs were crushed, and not only was his Tai Yi sword destroyed, but he himself, his very existence, felt like it was being erased by him. A dark shroud descended, covering the entire sky. A jet-black orb stood looming in the middle of the air. It was unclear what Sa-vu's next counterattack would be. Vu Kiet collapsed, panting heavily. Am I still alive? How? Clearly, that power was enough to wipe me off the face of the earth. He couldn't help but cough up more blood. He's too strong. His eyes were glazed over, his body exhausted, even worse than when he fought the leader of Huangfu Ming. It's only been 2 months. He judged that he must have reached the heavenly boundless's realm. Vu Kiet looked at the black dragon before him. It was like a massive black dragon, an existence without a single flaw, an absolutely perfect entity. The others nearby began to feel intimidated. The sword immortal was someone who had mastered all the sword arts of Zhongnan, yet he was now frustrated and helpless, only able to curse in his heart. The other elders saw this too. He was stronger than the sword immortal, and the outcome seemed clear. Shi Wen was helpless. Is this how the Zhongnan sect ends? Sa-vu, like a mad dog, prepared to send Vu Kiet to the underworld. As I said, I will erase everything. I will wipe the very existence of the Zhongnan sect from this world. The old man clutched his pain and accepted his fate. Is today the final day of the Jungnan sect? But just then, Han Su appeared in time to stop him. No, you can't! Big brother! Bang Hoa quickly rushed over, seeing the situation. Han To kept pleading with him. Big brother, please, stop! But what happened next was something he couldn't believe. His eyes, it was Bang Hoa. She actually dared to slap Savu. Stop it, that's enough. The thunderous slap left him stunned. She glared at him coldly. Stop acting like a child. You don't look like a hero at all. Vu Kiet stared in shock, whispering to himself, no way. Even I lose internal energy just by looking at him. And that girl, not only is she face to face with him, but she's standing that close? Savu bowed his head, replying coldly, a child, you say? He glared at her. Me? Am I acting like a child? Bang Hoa wasn't afraid. That's right. As a great hero, you're just looking for someone to vent your anger on right now. You need someone to blame for what happened to your friends. That doesn't befit a hero at all. He was so angry he wanted to scream and argue. But what Bang Hoa said next made him reflect on himself. Stop hurting yourself. You've been trying your absolute best to find your friends, haven't you? No one is going to blame you, hero. Savu's resolve began to waver. Bang Hoa reached out to touch his cheek, meeting his eyes as she advised, I know how you've lived and how you got here. It's written in everything you do every day. Please, stop pushing yourself to the breaking point. The warrior king, the great hero, is now someone standing above 10,000. If someone like you gets consumed by these emotions, the entire martial arts world will be affected. Bang Hoa began to struggle, to breathe, blood spitting from her mouth, affected by the sheer force of his power. Hero, your face looks better with a smile like my father's back then, rather than this look of fury. Let me see you smile. Her body went limp, her consciousness fading, and she collapsed into his arms. The rage that had been consuming Savu began to subside. He suddenly recalled an old memory of Bang Hoa's father. Savu, later on, if you find my daughter, and if that girl is still doing well, just leave her be. But if she ever runs into trouble, please, help her just this once. That would be enough for me. His body was returning to its original state, but for some reason, tears wouldn't stop flowing. What am I doing? He held her in his arms, terrified, calling out, Miss Han? There was no sign of an answer. He collapsed, his hands trembling unnaturally. At the same time, in another place, two people were talking. Ban On, come on in. It's been a while. The other person greeted him back. Long time no see, Elder Hong? In the outskirts of Zhongnan Mountain, Elder Hong asked the man opposite him, I read the letter you sent. What exactly do you mean by these abnormal signs? The man replied, after receiving your orders, I went to inspect the situation in the northern plains and discovered that the movement of supplies and food into the northern plains palace has changed. Hearing this, the elder was puzzled. Changes? Could the northern plains be stirring up trouble again? The man replied respectfully. The government officials in the north have shown no signs of activity, so I doubt it. Hearing that, the elder felt relieved. Is that so? But it's still strange. The elder muttered to himself. Based on information gathered about Black Blood City, until now, they clearly have some connection to the Northern Plains royal family. Therefore, I assumed Black Blood City was a military force under the Proc, royal family. If I could track the flow of the Northern Plains royal supplies, I could confirm the identity of Black Blood City. The flow of supplies and food has fluctuated, yet the military hasn't moved. So, is Black Blood City an independent organization, unrelated to the royal family? The elder rubbed his chin and continued, Have you looked into the Black Blood City I mentioned earlier? The subordinate reported, Because I wasn't sure if it was Black Blood City. I haven't reported it yet, but I discovered a massive, abandoned black city in the middle of the northern plains. The elder was slightly annoyed and grumbled. A massive, abandoned black city? If such a thing truly exists in the middle of the plains, shouldn't more people know about it? With the eyes and ears of the beggar sect, we should have found it within a month. Why did it take so long? The subordinate explained. It's an area hit by sandstorms year-round, almost impossible to approach, so that's probably why it's not easily discovered. Elder Hong probed, then what do you mean by abandoned? The subordinate explained that Black City is large enough to hold over 10,000 soldiers, yet amidst the harsh sandstorms all year round, there isn't a single speck of dust. So, it can be assumed that it has been maintained by someone until recently. The elder was curious. Then there must have been a large-scale movement recently. Can you move that many people without anyone noticing? The subordinate said seriously, Elder Hong, what I felt while tracking Black Blood City this time is like chasing an illusion that doesn't exist. I have lived the life of a spy for decades, since I was a child, and I've been on countless dangerous missions and seen incredible things, but I have never felt as uneasy as I do now. Furthermore, it seems the sect leader has realized that you are moving the spy network on your own. Sweat dripped down the man's forehead. So, in the near future, it might be very difficult to continue operating secretly with the network. I fear it's time for you to share your plans with your superiors. Hearing this, the elder began to wrap things up. I understand. Ban on. You've worked hard. I will find the sect leader and report this. The wind was picking up, a wind more powerful than ever. While talking, the elder became curious about the cold presence in the distance. But what is that? Strange sound echoing? It sounds like a wild beast, doesn't it? The subordinate, Bon Chen, asked. You don't know? Recently, in Jiangnan, something happened. They say it's the roar of the man brought back from the Iron Martial Alliance by the Sword Immortal, the elder of Jiangnan. At the Heroes' Assembly, his behavior and appearance were no different from a madman. It seems they had a very hard time controlling him. Finally, a few days ago, he went on a rampage and almost destroyed the entire Great Hong village under Jiangnan Mountain. The elder was lost in thought. A madman? At the Heroes' Assembly? Recalling the man covered in bandages, the elder couldn't hide his curiosity. Is it him? How interesting. Suddenly thunder struck, and a roar from the mountains echoed. The elder jumped, eyes wide, staring at the fiery blade, aiming straight down from the sky toward the mountain peak. Isn't that the Sword Immortal's supreme sword? How is that possible? At the same time, another presence appeared. No way. What on earth is that? Is that a blue dragon? Could it be the Warrior King and the Sword Immortal? The elder quickly ran away. Ban on. I think I have to go now. The subordinate. This is confusing. What do you mean, elder? Elder Hong practically scrambled to get to that mountain. Let me know the moment you have more news on Black Blood City. Scene shifts to the Great Emperor. A subordinate reports. My lord, we've received a report. The Emperor commands, speak. The guy explains that Hubei has run into trouble. The Emperor is puzzled. Hubei? Isn't that our destination? That area is under Commander Quan Han's jurisdiction. I heard the construction of the water base was going smoothly. The subordinate replies respectfully, yes, but while we were building it to welcome you, an issue arose. The Emperor snaps impatiently, why are you dragging this out? Just spit it out already. The subordinate gets to the point. Commander Quan Han, Nine, Yu, and Ma have all been killed. The Emperor looks back, the Sword Saint is dead, the Sword Saint is in seclusion. Who else left can even stand up to Quan Han? Could it be the unrivaled saber, tyrant of the Lion Alliance? The subordinate reports, it wasn't him, the one who killed Nine Yu. And Ma, the War King, is the one who took down Huang Fu Weiyue at the Martial Arts Assembly at Iron Martial Alliance. His name is Don Sa-Vu. His eyes are sharp as blades, he's the one. You had your eye on back at the origin point. The Emperor's eyes widen. The War King? It's him? Are you sure? The subordinate confirms. Absolutely, my lord. The Emperor squeezes his eyes shut. I see. Then it makes sense that Tai Quan Han was defeated. The great Emperor's fist tightens. He refuses to accept reality. He could have been a good ally, but fate has forced us into opposition. I have no reason to reject that destiny. Anyone, no matter who, if they stand in the way of my plans to restore the primordial essence, I will wipe them out. An aura surges within him, causing the nearby plants to wither and sway. This energy is a reflection of the great Emperor's feelings. The stronger it gets, the more chaotic things become. His other subordinates notice and can't help but wonder. He's furious. He must have heard about Nine Yu and Ma. He's going to be in a foul mood for a while, so let's all be careful. At the same time, a young boy stands behind the group. The boy thinks that if the Emperor wills it, no matter how clear the sky is, it will turn into a storm. That is the power of the Nine Suns' great extremity. With my current strength, I couldn't protect that person. I might not even be able to defeat his subordinates, perhaps for my whole life. Looks like I have to find another way. The boy is a deep thinker. He seems like a major player in this story. Seeing the rain start, the subordinates lead him inside. The Emperor sighs. It's starting to rain. Let's head in. Upon arriving at the tent, the boy greets them. Mother, someone inside asks. Tai-sun, where have you been? The boy replies, I just went out for some fresh air. The scarred guy whispers, the imperial concubine treats the Emperor like just some other Korean guy. Why does she keep calling him that when she knows he hates it? Another warns him to watch his tongue. Those two are the imperial concubine and the prince of the Yuan dynasty. Don't talk nonsense. Back to the great Emperor, he feels a lot of regret. Tai Quan Han, you were like a brother to me. These raindrops falling today are the tears of my farewell to a brother. The blood you spilled can only be washed away by more blood. I will definitely soothe your spirit. He then asks, so, what's the plan? From here on out? If the plan failed and we can't use the water base as the new headquarters for Black Blood City, surely you've already thought about this, right? The subordinate replies, we will head to Mount Wutai in northern Shaanxi. The terrain there is rugged and few people pass through. I believe that would be the perfect place for Black Blood City's new base. I've already sent the Golden Blood God Ma ahead, my lord. The Emperor mutters, the Golden Blood God Ma? That powerhouse? Mount Wutai, huh? At Mount Wutai, a group is gathered, talking excitedly. Winter comes so early to Mount Wutai, we'd better and prepare firewood and stockpile food before we even feel a hint of autumn. We're hiring all the local woodcutters and buying game from the hunters for that reason. Winter is definitely arriving earlier than usual this year, isn't it? Another person speaks up. Haven't you heard about the incident at the Iron Marshal Alliance? I heard a massive amount of supplies from the Great Heaven Fragrance Guild is being shipped to the Iron Marshal Alliance to rebuild it. Even though our continent villa controls the Mount Wutai area, compared to the Iron Marshal Alliance, we're still weak. Maybe this is the tragedy of small sects in remote mountains. Life like this isn't too bad, though. Suddenly, there are footsteps coming from the bushes. They go on high alert and take a defensive stance. Who's there? Show yourself. The powerhouse jumps out, hands raised in surrender. Wait! Wait! He stares at the pot of food in front of him, drooling. He mumbles, food, and then dives toward the boiling pot like he's been starving for days. His eyes are glowing with greed, no different from a zombie spotting a human brain. They scream in shock. What the hell? With that speed, don't let this nutjob fly into the soup. Another asks with a trembling voice, Who? Who are you? Why are you? Watching him eat like that? Someone shouts, Why did you come to Continent Villa, huh? With his cheeks stuffed, he's as cute as a button. He doesn't even ask, just starts eating happily, then calmly introduces himself. Me? I'm the Golden Blood God Ma, the great powerhouse. As for this guy's brazen entrance, here's how it all started. In the quiet of the night, he keeps rambling to the red-haired guy. If it wasn't for Brother Trung Du giving the orders himself, I'd be sweeping through the western regions right now, not getting lost on this mountain and suffering like this. Brother Trung Du is great, but every time he gives an order, it's just too vague. He throws us a piece of paper with just Continent Villa written on it and tells us to handle it. I'm going to have a word with him about this. Then he clicks his tongue in disdain, and every time I see his red hair, I get goosebumps. They call him the unrivaled blood demon because of that hair. It's honestly terrifying, strong enough to be called unrivaled. He bares his fangs to threaten. Maybe I should snitch to the great emperor? He suddenly thinks better of it and retracts. No, just thinking about the emperor is scary enough. Come to think of it, while riding the carriage through that sea of clouds, I felt like an immortal. So even if we searched the foot of the mountain, it would be a total waste of time. Damned Continent Villa, I never expected them to be on top of a mountain above the sea of clouds. If those people hadn't pointed the way, we would have had a hell of a time finding this place. Looking down at the ground, he sees corpses piled up. He looks at them indifferently, then turns back to the red-haired guy with a bright smile. If you happen to meet them in the afterlife, don't forget to thank them for me. After walking for a bit, they arrive. Found it. Continent Villa. And so, at the peak of Mount Wutai, at Continent Villa, the guards talk to each other. I heard the supplies for the reconstruction. I've found it. Dailuk Sontrang. And so, on the peak of Wutai Mountain, at the Dailuk Sontrang, the guards were chatting, hearing that the supplies for the reconstruction. Finding Thiatvu Min is a real pain, and the manager is later than I thought. Spotting a carriage approaching, the guy yells, Hey, looks like something's coming. It's the Masa, from Dailuk Sontrang. Looks like they finally tracked it down. Taking a closer look, he realizes something's off. Wait, who is that? As he gets closer, the figure keeps his head down to hide his identity. The guards shout, Stop right there. Who are you to be using the Masa of Dailuk Sontrang? Reveal yourself. Without a word, he leaps up and gives each of them a brutal slap to the face. And don't even get me started on you lot, he snaps. What are you bothering me for, you useless idiots? Seeing a stranger step into your territory, and all you can do is stand there screaming? If you want to know my name, go ask the King of Hell. Seeing they were no longer worth his time, he finishes them off right there. Nice scream, huh? Almost sounded like a real general. With a shout that loud, the people inside surely heard it. Might as well all come out at once so I can deal with you quickly. He waits for a while, but when nothing happens, he puts his hands on his hips, annoyed. Are you kidding me? Someone's screaming their lungs out and it's still dead silent in there? This place's security is a joke. Should I just bust down the front gate? Nah, better not. It's gonna belong to the great emperor soon, so I shouldn't mess it up. What a pain. He jumps to the upper level to listen in. But man, this guy's agility is surprisingly limited. He's climbing around like a common thief more than I expected. Guess I miscalculated. After climbing up, he takes a look around and assesses the place. Look at that. It's a Sun Trang, mountain manor, so I figured it'd be big, but I didn't think it was this huge. With this much space, the great emperor can definitely roam around comfortably. Then, he starts howling like a lunatic in the middle of the quiet night. With all his might, he widens his eyes and screams, Kim Huyet. Then Ma, Dai Vu Luke is here. I'm taking over this Dai Luke Sun Trang for our great emperor. So, all of you are going to die, got it? Anyone who doesn't want to die should run right now. The other lackeys come rushing out. Who's that making such a racket at this hour? Trying to look down on us? Let's see. who has the guts to scream and die Luke Sun Trang. He's a dead man. Inside the castle, the leader asks, "What's all that noise?" A lackey reports, "Master, there's a strange man causing trouble." He scowls. "A strange man? You must be the master of Dai Luke Sun Trang." Vu Trinlu. Trinlu decides to face him personally. "Must be some crazy idiot. I'll handle this myself. Where's my bow? Bring it here and kneel." He lifts the bow gently and mumbles, "The only mercy I can grant a madman is a painless death. I'll send you on your way in a heartbeat." Then, he releases the bowstring, sending an arrow flying toward Vu Luke at lightning speed. Vu Luke looks up, confused. What was that sound? Before he can even process the situation, Trin Lu lands an arrow straight into his face. The lackeys cheer and shout. Our master lives up to his name as one of the 3 great archers of the underworld. Just one arrow, and... But it wasn't that simple. Vu Luke is still fine. He mumbles, "Man, my teeth are numb," leaving them completely stunned. What just happened?" He groans. "I'm not exactly picky, but steel arrows are a bit tough to chew. Turns out, it didn't hit his face at all. He'd caught the arrow with his teeth just in time." Trin Lu is dumbfounded. "No way. He stopped my divine bow with his teeth." He tilts his head back with force and spits the arrow back at Trin Lu. "That was a bit hard to digest, so I'm giving it back to you." The impact of the arrow is so immense that Trin Lu can't dodge or counter it and ends up helplessly getting hit by his own attack. The massive blow sends him flying, pinning him straight into the pillar, and he dies on the spot. Only then do they realize this guy is a master. "Everyone, stay calm." The others start trembling. Master Vu Luke threatens them. This Dai Luke Sun Trang might be in the Central Plains, but it hasn't caught anyone's attention. This place meets every criteria to become the base for the Black Blood City Inn, the Central Plains. The true master of the Central Plains is about to return. Prepare to welcome our great emperor. To give you a brief intro, the great emperor Ku Duong Dai Kuch is someone not even the Northern Yuan emperor can give orders to directly. The 7 guards only listen to the commands of Ku Duong Dai Kuk, the Vu Noi That Ma, 7 demons of the inner palace. They are people with uniquely powerful killing intent and fierce, explosive personalities, personally selected by Ku Duong Dai Kuk himself, who taught them martial arts suited to each of their temperaments. One of them is Kim Hu Yet Than Ma, Dai Vu Luke. His internal energy, Kang Ki, contains both explosive force and raw power, giving him the ability to destroy everything he touches. As one of the 7 demons, he possesses 2 traits: absolute loyalty to the great emperor and overwhelming strength to carry out missions deemed nearly impossible by the emperor. The master is no longer breathing, and his lackeys are all wiped out. He stands atop a mountain of corpses, honoring the great emperor more than any god. After a long night, dawn breaks, and the white horse snorts in the cold morning air. The sharp-eared, red-haired guy knows exactly who's coming, wearing a black cloak with an imposing aura. Vu Luke squints and scoffs. "I haven't even finished cleaning up yet." Once he's done, the emperor finally appears. He takes a swig of wine and looks at him. "You got here fast. Guess I'll have to take the heat since I couldn't clear everything." He jumps down from the pile of corpses to welcome the emperor. The emperor walks down, and wherever he goes, the subordinates bow their heads. "Your humble servant bows to the great emperor. May you conquer the world." Vu Luke kneels and bows before the emperor. The emperor greets him. "Vu Luke, long time no see." He smooths things over with his silver tongue. "I didn't expect the great emperor to still remember a lowlife like me. I'm truly honored." The emperor shudders. "Are you insane? Why are you talking such nonsense?" "Well, among the 7 demons, no one is really normal anyway. The other brothers will be here soon." He listens intently to the orders. "Yes, sir." The emperor looks at the mess in front of him. This mountain of corpses is a real eyesore. Clean it up. The red-haired guy obeys immediately. "Yes, sir." Then he turns to the 2 twins to escort the concubine and Chi Uat to the villa. They can't handle the smell of blood. They reply in unison, "Understood." He believes that Black Blood City isn't a place or a building, but where those who carry blue blood and share the same will gather, that is the real Black Blood City. The emperor and his 2 lackeys head to the highest point of the castle. He can't help but speak his mind. The scenery is truly breathtaking. Not only is this place near Ingu Tai Mountain, but from here, you can see the entire view at the foot of the mountain. Isn't this the world that the Yuan dynasty will rule from now on? That's a great point. The redhead is a smooth talker. "It is my honor to see you satisfied, my lord." The great emperor had other intentions. He couldn't return to the Central Plains empty-handed. "We must crush the Iron Blood Fortress, the symbol of the Central Plains martial arts world." The redhead agrees with everything he says. The great emperor is right. "I, your humble servant, will do whatever you desire." He asked for his input. "Trung Du, do you have any ideas?" Trung Du proposed his plan. "I am thinking of the attack east, feign west strategy, my lord," the emperor exclaimed. "Just as I thought. Actually, crushing the Iron Martial Alliance isn't the real problem. What worries me is the War King. Hearing this, Trung-du started scheming to himself. The Great Emperor doesn't have an obsession with power, but O2 Cap Lak Han, you are about to become the new emperor, yet you don't think that way. We must prevent a clash between the two of you that would lead to division. Better if the Great Emperor uses this opportunity to punish the Iron Martial Alliance, thereby creating a pretext for the Northern Plains to unite once more. And the existence of the War King hinders that. He is truly a major threat. Then, he spoke up, Great Emperor, I have a few things I would like to say to you. He gave him permission. Great Emperor, you are no longer just your own person. You are the hope, the hero of the millions on the plains. Please, continue to walk the path of glory. Focus on breaking the foundation of the Iron Martial Alliance and leave that War King to us to deal with. Unbeknownst to them, Chi Uat was lurking behind the wall, listening. The War King, the kid, pursed his lips upon hearing that name. Fearing discovery, he left immediately. Of course, Vu Luke was aware of his presence. He praised him internally. Every floor has guards, yet Lord Chi Uat managed to get all the way up here without being detected. It seems he's no pushover. Still, this is incredibly disrespectful. I should break his legs for that. Sensing the bloodlust, Trung-du communicated mentally. Vu Luke, the Great Emperor is right here. Withdraw your killing intent. He clicked his tongue and scratched his head. I know. Trung-du grumbled again. And I've told you before, the noble consort is the one most favored by the late emperor, and Lord Chiuat is direct royal lineage. Do you understand? That is not someone you can mess with. Vu Luke glanced back, pretending to agree. Yeah, I know. The great emperor asked Trung-du, what do you think of Chiuat? He replied, I dare not judge him, but if the great emperor wants to ask about his martial arts, I can affirm that his talent far exceeds your own when you were young. Hearing this, he couldn't hide his excited smile. Surpasses me? The great emperor exuded an intense killing intent. Well, that is heartening. Before long, the sky started to darken. At Chiuat's place, the kid was plotting. No matter how strong the master is, even if the 7 fiends of the martial interior don't act, their subordinates have already shown they can handle things. If the great emperor is that afraid of this so-called war king, then he must possess strength beyond my wildest imagination. So, if I can win him over to my side, Chiuat threw something outside to distract the guards. Once the guard looked away, he quickly leaped outside. The next challenge was the patrol squad outside. After waiting for them to move well out of sight, he ran for his life, clutching his luggage in his hands. The great emperor watched from afar but didn't intervene. What do you want to do, my lord? Leave him be. I'm curious to see what Chiuat is up to, but don't let the kid get hurt. Trung-du ordered the Black Wolf Guard to follow and protect the boy. Trung-du acknowledged the order. It wasn't that the great emperor didn't care about the boy. He wanted him to experience whatever he wished. Whether the kid was curious about this world or had some hidden motive, whatever it was, if a man wants to step out into the world, I don't need to stop him. As for Chiuat, he successfully snuck out of the fortress. He was always thinking of his mother. To his mother, the Black Blood Fortress was nothing but a prison. He couldn't do anything while back on the plains, but in this martial arts world, it's different. The War King, he thinks, he has the ability to save his mother. Mother, please wait for me. I will find someone who can help us. The next morning, still at B, I will find someone who can help us. Ngutai Mountain, in the main hall, Trung-do reported. The experts from the Black Blood Fortress are gathering at Truongha Village. The emperor wondered, Truongha Village? He explained. Truongha Village is a small village nestled at the foot of Ngutai Mountain. To reach the peak, one must pass through this village. The great emperor asked, if a large number of people head to Ngutai Mountain all at once, wouldn't that draw attention? He replied, yes. That is why the warriors of the Black Blood Fortress were instructed in advance to distract the attention of the Central Plains martial artists before gathering. Currently, more than half of them have finished assembling. If things continue this way, soon the entire force will. Vu Ai appeared behind them and shouted, Nine Yang Great Extremity. Trung-du spun around to see it was the noble consort. Vu Luke, seeing her, froze. The great emperor gently invited her, Noble consort, come here. What are you so angry about? Vu Ai, without a word, asked, where is Thiet's son? Where is the boy? He avoided her gaze. Thiet's son? Is the noble consort talking about Chiuat? He feigned ignorance. Isn't Chiuat always by your side? If even you don't know where the boy is, surely he must be trying to leave your side to be independent. Come to think of it, isn't the kid very capable? Not only did he avoid the guards to escape, he even managed to fool me. Not for nothing is he heir to the royal bloodline. A thunderous slap rang out. Unexpectedly, Vu Ai didn't hold back and smacked him right across the face. Cut the nonsense! The great emperor took the hit without fighting back. Trung-du screamed in terror. Noble consort, what are you doing? Vu Ai, cold and fearless, retorted, "Don't play dumb. There is no way you didn't know Thiet's son had left. What exactly are you planning?" At the same time, Vu Luke saw the person he worshipped getting hit, and he exploded with rage, ready to attack. "You damn woman! How dare you lay a hand on the great emperor? Who the hell do you think you are?" She didn't waver in the slightest. Instead, she taunted him. He lunged at her like a wild beast. The great emperor radiated killing intent and threatened, "Great Martial, force, stop! How dare you raise a hand against the noble consort?" Then he delivered a bone-crushing kick, not caring about heaven or earth. "Remember that the noble consort and I are the most noble people in this black blood fortress." He tucked his tail, trembling. Great emperor, whoever dares to harm her, I will absolutely never forgive. Even if they are one of the 7 fiends of the martial interior. Vu Luke sweated and begged for mercy. "Great emperor, please forgive me." He didn't care and continued. He barked, "You can't even manage your own life and death. You're truly pathetic." Then, he pummeled the guy until he looked like a pile of trash in a toilet bowl. He was a complete mess. The emperor turned to her, his voice softening. "Imperial concubine, are you hurt anywhere?" Seeing his hand reach for her, Vu Ai immediately brushed him off. "Besides, you people are all part of the Yuan Cao clan, while I'm just a lowly person from the lowly Caoi. So, it's understandable that he'd have that kind of attitude toward me. It's not just you. All. The entire northern Yuan royal family is coming for my son and me. You're pretending to care now, but do you actually think I'd be touched by that?" He fell silent for a long moment before speaking up. "I've said it before. The day you made me leave Goryeo, I died. So even if you kill me now, I couldn't care less." Vu Ai frowned. "But Thiet's son is my son. If anything happens to that child, I will never, ever forgive you." Trung Du saw the tension and spoke up. "Imperial concubine, you're going a bit too far. How could the emperor ever want to harm you?" The emperor resigned himself to letting her walk away, able only to stop her in his own mind. The concubine glanced at the brute, which only annoyed him more. Just looking at him is an eyesore. "Get out of my sight now." He wiped the blood from his mouth, answered, "Yes, sir," and quickly left. Trung Du sighed. Great warrior, that child was born with the temperament of the grasslands, along with a savage nature that could be compared to a legendary demon star. Fearing that such a cruel nature would cause chaos, the emperor sent him wandering across the world, hoping he would temper his killing intent, but it seems to have been in vain. The emperor is deeply disappointed in him. If that's his inherent nature, then there's nothing I can do. Vu Ai was in her room, feeling dizzy over her son, Thiet's son. "Why did you leave your mother behind?" She remembered the past. Mother, do you know?" "Know what?" "My name is Chi Uat." "Is Chi Uat the supreme god here, named after the legendary Chi Uat Khan?" Vu Ai touched his cheek. "Thiet's son, be polite." "Yes, mother." She asked again, "Do you still remember why you are named Thiet's son?" "Yes, mother. It's so that when I return, the 2 uncles will remember me." Hearing that answer, Vu Ai finally felt at ease. "That's right. Kung Shich Sun and Don Savu. You can forget anyone else, but those 2, you must keep etched in your heart. If they are still alive, they can take good care of you." He listened intently, memorizing the 2 names, Kung Shich Sun and Don Savu. Scene changed to the foggy peak, where a boat drifted on the river. Chi Yuat, dressed in his flashy uniform, stood on the side of the boat and whispered to himself, "Mother, don't worry. On the grasslands, everyone fears the emperor, so no one there can help us. But here in the Central Plains, there are many talented people. Surely, someone will dare to stand up and face the emperor." Even though Mother said that no one would dare do such a thing, if the rumors about the War King are true, then he is a very powerful man. He clutched his bag tightly. With this, he will definitely agree to help me. The War King surely has enough strength to defeat the emperor, just like his title suggests. Scene changed to Jungnan Mountain, a rustic scene with wild grass everywhere. Green bamboo courtyard, a place full of bamboo with few people passing through. Inside the house were Bang Hoa and Sich Sun, who were lying on the bed, unconscious. Savu sat there caring for them, his face gradually turning sorrowful. "Shish Sun, why won't you wake up? Have you sunk into a dream? Is that dream so deep that you can't escape? If you're dreaming, then dream of a beautiful dream, where everyone is reunited and happy. I will make sure your dream doesn't turn into a nightmare." He glanced at the bed next to them, where Miss Han was. Fortunately, the young lady's internal injuries weren't too severe, so there was no need to worry. He blamed himself, but that wasn't the main issue. The problem was that she was hurt because of him, because he had thought of her father's words. "If that girl ever falls into need, please help her once." Just that, and he would have been satisfied. He was incredibly restless. Although she was only slightly injured, she was hurt because of him, and he had to take responsibility for it. Just then, someone else walked up. Hanto spoke. Big brother, the Supreme Elder wants to see you. His face carried a hint of sadness, and so the two of them left the house to meet the elders. Vukich called out to him without a trace of hostility. Come here. That familiar blind monk is here too. Savu stood in silence, only looking at them. A few minutes earlier, Savu had spoken up. Hantu, be polite. Yes. He walked behind him and said, I'm sorry. Hantu doesn't want to make a big deal out of it. You don't need to apologize. If I were you, I would have done the same. His heart felt a bit lighter. Thank you for saying that. Back to the present, at the green bamboo courtyard on Jiangnan Mountain, paying respects to the Supreme Elder. Vukiet invited Savu in. Come in quickly. Savu felt awkward. Please forgive my rudeness, Elder. Earlier, I was out of my mind and acted foolishly. The old man also clasped his hands and apologized. Actually, I was a bit too much as well. Seeing my dear friend injured, it was hard for me to stay calm. I hope there's no bad blood between us anymore. The same goes for me. I hold no grudges. The old man nodded. That's a relief. Savu got to the point. But I want to ask you one thing. Jich-sun can't recognize me right now. What's going on? The blind monk looked at him and answered. Right now, the child is still in a developmental stage. He's no different from a fragile glass. You could say he is currently like a newborn baby who has just begun to perceive the world around him. Savu hung his head. Is that so? The man continued. For the last 10 years, he didn't even have an awareness of his own existence. But this time, when the threat to his life reached its peak, his survival instinct was triggered. Perhaps that's why a part of his latent memories was awakened, evidenced by the fact that he was able to speak. Hearing this, he had a question. If he has regained part of his memories, as you said, is there any way for Sich-sun to return to normal? Or is it completely impossible? Thinking for a long time, Vukiet confirmed that it was still unknown. But if there were a 10,000-year inner core or the legendary 9-leaf herb, it might be possible. Actually, I think that if we could find them. Savu probed further. One more thing. How did you meet Sich-sun? The blind monk said. I just happened to meet him 10 years ago. At that time, I was hunting down the remnants of the Red Sect, those who had betrayed our Red Sect. Among them, the core figure was the sect leader. I heard that he had gone to Goryeo, so I followed his trail. There. Back then, the Red Sect was using the name of the Imperial Sect to rely on the Yuan dynasty, a force that was threatening the Central Plains, and that leader was the center of that power, our coming. Hearing this, he had his doubts. If he had regained part of his memory, as the master said, was there any way for Sich-sun to return to normal, or was it completely impossible? After thinking for a long while, Vukiet confirmed he didn't know yet. But if they had the 10,000-year inner core or the 9-leaf herb of legend, there might be a chance. Actually, I think if we can just find them. Savu probed further. And one more thing. How did you meet Sich-sun? The blind monk replied. I just happened to run into him 10 years ago. At that time, I was hunting down the remnants of the Hong cult, the ones who betrayed our Hong cult. Among them, the core figure was the sect leader. I heard he had reached Goryeo, so I followed his tracks, all the way there. At the time, the Hong cult used the name of the imperial cult to lean on the Yuan dynasty court, threatening the Central Plains, and the sect leader was the heart of that power. Maybe that's why he was part of the Yuan dynasty envoy team heading to Goryeo. Rumor has it, it was because of a prophecy he made. What were those prophecies? What was his real agenda in Goryeo? And why did he join the Yuan mission in the first place? Everything is still a total mystery. All I know is, he's still alive, and I have to find him. Hearing this, Sa Wu started connecting the dots. A Yuan envoy. Could the person who kidnapped your sister be related to that sect leader guy? Is there a link between Red Mountain and that envoy team? The blind monk suddenly realized he'd slipped up. Let me start over, he said. I got a bit sidetracked. Let me get back to the point. While tracking the sect leader to Langland Mountain in Goryeo, I found Red Mountain. It looked like he'd fallen off a cliff. His bones were shattered. His spine and other injuries looked like they were caused by someone else. With a body like that, it wouldn't be a surprise if he died right there. But despite his mangled body, his eyes, they showed a desperate, burning will to live. I couldn't just walk away, so I performed the forbidden resurrection art, a taboo technique that shouldn't be used on outsiders. Days passed, but his condition didn't change at all, so I was about to give up. I don't know his past, his life story, or why his life ended in such a tragic way. But I even prepared a coffin, hoping that at the very least in his final moments he could be treated with dignity. And I just sat there, chanting prayers, waiting for him to pass. But then, his body started to change. A flow of internal energy, unique to the Imperial sect, began radiating from him. He came back to life, and the wounds on his back slowly healed to their original state. But perhaps as a side effect of the resurrection, he lost his memories, and his past has been locked away in that coffin ever since. Back in the present, Wu Kuel chimed in, hoping to bridge the gap. Master, you should also understand that my friend has set aside his life's greatest mission to destroy the traitors of the Imperial sect. To save your friend, I hope you won't misunderstand his sincerity. The guy asked coldly. So, have you found the Red Sect leader yet? He explained. As far as I know, after Huang Po Wu Rak died, the remnants of the Red Sect who were pulling the strings behind the Lion Alliance were also wiped out. I went there and checked everyone's faces, but unfortunately, the sect leader wasn't among them. He's probably hiding somewhere. Just then, footsteps approached. No need to keep searching. Bang Hua had finally woken up. So Wu looked at her, stunned. She stated, if the Red Sect leader is who I think he is, then he already died by my hand. Everyone around them gasped. Sa Wu frowned and asked, Miss Han, what are you saying? He walked over to help her up. First, you should sit down. Be careful. Bang Hua accepted the help with a quiet, thank you. Wu Kuel glared at her. Miss Han, what exactly do you mean? The blind monk was sweating bullets. Miss Han and the Red Sect had nothing to do with each other. Why would he have died by her hand? Bang Hua explained. I don't know why, but he kidnapped me. He tried to implant the ultimate cold yin essence into me, but in the end, he died by the very hand that I had infused with that essence. His arm was severed, and he's long gone. The monk couldn't help but overthink it. Ultimate cold yin essence? Was he trying to create an immortal hell zombie? Bang Hua continued. Thanks to the fusion with the cold yin essence, I regained some of my lost memories from the past, and because of it, my Moonpole Sword Soul dance has reached a new realm. Wu Kuel was hanging on every word. Usually, when someone is implanted with the ultimate cold yin essence, they become an immortal zombie and strictly obey the master's commands. But in your case, you actually fused with it? So Wu, standing nearby, was just as shocked. Moon Pole Sword Soul Dance. Regained memories? After a moment, Wu Kuel spoke up. Miss Han, I can diagnose your overall condition by checking your pulse. It's not that I don't believe you, but fusing with the ultimate cold yin essence is simply absurd. So, miss, may I take your pulse? Bang Hua held out her hand. Sure. After checking her pulse, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. It was impossible. It hadn't just merged perfectly with her internal energy, it was actually boosting it, multiplying their combined power. I've got nothing left to say. Perhaps thanks to this energy, she was able to withstand the terrifying power of the War King. Was it all because of the energy, fused with the cold yin essence? In terms of total energy, she might be equal to, or even stronger than me. It's bitter. Can this old man only retire quietly to the background now? From the War King to Miss Han, to reach such heights at such a young age? It's truly terrifying. He signaled the blind monk with a wink. It's true. Only the Red Sect leader could control the ultimate cold yin essence. It seems he really did die at her hands. The monk muttered. He's really dead? A little later, they parted ways. Wu Kuel asked the monk, What's wrong? Why are you so exhausted? The monk walked with heavy steps and replied, I don't know. Maybe it's because I heard he's dead. Why do I feel so empty now that what I've always wanted has come true? Regardless, he was once a high priest of the Imperial sect, followed and respected by many. If only he hadn't fallen into the Red Sect. Wu Kuel sighed. Life is full of what-ifs. The blind monk agreed. You're right. What he did was unforgivable. I don't mourn his death either. It's just, he died in a place no one knows. He looked up at the sky. How should I put it? I'm wondering, what have I been chasing for the last 10 years? Wu Kuel looked at him thoughtfully, then huffed, placing a hand on his shoulder in comfort. You and I need a drink today. Let's go. I'm treating you. Great. The blind monk felt like he was being mocked. Are you doing this on purpose? I'm a monk, Wu Kuel teased. And you're a bald old man, aren't you? The monk was confused. Can you change your clothes? You smell like a beggar. Wu Kuel said it like he was challenging the monk's pride. On Sawu's side, he felt apologetic. Whatever the reason, I hurt you. I'm truly sorry, and I want to thank you, she asked. Thank me for what? He replied. If you hadn't suppressed me back then, the blood wind would have swept through Cheongnam. Bang Hua said happily. I'm just glad I could help. Word. Back then, if the young lady hadn't suppressed me, the blood wind would have already swept through Cheongnam. Bang Hoa said happily, I'm just glad I could help. Vu changed the subject. Looks like you finally remembered everything, miss. He paused, then pressed. So, you must know who your master is now, right? Why on earth did you keep pretending you didn't know all this time? She replied calmly. It's not like I was trying to hide it. I intended to tell you after the Grand Martial Arts Assembly, but then I had to head out on a mission, so I never got the chance. Later, when we started traveling together, I figured it was a private matter, but since old Hong was always around, I've just been waiting for a moment to talk to you alone. His expression darkened. Before he could speak again, she cut him off. I heard from Thu Hao that my father passed away 10 years ago. Savu, don't tell me you already knew? She gazed off into the distance. I was just curious about how my father's life went after he left me. I just wanted to hear about him, you know? Savu didn't hesitate to share the story. Let me see. Where should I start? That day, the sky was as clear and blue as it is now. 20 years ago in Goryeo, a man whose face was completely hidden by a hat appeared. He was the Guillaume Gang Immortal. He called his opponents demonic beasts. He was a guy who didn't serve under anyone. The man named Doya here was the Heidong Sword Immortal, Phap Tong Vu. He was worried could they actually persuade a guy like that to join them? The next person was the Iron Venerable, Dai Chin Hu. He believed that if they couldn't convince him to help build a new nation, then, well, they'd have no choice but to kill him. The story goes back 20 years in Goryeo. The demonic hand looked surprised. Iron Venerable, Dai Chin Hu? I'm actually a little shocked. He asked back, sounding genuinely confused. What is it? The demonic hand replied with something obvious. You, someone who stands above 10,000, came all this way to meet a nobody like me? That's truly surprising. The long-bearded man started flattering him relentlessly. I've heard of the demonic hand's reputation for a long time. Who would dare call the heavenly canon marshal general a nobody? The demonic hand brushed it off. Reputation? Infamy is more like it. After beating around the bush, the demonic hand was the first to get straight to the point. You're here for my head, aren't you? The long-bearded man acted shocked. How could you say that? I'm here to advise you to follow the path of the immortals. The demonic hand scoffed at the suggestion. You want someone who practices the slaying immortal martial arts to follow the path of gods? What you're saying isn't even worth responding to. Not giving up, the long-bearded man continued. Did you know? The immortals are currently split into two factions and are fighting fiercely. He paused for a moment to explain the chaos to the demonic hand. The faction known as the Moderates wants to maintain this Goryeo dynasty, while the Hardliners want to establish a new country. The demonic hand replied coldly, I don't care about you gods and your politics. The long-bearded man sighed, acting regretful. What a shame. The demonic hand asked, even though I don't care, I am curious about one thing. I heard your Dai Chin Hu is the leader of the Hardliners, so why would someone like you want the Heavenly Canon Marshal General on your side? Don't you know that the bloodline of the Heavenly Canon Marshal General has never gotten along with you immortals? Wouldn't we just become an obstacle to your new country? The long-bearded man exclaimed in surprise. You said you didn't care, yet you know so much, he asked. What does recruiting talent have to do with being a hardliner or a moderate? The demonic hand gave a vague answer. I see. After a few seconds of silence, thinking about something, the long-bearded man gave him a warning. Demonic hand, be careful. Within the moderate faction, more than a few people see your existence as a thorn in their side. They call themselves moderates, but at the end of the day, they're just people who want to protect Goryeo to hold on to their own power. Don't forget that their blades are pointed straight at you. Responding to his warning, the demonic hand smirked. You say that as if you aren't involved yourself, don't you? He asked the long-bearded man. A true immortal, yet you're worried about a mortal like me? That's really hard to get used to. He threw out a very biting remark. The Iron Venerable, standing at the peak of the immortal path, is actually quite pathetic. Returning home, the demonic hand was stunned. He was horrified to see the utter devastation in front of his beloved home. Before his eyes, his beloved wife had been murdered. He glared at the group of black-clad, faceless men standing there and asked, Did you do this? One of them replied, That's right. If you had just obediently handed over the Moon Polar Sword Soul martial arts manual, maybe it wouldn't have come to this. The demonic hand asked, Where is my daughter? The other side replied, I don't really remember. I slaughtered your whole family. Maybe she's among them. Who knows? The demonic hand stammered his wife's name, Tunga. He gathered all his rage and absolute agony, having lost everyone he loved most in the world in such a short time. He threw himself into a fight with that group all by himself. Savu recounted to Bang Hoa, My master didn't tell me what happened in the battle with the immortals after that. He only said that out of the 30 immortals who ambushed him, 2/3 lost their lives. Bang Hoa listened to everything Savu said and concluded that, even for her father, facing 30 immortals wouldn't have been easy. She asked him, Did my father die in that battle? Savu replied, No. The remaining immortals ran away. Obviously, my master was severely wounded, but he didn't die. It took him 10 years just to be able to move again. Later, people tracked her down all the way to Xinyang. Though it was a bit late, her old wounds flared up again. The demonic hand was in excruciating pain, but he still struggled to find his lost daughter. During times when the pain was beyond words, he always asked himself, If I had a little more time, is this really where my journey ends? According to Savu, it was after that point that the master met him and passed down the heavenly canon martial arts. My master was worried about you until the very last minute. Bang Hoa replied unexpectedly. So that's how it was. He asked her, I have one question. My master said that you and your nurse disappeared at that time, so how did you end up in Shenyang? Was it because you were kidnapped by VM2 Ich of the Black Hall? She replied, Actually, I didn't leave with the nurse. Savu asked back, looking confused. What do you mean? Bang Hoa recounted, I was there that day, at the place where my mother was murdered. In her memory, her mother had entrusted her with a treasure that so many people out there were hunting for. This is the secret manual of the Moon Polar Sword Soul Martial Arts, the young Bang Hoa asked in her clear, innocent voice. The Moon Polar Sword Soul Martial Arts? Her mother told her, Tunga. Remember what mother says. You must give this manual to your father. She asked, Father? Where is father? Her mother didn't answer. She told her, Tunga, just stay here for a moment. Close your eyes tight and cover your ears. Your father will be back soon. After that, she gently, softly asked, My dear Nga, can you really do this? How could young Bang Hoa have known that was the last time she'd ever see her mother? How could she understand how cruel the world outside was? Little Bang Hoa could only call out for her mom in despair, Mother. The memories faded as she returned to the present. Bang. Hoa recounted the events of that day, piecing together the fragments of memory that had haunted her for years. That was the last image she had of her mother. After that, she kept hearing terrifying noises and smelling a sickening, rotting stench. But she just sat there, eyes and ears covered, waiting for her father to return just as her mother had told her to. She waited for such a long time, but her father never came back. Fearing she might never see her parents again, she got scared and disobeyed her mother's instructions, creeping out of the secret chamber. It was already midnight. What she saw was a village completely reduced to rubble. Everyone there was dead. Returning once again to that day, little Bang Hoa was crying out in hopeless agony. A child, orphaned in a single moment, realizing that from that second on, she had absolutely no one left. Mother, father. Who said that? Isn't it horrific? Nearly 20 immortals torn to pieces like this. Another voice chimed in. Now I really understand why the Heavenly Canon Martial General is called the Immortal Slayer. Qi Shan roared in anger. A demonic brute. A guy like him shouldn't even be allowed to exist. Another immortal disagreed. We can't kill him yet, because that demon probably still doesn't possess the secret scroll of the Lunar Extreme Sword Soul Dance. The long-bearded man agreed with this assessment. I also think we shouldn't kill the demonic brute right now. Regardless of whether he knows the techniques of the Lunar Extreme Sword Soul Dance or not, his power is too valuable to just let it disappear like that. His strength could help us build a new nation. Another man chimed in. Having heard a rumor, I heard that the Heavenly Canon Martial General techniques are passed down to only one person. Even if we kill the demon, we have to force him to cough up the secret before we finish him off. The Earth Immortal voiced his concern. I hear you. But the problem is, how do we get a savage like him to join our side? The False Iron Mountain pointed out the reality. The moderate immortal faction had already killed the demon's wife, so convincing him wouldn't be easy. Do you have a plan? Chishan said to the False Iron Mountain. I mean, there has to be a valid reason. We've already tried to convince him, but it didn't work. So, the only option left is to force him to submit with pure power. Chishan descended from above, feigning kindness. Hypocrite, the demon. Brute thought. My condolences on the death of your wife. The demon brute asked with contempt. Condolences? The words coming out of you immortals' mouths are truly disgusting. He asked, Do you think I don't know exactly what's deep in your hearts, Daizheng Yu? You tricked me into leaving my home, and you lured the moderate immortal faction into murdering my wife and daughter. You conspired to make me slaughter the moderate faction. All of this was so you could snatch the Lunar Extreme Sword Soul Dance and simultaneously eliminate the moderate immortals who were standing in the way of your plans. You think I don't know that? So, it was exactly like that. Another voice rang out. I'm genuinely curious. Since you knew everything, why did you still go along with my plan? The demon brute replied with a voice full of belated regret. Only after I lost my wife did I realize it, but by then, it was already too late. When I received that meeting request from you, I should have seen this coming. It was all because of my own arrogance. He asserted firmly, I will make you pay the full price for all of this. The long-bearded man stopped his advance with just one sentence. Demonic brute, everything is as you said, but there is one thing. Your daughter is still alive. The demon brute asked suspiciously, Still alive? He replied, Yes. Your daughter and her nanny went somewhere. It seems that girl is holding the Lunar Extreme Sword Soul Dance. The demon brute thought to himself, My daughter, Cheng-ah, is still alive? Is he lying to throw me off balance? Regardless of the truth, letting my inner demons consume me like this is too dangerous. Even if I die, I must find Cheng-ah first. The demon brute spoke up after a moment of silence. But whether my daughter is alive or dead, your deaths are already sealed. But he was hit by a wound in his left chest, causing him such excruciating pain that there were no words to describe it. He asked himself, Is it the inner demon? My heart hurts so much. Even though he was in pain, he struggled to stand up, his voice radiating the arrogance of the strong. If you can't kill me today, then tomorrow I will be the one to destroy you all. The long-bearded man asked, in the end, you choose to destroy yourself like this? The demon brute used the heavenly cannon martial general style. The long-bearded man used heavenly lightning chi. The two sides began to clash. In a corner, Bang Hoa held the lunar extreme sword soul dance's scroll tightly, leaning against a rock, her mouth unable to stop, calling out, Father. When I woke up, I felt a pain that went straight to my bones. Looking back, I think that maybe because of the massive trauma at that time, my brain's meridian points were damaged. Back then, I didn't know why, so I could only cry. I had no one left, and the only thing remaining was the lunar extreme sword soul dances that my mother passed to me. The villagers' voices rose in total confusion. Elder! Why is the elder lying here? I went to the elder's house just now and saw that both his wife and the servants had been murdered. We cleared away the bodies, but we still haven't found the young lady anywhere. Who in the world could do something so cruel? Did the elder pass away too? Suddenly someone yelled, Wait! Wait! The elder is still breathing. Bang Hoa's voice was filled with sadness. The whole village had collapsed, and I couldn't see my parents anywhere. I just wandered around looking for them, crying as I walked. I just kept going until I ended up in a strange place. I didn't seem to know why I was wandering like that. My brain's meridian points were damaged, so my memories slowly faded away. I kept walking without knowing what I was searching for. Perhaps wandering was the only thing I could do at that time. The only things I remembered were my name and that I had to pass on the lunar extreme sword soul dance. When day broke, I kept going. At night, would open the lunar extreme sword soul dance to read it. I didn't even know why I was reading the manual, maybe because my last memory was tied to it. When the dawn came, I set out again. I kept walking until I was exhausted and collapsed. At that same moment, a couple out picking herbs at night saw her and shouted, What is that? Careful, wife. Watch out for wild beasts. It's too dark. I can't see anything. Is it a child? Why is this little girl lying in the middle of the road? Why is she so still? Could she be dead? Oh, the girl opened her eyes. She's still alive. Bang Hoa deliriously mumbled, Who? Who is that? The woman. And I continued on my journey. I kept walking until I collapsed from exhaustion. At that same moment, a couple out picking herbs at night saw her and shouted, What's that? Careful, honey. Watch out for wild beasts. It's too dark. I can't see anything. Is that a child? Why is this little girl lying in the middle of the road? Why is she lying so still? Could she be dead? Oh, wait, she opened her eyes. The kid is still alive. Bang Hoa mumbled incoherently. Who? Who are you? The woman kindly. Hey, listen, are you okay? Why are you all by yourself? Where are your mom and dad? I stared blankly, my body limp, and answered without even thinking. No idea. The couple looked at each other, confused. It seemed the kid was an orphan, nothing out of the ordinary. Or so they thought. They had no idea. These two were up to no good. Back then, it was all about the money, the more, the better. The very next day, they dragged Bing Hua off to sell her. How could you? We've done plenty of business before. Why are you only giving us this much? Look at this kid's face. She's so pretty. I could probably get a better price at a tavern. The buyer threatened them. If you're so sure, then go sell her there. Don't you know the imperial court is cracking down on child trafficking lately? We have to take her to the Murong clan to sell her. After factoring in the transport costs, there's barely anything left. This is more than generous. The couple was furious but had to accept it. It had been a while since they had merchandise to sell. Bing Hua was taken to a dark, gloomy place. I don't know how long I was locked in that pitch-black carriage. I didn't know why I was there or where I was going. But I wasn't scared anymore. Or rather, I wasn't that I wasn't scared, my mind was just completely blank. I couldn't think at all. Whenever I tried to remember something, my head would throb with agonizing pain, so I just decided to stop thinking. After a long journey, we reached the Murong family estate in Shenyang at the North Ridge Cave. The slave drivers were shouting, Move it, faster. If you're slow, you're done for. We had to dig deeper for the next month. Hurry up, she continued. The women and young girls bought from the north were forced by the Murong clan to dig the North Ridge Cave. I had to do whatever they said. We hadn't been digging long before Bing Hua collapsed from hunger and exhaustion. The driver ran over, cursing. You worthless trash, why are you just lying there? Get up now. He clicked his tongue. You still not getting up? Do you want to be ripped apart before you wake up? He raised his whip. Damn it, let's see if you stand up or die first. Just then, someone else appeared. You're being awfully rough with a child. He stopped him. Can't you see she's starving? If she's not getting up, you know how much pain she's in. Hey, no need to get so worked up over a kid. He loosened his grip and greeted him. Leader Yom. The old man looked visibly annoyed. I don't like it when things that are supposed to please me get broken. You know that. The driver asked, Are you interested in that child, sir? Just then, another man walked over to pay his respects to the young master. The young master put on a businesslike smile. I didn't know Leader Yom had that kind of taste. If you'd like, I can pick out a few beauties for you. The old man frowned. What kind of person do you take me for? In my eyes, this world is divided into premium goods that can be sold and trash that should be thrown away. Nothing more, nothing less. The young master backed off. I see. I still have a lot to learn from you, the old man suggested. Hand that wretch over to me. The young master looked puzzled. Are you sure? There are plenty of other more useful girls. The old man stared at her. This one is all I need. I'll cover 50% of the costs for the North Ridge cave excavation. As a token of appreciation, he gave her a sly smile. I give you my word as a man of honor. This girl will become the greatest assassin in history. And so, she was taken to the Red Sorrow Arena, and I was sold to Yom Jaik. That was where he used every trick in the book to draw out the hidden power within me. Over time, the internal energy of the Moon Eclipse sword spirit had somehow stabilized inside me. Since I didn't know how to use it, it remained sealed. But thanks to Yom Jaik's techniques, the seal was completely broken. My jet black hair started turning white. My pupils glowed, and the energy flowing through me erupted. And because Yom Jaik wanted to test my power, he had the martial artists of the Red Sorrow Arena attack me. The result? I slaughtered them all, though I suppose you could call it self-defense. Yom Jaik stood on the balcony, watching his men play tag with Manhwa, and screamed, "What are you doing? Catch that girl for me! That girl is the top-tier tribute we're supposed to offer the Five Dragon Alliance. Do not let her get hurt." When his men saw her escaping, they chased after her in a panic. "The girl's running away! Catch her!" Then, someone else arrived to back the old man up. He drew his bow, aiming at her. "You were so careless with such a valuable item?" The old man glanced, surprised, at the iron mechanism divine archer. "Wait, you can't kill her," he reassured him. "Don't worry, I'll use the golden eye heaven sight technique. With it, I can pierce through a needle from 10,000 miles away. I'll suppress her without causing any injury." The arrow was fired, aimed straight at the fleeing Binghua. Unfortunately, the arrow pierced her right shoulder, causing her to collapse in pain. It hit the carriage of a stranger passing by, causing it to flip over. The attendants were in a panic. They ran over to check. "Master, are you all right?" he calmly asked. "What's going on? A child just fell from the sky, sir." He stepped out with his wife to go see Binghua. "What on earth is this? Why is there a little girl here at a time like this? My lady, how is she?" She pulled her into her arms and replied, "Her life isn't in danger." The archer watched from a branch. "Isn't that Han Tan Yu, the master of the Han Tan estate?" He thought deeply. "If she catches his eye now, it won't be good for me. Damn it." Noticing a suspicious presence, Master Han looked up at the tree and shouted, "Who's there?" After scanning the area for a while, he realized, the iron mechanism divine archer, why is he here, and why was he following this child? Returning to the story, Binghua continued. "While escaping, I was rescued by my current parents. They didn't have any children, so they adopted me. And that's how I became the daughter of the Han Tan estate master, not the daughter of the Heaven Cannon Marshal General." At Mount Zhongnan, the atmosphere turned tense as the leaders discussed a major upheaval. One stood up. So, according to Elder Hong and the group of heroes, the North Plains are preparing to make a move. Elder Hong nodded in confirmation. "That's right. That's why I've mobilized the Beggar Alliance's intelligence network to track down those who have infiltrated the Central Plains." However, the Sword Immortal remained deep in thought, believing that if this were true, the situation would be dire, yet he still felt confused about their true intentions. The sect leader standing behind him agreed, wondering what on earth they were planning that would make them so reckless to enter the Central Plains at a time like this, especially now that the Black Blood City has the power to shake even the great Ming Empire to its core. "Elder," Hong crossed his arms, his face grave as he insisted this couldn't be taken lightly. He believed that going up against the great Ming Empire wasn't exactly difficult, but the most alarming thing was the presence of the leader of Black Blood City, Zhuyang Daji. If it was him, he was perfectly capable of toppling even the seemingly unshakable Ming dynasty. Faced with this situation, Sa Wu, his blue eyes flashing with determination, proposed, "Because of that, today I want to meet with the Supreme Elder and Sect Leader Guo to work out a strategy, with the Iron Martial Alliance at the center of it all." Seeing the high level of vigilance in a warrior of such power, Sect Leader Guo was secretly shocked, then quickly replied, "I understand. I'll take responsibility for this and report it to the Iron Martial Alliance." Sa Wu turned to ask, "Further, Elder Hong, do you have any other information?" The elder revealed a critical point. According to reports, the number of people crossing the Great Wall has increased dramatically, 3 or 4 times the normal scale. Looking at the crowds of people and carriages pouring toward the pass, Sa Wu wondered why the authorities hadn't noticed such a massive influx. Elder Hong explained that although the total number of people entering was huge, they were clever enough to move. is in small groups of only 3 or 4 people, sneaking in quietly, making it extremely difficult to track or stop them. The martial world fears this kind of solo infiltration most. Plus, everyone had clear identities, so the authorities had no choice but to let them through. At a checkpoint, the guard picked up a token engraved with the words Great Datong and inspected it with a suspicious gaze. The Datong trade caravan, huh? How come I don't recognize your face? He stared intently at the man in front of him, questioning him because he'd known the people of this caravan for a long time, yet had never seen this guy. The man looked timid and introduced himself as Luan Dai Guang. Since he had just joined, this was his first time meeting the officer, and he didn't forget to apologize for not coming to pay his respects sooner. When the guard pointed at the huge guy behind him, Lin Li, and asked for his identity, Luan Daiguang quickly explained that it was his bodyguard, named Cam Tu Nok. He added that the guard might look fierce, but he was actually really slow-witted and couldn't even speak properly, just to make the guard less suspicious. Luan Daiguang continued to explain about his dim-witted bodyguard. You heard him, right? Even if you ask him anything, he just goes, He also added that since the guy has some sword skills, he kept him around to help make ends meet. The guard scoffed with disdain, thinking this guy didn't understand anything at all. He coldly reminded him, I never said I wanted to know about him. A travel permit is obviously only for one person to pass. Getting the hint, Luan Daiguang broke into a cold sweat and quickly pulled out a pouch of money for the guard. My mistake, here's a little something for coffee and snacks, sir. Receiving the heavy pouch, the guard's attitude changed completely. He chuckled, saying not everyone is perfect. He even acted hypocritically, preaching that one has to experience life to mature. Luan Daiguang bowed his head as if memorizing the lesson, then quickly walked through with his bodyguard as the gate opened. As soon as they were away, he sighed wearily, telling himself he couldn't stand this kind of thing, again because every time they crossed they had to pay a bribe. Behind him, the hulking bodyguard just replied with a blank, Just then, a ragged beggar kneeling by the road begged earnestly, Please, have mercy and spare a coin for this humble one. Seeing that scene, Luan Daiguang felt nothing but contempt for a society where it was all corrupt officials and wretches everywhere. He thought these people were strange they weren't in such bad shape under the Yuan dynasty's rule, yet they just had to fight to take back the country, only to fall into misery. He tossed a coin into the bowl and cursed under his breath. They're a bunch of idiots who can't even tell good from bad. Giving money like this just makes me want to punch someone. Afterward, he turned to the bodyguard and asked, Is Wen Ting at the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion? Receiving the familiar he clicked his tongue, knowing full well what that guy was doing there. However, all their actions had fallen under the gaze of a master hiding in the shadows. Watching the backs of the two men, he was stunned to realize the hulking guy could suppress his breathing and possess the footwork of an absolute master. He wondered why there were so many masters disguised as merchants lately, especially that guy who was supposedly well-spoken but now only knew the word, Sensing something wasn't right, he decided, maybe I should report this directly to Elder Hong. A carrier pigeon was immediately released with a secret message, hoping the beggar sect would act soon. As he released the bird with a whisper to stay safe, the beggar didn't expect that his own life was now in danger. A flash of light flickered. The bird hadn't even flown far before it was struck down in midair. The beggar was stunned. What the? Right behind him, a cold voice rang out. I just gave you money, and you dare betray me? The old man cursed himself for being careless, focusing only on sending the message and not paying attention to his surroundings. The one who struck was Luan Daiguang. He held the bird's carcass in his hand with a look of disappointment. I gave you a silver tail, but I never expected you to be a little rat from the beggar sect. This is truly hurtful. However, he still acted leniently by suggesting a deal. Fine, no big deal. Sometimes you run into stuff like this. I have a favor to ask you. We have some business, so we want to pass through this village quietly. How about it? Can you pretend you didn't see anything? Responding to the seduction, the beggar roared with integrity. Nonsense. I will absolutely never accept a deal like this. Instantly, the hulking bodyguard, Cam Tu Nok, stepped forward. In the blink of an eye, a sharp sword stroke was unleashed, leaving the beggar heavily wounded and collapsing to the ground. Luan Daiguang walked over leisurely, looking at the gasping man, then asked, You know where we came from, don't you? He coldly squeezed the other's throat, forcing him. You can't do it, right? Then you decide. I've already taken care of the letter you sent. Now I just need to kill you. Do you want to die the painful way or the super painful way? Even though he was being choked, the beggar still smiled, with contempt. Heck, just killing me is enough? So, you monkey-headed guy, you really are from the Yuan. The old man grit his teeth and revealed a truth that made Luan Daiguang's face change color. Let me tell you, there are thousands of people hiding in this village, including 300 from the beggar sect. You think you're only monitoring me? Huh? Faced with his enemy's bewilderment, The old man declared loudly, "Don't forget that in this world, the beggar sect's eyes and ears are everywhere." Immediately, a series of birds, the other messengers took flight and vanished into the sky, leaving Luan Daiquang standing silent over the messenger's corpse. Suddenly, the thunderous sound of footsteps echoed everywhere. The beggar sect disciples rallied in unison, following orders to surround their enemy. Watching this, Luan Daiquang clicked his tongue, utterly annoyed. Ugh, I just wanted some peace and quiet. Talk about being the most minor villain of the year. His bodyguard, Kam Tunyak, just gave his usual, emotionless grunt. Beggars from every nook and cranny swarmed out, loudly declaring the immortal existence of the beggar sect in this world. Looking at the ragged yet spirited crowd, Luan Daiquang silently thought that no matter where or when, these beggars were always such an endless nuisance. At Tianhuang Lao, the atmosphere was suddenly shattered by the unexpected intrusion of Luan Daiquang's group. Piercing screams erupted from the women as the hellish hand and his bodyguard stormed straight into the room. Luan Daiquang looked at the man enjoying himself on the bed and spoke up. Tiu Van Tin, so this is where you've been hiding. Seeing the disheveled state of his companion, Tiu Van Tin asked in surprise, "Why are you covered in blood? Did you just get back from a fight?" Luan Daiquang coldly admitted he had just finished dealing with a bunch of annoying beggars. He announced that the plan had changed because their cover was blown and demanded everyone leave immediately. Faced with that urgency, the Ghost Emperor Tiu Van Tin looked annoyed, thinking his companion was being way too pushy since they still had a whole hour left before they were due. He nonchalantly threw out a sarcastic remark, calling the person who arrived early the source of all the trouble. Tiu Van Tin insisted he wouldn't take responsibility for the mess Luan Daiquang had caused and prepared to continue his interrupted fun. However, before he could finish, Kam Tunyak grabbed him by the head, roughly. Despite the terrifying screams from the women, Luan Daiquang just coldly called his bodyguard's name. With a blank grunt, the 9 Stars demonic guard, Kam Tunyak, dragged Tu Nheu Van Tin off the bed, leaving the suave young master in complete shock. Being dragged away completely naked, Tiu Van Tin panicked and begged to put on some clothes, but Luan Daiquang brushed him off, saying there was no time. The guy's whining about the humiliation of running through the streets naked made Luan Daiquang lose his temper, cursing him as a damn pervert. When Tiu Van Tin asked why they were in such a rush, Luan Daiquang dropped a bombshell. "The great emperor is already hunting the war king. How could we possibly miss out on that fun?" Back at Thiet Vu Lien, the mood for the long journey ahead was extremely tense. Standing before the family's massive estate, Lady Ha sighed softly to herself. "Let's go. Time to visit father. It's just too boring here." Because the journey was heading north, she felt regretful that she couldn't stop by her main family home, causing her attendant to remark that the merchant leader would surely be sad. Right at the docks, as the large ship was ready to set sail, a man with a valiant air stepped forward, prompting Lady Ha to greet him. The person who just arrived was Thiet Vu Lien. He apologized quickly. "Miss, I'm terribly sorry. I'm late." Lady Ha gently replied that they had only just finished preparing, so it was no problem at all. With a serious expression, Thiet Vu Lien asserted that their mission was to track down the source of the black trade, a journey filled with danger. He expressed his gratitude for the experts joining them and reassured her, "Everyone, don't be too worried." To ensure absolute safety, Thiet Vu Lien had mobilized his entire elite force. The experts of the Tucan unit would protect Lady Ha. Just the personal guards numbered 10, with over 100 bodyguards in total. Are we going on a mission or a parade? He promised to protect her until the mission ended. However, looking at the massive crowd surrounding them, Lady Ha felt incredibly uncomfortable. She thought to herself, "So annoying. 100 guards just for me? It feels like I'm being watched." Still, she tried to be patient, because her main goal was to see her brother again. Seeing the young lady lost in thought, her personal maid teased her, assuming she was busy dreaming about the heroes because the mission was just so difficult. Lady Ha could only smile and thank Thiet Kong Tu for his concern, while the maid kept on nagging her to go back to her room if she wanted to keep daydreaming, leaving Thiet Vu Lien standing there with a bewildered expression, clueless about what was happening. Standing before the majestic mountain scenery, Thiet Vu Lien's mind drifted back to the past and his father's strict teachings. He had once declared clearly, "Vu Lien, you are my son, and one day you will inherit this Thiet Vu Lien. But power comes with a prerequisite. If you cannot achieve a merit significant enough for the world to recognize, you will never be worthy of becoming the master of Thiet Vu Lien." Etching that teaching into his heart, Thiet Vu Lien clenched his fist, his eyes burning with determination. "This time, I'll wipe them all out and show them." He promised himself that on this trip, he must prove his worth to the entire family. Watching the shadows of the ships gradually vanish over the horizon, someone whispered softly, "They're gone, immediately." After, in the majestic main hall, Shich Thua Hui, the master of the newly established Tien Nhi Intelligence Bureau of Thiet Vu Lien, respectfully bowed to the alliance leader. Noticing the serious expression of his trusted subordinate, the alliance leader immediately demanded a report. Shich Thua Hu revealed that the head of the Trung Nam sect had personally sent a letter. Hearing the name Quach Thuong Tien, the alliance leader couldn't help but wonder about the contents of a letter that would make such a sect head come forward himself. Jich Thua Hui confirmed this was directly related to the northern plains. Standing on the balcony looking toward the distant north, the alliance leader pondered the news that northern plains warriors were disguising themselves as merchants to cross the border so easily. He couldn't believe the border was that shockingly lax and asked his subordinate for his opinion on the validity of the matter. This customs report has to be fake. Thua Hui asserted that although not yet verified as true or false, because the information came from Elder Hong of the Beggar sect, it was extremely reliable, especially since the old man had gathered this information while traveling with the War King toward the north. Hearing that, the alliance leader's expression shifted slightly. He wondered, why does this War King guy show up everywhere there's trouble? Determining that the situation was becoming extremely complex as both the northern plains and black trade were moving at the same time, the alliance leader ordered the Tianyi Bureau to keep a close watch on all developments and report back promptly. He asserted that if the threat from the northern plains was real, Thiet Vu Lien must act with equal speed to prevent the catastrophe. Meanwhile, at the Thon Truc Institute on Trung Nam Mountain, the atmosphere was somewhat lighter. Looking at Sheech Sun in his new outfit, Sa Vu nodded in approval. Applause. Red Mountain, this outfit really suits you, don't you think, Miss Han? Even though Miss Han smiled and agreed that it looked great, Elder Hong, standing nearby, just curled his lip in contempt. He figured the Battle King and the Sword Queen were both lying through their teeth, because honestly, with Red Mountain's build, nothing about that outfit looked like a fit. Facing the conflicting remarks, the giant Red Mountain just blankly looked at himself and muttered in a hollow tone, "Doesn't fit." Red Mountain suddenly channeled his internal energy, shredding the new clothes right off his body, leaving everyone stunned. Elder Hong roared in frustration. He'd just bought them and the guy tore them like paper. Faced with the elder's rage, Red Mountain just bowed his head and mumbled an apology. The giant's eyes landed on a pile of old, tattered rags with a red belt, and he muttered the name Tu Hu. Even though everyone thought the outfit was ancient and smelled, seeing how attached Red Mountain was to it, Thiet Sayavu finally spoke up. Looks like he really loves that thing. Maybe just let him wear it. In the end, Red Mountain put on his familiar tattered rags, while everyone else just helplessly watched. Meanwhile, in another corner of Jiangnan Mountain, Han Tho sat deep in thought. He looked at the sword on the table and asked himself what the right thing to do was. Memories of his master came back the day he handed Han Tho this old sword and promised that although it looked ordinary, it would always protect him. But in the present, Han Tho painfully realized this sword no longer had the power to protect him. The image of the Vu with that overwhelming lightning power from that day still haunted him, carrying with it a sense of crushing power and impending death. However, instead of fear, Han Tho felt his will burning hotter. Ever since they first had met, he'd been determined to become stronger so he could stand shoulder to shoulder with his big brother and protect his own convictions. Looking at his sword, Han Tho felt as if he could hear an urging voice echoing in his mind. Meanwhile, at Wutai Mountain, the great continent villa still stood majestically amidst the clouds, but inside, a dangerous battle strategy was quietly unfolding. A subordinate reported that, according to their intel, the Iron Feather Alliance had recently reinforced their forces at the Taiyuan branch. Hearing that, the leader of the Black Blood City whispered to himself. Taiyuan, huh? The subordinate continued, explaining that this branch used to exist only in name, but had now become a large-scale unit with over 200 permanent personnel. He feared that if left alone, the Iron Feather Alliance would turn this place into a main stronghold to keep the northern plains in check, so he proposed attacking Taiyuan along with the branches in Shanxi and Hebei simultaneously. However, the Cold Emperor just pointed to a different spot on the map and declared that everything else was just a diversion to draw everyone's attention. The real target was right here. The location he was aiming for was Mount Hua, the center of the 9 central provinces and a place that received endless praise. In terms of terrain, this was the northernmost sect among the Central Plains sects, making it the first worthy rival for the 9 Sun Tai Chi to strike. Standing before the majesty of the peaks rising into the clouds, the emperor's silhouette appeared towering and dark. On the high Qingjing peak, a master with long, lush green hair was meditating. Sensing a shift, he quietly murmured, "Limitless, heavenly venerate. Is the heavenly mechanism shifting?" He is heading toward Mount Hua. Just then, a wave of dark energy surged in, and the leader of Black Blood City appeared with an arrogant greeting. "Sword Saint, pleasure to meet you. I am 9 Sun Tai Chi, the villain who just logged into this server. my brothers. Facing his uninvited guest, the sword saint pondered, feeling the aura of death blanketing the area. The bloodthirst thick enough to reach even here. It seems Mount Hua will become a sea of blood today. Facing that prophecy, the emperor just flashed a sinister smile and stated firmly, the sword saint said nothing but the truth. In Taiyuan, Shanxi, the fires of cruelty were consuming the Iron Feather Alliance branch amidst desperate screams. Amidst the rubble, the cold-faced ghost sword merchant pointed his blade straight at the red-haired stranger in anger. Who are you? Do you have any idea where this is? Sneaking in here? To cause trouble, huh? Where else would it be? Isn't this the Taiyuan branch of the Iron Feather Alliance? Facing that anger, the attacker stepped forward with a chilling aura. You think I don't know? This is the order of the new master who has returned to the Central Plains after 10 years. He ordered this place wiped clean, not even leaving a blade of grass behind. Only then will the world know how terrifying Black Blood City truly is. Hearing the strange name, the ghost sword merchant was stunned. Black Blood City? I've never heard of that name in my life. That attitude only made the demon more contemptuous. He roared, "That's your problem. If you know, speak up. If not, pipe down for me." He declared he was very busy, as he had a few more places to clear out before the sun rose. Feeling insulted, the ghost sword merchant shouted, "Has your brain gone soft, you bastard? I am the ghost sword merchant. I will cut your head off." Before he could even finish, a brutal punch slammed straight into his face, sending blood splattering everywhere. The attacker coldly remarked that his opponent was far too talkative. "I'll let you die in a spectacular way, so the whole world can marvel at your death. I am the Golden Blood God Demon, Great Void Force." Looking at the motionless corpse, Great Void Force felt disappointed that the opponent wasn't as strong as the rumors suggested. He looked up at the bright moon, thinking to himself, I bet the Emperor and the Central Province's brothers are enjoying the view of Mount Hua by now, right? I want to see it too. Meanwhile, on a secluded trail, the Black Blood City group was moving through the night. A subordinate respectfully reported to the Emperor, Your Majesty, the 3 inner cores of the 10,000-year golden turtle and the spirit pill, along with the 9-leaf grass that we prepared for emergencies, have vanished. Chiyuat must have taken them. Hearing the bad news, the Emperor kept an authoritative and calm expression. With so many guards, that kid still managed to steal them, quite talented indeed. Although the subordinate was worried that Chiyuat might take them all at once and suffer side effects, the Emperor insisted that someone as smart as him wouldn't do something so stupid. However, the subordinate remained unsettled. He emphasized that just one spirit pill alone was enough to grant peerless internal energy. He feared if such a treasure fell into the hands of the Iron Feather Alliance, their plans could be compromised. The subordinate worried that if Boni even knew Chi-Oat had stepped into the martial world, he wouldn't let him survive, because that man always viewed Chi-Uat as a thorn in his side. Given the situation, the Emperor immediately ordered the Green Wolf battle unit, who were escorting Chi-Uat, to recover the medicinal pills, but strictly ordered them not to hinder his journey. However, the subordinate stammered a report that the order had been sent, but it seemed there was trouble. But you must never get in the way of his journey. However, the subordinate stammered a report that the orders had been sent, but there seemed to be some trouble. It's all kicking off. That night, under the bright moonlight, shouting and the sounds of a frantic search shattered the eerie silence of the river. The leader roared, demanding his underlings find Chi-Uat immediately. The lackeys reported they'd scoured the entire ship but couldn't find a trace of him. The boss was convinced that, deep in the river, someone who hadn't mastered aquatic arts like Chi-Uat couldn't possibly hide, so he ordered his men to search the underside of the ship, too. He threatened them, if they didn't recover the spirit pills Chi-Uat was carrying, they'd all pay with their lives. But right then, Chi-Uat was quietly clinging to the side of the ship. Thank goodness he'd secretly learned how to swim. The teen realized the presence of the Thonlang warriors meant his plan to run off with the spirit medicine had been blown. Chi-Uat gripped the bag tight, telling himself this was the key to trading with the War King, so he couldn't let them steal it. The most dedicated delivery guy ever. Back to the Emperor, he flashed a cryptic smile, clearly impressed by the aura of someone with royal blood. Just then, a trusted aide stepped forward with a serious look, needing to report something critical. He spoke of his understanding of the special feelings the Emperor held for the noble consort and Chi-Uat. The Emperor openly admitted they were the people closest to him, so treasuring them was only natural. The aide argued that they couldn't let the consort return to Goryeo, given she was the mother of a Yuan prince. But if she stayed in northern Yuan, Bolnyi Khan would definitely try to kill them both to secure the throne. Urged by his master, the aide took a risk and suggested making the consort his official empress to protect them. Amidst the thundering sound of hooves on the mountain path, the emperor pondered, You mean I should marry the consort? According to Yuan customs, when the former emperor passes away, the current one has every right to marry the noble consort. The aide insisted this was the only way to guarantee absolute safety for her and Chi-Uat. Faced with the suggestion, the Emperor fell into deep thought. He knew that using force to take her would be easy, but the thing he craved was her heart. I'm not into forced moves, he told himself. The Emperor believed the consort understood his feelings, and if he showed enough sincerity, she would eventually open up to him. But clearly, that would take time. Shaking off his romantic thoughts, the Emperor's next goal was crystal clear. Manhwa was the center of the Nine Heavens Prefecture and the most northern sect in the Central Plains, the perfect first opponent for the Nine Sons Taiji to face. Standing on the windy peak, he announced his presence loudly. Sword Saint, nice to meet you. I am the Nine Sons Taiji. From afar, the Manhwa master slowly opened his eyes, sensing the overwhelming bloodlust filling the air. He realized bitterly that Manhwa was about to become a sea of blood. To that deathly prediction, the Emperor just laughed arrogantly. You nailed it, old man. At that moment, the consort had also arrived, stepping out of her carriage with a worried look. She heard a guard announce, Noble consort, we have arrived. She was startled to see the Emperor waiting, his large hand reaching out, gently saying, Consort, take my hand. She hesitantly placed her hand in his, her eyes still full of shock. Looking at the majestic but murderous mountain surroundings, she asked where they were. The Emperor replied coldly, Mount Hua. Behind them, the Black Blood Fortress army was marching in, weapons in hand. Seeing these aggressive strangers approaching, the consort asked anxiously, Who are they? Hundreds of Mount Hua disciples gathered, forming a human wall to block the path. The leader at the front barked, No entry! Turn back! Facing the obstruction, the Emperor just sneered, his voice dropping. Someone like you dares to block my path? Ridiculous. Ignoring the people brandishing their weapons, he turned to reassure the consort, We won't have to see them again, don't worry about it. With that, the Emperor casually led the consort as they walked through thin air, as if stepping on invisible stairs. Witnessing this, the Mount Hua disciples were shocked, and shouts of amazement erupted everywhere. Is that the Void Walk? The leader turned pale, cold sweat dripping as he realized the terrifying truth. He trembled, asking himself, The Void Walk? No way, good grief, this guy is hacking the game. From the mountain peak, the Sword Saint was also watching every move of the stranger with a tense expression. Seeing the Emperor gliding through the air, he murmured, Similar cultivation levels, but he immediately realized his mistake and gasped. No, the Sword Saint channeled his internal energy, a deep blue aura surrounding his body as he realized that doing the Void Walking alone was completely different from doing it while carrying someone else. He realized in horror that the Emperor wasn't just flying alone, he was carrying a woman who had zero martial arts training. This proved his power far exceeded conventional rules and was on a completely different level. Looking at the imposing figure leading the Black Blood Fortress, the Sword Saint bitterly admitted that his current level was not something a human could touch. The Sword Saint realized if this went on, Mount Hua would definitely suffer. He told himself that he was the only one who could face him, and immediately channeled internal energy to use sound transmission telepathy across the mountain. He's here for me. Don't stop him, get out of the way. You touch him, you're dead. This legendary technique left the disciples below stunned, as only those far beyond human limits could transmit a message like that. Realizing the Sword Saint, he was using telepathy to talk, the Emperor smiled with interest. You're showing me a fun game, so I should show you one too. He continued to hold the consort's hand, walking proudly through the air before the terrified eyes of the disciples. The Mount Hua leader was sweating profusely, unable to believe his eyes that a stranger could master the Void Walk so easily, reaching a level even with their Sword Saint. Even though he was terrified, he shouted orders to his men. What are you standing there for? Get him! He drew his sword, reminding everyone that the fate of Mount Hua could end today, so they had to stop the enemy at all costs. But just as the disciples were about to rush, a crimson killing intent suddenly descended. A red-haired man appeared, roaring arrogantly that they should feel honored to see the Great Venerable, but unfortunately, they would never have the chance to see anything else with him again. The person who just appeared was Ma Tongdu. He declared he wouldn't forgive anyone who dared to block his path, even if it was by accident the toughest assassin of the year. Looking at his fiery red hair waving like hundreds of snakes, and his eyes full of overwhelming pressure, the leader of the Hua Sun group felt the internal energy in his body burning up. He realized in horror that the person in front of him was also a supreme master, witnessing the disciples ignore the Sword Saint's orders and stubbornly rush to their deaths. With just a single step down, a terrifying pressure surrounded them, causing hundreds of Hwasun disciples to collapse at once. Not a single one could stand. Witnessing that scene, one person trembled as he stammered, how can such a master even exist? A realm where just one step can force hundreds of people to their knees? I never even dared to imagine it. From the heights, the Sword Saint observed the entire event with a very serious gaze. He wondered to himself how he would face this person. Performing the void step alone is incredibly difficult, yet that guy is even carrying a woman. who knows absolutely no martial arts, which proves that his realm has reached a completely different level. Even though he had prepared himself for a confrontation, the Sword Saint still, he couldn't help but shudder at that overwhelming power. He lowered his voice to command his disciple, "We have guests. Prepare some tea, then leave us." Looking at the master she revered, the female disciple couldn't hide her anxiety, but the Sword Saint gently instructed, "Tell everyone that all this time, under the master's strict tutelage, I have worked hard and I am grateful for it." Sounds like a final goodbye, doesn't it, guys? Facing instructions that felt like final words, she could only bow her head in deep sorrow. Yes. The Sword Saint's silhouette gradually faded. Dressed in brilliant red robes, she couldn't stop the sobs escaping her. Her hands covered a face. "My lady, you've worked so hard and I'm so grateful for it all. Man, that sounds like a final goodbye, doesn't it?" Hearing those words like a last will and testament, she could only bow her head in response, overcome with immense sorrow. "Yes," she whispered. As the Sword Saint's silhouette slowly faded into the distance, she couldn't hold back the sobs, her red robes fluttering as she buried her face in her hands, drenched in tears. Looking down at her feet, she saw the disciples writhing in agony, crying for help, and she anxiously asked if they were okay. The Emperor coldly reassured her, "Don't worry about them. Just enjoy this peerless view of Mount Hua. It's not often you get a chance to see scenery like this." Floating in the breezy air, noble consort found it ridiculous that he would ask her to sightsee in such a twisted situation. A sudden gust of wind caught her off guard, making her scream, but the Emperor grabbed her hand tightly, roughly, yet firmly. He looked deep into her eyes, telling her not to be afraid but to trust him, take the next step. Who can handle this kind of flirting? Regaining her composure, noble consort bluntly asked about his true purpose for bringing her to this place. The Emperor casually replied that he just wanted to enjoy the finest scenery in the world with the one he loved, as that is the instinct of every man, and he was no exception. What a convincing excuse for starting a fight. He looked down at the foot of the mountain, where the aura of the 10,000 heavenly swords converged, a truly majestic and spectacular sight. Noble consort couldn't stop wondering. She thought his duel with the leader of Mount Hua had nothing to do with a woman like her. However, the Emperor growled, asserting the exact opposite. He declared that one day he would rule the world, for that was the inevitable destiny of one inheriting the bloodline of the royal 7th dynasty, something no one could change. He wanted her, as his mother figure, to witness with her own eyes the moment he defeated the Sword Saint, the turning point for his future empire. He demanded she stop avoiding it and etched this moment, the start of his great cause, deep into her mind. "We've arrived," the Emperor said as they landed on a flat rock on the highest peak. Standing before the master who was meditating, he arrogantly introduced himself as Nine Sun's Great Pole, a man from the far north. The Sword Saint opened his eyes, his sharp gaze acknowledging that he too was curious about the identity of this stranger who had never appeared in the martial arts world before. But he spoke coldly, saying he felt no honor in hosting this guest, because he had always hoped someone like him would never leave the northern plains. The Sword Saint asked in a low voice, "Have you come to destroy Mount Hua today?" The Emperor nonchalantly replied that all he wanted was the Sword Saint himself. He had never even thought about destroying the sect. Faced with the Sword Saint's sarcasm about whether he should be grateful for that, he coldly stated he just didn't want to kill needlessly once his goal was achieved. He picked up a teacup, set it down, and said, "Thanks for the tea, but I'm not interested. Let's begin." Turning to tell the noble consort to drink her tea and rest since she wasn't used to walking on air, he promised to be back before she finished. "I'm not interested. Let's just get this over with." He turned to tell the noble consort to have some tea and rest, since she wasn't used to walking on air yet, promising he'd be back before she finished. Looking at his opponent's worn-out sword, the Emperor skeptically asked if it could withstand the internal energy of a Sword Saint. The Sword Saint calmly drew his blade, asserting that although it was just a nameless piece of iron left by his own master, it had never once disappointed him. As the blade left the sheath, the Sword Saint's heart grew heavy. He was shocked to realize the domineering aura radiating from Nine Sun's Great Pole was a strange energy he had never encountered before. Though he claimed to have mastered every sword technique in the world, he couldn't understand why he was feeling so tense. The Sword Saint reminded himself to stay calm, because a wavering heart meant death was near. He began to move forward, step by step, with great caution to keep his mind still. The Sword Saint decided he had to end this battle in a single strike. Suddenly, a magical plum tree rose from the ground, blooming brilliantly amidst the white snow, scattering pristine petals in the wind. Witnessing this technique, full of poetic charm yet filled with killing intent, the Emperor muttered, "Plum, stop," the Sword Saint coldly declared. "Stop with the theatrics. Let's get to business," and demanded his opponent not waste any more time. Standing amidst the gorgeous plum blossoms, the Emperor murmured with appreciation. Sure enough, his gaze turned icy cold immediately after. He roared, "Old man, if you're going to show off your flowers, then I'll show you my stuff." A wave of black energy billowed from the Emperor's body, shrouding the entire peak of Mount Hua in heavy pressure. Heaven and earth suddenly shifted. Pitch black rain began to pour down, as if to drown the entire plum forest in darkness. Witnessing this, the Sword Saint couldn't help but be astonished by the ability to move heaven and earth, and the way his opponent infused internal energy into every single raindrop. The Emperor spoke nonchalantly, suggesting that no matter how much a flower blooms, it must eventually wither according to the laws of nature. He warned the Sword Saint that his golden age had passed. If he didn't know when to retreat, he would surely meet a tragic end. But the Sword Saint retorted firmly, "Living by the book is boring as hell." He swung his sword hard, causing a brilliant crimson aura to explode, powerfully, surrounding his body to face the rain of death. A jet-black character, meaning destroy, appeared in the air, carrying immense killing intent that engulfed the entire space. Yet, the Emperor suddenly stood frozen, realizing something unbelievable. Every raindrop carrying his own internal energy was gradually being transformed into pure plum blossoms. The Sword Saint growled, asserting that if the nation's destiny was spent, then destruction was the righteous path, and the one going against nature to cling to his last breath was the northern plains. Facing that steely declaration, the Emperor just smiled arrogantly and with great interest. Not bad. He laughed heartily before his eyes turned sharp, and he growled, "Don't think things will always go the way you want. You want to destroy me? Keep dreaming, old man." The Emperor floated in midair, black energy, swirling around his body. He mentioned a name that made his opponent's face change. Huangfu Weiyue. He said the same thing back then. The Sword Saint was stunned and asked, "You knew Alliance leader Huangfu?" The Emperor smiled meaningfully, affirming that not only did he know him, but he had fought him to the death and exchanged deep knowledge about martial arts with that leader. He revealed a shocking truth. Perhaps Huangfu Weiyue abandoned his ambition to take over the martial alliance because he had attained some kind of enlightenment after being defeated by him. Memories flashed back amidst the falling snow. Huangfu Weiyue was gasping on the ground, desperately pleading, "I can't even stand up anymore. Just kill me, Gu. What kind of leader surrenders so quickly?" But the Emperor didn't seem to care about the life of. The opponent couldn't help but wonder why he was using the Heavenly King Divine Fist and the Heavenly King Steps separately. He offered his help, thinking that if they were combined properly, the power would increase 100-fold. Even so, the Alliance leader kept his pride, insisting he would never accept help from those savages. With eyes blazing, the great Emperor revealed that he had mastered 206 righteous martial arts and 315 demonic ones. Talk about a living library, though he had trouble blending those different power streams at first. Thanks to hard work and the help of his very enemies, he successfully merged them all to reach a supreme realm. He declared loudly, "Because of this, my body has become one that no external technique can penetrate. I call this realm the Saint Demon God." Sword Saint Bang Hoang, upon hearing about a martial art merged from over 500 different schools, regardless of righteous or demonic, couldn't believe someone could use two completely different martial arts at the same time. Looking at the Emperor's massive silhouette appearing amidst halo, like the sun peeking through the clouds, the Sword Saint trembled as he realized that righteous and demonic could truly coexist. A feeling of extreme terror flooded his mind. Could he be the reincarnation of Allah? A domineering aura exploded from the Emperor's body, like the arms of Allah, creating thousands upon thousands of energy currents covering the entire sky. Witnessing this horrifying sight, the Sword Saint gasped, "Primeval Heavenly Lord." Seeing the man with his back to the sun, radiating a dense dark aura, he felt his own heart pounding uncontrollably in his chest. The Sword Saint thought to himself, is he declaring that he is the true master of the world? Although Manhwa was a Taoist sect, the world usually only remembered it as a legendary sword sect. The Emperor observed his opponent with sharp eyes, noting that the world said Wudang's sword was soft yet dignified and powerful, while Manhwa's was direct and sharp. He gave a challenging smile. "Yundaizi, you've shattered all the world's biases, blending sharpness with dignity, and you're not going to make me wait." The Sword Saint roared with spirit. "I already told you, this isn't a match to show off cheap tricks. Don't even think about stalling for time." Immediately, he performed the 9 palaces steps, causing the surrounding space to explode in vibrant plum blossoms and powerful internal energy. Witnessing the mystical footwork of his opponent, the Emperor was secretly amazed, realizing this wasn't just simple movement, but a way to use internal energy to envelope and control everything around him. The Sword Saint clearly stated, "That's right. It's the way of the sword to utilize everything in nature. Every tiny stone, every blade of grass fluttering by, they all gathered to create the great nature sword art." With burning eyes, he grit his teeth and declared that once the great nature sword art was unleashed, everything on this Saint Sword Peak would become his sword. Facing that earth-shattering power, the Emperor didn't flinch. He only grew more excited. Truly, The #1 swordsman in the world. Only someone like this is worthy of facing my 9 sons Tai Chi. He lunged forward with a handful of domineering dark energy, confronting the great nature sword art head-on. Two pinnacle powers collided violently, creating a cataclysmic battle right on the peak of Mount Hua. The sword saint poured all his strength into the supreme sorrow technique, turning the entire sky of Mount Hua into a vibrant plum forest, but one carrying an extreme, sorrowful, murderous intent. But right beneath his feet, a giant dark hand rose from the abyss, engulfing everything in a crushing pressure. Even struggling to fight back, the sword saint realized his sword and his bright red internal energy were slowly being swallowed by the emperor's endless dark aura. Watching the darkness consume reality, he gasped and asked himself, "What is this deep darkness?" In that moment, surrounded by terrifying silence, the sword saint bitterly realized the cruel truth. So, I've been swallowed by his darkness? The entire mountain peak was suddenly shrouded in night, ending cataclysmic battle with an overwhelming victory for the leader of Black Blood City. Meanwhile, in Zhongnan Mountain, the atmosphere was much lighter as the Etzavu's group prepared to depart. The Battle King sincerely expressed his gratitude. "All this time, you've protected Shich-sun, but I haven't had the chance to thank you properly. Thank you, truly." The old senior's face showed clear regret. He bowed his head, blaming himself. "I'm so useless. I couldn't even fix his hardware." Savu gently reassured him that he shouldn't worry, because to him, just having Zich-sun alive was more than enough. Seeing the sun sinking behind the mountain, Elder Hong standing nearby urged the Battle King to set off immediately to make it down before dark. Looking at Shich-sun with nostalgic eyes, the old man sighed. 10 years together, and only now do I know your name." He kindly cautioned the giant to listen to Savu from now on, absolutely forbidden to hurt others or show off his strength casually. He believed that if he just lived in harmony with nature, he would surely regain his memories and find his big sister again. Hearing those heartfelt words, the usually stoic Sich-sun bowed his head and struggled to utter a thank you. Watching the presetting the backs of his friends fading away, their fate had reached its end. Seeing the old man sniffling with red eyes, right at that moment, Han-tho came running in a panic from afar, declaring loudly to his grand-uncle that he had decided to head down the mountain to roam the pugilistic world with big brother Savu. Though he acted like he was shooing him away, telling his grand disciple to get lost if he wanted to go, the sword immortal couldn't hide his concern. Watching Han-tho running and calling out for his big brother, Savu smiled and thought to himself, "The journey ahead will definitely be a lot less boring with this kid around." When they vanished behind the bamboo forest, an elder hesitantly asked the sword immortal why he hadn't informed the Battle King about Yundizi's letter. The old man gazed pensively toward the north, where a great energy was shifting violently according to heavenly secrets, signaling a massive disaster. The sword immortal sighed, thinking that informing him wouldn't solve anything, because fate is inherently unpredictable. Instead of worrying about the Battle King, he felt more uneasy for his old friend, the Mount Hua Sword Saint, because no matter how good someone is at reading others' fates, they can never see their own, reading fortunes for the world while forgetting to check one's own. The cruel truth unfolded right after on the peak of Mount Hua. The legendary sword saint was now nothing more than a gray, cracking shell, his whole body slowly dissolving into the wind like a sand statue about to collapse. The arm of the legend fell from his body, crumbling into tiny pieces in the pitch-black sky. The sword saint's entire form vanished into thin air, leaving behind the eerie, heavy silence just completely vanished into thin air. The noble consort sat there, lost in thought, clutching her teacup. She whispered to herself, "I know the 9 Yang Tai Chi is incredibly powerful," but the great emperor's confident declaration still left her feeling uneasy when he told her, "Just sit there and enjoy your tea. I'll be back before you finish your cup." Even though she was an outsider to the martial arts world, she knew full well the status of the sword saint Yun Dizi, the absolute peak of the world, and she believed this battle wouldn't end anytime soon. But just as she raised her cup to take a sip, wondering, what if this battle really does end by the time I finish my tea, just like he said? A horrific scene unfolded before her eyes. She stared in shock into the distance, where a massive beam, a kind of light pierced through the dark clouds, signaling the end of a legend. The sword saint's body shattered into pieces, dissolving completely into nothingness. Standing over his defeated rival, the great emperor loomed amidst a swirling black aura and coldly declared, "Rest in peace. I'll handle everything else from here." Witnessing the death of such a renowned master, the consort couldn't hold back her tears. She realized with a bitter shock, and that this meant no one in this world could stop the 9 Yang Tai Chi. Immediately, the great emperor let out a roar that shook the mountains, broadcasting his message. To all the disciples, listen up, everyone at Mount Hua. The sword saint is dead. I won't kill anyone from Mount Hua, just as I promised. The sword saint However, this mercy came at a steep price. He barked his final order. I'm not killing you, but I'm grounding you for 50 years. Hearing this ridiculous lockdown order, a Mount Hua elder roared in fury. You murdered our sword saint, and now you're demanding we seal off our sect for 50 years? You think we're just going to roll over and listen to you? Faced with this defiance, the demon sect leader spoke coldly. He argued that sparing them and only ordering a lockdown was his final sign of respect for the sword saint. But that explanation was like pouring gasoline on a fire. The elder cried out while shouting, You killed him, and you call that respect? If we just sit back and let you? Lock us up, what's left of Mount Hua's honor? The demon sect leader's eyes flashed with a blood-red killing intent. He growled, Fine then, if you're ready to face total annihilation and fight for Mount Hua's honor, then I, the invincible blood demon, will use everything I've got to take you all down. The overwhelming pressure from the man standing before him made the elder choke. His breathing became ragged. Facing such unstoppable absolute power, all will to resist from the Mount Hua sect completely collapsed. The elder dropped his sword to the ground and trembled as he muttered in total humiliation, Fine, we at Mount Hua will seal off our sect for the next 50 years. And just like that, one of the most legendary sects in the Central Plains was officially brought to its knees by Black Blood City. Meanwhile, in the western region, a secret force called the Secret Net was operating in the shadows. This was considered the beggar sect's trump card, a gathering of people with exceptional talent among countless beggars across the land, specially trained to be elite intelligence agents. The one currently commanding and overseeing the top-tier agents in the north was Xu Xingwei. Despite being acknowledged by high-profile figures like the Shadow Seller or Elder Hong, he was currently incredibly annoyed, stuck buried in a pile of useless paperwork at the branch. Xu Xingwei was pulling his hair out over the chaotic information regarding a huge amount of supplies being moved to the Yangtian area and suspicious people appearing in Shuazhou. He angrily chewed out his subordinates for being so slow and vague with their intel, especially since 2 of his agents in the Yingxian area had vanished without a trace. Just as he was losing his mind over their incompetence, a frantic disciple rushed in with urgent news. Big trouble. Tai Yuan is falling apart. Seeing his subordinate so panicked, Xu Xingwei calmly asked if he'd eaten yet, but the answer made his face go pale. The disciple stammered. Last night, 3 Iron Alliance branches near Shanxi and Hebei were attacked. This shocking news left Xu Xingwei stunned. He couldn't believe 3 places were hit at once. According to the report, out of about 300 martial artists from the Iron Alliance stationed there, only 10 had survived. In Shanxi City, meanwhile, darkness shrouded the corpses scattered in pools of blood. Those who had left 10 years ago were back, 10 times more brutal than before. Amidst the carnage, Lundeguang roared in a frenzy, his hands stained deep red with blood. The blue blood has grown so thick it's turned black. I have returned, as a servant of Black Blood City. With the title Hell's Demon Hand, he was spreading absolute terror across Hebei. The 9-star demon, Kam Tunyak, coldly unsheathed his massive blade, his sharp eyes hidden under a conical hat, full of killing intent. With just one mindless himph, he charged into the crowd like a brutal whirlwind, unleashing a flurry of strikes that left his enemies unable to fight back. He growled, Do you remember your old master? Or have you already forgotten? As the scene turned bloody, the Iron Alliance disciples looked around in confusion because of strange music echoing through the space. One trembling guy asked, We're in the middle of a fight, so who's playing music? They screamed in rage, demanding to find whoever was daring to mess around at the Iron Alliance branch. On the rooftop, the demon emperor Zhu Wenting is casually strumming his instrument, wearing a sinister grin as he looks down at the chaotic crowd below. Ignoring their desperate screams for his head, he calmly declares, Do you guys even realize? The spirit of the grasslands hasn't vanished one bit. His music sends the disciples into a state of utter panic. They can't even tell where the sound is coming from, as the mere name Black Blood Fortress begins to haunt their minds. Zhu Wenting wants this whole world to know exactly how terrifying the Black Blood Fortress really is. Just as the warriors are trying to stay on guard, brilliant flowers suddenly bloom all over the ground, leaving them stunned, wondering if they've stepped into a flower field. From within a mystical glow, the figure of an ethereal, beautiful woman slowly emerges amidst the swirling petals. The disciples stare in a daze, unable to grasp what is happening right in front of them. One guy blurts out, Whoa, check out that hottie, guys. The branch leader stands there, his eyes glazing over in shock. His breathing hitches as he faces such bewitching beauty radiating right in front of him. He gasps, in a trance. She's stunning. Then he bursts into a manic, deranged laugh like he's lost his mind. When she approaches and gently touches his face, he foolishly asks, Who are you? But that tenderness is just the beginning of an absolute nightmare. While he's lost in a beautiful hallucination, a cold voice rings out, noting that happy moments are fleeting. while the times of misery drag on forever. You've had 10 years of fun, time to pack your bags and meet your maker. Instantly, the branch leader's body is completely obliterated, vanishing in a truly gruesome scene. In just one day, tragedy strikes as 3 branches of the Iron Feather Alliance are wiped off the map, leaving behind nothing but the corpses of disciples scattered across the ground. Amidst the rubble, the Emperor's reputation echoes like a god of death, leaving anyone who witnesses it trembling in fear. This shocking news spreads instantly, making warriors everywhere panic and wonder, how could the most elite army be defeated so easily? At the Beggar Sect's secret post, Xu Xingwei is stunned upon receiving an urgent report that 3 branches near Taiyuan have been completely destroyed. Before he can even process it, the casualty count doubles. A total of 6 Iron Feather Alliance branches have been wiped out in a single night. But the bad news doesn't stop there. A disciple runs in, panicked, with the most shocking update yet. Sword Saint Yun Diezi of the Manhwa sect has been assassinated, and the sect has announced it will seal its gates for 50 years. Xu Xingwei roars in horror. He realizes the situation has spiraled out of control and there's no time to hesitate. He immediately orders his men to send out messenger pigeons across the Central Plains, especially to alert the Iron Feather Alliance as soon as possible. Meanwhile, at Zhongnan Mountain, the high-level masters also feel that an ominous premonition has become reality. Stand before a windy bamboo forest, an elder solemnly states that it's time to gather the sect leader and the other elders to deal with this shift in the balance of the world. At the Iron Feather Alliance headquarters, the atmosphere is suffocating with gloom and extreme tension. The Alliance leader sits in silence, mind spinning from the news of 6 branches destroyed and the Mount Hua tragedy all in one night. Despite the pain, he tells himself this isn't the time to wallow in despair, but to face a terrifying truth. There is someone powerful enough to kill the world's #1, Yun Diezi. He can't believe which hacker is out here wrecking the Sword Saint like that. Deep in the night, the 10 royal guards are taking a break by the fire. Guo Deshan looks worried and suggests they turn back because the alliance must be in chaos after the death of the Sword Saint. However, the leader with him has an incredibly firm look in his eyes. He insists that investigating the origin of the black trade is the top priority, and unless they get orders to withdraw, they aren't stopping for anything. Hearing that, Guo Deshan just sighs and follows along. After all, their main duty is to guard the young mistress, so he doesn't want to get too deep into the Alliance leader's drama. Suddenly, the leader's expression changes, his sharp eyes glancing at the bushes behind them, and he growls, "Who's there?" He hears the rustle of leaves and feels a strange presence approaching, moving toward the sound. He pushes the tall grass aside and freezes in surprise. Before him lies someone motionless, face down in the grass, making him gasp in astonishment. A kid? Under the bright full moon, a fierce chase is unfolding in the darkness. A scream pierces the night air. "Catch him. Whatever you do, don't let him get away." Rapid footsteps pursue the small figure running for his life. A man with a thick mustache and a vicious look in his eyes roars triumphantly. "Finally caught you, you little brat." Instantly, a rough hand grabs the bag of medicinal herbs that Chiwad is clutching tightly to his chest. The boy's eyes widen in terror as he realizes the identity of those surrounding him. They are the Green Wolf Warriors, the most ruthless and cruel guys in the Northern Plains, personally handpicked by the Emperor for the most brutal missions. Chiwat uses every ounce of strength to escape deep into the forest. His mind is spinning run now before things get even worse. He knows his life and his mother's are hanging by a thread. If he falls into their hands, he won't even be able to save himself, let alone protect her. Behind him, the assassin with the sharp gaze is losing his patience. He mutters about how he's been tricked too many times and has even taken out people who had nothing to do with it. As he draws his sharp blade, he lets out a sarcastic compliment. "You're quick, kid, but your time is up." Not giving the boy a chance to escape, the assassin bellows, "This ends here." He unleashes a vicious sword strike, sending an incredible blast of power straight toward Chiwat. The boy can only grit his teeth against the bone-shattering pain as a blinding white light swallows his small frame. The impact is so powerful it sends the bag of herbs flying, while Chi-Uat is knocked right off the cliff. Under the cold moonlight, the boy's silhouette freefalls into the bottomless abyss amidst his hopeless screams. Looking at the small shadow falling into the void, the assassin clicks his tongue in regret. "Damn it. I aimed for the head, but it hit the shoulder instead." An accomplice standing nearby reminds him of the mission to recover the herbs and the Emperor's order not to interfere with Kiuat's journey. But the assassin just wears a sinister smirk. He insists that the Emperor's order was only not to interfere with the journey, but never said he had to make sure the kid stayed alive or dead. He believes the Emperor knows full well that he only really craves the boy's mother. With a malicious look, he grins. If a fatal accident happens along the way, well, maybe someone will actually be happy about it. Either way, he's nothing but a low-life, half-breed scum. Under the cold light of the full moon, shocking news spread like a nightmare. The Sword Saint had been murdered, and the Mount Hua sect announced they were sealing off their gates for 50 years. Sitting by the campfire, Miss Han was deep in thought. She still couldn't believe this. Cruel reality, her mind was blown that her idol was just wiped off the map. The person who single-handedly took down the top sword sect and killed that legendary master was the one known as the Great Emperor. Based on the current intel, she realized this had to be the terrifying figure her brother had mentioned. Rumors about the Great Emperor's brutality were spreading everywhere at breakneck speed. They say he always keeps a sorceress by his side, someone who can steal a person's soul with just one look. Miss Han anxiously wondered if there was a deep connection between the destruction of the Iron Feather Alliance's 6 branches and the Sword Saint's death. She firmly concluded that the Iron Feather Alliance was facing extreme danger, forcing every martial artist to regroup and send reinforcements into the remaining branches. The biggest headache was that the enemy retreated too quickly and stealthily, so even with hundreds of people mobilized, they couldn't find a single trace of the attack. In the midst of the chaos, the lead guard reported that North Wind Jade Hand still planned to head north instead of turning back. Miss Han stood up, leaving the campfire. She figured heading south right now wouldn't help anyway, and it seemed like everything was playing out exactly as predicted he was really going through with this crazy trek. Seeing her leave, her maid asked worriedly. She just gently replied that she needed to talk to young Master Thick. Her only focus now was meeting her brother as soon as possible to discuss a strategy. But suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream tore through the quiet night. A child lay motionless on the grass, breathing weakly, making Miss Han gasp. A child? Seeing the wounds, bleeding on the boy, she urged Thiet Vulan, "Save him, for heaven's sake, stop standing there posing." But Thiet Vulan just coldly turned away, his hand gripping his greatsword firmly. "Miss Han, his condition isn't that critical. The treatment can wait." Thiet Vulan's eye turned sharp as he stared into the darkness and roared, "I know you're there. Show yourself." From the bushes, a mocking voice replied, with a sneer, "Oh? You can sense our aura? You look so ordinary, but it turns out you're actually something special, huh?" A stranger in a gray cloak, wrapped in a white scarf, slowly emerged from the shadows, radiating a heavy pressure that made the air feel like it was freezing over. Behind him, a series of other shadows appeared, surrounding Thiet Vulan's group. The leader coldly ordered, "Hand over the kid, although I have to. Eliminate all of you anyway, since we can't leave witnesses. Out of kindness, I'll let you die in one piece." Realizing the stranger's appearance and aura, Thiet Vulan guessed the guy definitely wasn't from the Central Plains. He asked sternly, "Who the hell are you to act so ruthlessly toward a child like this?" The leader didn't bother explaining and growled a threat. "I don't have any reason to explain myself to dead men. If you don't want to die in agony, hand the kid over." Hearing the distinct northern accent, Thiet Vulan smirked sarcastically. "An expert like you going through all this trouble just to catch a kid? This definitely reeks of the Northern Yuan army." The leader was stunned, not expecting his cover to be blown after just a few words. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you?" Responding to that rage, Thiet Vulan just gave a provocative smile. "I don't have any reason to tell dead men who I am. If you want to know, go ask King Yama." Getting mocked like that was a huge insult to the Northern Yuan dogs. The leader roared like a madman. The guy's killing intent exploded violently. Thiet Vulan gripped his sword hilt, ready for an unavoidable bloody battle. Under the silver moonlight, both experts lunged at each other at terrifying speed. The leader drew his sharp, curved scimitar to face the massive greatsword that Thiet Vulan was swinging. A fiery clash erupted, and the massive force unleashed from the two weapons shook the ground and sent grass and debris flying. The leader of the Azure Wolf Warriors growled, acknowledging his opponent's unexpected strength. He looked so chill, but he was actually such a beast in a fight. He gave a sinister grin, revealing terrifying teeth, and continued to taunt him. "I'll give you this. It's been a while since someone blocked my strike. I'll give you props for that." Thiet Vulan gritted his teeth, realizing the extreme danger from the enemy. He immediately shouted orders to his Tusang squad. "These guys are from the north, don't hold back." Immediately, the leader on the other side also screamed like a madman, inciting the killer instincts of the Northern Yuan hunters. "Wherever the Azure Wolf Warriors go, we don't need to leave any grass standing. Tonight, we'll quench our thirst with their blood instead of wine." The entire Azure Wolf Legion shouted in unison that they would obey, then charged down like a flash flood. Under the bright full moon, the lush green field suddenly turned into a flaming battlefield. The Tusang squad and the Azure Wolf Warriors clashed to the death. The sound of clashing steel mixed with furious roars. "Kill those damn Northern Yuan scum!" Even though the enemy possessed incredibly aggressive footwork and aura, the young martial artists of the Ming family fought with grit. In the heat of the battle, a Tusang expert shouted to his comrade, "Hey, South Gate Guard, don't lose focus. One slip up and you're dead. What a caring teammate you are." On the other side, Kedai-sun was also struggling to block dangerous sword strikes and was mocked by his opponent to worry about himself before trying to protect others. Seeing his subordinates being held off by kids, the Northern Yuan leader roared in a frenzy, demanding they finish in the battle quickly. However, he was dead wrong to underestimate his opponents. Despite their young age, the members of the Tusang squad were descendants of famous, prestigious families in the martial arts world. A wave of overpowering, peerless force suddenly exploded, blowing the enemy back, along with a stern warning. The Ming family isn't someone you can mess with. The fierce counterattack made the Azure Wolf Legion start to waver. One sharp sword stroke swung out, tearing through the night and making the villain only manage a painful cry before falling onto the grass. The tragic scream echoed through the space like a massive blow to the invaders' morale. Seeing their comrade taken down, the Northern Yuan hunters were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. To themselves, they trembled, suddenly realizing that the puny kids they had despised possessed such lethal, terrifying skills. Seeing his subordinates falter, the Northern leader lost it. He shrieked, bitter and furious. "You bunch of idiots! Do you think you're sparring? There's more of us, so swarm them. Stop standing there, trying to go one-on-one like morons." He reminded them that this was war and demanded they use their numbers to crush the enemy immediately. Faced with his aggression, the warriors of the Tukan team also felt their blood boil. They shouted to boost each other's morale, determined not to let these pieces of trash look down on them. With a fierce battle cry, a bloody brawl erupted once more, drowning the field in ear-splitting screams. Watching the Thonlang Corps start to lose their upper hand, the Northern leader gritted his teeth in disbelief. He realized that even though they had triple the numbers, the hunters they thought were weaker weren't being pushed back, creating a grueling deadlock. Just as he was deep in thought, Tivulan suddenly appeared, cloaked in a chilling purple aura. He coldly mocked him. "Focus, will you? Where are you looking?" Caught off guard, the leader only had time to let out a cold huff before swinging his dual blades, unleashing the blood sky dance technique. Blades of crimson energy tore through the air, forming a death trap around T. Vulan. Facing such intense pressure, Vulan had no choice but to brace himself, sparks flying as they clashed under the moonlight. Yet, Vulan quickly regained the initiative. He channeled his inner energy and roared the lion's howl. A massive shockwave exploded outward, blasting the Northern leader backward. Vulan panted, secretly shocked that just one exchange had left him struggling for breath. He hadn't expected the Northern Corps to mobilize such a terrifying force just to chase down one kid. Despite being lightly wounded with blood trickling from his lip, his eyes burned with excitement. "It's been a while since I've felt this pumped." Across from him, the Thonlang leader was trembling in terror. He couldn't believe the guy had blown away his blood sky dance with a single roar. He realized that powerful lion's howl was clearly the signature move of legendary bloodline. Ignoring the pain from his head wound, the leader roared in a frenzy. "Damn it! But as long as you fall, the rest of them won't mean a thing. Nice try, but not gonna happen." He declared the Great Emperor's order absolute, swearing to take Vulan's life to complete his mission. At the mention of the Great Emperor, Vulan's gaze hardened. He realized the one behind this attack was the very devil who had taken down the legendary sword saint. Vulan firmly declared, "So that's it. It turns out the one behind you is the same great emperor who brought down the sword saint." Without hesitation, he channeled all his power to unleash the Iron Blood Lion Blade technique, summoning a massive, majestic lion aura behind him. Vulan growled, "If that's the case, I'll kill you and send your head back to that great emperor." The battle reached its climax as Tivulan unleashed the lion's blood strike, clashing head-on with the leader's crimson bloodlight wave technique. The purple and red forces collided violently mid-air, creating a cataclysmic sight. Both dove at each other for one final, decisive strike. A pained scream rang out as the leader was heavily wounded. Breathless, he looked at Vulan with eyes full of awe. "You fight just like a lion." Sensing a familiar aura, he tentatively asked if he had any relation to the legendary Tiavu saint. With eyes as cold as ice, Vulan declared, "He is my father." Hearing this, the leader let out a bitter laugh, acknowledging that a tiger father truly produces a tiger son and didn't hold back his praise for the young tiger of the Tia family. But suddenly, his eyes glowed with an eerie green light, warning with a dark tone that if Vulan kept protecting that kid, endless suffering would haunt him. In his final desperate moments, the leader bellowed the name of the great emperor with blind loyalty. He declared, "Mission failed. I'll blow myself up, and pray our master achieves his grand ambition soon." A surge of deep green energy exploded from his mouth and eyes, creating a massive, earth-shaking blast right in the middle of the deep forest. A blinding white light swallowed everything, leaving Tiavulan just enough time to cover his face and cry out in horror, "Damn it!" When the dust finally settled, all that remained was a gaping crater with black blood splattered across the ground. Tia Vulan was slightly injured at the corner of his mouth, standing silently as he stared at the ruins with a heavy heart. Looking at the child still lying motionless on the grass, he couldn't help but be shocked, wondering why they were crazy enough to sacrifice their own lives just to capture one small child. Vulan deduced that this kid must be holding a precious secret for the Northern Corps to go to such extreme lengths. Meanwhile, in another area, Tia Sa Vu was walking with such urgency that Elder Hong had to scramble to keep up, asking, "Where are you going? Why are you in such a rush?" The Battle King didn't even look back. Sa Vu coldly replied, "Straight to Huashan. Move it, or we'll miss the show." Elder Hong clicked his tongue, thinking it was already too late. But Sa Vu insisted they didn't have time to stall. He calculated it was about 400 li from Xi'an to Huashan. Moving at top speed, they could make it in a day. Hearing that, the beggar sect elder could only sigh that was the speed of a battle king. How was a normal person supposed to keep up? He grumbled that even if they made it on time, they'd still have to wait for the sword elder to return from his hunt. Sensing the heavy silence from his companion, Miss Han gently asked if the great hero's tense expression was because of that great emperor. She wondered if that person really was the legendary Nine Sons Tai Chi. The Battle King's blue eyes gazed toward the distant horizon, and he replied in a low voice, "I can't say for sure." Miss Han thought to herself, aside from him, no one in the world could take down a sword saint that easily. She wondered why someone like Sa Vu would become this worked up. With a cold gaze, Sa Vu affirmed that the only one capable of killing the sword saint could be Nine Sons Tai Chi, and he was the root of everything. The only lead he had to find his lost sister. Walking with grim determination, he told himself that after finding the master's daughter and Shich's son, his final goal was to find his sister. His blue eyes burned with resolve. Sa Vu swore that in just one more day, all his long-held wishes would finally come true. Elder Hong hurriedly tried to talk him out of it. "You're gonna run yourself into the ground. What are you gonna do? Stare at the gate when you get there?" Miss Han was also worried. Tower? No, he's definitely going to make it happen. Elder Hong hurried to advise him. "You're acting cold as ice. You really going to go stare at that door?" Miss Han was worried too. The great emperor has left, and if the rumors about sealing off the mountain are true, it's going to be near impossible to get to the Huasan sect. Despite knowing the odds, Sa Wu is determined to reach Huasan as fast as he can to verify the clues he's spent over 10 years tracking down. Suddenly, the sharp, rapid sound of a pipa echoes through the dead of night, stopping Sa Wu in his tracks. He winces, clutching his head as he feels his brain rattled by the strange, swirling sound piercing his mind. When the music hits a fever pitch and he realizes the melody is laced with immense internal energy spreading through the woods, Sa Wu doesn't sense hostility, but he knows that keeping on listening to this can't be good. Just as he's about to tell everyone to shut it, he's shocked to see nothing but a thick, hazy fog around him. Wait, where is everyone? In the eerie silence, Sa Wu wonders if this is just some mind game played by whoever's hiding in the dark. Narrowing his cold blue eyes, he guesses that whoever is standing there so openly must be looking for him specifically. A smirk plays on Sa Wu's lips. He walks calmly through the field of fog-covered grass. He growls, demanding the stranger reveal the whereabouts of his companions because he doesn't have the time to mess around. From far away, under the bright full moon, a shadowed figure holding a moon lute coldly replies that he has no idea where those people are, because his only goal is to have a private word with the War King. The mysterious guy stares right at Sa Wu, delivering a hauntingly seductive line. "Such a pleasure to meet you, War King. Are you the one behind all of this?" Sa Wu presses through the thick mist. The lute player gives a vague response. Maybe, or maybe not. The War King is losing his patience, his blue eyes flashing with intensity. "Look, I'm in a rush. I don't have time for your games. Where are the others?" The mysterious man keeps strumming his lute, insisting he has no clue where they are and just wants to talk to him one-on-one. He stares at Sa Wu, revealing his haunting face and a heavy-hitting introduction. The name's 9 written stars, one of the 6 internal devils. He flashes a sinister grin. "Yo, buddy, I've been waiting for you." Sa Wu can't help but ask, "You know me?" But then he quickly connects the dots and realizes this guy must be an ally of the 9 nether mad demons, so it makes sense that he'd know him. Sa Wu demands to know if the North Plains have started making their move, but 9 written stars just brushes it off as a chance meeting while he was searching for a nearby merchant caravan. He seems annoyed by Sa Wu's icy attitude, suggesting they just talk casually since they're about the same age. Not interested in small talk, Sa Wu fixes a piercing gaze on him with the only question that matters. "The Emperor, is it 9 young Taiji? You know where he is, don't you?" I hope you're going to tell me." 9 written stars smirks. "I know where he is, sure, but I have no reason to tell you." Sa Wu's eyes turned sharp, his index finger crackling with lightning as he points it forward. Then I'll just make you talk. Faced with that powerful threat, Nine Written Stars just scoffs, thinking the War King's personality is truly insufferable. Suddenly, a pluck of the lute string sounds, and his figure vanishes in a blink, appearing right behind Sawu. The War King spins around in total shock. How did he get behind him so fast? Nine Written Stars nonchalantly keeps playing, brushing off talk of war or the North Plains as if they're boring. He mocks Sawu's lightning strike, saying he's clearly too confident in his own strength and ends up looking down on his opponents. He notes that this absolute confidence is exactly what led Sawu right into a trap, a mistake commonly made by top-tier masters. With glowing red eyes full of mockery, Nine Written Stars expresses his disappointment. For someone the Emperor has his eye on, you sure aren't much. Basically, he knows Sawu isn't in the mood to chat. Nine Written Stars smirks and asks, "Want to hear some juicy romantic gossip?" He starts digging into the War King's mind, provoking his deepest hidden desires. He brings up the girl from his master's past, or who has been missing for so long. He keeps asking suggestive questions about her beauty, her voice, and even implies curiosity about her body, claiming that any man would have some twisted fantasies. Through the haze of the illusion, the image of Lady Han appears, ethereal as ever. She steps towards Sawu, asks, "Tell me, great hero, what have you been thinking?" Seeing the girl in front of him, Sawu whispers her name in total disbelief, but then Lady Han suddenly calls him by his real name, Du Wung. "Do you love me?" The blunt question makes the War King's blue eyes widen in shock. He stutters, confused by what the lady is, even saying, "Under the full moon," a shell-shocked Sawu denies it, thinking to himself, "Wait, what? I didn't mean it like that." Lady Han steps closer, saying his reaction is super suspicious. If he didn't love her, he wouldn't have traveled all the way from the distant Goryeo to find her. Even as Sawu tries to explain he's just following his master's final wishes, she brushes it off, claiming she doesn't think it's that simple. She recalls the first day they met, and even though she didn't have a single memory back then, she was genuinely happy to see him find her. Lady Han gently places a hand on Sawu's cheek, making his heart race in total confusion. She confesses that it was because of that connection that she left the Tuxion group to travel with him to find her older sister, even though it had nothing to do with her. She brings up the moment her own voice helped him break free from his inner demons, insisting that couldn't have happened if it wasn't love. That's some toxic bait, guys. Caught off guard by this relentless attack, Sawu feels like everything is moving way too fast, but Lady Han leans in even closer, her warm breath and promises to give him everything she has, pulling him in. Behind them, the sound of Nine Written Stars' lute continues to ring out, leading the entire illusion, leaving Sawu only able to gasp in desperation. Nine Written Stars thinks to himself that trying to overpower a top-tier master like the War King with raw strength is insane, but as one of the 6 internal devils, he has to find a way to take him down. He smugly realizes you don't always have to be stronger to win, especially with people who reach the pinnacle of power too young, like Sawu. To him, those who only focus on training are usually weak when faced with unexpected situations or sudden, intense stimuli. By provoking his hidden desires, he can make his opponent self-destruct through chi deviation. Watching Sawu sinking deeper into the hallucination, Nine Written Stars believes he'll finish himself off without him needing to lift a finger. Moving on to the others, he looks at Elder Hong, who's laughing like a lunatic in his own delusion about women, and sneers that he's a total pervert. He figures the old beggar will end up dying on his own soon enough, stuck in his own little illusion. When it was Akane-san's turn, Ju Wenting couldn't help but be shocked by the guy's massive frame, but then he just clicked his tongue and dismissed it all brawn. No brains. Still, the one who intrigued him the most was that ice beauty. Looking at her ethereal beauty, he couldn't help but admit that Goryeo women are truly something special, totally different from the women in the Ming Dynasty or Northern Yuan. He secretly wondered if that was the reason the great emperor couldn't stop obsessing over his consort. Ju Wenting stared deep into her eyes, revealing that besides stirring up the War King's desire, he also wanted to use her because of his own jealousy. His eyes suddenly flashed red when he realized the War King was also catching feelings. He mocked them both for hiding their true colors and called them a pair of fools. Yet, he felt triumphant because, thanks to their stupidity, the beauty was now in the palm of his hand. To him, love unsaid isn't love at all. He despised those who lost their loved ones because they were too cowardly to speak up, only to console themselves with empty words. He confidently claimed no one in this world understood love or women better than he did the irony of a single guy trying to teach others about love. Ju Wenting leaned in close, promising to give her a kind of happiness and pleasure. No woman on this earth had ever known things so wild that someone as pure as her couldn't even imagine. He lifted her chin, whispering about satisfying both her mind and body. He promised that with just one kiss, she'd finally know what true happiness felt like. In this lifetime, she could only ever love him. Just as Ju Wenting was about to touch the young lady, a rough, giant hand suddenly grabbed his collar from behind, making him gasp. Huh? What the? You bastard. But he immediately spiraled into a panic when he felt an overwhelming, terrifying pressure crushing his body. Seeing the terrifying expression on the giant's face, before he could even process it, a brutal punch slammed straight into his face. Ju Wenting barely managed to wheeze. Before being completely overpowered by the opponent's 1,000-pound strength, Akane-san gritted his teeth in fury, his white eyes burning with killing intent as he glared at the one who caused the illusion. He roared with pure dominance. I said, I am Akane-san. A brilliant golden aura exploded from his body, blowing away every last trace of the dark, gloomy mist. Standing tall between heaven and earth, the giant roared to the sky, clearly declaring his identity. My name is Akane-san. No, this is impossible. He asked himself in despair how Akane-san could still attack when he was clearly within the range of the ghost myriad state formation. Under the full moon, a massive explosion erupted, sending Ju Wenting flying. He collapsed by the zither, heavily wounded, his breathing ragged and strained in the ghastly scene. He wheezed in pain. How is he still so strong after taking a hit like that? Ignoring his enemy, Akane-san roared with authority. Savu said, my name is. The golden aura known as the Imperial Dragon Supreme Steel Chi exploded powerfully, enveloping the giant's body amidst a thunderous roar. Witnessing the strength of his comrade, Savu shouted, San! A sudden wound made the War King and the young lady freeze as the giant loudly declared, I am Kung Akane-san. Amidst the chaotic scene, Elder Hong suddenly laughed a weird, unsettling sound. Hey, 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 hey. Elder Hong suddenly stopped, clutching his ear, and exclaimed in horror. He was shaken to see fresh blood leaking from his ear. Ugh, why is there blood in my ear? Clearly he hadn't been injured during the fight, leaving him to wonder if what he had just experienced was just a hallucination or something far more terrifying. Savu was also staring intently at his hand, where a streak of dark red blood appeared. He realized this was the cause of the sharp pain earlier, looking closely at the blood on his palm. He was stunned to see the carcass of a tiny dead bug. Bugs? Why are these inside my ear? The War King's blue eyes blazed with fury. He remembered the moment his ears went deaf and the agonizing pain struck his brain. Was it that moment? Savu realized that Ju Wenting's magical music had lured these bugs into their ears to attack. This was a vicious, internal soul art attack that even a supreme expert like him couldn't react to in time. Rage exploded as Savu gritted his teeth and roared, You've got some nerve messing with me. A deep blue lightning current erupted around his body, radiating a terrifying pressure that made the surrounding space feel like it was about to shatter. With sharp, murderous eyes, the War King declared, You'd better prepare yourself. I'm going to make you suffer more than death itself. Just as Savu was about to lunge into the fray, a gentle hand was placed on his shoulder. Brother, let me handle him. The young lady stepped forward with her sword in hand, her voice low as she revealed she absolutely hated people who played games with her memories and thoughts. Having lost her memories for 10 years, she especially loathed those who used dark arts to toy with others' emotions like him. Standing next to Akane-san, who was radiating a towering black aura, the young lady looked straight at the enemy and firmly stated, I will kill him. That bastard is mine. Akane-san gritted his teeth, his mind consumed by one intense thought. No mercy. There's the hero we know. Witnessing the strange transformation of his brother, Savu couldn't help but call his name in surprise. Dark power mingled with golden light, enveloping Akane-san as he vowed to protect everything, at any cost. Looking at the giant's expression, Savu wondered if he had truly remembered everything. Elder Hong, standing nearby, couldn't stop, worrying. He reminded the War King that the opponent was a top-tier expert from Northern Yuan, so he shouldn't be careless, but Savu just smiled, confidently. He realized Akane-san hadn't changed at all. He was still the same gentle, silent giant who used to effortlessly carry massive piles of firewood or kick away bad guys to protect everyone. Still the same big, soft-hearted lug, Savu thought to himself. Deep down, Savu always believed that Akane-san was actually stronger than him, which is why he always stepped up to protect him in every situation. He was certain that as long as Akane-san took the lead, everything would be fine. Suddenly, a shout of "You bastards!" broke the silence. Savu turned around, startled, and was shocked by the scene. The enemy had been knocked back, pinned to the cliff wall with blood streaming down. His voice, filled with hatred, rang out. Damn, that hurts. You think you're killing who? Who's protecting? Who? Ju Wenting looked up, his face covered in blood, his red eyes filled with madness, and he sneered, mocking the overconfidence of Savu's group. You guys actually believe it? You really think you have a chance? Even though he had just taken a heavy, unexpected hit, he insisted that they were all still going to die today. He revealed the horrifying secret behind his dark arts. War King, just as you said, I've been using tiny bugs raised inside my own body to control my opponents. With just one bug, he'd already toyed with a top-tier master like Savu. He hissed that if Savu managed to block one bug earlier, he was now going to deliver the killing blow. But what if it's not one or two, but 100 or 1,000? Thousands of red-eyed bugs began crawling out of his body, forming a cloud of death that swallowed the entire space. Just looking at it makes my skin crawl, Ku Van Tin roared, activating the ghostly myriad states formation. Unleashing thousands of demonic bugs to cover the area, he arrogantly challenged them, "Try and stop these if you can." Facing the cloud of death rushing toward him, Sheech Sun maintained his stoic, rage-filled expression. He just muttered one word: bugs. Then, he channeled his internal energy into his massive fist, which was glowing with a golden light. His entire body erupted with a brilliant golden aura, his white eyes radiating terrifying pressure. He roared in extreme fury, "I hate them. Die." A combo meant to destroy all vermin. He threw a punch with the power to move mountains and shatter rocks, creating a massive shockwave that crushed tens of thousands of bugs right in midair, splattering their blood everywhere. Ku Van Tin was stunned, unable to react to power so immense that it defied all laws of martial arts. He was terrified, wondering what was happening, seeing his ultimate technique easily dissolved by the punch of a man he had dismissed as mindless. His high-pitched scream echoed through the mountains as the massive force engulfed him, triggering an explosion that shook the entire region. When the dust settled, Ku Van Tin collapsed, trembling and refusing to believe what he was seeing, constantly asking himself why such a monstrous thing could happen. In his dazed state, he realized his opponent hadn't just blocked his attack, but had counterattacked brutally, using nothing but raw physical strength twice. Struggling in utter resentment, suppressing the bone-deep pain, he gritted his teeth and cursed, then tremblingly reached out to grab his instrument, preparing for one last desperate move. Ku Van Tin staggered to his feet, his blood-stained face filled with shock, unable to believe that someone like Zich Sun could break his ghostly myriad states formation. He had intended to finish everyone off easily, but the current situation forced him to risk it all to save his honor. Meanwhile, the giant Sheech Sun was still pouring all his energy into a charge, rushing forward like a golden cyclone to finish his opponent. Ku Van Tin let out a manic laugh, admitting he never expected this giant, not the War King, to be the one who would force him to draw his ghostly demon sword. Just as Zich Sun closed in from above, he swung his sword, unleashing his ultimate move. Ghostly Soul Slash, sending a wave of burning black energy straight at his opponent. The surprise attack, reeking of murderous intent, caught Zich Sun off guard, leaving him unable to defend against the ruthless strike aimed directly at him. The bone-deep pain made Sheech Sun groan. The giant was heavily wounded by the ghostly blade. Standing before his suffering foe, Ku Van Tin arrogantly asserted that breaking his illusion formation didn't mean he would win. He loudly declared his true identity as the Yuan Demon Emperor, Ku Van Tin, the one who wields absolute darkness. Under the cold full moon, his arrogant laughter rang out through the mountains. "Ha ha ha! You! Think you can get me just by rushing in like that? Do you think I have no weapons?" He pulled out the ghostly demon sword, his secret weapon that had always been carefully hidden, proving that everyone has an ace up their sleeve. This is a legendary spirit tool called the Five-Body Crystal, which only exists in caves, thousands of feet deep in crystal formations. After 10,000 years of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, it forms with its signature red hue, but depending on how it is and crafted, it can emit different colors. When sharpened as thin as paper, the sword becomes transparent and invisible to the naked eye. With the properties being both lightweight and invisible, it ranks among the rarest of weapons, fragile, yet absolutely unbreakable, with sharpness reaching the extreme. Ku Van Tin glided through the night. A slight movement of his toes was enough for him to move like a ghost without leaving a trace. With a blood-soaked face and a crazed smile, he insisted that when the ghostly demon sword and the ghostly invisibility merged, there would be no opponent left in this world who could defeat him. Ku Van Tin suddenly vanished from sight, making Elder Hong gasp in terror. Wait, he was standing right there, and now he's poof? Gone? Iron Savu, with his glowing blue eyes, remained remarkably calm. He explained, "It's not magic, and it's not an illusion. He's just moving a bit faster than others. A realm of transcendent perception that only top-tier masters can reach. For an idol like him, everything is easy." He revealed that those in the inner demon organization are all people who have reached the super upper realm. Elder Hong worriedly asked if they could entrust this to his friend. If the naked eye can't see him, how can they catch him? Zich Sun muttered in pain, seeing blood running down his face and body. The glowing red streaks of the ghostly demon Sword kept tearing through space, leaving deep wounds on the giant. Despite trying to throw punches with the strength of 1,000 pounds, Sun could only hit the air in vain because his opponent was moving too fast and was invisible. The cruel, continuous attacks left Sun covered in wounds. Witnessing the scene, Elder Hong couldn't help but ask anxiously, "War King, are you okay?" Savu stayed silent, his eyes locked on the battle. Ku Van Tin's arrogant laughter echoed across the battlefield. "Ha ha ha, did you just punch the air? Keep missing like that, and you're going to die. No matter how strong your friend is, it's hard for him to endure those terrifying attacks for long," he continued, to brag about his unstoppable ghostly martial arts and his invisible demon sword whose shape no one could predict. Contrasting with Elder Hong's anxiety, Savu smiled confidently. "Have faith in Sun." Just as Ku Van Tin roared, demanding his opponent's head, a giant hand suddenly reached out and grabbed his head with pinpoint precision. He gasped in utter shock. "What? Wait, what? How is this possible?" Even without seeing his opponent, Vu reasoned that he could still hear the sounds, and the enemy's constant screaming only made it easier to track the direction of the attacks. He calculated that if the ghostly demon sword were hidden in the loot, its size would be limited. It couldn't be longer than 2.7 feet and its width, no more than 3 inches. Savu knew for a fact that Sun realized it too, as he was risking everything to aim straight for his opponent's throat, ignoring the wounds bleeding all over his body. Ku Van Tin roared like a maniac, calling Sun a moron and threatening that even if he managed to grab his head to save his own skin, he'd regret it because his arm would be chopped off in a heartbeat, still yapping threats even though he's about to be deleted. Son immediately unleashed his lethal spirit ghost soul slash, conjuring a blazing wave of dark energy and hacking, straight at the giant with the intent to end it. Ku Van Tin laughed triumphantly, thinking the bone-chilling pain would leave his opponent speechless. But that smirk suddenly vanished when he realized something absurd was unfolding before his eyes. He stared, frozen, at his opponent's arm and blurted out in utter shock, "Wait, why isn't it cut? Did you buy some fake gear, bro?" The horrific truth revealed itself the next second. What shattered into pieces wasn't Sun's arm, but his legendary spirit ghost demon sword. Witnessing this, Savu smiled smugly, as everything was playing out exactly as the Dalai Lama had revealed. Memories flashed back to when he'd asked the master about the mysterious martial arts he had taught Sun, the supernatural power that once overwhelmed even the immortal zombie hell, which was considered nearly invincible in this world. Savu remembered that during the clash with the Sword Saint, he had seen with his own eyes the Vajra Chi enveloping Sun's body, allowing him to tank the Taiyi sword proof of an incredibly advanced martial art. The Dalai Lama had confirmed that this protective aura was the supreme yellow dragon Vajra Chi. Back to the present, Sun radiated a golden aura with the force of 1,000 pounds, gritted his teeth, gripped the enemy's head with his iron-like hands, and unleashed a brutal finishing move that shook the ground violently. Savu pondered as he recognized the power covering his comrade. Supreme Yellow Dragon Vajra Chi, top-tier quality when you see it. That's right, the secret technique of Bo, Datlap Palace, the orthodox lineage of the Yellow Sect. After being subjected to the corpse spell, Sun lost all his memories. His mind was now a blank slate. But his martial arts talent was absolutely extraordinary. He soaked up the supreme yellow dragon, Vajra Chi, like a sponge. The old master insisted this was a martial art with absolute power to purge evil and demons. Under that terrifying pressure, Ku Van Tin could only writhe in agony, constantly vomiting up mouthfuls of fresh blood. In his delirium, Ku Van Tin realized a bitter, grim truth. The only person whose skin his spirit ghost demon sword couldn't even leave. A single scratch on was the Emperor. Seeing Sun looming over him, he trembled and wondered, is this guy the Emperor's twin brother or something? That kid possessed innate talent and a physique so strong it was beyond imagination. Sun launched himself into the air, bringing down a thunderous blow imbued with golden energy. When innate talent combines with the power of the supreme yellow dragon Vajra Chi, no one in this world can defeat Sun. A massive, world-shaking explosion erupted, leaving a giant crater in the middle of the battlefield. Under the cold full moon, Ku Van Tin lay gasping in a pool of blood. He muttered in disbelief. How? How am I still alive? I was supposed to be dead. A looming shadow approached. Savu looked coldly at the defeated enemy and declared, I have questions for you. I only delayed your death for now. With his piercing blue eyes radiating pressure, he grilled him about the whereabouts of the leader of Black Blood City, the Emperor Juyang Taichi, right? He has a woman by his side, doesn't he? 10 years ago, a woman from Goryeo. Ku Van Tin froze, a shocking name flashing through his mind. Could it be the noble consort? He realized the War King was originally from Goryeo, and so was she. A bloody smile appeared on the defeated man's lips. He whispered, Oh, so that's it? Realizing he held a key bargaining chip, he recklessly offered, War King, let's make a deal. First, save my life. Savu remained silent, his blue eyes sharp and murderous. Ku Van Tin kept pushing. Save me, and I'll show you where to find her. Immediately, Savu reached out and gripped his throat, choking him. With eyes cold as ice, the War King declared, A deal? I think you're mistaken. You're going to die. But if you tell me where she is, I'll make sure your death is painless. Ku Van Tin, though being throttled, still smiled, his face covered in blood. He claimed he had achieved his goal after hearing the War King's response. To Savu's astonishment, he grit his teeth and he's revealed a cruel truth. Because of your answer, her man and her son have already crossed a river they can never return from. He shrieked in madness, swearing that the death of the sister and the child was Savu's own doing, telling him to carry the weight of this decision forever before his body. It exploded in a blinding flash, still causing trouble even after death. Standing in the blast, Savu was stunned, repeating the words her son in utter disbelief. He frantically wondered whose child that could be. The white shockwave engulfed everything, causing a tremor that shook the very sky under the full moon. From atop a nearby tree, two mysterious figures were quietly observing the whole thing. One coldly remarked, "Too late." The one wearing the conical hat couldn't hide his anger, cursing Ku Van Tin as a perverted scumbag for disobeying orders, acting on his own, and messing with the War King, someone who wasn't in the original plan. What a total teammate fail. Standing next to him, the undefeated Blood Demon sect member, with his fire-wreathed hands, growled that even if Ku Van Tin deserved to die, he was still a member of the 7th Demon Chamber, personally appointed by the Emperor. He reminded him that the War King was a target the Emperor would deal with personally, so absolutely no one was to touch him. As for the low-level trash, just chop their heads off. He threatened that anyone who dared to stop his revenge would be violating the blood law to pay in blood for Black Blood City. But the man in the conical hat remained calm, looking into the other's burning eyes, insisting that the Emperor's orders were what stood above all laws. The demon sect member paused, his eyes still burning, admitting the obvious truth, because the very existence of the Emperor was the embodiment of Black Blood City. The demon sect member decided to leave for Suizhou, leaving behind Tai Lang. The hall master of the Green Wolf Hall stood there, tasked with delivering the orders of the Emperor. Meanwhile, at the explosion site, as the dust settled, Savu stood frozen, looking at the deep crater, and muttered, He blew himself up. Looking at the debris, Savu pondered why Ku Van Tin would choose to sacrifice his life so extremely. Looking at the dark blood, splattered on the ground, he suddenly realized the truth. Black blood. Is that why their faction is called Black Blood City? However, what's eating him alive right now is the existence of the child that enemy just mentioned. That villain's malicious declaration is still ringing in his ears. And that child is the one carrying the bloodline of the Yuan family that you loathe with every fiber of your being. Savu recalculated the timeline. The math actually checks out. This is a disaster. Everything is hitting him all at once, and even someone as steady as the War King is shaken to his core. Suddenly, a deafening sound erupts, causing Savu to jump and turn around. He frantically shouts for Shich-sun and Han Tu. Right before his eyes, a brilliant golden light in the shape of a divine dragon is coiling majestically through the night. It's the Imperial Dragon Supreme Aura Shich-sun's defensive technique, radiating immense pressure to shield everyone from the destructive blast. Seeing everyone is safe, Savu silently thanks Shich-sun for saving them. Just then, Hanto rushes over, sword in hand. The kid is confused about why the forest feels so strange. Like there isn't a single living creature around. It's like they've wandered into a mysterious formation. Just as he's about to ask about the explosion, Hanto freezes. His eyes go wide with horror as he stares at a massive, bottomless crater that has appeared right in the middle of the woods. He stammers, who the hell dug a hole that big? Seeing Shich-sun, Savu, and Miss Han standing in silence amidst the carnage, he starts to realize a terrifying battle just ended. Hanto shudders when he catches the glowing blue, bloodthirsty gaze of Savu. His expression is so chilling it makes him gasp. Look at his face. And it's not just Savu. Even Miss Han wears a look of sorrow and intense, terrifying gravity. The heavy pressure makes Hanto break out in a cold sweat. He can only silently groan, then approaches Elder Hong to ask what happened, but the old master just waves him off wearily, telling him to drop it because he's too exhausted and lazy to explain the whole story again. Did he self-destruct? Savu gasps while looking at the ruins from the violent blast. Elder Hong muses that the explosion sounded just like the hellish violent arts of the Than Sat sect. No, he clarifies. This is an ancient martial art from the Yuan family called Blood Explosion Heaven. He explains that unlike hellish violent arts which use gunpowder, the Blood Explosion Heaven magic art relies purely on internal energy. In terms of raw power, while the hellish violent art could blow up a whole carriage. The blood explosion heaven art is harder to master, but its power is in a league of its own. Elder Hong shudders, remembering the war with the Yuan family 10 years ago, when countless martial artists perished to this brutal technique. Under the cold full moon, Savu turns to ask, Elder Hong, how many people can we mobilize from the nearby beggar sect branch? The elder replies, I'm not sure, probably about 100 people, but most are just for intel. Only about 10 are actually combat capable. Hearing such a low number, Savu tightens his expression and firmly demands, then please, mobilize the entire beggar sect. This intensity shocks Elder Hong. Huh? The whole beggar sect? Why? Savu says in a low, heavy voice, revealing the shocking reason. My sister's son, my nephew, seems to have entered the Central Plains. We have to find that child. Savu calculates the timeline again. My sister was taken to Northern Yuan 10 years ago. Counting the pregnancy, the kid is at most 9 years old. Elder Hong frowns. There are kids everywhere. How are we supposed to find him? Savu asks about the anomalies the elder mentioned, like the many branch offices of the Thiet Vu Lian being attacked, or merchants gathering at Truong Ha village at the foot of Ngutai Mountain. Elder Hong confirms those things are happening. Savu asserts that if this is linked to the Black Blood City, then the chances are high that his sister and his nephew are nearby. He estimates if the child left recently, he couldn't have gone more than 20 miles. However, Elder Hong worries that even if they identify a few locations, the vast distance makes the search nearly impossible. Seeing Han Tho about to interrupt, the elder brushes him off. The situation is too critical. Savu declares clearly, War King, please use the War King's reputation to ask for their help. He insists that if the beggar sect isn't enough, he'll mobilize the Great Heaven Trading Group, and if that's still not enough, he'll even call in the Thiet Vu Lian. Whose power is this? Elder Hong is sweating bullets at this recklessness. Mobilizing the beggar sect, the Great Heaven Trading Group, and the Thiet Vu Lian, isn't that basically mobilizing all of the Central Plains? He realizes that Savu is the man recognized as the strongest after his duel with sect leader Hong Fu Min. Even though he has never abused his fame, in a situation as chaotic as this, no one would pass up the chance to get on his good side. Elder Hong is drenched in cold sweat. He worries that the whole martial arts world will be running errands to find his nephew. However, a large-scale mobilization to find his nephew hides a dangerous secret. Miss Han muses, the great hero's sister is a princess of the Yuan family, and if the ghost demon emperor's words are true, his nephew is the direct heir to the Yuan royal bloodline. She warns that if this identity is exposed to the Ming dynasty, the situation will spiral out of control. Those in power won't let the key to the war between Ming and Northern Yuan fall into others' hands, and his nephew could easily be exploited for political leverage. Even knowing the risks, Savu remains firm, I understand. Regardless, we must find him, for my sister's sake and for the child's. Miss Han sighs. She worries that if they don't go to Hua Mountain but head south, they might miss clues about his sister. Savu softly replies, in this situation, even if we found my sister but lost my nephew, she would be devastated. His eyes burn with resolve. He refuses to see his sister suffer ever again. Meanwhile, in Suizhou, Hubei, a funeral atmosphere blankets the Tufu sect, a family that has held power in this region for over 120 years. Yet, in just one short hour, this entire illustrious sect has been completely wiped out. A demon sect follower strolls onto the scene, witnessing the ruin and blurting out, 100-year-old clan and they didn't even put up a fight. What a miserable sight. The demon follower frowns, wondering why the culprit had to be so ruthless. A man with a strangely long face chimes in. To be honest, it's pretty gross to look at, and the smell is heavy too, right? Stranger. Seeing the mysterious guy daydreaming, the demon follower angrily growls and demands his name. The man calmly replies, ever since joining the Green Wolf Palace, I've abandoned my name. I currently hold the rank of Great Wolf. Just call me that. Just leave it to Great Lang. He mocked that it seemed these two guests didn't come to congratulate Great Lang on his victory, then bluntly asked what their business was. The demon sect leader thought to himself that the mouths of the Green Lang Palace crowd were so annoying. He roared, I am one of the 4 hell demon hands, and I have to report to a lowlife. Like you? Get Great Lang out here now. Faced with that sharp attitude, the guy just smirked, thinking the guests were being quite rude, then led them inside. Stepping into the main hall, the scene was even more horrifying, with the defeated lying all over the floor. The demon sect leader looked at the back of the figure standing, in the middle of the rubble, and let out a cold, annoyed huff. The old master of the Purple Palace Gate was using his last bit of strength to fight back, but his opponent's sword was too fast, leaving the old man only enough time to groan in pain. The opponent coldly mocked his slowness and told him to react faster if he wanted, to keep his men alive. With one precise strike, he pinned the old man down, leaving him trembling in fear. In absolute despair, the old man dropped his sword, and he admitted he was a total failure. He stood there, looming over the sect leader, reminding him of their twisted deal. If the leader won, the people of the Zifu sect would live, but every time he lost, it would cost a life. It was a sick game. He coldly reminded him, "That's 199 souls gone, remember?" Meaning, 199 people died because of his pathetic weakness. With cold, murderous eyes, he declared that for the 200th time, it was finally his son's turn to face the chopping block. Despite the son's agonizing screams while tied up, and the sect leader's desperate pleas for him to take his life instead, the man ruthlessly ordered the execution. He slammed a brutal fist into the old man's face and stood there, casually watching the carnage. The demon apostle flashed a twisted grin, clearly getting a kick out of savoring the desperate screams of the dying in their final moments. He had some seriously messed up tastes. Watching the massacre, Dai Lang, standing nearby, could only sigh, calling him a lunatic and blaming these pointless actions for the current catastrophe. The blue-haired leader turned to the gasping sect leader, mocking him even after losing over 100 disciples and 50 servants, and even after his wife and son were humiliated to the point of suicide, the old man still hadn't cracked. The sect leader could only vomit blood in pure humiliation and agony. The villain sneered, asking why it was only when he saw his last son trembling in fear that he finally begged for mercy. With eyes burning with hate, he declared that hypocrites like him, who always call others trash, are actually the biggest pieces of trash in the world. The man who single-handedly wiped out the Zifu sect was none other than the Blue Wolf, Qi Lun. In Suizhou, Hubei province, atmosphere at the Zifu sect was thick with death, haunted by the mournful cawing of crows. It had become a true battlefield, where the victors sat casually on the corpses of those they'd just slaughtered to soak in the feeling of conquest. The Azure Dragon Hall appeared like a ghost from the Yuan dynasty era. Prolonged wars have bred men so violent and cruel that even the regular army is drenched in blood. The invincible blood demon apostle admitted the existence of this terrifying organization. Standing in the Grand Hall, the demon apostle coldly asked, "So, why are two members of the seven inner demons personally presiding over this?" He stated that the goal of this trip was to verify if the forces were truly following the Emperor's orders. Tai Lang, the head of the Azure Dragon Hall with his long blue hair, casually replied that he was still carrying them out, faithfully. However, he seemed annoyed by the pressure, claiming there was still plenty of time left on the Emperor's deadline. Tai Lang admitted he was slaughtering the major powers around Hubei, sowing horrific massacres that no one could resist. He found a sick pleasure in watching pupils dilate at the moment the victims' lives were snuffed out, and because of that, he became even more obsessed with his crazed killing spree. With icy eyes, he insisted that even if the Emperor thought his methods were lacking, everything was still under control. Seeing him getting sidetracked, the demon apostle brushed it off. "That's not what I'm talking about. You'd better focus on finding that kid, GU." He reminded him that it had been many moons since the Emperor ordered the recovery of the artifacts that GU took, but there was no progress, which was why he had to send someone to check. Hearing that name, Tai Lang scoffed with contempt. "GU? Who's that?" "Oh, the half-breed bastard of the imperial concubine?" He casually admitted he had ordered a pursuit and confirmed his team was hot on the trail of young master GU. Tai Lang assured him that even if the report was a bit late, there was no need to worry because his subordinates would handle it perfectly. But the truth was the exact opposite of that confidence. A subordinate rushed in to report that the pursuit team he had sent had been completely wiped out. The culprit was none other than the young alliance leader of the Iron Feather League, Bei Feng. The battle was short and brutal, leaving not a single soul from the Azure Dragon Hall alive. Even worse, young Master Jiyu was now a hostage in their hands, and all the precious spiritual medicine he carried had fallen to the Iron Feather League. Hearing the bad news, Tai Lang frowned, his eyes flashing with danger. "What? Who dares touch my stuff?" Immediately, a powerful wave of energy exploded, engulfing the Grand Hall. Tai Lang Sajin casually asked the other to state his true intentions. Witnessing that dismissive attitude, the demon apostle muttered, "Is this jerk starting again?" He believed that things reached this point because Tai Lang didn't know how to manage his subordinates, but Sajin just smirked, responding with heavy sarcasm. "Is that the brilliant thinking of the Hell Demon, one of the seven inner demons?" Tai Lang offered a fake apology for letting the trash in his hall bother the Hell Demon. He stared straight at him with icy eyes and proposed an extreme solution. "What if I kill everyone? Would that finally stop the Hell Demon from sighing?" Seeing the demon apostle lose his cool, he immediately flipped his stance, claiming his subordinates were innocent and didn't deserve such a fate. Tai Lang's insanity hit a peak as he stuck his tongue out in a nasty grin, even offering to die just to hand his position over to the demon apostle. The demon apostle gritted his teeth in fury at Tai Lang Sa Jin, who was notorious for being the most violent and insane member of the Azure Dragon Hall. Even the invincible blood demon eventually gave up on the idea of recruiting him into the 7 inner demons because he was a one-of-a-kind psychopath. Facing the insults, Tai Lang just laughed hysterically and roared at him to shut his mouth. The demon apostle tried to swallow his anger to deliver shocking news. Tai Lang Sajin, listen closely. The ghost emperor demon has been killed by the war god and with him. This news left Sajin stunned. The smile on his face instantly froze. The demon apostle emphasized that not only him, but the Holy Master was also absolutely furious at this loss. He growled a warning about the catastrophic consequences. If the Holy Master found out that young Master Ji-Gun, whom he cherished so much, had become a hostage of the Iron Feather League, the demon apostle's eyes glowed red with pressure as he demanded Tai Lang not make any more mistakes. He warned that if he said this much and Sajin still didn't get it, the price to pay would be incredibly high. No more playing around, kid. Tai Lang stood frozen, repeating the death of the Ghost Emperor demon in total disbelief. Even though he knew the 9-pattern star was lazy and obsessed with pleasure, he knew the true power of one of the Green Wolf Pavilion isn't going down that easily. Tai Lang's eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce crimson intensity, and he muttered, "How interesting." He started getting curious about the true strength of this so-called war god, wondering just how powerful his martial arts must be to have taken down his own comrades. Tai Lang bitterly realized he'd been dead wrong to assume all Central Plains martial artists were just empty, hyped-up names. Better late than never, I guess. The demon sect disciple, Yun De Wang, gritted his teeth and told him to wait until he finished his business before settling scores. He didn't forget to throw in a sarcastic jab, warning Tai Lang not to die. Like a total loser, just like the ghost demon emperor Ku Van Tin. Stung by the insult, the guy gnashed his teeth in pure rage. He immediately turned to his subordinate to ask for the current location of the mongrel, Chiuat. Dai Lang respectfully reported that the target had been tracked to Tuyet-La County, Hubei province. Not about to let the prey slip away, Tai Lang ordered him to report back to their big boss, and the Saint Master forget it. He'd handle it himself to be sure. He immediately mobilized an elite force of 3 high wolves, 6 mid wolves, and 67 low wolves, and they all set out for Tuyet-Le that very night. Meanwhile, at a place known as Fortune, Heaven Valley, a small village of about 100 households tucked away deep in the majestic mountains, things were quiet. To get inside, you had to pass through a single, cleverly hidden cave behind a roaring white waterfall. The rugged terrain and the narrow bottleneck entrance made Fortune Heaven Valley a natural fortress, where just a few guards could hold off hundreds of enemy soldiers. Standing on the watchtower, Thiet Vu Lan sighed. It really was exactly as the legends described. Even though they were notorious for being stubborn and standoffish, strangely enough, the villagers welcomed Vu Lan's group without any resistance. Seeing the troubled look on his face, a subordinate wondered if there was some dark secret behind it. Vu Lan somberly revealed the tragic truth about Fortune Heaven Valley. Originally, it was located at the foot of the mountain, but it was brutally slaughtered during the Yuan army's retreat. 300 lives were lost, turning this place into a valley filled with deep resentment. The survivors later gathered to form the Fierce Lion Society, turning every villager into an elite martial artist hiding in the valley. Vu Lan sighed at the heartbreaking history of this Hubei region. Thiet Vu Lan let out another quiet breath, his eyes heavy with thought after the bloody skirmish. When someone worriedly asked about his wounds from fighting the Yuan soldiers, he just coldly replied, "These little scratches are nothing." But the brutal reality hit home right after, as 7 bodies of the Ngok Hoa Society members lay motionless under the torchlight. Just to deal with 12 thugs from the north plains, 7 precious lives were lost and 13 others were left badly injured, a steep price for their very first battle. Faced with such a heavy loss, Vu Lan couldn't help but feel the pain. He thought to himself that even in the cutthroat world of martial arts, losing 7 brothers at once was almost too much to bear. Suddenly, a subordinate came running, frantic, reporting that Miss Ha had used a falcon to send word of their current location to the War God and the Tian Thuong Society. Even though they feared Fortune Heaven Valley would be exposed, they realized they were out of options. When you're backed into a corner, you just have to take the risk. Standing by the fire, they couldn't stop wondering about the identity of the kid, the one who made the Yuan army chase him like madmen. Miss Ha decided she'd ask him herself once he woke up, leaving all the men sitting there on pins and needles, anxiously waiting. One member tried to lighten the mood with a playful air kiss. "Just trust me, don't worry." But the anxiety still showed on the faces of the others. Memories of that horrific escape came rushing back to Chiuat, when the boy had to risk his life sprinting through the dark forest under the full moon to flee the clutches of his enemies. With the gap closing fast, Chi-Uat had to push his body to the absolute limit, scrambling through thickets, hoping to find a way to survive. He knew that one moment of carelessness meant falling straight into the hands of the Green Wolf Palace. In his hazy dream, Chi-Uat saw images of his mother and his dear uncles, Shich-san and Savu. The image of the war God with his mighty lightning flickered in his mind like his last shred of hope. Chi-Uat jolted awake, his eyes wide with shock as he realized he was lying under a strange wooden ceiling. He touched his head, trying to remember what happened, and panicking, asked himself why he was here when he was clearly being hounded by the Green Wolf Palace army, with no place left to run. Chi-Uat sat up, eyes wide with confusion. Seeing the boy was awake, Miss Ha spoke softly. "Finally up, huh?" The boy panicked, looking around, and blurted out, "Who are you? Where am I?" Watching his intense reaction, she let out a small, faint smile. "You're yelling loud enough, so you're not dead yet." Chi-Uat tried to sit up to demand answers, but his shoulder wound suddenly throbbed, making him gasp in pain. "Tell me, right now," Miss Ha quickly warned him. "Don't push yourself. You might feel a bit better, but that stab wound on your shoulder isn't healed yet. I patched you up, but you need complete rest for now." Suddenly remembering something vital, Chi-Uat frantically shouted, "Oh right, my bag!" When Miss Ha pointed to the bag sitting nearby, he suspiciously asked if she had opened it. Without hiding anything, she coolly admitted, "Yeah, I opened it. Why would I hide that? A child being hunted by Yuan soldiers in the deep, empty woods. I had to know who you were." She insisted that while there were valuable things inside, what she really cared about was his identity and why a Goryeo boy was being hunted so relentlessly by the Yuan soldiers. Chi-Uat froze in shock. He didn't, wondering how she knew he was Korean. Miss Ha just laughed at his naivety. "Seriously? You didn't realize? We're speaking Korean right now." Realizing the person in front of him was also a fellow countryman, Chi-Uat gasped in surprise. "Oh, so you're Korean too?" Miss Ha nodded to confirm, then continued, prying into the boy's true identity. Seeing Chi-Uat stay silent, she didn't push him, instead switching to a more important question. "You know, the war god, don't you?" Meanwhile, on a windy cliff overlooking the harbor, a massive shadow stood watching in the dead of night. He gazed at the village flickering under the moonlight, then muttered sarcastically about how Chi-Uat had chosen such a hard-to-find hiding spot. That man was the killer, Jin. He wore a crazed smile, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Looking at the scene of the massive scorched earth operation below, he roared in excitement, "I'll show you the true art of a massacre." Immediately, he bellowed an order for the Blue Wolf Legion to begin the assault. Responding to their master were thunderous shouts of obedience from hundreds of subordinates lying in wait. Dark silhouettes streaked under the moonlight as the Blue Wolf Legion jumped in unison from the sheer cliff with war cries that shattered the silent night. No need for a path. They just jumped down to look cool. They used circular shields to maintain balance, diving into the treacherous valley like an unstoppable, violent flood. A swarm of black-cloaked assassins appeared, shimmering against the night sky, creating a pressure so suffocating it blanketed the entire Fukthian Valley. The landing was incredibly swift and brutal. Mid-air, the Blue Wolf Legion began setting their formation, deploying the scorched earth technique to surround the entire valley. Looking down from above, dozens of shadows simultaneously closed in on the village, nestled by the water, forming an inescapable net for everyone inside. Standing tall on the mountaintop overseeing the battlefield, the leader coldly and clearly declared the start of the battle. Miss Ha stared intently at the child, demanding an answer firmly. "Tell me, kid, who are you? You don't want to talk?" Seeing Chi-Uat remaining silent and alert, she sighed slightly and continued, "Fine, I won't ask anything else, but there is one thing I really need to hear from you. You know the war god, right?" Chi-Uat was stunned, his mind in turmoil over the stranger's question. He didn't understand how she knew his goal of finding his uncle so well. The boy was frozen, his mind flashing with images of his uncle with his majestic lightning aura radiating terrifying pressure. Chi-Uat couldn't believe the gentle uncle from his memories was actually the strongest war god in the world that everyone always talked about. He asked tremblingly, "Wait, how do you know my secret?" Miss Ha replied nonchalantly that he had talked in his sleep while unconscious. Even though he was glad she might know his uncle's whereabouts, Chi-Uat immediately pulled back. He reminded himself not to trust anyone too quickly. Speaking the same language didn't necessarily mean they were family. Moreover, she insisted his uncle was still alive, while his mother had once said he passed away long ago. Chi-Uat firmly replied, "I'm sorry, savior, but I have no choice. Thanks for saving my life, but that has nothing to do with revealing my identity." Miss Ha's face hardened, insisting that this was absolutely related. She grit her teeth, revealing the high price paid to protect him, to stop the Northern Plains martial artists from coming to capture him. 7 talents of the Ngok Hoa Association had died, and 13 were severely injured. Some of their wounds were so serious they might never be able to practice martial arts again. All those sacrifices were to save him, so he had an obligation to answer. She looked straight into Chi Yuat's eyes and repeated the question about his identity and why he was searching for the war god. Suddenly, an alarm bell rang out repeatedly, making both of them freeze. Piercing screams from outside tore through the night. What is that? Why is it suddenly so loud outside? We're under attack. The enemy is already at our doorstep. Miss Ha was shocked. She couldn't believe a secret place almost no one knew about, like Fukthian Valley, could be discovered and attacked so quickly. Painful wails echoed everywhere, signaling a cruel massacre had begun. Immediately, a savage fire erupted right outside the door, swallowing everything in a deadly red glow. Miss Ha stared stunned, down at the valley. The entire Fukthian Valley village was now submerged in a sea of red flames. The alarm bells echoed throughout the mountains, mingling with the piercing screams as the defenders were suddenly ambushed. The aggressive Northern Plains soldiers roared cold-bloodedly. Massacre the Ming people! Kill them all! Only we deserve to see the sunrise. Amidst the ruins, Miss Ha shielded Chi Uat. Her gaze glowed with resilience. Come on then, let's see who drops first. The melee was extremely brutal. The defenders swung their swords, fighting back fiercely, but ran into the enemy's sturdy bronze shields, leaving them completely shocked. A Ming master realized in a panic that these soldiers, although they looked like the previous group, fought in a completely different way. They moved rhythmically, coordinated like a real army, boldly marching into the heart of Ming territory. Faced with the non-stop organized attacks, Thiet Vu Lan gritted his teeth, realizing this was truly a professional army, their actions nearly flawless with attacks so detailed it was terrifying. Standing on the brink of life and death on the battlefield, his eyes lit up with determination as he looked toward the ringleader. Vu Lan gathered all his internal energy, aiming straight for the enemy general with the firm belief that if he could just take his head, the entire legion would collapse instantly. Theory is nice, but in reality, Thiet Vu Lan swung his greatsword down with a thunderous blow from above, carrying a powerful purple energy force. Facing that storm-like attack, the leader still nonchalantly commented on his opponent's combat ability and spirit, saying they were not bad. The enemy is attacking, and he's sitting there giving ratings. He turned to ask the leader, Tai Lang, if he should handle it himself, but immediately received a cold refusal. Tai Lang drew his thin sword, his red eyes revealing a look of pure malice. He nonchalantly confessed that he didn't like facing those who were already strong, but instead had an interest in crushing and toying with talents who had potential in the future. Flashing a crazed smile, Tai Lang roared with excitement because it had been a long time since he found an opponent as tasty as Vu Lan. He lunged forward with a stream of dark red energy, unleashing a brutal attack. The two forces of purple and red collided violently, creating an explosion that shook the entire sky. Vu Lan was stunned to realize his strongest finishing move seemed to have been blocked by some invisible force. He felt an impenetrable wall. A strange pressure surrounds his opponent, but it feels completely different from a standard protective aura. Vu Lan trembles as he realizes his sword seems to be clashing against hard metal, yet there is absolutely nothing standing in front of him. He is struck with terror, realizing he cannot see what is attacking him at all. A bone-deep pain hits him, and his vision goes completely blurry. Vu Lan is horrified to realize one of his eyes has been slashed. I can't see out of one eye. He stands there, stunned and bloodied, in absolute despair. Meanwhile, in the background, the ruthless fire continues to burn the entire valley to the ground. Thick Vu Lan coughs up blood, helplessly groaning. Damn it! How are they so strong? Seeing his opponent crumbling, Tai Lang arrogantly introduces the Blue Wolf Battalion, an elite, cursed army of the North, origin, established by the invincible Blood Demon. He coldly declares they only feel satisfied when they have wiped out every living thing on Earth. Tai Lang grabs Vu Lan's blood-soaked face, mockingly calling him a pathetic lion and admitting he hasn't felt this excited in a long time. But Tai Lang quickly shifts his mood. He clicks his tongue, saying he intended to enjoy Vu Lan thoroughly, but looking at his mangled, bloody body kills his mood completely. He casually orders his underlings, "It's ruined now, clean this up quickly." Immediately, a brutal strike descends, leaving Vu Lan collapsed. Then, Tai Lang turns to Chiuwat with a look of contempt, calling him a half-breed. He approaches Chiuwat, his eyes glowing red, and menacingly asks what he should do with him. Tai Lang offers cruel choices. Either drag him to his mother to finish them both off at once, or let him die alongside the woman who is protecting him. Looking at the village engulfed in flames, Manhwa is horrified to realize they actually intend to kill this child. Without fear, Chi Uat bravely stands up and shouts, "Blue Wolf Battalion, aren't you here to capture me? Then just take me. These people are innocent." Tai Lang flashes a sinister smile. He insists that Chiwat is going to die regardless because, in war, the innocent must also perish. They die simply because they are still alive. He reveals a shocking truth that he himself is a half-breed, which is why he hates Chiwat so much. He scolds the boy for never thinking about the consequences of his own actions, adding that receiving help from the Min family has only made this war worse. Suddenly, a glowing blue butterfly flies over, leaving Tai Lang stunned, wondering why a butterfly would appear in early winter. "This butterfly isn't just for show, buddy." Manhwa stands in front of Chi Uat, her gaze firm as she declares she will never hand the child over to a monster. She snarls at the beastly conduct of the Northern Army for heartlessly slaughtering innocent people. Immediately, she activates the life-death butterfly, screaming that she will pay them back in kind. A cloud of purple smoke, the invisible poison, along with the soul-chasing poison, erupts and engulfs the space. Tai Lang is shocked to realize the girl in front of him is using poison arts, a power that is not ordinary at all. Manhwa sets her jaw and warns him that if he dares to step back, there is only death. But Tai Lang quickly regains his arrogance. He laughs loudly, thinking that the impressive internal energy isn't even hers, but merely borrowed from an external object. He concludes, "So this power is all thanks to this little toy, huh?" Sure enough, the life-death butterfly falls to the ground, and Tai Lang casually crushes it under his foot. He roars in anger, feeling mocked, and taunts her hesitation for revealing her trump card too early. He assumes this must be her first real battle, or she wouldn't have made such a stupid mistake. Tai Lang steps closer, delivering cruel threats about her tragic fate once she falls into his hands. He loudly declares he is very hungry and will handle her right there, devouring her until not even a scrap is left. Manhwa is horrified, not understanding what this maniac is saying, while Chi Uat screams from behind for him to stop because he is the real target. Just then, a pair of glowing blue eyes and streaks of lightning suddenly emerge from the shadows, accompanied by a roar of fury. "You dare!" Amidst the moonlit night sky, Tiet Savu appears heroically from the air, his eyes blazing with electric light and a roar of pure rage. "A wretch like you dares to do this?" The lightning strike blow, carrying the force of 1,000 pounds, aims straight at Tai Lang, creating a terrifying pressure over the entire battlefield. Caught off guard, Tai Lang is stunned. He cannot believe someone this strong could approach him without him feeling even a single breath. Savu glares at his enemy and loudly declares, "You dare to insult those I cherish and threaten her life? Today you will pay a heavy price for your heinous crimes." The lightning-clad hand of the War King crushes Tai Lang's face. The surging electrical power continues to surround him, leaving Tai Lang to grit his teeth against the bone-deep pain. Savu pauses slightly as he senses a strange aura radiating from his opponent. Meanwhile, Tai Lang is panicked, realizing the strength of the person in front of him has surpassed all common martial laws. He mutters in resentment, "What kind of monster hits this hard?" Witnessing the shocking scene, the northern soldiers scream in terror, seeing their supreme leader, Tai Lang, being beaten so miserably, flung down to the ground to the astonishment of everyone watching. Realizing their savior has arrived, the Min family warriors cheer with excitement. "Brother, you're here. Take him down for me," they shout in unison. "Hurry, War King, finish off the enemy right now." Thiet Vulan collapses, gasping for air as he looks at the War King, whispering, "I owe you again." Seeing his loved ones appear in this life-or-death moment, Manhwa emotionally calls out to her brother. Savu turns back, concerned, and asks, "Are you okay?" Looking at her brother, her eyes blur with tears. She chokes out a scolding, saying that even though he is always late, he must never let this happen again. Savu gives a gentle, protective smile. Just then, Shichsun erupts with a blinding golden light, forcing Chiyuat to scream in terror. The boy is panicked, not understanding what is happening in the face of such overwhelming power. Manhwa is also stunned to realize the giant accompanying Savu is an expert from the Thietvu Alliance. Looking at the swirling lightning emanating from Zichsun, both stand frozen in absolute amazement. Shichsun looms large, radiating an incredible pressure that leaves Chiwat marveling at Savu's speed and power. Amidst the fiery rubble, Tai Lang, he steps out, smirking as he realizes Savu is the one harboring that massive power hidden in the accessory all this time. His glowing red eyes are locked onto the War King, acknowledging that he's absolutely worthy of the great emperor's attention. Tai Lang licks his lips hungrily, calling Savu a delicious piece of prey. Ignoring that insanity, Savu turns to Manhwa, saying there's a lot he wants to talk about, but they need to deal with this guy first. Hearing her warn that he's a dangerous enemy, He nods in agreement and promises to wrap this up quickly for everyone's sake. Need to fight fast so he can get back for dinner. Seeing his younger sister still worried, Savu offers a reassuring smile, then suddenly freezes when he spots Chiuat. Looking closely at the boy's face, he's stunned to recognize an eerie resemblance to his own sister. Savu turns back to face his enemy, his blue eyes flashing with lightning and killing intent. He tells her not to worry, as this fight won't take much time. Interesting, Tai Lang sneers at the War King's declaration. He looks around at the valley, now engulfed in a sea of flames, and growls. Standing before the violet, Qilin, and you dare say things like that? First time I've heard someone say that makes things interesting. He decides the valley is a bit too big for them to fight in, so let's move elsewhere. Don't want to get the brat splattered. Even though he calls the boy a mongrel and couldn't care less about his life, Tai Lang still needs a pristine corpse to answer to his master. Thietze Jiavu, with eyes glowing bright blue, replies calmly. It's not that deep, but moving doesn't sound bad. He coldly states his real reason for leaving. In any case, there's no reason for the kid to watch you die. Seeing his opponent agrees, Tai Lang turns to order his subordinate. Dai Lang, you go erase the mongrel and the others. Receiving a resolute, clear confirmation from his subordinate, Savu turns to give instructions to Sheech Sun. Sheech Sun, that kid is your charge. Keep him safe. Sheech Sun remains silent, his white eyes showing absolute resolve for the task at hand. Immediately, Savu and Tai Lang launch themselves into the air, gliding under the full moon like two phantoms. They land on a windswept plain, completely cut off from the smoke and fire of battle. Before starting, Tai Lang asks in a low voice, confirm a suspicion. You killed the 9 Nethermad demon, one of the 7 demons of the martial world, didn't you? Savu admits it nonchalantly, prompting Tai Lang to grill him about the fate of the ghost demon emperor. That guy? I killed him too, Savu says clearly. He looks straight at his opponent and asks if he wants to fight to avenge the souls of the departed. Tai Lang smirks with pure contempt, thinking that assigning meaning to death is just a way to comfort the living, whereas he never gives a damn about the dead. He waves off the explanation and demands they talk about that after the fight. With a manic grin and swirling black energy, Tai Lang roars, "You better get ready, War King." He channels his internal power, his biceps bulging with immense force, and declares, "No one has ever been able to pierce my shield. Talk trash, get hit." Thiet Jiavu looks around, puzzled. Shield. What shield? Tai Lang, with his sinister red eyes, asks back, War King, even if you can't see it, you can feel it, right? He smugly introduces the invisible treasure crafted from 5-element crystal, an absolute unbreakable shield he used to block the previous attack. Yet a dry, crunching sound of shattering glass makes Tai Lang freeze. Savu asks nonchalantly, that shield that just got wrecked, that's your treasure? With intense, glowing blue eyes, Savu asserts that there isn't a shield in this world that can hold up against the Heavenly Destroyer Martial General technique. Tai Lang is dumbfounded, unable to believe the last strike had such terrifying power. Looking at the invisible shards scattered across the grass, he recalls the great emperor's claim that no one could ever pierce this shield. Memories of his great master return, with praise that if there were a few dozen subordinates like the Violet Qilin, the Nguyen house wouldn't have fallen to his own. Tai Lang trembles, wondering how such an peerless treasure was shattered by a single blow from the war king. Seeing Savu towering there, surrounded by deep blue lightning, he realizes the man in front of him is truly dangerous. Questions rush through his mind. Fight or flight, win or lose. Then, a wild, manic grin spreads across his lips along with the ridiculous thought of running away. But precisely because he's facing death, Tai Lang's bloodlust surges, making him crave a fight with Savu more than ever. He screams his madness, calling Savu a delicacy and wanting to tear his skin off and rip him to shreds. Tai Lang lunges with a burst of crimson-black energy, unleashing his ultimate technique, the Dark Spirit Shadow Spear, aiming to tear his opponent to pieces. Tai Lang plans to use Shooting Star Knight, but then suddenly stops. He tells himself, use a light touch, or you'll ruin the meal. He craves an intact body to satisfy his sick, bloodthirsty instincts. Tai Lang frantically calculates how to use something to carve the meat neatly, deciding to switch to Spear Chi with his ultimate heaven-shattering Demon Emperor stance. He believes that in one single blow, the War King's head will be severed with surgical precision. But then he changes his mind again, calling himself an idiot for fear of damaging his opponent's precious hide. He wants to skin Savu to make a robe, so keeping the head and body in one piece is of utmost importance. Tai Lang starts compressing a massive amount of Spear Chi into a thread as thin as silver silk for his finishing move. The Dark Spirit Shadow Spear Heaven Earthbind. He bellows with excitement, promising to pierce Savu's heart cleanly so his body stays perfectly preserved and fresh, without a single scratch. Standing before the guy rambling like a maniac, Savu just sighs with annoyance. wondering what the hell this guy has been babbling about this whole time. They're supposed to be fighting, not in having a speech competition. He coldly asks if the fight has actually started yet, which makes Tai Lang scream, claiming this is his opening move. The War King's blue eyes flash with lightning, and he clearly states that his death will be the end of this fight, and he no longer has any reason to waste time. A heaven-shaking explosion of lightning erupts, swallowing Tai Lang in sheer shock. He shrieks in agony as he feels a massive surge of internal power tearing through his very body. Savu unleashes the heaven-shattering martial general style, causing Tai Lang to tremble and wonder what the hell is happening as his internal organs feel like they're being ripped apart. With cold blue eyes, Savu clearly declares, 9 dragons, coursing through your meridians, your 8 extraordinary vessels, and even your bloodstream. His 9 dragons blast erupted, unleashing a massive wave of energy, taking the shape of a divine dragon, blowing the enemy away in a shockwave that shook the very heavens. Meanwhile, down in the valley, the Azure Wolf Legion battled with their bronze shields and razor-sharp spears, roaring with arrogance. They loudly proclaimed their invincibility, swearing that once they set their sights on someone, that person was guaranteed to die. The North Plains soldiers charged in a frenzy, convinced no one could stop their slaughter. A ruthless order came down from their leader, Tai Lang. Kill everyone, except for that half-breed. With that kind of aggression, he's about to be history. His loyal underlings shouted in unison, "By your command!" preparing to carry out a bloody massacre on Chiyuat and his protectors. The 3 great wolves immediately led their legion in the triple shadow formation, shrouding the battlefield in a spooky, glowing red aura. Miss Han screamed a warning, "Everyone, be careful. That triple shadow formation they're using is an ancient, super deadly cooperative attack array." Meanwhile, Shich's son stood tall, the memory of Savu's words still echoing in his mind. The boy in front of him is his little protege, and he must protect him at all costs. With the name Little Protege etched into his heart, the giant roared with might, and a violent burst of golden dragon aura exploded around his body. With a shout to protect the boy, Shich's son unleashed a force capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. A massive explosion erupted, blowing away the entire Azure Wolf Legion, sending them flying into the air like dry leaves in the wind. Talk about a one-way trip to the stars. The sheer power left Miss Han and Triwat stunned by the intense pressure. She couldn't help but be shocked by her companion's terrifying strength. Under the cold, full moon, the battle seemed settled as the enemies lay scattered across the ground. Tai Lang lay gasping in a pool of blood, whispering in shock as he realized he'd been completely crushed. Savu slowly walked up to the loser and coldly asked, "Finally snapped out of it?" Tai Lang trembled, unable to believe it. He thought he was dead and didn't understand why he could still breathe. Even dying requires permission from this guy, apparently. Savu calmly explained that he was just temporarily keeping his hanging by a thread life alive, and death was unavoidable in just a few moments. Feeling his entire body torn apart by pain, Tai Lang bitterly admitted he was truly about to die. The War King leaned down, staring straight into his enemy's eyes, his glowing blue eyes full of pressure as he expressed curiosity about the things the guy was planning to say before the fight started. Even as he gasped, Tai Lang gave a crazy, defiant grin. He hissed, "You psycho? That's all you've got?" He declared he'd let Savu stay curious until the very end, but he wasn't opening his mouth for anything. Facing that attitude, the War King just coldly replied, "Suit yourself. I wasn't times curious anyway." Seeing his opponent completely unfazed, Tai Lang suddenly changed his tune. He rolled his eyes spookily, revealing the whereabouts of the noble consort, Chi Uat's mother. He opened his bloody mouth, stuck out his tongue, and roared disgustingly. "The noble consort is in." "My stomach! I already ate her!" He continued to scream in madness, challenging Savu. If he wanted to see his sister, he should crawl into his stomach to find her. "Want to see the consort? Crawl into my belly. Crawl right in." Watching the man before him completely lose his humanity, Savu gave a contemptuous smirk. "In the end, you really are just trash." He raised a finger crackling with lightning and clearly declared, "Enough of this crap. Time to check out." A massive wave of force immediately crashed down, finishing the enemy off on the spot. Savu stood still, scanning the scene, but he suddenly froze when he saw strange energy currents gathering in the sky. A heaven-shaking explosion suddenly erupted in the valley, where Sich Son and the others were holding their ground. Savu was shocked, blurting out, "What the?" The War King's blue eyes fixed on the massive glow rising into the night. Even though he was a bit worried about the safety of his crew, he tried to stay calm and whispered to himself, "That's a huge blast, but the boys should be fine." Under the bright full moon, a large ship slowly pulled into the harbor. Tiet Jiavu confirmed this was the ship of the Black Merchant Lord, just as the Great Heaven Merchant Guild had previously reported. Elder Hong grew pensive when asked about the identity of the person leading this mysterious power. He said the black merchants had existed for a long time, but their movements were so shadowy that no one was sure of their true presence. About 10 years ago, after the sudden death of the merchant lord of the Iron Blood Merchant Guild, a massive Central Plains trade group, an outsider who had never appeared publicly suddenly seized power. That person always covered their face with a red cloth embroidered with the word master and wore mysterious black robes. Because this outfit looked so much like the black merchant leader, people started whispering that the new merchant lord of Iron Blood and the black merchant leader were actually the same person, although the Iron Blood Guild neither confirmed nor denied it. If this group went out of business, the whole region would starve. Miss Han looked toward the black-robed figure standing tall. She could sense an aura that was anything but ordinary, at least, a top-tier expert or higher. Elder Hong was also deeply concerned, stating that this wasn't something they could take lightly, as the influence of the Iron Blood Merchant Guild was just too vast, far exceeding the Great Heaven Merchant Guild. What bothered Miss Han most was why an expert with such terrifying strength was waiting for someone else with such a submissive attitude. Just as everyone was wondering, the sound of rapid hoofbeats suddenly echoed from afar, tearing through the quiet night. Elder Hong froze, feeling a wave of pressure approaching. He narrowed his eyes, watching the silhouettes of the sand carriages gliding through the dark, feeling of inexplicable unease rising in his heart, as this aura felt incredibly familiar. In the middle of the dark night, a rider loomed large on the back of a black horse, leading a convoy that was heading straight for the harbor with an aura that dominated the heavens and earth. The sand carriages rumbled toward the harbor, to the astonishment of the underlings who had gathered in full force. Whispers broke out everywhere. The great emperor! Is this finally our chance to see him? Amidst thousands of black-clad soldiers waiting respectfully, a man with long white hair and a face covered by a red cloth trembled with excitement. As soon as the imposing figure of the great emperor stepped down, his aura overwhelmed the world, making all of creation hold its breath at the arrival of this supreme master. The masked man was the heavenly great hero, Juju Ren, one of. The illustrious interior master knelt down, booming, "I pay my respects to the great emperor, ruler and hope of the steppe." The appearance of the great emperor was driven by a burning ambition to conquer the world, forcing all his subordinates to bow down before the legendary prestige of the Black Blood city's leader. Looking at his loyal subordinate after 10 years apart, the emperor remarked, "Long time no see, Juzurin. It's been 10 years, right?" He observed the other man's stark white hair and added, "Now all you've got left is that white hair. You must have had a rough time out there in the distant Ming kingdom." Replying to the concern, Juzurin smiled respectfully. "Haha, the great emperor looks even younger than before." The emperor smirked, insisting that wasn't the case, though he was clearly pleased by the flattery. Standing behind them, the royal concubine looked visibly troubled and whispered, "So exhausting." But the atmosphere suddenly froze as Elder Hong watched everything from afar. He was shocked, cold sweat pouring down as he realized a terrifying truth beyond his wildest imagination. He trembled, in sheer terror, his mind screaming as he confirmed the enemy's true identity. Oh man, is the final boss actually that legend? The existence of the Emperor brought an overwhelming pressure that made Elder Hong shake with absolute fear. He thought to himself that this guy wasn't just a threat, he was a nightmare. No, even worse, he was death itself. He was the embodiment of death. Amidst the suffocating tension, Ju Zurin bowed respectfully. "Great Emperor, please, board the ship." As soon as he stepped on board, Ju Zurin immediately reported on the progress of their invasion plan. "My liege, I have finished all preparations to bring down the Iron Feather Alliance." Watching from a distance, Miss Han was shocked to hear their next target and blurted out, "What? The Iron Feather Alliance?" Under the full moon, Ju Zurin wondered about the absence of a top-tier expert. "Great Emperor, tell me, is the Blood Demon Champion not coming?" The Emperor coldly looked into the distance and replied, "He's off hunting some rats, don't you worry about it." Immediately, a stern order was issued, directed at the Iron Feather Alliance. A roar of "as you command" echoed across the harbor as the massive black flag fluttered in the wind. Watching the ship slowly leave the dock, are they really just going to leave like that? Can we just let them go? Are they trying to run away? Get back here! But Miss Han stopped him just in time with a harsh reality. "You saw that guy, the Great Emperor, and you can still say that? We're no match for him. We have to leave this to Elder Hong, to get word to the Beggar Sect and then to the Iron Feather Alliance." The air suddenly turned heavy as a cold voice rang out from behind them. "Are you guys the rats the Great Emperor was talking about?" Elder Hong and Miss Han turned around, stunned, cold sweat dripping as they faced a murderous aura blanketing the mountain peak under the full moon. The person who appeared loomed like a ghost, looking at the group with glowing red eyes full of disdain. "I'm sure you're ready to die." Under the suffocating pressure, Elder Hong trembled, unable to speak, while the demon continued with a cruel offer. If you tell me your mission, I'll grant you a painless death, a special combo deal for a smooth exit. Realizing the situation was hanging by a thread, the sword prince gritted his teeth and lunged forward. He knew if he couldn't finish the guy in one hit, he was definitely going to lose his life. A burst of blood-red dark energy exploded from the demon's clawed hand, creating a massive blast that swallowed all resistance and left the sword prince severely wounded. The demon casually grabbed the loser by the head and coldly declared, "One person is enough to talk. This one's extra, just throw him away." Watching his comrade near death, Miss Han realized with horror that both Elder Hong and the Sword Prince were no match for him. If things kept going like this, everyone would die here. In a moment of desperation, she decided to bet everything on one final move, causing a burst of brilliant golden light to suddenly explode, tearing through the dark night. A blinding golden light erupted from Miss Han's sword, striking the demon who was holding the Sword Prince. Pushed back by the powerful strike, he was forced to let go. Seeing her reckless action, Elder Hong shouted in a panic, "Miss Han, what are you doing?" Immediately, she used a secret technique to urge him through a telepathic message. "Elder Hong, get out of here quickly and warn the Iron Feather Alliance." Even though he worriedly suggested she should be the one to leave, Miss Han flatly refused. It's not just Elder Hong who can do that. The beggar, sect won't act if the messenger is me or the Sword Prince. Faced with her determination to sacrifice herself, Elder Hong gritted his teeth and jumped off the cliff to find an escape route. While wiping his eyes in midair, he shouted with emotion, "Stay alive, I'm going to get Sha Wu." He swore to himself that he would definitely return with the War King to save her at all costs. Standing alone facing the enemy, Miss Han received sarcastic words from the demon. "Unbelievable. You wasted your chance to attack me just to save those people? Do you two think beating me is easy, like you can do it, and whenever you want?" Responding to his contempt, she calmly stated that taking on an expert like him was by no means easy, but she wouldn't go down easily and told him to get ready. Her confidence made the demon curious. He roared in excitement, then released a burst of red energy, taking the terrifying shape of a demonic python that engulfed the entire space. Facing the crushing pressure, Miss Han gripped her sword tightly, telling herself she had to use her full power for this deathmatch. Her firm declaration made his red eyes narrow with killing intent. "Get ready? Are you looking down on me?" He immediately launched a powerful attack. He roared in excitement. "You're the first person to talk to me like that." A giant blast of red dark energy descended, swallowing Miss Han in a earth-shattering explosion. His eyes burned with madness. "You've made me curious about your abilities." He lunged, using his sharp clawed hand to block her sword, creating bright sparks. Facing the 1,000-pound pressure, Miss Han's eyes still shone with unwavering resolve. Suddenly, a layer of white frost began to spread from the blade, covering the demon's hand. He was shocked to feel the cold, a bone-chilling air that made him shudder in fear. "What is this freezing cold? If I hadn't been paying attention, I would have been frozen solid." He hurriedly pulled his hand back to avoid being iced over. Fully sensing the dangerous strength of his opponent, he flashed a sinister grin. "Ha, so you can control ice energy this well? I've heard of you." A legendary name suddenly popped into his head. Turns out the little lady was the famous Ice Flower. He started guessing at the connection between her and the War King, wondering if she was a comrade or his lover. Standing tall in the darkness, the demon admitted, "Looks like I'm the one who underestimated my opponent." Watching Miss Han take a stern, defensive stance, he realized she favored ice energy, so close-quarters combat would be tough. With that, the demon let out a maddened roar and decided to quit holding back. He unleashed all his killing intent, summoning a giant python made of blazing red fire, baring its claws and teeth in a terrifying display. Seeing this shift, Miss Han couldn't help but be shocked, as she felt his internal energy surging at a dizzying speed, creating a suffocating pressure that blanketed the area. With a blood-curdling roar, the giant blood serpent lunged down like a violent flood, with destructive power, aimed straight at the young woman below. Standing before such a cataclysmic attack, Miss Han stood her ground, her silhouette appearing incredibly resilient against the beast that was gaping wide, ready to swallow everything in its path. Even so, she told herself not to panic, and not to get caught up in the flashy yet deadly appearance of that move. She silently reasoned that no matter how strong the opponent was, if she remained calm, victory wasn't impossible. Miss Han began to channel her energy, a blinding white-cold air known as ice blossom erupting and clash head-on with the blazing red fire energy rushing toward her. In the blink of an eye, the giant blood serpent began to freeze from the inside out. Cracks spread across its entire body from her energy. The demon's massive technique was completely neutralized, shattering into thousands of crystal-like shards in the middle of the air. Miss Han stood tall amidst the swirling snow as the blood demon's power faded into nothingness. Truly, the ice blossom lives up to its name. The demon apostle was secretly stunned to see her freeze his serpent spirit with pure internal energy alone. Still, he immediately showed a look of contempt. Pretty strong, I guess, but your fighting style is just boring. With a clench of his fist, he easily shattered the frozen blood serpent into pieces. Miss Han was shocked to see that the red energy didn't vanish, but instead dispersed to attack from multiple directions. The cruel blood aura rained down like a death sentence, surrounding Miss Han in the dark of night. Yet, in that life-or-death moment, her sword suddenly emitted a brilliant golden light. Wrapped in powerful threads of golden energy, a blinding, thunderous explosion tore through the night, crushing all of her opponent's blood aura into shards that glittered like crystal. She stood tall in the middle of the golden aura, completely neutralizing the enemy's lethal move to his complete surprise. Standing on a roof, high in the wind, Miss Han faced the demon standing tall opposite her. The apostle admitted he was truly surprised to see her freeze his blood. Light wave. Even though he mocked it as just a low-level martial art he had once taught to the Azure Wolf Warrior, he glided along the wall of the towering pagoda, his red eyes showing a frantic, crazed excitement. He declared loudly, "This is getting fun. Let me play with you a little longer." The demon apostle roared with arrogance, claiming he had a duty to help the emperor fulfill his grand ambition, so he couldn't waste any more time. He decisively announced, "Let's end this. Next, move." Facing that terrifying pressure, Miss Han narrowed her eyes slightly, thinking to herself that if she dragged this out any longer, she would only fall into a disadvantage. Hearing her thoughts, the demon apostle just smirked and said he was thinking the same thing. Immediately, Miss Han activated her ultimate technique, Moon Extreme Sword Spirit Dance, with golden energy threads wrapping around her body, creating a magnificent and solemn scene in the night. Witnessing the appearance of the sword orb, the demon apostle couldn't help but marvel, admitting this brilliant scene was truly priceless. The golden aura enveloped the entire roof, ready for a decisive blow. Suddenly, another shadow appeared right on the tower roof. Looking at Miss Han with a face full of suspicion, the stranger muttered that he felt like he'd met her somewhere before because she looked so familiar. Miss Han was stunned, startled to wonder how this person had gotten so close without her noticing. The stranger with the glowing red eyes kept digging through his memory. He confirmed that he had definitely just met her recently. He gritted his voice to confirm that she was the one who accompanied the person who killed both the Nether Spirit Demon Emperor and the 9-star Demon Path. Miss Han went pale. She couldn't believe that, even while focused on fighting, she had let someone else get close enough to her without realizing it. Before the enemy's rapid-fire questions, she could only blurt out, asking how he knew about those things. Immediately, a figure wearing a conical hat appeared looming right behind her. He softly exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, isn't this the Warrior King's lover?" Miss Han was horrified to realize she had completely let her guard down by letting the enemy take a position right behind her. The demon apostle looked at Miss Han with disdain, his voice grinding, "You're at death's door and you're still distracted?" Facing suffocating pressure from the enemy, she was so shaken her heart raced, realizing she had made a fatal mistake by exposing her weakness. He roared with cruelty. "The price you pay is death." An explosion of burning red dark energy erupted, swallowing everything in utter devastation. Meanwhile, under the cold, full moon, the Black Blood City's ship began to close in on its final target. Huge pillars of fire burned in the night like a signal for a bloody purge about to begin. From the bow of the ship cutting through the rough waves, the 9 Provinces man whispered, "Found it." Looking at the misty island on the horizon, the 9 Provinces man wondered if that was the Iron Feather Union's sacred land of martial arts currently dominating the world. The Emperor confirmed it clearly, but he immediately noticed a difference from previous rumors. Why is the place famous for 3 majestic peaks now only showing 2? In the shocking confrontation with Huang Fu, the leader of the 5 Dragon Alliance not long ago, the true warrior king had completely destroyed one of those 3 peaks. Hearing about the power of Sa Vu, the emperor just gave a sinister smile. Is that so? The warrior king destroyed one of the 3 peaks. With eyes burning with insane ambition, the 9 Sun, Tai Chi clearly declared, "If Sa Vu breaks one mountain, I'll destroy them all for fun." At the Lion Alliance at this moment, a terrifying, silent atmosphere was enveloping everything. The grand halls were imposing. The Ed Vuthan sat heavily on the Alliance leader's throne. The scar on his face and his razor-sharp gaze only added to his overwhelming and intimidating presence. Sensing a violent storm brewing at the docks, he muttered grimly to himself, "The ill-fated connection has arrived. If it's a fight they want, it's a fight they'll get." Mount Song? Isn't that where the Shaolin Temple is located? Luan Daiquang pondered the new mission, but he understood perfectly well that this was the great emperor's will. Before heading out, he looked at Miss Han, who was lying motionless, and growled with murderous intent. "Before I get to Mount Song, I want to kill that wretch with my own hands." He swung his blade, intending to finish her off, as she was an ally of the War King. He believed that only by taking her life could the spirits of the ghost demon emperor and the 9 nether-mad demon be comforted after being killed by Savu. But suddenly, Ma Tongdu spoke up to stop him. Don't kill her. Lock this girl up instead. Luan Daiquang was stunned, not understanding what was going on. He shouted in protest, arguing that a blood debt must be paid in blood, the ironclad rule of the Black Blood City. He turned to seek support from the giant, Kam Tu Nak, but the brute only responded with a blank grunt. Ma Tongdu coldly reaffirmed his order. He wanted to keep her alive because he suspected she was the War King's woman. He stated that he had already sealed her pressure points so she couldn't use her martial arts and ordered her to be thrown into prison immediately. Luan Daiquang still wouldn't give up. He questioned if Ma Tongdu was in his right mind for sparing a hostage. Ma Tongdu replied in a low, steady voice that he understood his pain at losing their brothers, but emphasized that this was the great emperor's will. Hearing that, Luan Daiquang flew into a rage, calling it nonsense, and even, quote, mocked that the invincible blood demon must have fallen for a beauty, which was why he was going easy on her. Ma Tongdo's eyes suddenly flared red with killing intent. He roared a warning that no matter who Luan Daiquang thought he was, questioning the great emperor's judgment was an act of treason that could not be forgiven. Under that terrifying pressure, Luan Daiquang trembled, lowered his head, and retracted his words, I don't doubt the great emperor's judgment. Ma Tongdu stared intensely at him, demanding to know if he considered him a liar, causing Luan Daiquang to fearfully beg for mercy. Sighing with exhaustion after a long day, Ma Tongdu ordered Luan Daiquang and Kam Tu Nyak to immediately head to Mount Song to carry out their orders without another second of delay. Both men could only lower their heads and obey. Understood. Luan Daiquang roared bitterly at Miss Han, who lay motionless on the dungeon floor. You damn wretch, don't you dare feel relieved just because you were spared. He looked at her with eyes full of murder, growling that even though he didn't understand why the great emperor ordered her to live, he would surely be the one to finish her off in the near future. After delivering his vile threat, Luan Daiquang urged Kam Tu Nyak to leave quickly to carry out the next mission. Move it, or we're gonna be late. The hollow grunt of the guard echoed through the dark dungeon corridor as they disappeared behind the door, leaving behind the noise and threats. Miss Han sat quietly within the 4 cold stone walls. She let out a soft sigh of relief, thankful she was still alive after being in the hands of those monsters. Crouched in the dark corner, she panicked and asked herself, did I just get a stay of execution? In the deathly silent space, her mind turned only to Times him. She whispered his name in a flicker of fragile hope. Memories of their journey flooded back when they decided to head to Duong Duong based on intelligence from the beggar sect that the black merchant leader had surfaced there. Standing by the window looking out at the night sky, Savu had pensively shared Elder Hong's suspicion that the black merchant had a close connection to the Black Blood City or the Northern Plains. He was certain that if he went there, he would find the trail of his long-lost sister. When Miss Han worriedly asked about little Diet's safety, Savu, his blue eyes glowing with determination, reassured her that Elder Hong had already mobilized the beggar sect, the Great Heaven Merchant Group to search, and news would surely come soon. Seeing her hesitation, Savu turned his head slightly and smiled, encouraging her to feel free to ask anything, because this shy attitude really wasn't like her usual self at all. That encouraging tone made her want to punch him. Miss Han hesitantly started the conversation. She revealed that in the illusion created by the ghost demon emperor, she had actually confessed her feelings to the hero. Looking into the deep eyes of Savu, she admitted that even though it was an illusion, she didn't expect herself to be that brave. Savu was stunned into silence, his blue eyes wide with shock. She wondered if those feelings were real and was curious to know what the hero had seen in his own illusion. Savu was flustered and asked why she was suddenly bringing that up. Miss Han regained her serious demeanor. She demanded an answer because mastering the Moon Peak Sword Soul dance was extremely important. Savu realized her mind was wavering. He understood that her path of cultivation was completely different from the martial arts her master had taught, so he didn't want to force her out of greed. Just as he was about to speak, Elder Hong suddenly popped up to tease them. The old man was also curious when were the two of them going to let him attend their wedding feast. Interrupting that moment, Savu asked in surprise when Elder Hong had returned and what the situation was with the Great Heaven Merchant Group. The elder laughed, having never seen the War King talk so much, then handed over an urgent letter from Miss Ha. Savu hurriedly opened it, his eyes flashing with lightning when he realized the gravity of the situation. He whispered the word sister in deep pain. Savu revealed that his sister's son was currently with Thu Hao, information that left Miss Han completely shocked. Back in the present in the dark dungeon, Miss Han told herself to stop thinking about a question that had no answer. She concluded that the Emperor sparing her must have had some hidden motive, and he would definitely come to see her at least once. Believing that to be her chance to save people, she began to channel her internal energy to break the pressure points that had been sealed. According to what the hero said, she only needed to sense a single thread of true energy to recover. Miss Han closed her eyes tight, trying to focus her internal arts to regain her strength within the four cold prison walls. Meanwhile, at Central South Mountain, the atmosphere suddenly became chaotic following some shocking news. Mount Song, what's going on? Which sect is bold enough to surround Shaolin? According to the report, over 500 people of unknown identity were blocking the entrance to Mount Song. Sect leader Quach questioned the authenticity of the information in shock. He couldn't believe a force that large could approach without Shaolin knowing anything. The answer they received made the situation even more terrifying. The enemy had cleverly moved during the nights when dark clouds covered the moon to hide their presence. Currently, Zen Master Kwang Tu had to lead the monks capable of fighting to confront the enemy right at the gate. The pass. The Sword Immortal pondered, wondering if after Manhwa, the next target would be Shaolin. He was suspicious. Could it be the Black Blood faction the Battle King mentioned? Faced with the Elder's anxiety about whether to send reinforcements, sect leader Quach remained clearly hesitant. After all, the very name Shaolin is enough to command the world's awe. They have been the undisputed heavyweights, never defeated or raided in the last 1,000 years. This event is truly a wild card outside of everyone's calculations. The Sword Immortal sighed, thinking that if he deployed troops without a request from Shaolin, it would easily lead to conflicts between the two sects later on. He was afraid of being hit with a service fee after helping out. Moreover, because the Zhongnan sect is under the Iron Feather Alliance, all military actions must be approved by the alliance leader. News from the rear suggests the Iron Feather Alliance is also mobilizing maximum forces to gather at the mountain. The Sword Immortal figured. The unrivaled Blade Overlord must be incredibly stressed right now. With the Sword Saint murdered and Mount Hua fallen, the situation has become impossible to predict. He secretly thought, it would be great if Van Diep too were here right now. Sect leader Quach stood before the hall and shouted clearly, "Today, I truly miss that friend of mine. Listen up, disciples." He affirmed that if Shaolin faced trouble, the next target would definitely be the Zhongnan sect. To prevent that danger, he ordered the entire sect to take the initiative against the enemy, getting ready to handle any situation from this moment on. The disciples shouted in unison, full of spirit, ready for the coming war. Turning back, the Sword Immortal mused, asking if Elder Hong had sent any word back. But the subordinate could only respectfully say yes, along with a shake of his head. Even Han Tho had gone completely silent, making the old man sigh in frustration. He cursed the stubborn kid just like his master, even though he had warned him to. Keep in touch regularly. The Sword Immortal's eyes showed deep contemplation. He felt uneasy, as if he had missed something incredibly important. Meanwhile, at the Iron Feather Alliance headquarters, the fires of war had erupted violently, consuming everything. Amidst the ruins, the Nine-Sun Tai Chi appeared arrogantly. He greeted loudly, "Nice to meet you. Unrivaled Blade Overlord, I am Nine-Sun Tai Chi from the Northern Plains. Greeting people like this usually gets you punched." The Iron Feather Saint stood imposingly, facing the enemy. He coldly remarked that even though it was their first meeting, the opponent seemed to know a lot about him. The Great Emperor nonchalantly acknowledged the reputation of the Iron Feather Alliance Master, a peerless expert once thought to be only half a step behind the Sword Saint and the Fist Saint. But ever since the Battle King appeared, that reputation no longer carried much weight. The Iron Feather Saint gave a thin, cold smile at the rude words coming from the man of the North. The Great Emperor continued to offer sharp critiques. He argued that to become the leader of a powerful force like the Iron Feather Alliance, there must be a reason. He pointed out the contradiction. The Iron Feather Saint had never truly shown his full martial prowess to the world, yet he was never absent. From the list of top experts in the Central Plains, the Great Emperor clearly put forth two theories. Either the Iron Feather Saint is a mastermind hiding in the shadows, manipulating the world with terrifyingly intricate plans, or he is just the world's greatest con artist who managed to fool both the two saints and three overlords. He stared straight at his opponent and insisted it had to be one of the two. The Great Emperor stared fixedly at the Iron Feather Saint, concluding that after seeing the aura radiating from him, he was certain the man was no con artist. He suspected the Iron Feather Saint had only stopped at the rank of the three overlords without stepping into the two saints' rank as part of a plan to hide his true strength, and dealing with him might be even more difficult than the Sword Saint of Mount Hua. Pricked in his pride, the Iron Feather Saint gritted his teeth in anger, asking if the opponent was playing with him. He laughed, filled with killing intent. "You talk way too much, buddy. Let's just fight." Drawing a giant razor-sharp blade, the unrivaled Blade Overlord challenged his opponent to use his full power. Before that provocation, the Great Emperor just coldly replied. He doubted the man's defensive capabilities and mocked him, saying that with only one eye, he would never be able to keep up with his speed. The Iron Feather Saint growled, "Whoever started that rumor about me being one-eyed, come out here." Immediately, a purple aura exploded from the scar on his face, revealing a second eye glowing with eerie magic. He glared at the enemy and asked if he dared to say he only had one eye again. A black-purple energy churned, emitting terrifying pressure that engulfed the entire body of the unrivaled Blade Overlord. He loudly declared for the northern ruler, Nine Sun Tai Chi, to prepare, to become a sacrifice for his Overlord Blade. Seeing that transformation, the Great Emperor secretly noted that his opponent had been provoked too easily. Without wasting any more time, the Iron Feather Saint unleashed his ultimate technique, the Overlord Blade, carrying a massive wave of black energy as he lunged straight at the Great Emperor with strength enough to crush mountains. The image of the unrivaled Blade Overlord standing tall in the middle of the battlefield signaled that a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering duel had officially begun. With his purple eyes glowing brilliantly, the unrivaled Blade Overlord poured all his killing intent into the great blade and roared wildly, "Become the sacrifice for the Overlord Blade." Facing that destructive attack, the great Emperor Nine Sun Tai Chi remained extremely calm amidst the churning black energy. He coldly remarked, "Provoked already? The Overlord Blade of the unrivaled Blade Overlord." The shocking collision created an explosion that shook the entire Iron Feather Alliance. Smoke and fire erupted, consuming the surrounding structures. This overwhelming power even caused the great Emperor to feel his fighting spirit surge. He thought to himself that this confrontation was completely different from when he faced the Sword Saint before. The reputation of the unrivaled Blade Overlord had been echoing throughout the martial world since he appeared at age 30. With his terrifying strength, he had single-handedly built up a nameless sect, pushing it to become one of the three great powers of the martial world. People called him the Iron Feather Saint. He was not someone who knew only how to settle for a life of luxury and power, but rather a true martial artist, always craving life and death duels to decide the victor. Any obstacle in his way was crushed mercilessly by his blade. He had challenged and defeated countless experts to claim the position of unrivaled supremacy he held today. Until now, no one had ever survived an encounter with him to recount the true strength of the Iron Feather Saint. Yet, in that crucial moment, the great Emperor Nine Sun Tai Chi nonchalantly used two fingers to clamp down on the blade of the Overlord Blade. Witnessing this impossible sight, the unrivaled Blade Overlord's eyes widened in horror, and cold sweat poured down his face. He was shocked to realize the opponent's internal energy was so heavy it was suffocating. Even a tiny mistake could cause this divine weapon to be snapped in two immediately. A deep, extreme doubt rose within his heart. Could it be that I have no chance of winning this test of strength? He roared, with frantic anger, putting all his strength into breaking free from his opponent's grip. A wave of dark energy suddenly erupted violently from the Emperor, sending the unrivaled Blade Master flying back. The suffocating pressure from the collision sent the surrounding rubble flying everywhere, forcing the Iron Feather Saint to use all his strength to defend and retreat a good distance before he could stand firm. Breathing heavily, the unrivaled Blade Master silently assessed the opponent's strength. If I hadn't used the Overlord Blade just now to neutralize that attack, the outcome would have been decided. Staring at the figure of his opponent standing tall in the middle of a gloomy, dark energy aura with eerie glowing white eyes, he couldn't help but be shocked and ask himself, but what the hell is this? What is that dark internal energy? Even so, the aggressive nature of a true martial artist quickly flared up, and a smile of excitement blossomed on the unrivaled Blade Master's lips. How arrogant. He gathered his strength, swung his great blade high over his head, and the purple energy surged as if to tear the space apart. The unrivaled Blade Master roared, "Emperor, aren't you being a bit arrogant, huh?" But then again he admitted instantly, "You've actually got the guts to be arrogant." The Guardian tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade, channeling every ounce of his life's power into the serrated divine weapon to prepare for the final blow. "Is there anyone in this world who can withstand your aura?" Finished speaking, the peerless Blade Overlord swung his blade straight forward, carving out a massive purple wave of sword energy that shrieked through the air with destructive force. Witnessing the powerful technique closing in, the Nine-Sun Great Polar Emperor didn't flinch. Instead, he flashed a sinister, amused grin. "Quite the skillful hand? It seems you've got a few tricks up your sleeve." The Nine-Sun Great Polar Emperor swirled his billowing dark energy, spun around, and exclaimed with relish, "True enough, the title of Peerless Blade Overlord wasn't just for show." To counter the opponent's mighty wave of energy, he decided to funnel evil dark energy into his fist and coldly declared, "Then I shall use the Saint Demonic Aura to go up against you." Watching the ominous energy erupt, the Peerless Blade Overlord shouted with excitement, "Saint Demonic Aura? Then I'll use my own ultimate technique." He channeled all of his life's power into his blade to execute his supreme technique, Meteor Universe Annihilation. A massive black and purple energy orb condensed in midair, then unleashed destructive lightning bolts that swept across the battlefield. The Peerless Blade Overlord swung his Overlord blade, burning with purple light, lunging straight at his opponent. Seeing the shifting trajectory of the strike, the Emperor slightly frowned in surprise. But immediately, he curled his lips into a sinister smile and poured all his strength into his dark energy-infused fist to launch a counterattack from above. The punch, carrying the destructive might of the Saint Demonic aura, came crashing down, creating an earth-shattering explosion that completely crushed the corner of the Iron Martial Alliance's fortified stronghold. Amidst the ruins of the shattered wall, the Peerless Blade Overlord let out a small sigh and hoisted his great blade onto his shoulder with an arrogant air. He looked ahead and gave a scornful laugh. "Emperor, is that really all you've got? Is the power of the Northern ruler truly this pathetic? I specifically told you not to let me down, didn't I?" Yet, responding to that provocation, the Emperor's eyes suddenly widened, glowing with a chilling, evil white light amidst his messy black hair. A sudden shockwave hit, causing the Peerless Blade Overlord's expression to shift instantly. Beads of sweat trickled down his face as he felt a terrifying murderous aura suddenly engulf the space. He panicked and wondered, what is this? This killing intent is. From the shadows, the Emperor clenched both Enir Blee fists, pitch-black Saint Demonic energy raging around his body as he coldly retorted, "Disappointed? That won't be happening, ruler of the Central Plains." A massive plume of evil dark energy exploded like a giant pillar of smoke, swallowing the Emperor whole, forcing the Iron Martial Saint to tense up and prepare to defend from a distance. While the life-or-death duel between the two strongest warriors was reaching a breaking point in another area of the Iron Martial Alliance, a bloody melee had also officially broken out. The North Plains Legion charged in like madmen, slaughtering with ferocious, guttural roars. "Die, you damn Central Plains savages!" The cruel flames licked at the ancient architecture, burning down the majesty of Gunshan Island. Facing such brutal aggression, the Central Plains warriors also roared with determination to fight back. "We must stop them." Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Master Tiat Tai erupted with brilliant golden energy to push back the enemy. Looking at the situation, he couldn't help but feel suspicious, noticing that the enemy forces numbered only about 500 or 600, whereas Gunshan was the usual home to over 3,000 martial arts experts. The fact that the enemy dared to launch a surprise attack right when the representatives of the Central Plains were gathered in force was completely illogical. While dodging attacks from above, Master Tiat Tai pondered deeply, worried that the enemy was actually aiming for some other secret target. But not giving the enemy time to scheme, the Hainan First Swordsman, Tran Vuve, swung his great blade high, glowing with a fiery red hue, roaring valiantly as he swept through the enemies. His rallying cry added strength to the whole army. The warriors shouted in unison, "Iron Martial Alliance, charge!" They plunged into the relentless bloodbath, cutting down waves of northern remnants amidst a sea of blood that stained the sky red. At the Great Dragon Cloud, mountains, a warrior in blue armor roared in fury. "Northern remnants dare to invade the Central Plains? This crime is unforgivable." He lunged in, punching the enemy straight on with a deafening shout, "Pay for your sins with your death." At the same time, I, Shadowless Spirit Tracker Cat Tong Hak, an old man with gray hair wearing a bright orange martial outfit, also valiantly swung my blade and roared, "Shadowless Spirit Tracker Cat Tong Hach. As a member of the Iron Martial Alliance, I won't allow you filthy northern scum to set foot on Gunshan." But in response to that outrage, there was only a snicker from a long-haired, white-haired man standing with his back turned, truly laughable. This made Cat Tong Hak stumble and gasp. "What? How?" Looking at the back of the figure wearing the red and black cloak who had just appeared in the sea of flames, Cat Tong Hak realized the opponent's identity in horror. "Don't tell me. You're the Black Spear Master?" His presence caused the Central Plains experts to buzz with discussion. So, it was true. The Black Spear Master was the one behind this raid. The rumors that he worked for the North Plains turned out to be true after all. However, they were still filled with doubt, unable to make sense of it. He must know that the Iron Martial Alliance is currently gathered with the strongest forces of the martial world, knowing it's a suicide mission, and still throwing themselves into the fire like moths. Why? Why accept a battle that has zero chance of winning? Facing those questions, the Black Spear Master remained incredibly calm. He turned his back and coldly replied, "I'm the one who can't understand you people." In the blink of an eye, she painfully asked herself, are thousands of people meant to die like this? What meaning does this bloody war even hold for him? "Listen up. Why do you think this is a fight we can't win?" he declared with total confidence. "The Northern Plains have that great emperor on their side, that's why." The shocking news left the Central Plains masters frozen in disbelief. Pure terror gripped everyone as a massive wave of dark energy descended from the sky, crushing the sturdy structures of the city. Fire roared everywhere. The landscape was reduced to ruins under the suffocating pressure of the dark orb ravaging everything below. Amidst the debris, the invincible Blade Master let out an excited, smug grin. Yes, hiding, power like that. Now that makes it interesting, doesn't it? 9 suns, Tai Chi. The Emperor instantly reached out, unleashing the high-speed heavenly space step. Moving with such unpredictable agility to close in, he lunged at his opponent with terrifying speed, forcing the invincible Blade Master to swing his blade just to block the heavy, impactful strikes that shattered the ground beneath them. In the heat of the clash, the invincible Blade Master suddenly sensed something off as the energy around him shifted. He wondered in shock, what is this? This shock wave. It's like something is being sucked in. A spatial crack appeared, and before he could even process it, the Emperor was already closing in, attacking like a madman. Struggling to fend off the overwhelming power, the invincible Blade Master was stunned, wondering what the hell was happening, only to immediately face a massive, dark energy-infused punch aimed straight at his head. The invincible Blade Master was panicked, questioning how his opponent could close the distance in such an absurdly short time. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Is that shortening the earth? Before he could find the answer, a brutal shockwave slammed into him, forcing a painful grunt from his lips. From above, the Emperor kept raining down relentless attacks, pushing the invincible Blade Master to use everything he had just to keep blocking. The power of that spatial movement technique made the air shatter like broken glass, forcing the Iron Martial Saint into an incredibly desperate situation. Watching the opponent's erratic, impossible footwork, the invincible Blade Master realized this was the legendary spatial movement technique, the reason it was called the Heavenly Space Step. He gasped in shock. Heavenly Space Step. His face drenched in blood, the invincible Blade Master was filled with rage and terror at the brutal reality. What kind of nonsense is this? Spatial movement footwork? He realized that once the enemy mastered shortening the earth, he could move between spaces along the shortest path possible. The Emperor kept popping out from those spatial cracks, unleashing rapid-fire, thunderous blows that left the invincible Blade Master desperately defending, blood constantly spilling under the suffocating pressure. In this life-or-death situation, the invincible Blade Master tried to stay calm to find a chance to counter. He told himself he had calculated the risks. Even though his own potential had its limits, he still wanted to try it just once, to see what would happen. But the Emperor's speed had already shattered all defensive limits. Looking at the dark shadow approaching with that Clear's throat suffocating force, the invincible Blade Master could only scream in helplessness. Great Emperor. He was completely overwhelmed, his body torn and bleeding as he realized the cruel truth about the enemy before him. This guy, he's a monster. Nonsense. You think you can take me down that easily? Even with blood streaming down his scarred face, the Iron Martial Saint poured all his inner energy into a volcanic explosion of purple power. The ultimate technique of the earthly martial path was officially unleashed in preparation for a decisive counterattack. The streaks of purple blade aura tore through space, creating a colossal pillar of energy that swept across and crushed the stone structures of Iron Martial Alliance. Yet right in the middle of the purple-clouded sky, a pitch-black spatial crack suddenly appeared. From the void, the Emperor once again used the Heavenly Space Step, lunging out with unbelievable speed. This lightning-fast intervention made the invincible Blade Master's eyes widen in terror. Blood gushed from his ears and mouth as he could only choke out in despair. No way. He bitterly realized that if he had landed that hit properly, it would have been over. But, within the space controlled by the Heavenly Space Step, no matter how powerful his martial arts were, it was all useless. Not letting his opponent catch a breath, the Emperor poured swirling dark energy into his 2 fists, unleashing thunderous, direct punches. The massive impact created a blinding explosion, completely demolishing the surrounding ruins under the suffocating pressure of that evil internal energy. Amidst the intense shockwave, the invincible Blade Master vomited blood, only able to let out a painful grunt. Even though his body had suffered severe trauma, he stubbornly drove his giant blade into the ground to keep from collapsing. The thick dust slowly cleared, revealing the figures of the 2 strongest fighters standing face to face amidst the ruins, both of them breathing heavily. Looking at the situation, the great Emperor of 9 Suns Tai Chi fell silent, thinking the battle had been decided long ago, but when he looked into the bloodshot eyes of the invincible Blade Master, he was shocked to realize that this absolutely wasn't the look of someone waiting to die. Sure enough, the Iron Martial Saint was still hiding one final trump card. Gritting his teeth through the pain, the invincible Blade Master thought to himself, this power was something he had created specifically to face the Sword Saint, and the great Emperor was the only one who forced him to reveal his full hand. He understood that if this enemy left here alive, not only the Central Plains but the entire Great Ming Dynasty would be swallowed by the Northern Plains once again. Because of that, even if it meant trading his own life, the invincible Blade Master would crawl out from hell to drag the Emperor down with him. The purple aura exploded violently. 9 colossal blade auras glowed and condensed around his body. White, glittering sparks like snowflakes began to cover his giant blade as the supreme ultimate technique, 9 Earth Lion Blasting Blade, was officially unleashed. Witnessing that sight, the great Emperor of 9 Suns Tai Chi couldn't help but be shocked as he realized his opponent was frantically burning his very life force and essence, determined to throw away his own life. The powerful resonance of the heaven and earth energy proved that the invincible Blade Master's power had now reached the true realm of a heavenly being. Regarding pure internal power, the Emperor wondered in shock if the man before him had even surpassed the Sword Saint. Yet, he coldly judged that with this suicide move, the invincible Blade Master still absolutely couldn't beat the Sword Saint. Ignoring those judgments, the invincible Blade Master, his face covered in blood, roared like a madman, urging his opponent to break past his human limits to meet his final ultimate technique. Responding to that resolve, the Emperor wore a cruel, arrogant smile, challenging him to show him exactly why he could never defeat the Sword Saint. Killing intent spiked to its peak as the invincible Blade Master transformed into a giant shadow. Amidst the swirling dark energy, a brilliant white light, bright as a cascading waterfall, surged down from the heavens, engulfing him as he dove with all his might from midair. His ultimate peerless technique exploded with world-shattering power, creating a massive pillar of dark energy that swallowed the entire battlefield amidst the purple and white aura tearing through the very fabric of space. The peerless Blade Master wheezed out his final desperate words, my 9 Earth Lion Annihilation Blade. It's being nullified? The peerless Blade Master realized in horror that the ultimate technique he had poured his entire life's cultivation into had been completely negated by his opponent's overwhelming power. Amidst the swirling dark energy devouring everything in its path, the great Emperor 9 Sun Great Extreme let out a roar of pure arrogance. Look closely, peerless Blade Master. The evil, dark energy erupted violently, transforming into a terrifying strike that crashed down upon him. Facing this destructive force, the peerless Blade Master realized this was the final technique the Sword Saint had used. His body was torn to shreds, blood gushing from his eyes and mouth, and he could only choke out in agony. That is the consciousness of the Iron Martial Saint, his senses fading into the void as his body was lifted into the air. In his dying moments, he thought bitterly, so this is it? I'm going to die without having accomplished anything? Below, the great Emperor 9 Sun Great Extreme stood tall against the gloomy sky like a god of war, a massive shroud of dark energy cloaking his form, creating a bizarre, glowing red aura. The peerless Blade Master watched in shock as if the darkness itself were swallowing the sun. Does this guy really intend to rule the skies of the Great Ming? His eyes bulged at his enemy in utter helplessness. Is he really going to become the Heavenly Emperor? Just then, a massive orb of darkness descended from the sky, crushing the fortress's sturdy walls. Fire raged, and the ruins lay bare under the suffocating pressure of the dark orb as it ravaged everything below, swallowing the entire Iron Martial Union Island in the vast ocean. Meanwhile, someone else was secretly watching, feeling smug about his decision to betray his master to reach the pinnacle of the Iron Martial Union. He had even seized power from the undying hellish zombies. He had believed that when the Emperor and the peerless Blade Master fought to the death, the highest position in the pugilistic world would naturally be his. But the harsh reality left him so terrified, his face contorted when he witnessed the unexpected turn of events. He realized in horror that his judgment had been completely wrong, as the world-renowned peerless Blade Master was being defeated so easily. Faced with an overwhelming power that made all his own achievements meaningless, he let out a desperate, trembling scream. This monster. He's definitely not human. Realizing from the start he was no match for the opponent, he could only scramble to get away with everything he had. Only one thought echoed in his mind. Run, get as far away as possible, get out of here right now. He pushed himself to the limit, legs churning to escape the danger zone, but he was sent flying and crashed hard onto the ground in agony. In the shock of it all, he realized with terror that something was wrong with his body and managed only to gasp. My legs! He began coughing up blood as he watched his legs, slowly distorting and withering away. The brutal truth stared him in the face, and he screamed in despair. My legs are turning to stone. Why is this happening? A heartbreaking cry echoed through the gloomy space. As a massive wave of dark energy swallowed everything, he lost all sense of direction, completely unable to understand what was happening to him. His eyes widened in terror as he saw a giant black sphere descend from the sky, crushing, the fortress's sturdy structures. Fire reached for the heavens, and the scene of ruin appeared under the suffocating pressure of the dark orb that was destroying everything below. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, one arrogant figure spoke up. Finally, I get to mess with these old geezers from the Central Plains. So satisfying. In response to the invasion, the warriors of the Iron Martial Union roared with determination. The Iron Martial Union is our home. The pride of our world, we must protect it. The masters charged into a brutal, no-holds-barred bloodbath, declaring firmly, "Today, not a single one of you from the northern plains will make it out alive." The enemy was unfazed. They trusted in the absolute power of their present master and coldly retorted, "You should have prepared yourselves. Don't underestimate the laws of the pugilistic world. How could you possibly avoid the heavenly law?" The old man roared in indignation, asserting that the northerners would pay with more blood than they had spilled on this land. But his threat was met only with the mocking laughter of his opponent. He scornfully retorted, "The rules you set for yourselves are the heavenly law? Do you think you're gods?" To him, it was a truly insane idea. Immediately, after a terrifying sea of fire erupted, consuming everything in sight. Witnessing the scene, the old man shouted in horror, "Hey, fight fair, you coward! Are you trying to run away?" The white-haired man looked on calmly at the fire, ravaging the land, praising how the emperor's martial arts would soon swallow the entire island. He coldly ordered his legion, warriors of the dark blood, "Retreat, retreat, all of you." The northern troops echoed the command and quickly fled the island. The enemy army vanished as fast as the wind, leaving the Central Plains warriors in bewilderment. They didn't understand why the enemy had caused such chaos only to leave so easily. A hot-headed master prepared to chase them down, unwilling to let them escape. But he was immediately stopped by a man in glasses. "Wait, please, stay calm." The bespectacled strategist warned of a potential trap behind this sudden retreat. Despite arguments that the enemy was running because they were weak, he remained firm on prioritizing stabilization. However, inside, he felt a growing, intense anxiety for the peerless Blade Master. He thought to himself, if that strange energy he felt earlier really belonged to that emperor, then the peerless Blade Master stood little chance of winning. While lost in thought, his eyes suddenly widened in horror as he realized something. A massive orb of darkness suddenly appeared, enveloping the entire city in raging fire, leaving everyone who witnessed it paralyzed with fear. From far out at sea, the proud island of the Iron Martial Union was now nothing more than a tiny black dot being swallowed by the Emperor's destructive power. Standing on the deck of her ship, looking toward the vanishing island, she watched as the massive island disappeared in the blink of an eye. Witnessing thousands of lives being buried in an instant, she asked herself in pain, thousands of people, all gone just like that? What does this war, which makes so many bleed, actually mean to him? Once again, she felt regret. On the other hand, if she handed herself over to the Emperor, she would regret it 3 times over and have to face a demon with glowing blue eyes. And that, Deep in her mind, the leader's ambitious declaration echoed that every battle was fought for the grand cause of reviving a fallen nation. But for a girl like her, those lofty ideals meant nothing. She told herself, forget their grand cause, just let me go back to Goryeo. She yearned for the poverty, yet peace, of her homeland, where Chishan and Sawu were always by her side. Meanwhile, the island that was once the pride of the Central Plains had been completely wiped off the map, leaving only raging waves in the middle of the ocean. Amidst the gloomy, deathly atmosphere, a subordinate knelt respectfully at the great emperor's feet and spoke, "Great Emperor, congratulations on your glorious victory." "Where is the imperial consort?" the great emperor asked coldly. The subordinate standing behind him bowed and replied, "Just a moment ago. The consort was still watching your battle, but she has gone inside now." Hearing this, he just muttered cryptically, "Is that so?" Deep down, the emperor was already calculating his next to move for the grand cause. He told himself that now, there was only one true enemy left. The subordinate agreed that to completely destroy the Great Ming, that person was the final obstacle. While lost in thought, the subordinate suddenly jumped in terror as he looked down. The emperor, looking at the wound, bleeding on his own leg, suddenly realized, was it then? He recalled the breathless moment of confrontation with the peerless blade master. When those fiery purple blade strikes won, he still had to silently admit the title of blade master was well-deserved. Even his own sacred demonic chi, which was supposed to be impenetrable, had been pierced by external energy, proving his opponent's level was far beyond what he had imagined. Even though this wound would take him a few days to treat, on the Emperor's lips curled a sinister smile. He smugly told himself, trading a leg wound to take the life of the peerless blade master was quite a bargain. Talk about a master strategist. With that, the great Emperor loudly ordered the entire army. Listen up, we're heading back to Black Blood City. Under the shadow of their master's authority, all subordinates shouted in unison. By your command. In a quiet room, anxious questions filled the air about the condition of the person lying motionless. How is he? Is he going to be okay? The physician replied that his condition had stabilized for now, but he still needed observation for a few more days. Looking at the body wrapped in blood-soaked bandages on his chest, the person next to him couldn't help but wonder about the weapon that had caused such a horrific wound. The physician said a deep cut like that could only have been caused by a fierce beast, admitting he had never seen anyone survive such a grave injury. This case is tough, but there's still hope for him. However, Elder Hong pondered and stated, to be more precise, it was a wicked serpent that did this. He judged that although the attacker wasn't quite on the Emperor's level, he was still an incredibly formidable figure. Elder Hong was eager to know when he might recover, then immediately switched to asking about the assigned mission. He worriedly asked about the situation of the War King at Fortune Heaven Valley. The subordinate with the messy hair reported in confusion that since there were no beggar sect branches nearby, sending a letter was very difficult, and it would likely take a few more days for the Elder's letter to reach the War King. Hearing this, Elder Hong couldn't help but worry, as time was extremely tight. The subordinate reassured him that letters sent to the Iron Martial Union, Central South, and the beggar sect leader had likely arrived, and they would respond soon. Yet, inside, he was filled with dread when he asked about the Great Emperor's true identity. The man whose power was so terrifying that the Great Martial Coalition had to reevaluate their entire strategy right after the meeting ended. Facing the question about the opponent's strength, Elder Hong clenched his fists, his eyes filled with helplessness. How strong is he? Knowing would be a blessing, but we're basically dead if we meet him. The answer made the subordinate shiver in fear. He couldn't believe that even a veteran like the Elder couldn't estimate the enemy's true strength. He feared a new war with the Northern Plains would break out, but Elder Hong coldly cut him off. War never truly ends. We're just unaware of it. Meanwhile, at Fortune Heaven Valley, Little Hu was anxiously asking Sawu how to save Chishon. She wondered how to treat him or if they should find a physician. Sawu looked at Chishon and insisted that a regular physician couldn't cure him. To bring Chishon back to normal, there were only two ways: find the world's greatest divine doctor, or find a rare spirit item. This looks like a tough challenge. Hearing about a spirit item, Little Hu was surprised. Sawu revealed information from Elder Hong that at Central South Mountain, the Dalai Lama might know how to help Chishon recover. Standing amidst a lush green bamboo forest, the mysterious master nodded in confirmation. There is a way, but it will take some time. Sawu wondered why this master hadn't saved Chishon over the last 10 years. The old man calmly replied that it was all about fate, and to treat him, one must have a connection with three extremely rare spirit items. The first is the Azure Spirit Pill, known as the invaluable treasure of the North. Just eating one pill allows one to break through to the realm of a peerless master. The second is the inner core of the 10,000-year golden turtle, a supreme spirit medicine that can significantly boost and restore inner energy. However, the key focus lies in the third item, the 9-leaf grass. Because treating Chishon isn't just about curing his inner energy, but also recovering his lost memories. Sawu was stunned, asking, "Are you kidding? 3 treasures this rare just show up?" He was shocked to learn that Chiyuat had brought these along. Even with all the spirit items prepared, that alone is still not enough. Before the bewilderment of Little Hu, he explained that the difficulty lies in refining the 9-leaf grass to burn off impurities, making it easier for Chishon's body to absorb. He recalled how Sawu's master used his own inner energy to purify the spirit medicine, then used advanced pressure point techniques and energy channeling to guide the power throughout the body. Even with Chishon protected by the aura of the Yellow Dragon's supreme energy, it would be extremely hard for him to endure this heart-wrenching pain. Sawu started to doubt his own ability, wondering, "I don't know if I can do what my master did. I'm shaking." This method requires both the healer and the patient to consume a massive amount of inner energy, making him worry if both he and Chishon could survive it. After deciding to check on his brother, Sawu asked about their whereabouts and received an unexpected answer. It turned out the boy, Chi Uat, had risked his life to sneak into the Black Blood City's treasury to steal these items, hoping to use them as an offering to beg the War King to save his mother. Little Hu quietly explained that at the time, the boy didn't know his uncle was actually the legendary War King, so he thought of this way to move his heart. She silently prayed that once Sich Sun regained his lost mental faculties, he wouldn't change too much from the person he is now. Far off on the cliffside, Chiyuat was working hard, training alongside Zich Sun. The boy kept throwing punches at his uncle's giant palms, shouting, "What are you doing, you big lug? Throw a real punch, will you?" Faced with the boy's determination, Zich Sun could only watch in silence. Chiyuat was hell-bent on getting stronger and fast. He urged him on, "You gotta get stronger too, uncle. You need to team up with me so we can go save mom." Shichison nodded, encouraging the little guy who was training so hard. Yeah. Watching from afar, Tuho quietly asked Vu if he felt jealous seeing them so close. She noticed that while the boy called Shichison uncle and was super attached to him, he wouldn't say a word to Vu. Vu looked over with glowing blue eyes and smiled, replying that he wasn't jealous at all because they were all family. To him, seeing the kid feel comfortable around Sun was perfectly fine. As long as they were both happy, that was more than enough. Just then, a young nobleman with a bandage wrapped around his head was silently watching from behind. He realized that this child was the descendant of the giant, Sun. He concluded that this kid wasn't just connected to the northern plains, but also had ties to Goryeo. As he approached, Ho politely greeted the young Master Thiet, while Vu noticed the guy clearly had something on his mind. Master Thiet wondered if Shichison was an acquaintance of Vu, since they were both from Goryeo. Facing that prying question, Vu coldly shot back, "You're doing a lot of digging, what's your game?" Master Thiet reasoned that the fact the boy was being hunted by the Northern Plains elite troops proved his status was far from ordinary. He insisted that if a child hunted by the Northern Plains was actually from Goryeo, there was only one possible explanation. He coolly laid out a bitter theory. The child's mother must have been a Goryeo palace maid, sent as tribute and then defiled by the Northern Plains imperial house. Vu's eyes widened in horror when he heard him claim the boy carried the Northern Plains royal blood and could potentially become the emperor of that land in the future. He called the child a product of filth and warned that if he became a key player in the war, everyone would try to kill him or hold him hostage as a political pawn. That talk is seriously twisted, aren't you afraid of bad karma? Tuho couldn't believe her ears. She shouted in outrage at his cruelty and insulting words. Noticing Vu was unusually silent, Tuho called out softly, "Brother!" But at this point, the rage inside Vu had reached its breaking point. A threatening blue electrical aura radiated out as he roared, "You piece of trash? You tired of living?" Ignoring the killing intent surrounding him, Master Thiet calmly insisted on making a proposal to their group. Vu's eyes narrowed. He had seen right through the true ambition of the man in front of him. "This is dangerous. I almost got played," Vu whispered to himself as he realized the guy's intent. He coldly questioned him. "So, what exactly are you getting at? Because this kid might grow up to be a threat to the Ming dynasty. You want to cut the weeds and pull up the roots?" Master Thiet hurriedly denied it. He explained he was just stating a harsh reality. He emphasized that the boy carried the cursed bloodline of the Northern Plains royal house, and his mere existence was enough to turn the entirety of the Central Plains against him. He even brought up the pain the Goryeo people suffered under the Yuan dynasty to insist that no one would accept this child. "But," he added, "our Thiet Vulian is different. That child will return to Goryeo." He flashed a cryptic smile and shot back. "What has that kid done wrong that he shouldn't be allowed to return to Goryeo?" Vu's gaze hardened, and he stated clearly, "Anyone who blocks my kid's path is getting wiped out." He warned Master Thiet not to dare spout such reckless nonsense, insulting the boy's mother and his bloodline. Faced with the other man's logic of eliminating the threat, Vu shouted furiously, "A threat? They are victims! Victims!" Created by the incompetence and greed of those in power. He roared with bitter disdain, claiming that calling victims a threat was just a cowardly excuse to cover up the tragedy caused by the powerful. Killing intent surged, and Vu's hand glowed with powerful blue lightning as he stepped closer to Master Thiet. He coldly declared, "If you share their way of thinking, then you shouldn't have attached conditions to your help in the first place." Vu stressed that if you want to make a deal, you need to have the strength to back it up. You're only still alive right now because you saved the kid. Remember that well. Vu left a final warning, hoping the other man would make a smart decision. He turned to call Tuho so they could go find Shichison and Chiuat. Even though Tuho was still full of worry, Vu reassured her that the guy couldn't do anything. Standing alone in the gloomy space, Master Thiet could only watch them leave in silence, reflecting bitterly on the cruel realities of life. At North Heaven Valley, under the bright full moon, Vu stood silently under a rushing waterfall to hone his focus. He reminded himself, "I need to get my emotions in check." Because if the person who needed healing wasn't Shichison, he wouldn't be bothering with this much effort. Looking at the violent water, the image of Shichison, his only friend, flashed through his mind. Vu couldn't help but feel heartbroken seeing the brother he once fought shoulder to shoulder with now lost most of his memory and acting so childlike. Still, he resolved, "It doesn't matter. I'll get his memories back for him." Amidst the freezing waterfall, Vu shut his eyes tight, trying to find inner peace, but his mind wouldn't stop churning. He cursed under his breath, realizing that every time he got emotional, the lightning QE in his body would fluctuate uncontrollably. To perform the secret technique to save Shichison, he had to calm down and reach a state of absolute relaxation and ease. He needed to reach a realm where he could observe his inner self even without being conscious of it. Suddenly, a ball of brilliant blue energy began to accumulate and rotate violently in his palm. Savu's eyes flared with a bright blue light. He realized, found it. I finally found it. Immediately, he exerted force and crushed the energy ball, causing a massive, earth-shaking lightning explosion. That terrifying power radiated outward, drowning out the roar of the waterfall. After fully mastering the new power, Savu calmly stepped out of the water. He let out a sigh of relief and slowly tightened his robe, leaving the rushing waterfall behind. Savu stepped out, eyes determined as he whispered to himself, "Shall we start?" It was time to fulfill his promise. Standing before the quiet space of the valley, Savu was resolute. Now, it was time for alchemy. This uncle knows everything, it's insane. Hearing the word alchemy, Tioho couldn't help but be surprised. This was supposed to be a secret technique. Passed down by our ancestors since ancient times, legends say this was created to grant immortality. But as time went on, those who came before us got lost in worldly desires and chased after power, so it was slowly forgotten, known only to a few in the Goryeo lands. In the room, Savu sat in deep concentration, as blue electricity from his hands began to envelop the spirit herb witnessed by Sich-sun and the others. Tio-ho nervously blurted out, "Isn't that super dangerous? To use the alchemy technique, you have to burn through your own internal energy, brother." Responding to her worry, Savu simply said, "It's fine. It's all for Sich-sun." His eyes were full of focus, thinking to himself that this couldn't be made in a furnace. It had to be refined using his own internal energy. Now that's what I call a top-tier master. Folks, under the force of the intense blue energy, the leaves of the nine-leaf grass began to burn away. Savu carefully handled the first step, purging all the useless parts of the nine-branch nine-leaf grass, condensing only the purest essence into a shimmering, liquid form. Next, he used his internal energy to forge that pure essence into a pill. Memories of his master saving his life using this very same alchemy technique flooded back, fueling Savu's resolve to succeed and save Sich-sun. He clenched his hands tight, and a powerful burst of energy engulfed the herb. The battle against time had officially begun. Under a full moon, a tragic scene unfolded over the famous ancient temple. The abbot was gasping for air, blood streaming down his aged face as he managed a bitter prayer. He never expected his temple to fall at the hands of these invaders from the northern plains. Watching the 108 Arhat formation and the four heavenly kings get wiped out so easily, Vu-Luke stood there with a look of disdain. He coldly mocked the stubbornness of the cultivators, saying if they had just known their place and sealed the mountain gates for 50 years, they wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. The old abbot coughed up blood, but still firmly insisted that this was a karmic retribution he was willing to bear. He used his last bit of strength to roar a steel-hard warning. No matter how great the ambitions of the Black Blood Castle are, you will never shake the Central Plains. Responding to that claim, Vu-Luke threw a punch filled with power, aimed straight at his opponent with a murderous growl. "What did you say? Say that again. I dare you." A massive explosion erupted. The power from Vu-Luke's punch creating a huge shockwave that crushed everything in its path. Blinding light engulfed the old monk, turning the entire battlefield into a desolate crater under the suffocating pressure of that dark internal energy. Looking at the fresh blood on his hands, Vu-Luke wore a cruel smile and declared that the Black Blood Castle's goal wasn't just to shake the Central Plains, but to wipe it out, root and branch. The cruel flames began to lick the cliffs, burning away the 1,000-year majesty of the Shaolin Temple. Amidst the screaming and the ruins, the final ruthless command was given. Forget about the negotiations. Clear out Shaolin tonight. Vu-Luke turned his back and walked away coldly. Behind him, the Black Blood army shouted in unison, ready to obey. Meanwhile, in the quiet room, the brilliant blue pill finally sat securely in its box. Savu sighed in relief. Phew, finally done. That was harder than I thought. Tio-ho thought to herself, this is the thing that can help her uncle. Is it done? Can that pill really make my uncle stop acting like a fool? However, she quickly regained her composure and stopped him. Wait, I can't give it to Master Gong yet. Don't we need to recover? Your internal energy first, brother? Seeing her concern, Savu nodded. You're right, he confirmed. Yeah, recovering his energy was the priority. Savu said sternly that the potency of the nine-branch, nine-leaf grass was immense, so the moment Sich-sun drank it, he had to be there to guide the surge of power. To do that, he needed a massive amount of internal energy, but since he drained so much during the refining process, he had to prioritize his own recovery first. Looking at the dark inner pill in the box, Savu said that normally it would take months of resting and meditating to recover, but thanks to this treasure, just one day would be enough. He looked straight at Sich-sun and gave clear instructions. Sich-sun, you must wait until I've recovered before you drink it. Then he trusted the newly refined pill to Tuho Thu Hao. Tuho was still puzzled, wondering why someone as strong as Jich Sun couldn't absorb the power on his own. Savu explained that because Shich Sun's body was protected by the Golden Dragon's supreme energy, his physique was as tough as an indestructible diamond, and his inner body was just as strong. Because of that, if such a pure pill with no impurities entered his system, it would be absorbed instantly, at a breakneck speed. A body hard as rock, combined with medicine that's too strong, is a recipe for disaster. He emphasized that the faster it's absorbed, the more intense the pain would be. If it stopped, and at just pain, that would be lucky. But if the medicinal energy wasn't stabilized properly, Shich Sun's blood and energy flow would be completely destroyed. In the worst case scenario, not just his mind, but his very body would be shattered into pieces. Seeing Zish Sun's serious expression, Savu smiled to reassure him, saying it sounded scary, but as long as he recovered and supported him, there wouldn't be any problems. Just wait one day, that's all. Savu's eye glowed with confidence as he made that final promise. Tomorrow, Shich Sun's intelligence would return. Under the full moon, the cruel fire was burning everything into ruins. Standing before the scene, a subordinate reported in shock. The 9 scholars are dead. The Blue Wolf Battalion was annihilated, and that lunatic, the Kirin child, also died at the hands of the War King. Hearing the bad news, Vu Luke narrowed his orange, murderous eyes. Dai Quang, standing beside him, coldly corrected him, more accurately, at the hands of the War King and his teammates. Vu Luke smirked and asked, "Is that so? Should I go take the War King's head now?" But the order he received wasn't what he expected. "No, your job is to escort Triyuat back safely." Vu Luke couldn't help but feel annoyed. He grumbled about the higher-ups constantly changing their minds. Geez, one minute it's this, the next it's that. Just a while ago, they said to let him roam free. Now they want me to bring him back. Deep down, he couldn't understand why the great emperor would go to such lengths just for a royal concubine. Dai Quang pondered and explained, "That's because Vu Luke didn't know how important the thing Triyuat was holding really was. If those spirit herbs fell into the hands of the Iron Feather Alliance, the consequences would be unimaginable." Grasping the issue, Vu Luke asked bluntly, "So basically, we just clean house, right? Kill him?" Immediately he received a warning. "Take it easy." Vu Luke stretches out, revealing bulging muscles, while looking clearly annoyed. "I've got way too much work to do, and way too many things I'm not allowed to touch." Fine, I get it. I'm gonna go grab that brat now." Just as he was about to bolt, Dai Quang barked at him to stop. "Vu Luke? Ugh, what now?" Vu Luke turned his head, confused. Dai Quang warned him in a stern voice not to lose focus because the War King and his crew aren't amateurs. Even Tu Kai Lan, a total maniac who's just as strong as anyone else in the interior demon realm, ended up getting wrecked by the War King's people. Dai Quang didn't want the interior demon realm to collapse and mess up the Great Emperor's plans. Vu Luke gave a short nod. "All right, I got it. Still, he couldn't help but wonder about the boss's strategy. But hey, Dai Quang, why didn't the Great Emperor just wipe them all out instead of making them seal off their mountain gates? Same goes for the Hoasun or Thulam sects. Wouldn't killing them all be faster? What's the point of a 50-year lockdown?" The Great Emperor chuckled at his subordinate's question about why he didn't just exterminate the roots of his enemies. He admitted, sure, killing every last member of the Ming family would be easy, but a country can't survive on death alone. Looking out at the vast sea, he mused about the fall of the Yuan dynasty in the past. The reason a mighty empire, which once ruled the Central Plains, was driven back to the north was because of their extreme, oppressive rule, which couldn't integrate with the conquered nations. The more pressure they applied, the fiercer the resistance became. To avoid making that same mistake, the Great Emperor insisted that he was choosing the most optimal method, taming them instead of crushing them. Playing the nice guy, are we? The subordinate standing below the high dais had already seen through his master's true ambition. Wiping out the resistance leaders was just to sow fear, forcing the people to kneel and acknowledge who the real master was. The Great Emperor nodded with satisfaction. He highly valued his subordinate's work, using his identity as a black market merchant to control the Ming family's trade for the last 10 years. He believed that subduing them with money would be much more effective than any kind of threat. The subordinate respectfully reported that the Great Heaven Trading Group was growing too fast, causing his own influence to shrink. But the Great Emperor remained calm. What's there to worry about? Just wait for the Ming house to log out, and it'll all be over. Suddenly, the subordinate dropped some major intel about the War King, the guy who's currently backed by the Great Heaven Trading Group. He'd been investigating in secret and discovered the target's true identity. The Great Emperor furrowed his brows in curiosity. "Oh? Let's hear it." According to the intel, the War King's real name is Don Savu, and he only showed up in the Central Plains about ago. His real reason for coming to the continent was to find the older sister who was kidnapped when he was just a kid. The most shocking part was that Don Savu comes from Langlam Mountain in Korea, which shares the same roots as the Great Emperor's consort. Hearing that, he couldn't help but be stunned. The keywords consort and kidnapped sister swirled in his mind. The Great Emperor coldly questioned the accuracy of the intel, knowing that the beggar sect had blocked every other lead. However, the subordinate was absolutely certain of what he'd found. The secret of the War King's identity was now completely laid bare before his strongest enemy. In a little while, I'll head north. The Great Emperor was lost in thought, the info about the War King's identity still spinning in his mind. Boss is getting ready to carry the lobby again. He looked toward his consort standing in the distance, then coldly asked the subordinate if she knew anything about this. After being told that all information had been sealed off and kept under wraps, he gave a short nod. Keep it quiet, it's not time to show our hand yet. Inside, the Great Emperor felt a sense of extreme doubt. He wondered if everything was really playing out like the other guy had revealed. Memories from 10 years ago suddenly flooded back. That was the day he first met her at the majestic Black Blood City. Back then, a guy named Thick Kwan Han had come to visit and report on completing a mission in Korea. The Great Emperor thought it was strange, because after the job was done, he should have gone back to the court to report to the emperor, right? Before he could ask about his unusual presence at Black Blood City, Thich Kwan Han explained respectfully that it was the will of the Red Sect abbot to complete the great cause. The appearance of this high-ranking monk left the Great Emperor more than surprised. Right after, an old, thin monk in a vibrant red robe with a giant string of beads around his neck stepped out to bow. The Great Emperor immediately realized this. This was the very guy who'd traveled all the way to the distant lands of Korea in the east to lead the maids back. The Red Sect abbot looked incredibly smug to finally be meeting one of the two sons of the Tai Yuan. He rambled on and on about a prophecy that had come true, about a bright future opening up for this land. The Great Emperor's gaze hardened as he stared deep into the mysterious old monk. He admitted he'd heard of this abbot for a long time, someone who was always by the Emperor's side and held his absolute trust. But the atmosphere suddenly turned thick and murderous when the Great Emperor abruptly changed his tone, a burst of dark energy filling the space. He roared in rage. "But why do you dare use a snake's tongue to mock the Emperor like that?" The Great Emperor bellowed, his eyes widening as he insisted that there is only one son in the Yuan dynasty, and that is the Emperor, currently on the throne. Faced with that overwhelming pressure, the Red Sect abbot kept his sinister look, his glowing red eyes full of mystery as he retorted, "Do you really think the sky of the Yuan dynasty only has one son? This old man is really talking big." He casually pointed out that the emperor wasn't wrong, but in reality, one of the two sons would eventually have to lose, leaving only one survivor. The Red Sect monk didn't hesitate to butter him up, but with a hidden meaning, calling the Great Emperor the blazing red sun in the dark sky, or the Heavenly Emperor. Feeling insulted, the Great Emperor coldly warned him that the old monk was definitely tired of living. The only reason his head was still on his shoulders was because he was carrying out the emperor's orders. He flatly kicked him out. "Get lost. I don't want to see your face ever again." But just as the Great Emperor turned his back, the Red Sect abbot dropped a warning that made him freeze in shock. "Please, be careful with that child." The child he was referring to was the Yuan imperial bloodline currently inside the belly of that Korean woman, who would later become the one to rule the world. Facing a fated choice, the monk prophesied that if the Great Emperor took this woman in, he'd have the whole world in his hand, but would have to trade it for a moment of regret. Conversely, if he gave her to the Emperor, he would regret it 3 times over and have to face a demon with glowing blue eyes. And that was the first time he regretted it, when she officially became part of the imperial family. In the dark room, the Great Emperor tried to use fake words to soothe. It was the first regret, the moment she officially became part of the imperial family. In the dark room, the Emperor tried to use deceptive words to soothe her. From the heavens above, it came, crushing the Emperor's saint-demonic body completely in an earth-shattering explosion. The destructive power leveled everything in the vicinity, leaving a deep, gentle, "From now on, we're all family, so just rest up and get well." Hearing the word family made her heart sink with pain and resentment. She was stunned, thinking to herself, "Family? Family, you say?" Terrifying memories of her loved ones being slaughtered and thrown into the abyss flashed vividly in her mind. Choked with bitterness, she realized that the very people standing before her were the ones who massacred her family. Even Savu, the younger brother she loved most, had been killed by them. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she glared at her enemies with pure hatred. "And yet, you tell me to become your family and live a peaceful life? Do you think that makes any sense?" She knelt at the Great Emperor's feet, sobbing in despair. "Please, let me go. I want to go home. Please, just let me go home." Seeing her pathetic appearance, The great emperor suddenly realized that their meeting years ago wasn't the beginning. His biggest mistake was trusting that monk from the red sect. He gritted his teeth, thinking, no, meeting that red sect monk was my first regret. The emperor realized he'd been played. For 10 years, a man who stood above millions found himself wondering if even he had been toyed with by that shaman all along. The blue-eyed demon. Was he really a battle king, the great? Emperor had to admit that the prophecy that the one with the blue eyes would become the biggest obstacle to conquering the Central Plains was spot on. He clenched his fist, his aura flaring as his final rival officially appeared, his eyes burning with a thirst for battle. My final opponent has been decided. I can't wait to see who's going to meet their end. Immediately, he loudly ordered his army to get to Black Blood City as fast as possible. Pick up the pace. His subordinate bowed respectfully, obeying the order. The massive ship cut through the water, speeding across the vast ocean, heading straight for the towering, jagged cliffs of Black Blood City. Tyu-ho softly called out to her brother, breaking the silence. As Sa-vu turned around, she tentatively asked if he would immediately go find his older sister once he regained his inner strength, and Shichison recovered. Standing in the windy space, Sa-vu looked toward the horizon, a faint smile on his lips. I don't know, how should I put it? It's not like everything is over just yet. He admitted that his original goal for coming to the Central Plains was only for his sister and Sich-sun. But now, his life included other important people like Miss Han and the young boy, Tyu Diet. Sa-vu felt lucky that they were all still alive. Seeing that gentleness, Tyu-ho suddenly felt an intense urge deep in her heart. Though she was a bit shy, she gathered her courage and spoke up. Brother, I have something to tell you. But Sa-vu's mind was occupied by another lingering concern. He was beating himself up for failing to answer the question Miss Han had asked before they reached Fuktien Valley. He realized the moon pole sword soul martial arts she was practicing belonged to the immortal path, which could interfere with human emotions and force her to become detached from the world. Driven by her martial arts, Miss Han had once looked him in the eye and asked, "What do you think of me, Brother Doan? What kind of illusion did you see? Please, tell me, this is a very important matter for someone practicing this sword technique." Faced with such a critical question, Sa-vu didn't want to force his will upon her. He wanted Miss Han to choose for herself, to continue on the path of an immortal, or to remain a warrior, a normal human being, like she was now. He told himself not to let his personal feelings or ambitions influence her decision. Seeing him still deep in thought, Tyu-ho gently prompted, "Brother, what's your answer?" Sa-vu's eyes sharpened with determination. "I've made up my mind. When I meet her, I will give her my answer." Tyu-ho looked him in the eye, gathering the courage to ask a question that had weighed on her heart for so long. "And what about me? Brother, what do you plan to do about me?" Taken aback by the sudden question, Sa-vu was momentarily stunned. In his mind, the image of little Thu Hao from years ago appeared, the girl with the bright smile who had clearly declared she would become a continental merchant to shoulder everything for him. He smiled gently and confirmed firmly, "Thu Hao, you've had your own dreams since you were little. As your brother, I'll obviously always be by your side to support you, my Tyu-ho." Seeing it was getting dark, Sa-vu told her to head back so he could start meditating to restore his inner strength. She stood frozen, watching his retreating back, bitterly telling herself, "I really was just deluding myself. I was out of the race from the start." Seeing her still standing there, Sa-vu turned back to ask if something was wrong, but Tyu-ho just gave a faint smile, hiding the pain welling up inside. "Nothing, brother. Go on ahead. I want to stay and catch some breeze." Standing alone in the gloomy space, Thu Hao questioned herself in pain. "Why are you disappointed? You've actually known for a long time, haven't you? You made it up, you played it out, and now you're the one hurting." Memories from 10 years ago flashed vividly. He had always patted her head and treated her like a little sister who needed protection. And 10 years later, after reuniting, that head pat was just as gentle, but it was also the clearest proof that he had never felt anything for her beyond brotherly love. She realized with a bitter sting that for all these years, only her heart had been fluttering, only she had been one-sidedly drowning in these feelings. In the end, she couldn't even summon the courage to confess her true heart. In the middle of the vast, windy meadow, Tyu-ho's figure looked incredibly small and lonely. She collapsed and sobbed in total despair as she faced the harsh reality she had known from the very beginning. "If you knew, why are you still crying?" The inner voice echoed in the windy field where Tyu-ho was sinking into bitterness. Meanwhile, the dark clouds of war were spreading as news of the great emperor defeating the Iron Martial Alliance traveled everywhere. It wouldn't be long before the war horses of Black Blood City reached the nearby Duong district, making the situation extremely urgent. Deep in the forest, a man with bulging muscles was grumbling with dissatisfaction. He was the one who had just ravaged Shaolin, but he was annoyed because he felt his brothers were about to seize his credit. He muttered as he walked about the terrible tempers of his comrades he hadn't seen in 10 years, hoping they'd take care of Wudang just to settle the debt. The red-haired guy was afraid that if he didn't accomplish anything significant, he would be the only one scolded for being useless. His goal right now was to find a damn kid hiding out in this godforsaken place. After searching for a while, he suddenly froze when he caught sight of a small figure standing with the giant, Shich-sun. Recognizing who had just appeared, Chiyuat trembled in shock, only managing to gasp in horror. "You. It's a pleasure to meet you. I didn't expect. So you crawled right to me." The redhead gave a twisted smirk, his gaze so ice-cold that Chiwat's pupils shrank in terror, his heart pounding out of his chest. He couldn't wrap his head around why this guy was here. Standing right in front of him was Kim Huyet Than Ma, the great warrior, a man legendary for being the most ruthless and violent brute in the entire region. His arrival spelled disaster, as the memories of this god-devil's brutality were still a haunting nightmare. Watching the kid tremble and ask why he was there, the warrior replied casually, "It's obvious. Why even ask?" He started whining about how exhausted he was from running all over the place just to carry out the emperor's orders, not wanting to waste any more time. He made an offer that was tempting, yet clearly a threat. "Let's keep this simple. Come with me to see your mother, right now." At the mention of his mother, Chi-Uat was completely stunned. The warrior revealed that the emperor and the imperial consort just happened to be passing through the area nearby, so if they moved fast, the kid could see his mom by tomorrow morning. The warrior let out a menacing roar. "If you don't come now, I'm killing you." He reached out to grab the boy, but his hand was instantly blocked by a guardian's grip. The warrior froze in shock. "What the?" Standing there like a wall, Shich-sun quietly called the boy's name. "Tudiet." The warrior barked angrily. "Huh? What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Ignoring the fact that his internal energy hadn't fully recovered, Shich-sun stood his ground. "My Tudiet," the warrior, annoyed by the interruption, spat back. "Where the hell did you pop out from? Cut the crap and get lost." But a bloodthirsty aura began to erupt from the giant, and Shich-sun growled, "You are not allowed to touch this child." Remembering his vow to his brother, Chiwat had promised Savu he would protect this kid. Shich-sun's hand tightened until the warrior actually cried out in pain. Shich-sun yelled with pure determination, rage boiling over. The warrior gritted his teeth and roared, "That hurts! You bastard! Let go!" A blast of crimson energy exploded, and the warrior unleashed a brutal strike, leaving Shich-sun heavily wounded. Witnessing this, the dummy uncle went berserk, attacking with everything he had. "If you don't let go, I'll kill you, you piece of trash!" Ignoring the desperate shouts of those around him, he poured all his strength into the next blow. The warrior challenged him. "You're not letting me? Fine, let's see if you've got the guts." A punch carrying destructive power crashed down, creating an explosion that shook the entire forest. The medicinal pill had been successfully refined. Savu sighed in relief and prepared to take time to recover his internal strength. Before starting, he invited Tio-ho for a stroll, but she had something private to tell him. Tio-ho turned to instruct Shich-sun, "Master Gong, I have something to discuss with my brother. You have to stay here and guard the medicine." After getting a nod from his brother, Savu didn't forget to warn him. "Do not, under any circumstances, take it." "Got it?" When it was just the two of them, Tio-ho asked about his future plans, whether he'd head out to find his sister as soon as everyone recovered. Looking at the glimmering pill in the box, Savu replied softly, "Probably." In the empty room, Shich-sun sat quietly by the window to watch over the treasure. Just then, little Chiwat popped up and teased, "Uncle Dummy, want to come out and practice martial arts with me?" But for Shich-sun right now, the mission to protect the pill Savu had made was the only thing that mattered, so he flatly refused. Little Chiwat became incredibly impatient. He insisted that he had to get stronger as soon as possible because they were running out of time. The boy quickly snatched the medicinal pill and hatched a plan. "If I have to protect the medicine, I'll just keep it on me." He even brought the Thonlin pill along. Super suicidal logic. Watching this reckless move, Shich-sun panicked and tried to stop him, but Chiwat was firm. "I've got the medicine now. Dummy uncle just needs to protect me, that's all." Faced with the kid's stubbornness, the giant could only blink in confusion before rushing off with him to train. In the back of Shich-sun's mind, he was still locked onto Savu's orders, protecting that precious pill at all costs. Back to the tense standoff in the deep forest. "You dare block me?" The warrior roared in disbelief as his arm was locked in place. He immediately launched a lightning-fast punch into Shich-sun's stomach and sneered, "Try and stop me if you can." Even after taking such a heavy hit that he coughed up blood, Shich-sun didn't let go. His eyes were locked, filled with the will to protect the child. "Chi-Uat is my Tudiet. Protecting him is not fictional at all. What kind of person? Is this good?" Witnessing this obstinacy, the warrior gritted his teeth in fury. "You bastard!" He frantically poured energy into his fist, slamming it into his opponent's chest over and over while shouting, "I told you to let go right now." The impact created terrifying shockwaves, but Shichsun stood firm as a stone statue, ignoring the severe damage to his body. The warrior started to feel like something wasn't right. He was shocked to realize a familiar aura was surrounding the giant. Deep down, he was stunned, wondering, what is this? I feel like I've seen this guy somewhere before. If I remember correctly, this is the Royal Dragon Supreme, aura of the Bo-Datla Palace. Amidst the gut-wrenching pain, Shichsun let out a roar that shook the mountains. Realizing his opponent's terrifying potential, the warrior's killing intent reached the sky. He thought to himself, if this guy grows up, he'll be a huge threat. I have to wipe him out now. He decided not to hold back anymore, immediately tapping into his clan's ultimate technique. A dense black aura shrouded his flaming fist. The Golden Blood Divine technique was officially unleashed with a destructive power entirely different from before. I'm going to pull you out by the roots, the warrior roared, his face twisted into a grotesque, devilish mask. He launched a lethal strike straight at Shichsun. Under the suffocating pressure of that horrific internal energy, Shichsun's guardian hand, which had been clamped tight like iron pliers, began to tremble and slowly loosen. A faint moan escaped as the giant seemed to have no strength left to maintain his final resistance. The Golden Blood Divine Fist technique exploded, carrying a destructive force that slammed straight into the target. The suffocating pressure from the punch shattered the ground, creating a nightmare scene on the battlefield. Witnessing this, the boy could only scream in despair. Dummy uncle! Through the smoke and dust, Shichsun collapsed, his face covered in blood, still deliriously whispering the child's name, Thiechi Uat. The warrior stood tall with bulging muscles, looking down at the defeated man with contempt as he roared. A lowly wretch like you actually forced the great warrior to use the Golden Blood Divine Fist? His madness didn't stop there. The warrior shouted, don't think you're going to have an easy death. He started charging his energy again, but in that life or death moment, Chiwat suddenly lunged out to shield his uncle with arms spread wide. The boy's appearance only made the warrior angrier. He roared ferociously. You damn little brat. Fine, then both of you can go to hell together. Chiwat squeezed his eyes shut, gritting his teeth in preparation, facing a lethal blow. An earth-shattering tremor erupted, sending a flock of birds scattering in terror across the sunset sky, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation on the towering cliff. Savu's internal energy was recovering at an astonishing speed, thanks to the core of the 10,000-year golden sphere. He mused to himself, recovering this fast, half a day, and I'm good to go? Sweet. This is the golden opportunity to break through and step into an entirely new realm. My martial arts foundation has always been based on the celestial cannon warrior style, with lightning energy at its core. This power flows through my body like a violent fever spreading through my veins, and is funneled into my fingertips to unleash attacks that shatter bone and divide muscle. That is the 10-finger Heaven Breaker technique, layering lightning strikes 3 times over to create the triple absolute explosion, with terrifying destructive power. And that's not all. I can even use lightning to warp space itself with the Heavenly Strike move, calling down bolts of lightning from the heavens to crush any fortress. The ultimate peak is maximizing this lightning energy, unleashing 9 consecutive strikes into the void to summon the 9-dragon cannon, leaving everything to turn to ashes under the power of 9 electric dragons. All these ultimate techniques I learned under my master's guidance, and I never once doubted them. Before, I just trained blindly, but now, fueled by a burning desire to become stronger, Savu began to rethink everything he had learned. To beat the Emperor and save my sister, I have to level up. His blue eyes blazed with determination. He yearned to find the supreme power his master once used when facing the 3 immortals, so he could truly take control of his own destiny. I need a martial art with absolute overwhelming power like the heavenly work explosion, Savu thought, his hunger for strength growing. However, he quickly realized its flaw. When unleashed, it consumes a massive amount of internal energy. It's essentially a suicide move. Furthermore, he had to avoid relying on his inner demons like before to manifest his power. I have to find it. Savu resolved to find a power that doesn't touch in his internal energy and doesn't rely on his inner demons. Sitting silently in the void, he focused all his spirit to pioneer an entire new technique. It wouldn't be Master's Celestial Cannon Warrior style. It would be the Celestial Cannon Warrior style of Savu. He was finally starting to grasp the essence of his own skills. He let out a light, relieved sigh. Savu's eyes snapped open, glowing with a brilliant, confident blue. He was certain he could craft a technique that condensed the entire history of the 1,000-year-old Celestial Cannon Warrior style, something that previously only existed in his imagination. With a cocky smirk, and he officially named this new power Heavenly Lightning. Go ahead and die obediently, Vuluk roared madly while launching a ruthless attack. Yet, the young Chiwat bravely stood in front, screaming, "Don't you even dream of it." The child's interference made Vuluk so furious his face distorted. He let out an enraged scream. Chi-Uat cried out in despair, while Sich-sun, though severely wounded, panicked and shouted the boy's name. No! Amidst the smoke and terrifying explosions, Sich-sun risked everything to shield his nephew. Witnessing that sacrifice, Chi-Uat could only sob, calling out, "Stupid uncle!" Vu-Luk's eyes turned deep red, filled with murderous intent. He gritted his teeth and snarled, "You little brat! Let's see how long you can hold me off!" He unleashed critical strikes like a madman, accompanied by thunderous roars. Die! Die! Just all die! Chi-Uat collapsed in pain, while Sich-sun used his remaining strength to urge the boy. Chi-Uat, run! Just run! In absolute desperation, the boy clutched his head in torment. "Oh, uncle, what am I supposed to do? To carry this team now?" In Chi-Uat's mind, Savu's advice about the medicinal properties of the pills suddenly surfaced. If Sich-sun took a pill made from 9-earth, 9-leaf grass, the effect would turn into a hot current spreading rapidly through his body. Savu had considered using the spirit-clearing pill to boost internal power but feared the unpredictable side effects that could endanger Sich-sun. He had believed the raw power of the 9-leaf grass was enough to stimulate the potential of his brother-in-arms. But seeing Sich-sun being tortured, Chi-Uat realized in a panic that if he only restored his spirit, his stupid uncle could never defeat someone as strong as Vu-Luk. The boy's eyes burned with reckless determination. He made up his mind. "Fine, let's gamble." Chi-Uat quickly shoved the pill into his uncle's mouth and shouted, "Stupid uncle, swallow this, and this spirit-clearing pill too." Sich-sun swallowed both precious pills, leaving Vu-Luk in total shock. He roared in horror, "Are you crazy? You're feeding him spirit pills?" Vu-Luk mocked the kid for being a foolish brat for daring to give priceless treasures to someone he considered a loser. Instantly, sparks of golden electricity began to envelop and race across Sich-sun's body. Vu-Luk warned that force-feeding spirit pills like that would surely kill Sich-sun. The giant's body arched, muscles bulging and rippling in agonizing pain. As the medicinal power began to erupt violently, not giving his opponent a chance to resist, Vu-Luk poured all his murderous intent into a finishing blow, shouting. At that exact moment, an explosive blast erupted as the brutal attack slammed into the uncle and nephew. But instead of being crushed, Sich-sun unleashed a terrifying surge of golden energy, blowing everything nearby away. Vu-Luk screamed in terror, frantically ordering, "Spit it out! We're in the middle of a fight, and you're pulling a power-up move?" Seeing the energy fusing so quickly, he lost his cool and yelled, "Are you gonna spit it out, you jerk?" The pressure from the massive pillar of light radiating from Sich-sun was so strong that Vu-Luk was pushed back, unable to take a single step forward. Vu-Luk trembled, his pupils shrinking in disbelief. No way. Has he already absorbed it all? Amidst the brilliant golden flames, Sich-sun stood tall, his aura regal and completely different from his usual goofy self. His eyes glared coldly at his enemy, his voice deep and menacing. "How dare you? A wretch like you thinks you can kill Chi-Uat." Sensing the overwhelming internal energy dominating the space, Vu-Luk broke into a cold sweat, realizing in a panic that this was not something he could handle. He stumbled back in fear. "Well, looks like I'm screwed." Sich-sun braced himself against the flesh-tearing pain, his face distorted by the conflicting medicinal forces, but he still roared, "Chi-Uat is my nephew." Witnessing the opponent's skin literally melting away, Vu-Luk was horrified to realize the terrifying side effects of 2 spirit pills wrecking a body at the same time. Ignoring the fact that his own body was being destroyed piece by piece, Sich-sun remained steadfast, full of grim resolve. "I'll protect what's mine. I will protect them." Chi-Uat watched in horror as Sich-sun collapsed, a stream of pitch-black blood spurting from his head. "Chi-Uat, don't cry. Don't fall asleep. Who's going to save your mother now?" Just then, Vu-Luk's guardian hand ruthlessly grabbed the boy, ignoring his heart-wrenching screams that echoed throughout the mountains. Vu-Luk coldly watched the relentless flow of black blood and concluded that Sich-sun's internal organs were completely shredded. He knew, full well, that once that dark blood started flowing, even the gods couldn't save him. Lamenting the loss of the precious medicinal pills, Vu-Luk still grabbed Chi-Uat to leave, thinking it'd be better to destroy them than to let them fall into the hands of the Min Kingdom. Amidst the spreading pool of black blood, Sich-sun's consciousness sank into darkness, filled with the agonizing torment of failing to protect his nephew, a belated apology from a man who couldn't keep his promise. In the darkness of despair, the faces of his most cherished ones appeared in his mind, the image of his gentle sister, Savu's smile, and even the look in Chi-Uat's eyes tore his heart apart. He cried out in pain, "Sister, Savu, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you all." Chi-Uat. A surge of rage and fear of loss erupted. Sich-sun roared in agony, "No, I don't want this. I refuse." Sich-sun was on the verge of turning into a demon, he declared with ironclad determination. "I absolutely will not lose them." The power of the two pills merged with his iron will, creating a massive explosion of golden energy. Chich-sun roared, "The people who are important to me." He shot off like an arrow of light, tearing through the twilight sky, constantly calling out the names of his loved ones. "The people who are important to me, sister, Savu." The heartbreaking call echoed through the gloomy space. Chich-sun landed on the ground with the force of 1,000 tons, making the trees tremble. Even though his body was being ravaged by the medicinal power, he didn't stop, focusing every ounce of his energy to sense and search. A golden bolt of heavenly thunder erupted fiercely around the guardian's body again. Chich-sun roared with immense power and, clutching his nephew Chi-Uat, he took off at a terrifying speed, straight ahead. Flying like this makes even a motorcycle taxi driver cry in fear. Under the bright full moon, Chich-sun soared into the sky in his massive guardian form, a golden aura surrounding him like a god. He roared with determination, "I will protect them." With crushing force, Chich-sun closed the distance, vowing to crush anyone who dared to touch his family, firmly asserting that he would never let Chiwat be lost again. Witnessing this classic revival, Luke could only widen his eyes in terror and mutter, "What the hell? Did this old man just revive on the spot? How is anyone supposed to fight that?" Amidst a red glow, Chich-sun poured all his strength into a punch, fueled by rage and a fierce declaration. "I'll take everything back. I'll protect them and smash everything." Chich-sun roared within, the golden halo, charging like a god, determined at all costs not to lose Chi-Wat ever again. Witnessing this extraordinary revival, Luke's eyes went wide with fear. What? That guy should have been dead by now. A punch with the weight of 1,000 tons landed, and he could only scream in pain, completely overwhelmed. Luke gritted his teeth in fury. "This bastard wants to die? Are you out of your mind?" He struggled to break free, but was utterly helpless against the explosive strength of the giant. He would protect his most important people at all costs. Chich-sun's guardian hand tightened around his opponent, and Luke realized in terror that the skin of the man before him was undergoing a monstrous transformation. Luke wondered, what the hell is happening? He knew well that if you took 2 ancient medicinal pills at once without someone to guide the energy, it was basically suicide. The medicinal power was too intense, creating extreme heat capable of melting flesh and destroying the heart and blood vessels. He was pissed that he was dealing with a hacker. Despite his body being severely devastated from the inside, Chich-sun roared in pain and fury. Using superhuman strength, he lifted Luke into the air, aiming straight at the bright full moon. His heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the dark space as they reached a dizzying height. Luke was completely helpless while restrained, only able to scream in pain. My arm! My arm!" With terrifying speed, Chich-sun dived toward the ground like a glowing meteor. The golden energy tore through the night, leaving long, violent streaks of light as they plummeted with suffocating pressure. Shockwaves exploded repeatedly in midair before an earth-shattering tremor occurred. The massive collision with the ground created a giant pillar of light that swallowed the entire forest under its devastating power. A violent explosion leveled everything around the impact zone. Luke lay crushed on the ground, spitting up blood with painful, wet coughing sounds. He groaned under the torment of his wounds. "It hurts so much, damn it, it hurts like hell." A moment ago he was acting tough. Now he's getting his butt kicked. In his state of shock, he couldn't believe his opponent could still stay conscious after being beaten like that, wondering what on earth was happening with this giant. He realized with horror that the man who should have been reduced to dust long ago was not only unscathed, but his vitality was even stronger than before. Even Chich-sun's usual stammering tone had completely vanished, leaving Luke confused as to whether this was just a momentary burst, or if his opponent had truly overcome all his injuries. "Damn it, how am I supposed to beat this bastard?" Just then, a massive golden pillar of light descended from the sky, covering the entire battlefield in suffocating pressure. In his desperation, Luke broke into a crazed smile. He wondered if he should resort to a mutual destruction tactic. He immediately channeled his power, shouting, "Golden Blood God Demon Shield." He asserted that he was the Golden Blood God Demon Great Warrior of the Plains, and he certainly wouldn't go down that easily. This ultimate technique was his guardian armor, containing his life's cultivation. It was both his strongest offensive maneuver and capable of absorbing and reflecting all force back at the attacker with multiplied power. Yet, the only response to his threat was the cold, disdainful look in Chich-sun's eyes. "Who cares? Get lost." He spoke clearly, declaring that whether the opponent was a god demon or could reflect power back, it was useless. A massive golden dragon-headed aura of energy burst forth, radiating a killing intent that shook the dark sky. Chich-sun stood tall like a god of war, one arm clutching the child to protect him, ready to crush his enemy with absolute dominance. "I don't give a damn," Chich-sun roared, his face contorting under the pressure of the terrifying internal energy. He vowed that he was doing all of this just to protect them. Chi-Wat. Looking at his enemy's hateful face, Shichi-sun just wanted to blow him away right then and there. His ultimate technique, Golden Dragon's Supreme Reincarnation, Annihilation, was officially unleashed, aimed straight at the terrified, trembling Wu Li below. A massive golden dragon appeared amidst a blinding flash, crushing every bit of resistance from the golden blood demon. In despair, Wu Li could only gasp, "A real dragon? Man, losing like this is so bitter." The earth-shattering explosion leveled a whole forest area, leaving behind a scene of utter destruction and smoke. Amidst the rubble, Shichi-sun stood tall, watching his enemy completely defeated, then let out a soft sigh of relief. Gazing up at the bright moon, Shichi-sun silently thanked his master and Sa-vu for giving him such strength. He realized it was thanks to everyone that he was able to find his true self. Remembering Wu Li's bait about taking Chi-Uat to meet his mother in Duangduang County, where the emperor and his consort were about to pass through, his eyes turned icy cold. He told himself it was time to pay back everything he had received. With a blazing golden aura surrounding his guardian body, Shichi-sun made up his mind to go find his sister right now. In the dark of night, the little boy Chi-Uat scrambled as fast as he could through the ruins, breathing heavily. Haha, he kept calling out in hope. Mom, Mommy. With intense faith, Chi-Uat believed he had finally found his beloved mother after so many days apart. I found you. The little boy dashed toward the figure ahead with all the longing in his heart. As he ran, Chi-Uat excitedly announced the news. I found Uncle Silly, ha, and Sa-vu Uncle, too. I found them both. He believed that as long as those two were by his side, the whole family could run away together from the emperor's grip, just like she always wanted, and return to his mother's peaceful hometown. However, the silhouette of the woman in the white cloak suddenly became blurry and distant. But why is she getting further away? Chi-Uat reached out in a panic, trying to hold on, but a dark hand suddenly lunged, making him scream in terror. No, Mom, Mommy. Chi-Uat fell to his knees, his eyes wide with horror as he saw who had emerged from the shadows. Huh? Standing tall before him was a massive, authoritative shadow with glowing eyes. The Emperor! Nine-Sun Taichi. His presence made every hope that had just sparked in the little boy's heart vanish into thin air. Chi-Uat trembled in despair. Emperor, why are you here? The boy was shocked to realize a cruel truth. There was no chance of winning this fight. No way, it's impossible to win. In his mind, an extreme RT, fear arose that no matter how strong Uncle Silly or Sa-vu were, standing before the Emperor's overwhelming power, it was all meaningless. Who is this? He cried out in terror as a creepy figure appeared in his mind. Amidst a wave of blood-red killing intent, the great Wu Li appeared like a demon god. He laughed, mockingly at the child's helplessness. He cruelly inflicted pain by asserting, "You little brat, it's all your fault. The reason your uncle has to die is because you gave him that spirit medicine." At his feet, Shichi-sun was gasping for air, covered in blood, but still trying to use his very last bit of strength to protect his nephew. Chi-Uat, run. A stream of black, lethal blood sprayed from his head as Shichi-sun collapsed, leaving the little boy in utter despair. No, Uncle Silly. Chi-Uat called out in the silent night. But contrary to the tragic scene just before, Shichi-sun was now completely awake and alert. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence. In the breezy, deep forest, he pulled the boy into the bushes and whispered, "Look down. There." Chi-Uat held his breath and followed his uncle's pointed finger, asking silently, "Down there?" In the valley below, a massive army with 10,000 spears was lined up in solemn formation, radiating a suffocating power. Chi-Uat was stunned. Are those Northern Plains warriors? Why are they gathered there? Looking at the numbers, things were looking bad, guys. Shichi-sun confirmed that these were not just ordinary warriors, but the elite troops of Black Blood City. He observed with a cold, sharp gaze, "I've been watching the situation for a while now. It looks like they're waiting for someone important." Immediately, Chi-Uat realized terrifying truth. It's the Emperor. They're waiting for the Emperor. The memory of Wu Li's threat returned that the Emperor and his consort would pass through nearby Duangduang County. Shichi-sun's spirit burned with determination, knowing his longtime goal was right before his eyes. If the Emperor comes, that means his mother, Lady Vo Nai, will be there too. This was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime chance to save her. Shichi-sun gritted his teeth, his eyes showing the clarity and dignity of a true warrior. Witnessing this extraordinary change, Chi-Uat asked in surprise, "Uncle Silly, did you remember everything?" Shichi-sun smiled gently, a smile full of warmth and gratitude. "That's right, it's all thanks to you, Chi-Uat." The boy was a bit confused, thinking that from now on he shouldn't call him Uncle Silly anymore, but Shichi-sun patted his head and insisted, "What are you saying?" To Chi-Uat, "I will always be your Uncle Silly." but immediately after, the atmosphere thickened as he changed his tone to something serious. But Chi-Uat, Shichsun pointed toward the red-haired man standing in front of the army and asked if he knew who that was. He lowered his voice and revealed, "That is the second-ranked invincible blood demon. Rumor has it throughout the northern plains. The only person strong enough to defeat him is the emperor." Looking at the powerful back of his opponent, Shichsun couldn't help but break into a cold sweat from the suffocating pressure. He had been quietly observing the opponent for over an hour, but couldn't find a single opening. Shichsun realized with horror that before he could even get close to the emperor, he had already been spotted by that red-haired man long ago. He questioned if he actually had the ability to face such a terrifying monster. The sharp eyes of the invincible blood demon narrowed slightly, as if scanning every tiny movement around the valley under the dim moonlight. Jichsun quickly signaled for Chi-Uat to stay quiet to avoid being detected. Down below, the invincible blood demon clearly felt that a gaze was intently watching him from the shadows. Seeing his strange behavior, a subordinate approached and respectfully asked about the situation. However, he just coldly replied, "It's nothing, just the wind." Suddenly, the invincible blood demon focused his attention as high as he heard the sound of waves crashing loudly from the sea. A giant ship gradually appeared amidst the moonlit water, heading straight toward the island. The invincible blood demon announced with solemnity that their supreme master had arrived. He roared, ordering the entire army to concentrate and absolutely not be negligent at this critical moment. Responding to the command, 10,000 soldiers shouted in unison, standing in strict formation with spears. Mac is ready to welcome the great emperor. Shichsun lets out a quiet sigh of relief, realizing he hasn't been spotted yet. But looking down at the massive army below, he starts, feeling like he's in deep trouble. He realizes there's no way he can take them all on by himself to save his big sister. He tells himself, "I've got to call Savu to come and carry this fight." Just then, the giant, Black Blood City ship docks, and tens of thousands of soldiers form an imposing formation at the base of the cliff. Shichsun quickly pulls Chi-Uat away from their spot to find some backup. The earth-shattering roar of 10,000 soldiers begins to echo. The emperor appears, peace reigns across the land. Amidst total, submissive reverence, the great emperor steps out, with overwhelming authority, followed by a noble concubine in a pure white cloak. Praises of his recent victory, the destruction of the Iron Feather Alliance, the pride of the Ming dynasty are shouted repeatedly, declaring that the fame of the northern plains will soon shine bright across the world. Standing before their supreme master, the invincible blood demon sect leader bows respectfully. With a cold, sharp gaze, the demon sect leader loudly congratulates him on the grand victory. Amidst the soldiers' fanatical cheering, the great emperor remains stoic. He coldly remarks that there is still one major enemy left. Understanding his master's intentions, the demon sect leader replies, "Let's save those congratulations for after we take him down." He knows the person the great emperor is referring to is none other than the Battle King. Right after that, the demon sect leader reports he just got some crucial intelligence regarding this rival. He says that, per the emperor's orders, his men captured a woman who was caught spying in the area. The emperor immediately commands, "Bring her here so I can see her face." Surrounded by soldiers, a white-haired woman with her hands chained is led out for the whole army to see. When asked about the prisoner's identity, the demon sect leader's subordinate insists that she is from the Iron Feather Alliance. The golden eyes of Miss Han are full of determination, even while in captivity. Based on the intel gathered, the subordinate of the demon sect leader boldly declares to the emperor, she is definitely the Battle King's woman. From the high cliff, Chi-Uat, panicked, points at the army, forming up below and cries out, "Mother!" Shichsun's eyes widen in horror. "Big sister?" he asks urgently. Where is she?" The little boy points decisively. "Into the distance. Right there, next to that old guy in black." Chi-Uat whispers to himself that, sure enough, his mother is with those people. But when looking at the woman in the white fur cloak with a sad expression, Shichsun feels like she looks a bit different from the sister in his memories. He doubtfully asks, "Is it just because it's too far away that you're mistaken?" Chi-Uat insists firmly that he would never mistake his mother's face. Shichsun's gaze hardens with resolve. He instructs, "All right, Chi-Uat, you stay here and wait. I'm gonna go get your mom back." Chi-Uat is terrified, wondering what his uncle plans to do amidst an army of thousands. Without a second of hesitation, Shichsun transforms into a massive bolt of golden lightning, diving straight from the cliffside into the middle of the Black Blood City army. Chi-Uat only manages to scream in desperation, "Wait, you idiot!" Meanwhile, at the center of the army, an interrogation is underway. The leader asks for the results of the investigation on the woman they just caught. "My lord, she is the Ice Flower Cold Sovereign, one of the 3 famous flowers of the Iron Feather Alliance. Based on all clues, we are certain Miss Han is the Battle King's woman." The demon sect leader coldly suggests executing her because to the steppe warriors, the concept of a prisoner of war doesn't exist. He believes that killing the Battle King's woman will strike terror into the whole world, make the enemy falter, and boost his own army's morale to the skies. Standing between the chains, Miss Han faces death calmly. She had already anticipated their cruel ambition. Witnessing this, the Emperor glances at the noble concubine standing in the distance and mutters cryptically, "That woman, huh? So that's how it is." The gaze of the noble concubine is filled with sadness as she looks at Miss Han, because she knows clearly that the woman in chains is the most important person to her own younger brother. Standing before the prisoner, the demon sect leader, with glowing red eyes, coldly declares, dying by her own sword will be artistic. He orders his men to bring her sword over, to carry out the execution. Miss Han kneels on the ground, her hands locked tight, but her will remains incredibly firm. She thinks to herself, if I'm gonna die, I'm gonna go down fighting. Despite the shackles, Miss Han silently channels her internal energy, causing a golden, icy aura to erupt around her body. Witnessing this unexpected sight, the demon sect leader screams in terror because it's clear her internal power had been completely sealed. He roars, ordering his soldiers to kill her immediately. But it's too late, she says coldly. Too late. The chains explode. Miss Han breaks free from the encirclement and quickly takes down the executioner to grab the sword. She admits that with her current strength, she can't defeat this entire army, but she still has another plan. Miss Han executes her ice flower technique, creating a powerful, swirling white snowstorm. She tells herself, just creating an opening for 1 second to disrupt their movement is enough. Her target is none other than the great emperor standing tall in front of her. But as she faces the pitch-black aura covering him, her heart pounds in sheer terror. Miss Han realizes a cruel truth. There absolutely isn't one. An opening to attack that guy? There absolutely isn't any. The emperor looks at the woman before him with a disdainful gaze and offers a backhanded compliment. Bravo to you, daring to try and show off your skills to a master. Miss Han trembles. She knows she will definitely die if she keeps this up. Just in the nick of time, a horrifying tremor occurs. From out of the sky, a giant fist, glowing with golden lightning, slams down like a meteorite, creating an explosion that shakes the entire battlefield right in front of Miss Han. The collision is so earth-shattering that even the great emperor of the 9 suns is sent reeling, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth in shock. The golden lightning tears through space, striking the giant Black Blood City ship directly, causing it to crumble and explode into a sea of fire. Witnessing that shocking scene, the demon sect leader screams in terror, "Great, great emperor!" He panics, turning to check on his master. "Are you all right?" Realizing the enemy is distracted, Miss Han immediately seizes the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There's the opening. She lunges decisively, thrusting her sword straight through the demon sect leader's chest. Even while struck by the lethal blow, he laughs, mockingly. How funny, thinking you could kill me with that move. The price for that will be your life. A massive, freezing aura from the sword erupts, covering the demon sect leader's body in a layer of freezing ice. Pushed to the brink, he roars in utter rage. You dare? I will hack off all 4 of your limbs. Shattered into pieces. A terrifying surge of dark energy erupted from his body, shattering the ice and creating a massive shockwave. Amidst the chaos of this battlefield, the Black Blood City soldiers scrambled, screaming to protect the great emperor. Just then, Sheech's son appeared, standing tall amidst the enemy encirclement with bright yellow lightning crackling around his body. He roared with sheer power, "I won't let you take someone important from me ever again." His eyes burned with determination as he looked at his loved ones and declared clearly, "Sis, leave this to me. I can take on this whole world, let alone them." Sheech's son poured all his strength into a devastating punch, charging forward to crush anyone standing in his way. A massive shockwave exploded, sending rows of Northern Yuan soldiers flying. Through the dust, Sheech's son landed with such force that the consort couldn't help but be stunned. She wondered to herself in shock. Even the Sword Saint and the invincible Blade Lord couldn't defeat the great emperor, yet he managed to push him back with just 1 hit. Sheech's son walked silently forward, his cold gaze enveloping the space. In a panic, the consort feared she would die if the person in front of her was an assassin from the Ming dynasty. She whispered Chiyuat's name, but immediately, a warm, deep voice replied, "Why are you talking nonsense, sis? How could I ever kill you?" Hearing that familiar voice, she was shocked. Could it really be Sheech's son? Sheech's son hugged his sister tight and gave a radiant smile. "Long time no see. You've been well, right? There's no way I'd ever leave you behind." Witnessing this scene, Miss Han couldn't help but be surprised. "Whoa, did you finally get your head screwed on straight, kid? How come you're so sharp today?" Sheech's son nodded, confirming that it was only because of her appearance that he could spot the enemy's opening. Sensing the situation was extremely urgent, Miss Han urged them, saying they must have a lot to talk about, but for now, they needed to escape. Sich-sun immediately picked up his sister and launched into the air, telling her to hold on tight. Sister. However, from behind, a pitch-black nauseating aura began to envelop everyone. The Emperor, with his eyes glowing stark white, roared in. Fury, there's no escape. I hold the entire sky in my hands. He stated firmly that no one could escape the grasp of the great Emperor of 9 suns and absolute. Polarity. The massive dark energy covered the night sky, swallowing every bit of light trying to flee. Sich-sun looked back in shock, cold sweat streaming down his face as he felt the suffocating pressure. A chilling sound echoed as the ruthless dark energy descended, striking exactly where they were. A hand of darkness reached out from the void, snatching up those trying to escape under the bright moonlight. They had finally arrived. A convoy of carriages had just stopped after a long, exhausting journey. The uncle leading the group kept grumbling about how the head of the group doted on his daughter, making him transport all sorts of unnecessary supplies. Seeing this somewhat rowdy entrance, little Tian Duang asked suspiciously, "Hey mister, you're not a fake, are you?" The old man clearly stated he was Lai Ho, on a mission to deliver a secret letter from the beggar sect to the war king. Even though Tian Duang asked about the contents of the letter, Lai Ho could only shake his head because it was a confidential order not to be tampered with. Even he had been curious enough to try and sneak a peek once, but failed. However, upon arriving at their destination, both were paralyzed with terror. The village that had been peaceful before Lai Ho left was now just a pile of ruins, completely burned to the ground. Bodies were scattered everywhere, uncollected, and the air was thick with the stench of death, as if it had just undergone a horrific war. Tian Duang screamed in panic and ordered everyone to spread out and search immediately. Amidst the debris, they finally found Tu Ho standing quietly, looking off into the distance. Seeing a familiar face, she spoke up, weary. "Tian Duang, oh, you've arrived?" But looking at her, haggard face with swollen eyes, Tian Duang couldn't help but ask anxiously if she had been crying. Although Tio Ho tried to force a smile and insisted, "I didn't cry, the tears just came out on their own." Everyone around her agreed, clearly stating she had cried a lot. Immediately, Lai Ho stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Greetings to the young master of the great Tian Tuang caravan, Ha Tu Tu. My name is Li Ho." He said sternly that he was here on the orders of Elder Hong to relay the emergency situation currently unfolding. Hearing the bad news, Tu Ho was stunned, unable to believe her ears. "Are you kidding? All the major sects have been wiped out?" The news about the collapse of major sects like Hwasun and then Shaolin made the atmosphere heavier than ever before. Even the renowned Iron Feather Union had officially fallen to the overwhelming power of the Northern Army. The survivors could only stand in shock before. A fatal blow that no one could have ever expected. Lai Ho couldn't help but gasp, never imagining that the mighty Iron Feather Union would fall so easily. Faced with the tragic news, Elder Hong mused about the fate of the survivors, but the answer he received was a brutal truth. Word had it they were completely wiped out. Quan Sun Island, once the pride of the Iron Feather Union, had now completely vanished, leaving only an endless sea, as if there had never been a trace of life there. It was hard to believe that with only a few hundred martial artists, Black Blood City had been able to slaughter 1,000 top-tier masters of the Central Plains. Elder Hong was anxious to know the enemy's travel route, but could only shake his head helplessly because they had vanished without a trace after the raid. He guessed that if the enemy was traveling by water, searching for their trail would be like finding a needle in a haystack. However, Elder Hong had already received other important information. He confirmed that the Black Blood City Army, after attacking Shaolin, was marching aggressively towards Central South. Without wasting another second, he ordered the news to be sent to Central South immediately so they could prepare to defend themselves. Deep down, Elder Hong knew he couldn't continue waiting for the indecisive beggar sect leader anymore. Standing before thousands of gathered disciples, he declared clearly, "From this moment on, I, Hongvu, will hunt down those who sealed off Hwasun, Shaolin, and destroyed the Iron Feather Union. No matter how the enemy chooses to move, he swore to mobilize the entire beggar sect force across the Central Plains to chase them to the end." Even though he knew this unauthorized action could lead to punishment from the sect, Elder Hong remained firm in his decision. "For the greater good, join me and give everything we've got." His passionate call ignited the fire of hatred in the hearts of his disciples. They all shouted in unison, determined not to let Black Blood City run wild any longer. The beggar sect army set out, marching toward Central South region. In the ruins of the village, Little Hu is stunned as she hears the whole story from Li Hu. She can't believe it, even Shaolin was forced to seal its gates. And Elder Hong is out there alone, leading his troops to hold off the enemy. Li Hu says in a low, serious voice, "That's the truth of it, straight from the source, no doubt about it." Little Hu is shocked by the news that the Iron Feather League has fallen. She can't believe a massive island could just disappear like that. Just as she's spiraling, the door kicks open. Sha Yu steps out, his blue eyes glowing with intense power. Seeing her brother has recovered his inner energy, Little Hu rushes to check on him, but Sha Yu is more concerned about the fate of the Iron Feather League. Right then, a beggar gang messenger approaches and respectfully hands over a secret scroll from Elder Hong. He insists it contains every horrifying detail of what's been going on lately. Sha Yu takes the scroll with a grim expression. The whole situation? Really? As soon as he opens it, his pupils constrict in horror. Images of the massacre, the city in flames, and especially the sight of Lady Han, surrounded by the Black Blood Legion, flash before his eyes. A wave of fury erupts in his glowing blue gaze. Sha Yu roars the name of that girl, Han Xiaoxi. Wait for me, you bastards are dead. Meanwhile, at Central South Mountain, sirens blare rapidly under the dark, gloomy sky. The Northern Plains Legion has officially launched a full-scale assault, turning the place into a blazing inferno. Desperate screams echo everywhere at Dai Hong Village. The last line of defense for the mountain is on the brink of collapse. The warriors fight with their lives on the line, determined to hold out. They absolutely cannot let the Northern Plains forces take over, and they cannot retreat. Yet, watching from afar, the enemy leaders look on with contempt, thinking all their efforts are useless. I get it, one of the top Northern Plains experts says coldly. He realizes that against a veteran like Xuan, Wu Qian, their own situation isn't exactly a walk in the park. Even though he's constantly being reminded to capture the villagers alive instead of killing them, he's still incredibly annoyed by his comrades repeating it. But deep down, in his icy eyes, lies a haunting memory that won't fade. He knows he can never forget, because the tragedy of that day is etched into his soul. In the chaos, someone collapses, face covered in blood, looking up at the sky in terror as a blood-red light descends from above, swallowing the whole area. He trembles and gasps. What is that? It's the Tai Yi sword, the power that changed history. It's game over for us, boys. 10 years ago, it was because of Xuan Wu Qian's Tai Yi sword that the fate of the Great Yuan and the Ming dynasty was decided in one earth-shattering explosion. Memories of that destruction are still fresh, when everything was crushed under the might of that technique. But now, a sinister smile appears in the shadows. He gloats, declaring he will overturn the cursed fate of 10 years ago. And today will be the day he ends Xuan Wuqian's life, along with the entire Central South sect. Desperate pleas for help echo through the mountains. Master? Grandmaster! In the distance, the brutal fire is consuming Daihong village, turning it into a living hell. Watching from above, the disciples of the Central South sect stand, stunned, their faces grim. Amidst the suffocating scent of death, Xuan Wuqian stands tall with his white hair, his eyes showing deep shock. According to the Beggar Gang's scroll, the enemy is the Black Blood City Legion, the same Northern Plains remnants that just forced Shaolin to shut its gates not long ago. The enemy leader glares at Xuan Wuqian with hatred, swearing that this time will be exactly like that day 10 years ago. He is convinced. You're old. Your sword is dull. How can you even fight anymore? You can't do it. It's impossible. The taunts cut like salt into the old man's wounds. Xuan Wuqian grits his teeth in pain, haunted by the memory of the horrific massacre he himself caused 10 years ago. Since that day, he had sworn to the heavens that he would never raise his sword against a human again. The enemy has sniffed out this fatal weakness. He sneers, trying to draw your sword in front. Your disciples? Keep dreaming. Faced with the malicious provocations and dark ambition of the Black Blood City scum, a crimson aura erupts around Xuan Wuqian. He roars in absolute rage. You bastards have gone too far. At Fortune Heaven Valley, Little Hu looks at Sha Yu's back with concern and asks, Brother, are you leaving? Right now? In response, he confirms that he is. Little Hu guesses he's rushing off because he's worried about Lady Han, but Sha Yu immediately denies it. He says he's not leaving out of concern for Han Xiaoxi. He explains that this trip is actually about a promise he made to his master years ago. Sha Yu recalls his master's dying words. If he ever found his daughter and she was living well, leave her be. But if she fell into dire circumstances, lend a hand just once. Little Hu notes that Sister Shangya was always strong, but Sha Yu humbly admits that both she and Lady Han have helped him a great deal. He gently pats Little Hu's head, his eyes full of trust. The reason I can leave with a clear conscience is that I trust you more than anyone else. He tells her he's heading out and leaving these reckless kids under her care. But deep in her heart, Little Hu is overcome with a profound sadness, because she has no idea that this would be the last time she'd ever see her brother in the Central Plains. Standing silently by the Wad Tower, Little Hu is lost in thought until Master Tai approaches and asks what's on her mind. He remarks that the conversation just now between her and the Battle King didn't seem to go very well. Little Hu immediately defends him. saying he left because he had things he had to do, not because of a disagreement. However, Master Tai can't hide his disappointment in Sha Yu, calling him too stubborn. He sighs meaningfully. When the world is in danger and the Iron Feather League has fallen, a man who truly cares for the greater good, like the Battle King, should be on the same page as me. Sounds like he's recruiting employees, doesn't it? Is that so? It seems like it's actually Master Tai who had the difficult conversation, right? Little Hu smiles slightly, noticing the tension between the two. Sha Yu walks up and coldly declares, "I don't care." Master Tai is shocked. "Are you serious? Have you not heard the news from the beggar gang?" He argues that if the defeat of the Iron Feather League is true, all martial artists in the underworld must unite to have any hope against Black Blood City. He insists that, because of that, your reputation as one of the top 10 in the world will be a huge help. This is a huge honor. But Savu remained indifferent. "I'm not interested in some grand title." He made it clear that his priorities right now were just for his younger sister, his nephew, his friends at Shichson, and the safety of Miss Han. Despite expressing regret over what happened to her father, Savu stood his ground. Jianghu business should be settled by those in the Jianghu. With that, he turned to leave. "Anyway, I've made my position perfectly clear. If you'll excuse me." Young Master Thiet barked in anger. "Young Master Don, do you honestly think that just because you're Korean, you won't be dragged into this mess? That's a huge mistake." He warned that if the Ming dynasty fell to the Black Blood City, the next target for the northern plains would definitely be Korea, and his homeland wouldn't be safe either. Savu stopped, his voice dropping low. "No, that will never happen." To the other's shock, he turned back with eyes burning with a fierce, resolute blue light. "Because before that can even happen, I'll have already wiped out the Black Blood City." Hearing such a wild claim, young Master Thiet scoffed sarcastically. "What, you planning to take on the whole world by yourself? Stop being delusional." Tuho watched his back, smiling proudly. "That's my brother for you. He's got his own path, and everyone has different priorities after all." Realizing he couldn't convince the Battle King, Thiet had to compromise. "Fine. Either way, the Great Thien Thuong Guild will stand with the Thiet Vu Union. I'll make sure to provide all the supplies needed for the battle against the Black Blood City." After giving his thanks, young Master Thiet asked to return to the Thiet Vu Union to prepare. Leaving Phuc Thien Valley, Savu found a desolate shoreline where massive blocks of ice covered the ground. He realized it instantly. Ice flowers. These are definitely Miss Han's ice flowers. Looking at the scene of hundreds of soldiers frozen to death alongside the shattered remains of a ship, he mused that they must have all been flash frozen the moment the ship was destroyed. Standing before the frozen ruins, Savu confirmed that Miss Han had definitely been here. Savu carefully observed the scene and realized the clean cuts on the ice weren't made by sword aura. Maybe someone like the silver-lettered Devil Black Merchant had a hand in this. Furthermore, those melted ice rocks weren't caused by ordinary flames, but by extremely profound internal energy. While he couldn't be certain yet, he knew that accompanying the Emperor were at least 2 people with strength rivaling the 3 overlords or higher. What kind of nightmare happened here? Even if those 2 masterminds were the 7 demons of the martial world, what bothered Savu most right now was the mysterious appearance of a third person. Standing before a massive, crushed crater in the earth, he confirmed the marks definitely didn't belong to Miss Han. It's hard to believe anyone in this world could unleash such terrifying power. More importantly, Savu could still feel a strong source of yang energy, which immediately reminded him of the Yellow Dragon Supreme energy that Sich Sun possessed. He figured the Emperor and his minions were hunting them down. Looking at the displaced earth and rocks, it seemed this mysterious figure had fought alongside Miss Han to find an escape route. Savu told himself he had to check it out. Judging by the depth of the footprints, he wondered in shock just what level of power the opponent had reached. Savu instantly unleashed his movement technique, transforming into a streak of blue lightning that zipped through the night. He stopped before another crater and realized the lingering yang energy on the ground was indeed the trace of that third person. What kind of crazy fight happened here? His eyes narrowed as he saw drops of fresh red blood splattered on the rocks. Savu lightly touched the blood, realizing that even though the person had used profound yang internal energy to protect themselves while falling, they had still taken a heavy impact and were severely wounded. Based on the kickoff force and the angles of the impact marks here, Savu determined that this mystery person had likely been intercepted mid-air. The image of a figure being blasted from high above and crashing to the ground amidst churning black energy appeared in his mind. Even after taking such a massive hit, they were still able to get up immediately and flee to the south. Looking at the crushed crater, Savu was certain the only one capable of delivering an interception with such terrifying power was the Emperor of the Nine Suns Supreme, Pol. Based on the chaos of the energy here, he figured the incident happened exactly 1 day ago. However, That was just the distance in time. Without knowing the extent of Miss Han's injuries or the speed of her in the third person, it was hard to predict the actual distance. Well, at least I know which way to chase. His blue eyes glowed with determination. Savu made up his mind. I've got to catch up. Fast. He poured all his energy into starting the breathless pursuit. Under the full moon, Sheech-sun forced himself to keep running through the deep forest. Blood kept coughing up from his throat because his injuries were so severe. His footsteps started to falter, and every breath became a struggle as he still dealt with the shock from the Emperor's blow. Seeing his uncle exhausting himself, Chi-Uat asked worriedly, "Uncle, are you okay?" Even though he was in enough pain to collapse, Cheech-sun gritted his teeth and replied, "I'm fine." Yet, the boy couldn't help but be horrified as he looked into his uncle's resigned eyes. Blood from the wound on Cheech-sun's back flowed continuously, soaking his clothes, making Chi-Wat cry out, "Uncle, you're bleeding so much." In the depths of his agonizing pain, Cheech-sun silently repeated his 10-year vow to find his sister. He told himself that even though he had lost his memories, the pain his sister and Savu had endured all this time was far greater. To him, this physical pain was nothing compared to what they had gone through. Witnessing that iron will, his sister could only softly call Sich-sun's name in heartache. He put all his strength into his legs, kicking off the ground to keep lunging forward. Behind them, Miss Han, with her white hair flowing, was also pushing herself to the limit to keep up. She warned anxiously, "Young Master Kung, they're closing in." A group of black blood soldiers in gray cloaks was racing through the trees to hunt them down. Miss Han urged, "Run faster, they're about to catch us." The enemy had spotted them and let out a vicious shout. "Over there! Find them! Don't you dare let them get away!" Realizing the prey was slipping out of reach, the leader ordered his subordinate, "Go report this to the Emperor." The soldier immediately obeyed. "Yes, sir." He quickly pulled out a flare gun, and a brilliant golden light shot into the night sky, radiating an ominous pressure to overwhelm them and pinpoint the Red Mountain Group's location for the Emperor. A brilliant golden flare tore through the night sky, signaling that the Red Mountain Group's position was completely compromised. Down. Below, the Black Blood Legion surged forward, marching rapidly toward the light to tighten the noose. Seeing the signal, the subordinate smirked, confident that hunting them down was now just a matter of time. The demon apostle was furious at the audacity of anyone kidnapping the imperial consort and demanded to handle the interrogation himself, the moment they were caught. He insisted that the consort was far too important to be left entirely to his underlings. Even so, because he couldn't to make a move himself right now, he had to put his complete trust in his most loyal men to bring her back safely. He stressed that they were the only ones he could truly trust at a time like this. Deep down, the great emperor once again recalled the prophecy made by the head monk of the Red Sect 10 years ago. The old man had warned him that if he claimed this woman, he would rule the world, but the price would be endless regrets and a confrontation with the blue-eyed ghost god. He bitterly realized he had already tasted that regret twice. His eyes narrowed, and his hand tightened in hatred as he thought of the final regret waiting just around the corner. "I refuse to regret anything ever again," the emperor roared with authority. Seeing his master's anxiety, the demon apostle loudly affirmed that the great emperor was the heaven emperor, the master of these skies, and no one in this world could defy him. Pleased by that loyalty, the emperor ordered him not to disappoint him. Immediately, the entire army roared in unison. "By your command!" The demon apostle transformed into a streak of crimson energy, diving down from the high cliff at terrifying speed to begin the hunt. The demon apostle plummeted from the moonlight like a bolt of blood, tearing through the dark night. He slammed into the ground with a bone-shaking impact, ready to carry out a massacre to fulfill his orders. With fanatical eyes, he bellowed, "The Heaven Emperor's word is absolute." Shrouded in blazing red fire, the apostle tore forward with a fierce declaration. No one would be spared. "Where do you think you're going? You little rats!" A violent explosion erupted in the middle of the deep forest as he began his relentless sweep. The dark silhouettes of the Black Blood Legion dived off the cliff like a flock of vultures. They were glued to the Red Mountain Group, not giving them an inch, creating a suffocating pressure that gripped the entire valley. The demon apostle laughed triumphantly. "Gotcha!" Watching the terrifying speed of their pursuers, the Red Mountain Group broke out in a cold sweat. He only had time to think, "Damn, how is this guy fast as lightning?" Just as everything hung in the balance, a brilliant blue light suddenly erupted from the distance. A massive orb of blue energy expanded to the horizon, creating a majestic and overwhelming scene that made everyone stop in their tracks. Standing tall atop the highest treetop, Savu appeared amidst a surge of brilliant blue lightning. He stood there with a cold expression, his black hair whipping and the powerful spiritual energy swirling around him. Savu's glowing blue eyes narrowed slightly, radiating a suffocating killing intent that blanketed the entire battlefield. He whispered with resolve, "I found you. 3 lifetimes of reincarnation, only to be born a beggar. Is there any greater glory than that? Amidst the ragged crowd marching along, these philosophical musings on the emptiness of human life echoed arrogantly. That even kings and generals aren't as happy as someone as free as the wind, needing only a bit of cold rice and a sip of wine. When everyone is born naked and returns to dust, what difference is there between a beggar and a king? Within the beggar sect army, marching along, a subordinate hurried to report to the elder sitting in the carriage. Elder Hong, we're almost at Jongnam Mountain. Elder Hong's expression flickered, and he muttered in thought, already? Better get my gear ready. Looking toward the horizon, he narrowed his eyes with deep concern, but things didn't look good at all. His subordinate anxiously asked if they should speed up because right before them, the entire Jongnam Mountain was burning fiercely. Fire and smoke rose to the sky, tearing through the night. Elder Hong was shocked, unable to believe his eyes, because Yongnam was home to the Sword Immortal, plus Elder Tae Van Ich, known as the Trading Dragon. In terms of raw power, this was the strongest force in the martial world today. Yet, the sect was now in dire straits, and even the Sword Immortal couldn't guarantee anyone's survival. As he was deep in thought, a weak voice spoke from inside the carriage. Uncle Master Hong? The elder jumped and turned back. What is it, you're awake? The man, whose face was covered in wounds, nodded weakly. Yes. Elder Hong let out a sigh of relief, saying he had used up all the beggar sect's spiritual medicine just to keep him breathing, and sternly warned him not to push himself too hard. Responding to the concern, the Jongnam expert struggled to speak. Elder Hong, thank you for caring for me. But a surge of red aura flared around his body, his eyes burning with determination as he vowed that if his uncle master and his fellow disciples were in danger, he was ready to go to the grave with Jongnam. He looked straight at Elder Hong with a desperate plea. Just create an opening for me, and I'll take them down. Just a split second is enough. His firm declaration left Elder Hong silent. He looked at the junior's suicidal determination, and even knowing that facing the Black Blood City army now was incredibly dangerous, he still nodded in agreement. All right then, I'll go all out for your sake. Down at Dai Hong village at the foot of Jongnam Mountain, the cruel fire was devouring the houses, turning the place into a pile of desolate ruins. Amidst the explosions of fire and thick dust, the mocking laughter of the enemy rang out sharply. Ha ha ha, you Jongnam idiots, can't you see that it's all over for you? A flash of sharp, brilliant green spiritual light tore through the space, slashing straight at the Jongnam sect leader. He collapsed, blood pouring out incessantly, accompanied by painful, hacking coughs. The disciples screamed in terror, ready to rush in to save him as they saw their master hanging by a thread. But the villain had no intention of stopping. His blue sword energy continued to ravage the area, shredding the old man's body amidst blood, curdling screams. Seeing his eldest brother slaughtered so brutally right in front of him, the sword immortal Hyen Vu Kiem roared in pain, immediately ordering the disciples to quickly shift formation into the 7-star sword array to concentrate their attack. In response to the resistance, the winged demon only gave a sinister smile. He scoffed, declaring that whether it was 7 stars or 8, all formations were meaningless before the power of the martial arts world. Hey kid, careful there, or you're gonna get clobbered. He lunged forward like a dark tornado, letting out a savage roar. Old man, hand over your head right now. You want the head of this old man? Facing Xuan Wuqian's defiant question, the assassin coolly admitted his twisted intent. He unleashed a barrage of deadly strikes, swatting aside all of the old man's defenses. He coldly proposed a wicked deal. If the old man just handed over his useless head, the kids of the Zhongnan sect might actually get to live, he sneered, figuring Xuan Wuqian was old anyway and didn't have much time left. Trading one worn-out life for the future of dozens of young ones to him, it was a bargain he couldn't refuse. Xuan Wuqian was stunned for a moment, then gave a slight nod. Huh, sounds like a decent deal. But right after, his gaze turned icy and full of contempt. But an old guy like me doesn't find that funny at all. The enemy was confident the Sword Immortal couldn't beat them, since he had been poisoned at the Tai Wu Lian summit and had to fight the Battle King before his wounds even healed. The enemy kept taunting him, saying Xuan Wuqian was just lucky to be alive after that fatal injury. He admitted that in his prime, the Sword Immortal could have sliced him in two with a single move, but now, just blocking his attacks was already a heavy burden. Xuan Wuqian gritted his teeth, realizing the enemy's scheme and choosing this exact moment of weakness to attack Zhongnan. Deep down, he worried that even if he handled the guy in front of him, the one standing quietly over there was still an unpredictable threat. His eyes were locked on the person in the conical hat standing in the distance, someone he couldn't find a single opening to attack. Xuan Wuqian knew that even if he wasn't severely wounded, facing him would still be an impossible challenge. Suddenly, the figure in the conical hat moved, his glowing red eyes flashing with lethal intent. He dove into the middle of the Zhongnan disciples like a tornado, blue sword chi tearing through space, ruthlessly cutting short their lives amidst their agonizing screams. Watching the horrific scene, Zhongnan's Shanglong realized that if this kept up, all his disciples would be slaughtered. He shouted out the order, "Everyone, retreat. Let me handle this guy." Even though his internal injuries hadn't fully healed, he poured everything into his sword to block the razor-sharp energy waves closing in. However, Shanglong soon realized he was being overwhelmed and that dragging out the fight would only put him at a complete disadvantage. He was totally stuck, unable to find a move to turn the tide against the enemy's overwhelming strength. This game is brutal. Even pay to win can't save this. Just as things reached the breaking point, a powerful burst of energy descended from above, accompanied by an arrogant greeting aimed at him. "Zhongnan, Shanglong, you look pretty tired, don't you?" A staff carrying swirling blue and white energy intervened directly in the battle, along with the offer of help from a masterful old man. The guy in the conical hat looked up in shock at the person who just crashed the party. A whip suddenly wrapped tightly around the sword hilt, disarming the enemy in his state of shock. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Han Shou poured his all into his finishing move, the 36 Swords of the Heavens, making the enemy only have time to gasp in shock before being taken down in a pool of blood. From above, Elder Hong landed with authority and didn't hold back on the praise. "Well done." Seeing one enemy taken out, he immediately shifted his focus to the final target, the only one left, Ganzi Yue, whose glowing red eyes were radiating, suffocating bloodlust. Elder Hong lunged like a tornado. "Just leave this one to this old beggar." His lightning-fast kick made Ganzi Yue explode with rage, shouting, "You damn beggar, do you even know who I am to be spouting off like that?" The old man just smiled arrogantly. "Lost your head or something? You're leaving openings, come on." Understanding his comrade, he said, "Thanks for the assist. Thanks to Elder Hong's timely intervention, thanks to you, I can finally slice this guy in half." The Tai sword technique lit up like a pillar of golden lightning, splitting Ganzi Yue's body in half in total shock. The demon only had time to widen his eyes in terror before being completely crushed under the destructive power of the Zhongnan sect, wiping out all who stood in their way. The whole battlefield shook, and those watching could only stare in speechless horror. How did he take both of them down in one move? They were shocked to realize that both top-tier experts, the Hell Demon Hand and the 9-star Demon Blade, had been defeated. Elder Hong looked toward the panicked northern troops and mocked them. "Huh? You bastards see it with your own eyes and you still can't believe it?" The fall of the heavy hitters left the enemy disoriented, and that was the golden opportunity the beggar sect was waiting for. Screams rang out, pushing them forward. "Where are the rest of you beggars? What are you all still doing?" Realizing the northern troops were confused and clueless, the beggar sect soldiers immediately saw this as a once-in-a-lifetime chance. All the disciples shouted in unison, "Yes, sir," and dove into a lightning-fast raid. The enemy was terrified, wondering why so many beggars suddenly appeared, and screamed in panic, "Hold the line! Where is the beggar sect? Let's wrap this up!" The shouts shook the heavens as the beggar sect disciples rushed into the bloody, no-holds-barred fight with their staffs. The enemy's agonizing screams echoed throughout the space amidst the towering sea of fire. Meanwhile, the Nine Suns' great emperor, with a face full of gloom, was brewing a wicked plan. He told himself, this is the last regret, and he absolutely would not let that happen. Immediately, a burst of red energy flared up along with a clear response. The demon sect disciple with claws on his hands lunged like a red bolt of lightning, ready to carry out the slaughter on his master's orders. He glared fiercely, roaring in a frenzy. No one can escape the heavenly emperor, absolutely no exceptions. The demon disciple poured all his murderous intent into a brutal attack, aiming straight at the group running away. But just at the last second, the young Miss Han, with her white hair flowing, managed to swing her sword and stop him. A massive shockwave occurred when her sword collided directly with the sharp, red, fire-spewing claws of the demon. The demon disciple's glowing red eye widened in shock as he looked at the one blocking his path. "You." Facing that brutality, the young Miss Han, with her glowing golden eyes full of resolve, coldly replied, "Then I'll just make an exception. That line is actually savage, guys." Under the bright full moon atop the sheer cliff, she poured all her energy into her sect's ultimate technique. A roar rang out as the ice flower technique was officially unleashed, creating massive razor-sharp ice pillars erupting everywhere. It surged from the ground with immense power, coating the entire battlefield in a cold, stark white. The Demon Blade General roared in pure fury. No, there would be absolutely no exceptions. His eyes blazed with fanaticism, convinced that the Heavenly Emperor's will was absolute. He poured all his terrifying fire energy into a single strike, creating a massive pillar of fire that incinerated everything to carry out his master's command. A jarring explosion rocked the air as the savage flames collided head-on with Lady Han's ice barrier. Through the thick cloud of dust and debris, Shichsun asked anxiously, "My lady, are you holding up all right?" She replied in a low, grim tone that her ice wall couldn't withstand this overwhelming power for much longer. Realizing the enemy was too strong, Shichi-sun suggested they team up, but Lady Han already had her own plan. She told him that while they could have coordinated if he were alone, right now, the safety of her sister and the child was the only thing that mattered. Plus, she had a personal score to settle with that demon. Seeing her unwavering resolve, Shichi-sun could only stand there, stunned, before offering a sincere apology. He grabbed his loved ones and shot up into the moonlit sky, looking for an escape route. Lady Han stood alone amidst the siege, her eyes cold and brimming with determination to face the enemy. The Demon Blade General began to warp space with his twisted, claw-like hands. He roared that the Emperor's decree was absolute disobedience, meant death, insisting that absolutely no one would escape his brutal punishment. The Demon Blade General shouted arrogantly, convinced that no one could defy the Heavenly Emperor's will. Suddenly, Lady Han shrieked in horror as she saw Shichi-sun diving down from the bright moon with terrifying momentum, a strike so powerful that it forced the Demon Blade General to grit his teeth. He spat blood from the suffocating pressure of the giant's attack. "Who asked you to butt in? I could have handled them all." The Demon Blade General froze as he saw Shichi-sun getting pinned midair by white threads, wielded by a white-haired man in a red mask. He claimed he was only carrying out the Heavenly Emperor's orders. Previously, the Emperor had ordered Chunan to go support the general to ensure the plan had no flaws. Although Chunan had tried to talk him out of it because he wanted to stay and protect his master, the Emperor remained firm. He admitted he had been careless before, letting the enemy land a heavy blow on both his top experts, so he couldn't afford to be reckless now. The Emperor trusted the general's strength, but feared the enemy would use the consort and Chi Wat as human shields, making it hard for him to fight. He insisted he was recovering very quickly and that only a brief moment was needed for him to rejoin the fray. "I guess the Emperor trusts me, but I can't quite return that faith, can I?" Feeling humiliated by the doubt in his abilities, the Demon Blade General spiraled into a frenzy. A blood-red aura of fire enveloped his entire body, radiating a gruesome killing intent. He roared savagely. "A moment? It won't even take that long." With eyes glowing like a demon's, he swore he would personally take care of these bastards before the Emperor even arrived. A surge of crimson fire erupted violently, warping his body into a grotesque, flaming figure. Lady Han stood tall amidst the sea of fire, preparing to face her enemy's absolute peak of fury. Seeing this monstrous power, Lady Han's golden eyes constricted in shock. She whispered to herself, in terror, that martial art. Memories of a past tragedy flooded back. She had faced this vile fire once before when she was at her lowest point. It was a terrifying nightmare she could never forget. The blood demon's power exploded, creating a world-shattering fireball under the full moon. Watching this horrifying scene, the soldiers standing in the distance could only tremble in fear. One of them stuttered, "Should we help, or just stand here and be target practice?" The guy next to him immediately shut it down, pale as a ghost. "Are you insane? You want to die?" They knew clearly that intervening in a fight between these monsters was just asking for death. The savage flames blocked every path, forcing everyone to recoil from the suffocating heat. How are we supposed to get through that fire? Trapped by death itself, Lady Han didn't flinch despite the incredibly dire situation. She gripped her sword hilt tightly, preparing to launch a decisive strike to break through the fiery encirclement. She made her resolve crystal clear. "I will absolutely not go down as easily as last time." She unleashed the Moonlight Ultimate Soul Dance, radiating an overwhelming pressure to clash with the vile fire. A giant fire beast roared, intending to swallow everything. But Lady Han stood firm, swinging her sword to create a blast of white, cold air that tore through the night. The extreme ice power collided directly with the flames, beginning to freeze and extinguish the savage fire right under the bright moon. Well, that's bone-chilling. He couldn't believe his fire had been frozen so easily and had to admit Lady Han was truly a formidable opponent. However, a red aura flared up again from his frozen hand, followed by a threat. "But you're still just a rookie." His blood-red eyes widened in madness. "You bitch. You're gonna die anyway." A world-shattering explosion of flame erupted, completely shattering the ice shield and sending shards flying everywhere. Lady Han watched in horror as a massive pillar of fire roared high, consuming the entire base in suffocating heat. Observing from above, the Emperor clicked his tongue as he saw the savage flames lighting up the night. He muttered to himself that even though he had sent both the general and Chunyan to protect the consort, the fight was still way too intense. Seeing the sky-high flames, he realized someone had really pissed off the general. Talented, sure, but way too destructive. Just then, a brilliant bolt of blue lightning tore through space. The Emperor's eyes narrowed as he felt the intense vibrations in the air. He realized in shock that he had felt these tremors and sounds before. From above, The clouds, a streak of blue heavenly lightning plummeted at terrifying speed, piercing the silent night. The War King? Why is times he times here? The Emperor couldn't help but be stunned to recognize the figure that had just appeared, the blue-eyed ghost god. He questioned why he hadn't noticed his rival's presence sooner. Tracking the blue electricity, he knew for sure the War King was aiming straight for the consort. The Emperor's gaze turned cold and ruthless. He told himself, "Destiny's here. Time to fight, no point in dodging." A swirl of dark energy enveloped the Emperor's body as he prepared to step into the decisive battle. Down below, the savage fire was still screaming wildly, swallowing everything in its path. She tried to use her ice flowers to resist, but the explosive power was so intense that it sent everything flying, blowing her back. Just as she was falling into despair, a pair of glowing blue eyes suddenly appeared. It was Savu. He unleashed the heavenly cannon martial armor, descending from above with a terrifying surge of blue electricity. Savu fired his signature dragon cannon, a massive pillar of lightning that tore through space, crushing all the brutal flames below in a thunderous explosion. Standing midair under the bright moonlight, he was stunned to see his attack being swallowed by something. A bizarre black hole was frantically absorbing all the energy from his martial armor. Savu's eyes widened in shock. Emerging from the thick, pitch-black smoke was the imposing figure of the great emperor. He casually caught the lightning with his bare hands and smirked. "Not bad. That move actually packs a punch." The great emperor flashed a sinister smile at his rival. "I didn't expect us to meet like this." The War King, Savu, stared straight at his arch-nemesis with eyes full of hatred, gritting out the name Duang Daikuk. The fated battle between these two powerhouses officially began. Suddenly, he felt a massive burst of energy. It was the Imperial Dragon Supreme Force from Shich Sun. He realized his brother had truly returned. Seeing her younger brother after 10 long years, Kuai Fai was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down her face. Even though he had grown taller and his face had changed a lot, she was certain, he's taller and he looks different after 10 years. But I know it's him. I can't be wrong. Their sibling reunion was incredibly touching. Savu smiled gently and replied, "Sister, it's been a long time. I'm just glad to see you're safe." Just then, the great emperor, Duang Daikuk, spoke coldly. "So, we finally meet like this. I never thought I'd see you standing next to the imperial concubine." He continued with a sneer. "And I never thought you were the real mastermind behind everything." "Mastermind? Well, let's just say I couldn't bear to hand you over." The emperor declared that they were destined to clash from the start. Savu coldly suggested, "Let's move, step back." Once agreed, they both transformed into streaks of power, tearing through the night sky, racing at breakneck speed to find their own battlefield. They stopped in a strange land filled with sharp stone pillars jutting out of the ground. The emperor explained that this place was called the Boundary. For thousands of years, wind and rain had eroded these strange rocks, leaving them standing like a forest of swords. He smugly asked if this place was fit to be the final battlefield for the Heaven Emperor and the War King. Standing on a high rock peak, Savu clearly declared, "Duang Daikuch, I should thank you for protecting my sister for the last 10 years, but since you were the one who kidnapped her, I can't. Right here, right now, it's just a fight to the death between you and me." The emperor nodded in agreement. "True, our destinies can never coexist because you are the biggest obstacle in my life." He asserted that the battle would end soon, and although his subordinates would struggle against the War King's men, he promised not to desecrate their bodies. Savu, with glowing blue eyes, coldly retorted, "The one who needs to worry about bodies being desecrated isn't my team, it's your minions." That statement stunned the emperor. "What?" Instantly, a wave of pure white energy erupted, striking the Baek Nguyen subordinates with a terrifying impact. The power of Jich Sun flared violently with the move. White Dragon Supreme, return to origin strike. A giant golden dragon emerged from the surging spiritual energy, crushing all enemy resistance with breathtaking power. The dragon of light roared as it shot into the sky, swallowing everything in its path with absolute force. "I was way too arrogant. I realize it now, but it's too late, man." High in the night sky, the Ma Tongdu figure fell like a leaf drifting from a branch under the moonlight. He bitterly realized he had been too careless, letting the Han young lady plant toxic cold energy in his body without checking or treating it immediately. That very arrogance had led him to his inevitable doom. As he lay dying, he frantically wondered if his master had already moved on and worried if teammates like Sak or Dang were still alive. It was unbelievable. Even with the power of the legendary 7 interior demon arts, they were all wiped out so easily. The Ma Tongdu's eyes grew cloudy as he mocked his own laughable title of undefeated blood demon. In his final moments, all he felt was his own incompetence and worthlessness. He whispered a late apology to the Heaven Emperor, regretting that he had died with his great mission unfinished. With his last breath, he prayed that his master would defeat the War King to achieve the ambition of ruling the world he had always craved. The war for the throne of the New World had entered a terrifying new stage as the Saint Demon energy was officially activated. This was the ultimate power crystallized from the fusion of 206 righteous martial arts and 315 different demonic arts. A hand reached out from the shadows, grabbing the evil energy that was screaming in madness, preparing to devour all life around it. The Emperor claimed that only those who reached the peak of Saint Demon energy could attain the legendary Saint Demon body. He stood tall amidst a massive surge of dark energy, boldly declaring that everything in this world must bow to his will. Talk about a power trip, dude. Wake up. His arrogant laughter echoed across the battlefield as he showcased the versatile transformations of the Saint Demon energy, shifting into spears or swords at his whim. He claimed this was the greatest ultimate offense and defense technique in the world. With sky-high killing intent, the Emperor charged forward and roared, "Try blocking this!" The War King, Savu, stared right into the swirling dark energy and softly uttered, "Saint Demon energy, huh?" Facing this evil power and that engulfed the space, even the famous Sword Saint had fallen, and even the Blade Emperor had been crushed without mercy. To him, facing the heavenly cannon martial armor, nothing was truly undefeated. With glowing blue eyes, Savu immediately tapped into the power of the martial armor and lightning energy to face him head-on. Seeing the blue electricity intensifying, the Emperor still flashed a sinister smile, believing that in front of his Saint Demon energy, such power was nothing but useless. He noticed the Emperor had to condense a massive amount of internal power just to stop the lightning from piercing his protective barrier. So, Savu roared, his eyes blazing with a brilliant azure glow as he decided to maximize the power of his heavenly cannon martial armor. He poured every ounce of his essence into the Three Absolutes explosion move, creating a massive wave of energy ready to detonate. The Emperor's eyes widened in horror as he felt the suffocating pressure bearing down right in front of him. A massive explosion rocks the area as the blue electricity detonates 3 times in a row. He's stunned, realizing he's completely outmatched. Deep down, the great Emperor can't help but shudder, admitting that while he's seen countless martial arts in his lifetime, he has never seen a technique that stacks power 3 times over and detonates like this. He immediately uses the Heaven Step, turning into an unpredictable black blur amidst the smoke and dust. Savu's blue lightning strikes down fiercely, but it seems unable to touch his opponent, only crushing the rocks nearby. From the high moon, a black streak tears through the space and lunges toward the ground with suffocating pressure. Savu is shocked to see his opponent close the distance in a heartbeat. He grits his teeth, telling himself that he completely lost track of Ju Yongdaji's movements for a split second. He looks up and sees the Emperor diving down like a ghost. The dark punch lands, creating a massive tremor, and he keeps slamming into the dirt and rocks. The Emperor keeps using the Heaven Step, turning into a stream of black mist that tears through the night to hunt down his rival. Savu gasps in surprise. Whoa, how is he moving that fast? Suddenly, the great Emperor appears, totally overwhelming him with the Heavenly King's triple fist. The punches, carrying terrifying power, rain down one after another, followed by the powerful Heavenly King River move, shaking the very ground. He keeps using the Heaven Step, landing a strike from above with 1,000-pound force that sends Savu flying, crashing into a cliff under the bright moonlight. Standing tall on the peak, the great Emperor arrogantly declares, "I rule this space. Everywhere my will touches belongs to me." He insists that true invincibility exists, and he is the living proof of it. He shouts clearly, "I, the Heavenly Emperor Ju Yongdaji, am the living proof of that." The Emperor confidently believes he has surpassed the limits of humanity and that he just needs to let go of a little attachment to finally ascend to the ranks of the immortals. He roars with arrogance, "Nothing in this world can harm me, and no one can stand against me." But Savu just smiles, challenging him. An immortal? Sounds nice. Suddenly, he unleashes a brilliant surge of blue electricity, delivering a heavy, direct hit that makes the Emperor's eyes widen in horror. Knocked back in shock, the Emperor can't believe his opponent possesses such terrifying power. No way, when did he? Savu, his blue eyes glowing coldly, asserts that this is the martial art capable of slaying even immortals, known as the Heavenly Cannon-Armed style. The Emperor just laughs mockingly in response. He sarcastically tells Savu to keep dreaming and call it an immortal slaying art if he wants. He roars with authority, asking him if he really thinks that's enough to face his full power. Instantly, the holy demon energy erupts violently, a pitch-black mist engulfing the space and taking the shape of a terrifying giant beast. The Emperor claims his holy demon energy is the ultimate martial art that can wipe out anything in existence. Savu remains chillingly calm. He declares, "Holy demon energy? Against the Millennium Arm style, it's game over." A massive blue electric dragon emerges, emitting suffocating power to face the evil black mist head-on. Savu's eyes glow with determination as he officially unleashes his ultimate arm style, and the dark beast roars, rushing forward to start the earth-shattering collision. The blue electric dragon, the symbol of the legendary Azure Dragon, roars as it clashes directly with the Emperor's dark beast. This is a battle that will never be recorded in history books. A clash strong enough to bend the flow of time between a hero and a legend that truly exists. The power from these two extremes explodes, shaking the heavens and the earth, crushing everything nearby. Debris flies everywhere amidst the entangled forces, creating a horrific scene of destruction as the electric dragon and the pitch-black beast tear into each other. Savu rockets into the air, his fist glowing with blue lightning, slamming down with 1,000-pound force. He pours his entire will into a direct hit, piercing through the thick black mist, that is, enveloping his opponent. The blue lightning rumbles, creating continuous tremors aimed straight at the target. The Emperor doesn't back down, turning into a dark phantom and lunging forward, striking back cruelly amidst the chaotic energy. Amidst the blood spraying from his face, Savu's blue eyes widen in horror at the suffocating pressure of his opponent. A massive collision occurs, leaving his opponent heavily wounded and coughing up blood from the devastating power of that critical hit. That had to hurt, right guys? The Great Emperor swings his 1,000-pound fist, black mist covering every direction, aimed right at his opponent. Savu, he doesn't flinch. The powerful, direct collision creates a terrifying shockwave, and a giant pillar of black mist suddenly explodes, tearing through the dark sky. The Emperor uses the Millennium Step, becoming a phantom, moving at a speed that cannot be caught, forcing Savu into a completely defensive position. He pounces like a dark beast, roaring ferociously as Savu is knocked to the ground amidst the chaotic forces. But suddenly, his blue eyes light up, brightly, and he whispers something cryptic. And then, an arrogant smile appears on his lips. He loudly declares that this is everything he, Savu, has. He's going all out. Immediately, a blue spiritual force erupts violently, turning into the great, eternal, heavenly electric dragon that tears through the night. The peerless 9 Dragon Wall technique is officially fired. 9 electric dragons coil powerfully, covering the entire space in suffocating power, aimed straight at the Emperor's shadow. The 9 dragons roar, carrying the essence of the heavenly cannon arm style, rushing forward at terrifying speed. The Emperor's eyes widen in absolute horror. He can't believe the power heading his way. What? Savu, his face half hidden in shadows and half lit by the cold blue electric glow, orders, then be swallowed by the darkness, and vanish. Suddenly, the space is covered in darkness, blocking out the sky. Savu thinks to himself, this must be the Emperor's holy demon body. Standing in that pitch-black darkness, Savu realizes this feeling is extremely familiar. His glowing blue eyes widen as memories of his first encounter with Ju Yang. Daji come rushing back. This evil darkness is exactly what he had to endure 10 years ago. The overwhelming power leaves Savu exhausted. He drops to his knees, gasping for breath in desperation. Deep down, he wonders, could I really be losing? What kind of monster is this? Standing tall before his fallen opponent, the Great Emperor doesn't skimp on praise for the King of War's resilience. He admits he is incredibly shocked, because even the Sword Saint or the Blade Emperor, even they couldn't hold their ground against me for this long. To the Great Emperor, the War King was the first opponent who forced him to go all out, and you played your part perfectly. Praise like that usually means trouble is brewing. Before it all ended, Savu used his last bit of strength to ask something that had been tearing him apart for the last 10 years. Why her? Why my sister? The Great Emperor listened calmly to the question about why the Yuan clan had singled out the only woman from Goryeo as a tribute. He began to reveal a horrifying secret from 10 years ago, triggered by a prophecy from the head monk of the Hong sect. The old man had foreseen that from a woman carrying the spiritual energy of the sacred mountains in the Far East, a special child would be born. That child carried the burden of continuing the millennium-long grand plan of the Yuan Empire, and that was exactly why Savu's younger sister was chosen. Hearing this, Savu could only let out a bitter, mocking laugh. He was shattered, realizing that his entire family's tragedy had served nothing more than a delusional prophecy. To force an innocent woman to the Yuan clan, the Great Emperor had ruthlessly thrown her brother, Shich's son, off a cliff, tearing them apart for 10 long years. Fury erupted as Savu realized the person in front of him had destroyed his body, driven him to the brink of death, and stolen everything under the blood-red moonlight. The reason you caused this unforgivable tragedy was because your emperor was fooled by the sweet talk of a fake monk? Faced with Savu's rage, the Great Emperor bowed his head, admitting to a shameful truth. He explained that at the time, the Yuan royal family was crumbling under the pressure of the current Ming dynasty, leaving the ministers and even his own brother trembling in anxiety. The prophecy from the head monk of the Hong sect had appeared at that moment like a final ray of hope for the emperor. The Great Emperor sighed with a hint of regret. Regardless, since you suffered because of that, I feel deep regret. But I want you to know one thing. I can confidently state that I never once did anything to harm the royal consort. Savu let out a harsh, mocking laugh. His eyes blazed with brilliant blue lightning as he roared his challenge. Harm Zich's son and me? Can't you? Realize that dragging my sister away was an act of harm in itself? Don't you get it? Can't you see that forcing my sister away was the greatest harm of all? 10 years later, and you're still making excuses? The great emperor was silent for a moment before coldly retorting. He claimed that beyond the reasons stated, there were others, but to Savu, they were just the pathetic excuses of an aggressor. He flatly declared he had no intention of letting the royal consort leave, so Savu had to be the one to give up. Sitting amidst a shroud of dark energy, Savu mocked his opponent as a coward, someone who only knew how to hide behind absolute darkness to justify himself. He clasped his hands, and a small spark began to ignite between his palms. But you know what? Darkness isn't absolute power, and it's just as cowardly as the likes of you. The bright blue light between Savu's hands suddenly exploded, releasing an overwhelming pressure that made the great emperor's eyes widen in terror. He couldn't believe his opponent still held such terrifying power after being supposedly completely consumed by the holy demon Qi. A column of blue lightning tore through the night. Savu declared firmly, "Look, the darkness you're so proud of, even when faced with a tiny spark like this, can only hide behind you." The great emperor shrieked like a madman, "Impossible! If I wrap it in darkness once more," he poured all his dark energy into it, intending to swallow the blue current, but the harder he tried to cover it, the stronger and more brilliant the light became. A world-shaking explosion occurred. A colossal pillar of lightning swallowed the entire space, knocking the great emperor back in total helplessness. In the moment, he was engulfed by the light. His eyes widened in terror as a long-lost memory flooded back. The great emperor realized in shock, "I remember now. This light, this wild blue celestial lightning, completely drowned out the great emperor's darkness." As he was engulfed in the glow, his eyes flared with horror, realizing this power was exactly the same as that time. He was shaken, realizing that the War King's light was truly too blinding, forcing him to madly scream orders for his darkness, to immediately cover everything. Savu declared coldly, "What I'm about to show you now? This is the full extent of the heavenly canon War King art." His hands glowed with blue lightning, forcing the evil darkness to retreat once more. Feeling a violent tremor deep within his soul, the great emperor asked himself in a panic, "What is this vibration? Fear?" He couldn't believe that someone standing at the pinnacle like him was actually trembling. "Don't tell me. I, the Nine-Yang Great Pole, am feeling fear? Oh, so even heroes know how to be afraid?" In a single breath, a unique hand seal was formed in the blink of an eye. Savu poured all his essence into his glowing fist. Into this single seal, the Nine-Dragon Lightning Cannon, he continued to infuse the power of a heavenly strike, creating a giant pillar of lightning that completely swallowed the space. Amidst the swirling blue spiritual energy, Savu's hair glowed like a brilliant blue flame, his eyes burning with killing intent. Witnessing his opponent's ultimate form, the great emperor could only gasp in terror. So this is the blue-eyed devil, the heavenly canon War King, art's ultimate technique. The blue celestial lightning exploded with earth-shattering power, swallowing the space in a blinding flash. In that moment of life and death, the great emperor's mind drifted back to the old days. He remembered Kai Bai, the countless days he had tried to persuade and woo her, but Kai Bai had never answered him. Unrequited love is painful, isn't it, big brother? In the ruined stone forest, the great emperor looked back at her figure with bitterness. Even though he was a ruler standing above thousands, her cold gaze always stabbed into his chest like a sharp dagger. He realized that as a man, he was never an object of love to her. "I should have just let her go." The great emperor was drowning in belated regret as his body began to disintegrate under the destructive power of the lightning. He remembered their first meeting, the first time she turned him down, and the moment he learned the true identity of the War King was the brother she missed so dearly. He bitterly realized he had missed 3 chances to let her return to Goryeo. Amidst the lightning, tearing his body apart, the great emperor smiled self-deprecatingly. "Ha! The only thing left at the end of my life is regret?" A massive pillar of celestial lightning descended from the heavens, crushing the great emperor's holy demon body completely in an explosion that shook all things. The destructive power leveled everything around, leaving a desolate deep crater in the boundary forest. And so, the battle between the War King and the Heavenly Emperor officially ended. The pitch-black orb that once covered the entire sword forest, desolate crater in the middle of the rocky border forest. And just like that, the battle between the War King and the Heavenly Emperor officially came to an end. The pitch-black orb that had blanketed the entire sword forest, deep in the desolate wasteland of the boundary stone forest. And just like that, the battle between the War King and the Heavenly Emperor had officially ended. The pitch-black sphere that once engulfed the entire sword forest. Everything has vanished now, turning into white snowflakes that fall silently to the ground. Legend has it that the snow here never melts until next summer. A full year has passed, and amid all the gossip about the outcome of that earth-shattering battle, the biggest question remains, unanswered. So, who actually won? Is the Heavenly Emperor really dead? Sitting deep in thought among the ruins, Elder Hong sighs, as the body of the Heavenly Emperor is still nowhere to be found. The curious kids swarm around him, pestering him with questions. What about the War King? Is he still alive? He clenches his withered hands, his eyes staring off into the distance, filled with bitterness. No one knows. The War King just vanished without a trace after that fight. But there's one thing he's certain of. A few days after the battle, when he reached Sword Forest, he saw lonely footprints leading deep into the darkness across the snowy field, proof that only one person definitely survived and left that place. The kids pout, disappointed. Seriously? So in the end, even Old Man Hong didn't see it with his own eyes? Was the battle even real, or is he just blowing smoke? They start bickering about how creating blue dragons or white tigers out of internal energy is totally absurd. Even the strongest martial arts masters could barely pull that off. One kid loudly insists that the hero Jam Hansu is the strongest, since he protected the Central Plains and the entire martial world with just a single breath. Listening to the kids squabbling, Elder Hong just sighs in silence, thinking to himself, good grief. After more than a year of fighting side by side through life and death, I never thought I'd miss his final battle. Oh, War King, my old friend, where are you? You're leaving me here to be grilled by a bunch of kids. His disappearance has turned him into a legend that even the children can't believe, making this old man look like nothing but a liar. He sits alone on the rooftop, sipping bitter liquor and lamenting his fate. I waited 10 years just to see your master again. Do I really have to? Wait another 10 years to see you too? But then, looking toward the distant mountains, Elder Hong changes his mind. He figures that instead of just sitting around waiting, maybe this time, he should go out and find him. He believes that if his friend is still alive, he must be sitting somewhere, chilling and enjoying the warm sunshine. High up on a mountain peak, with white clouds drifting by, a familiar figure sits quietly on the branch of an ancient tree. The weather is beautiful, the breeze is perfect, everything is just spot on. Sawu smiles faintly. His hair has turned completely white, but his blue eyes still shine with that same sharp spirit. Is he training in martial arts or cultivating immortality? He looks up at the deep blue sky of his homeland and marvels. The sky looks so magnificent from up here. All right then, let's get moving, shall we?